A dark sphere hangs in the fiery red sky, surrounded by floating debris. Below, rows of pale, mask-like faces stare upwards, their expressions unreadable in the fiery light. Dust and debris fill the air as the ground crumbles beneath their feet. A monstrous roar rips through the air, the beast's gaping maw illuminated by a fiery glow. A desperate cry tears from his throat as he brandishes a knife. Ah! The knife flashes, a desperate strike against the overwhelming power. The blade finds its mark, but the monster's jaws close around him. The monster's jaws clamp shut, and a strangled cry escapes him, Kayahyuk. Blood splatters as the monster's jaws tighten. The monster's grip tightens further, crushing the life out of him. With a final, desperate cry of Hyuk dash, the man readies his knife, hoping to break free. I can finally use my own power to defeat Amon Dash, he thinks, as a voice suddenly shouts, "Hey!" Unawakened! The sky turns a menacing red, an eclipse looming overhead. The battlefield is revealed, now swarming with monstrous enemies under a blood-red sky. Standing amidst the desolate battlefield, he faces a horde of monstrous enemies. A fallen beast lies at his feet. An angry voice booms out, demanding, "What are you doing? If you're a porter, then you should do your job and collect the drops." The angry voice continues its tirade, questioning, "Do you not see the monster corpses?" The speaker then demands, "Do you think we hired someone?" The unseen speaker continues his berating, asking if they think he hired someone like you for you to fool around. Visibly shaken, the porter stammers, I apologize." The unseen speaker continues his verbal assault, now calling them useless porter bastards. The porter stands silently, his gaze fixed forward, enduring the continued tirade. The scene shifts, the words "the world" appearing starkly on the screen. The man's face contorts in frustration. Fuck! The world changed after the abyss was discovered. The world transformed with the emergence of the abyss, a hellscape teeming with monstrous creatures. The abyss is another dimension where monsters that only existed in fantasies actually exist. After the discovery of the abyss, people awaken transcendental powers. Awakened individuals now wield powers against the monsters from the abyss. And with those powers, they defeated monsters and explored the abyss. Thanks to that, the standard of assessing someone was no longer based on personality or effort, but on your awakening rank. If your awakening rank was high, then anyone could live a guaranteed good life. A hand clutches a large, glowing purple crystal, its power almost palpable. However, the promise of a guaranteed good life might not be so simple. Clutching the crystal, he cries out, "Not me." He vehemently protests, declaring, "I'm a porter who only carries around the cargo of the awakened, and an unawakened who has never even opened a status window at the age of 35. As long as I don't awaken," he thinks, fear gripping him. He shouts, "I will never be able to live the kinds of lives they lead." Then, with a surge of determination, he declares, "I got all of the booty from this SID dash." Tears stream down his face as he stares ahead, the weight of his words hanging heavy in the air. The battlefield stretches before him, littered with bodies under a blood-red sky. The hero stands amidst the carnage, his gaze fixed on a fallen warrior. The fallen warrior lies still, blood pooling around him on the desolate ground. "What?" "They did dash," a voice cries out, cut short by the unfolding events. His eyes widen in disbelief as a voice booms, "You're the last one left." The booming voice echoes, leaving the hero's fate hanging in the balance. Before him stands a towering figure, adorned with skulls and wreathed in ominous red light. The hero faces the ominous figure, a massive 90% looming between them. A wave of shock washes over him. The figure is revealed to be the SSS-ranked monster Asmodeus. He cries out in pain, the attack clearly connecting. The SSS-ranked monster's power overwhelms the scene. A blade descends, poised to strike. The blade connects, a deafening impact ringing out. The force of the blow sends shockwaves rippling outwards. The hero is sent sprawling, a grimace of pain etched across his bloodied face. Struggling to rise, the hero grits his teeth, questioning, "What kind of?" The hero's eyes widen as a dark, ominous energy surges around him. A surge of immense power erupts, the ominous energy taking a tangible form. A torrent of skulls lies beneath the newly formed dark energy, as a lightning bolt of power strikes the hero. A beam of energy strikes the hero, blood trickling down his face as he looks up in agony. The hero stares up in disbelief as a torrent of red liquid pours down, obscuring his vision. What the is this? The red liquid continues to pour, and the hero wonders, how I die? His eyes widen in terror as the red liquid continues to cascade down, now completely covering his face. The red liquid continues to pour, and a memory surfaces: my parents passed away in a car accident. Another thought follows: I was endlessly bullied in school. And I lived being ignored for my entire life for being an unawakened, he thinks, but then a new resolve hardens within him. However, my life is going to end after only carrying around cargo, he thinks, as a pink energy flows into him. The voice in his head continues, a fucking loser. This fucking life, he thinks, as the energy intensifies. God damn. Awakening. This fucking life, he shouts internally, the blue energy intensifying. God damn. Awakening. The red orbs begin to fall, as if gravity itself is shifted. The single red orb descends, its light illuminating the abyss below. All awakening conditions have been satisfied, the screen declares, as the orbs descend further into the unknown. A blinding light erupts as the awakening begins. A golden staircase stretches upwards, leading to a figure bathed in light amidst a swirling cosmos. With a surge of power, the ground cracks beneath his feet. He looks up, a bewildered "ha" escaping his lips as he stares into the swirling cosmos. His eyes widen as he utters a bewildered, "What?" Above him, a figure bathed in light stands amidst a swirling cosmos. His unfinished thought hangs in the air, "I definitely." The figure above him is now fully revealed, a towering being with horns, standing against the backdrop of the cosmos. The towering figure looms, its form adorned with skulls and swirling patterns against the backdrop of the cosmos. He tumbles backward, his expression a mask of pain as he falls. He lands hard on his knees, the impact sending tremors through the cracked earth. The ground cracks further under the strain of his weight. Asmodeus. He breathes, before questioning, "Stopped?" He stares in disbelief, sweat beading on his brow. A voice echoes, taunting, "Ha, you're focused on someone like Asmodeus stopping?" Stuttering, he demands, "Who are you?" His wide eyes betray his fear of the unknown figure before him. The mysterious figure answers, "Who knows? Some call me king." The scene shifts to a cosmic panorama as the mysterious figure declares, "But you don't have to worry about that." Against the backdrop of the cosmos, the figure declares, "I shall bestow authority onto you from now on." The figure's words leave the kneeling man stunned, as he questions, "King? Authority?" He wonders, bewildered by the figure's pronouncement, just what is he talking about? Did this being make Asmodeus like that? A disembodied voice echoes, chiding, "It's not good to be so distrustful." His eyes widen in disbelief, a speech bubble conveying his utter shock? The voice continues, declaring, "I just admired your will and tenacity, and came to choose you." The ethereal being sits upon a throne amidst a swirling cosmos, planets orbiting around him. A surge of confusion erupts. However, a voice echoes, "It'd be good to think that this kind of miracle won't happen again." Desperation etched on his face, the man cries out, "W8. Choose me?" The confusion intensifies as a voice cries out, "Just what is going on?" A disembodied voice echoes, "Ha. Just wait patiently for your time. A day where you will understand everything shall come." The disembodied voice concludes, its words hanging ominously, "Then let's meet again." Silence descends as the disembodied voice fades, leaving only a lingering sense of unease. The lingering unease intensifies as a monstrous roar echoes, shaking the very air. From above, a monstrous form descends, its gaping maw lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth. "My key," a disembodied voice declares as a wave of red energy erupts. A wave of screams erupts as the red energy intensifies. The red energy consumes everything. Blinding light. A faint, questioning murmur breaks the silence. A voice, someone wonders. Then, another voice cuts through the confusion, "Hey, this bastard's sleeping. Crazy fucker, now he's completely ignoring us, one of them exclaims, clearly frustrated. Then we just have to wake him up, one of them says. But as a blinding light erupts from the sleeping man, a disbelieving, escapes another. The light fades, revealing a speech bubble, "Good morning." But instead, a resounding slap echoes. Instead of a greeting, a brutal slap lands. The force of the blow sends the recipient reeling. Are you awake now? The question rings out as the world seems to flash white. Everything fades to white. Gosh, you only listen when you're given a beating. The words cut through the blinding light. The light fades, revealing the man who spoke. He looks down with a sneer. Bae Hyuk-soo? The name echoes with a sense of disbelief. How is the bastard who bullied me in high school here right now? He exclaims, shock and anger rising. A sinister laugh echoes in the background. Taehyun, why aren't you responding? A voice calls out. He realizes, I was definitely in the abyss until just now. A sudden realization dawns on him. Wait. He mutters, as a strange sound echoes. A hand reaches out, as Taehyun realizes, by authority. Taehyun's eye widens, reflecting the approaching threat. A screen displaying his stats appears before Taehyun, highlighting his name, age, rank, and skill. He's clearly in danger. But instead of Taehyun's stats, a speech bubble appears, questioning, status window. Then, the name Kim appears on the screen. The screen shifts again, displaying the words, "This is 16 years ago." If so, the text reads, followed by, "That means." A sinister HA echoes as a man with a cruel smile appears, his face scarred. A maniacal ha 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 bursts from the man as he grabs his opponent by the collar. A stunned punctuates the moment as the man is seized. Now grabbed, he exclaims, "WH what the? What's wrong with this fucker?" As he's held, someone wonders aloud, has he gone crazy, followed by maniacal laughter. Eyes wide with rage, he shouts, "You motherfucker! You really want a thrashing." With a burst of power, he breaks free. With a surge of power, he attacks. The attack lands with devastating force. Hyuk-soo, he shouts, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through the room. The force sends Hyuk-soo flying backwards. A stunned silence falls over the room. That means. A sinister grin spreads across his face, blood trickling from a cut on his cheek. That I, too, he declares, the ominous words hanging in the air. Tears stream down his face, but his expression is a mask of fierce determination. He braces himself, his stance wide and unwavering. He declares, I am awakened. On the rooftop, a figure lies prone, while 3 others stand nearby, their shadows stretching long in the afternoon sun. A tear streaks down his cheek as he wipes his face. Kim Taehyun. You bastard, have you gone mad? A voice booms. Rage contorts his face as he shouts, you fucking nobody. A surge of energy erupts as he unleashes a devastating attack. The attack lands, prompting a shocked reaction. The force of the blow sends him reeling back. The force of the impact sends him flying backwards, his face contorted in pain. Staggering back, he struggles to regain his balance as the force of the blow continues to send him hurtling away. 35 years, a text box declares, adding a layer of mystery to the scene. A tear streaks down his face, the weight of the last 35 years seemingly crashing down on him. Throughout my entire life as an unawakened, I did everything I could, he declares. From fundamental physical training. He continues, a radiant glow now emanating from his body. The radiant glow intensifies, revealing the source of his power, a book containing all the known information about abyss and monsters. The book grants him knowledge of various skills, including even interpersonal combat skills, as demonstrated by the sudden appearance of combat trainees. So there's no way, a voice declares, setting a somber tone. He lunges forward, a manic grin plastered across his face. That I'd lose to untrained thugs like you who don't even know. The force of the blow sends his opponent flying. His fist connects with devastating force. The force of the strike explodes outwards. The words, the most basic ASSSHIT, appear. The force sends him hurtling backwards, and the words, the most basic ASSSHIT, explode onto the scene. He grits his teeth, a pained expression on his face. Of course, he mutters, seemingly resigned to his fate. He exhales heavily, realizing, I'll have to redo physical training. His face contorts in frustration. What a load of bullshit. An exclamation punctuates his frustration. What? Awakened, he wonders. Then, fury takes over as he recognizes his opponent. Kim Tae-hyun. You son of a bitch. His rage boils over. You're fucking dead now, he shouts, his eyes burning with fury. He charges forward, a surge of power emanating from his armored form. Stone skin, activates, strengthening his body with stones surging from his skin. Return with the power of the king. Chapter 2 begins. A large rock hurtles forward with incredible speed. He meets the incoming rock head-on, his expression grim as he prepares to strike. A deafening boom echoes as the rock shatters into countless pieces. He grits his teeth, bracing against the force of the impact. His eyes widen in alarm as the shockwave hits. The force sends him flying backward. The force of the blast sends him hurtling backwards, the world a blur of motion. He continues to fly backwards, the ground a blur beneath him. The impact throws up a cloud of dust and debris. The force of the blow sends him hurtling downwards. He plummets through the air, the impact echoing around him. He braces himself, a surge of energy erupting around him. His eyes narrow with fierce determination. He throws a punch, the force of which sends shockwaves rippling outward. The punch lands squarely, the force of the blow visible as the opponent is sent flying backward. His eyes widen in disbelief. Before he can recover, his opponent looms over him, asking, "Whatcha doing?" A massive fills the panel, conveying the hero's complete bewilderment. An unexpected thought bubble appears, I hurt my own hand by hitting him. He throws a punch, but electricity crackles around his fist as he connects. The impact sends shockwaves outward. The force of the blow sends his opponent flying backwards. He continues his assault, a blur of motion. The force of his attack pulverizes the ground. He coughs, blood trickling from his mouth. He lies prone amidst the rubble, defeated. Kiki, you should have known your limits while acting up, his opponent taunts. Coming back to your senses now, are you? His opponent's scorn drips with contempt. You lowly, unawakened bastard. His opponent continues the verbal assault, demanding, what are you going to do now? The rocky figure taunts, keep running like you were just now? The rocky figure continues his taunts, or maybe struggle around with that awakened skill of yours? The hero lies defeated amidst the rubble. All awakened. All awakened possess a skill. All awakened possess a skill and a rank. All awakened possess both a skill and a rank, starting from F rank, who are almost the same as normal humans. Reaching S rank places one among those beings considered monsters. The physical abilities and skills of the awakened rise exponentially. S rank. The abilities of awakened rise exponentially at this level. But what he possesses is the skill predation, ranked F. It's a skill unknown and unheard of before, but of the worst rank. Doubt creeps in. There's no way I have a chance of winning against Bae Hyuksu, who's a C rank. But for some reason. An exclamation hangs in the air as realization dawns on him. A surge of power emanates, engulfing everything in a crimson glow. The crimson glow intensifies, becoming an all-consuming inferno. He's battered and bruised, blood trickling down his face. The crimson inferno rages around him. Despite the inferno and his injuries, he declares, I don't feel like I'm going to lose. An explosion of energy erupts around him, the force of it marked by a resounding. But then, a surge of power emanates from the hero, catching his opponent completely off guard. What the hell is that? The opponent reels back, disbelief etched across his face. No way. You actually awakened? The opponent's shock intensifies. That lowly Kim Tae-hyun, he exclaims, clearly unable to believe what's happening. Is this? Predation? The opponent wonders aloud, the name hanging heavy with unspoken implications. Kim Tae-hyun's power surges. I can feel the magic move to my will. He declares, a sinister undertone creeping into his voice. I don't know what's happening, the opponent cries out, clearly overwhelmed. An exclamation punctuates his shock. Kim Tae-hyun declares, but it'll all be over once I kill off the caster. The caster is struck, a spray of dark liquid erupting from the impact. The caster's hands flail as dark liquid sprays from the wound. His hand recoils from the blow, more of the dark liquid spraying out. The wound pulsates, as the dark liquid continues to spray out, accompanied by a guttural roar. The figure is sent flying backwards through a blinding flash of light. A startled, fills the air. What? He shouts, caught in the blinding light. His eyes narrowed, a red aura emanating from his outstretched hand. Or, the sound rings out. The word or echoes as the red aura intensifies around him. His red eyes glow with power as the crimson aura surges around him. He cries out in pain as the power surges violently. The violent surge of power causes him to scream out in agony. Wah! The pain intensifies, forcing another scream from him. Ah! The surge of power intensifies, the air around him crackling with energy. The crystal pulses with raw power, energy radiating outwards in visible waves. The power explodes outwards, shattering the nearby windows. Below, the force of the blast shatters the windows, a crimson light flooding the room. The students inside are caught in the blast, one screaming in terror as the crimson light washes over them. Debris explodes outward, propelled by the crimson blast. The crimson blast continues to erupt, sending dust and debris flying in all directions. The man stands amidst the continuing explosion, his face grim and resolute despite the chaos. His gaze remains fixed, unflinching amidst the continuing destruction. Despite the overwhelming heat, he grits his teeth, sweat dripping from his face. He lowers his head, exhaustion etched on his face amidst the crumbling debris. He lies prone amidst the rubble, an opponent looming over him. A final blow lands, the impact echoing through the shattered landscape. Defeated, tears stream down his face. The system announces, predation has been completed. As a result of his actions, the system announces his rank has changed to E. His hand is covered in what appears to be shards of crystal. A strange energy emanates from his hand. And a new skill is acquired. The energy explodes outward, shattering the rock formation. The sign reads School Clinic, its letters a stark white against the dark green. Inside the clinic, a woman sits at her desk, a bead of sweat trickling down her face. Huh, she mutters, clearly puzzled. Her confusion deepens as she questions, huh? Three figures struggle to stay upright, supporting each other's weight. Another lies prone on the floor. The view shifts, focusing on the back of a character's head as they look towards the group. Though battered and bruised, he manages a smile. Hello, teacher. The teacher's face contorts in shock. Hoo, she cries out. The title card appears, a foreboding omen hanging in the air, return with the power of the king. The title card appears, announcing the start of Chapter 3. After the fight, the scene shifts to a figure lying in a clinic bed. The speaker states, I moved the kids, including Bae Hyuk-soo, to the school clinic. It turns out the nurse's healing ability was used to treat his injuries. The nurse clasps Bae Hyuk-soo's hands, a radiant green glow enveloping them both. Her healing ability is clearly at work. The nurse's hands remain clasped around Bae Hyuk-soo's. Of course, I had to lie to her. He thinks to himself. The nurse looks at him quizzically, asking, how did you all get hurt? He replies, we rolled down the stairs. Well, I managed to make her proceed without questions. He thinks. Now, I'm fully treated. He thinks, relieved to have gotten away with his flimsy excuse. He walks away, thinking, this is great, I awakened and got revenge on Bae Hyuk-soo. Despite his momentary triumph, a troubling thought bubbles to the surface, the problem is that I don't know how to control this power? He realizes the true challenge has only just begun. The power surges, a chaotic red energy threatening to overwhelm him. A monstrous aura erupts around him, the raw power almost tangible. Predation. The word echoes, a chilling declaration of intent. His rank, something he barely managed to change after a lifetime of training, increased after a single fight. An E glows brightly. Though he may be F rank, his power exceeds that of a C rank. The man screams, surrounded by swirling energy. The man's power is more than just raw strength, he declares, I can even steal the skills of the opponents I defeat. The man questions the source of his power, wondering, why did that guy, King, give me a power like this? Why did he make me regress? He ascends the staircase, the shadow of a looming figure cast before him, a silent question hanging in the air. I have countless questions. The hero's inner turmoil intensifies, the mystery deepening with each step. His gaze hardens, a steely resolve settling in his eyes. But in the end, there's one thing I have to do. He soars into the sky, a glint of steel flashing against the backdrop of swirling clouds. He's headed straight for the building. He lands squarely in front of the building, his back to the audience. Suddenly, a dark void appears, demanding, find out about predation. Looking up at the building, he reflects, it's been a while since I came home. A memory surfaces, after my parents passed away, I stayed with my uncle. He remembers his uncle and aunt, who took him in after his parents' death. The memory of his uncle is clear. The words echo in his mind, uncle will be back late. He wonders, should he search for information regarding similar skills? Suddenly, a realization hits him. He finds himself surrounded by masked figures, a man seated calmly in their midst. Panic rises in the kneeling boy. He stares ahead, his gaze fixed on a shattered box and scattered contents. The boy's eyes widen in shock as he shouts, Kim Tae-hyun? A figure behind him reacts with a sinister ha? His eyes widen further as he exclaims, Hwang Jae-young? Why aren't you at school? The figure demands. A bead of sweat trickles down his brow as his eyes dart around, a clear sign of growing unease. An exclamation punctuates the tense atmosphere. The money and chips scatter across the floor. Hwang Jae-young, this bastard. The words explode with raw fury. He recalls, even before he regressed, he took all the money in the house and caused a huge fuss. Who's this bastard, he wonders, surveying the scene. He notices scattered money on the floor. To think that'd be today, he realizes, the gravity of the situation settling in. He's grabbed roughly by the head, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he looks up at the looming figures. Wow, a voice says, surprised. It turns out to be Jae-young's cousin. I was wondering who it was, but it was Jae-young's cousin. A beat of stunned silence hangs in the air, punctuated only by a stark exclamation mark. A menacing voice breaks the silence. If you don't want to get beaten up, don't get involved and just pass by. The menacing figure continues, stating their intention, we'll take what we need and leave. The figure continues, now addressing someone directly, unawakened Hyun Nim. He places a hand on the other's head, a sinister smirk playing on his lips. He gazes upward, his expression unreadable. The sinister smirk deepens, promising ill intent. Perfect, he thinks, the word dripping with dark satisfaction. He declares, I wanted to test it, before landing a swift punch. His target, however, seems to have withstood the blow, prompting a surprised, what? The force of the blow sends the target hurtling through the air. The force sends him crashing through what appears to be a wall. He continues to fly backwards, the impact sending him reeling. His eyes widen in shock as he continues to hurtle backwards. Kiak, he gasps, still flying backwards. He's ambushed by two figures in gas masks, their sudden appearance prompting a shout of disbelief. The attack lands with a resounding yak. He looks down in disbelief at his assailant. The force of the blow sends him reeling. His eyes widen in shock as he cries out, W. Wait! The word predation booms out, signaling a devastating attack. The predation lands, sending his opponent crashing to the ground. A sinister smirk spreads across his face. The predation function is now inaccessible. His eyes widen slightly as the system message confirms the loss of his predation function. Lying on the ground, he's clearly confused. Question marks float above his head, mirroring his bewildered expression. A simple, stark question fills the void. What? The stark word echoes, predation. His eyes widen in horror, sweat beading on his brow. He reaches out, a desperate plea etched on his face. Didn't activate. The stark question hangs in the air, unanswered. His eyes lock onto a figure emerging from the shadows, and he gasps, "You." The figure's appearance provokes a furious outburst, "Crazy bastard." He's sent flying backwards by a powerful blow. The force of the blow sends him hurtling downwards. He cries out as he slams into the ground. "Die!" the masked figures scream, closing in. He's sent sprawling, his face contorted in a grimace as the masked figures descend upon him. Chains erupt from the masked figure, ensnaring their target with bind, C. Simultaneously, the hero is afflicted with poison, C. The masked figure unleashes a torrent of purple energy, while the hero counters with a blast of green. The hero is struck by another attack, bleed, C. The hero fires a blast of green energy, but a wave of purple surges toward him, accompanied by the ominous words, bleed, C. His eyes widen in alarm as the attack closes in. Tears stream down his face as the attack hits. The blinding light engulfs him. The world dissolves into a flash of white, the impact resonating with a sharp OK. The light subsides, revealing a drastically altered environment. A strange, purple-tinged sky now dominates the horizon. One of them reaches out a hand, as if trying to grasp the bizarre energy crackling above. "How dare an unawakened pretend to be awakened?" the voice booms with fury. He doesn't even know his place. The booming voice continues, laced with disdain. His gaze sharpens, a flicker of determination in his eyes despite the booming voice. Suddenly, a system message appears, the usage of skill has been sensed. A shadowy figure emerges amidst a swirling vortex of energy. A startled gasp escapes him. Then, a system message confirms the grim reality, bind poison bleed confirmed. The shadowy figure's attack lands, the effects taking hold. He cries out in agony as the shadowy tendrils tighten their grip. Despite the shadowy attack, a mysterious power allowed him to resist. It suddenly didn't work. He thinks, his brow furrowed in confusion. The power now encasing his hand neutralized skills as it pleased. "I don't know what's," he begins to say, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Going on, he struggles to articulate, a visible confusion etched on his face as the world seems to blur around him. His eyes widen in terror as a dark shape hurtles toward him. A flurry of dark, sharp objects descends upon him. He raises his arms in a desperate attempt to shield himself from the onslaught. The barrage intensifies, and a deafening OK resonates through the air. The attack continues, obliterating everything in its path. A sinister smile spreads across his face as the devastating attack continues. He says, "For now." His expression is unreadable. The scene shifts to a view of the ceiling. Something falls quickly. The man stands over the fallen bodies. "I guess," he begins to say. The man continues, "I've learned 2 things, huh?" The words "the status" appear. The status window, visible only to the awakened, displays Kim Tae-hyun's stats. He is 19 years old with a rank of E, strength of 3, and stamina of 6. His speed is 5, and his mana is 10. Fatigue is at 71%, with 10 out of 10 magic left. He has 2 skills, predation, which allows him to prey on a desired target, and stone skin, which can strengthen his body. The status window details information on the awakened, but not all of it is displayed. Though mana wasn't lacking, predation didn't activate. The skill, predation, can prey on a desired target, and it costs 5 mana. In other words, factors other than mana must be affecting predation's use. Furthermore, there's a passive effect of the skill not mentioned in its description. He stands ready, surrounded by a menacing aura of red energy. The skill resists and neutralizes skills related to abnormal conditions, such as poisoning or bleeding. Well, he begins, a plan forming. I can gradually confirm whether my speculations are correct. He looks off to the side, a thoughtful expression on his face. A shadow looms behind him, hinting at a potential threat. More importantly, he thinks, a single tear escaping his eye. His thoughts are interrupted by a sudden, disembodied question: "What are you doing?" The hero kneels, hands pressed against the floor. A strange energy emanates from the ground beneath him. A surge of power erupts from the floor. A voice booms out, "Hyungnim, after seeing such an impressive side of you, I, Hwang Jae-young, your cousin, am reflecting on my actions." The cousin begs, "Please forgive me this one time." The cousin continues to debase himself, promising, "Whether it's licking your shoes, or barking like a dog, I'll do whatever you tell me to." A voice then mutters, "How pathetic. I knew this guy was a damn fox back then." A voice thinks, continuing, "But who knew it was this bad?" The cousin continues to humiliate himself, barking and growling like a dog. However, a voice interjects, declaring, "The urgent issue isn't him." "But another incident that'll happen today," a voice ominously declares, as a monstrous figure looms over the city. A sense of unease settles over the city's inhabitants as they walk the streets, unaware of the impending danger looming above. With a strained expression, he declares, "Fine, I'll forgive you." Really," comes the incredulous reply. "But there's a condition, in return," the text declares. The condition is revealed: "Come with me to get something done." The smaller man looks up at him, awaiting his response. He stands with his arms crossed, an enigmatic smile playing on his lips. A stunned silence falls over the room, the question hanging heavy in the air. The scene shifts to a large industrial complex under a sky heavy with dark clouds. A sign warns, "Restricted area, unauthorized entry prohibited." The scene shifts, now focusing on a large industrial complex. A sign blares a stark warning: "Restricted area, do not enter. Authorized personnel only." This is. A voice trails off, the speaker yet to be revealed. The speaker is revealed, a man in a suit, flanked by two others who look around in shock at the shattered remains of the facility. The words "a gate break" flash across the scene, leaving the audience to wonder what it means. The gate shatters, and monstrous figures pour through the opening. The group stares up in horror as monstrous figures emerge from the shattered gate. It's a gate break, a phenomenon where monsters appear as a path to the abyss suddenly opens up. If left unattended, dungeon disaster will occur. Looking up at the unfolding disaster, a man notes grimly, "It's been 10 years since the last dungeon break. The gate was suddenly created, so the monsters are swarming over," the man states, his expression grim. "Judging from the man begins to say. The man's warning hangs heavy in the air. If we don't do anything, the dungeon disaster is only moments away." Another voice cuts in, laced with panic, "Should we get the neighborhood areas to evacuate?" Amidst the rising panic, a voice booms out, "No need." "No need," the voice declared. The booming statement continues, the next word hanging in the air, because we have my skill, barrier, B, on our side." A red, hexagonal barrier now stands between them and the approaching monsters. The monsters loom, their grotesque features visible even through the red barrier. Standing firm, the man in the suit is silhouetted against the barrier. His glowing glasses hint at the power he wields. A monstrous growl echoes as the text reveals, on top of that, the rank for this gate break is only C. The monstrous form emerges amidst crackling energy. The text clarifies, that means the strongest monster that comes out of the gate would be C rank. In other words, even in case of an unanticipated crisis, the text reads, as the monstrous growl intensifies. The worst-case scenario can be avoided, the man finishes, standing calmly as monstrous figures tower behind him. "Team leader," someone exclaims, disbelief ringing in their voice. The man's face is set, his gaze intense and unwavering. The creature roars, its single eye glowing with menacing intent. The creature lunges forward, its razor-sharp teeth bared in a terrifying snarl. He's struck, the force of the blow sending him reeling. Staggering backward, he grits his teeth, the force of the attack evident. As B-rankers, he's sent flying, a massive, expressing his shock at the sudden turn of events. Then, falling, he shouts, "Shouldn't it be okay, sir?" He sprints forward, a look of desperation etched on his face. Sprinting forward, he shouts, "You said the control personnel are already there, sir?" An irritated voice cuts him off mid-sentence. "Shut up with the sir." "You're right," a voice confirms. The initial mana estimate for the gate break is C rank. However, the control personnel are B rank, so there shouldn't be any issues against C rank opponents. "Yeah. That's what I'm saying," he shouts, his face contorted with passion. But a thought bubble reveals a crucial caveat, but only if it's actually a C rank dungeon. His eyes widen in disbelief. His eyes widen, a silent, expressing his shock at the scene before him. Before him lies a scene of carnage, monstrous bodies strewn across the battlefield. "How strange," he mutters, surveying the aftermath. He reaches out, his hand hovering over one of the fallen beasts. A thought bubble appears. "These low-rank monsters pierced through my barrier, B? It can't be," he thinks, sweat beading on his brow. A look of disbelief washes over his face. The impossible realization hits him: is the mana overflowing from here above my rank? The realization dawns on him: Team leader? Something powerful is inside the gate. From within the gate, monstrous figures emerge, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent. He's thrown back, a massive impact registering as he collides with something unseen. A brutal impact shakes him. He's slammed against a barrier, the force of the impact visible in the shattering energy field. The force sends him sprawling, along with his colleagues, onto the floor. The impact reverberates with a deafening crash. Razor-sharp teeth threaten to shred everything in their path. "What?" he begins to say, his eyes wide with disbelief. A cacophony erupts as he struggles to comprehend what he's seeing. "Is that?" he wonders aloud, his voice trailing off in disbelief. The sound echoes, a deafening wah that shakes the very foundations of their reality. The world distorts in a wash of crimson and white. A horde of monstrous figures materializes, their red eyes burning with malevolent intent. The trio finds themselves in a shattered, otherworldly space, surrounded by floating, crimson shards. A deafening crash echoes through the shattered space. A sudden, shocking event unfolds. A guttural grroohh echoes as the monstrous figure looms. The monstrous figure's glowing red eyes pierce the darkness, its jagged teeth bared in a terrifying display. The monstrous figure is identified as a giant ogre, rank A. Stammering, the man manages to choke out, "It wasn't C." His eyes widen in disbelief. But A. Energy beams tear through the air. The beams strike, erupting in a massive explosion. The explosion rocks the area. Amidst the chaos of the explosion, a voice shouts, "Young, let's say you're right." He screams in desperation, a single tear escaping his eye. "But this is ridiculous," he exclaims, his voice laced with disbelief and anger. "How the hell do you know all of this?" "Because I've already gone through this," he thinks, a chilling realization washing over him. Far from seeing monsters, they didn't even issue an evacuation order. "Intuition," he states, realization dawning on him. "Ha? My intuition says it's so." His face contorted with disbelief, he shouts, "You're lying. Don't tell me you're trying to fool me." He begins, but his words are cut short by a monstrous roar. A horde of grotesque creatures descends upon the city. Before he can finish, a wave of panic washes over the man beside him as he stares up at the approaching horde. A sharp intake of breath escapes him. "Run!" A desperate shout rings out as the monstrous horde crashes through the gate. It's a gate break. Panic etched on her face, she sprints alongside the fleeing crowd. Screams of terror fill the air. "Ack! Help!" A crazed grin stretches across the face of one of the fleeing students as he wonders aloud what's going on. An ominous voice echoes, "You remember what I told you to do, right? Go on then." Below, another student cries out, "Young, what about you?" The student, face contorted in a crazed expression, seems to be asking me? His eye widens, a single bead of sweat trickling down his face. His face twisted in determination, he vows, I'll get rid of those F curs and be right behind you. His resolve hardening, he moves forward, his enhanced arm crackling with energy. He takes a determined step forward, the sound echoing with a sharp thump. The city sprawls before him, a dark silhouette against the night sky, dominated by a towering skyscraper. Gazing out over the city, he states grimly, "Just as you said, the situation's escalating quickly." The situation worsens. The gate break that was thought to be C-rank turned out to be A-rank. Reinforcements are unavailable, as others are occupied with dungeon conquests and abyss exploration. The gravity of the situation hangs heavy as he declares, "Now, the only solution to this crisis is for an A-rank awakened," he exclaims, a desperate plea etched on his face. The desperate plea hangs in the air as a voice booms, "You're our only hope." The cries intensify, "Help us." The desperation in their voices is palpable. The hero's voice cuts through the pleas, "Blade of lunacy," on Hyunsu roars, tears streaming down his face, his eyes glowing with an eerie light. A-rank awakened, blade of lunacy, on Hyunsu. A terrifying power emanates from him. "Everyone, hang in there!" On Hyunsu shouts, his words a desperate plea to his comrades. A monstrous figure with glowing red eyes and jagged teeth is struck by a powerful, blinding attack. The monster reels from the force of the blow, its glowing eyes momentarily dimming. The monster is engulfed by the radiant energy, its body violently convulsing from the impact. The monster cries out as the hero's attack lands with devastating force. The monster is sent flying backwards, debris scattering around it. With a final burst of energy, the hero unleashes another attack. The hero's attack lands, a red glow enveloping the monster. The monster recoils from the impact, a guttural roar escaping its jaws. The monster cries out as the red energy intensifies around him. The red energy surges violently around the monster. The red energy intensifies, now swirling around the monster's smiling face as he declares, as expected. The monster's ability, predation, failed because of fatigue, currently at 52%. It won't activate if fatigue passes 70%. The system explains that most skills are activated based on the usage of mana. A glowing orb of mana floats above a hand, but the system warns, that doesn't mean you only have to worry about mana. That's because of. The system interrupts itself, revealing the real danger, fatigue. A large red X hovers over the exhausted figure, as arrows point down, emphasizing the crushing fatigue. The system elaborates, fatigue increases with skill usage or physical activity. The higher the fatigue, the weaker the skills and the heavier the body feels. It's unfortunate that there's a lot to consider. The system states, before revealing a crucial detail, but I found out that if you absorb dead monsters, instead, you can recover mana without the usage of mana. The system reveals a game-changing advantage. He reaches out, ready to absorb the mana from the fallen monster. But the system interrupts his attempt. The target's life activity has stopped, so mana will not be consumed. The system then announces, you have succeeded in a complete predation and have recovered your mana. And what's great? A voice echoes as a sinister smile spreads. Is that I can get stronger? The darkness spreads, consuming the scene. His rank has risen to D, along with his skills, predation, and stone skin. A sinister grin spreads across his face. Red tendrils erupt from the ground around him, the city skyline looming in the background. The more a looming threat rises around him. I use predation, the more I can grow, he booms, his form shimmering with power. He continues, musing on his potential, at this rate of growth, I can become S-rank or SS-rank. But then, a resounding "no" echoes, cutting through the Demon King's self-assured pronouncements. He continues, now boasting, I might be able to become the first SSS rank. He then confidently declares, then that's basically done. Amidst the destruction, he pauses, a question forming in his mind, should I go back to Huang Jie? His brow furrows, a question hanging in the air, question mark. The air explodes with force. Buildings crumble as the monstrous figure descends. A wave of disbelief washes over them. You dirty monster, the hero shouts, charging forward, energy crackling around his fist. He declares, I'll get payback for the souls of the people you killed. With unwavering resolve, An Hyun-soo declares, this warrior of justice, An Hyun-soo, will judge you. Tears streaming down his face, An Hyun-soo lets out a ferocious yell. The question hangs in the air, unanswered. An Hyun-soo stares ahead, a look of disbelief etched on his face as debris floats in the air. The title card appears, Return with the Power of the King. The title card reads, Return with the Power of the King. KAAA. The sound of an explosion rips through the air. The hero unleashes a blinding strike against the monstrous figure looming above. The titan roars in fury, its red eyes burning with rage. The hero's eyes glow with power as he channels his energy into a focused beam. The force of the hero's strike sends tremors through the very air. The hero's attack shatters against an unseen barrier. The hero's attack is deflected, energy scattering in all directions. The monstrous figure roars, its red eyes burning with fury. The hero is sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. The force of the impact sends him skidding across the floor. The force sends him crashing through a building. The force of the impact shatters the building. Amidst the swirling dust and debris, a shadowy figure emerges. Standing amidst the wreckage, he looks around, a flicker of shock in his eyes. Staring into the distance, he thinks, he easily defeated an A-ranked monster. This must be the A-ranked awakened who single-handedly solved the gate break before I regressed. The announcement booms, Blade of Lunacy, An Hyun-soo. The announcement declares the newcomer, Blade of Lunacy, An Hyun-soo. He's just as strong as I've heard, someone exclaims, clearly impressed by the newcomer. A chilling chuckle echoes as someone mutters, idiotic monster. He died at the hands of my justice sword. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he points a finger, a star-shaped glint flashing beside him. The voice continues, declaring, he's also as stupid as I heard. But a looming threat interrupts, the word hanging ominously in the air. The question hangs heavy, why is An Hyun-soo here? Before he regressed, he knew that An Hyun-soo had a bloody battle with a giant ogre on the other side of the city. Addressing the citizens, An Hyun-soo clasps his hands in what appears to be a silent prayer. I hope you'll be at peace up there, he says, his words a somber farewell. An Hyun-soo's gaze lifts, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he stares into the dark expanse above. A question hangs in the air, is he? Suddenly, a system message flashes, skill sensed. His eyes widen in shock as the system registers something unexpected. He deflects the attack, blood spraying as the blade narrowly misses its mark. The attack narrowly misses, but a surprised what escapes him. A guttural kiak escapes him as blood splatters from his mouth. I caught you, An Hyun-soo, the words declare. The figure looms, a single, piercing red eye glaring down. I caught you, An Hyun-soo, he declares. The figure looms closer, his skeletal face a terrifying mask. The city lies in ruins, a desolate landscape under a swirling, ominous sky. A sharp pain shoots through him, and he finds himself back in the sterile, tiled room. He's back in what appears to be a clothing store, the sudden transition leaving him disoriented. He finds a woman lying unconscious on a makeshift bed. The woman remains unconscious, her face pale against the makeshift pillow. She remains still, her unconscious state unchanged. Is this really okay? A voice wonders, the question hanging heavy in the air. He looks down, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Doubt clouds his features as he wonders, is this really okay? The reality of the situation crashes down on him. Tonight, a lot of people will die. His eyes widen with a dawning horror. The weight of his earlier realization intensifies, as he hears, one of those people is our school nurse. The news hits him hard. Choi Na-young. The realization hits him with full force, a massive, punctuates his shock. The chilling words echo, she'll die by focusing on relief activities rather than evacuating. Monstrous figures loom over a woman clutching a child. The question hangs heavy in the air, you can put people to sleep using your sleep skill, right? He responds, a visible bead of sweat forming on his face, why yeah. The command is given, then put Choi Na-young to sleep and evacuate her to a safe place. A voice declares, I'll handle the rest. The man's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of apprehension crossing his face. Darkness descends. The man wonders aloud, how does Tae-hyun know all this? A sudden thought strikes him, perhaps. The realization dawns on him. Does that make sense, he wonders, the question hanging heavy in the air? He's struck by the only logical conclusion. But there's no other explanation, he exclaims. Yeah. The realization hits him with full force. Tae-hyun. He mutters, the name hanging heavy in the air. No. Tae-hyun, he shouts, the realization hitting him hard. Awakened. A skill to see the future, he exclaims, gazing at the cards swirling around him. But then, a grim realization dawns on him. No. Seeing the future, he thinks, initially excited. But then, a firm denial cuts through his thoughts. I said no. But the implications of seeing the future are too much. That's crazy. Crazy, he exclaims, sweat beading on his brow. Suddenly, a voice calls out, simply saying, hey. Anyway. A new bubble reads, signaling a shift in the conversation. Under the eerie glow of the moon, the scene shifts. A thought bubble appears, nothing will go wrong. The optimism was premature. A frustrated damn it. Echoes. Despite the earlier frustration, a determined smile spreads across his face, even as blood splatters around him. Suddenly, a stark realization hits, something's gone seriously wrong. The scale of the battle becomes terrifyingly clear. A giant, monstrous figure looms over the landscape, while a lone figure desperately tries to escape its grasp. Eyes narrowed in fury, he demands, who are you? Clutching at his chest, blood dripping from his mouth and nose, he roars, reveal your identity. A chilling laugh echoes as he stands, seemingly unfazed by the attack. You're alive even after having a vital point stabbed. How surprising. Towering over his opponent, he muses, A-ranks are really different, after all. A twisted grin spreads across his face. This will make hunting fun. Suddenly, the screen displays information about a new opponent, B-ranked villain Han Sang-do, whose skill is stealth, B. They call the awakened who commit crimes, villains. The chilling word villains hangs in the air as the B-ranked villain Han Sang-do stands amidst the chaos, blades glinting in his hands. And of those who commit crimes, B-ranked villain Han Sang-do stands above them all. Han Sang-do is more than just a villain, he's a homicidal maniac who slaughtered people for his own twisted pleasure during the gate break. But a sinister presence looms, a chilling smile hinting at the villain's cruel intentions. I'm sure they never met before I regressed, a voice states, revealing a shocking truth. The shocking revelation sparks a sudden realization, did the future change because of me? A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he stares into the distance, the weight of that possibility settling heavily upon him. His eyes burning with fury, he roars, you evil bastard. The accusation rings out, you were a villain. Power crackles around him as he vows, I'll punish you with my own hands. He lunges forward, a fist aimed directly at the viewer. His fist connects with a sickening KE, and the impact sends a painful AH. Echoing through the air. The impact reverberates, shaking the very air. A surge of power erupts as he unleashes a blinding golden energy. His opponent, eyes wide with shock, barely manages to raise his daggers in defense as the golden energy surges toward him. The force of the blow sends a shockwave rippling outwards. The monstrous opponent, teeth bared in a ferocious snarl, unleashes another devastating blast of energy. The figure above raises dual blades, preparing to strike amidst a hail of debris. The dual blades meet the incoming energy, a blinding flash erupting on impact. The monster's maw opens wide, a deafening flayawash filling the air as it lunges forward. The monster's fangs close in with terrifying speed. What? A giant ogre? The realization dawns as the monster's form becomes clearer. The protagonist is sent flying backwards, blood dripping from his mouth. A sinister figure, wielding a dagger, closes in for the kill. A monstrous laugh echoes as the ogre witnesses the protagonist's regenerative ability. What an incredible regeneration ability! As expected of an A-rank monster. A surge of energy erupts around the ogre, indicated by bright streaks of light. The ogre's fist glows with power as he prepares to strike. The ogre lunges forward, his multiple red eyes burning with malice. The ogre's attack lands, creating a shockwave of dust and debris. The ogre cackles, confident in his attack. Cack. There's no way you can win. The ogre's words are cut short as a massive force sends him flying. There's no helping it. He lands hard, the ground cracking beneath his feet. I'll leave on Hyunsu to that bastard. Anyway. He mutters, his red eyes gleaming with renewed resolve. Gripping his weapon tightly, a sinister grin spreads across his face. The sinister grin now fully formed, he muses, to think we had a spectator. He stands over his opponent, hands casually in his pockets. Ka-ha-ha. Nice, he roars, swinging his weapon. The more prey there is, the better. Then, a surge of power erupts around him. His eyes widen with a mix of shock and determination. The command rings out, die. His face contorted in a grotesque grin, the attacker lunges, screaming, die. The path stretches onward, a stark black line against the blinding white expanse. Die. The shout echoes as a blade flashes, aimed downward. His eyes glow with malice, tongue lolling out as he prepares to strike. The blade descends, a blinding flash reflecting off its surface. The blade continues its descent. A sinister smile creeps across his face as the blade hurtles toward its target. As the blade descends, he utters a single, dismissive word, moron. The blade shatters against an unseen barrier. Standing his ground, he appears unfazed by the shattered blade. The impact sends him reeling. Blood trickles down his face, his eyes wide with shock. The force of the blow sends him flying. Kiki, you bastard, he shouts, regaining his footing and lunging forward, blade in hand. So you're an awakened, a voice booms. The speaker identifies his opponent as B-rank villain, Han Sang-do. An exclamation hangs in the air as Han Sang-do grips a cylindrical object tightly in his fist. The lunatic who's going around committing murder, a voice narrates. He's using the stealth skill. It's you, isn't it? The accusation hangs heavy in the air. Great, comes the sarcastic reply. A sinister grin spreads across his face. Running into you. His hand glows with a menacing red aura, now encased in jagged, dark stone. The dark stone encasing his hand begins to crack, revealing the intense red energy within. The title card appears, Return with the Power of the King. The stone shatters completely, revealing the full force of the power within. The man lunges forward, his swords flashing with a menacing aura. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he prepares to strike. SFX, yak. The swords descend with a resounding YAK. The swords crash down, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through the air. The swords collide, the impact creating a shower of sparks. The swords continue to clash, the force of their impact creating powerful gusts of wind. The protagonist grits his teeth, his enhanced arm poised to strike. His opponents, however, are already moving in for another attack. Swords flash as the battle intensifies. The protagonist's opponents press their advantage, blades aimed with deadly precision. The fight intensifies, his opponent's enhanced fist colliding with his own. He braces for the impact. The force of the blow sends him flying. His opponent follows through, a powerful strike aimed directly at him. Kiki. You're certainly skilled enough to be confident, he admits, as the blow connects. Who knew that the blade's useless on? He begins to say, mid-attack. Useless on you, he finishes, his stone-covered fist raised high. The voice booms out, echoing through the cloudy sky, I don't know how you know of me. But it won't be long before you regret it, the giant continues, a cloud of dust erupting around him. The giant's voice echoes, but you must be thinking you have a chance of winning because my attacks aren't working on you. But you see, kiddo. The giant's voice booms, a sinister tone creeping into his words. The hero's eyes widen as he stares down, a sudden realization hitting him. The giant's words continue, the ominous sentence hanging heavy in the air, you should Know that the world doesn't go according to your plans. The giant's words reverberate, a chilling warning hanging in the air. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he brandishes a gleaming blade. The blade descends, poised to strike. The blade strikes, shattering the ground in a burst of energy. Stealth, the text declares. So, in the end, he hit himself? The words hang in the air, unanswered. But he must know that won't change the fact that the thought breaks off, unfinished. The focus shifts to his eyes, narrowed in determination. His attacks, he thinks, eyes narrowed with intense focus, are still useless, he declares, his confidence unwavering amidst the swirling energy. He swings his weapon down with immense force. The protagonist, eyes wide with alarm, hears the villain's taunting question, "You sure about that?" A sudden, silent impact rocks the scene. A powerful blow slams into the ground, sending shockwaves outward. The hero reels, blood spraying as a devastating blow connects. His eyes widen in shock. A swift blade descends. "Blood," he exclaims, the realization hitting him hard. His eyes widen in horror. "Blood," he repeats, the shock evident on his face. A chilling laugh echoes, a stark contrast to his earlier shock. "Ha ha ha ha." The chilling laughter continues, echoing ominously. The figure's fist hurtles forward, a blur of motion. "Do you even know how many guys like you I've hunted?" he roars. His words echo with power, those who mistake their skills to be invincible. The hero raises his arms to defend himself as his opponent's blade descends. The descending blade flashes as the opponent taunts, "With your weakness exposed, you're just flustered and dying to run away, aren't you?" The opponent's words loom large, "You better understand this before you die," the opponent's voice booms. Eyes wide with fury, he unleashes a barrage of attacks. A storm of purple energy descends as the opponent declares, "All skills have a..." The words trail off, leaving the threat hanging in the air. "Have a weakness," he roars, purple energy erupting around him. The word weakness materializes in the air, glowing with menacing purple energy. His menacing grin widens as a surge of power erupts from below. The ground is now stained with blood. He looks down, his gaze fixed on the blood-soaked floor. He gasps for air, blood dripping from his mouth. Between ragged breaths, he thinks, who knew stone skin had such a flaw? Dust swirls around him as he stands, his stone-covered hands clenched. The stone skin wasn't completely effective, it turns out. Unbearable shock threatened to crush the stone entirely. The stone begins to crumble. The text reveals that part of the stone will be replaced with a stone of remarkably lower durability. He was aiming for this from the start. The words reveal a deeper strategy at play. The enemy stands before him, radiating a menacing aura, twin blades glinting in his hands. The enemy looms, his stance unwavering. But as I expected, he thinks, his gaze unwavering. "I'm sure now that a hand-to-hand fight is still doable even against a B-ranked opponent," he thinks, a confident smirk playing on his lips. "So my physical abilities aren't those of an average D-rank after all," he realizes, a surge of confidence coursing through him. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, questioning, "Should we wrap up the test now?" His eyes widen in disbelief at the unexpected question. "What?" he exclaims, the word hanging heavy in the air. A burst of maniacal laughter erupts. "Did you go mad after being hit?" the voice taunts. Driven into a corner, the voice booms, the words vibrating through the air. The clash rings out. "B-rank villain Han Sango, do you know why I wanted to?" The voice begins, the question hanging in the air. "Meet you," the villain finishes, his eyes wide with an unsettling intensity. The villain erupts in laughter, cutting off whatever Han Sango was about to say. "Ha ha! What the heck are you yapping about?" he demands. A strange sound echoes as the villain's eye twitches violently. A sharp crack echoes, seemingly emanating from the villain's head. The villain's motive is revealed, "Because I wanted to take your skill." A sinister smile spreads across his face as he reaches out, a thorny vine snaking towards his target. The ground shatters as a wave of energy erupts. He stares up in disbelief, questioning, What on earth is this wicked mana? This bastard was hiding this the whole time, he thinks, rage building as he sees the blade. But what could this mean? A sinister grin spreads across his face, his eyes wide with manic glee. He. You idiot, the voice booms, laced with cruel amusement. I don't know what witch skill this is, he exclaims, as a spectral figure materializes, blades drawn. You think you can hit me when you can't even see me, the voice taunts, as the unseen figure prepares to strike. Didn't you say it yourself? The voice echoes, as a red aura intensifies around the unseen figure. The red aura intensifies as the voice continues, questioning, didn't you say it yourself, that every skill has a weakness? I realized this after devouring monsters several times, the voice reveals, as a horde of monstrous figures appear below the ominous red aura. The voice continues, revealing, among those monsters, countless escaped my sight. A hand reaches out amidst the ominous red glow, seemingly grasping at something unseen. The monster's grotesque face contorts as it reaches upwards, its red eyes gleaming in the ominous light. But in the end, predation gobbled up all of them, a voice declares ominously, sealing their fate. Simply put, the voice continues, its threat hanging heavy in the air, wherever you hide. I will find you. Red tendrils lash out, encircling the protagonist, as he prepares to meet the unseen threat head-on. Wherever you run away to. The voice echoes, as the protagonist, now fully ensnared, can only utter a single word of disbelief, what? One eye burns crimson, the other weeps blood. The voice booms, declaring, predation will get to you no matter what. A piercing shriek tears through the air. A blade descends, poised to strike. The blade strikes home, accompanied by a guttural cry. The blade tears through flesh, a crimson spray erupting from the wound. A dark energy explodes outwards from the point of impact. The force of the blow sends shockwaves rippling outwards. The darkness expands, obscuring everything. The darkness recedes, revealing a sprawling cityscape under a sky tinged with pink and violet. The cityscape stretches out before them, bathed in the soft light of dawn. He lies prone amidst the rubble, the dawn's light doing little to illuminate the devastation around him. Damn it! He thinks, frustration evident. If only that cunning villain hadn't gotten the better of him. He remains motionless, face down in the dirt. Defeat hangs heavy in the air. The hero lies defeated, bloodied, and face down in the dirt. Even he, on Hyunsu, realizes, cannot defy death. From above, a looming figure with piercing red eyes descends. The towering figure advances, his red eyes burning with malevolent intent. He lies defeated amidst the rubble. Collapse. A guttural growl emanates from the defeated figure. The growl intensifies into a furious roar. The roar explodes as he throws a punch, his eyes burning with rage. RGH, he screams as the punch connects, a red aura radiating from the point of impact. The force of the blow sends shockwaves rippling outwards. The force of the impact shatters the surrounding area. A guttural growl rumbles from the monster's throat, its red eyes burning with fury. A pained RGH escapes the monster. The monster collapses, defeated. But even as the monster falls, a new threat appears. He screams, his face contorted in anguish as a blinding light erupts before him. What the hell? A voice questions. You're totally flat on the ground. A monstrous figure looms over him, its red eyes burning with malice. Towering over him, the figure speaks, no wonder. After all, the figure finishes. It is way more comfortable. The title card appears, Return with the Power of the King. Next, Chapter 7 begins. The sky shifts from dark storm clouds to a radiant sunrise, signaling a new day. A new day dawns over the city, the radiant sunrise painting the skyscrapers in gold. But a sudden gasp breaks the calm. A man and woman stand frozen, their eyes wide with shock. Lying motionless on the floor, a figure is discovered. The silence shatters as a voice booms, Mom. Dad. I'm home. The two figures burst into laughter at the sight of the motionless body. Uncle, everything's fine, right? A worried voice asks. Tears stream down her face as she anxiously asks, Uncle, everything's fine, right? A guttural groan escapes him. My goodness! We were worried the monsters got you, a voice exclaims. A loud ha 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 rings out, followed by, nothing happened. Isn't that right, Hyung? Maybe not for you since you weren't home, a voice retorts, but the house is a wrecked mess as if someone ravaged the place. A shout of, pierces the air as the same voice insists, no, nothing happened. Isn't that right, Hyung? A sinister giggle echoes as he replies, kikik. I can't really say. The camera pans out, revealing a cityscape. The phone screen displays breaking news, a huge gate break after 10 years. A grim-faced news anchor is shown alongside a monstrous image. Breaking news. The words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken dread. As per the guidelines by the government, the words appear, cut off mid-sentence. A monstrous figure looms in the background, its eyes glowing ominously. The live broadcast continues, delivering the unbelievable news. As of right now, the gate break warning has been completely lifted. But behind the speaker, a monstrous figure looms, unseen by the oblivious public. The broadcast continued, relaying the government's decision. Considering the possibility of a subsequent outbreak, the government has ordered nearby schools to be closed for a weekend. Two suited figures stand guard outside a gated entrance. As news of survivors gradually trickles in, the public breathes a collective sigh of relief. Among the injured being treated, one mutters, not a C rank, but an A rank. When I came to, I was here, someone exclaims, their voice filled with confusion. When I came to, I was here, she exclaims, her arms outstretched in bewilderment. The officers appear to be taking notes. Dear citizens! I'm not the one who took down the giant ogre, he shouts, seemingly in denial. His denial continues, the words echoing, the true hero is someone else. However, the giant ogre's corpse was never found. And the whereabouts of the villain who attacked the public are now unknown. Amidst the rubble of the destroyed city, the two figures stand, surveying the devastation. Amidst the devastation, a growing concern spreads. People are concerned that the preventive measures for safety purposes may be insufficient. The broadcast cuts to a news segment, next on the news. He stares intently at his phone. Good, he mutters, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. Thankfully, there's no mention of me, he thinks, relief washing over him. A beep sound emanates from his phone. He smirks, seemingly pleased with whatever he's reading. He continues his ascent up the dilapidated stone steps. Okay, then. He mutters, a hint of resolve in his tone. His expression hardens, a sinister smile spreading across his face. A disembodied voice echoes, its sinister tone clear, shall we advance to the next stage? He stands on the tracks, the path ahead shrouded in shadow. Kim Tae-hyun's stats appear, he's 19, rank D, with 5% fatigue. His magic remains full. He has access to the skills Predation, Stone Skin, and Stealth. Now I have 3 skills. The skill Stealth is now available. The description for the Stealth skill appears, it can hide the body, costing 5 mana. Acquiring Stealth proved to be a particularly beneficial outcome. However, at his current level, using all 3 skills is still too difficult. He finds himself surrounded by a horde of monsters, their red eyes gleaming menacingly in the dim light. Escape seems impossible. He realizes that recklessly using his skills would quickly deplete his mana. And with his fatigue rising, it could be a devastating mistake. The best preventive measure against this is? He thinks, a plan beginning to form in his mind. Potions, he exclaims, the solution to his mana problem now clear. The answer, potions. Elixirs created for various purposes, such as mana or fatigue recovery. But a realization dawns, potions are pretty expensive. The realization hits him, I gotta hunt to earn money. He quickly realizes, and to hunt, I must have legal permission. Then, a realization dawns on him, actually, using skills without legal permission is considered illegal. Therefore, he concludes, so that leaves me with the only option. His hand presses firmly against the cold stone. The stone shifts slightly beneath his touch. Suddenly, a monstrous spider-like creature looms over him, its red eyes glowing ominously. He finds himself surrounded by monstrous spider creatures, their red eyes piercing the darkness. Exploring, the text declares. Undiscovered dungeons, the words loom large. How dare a mere mortal come here, one of the dungeon's denizens exclaims, their shock evident. Another wonders, how did he find us? A chilling laugh echoes as one of the creatures proposes, let's paralyze him and have a feast. The intruder observes them, surprised. Oh. They're great at talking too. Are they high in intelligence, he wonders aloud. The screen displays the name and rank of the creatures, Spider Sisters, rank B. He realizes, B rank isn't high enough to change my rank. A disturbing thought crosses his mind. Do I have to eat hundreds of them for that, he wonders aloud? An enraged voice booms, how dare you, you arrogant lowly human. The enraged creatures lunge forward, their red eyes burning with fury. Do you not realize the situation you're in, the voice challenges? A blinding flash erupts. The creatures' eyes glow with menacing red light. We're going to eat you alive, they shriek, their red eyes gleaming with malice as they close in. The creatures descend, a massive, glowing orb of energy crackling above. Ha 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 ha. How do you feel now? One of the creatures taunts, her fangs bared in a menacing grin. Do you feel yourself becoming unable to move and para? One of the creatures sneers, their red eyes gleaming with malice. Paralyzed, he exclaims, a smirk playing on his lips despite the apparent danger. Despite the creature's attempt, a mysterious power allowed him to resist. As I predicted, you had quite the useful skill, a voice booms from above. The group below grits their teeth, their eyes burning with rage. A wave of confusion washes over the group, their faces etched with uncertainty. Suddenly, a voice cries out, W8. A tense silence follows, punctuated only by a sense of growing unease. The air suddenly screams with the sound of metal grinding against metal. A deafening screech tears through the air. Below, a message flickers into view, you have succeeded in a complete. The message continues, confirming a complete predation. A new skill has been registered, paralysis. The camera pans up, revealing a towering skyscraper under a bright sky. The camera focuses on the new South Korea Player Association building. Two figures stand before the association's imposing doors, guarded by a fierce dragon mural above. Leaning in, she prepares to make her move. From her vantage point, she observes someone seated, casually enjoying a cup of coffee. The man she's been watching casually brings his cup to his lips, seemingly unaware of any danger. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave erupts. The shockwave reveals the announcement, two of the new South Korea Player Association's best players. HR Deputy Manager Go Tae-wook. The announcement echoes through the purple haze, player. The purple haze parts, revealing a monstrous, winged figure. Its red eyes burn with terrifying intensity. The text clarifies, these awakened individuals are legally permitted to use their skills for abyss exploration and dungeon clearing. Bathed in light, the protagonist stands ready. Behind him, two figures with glowing eyes watch intently. And currently, there are 5 player centers of the new South Korea Player Association. New South Korea's largest guilds are the 4 great guilds. And the fighters? Undivided. The narrator continues to explain the factions, stating, the crafters, alchemists. The narrator continues, the mages, magicians. The narrator continues listing the factions, the informants, nightwalkers. The narrator continues, the authorized agency that manages the players, including the 4 great guilds. The narrator continues the list, and finally, the Kianryang Association. The man in sunglasses stands before the symbol of yin and yang. The narrator concludes the list with the new South Korea Player Association. And right in front of me is. The narrator trails off, setting the stage for a new reveal. The narrator's intense gaze reveals the gravity of the situation. A familiar face appears, a slight smirk playing on their lips. It's been a long time, Chairman. She is Yu Ion, Guild Master of the Nightwalkers and an S-Rank player. The chairman, sporting an eye patch, acknowledges her arrival. Thanks for coming. I know you must be busy. A firm handshake seals the agreement. Below, the text identifies the man as Ji Jinui, chairman of the new South Korea Player Association and an S-Rank player himself. The chairman's question hangs in the air: did you discover something? A close-up reveals a glint in his eye, a subtle hint that he knows more than he lets on. A question arises, tinged with a hint of suspicion: you mean the Malignant Guild? The words Malignant Guild hang ominously in the air, underscored by a trio of skulls bathed in an eerie purple glow. The man's eyes widen, a manic grin spreading across his face as he brandishes a blade. Shadowy figures loom behind him, bathed in the same sinister purple glow. It is a criminal organization formed by the most brutal felons, even among villains. The guild members wear gold rings with 3 skulls carved on them. The information reveals the recent movements of the Malignant Guild. It also includes a list of players they. Oh. A voice trails off as they examine the document. But I'm sure you didn't call me just to receive a document in person, she says, a hint of suspicion in her voice. The other party presses, cutting to the chase, so what is it about? A sinister laugh escapes him as he looks down at the document. Well, do you know what it is? He asks, a glint in his eye. He looks up, stating directly, I wanted your opinion on something. The question hangs in the air: my opinion? The man holding the documents looks up, asking directly, Miss Ion, when did you take the player test? Ion responds, of course, when I became of qualifying age at 19 years old. Ion's eyes widen in surprise, an exclamation mark punctuating the moment. Ion's response hangs in the air as a thought bubble appears: Chairman, don't tell me. The camera focuses on the chairman's face, a faint smile playing on his lips. The chairman's thought continues, the bubble reading, do you think a high school student could rival a monster in a fight? The chairman wonders. The scene shifts to a cavernous space, stalactites hanging from the dark ceiling above a fractured, glowing floor. Perched atop a mountain of corpses, the figure sits in quiet contemplation. The camera descends, focusing on the cavern floor below. Hello, he asks into the phone. The figure then questions if he's speaking with one of the 4 great guilds, the alchemists. The thing is, he starts, hesitating on the other end of the line. The figure on the other end of the line states his request: I want to buy some potions. He reaches down, his hand hovering over a glowing, monstrous form. The title card appears, Return with the Power of the King. The story continues with Chapter 8. The 7-day school closure order from the gatebreak has ended. The 7-day closure lifted, students return to school, sunlight bathing the familiar grounds. But what exactly happened during that week-long break? During that break, the sound of HUA echoed as someone trained relentlessly with weights. That training paid off, granting him a boost to both stamina and strength. The training montage begins. The training montage continues as a chorus of KIEK echoes around him, signaling the arrival of new foes. The training intensifies with a powerful strike. I cleared some dungeons, a message declares, marking his progress. As so many mana stones, a voice exclaims, as the camera pans up to a towering building. It's revealed to be the headquarters of one of the 4 great guilds, the Alchemists. VIP. No, the Alchemists exclaim, quickly changing their tune. We shall treat you as an SVIP, so please agree to trade with the Alchemists. The Alchemists' faces are contorted in shock as they stare at the sheer volume of mana stones before them. The focus shifts to potion trading. Mana stones, the very core of monsters, can be utilized to craft potions or equipment. Besides that, Kim Taehyun's stats are revealed. He's 19 years old, a S-Rank, with full magic reserves. Kim Taehyun's skills are revealed: predation, stone skin, stealth, and paralysis. His rank is confirmed: C. A sound. SFX, thump. There's still a long way to go. He thinks, his expression thoughtful. Yet, the journey continues. He sits alone in a sunlit room, lost in thought. The classroom is filled with students, yet the focus remains on the empty desk in front. The weight of reality crashes down. I still have to go to school. The students gasp, their eyes wide with shock. Kim Taehyun, one exclaims, disbelief coloring his tone. Rumors swirl about the protagonist's recent actions. I heard a rumor about you beating up Beihuxa's lackeys. A voice booms, followed by a pressing question. Does that mean you've awakened? Whatever the case, Kim Tae-hyun is in big trouble. The question hangs heavy in the air as Kim Tae-hyun and his classmates react with shock and disbelief. Oh? Why? Don't you know? The questions are fired in quick succession. Now that things have escalated to this, the gravity of the situation becomes undeniably clear. Footsteps echo loudly as they advance. An exclamation hangs in the air. He looks up, a glint of determination in his eyes. A flurry of attacks descends. The force of the blows sends furniture flying. The men brace themselves against the onslaught. The force of the impact sends tremors through the room. The force sends one man flying back, crashing through a window. There's no way, a voice declares. Lee Young-jae will let things slide, the text declares ominously. The protagonist stares up at Lee Young-jae, whose feet are propped up on the desk, a clear sign of disrespect. The camera focuses on the back of Lee Jung-jae's chair, obscuring him from view. Been a while. Old friend. The words hang in the air, thick with unspoken history. Lee Jung-jae's face is finally revealed, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he stares directly ahead. Behind him, ghostly figures swirl in a hazy, red light. He sits casually, legs spread, a dark jacket draped over his shoulders. Lee Young-jae has awakened as an S-Rank. Lee Jung-jae's name is revealed. The Taesan Group, a third-generation chaebol, is revealed. The Taesan Group sponsors Taesan High School, but more importantly, it's revealed that someone is the boss of all the Taesan High's bullies. As well as... He's struck, blood flying from his face as he's sent reeling backward. Staggering back against a brick wall, he grits his teeth, blood dripping from his lip. Below, his opponent smirks, flanked by his own crew, bathed in the light of the alleyway. He wipes blood from his mouth, his expression a mix of pain and defiance. His opponent looms over him, a cruel smile plastered across his face. The words hang in the air, the main culprit who ordered Bae Hyuk-soo. The words echo, the main culprit who ordered Bae Hyuk-soo. A sinister smile plays on his lips. He continues, revealing the motive, to harass me for being unawakened. He scoffs, questioning, someone like you, friend? A mocking laugh follows. The response is immediate and harsh, cut the crap and fuck off. His eyes widen in shock as a red glow emanates around him. A surge of red energy explodes outward. Why you bastard, he shouts, pointing an accusing finger. Who do you think you're talking to, he roars, blood splattering around him. His fist hurtles forward. Can't you see, we're having a conversation, he asks, a sinister smirk playing on his lips. The blow lands, blood splattering as the student crumples under the force of the attack. URGHK, he groans, the force of the blow clearly taking its toll. A chilling kikik echoes, followed by the speaker addressing him directly, Kim Tae-hyun. Kim Tae-hyun sits, listening intently as the voice continues, I get that you're in high spirits after defeating Bae Hyuk-soo. The man's smile remains, but the tone shifts as he begins, however. Tae-hyun's eyes widen, a gasp escaping him as a fiery energy surges before him. The fiery energy intensifies, swirling into a vortex of power that leaves Tae-hyun visibly stunned. The source of the energy looms over Tae-hyun, a figure radiating immense power. The figure moves with incredible speed. Shouldn't you be more careful picking who to act up to, the figure warns. In front of? The words hang in the air, leaving the question unanswered. Is this the magic of an S-Rank awakened? The question hangs heavy as an intense aura emanates from the figure. It is indeed amazing, a voice declares, confirming the sheer power on display. The S-Rank awakened warns, you better listen while I'm being nice. A sinister smirk plays on the S-Rank awakened's lips, as he begins, but you see. I wonder how you'll face predation. The S-Rank awakened muses, a surge of ominous energy emanating from his hand. Ominous energy crackles around the S-Rank awakened's outstretched hand, the air itself seeming to vibrate with power. Lee Young-jae, that's enough. Now stop, a voice commands. Lee Young-jae remains unmoved, the ominous energy still swirling around him despite the command to stop. A deafening roar erupts. Screams fill the air as Lee Jungji's power intensifies, the energy around him becoming almost blinding. The intensity of Lee Jungji's power leaves everyone speechless. Amidst the blinding light, a name echoes, Lim Ah-hyung? Lim Ah-hyung's piercing gaze focuses intently, her eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. Her voice rings out, filled with power. Kim Tae-hyun, you as well. Enough of this. A sinister smirk creeps across Kim Tae-hyun's face as he stares back, seemingly unfazed by Ah-hyung's command. Lim Ah-hyung, he calls out, his voice echoing with a chilling intent. The focus shifts to Yoo Ah-young, half-sister to the president, bathed in a cool blue light that highlights her status as the model student and prospective first-ranker. She has countless nicknames and is expected to earn even more. The problem is, she's uncompromising. And simply won't back down. The man glances at her, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. Above them, the Korean word for reject hangs heavy in the air. Her fist clenches at her side, a subtle sign of her frustration. The man questions her words, demanding, "What do you mean stop? Someone might think I'm doing." He chuckles, a sinister glint in his eye. "Ha ha." He insists, "We're just friends having a chat." Her expression is unreadable as she questions, "Friends?" The question hangs in the air, "What about how you just punched him in the face?" Lim Ah-hyung, she states, finally revealing her name. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he warns, "Watch yourself." Got it? The threat hangs heavy in the air. "I'm going to use force if you don't leave on your own." Her eyes widen slightly, a subtle hint of apprehension flickering across her face as she prepares for the inevitable clash. The demand is issued, "Quit it and get lost." Suddenly, a voice booms, cutting through the tension, "You both need to stop." The voice continues, warning that at this rate, the whole classroom will be a total mess. His crimson eye glares upward, a silent challenge. Her gaze remains fixed, a steely resolve hardening her features. Let's quit it." "Yeah, just stop," he sighs, seemingly giving up. Despite his words, a sinister smile spreads across his face. He raises his hand, fingers curled in a mocking gesture. The sinister smile remains as he declares, "I have no intention of fighting you here." "Is that?" She begins, her expression unreadable as flames erupt around her. Flames engulf him, the heat intense. The flames rise higher, obscuring everything. The flames intensify as a voice booms, "What you expected me to say?" The flames swirl intensely around his feet. He screams, the flames now engulfing him entirely. A hand reaches out to her as she falls backwards into the inferno. The flames intensify, obscuring everything. The world dissolves into a blur of motion and fire. He clutches a ball of intense fire in his hand. A sharp ding echoes as his red eyes lock onto something. Ding! The woman's eyes widen in shock as she stares at her outstretched hand. Ding! He sits calmly, facing forward. An exclamation mark appears in a speech bubble. Suddenly, an exclamation mark appears, signaling a new development. The exclamation mark is followed by an announcement from the broadcasting club. The announcement comes from a nearby broadcasting system. The announcement echoes from the broadcasting system. The announcement continues, stating, "A special lecture will be organized by the Players Association in the main hall." The announcement concludes, so all students are expected to assemble in the main hall immediately. The announcement echoes again, cutting through the air. The announcement continues, the words hanging in the air, "A special lecture will be." Player Association. The announcement's final words hang in the air, tinged with uncertainty. The man's expression hardens, a subtle shift in his gaze betraying a growing unease. Her eyes glow with an eerie light, and she raises a hand, ready to unleash her power. A sinister smile creeps across his face, the sound of crackling energy filling the air. "My goodness," a voice whispers, the words hanging in the air. "Just know." The voice continues, the words now looming large. "That you're lucky," the voice booms, silencing the room. "To be in my presence." The words hang heavy in the air as the blue-haired girl extends her hand. He remains seated, back turned, as the girl's offer hangs in the air. Suddenly, a heavy thud echoes through the chamber. Silence descends, punctuated only by the ellipses in the speech bubble. Kim Tae-hyun, she utters, her expression unreadable. Are you okay? She asks, concern evident in her voice. It's okay, you don't need to thank me. He replies, deflecting her gratitude. A question hangs in the air. He turns towards her, a question cutting through the air. What are you doing standing there? He continues, demanding, didn't you hear the announcement to assemble in the main hall? A question mark hangs in the air as she responds, well then, I'll be going first, okay? Suddenly, a loud thud echoes as the girl's eyes widen in alarm. A sea of question marks swirls around her, reflecting her confusion. Has Kim Tae-hyun always been like that? A disembodied thought wonders. Has Kim Tae-hyun always been like that? The thought echoes, a lingering question hanging in the air. The question hangs in the air as the camera pans up, revealing the imposing architecture of the academy. The imposing architecture of the academy looms, its scale emphasizing the weight of the unanswered question. The camera focuses on the building's interior, the question of the lecture's purpose still lingering. A special lecture by the Player Association. What on earth is this lecture about? A sea of students fills the auditorium, all eyes fixed on the stage. A question hangs in the air, is it because of the gate break? Suddenly, a greeting booms through the auditorium, greetings everyone. The source of the booming voice introduces himself, my name is Go Tae-wook, HR Deputy Manager of the Player Association. Go Tae-wook continues, declaring, I'm here today for 2 reasons. Go Tae-wook elaborates on his reasons, stating, one is to apologize for the Players Association's lack of response to the gate break, and to provide safety training. Go Tae-wook pauses, the air thick with anticipation. And the second reason is, a surge of purple energy emanates from Go Tae-wook. The purple energy intensifies. Go Tae-wook's eyes glow with the same purple energy as he announces the changes to the player tryouts. The purple energy crackles around Go Tae-wook's hand as he continues, in whose Death Hunter Association, Go Tae-wook finishes, his expression unreadable. A voice from above booms, Kim Tae-hyun, that bastard. Below, the crowd shifts, a palpable tension gripping them. Kim Tae-hyun. A voice mutters, followed by, I gotta talk to him after this. The scene opens on a large, brick building, possibly a school or community center, under a bright sky. Player tryouts. A question hangs in the air. What does that have to do? A murmur rises through the crowd. Doesn't that start at age 19? We can't participate this year anyway. You may have thought that, a voice booms, setting the stage for a twist. He continues, you may have thought that, emphasizing the word with a slight pause. He continues, revealing the true purpose of their visit, but of course, we're here to inform you because it is related to you now. The speaker explains that due to the recent gate break outbreak and the steep rise in the number of monsters and dungeons. The speaker's words are punctuated by a terrifying display of monsters, a clear indication of the threat they now face. The speaker reveals, with a grave expression, the Players Association has recognized that we are understaffed. The speaker's announcement continues, revealing, therefore, starting from these tryouts, we will be allowing nomination even for high school students. The crowd reacts, their faces a mix of surprise and dawning realization at the implications of this new rule. The crowd's shock intensifies as the implications sink in. High school students, one exclaims, while another wonders, even us? The selection criteria are revealed, nominees from each school will be chosen based on ability, assessment scores, academic record, and behavior. But as the words hang in the air, a voice cuts through the explanation, declaring, lies. These tryouts will indeed be open to high school students, the announcement continues, but a man's enraged expression suggests otherwise. But the announcement continues, revealing, the selection process is already underway. That is through Go Tae-wook's skill, a voice declares, as the character's eyes glow with an ominous purple light. The ominous purple energy expands, the word the looming large. The purple energy coalesces, forming a sphere. Floating ominously, the skill is revealed, observer's eye. The newly acquired skill manifests, numbers floating above the heads of the surrounding students. The perspective shifts to ground level, focusing on the feet of the surrounding students. The skill activates, observer's eye. The observer's eye skill not only quantifies the subject's abilities, but also allows the user to view the target's stat window. Certainly. He begins, seemingly after using the observer's eye to view the stats of his target. After assessing the crowd, he observes, here, the numbers are far better than the other locations. He stands before the crowd, his gaze sweeping over them. He thinks to himself, they'll make great players. But the most shocking even among all of them are. But his attention is immediately drawn to those two. The year 1924 blazes above him, as the man in the suit stares intently forward. The ground trembles beneath him. An icy aura emanates from the woman, as the number 2335 glows ominously above her. The woman stands with her arms crossed, a chilling ah echoing around her. The chilling sound intensifies. She hands over a list, stating, I'm giving this to you only because the chairman asked a favor. The voice exclaims, but I can't believe there are so many untrained awakened. A sinister grin spreads across his face. His thoughts drift, I'll have to write up recommendations as soon as I get back. But then, a hesitant, breaks the train of thought. Mister, a voice calls out, interrupting his thoughts. The room falls silent as a student raises their hand. A single word hangs in the air, player? A smirk plays on his lips as he steps forward, the question hanging heavy in the air. He pauses at the microphone, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. The unspoken question hangs heavy, ? The man behind the podium speaks, his words cutting through the tension. You said you'd inform us about the player tryouts. The man continues, his question hanging in the air. But aren't some candidates here unfit for you to do that? Unfit candidates? The question echoes ominously. I mean, player tryouts are meant to assess people suitable to be players among the awakened. The man's words reveal the true purpose of the trials. The man smirks, a sinister glint in his eyes. In other words, he begins, the sinister glint in his eyes suggesting a darker purpose behind the trials. He continues, stating, I don't believe a mere unawakened person needs to hear this lecture. A collective murmur ripples through the crowd, their expressions a mix of confusion and unease. The sound of a sharp intake of breath cuts through the room. The title card flashes, regressing with the king's power. The title card appears, Chapter 9. The chapter begins with a stark reminder, strength is not all that makes a player. A figure stands silhouetted against a backdrop of city lights, a crimson energy swirling around them. The narrator continues, emphasizing that strength alone is insufficient. It also requires the rank of awakening, the ability to handle different situations, or vast knowledge about the abyss. A colossal figure towers over the group, its weapon poised to strike. The injured man winces in pain as his companions desperately try to shield him. The narrator explains, to become a player, a number of complex skills must be assessed. But, the narrator's words hang in the air, leaving the audience in suspense. He continues, revealing a crucial detail, in the end, all those complexities originate from the awakened. The narrator continues, his words forming a new sentence, for an awakened, a red-haired man sneers, addressing the crowd. This is nothing but salt in the wounds, isn't it? He adds with a chilling laugh. The red-haired man's laughter echoes through the crowd, a chilling sound that seems to mock the very air. Ka-keek. The red-haired man stands before the crowd, his chilling laughter still echoing. Lee Young-jae. A voice calls out. So you're willing to go this far to confirm whether I've awakened, huh? He questions, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. A sinister kiki echoes, as Lee Young-jae smirks, a hint of dark amusement flickering in his eyes. The challenge is laid bare, go on. If you've awakened, prove it. Lee Jung-jae's name echoes, a challenge hanging in the air. An angry outburst erupts from the crowd as the challenge hangs heavy in the air. A smirk plays on Lee Jung-jae's lips. Lee Youngjae stands, labeled with expected reaction, as his opponent's intense gaze pierces through him. What are you doing? Did I ask for your help? The opponent demands, clearly hostile. Youngjae can only manage a stunned. The surrounding students share Jungji's bewildered expression. The opponent retorts, whatever, I don't care either. Her anger is palpable. So? I wish you'd send them out of here as soon as possible, the opponent states, revealing her true feelings. Laughter echoes through the auditorium, the sound bouncing off the walls as the speaker continues to address the crowd. I understand what you're saying. The speaker begins. It's up to the student to decide if or not they want to attend the lecture. The speaker's words take a sharp turn. Kim Tae-hyun, how are you not humiliated? The speaker's taunt cuts deep. Not like you can get nominated as an unawakened, huh? Laughter ripples through the crowd. The verbal assault continues. Or, do you not give a shit about player tryouts? The crowd's jeers continue to rain down. His gaze sharpens as he asks, you think that's possible? Certainly, without proving myself as an awakened, I can't. He replies, his voice trailing off. He sighs, realizing, I can't even get a peek of the player tryouts. He realizes that to even get recommended, he'll have to prove himself first. He looks up, a surge of determination hardening his gaze as he stares directly at the swirling purple energy above. He stands out amongst the crowd, a beacon of resolve amidst the sea of students. He stands at the podium, the other students watching from the sidelines. Lee Youngjae, the name echoes in the room. The thought echoes, he's an S-rank player, yet he's bullying others. How pathetic. And did he say Kim Tae-hyun? The question hangs heavy in the air. The text reveals the student is an unawakened with unknown latent rank as per the student department. The voice continues, declaring him a pitiful existence in the midst of the awakened. But then, a message appears, information could not be verified. His eyes widen, a look of surprise spreading across his face. Oh, he exclaims, seemingly taken aback by something. You're right. I was too thoughtless, he admits, seemingly realizing his mistake. A collective gasp rises from the crowd, the sudden shift in atmosphere leaving them all in stunned silence. What use would it be for a lowly unawakened to attend such a lecture? It'd only hurt their pride, he says, his words laced with a hint of disdain. His eyes widen in disbelief. What, he utters, the words barely a whisper. A smirk slowly spreads across his face as he begins to speak. So? I'll get the fuck out of here myself. A burst of speed. He moves with incredible force. His fist flies forward, a look of grim determination etched on his face. You guys, he begins to say. He finishes his sentence with a sharp command, stay locked up here and attend your oh-so-great lecture. His eyes gleam with malice as a sinister smile spreads across his face. Ha, he sneers, continuing his thought with a chilling promise, till the end, this fucker. His face contorts in pain, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. A surge of disbelief washes over him. Might observers I didn't work on him, he thinks, the revelation clearly unsettling him. But even with the chairman, he thinks, the revelation hanging heavy in the air. And you Ion, he continues, the name adding another layer to his growing unease. Has never happened, a voice booms, followed by a questioning, yet why? The students stand in silent formation, their eyes fixed on the instructor. He looms over them, his presence radiating an unsettling authority. He descends the stairs, his hands casually in his pockets. With a kid, the instructor's words echo, leaving the students in stunned silence. Like him, the words echo, disbelief etched on the instructor's face. The instructor stands before a large door, a sense of foreboding hanging heavy in the air. The instructor starts walking towards the door, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the tense atmosphere. A creaking sound echoes as the instructor pauses, his back still turned, before the imposing door. Suddenly, 2 error messages appear, information could not be verified. What does this mean for the instructor? A bead of sweat trickles down the instructor's face. He appears increasingly anxious. Above him, the word information hangs ominously. Then, the word verified appears, glowing with an ominous neon light. The word feel flashes before his eyes, the pupil glowing with an eerie light. Then, a glowing, stylized sound effect appears near his face as sweat beads on his brow. The stylized sound effect intensifies, now a vibrant red. The red glow intensifies as the number 5096 materializes before him. The red energy coalesces, focusing around the number as it solidifies. But then, a question mark and 3 exclamation points appear, casting doubt on the significance of the number. The scene fades to white. The white fades into a sky of pastel clouds. The sky clears, revealing the school building bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. The camera pans down to the brick wall of the school. The school doors stand closed, reflecting the last rays of sunlight. Inside, rows of bookshelves stretch into the distance, bathed in a pale light. The camera pans down the long aisles of the library. Seated atop a stack of books, he sighs, lost in his reading. Phew. He reflects, I figured I'd spend the rest of the day looking for clues about the king. That thought is cut short as he pauses, a new idea forming. Well. He continues, resigned, not like I'll find something here anyway. Suddenly, a purple flash cuts through the air. The group looks up, startled by the sudden appearance of the energy. The purple energy manifests as a glyph, hovering ominously above a pile of books. A voice booms, cutting through the tension, Jungji's looking for you. The men close in, their faces grim. Come with us. He smirks, a defiant glint in his eyes. And if I say no? He opens a book, ignoring the men who demand he go with them. Silence hangs in the air as the men await his response. The silence is broken as one of the men speaks. Your aunt runs a restaurant, doesn't she? A stunned silence follows, punctuated only by a speech bubble of utter disbelief. The question hangs heavy in the air. What? He finally manages to stammer, a look of utter disbelief etched on his face. The other man looks down, a book in his hands. The protagonist's gaze remains fixed on him, awaiting an answer. The man finally speaks, revealing the message he was tasked to deliver. Yoonjae wanted me to tell you this. The other man finally speaks, revealing the message he was tasked to deliver. You're a pathetic orphan. The man's taunt hangs in the air as his cronies chuckle, their smirks mirroring his own. The man continues his verbal assault, twisting the knife. Do you want to give your aunt a hard time when she's already struggling? Don't worry, the man says, his words dripping with false concern. His eyes narrow, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Though. The air crackles with energy as he declares, we're gonna drag you to Youngjae either wa dash. Red energy surges, cutting off his words mid-sentence. The red energy obliterates the door, sending shards flying. The red energy continues its destructive path. The energy's wake leaves only devastation. Books and shelves lie in ruins. A cough echoes through the ruined library. He gasps for air, blood dripping from his mouth. SFX, KEOK. He chokes out, hands clawing at the grip tightening around his throat. He collapses to the floor, defeated. Looming over him, his attacker stands triumphant. Bloody and beaten, he lies prone on the ground. A chilling threat echoes, don't make me ask you twice. He groans in pain from the ground. Despite the pain, he struggles to rise, his eyes burning with defiance. A wooden podium stands center stage, awaiting its speaker. Red curtains hang to the side, hinting at an upcoming event. A metal rack overflows with basketballs, awaiting the players. The two men in suits stand before the podium, waiting. The camera pans up the side of the building. This is surprising, one of the men states, a look of disbelief on his face. What do you think it is? One of the men asks, his question hanging in the air. After that young one came here, a voice says, I've been casting a couple. After that young one came here, the man continues, examining his hand as it glows with power, I've been casting a couple of status effect skills, but, he continues, the screen cuts to a title card identifying A-rank player Seol Hundu, Lee Jungji's bodyguard. The man realizes his status effect skills aren't working. They're not working at all. He deduces, with such great resistance, he's probably an A-rank awakened. Key. The bodyguard begins, as expected, so you had awakened. The bodyguard smirks, in that case. The bodyguard's sinister intentions become clear. Shall we have a chat with our friend here? He asks. The camera focuses on the back of someone's head, the scene implying they are the friend the bodyguard mentioned. Silence hangs in the air as the friend remains unresponsive. The friend finally speaks, admitting, "My words may have been crude, but I have no intention of hurting you." The friend reveals his true intentions. "In fact, I want to scout you." The friend continues, revealing, "Actually, I'm going to form a guild after I graduate as the heir to Tae-san Group." The friend continues, "But even a genius like me." He continues, admitting that even a genius like himself can't do everything on his own. He pauses, then asks directly, "You get what I mean?" He emphasizes his point, stating with a sinister grin, "Human talent." He clarifies, stating, "Not some bum like Bae Hyuksu, real talented people." He continues his taunt, declaring, "Just like the current you, Kim Tae-hyun." Tae-hyun's hand reaches out, seemingly toward the taunting figure before him. The taunting figure shouts, "So, Kim Tae-hyun." The taunt is met with a swift grab. The offer is made, "Forget your old grudges and come work for me." Then, not just wealth and honor. His eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. His mouth opens wide, anticipation building as he hears the next part of the offer. "I'll even get your family out of that shitty life." But the offer is met with disdain. "What a load of shit," he thinks, unimpressed. He lunges forward, an expression of disbelief plastered on his face. He pauses, the words echoing in his mind. "Scout? Wealth and honor?" The name Lee Young-jae appears, hanging in the air. The words Lee Young-jae still linger, hanging in the air. The man's face is contorted in rage. He shouts, "I have to live." He lunges forward, a burst of energy erupting around him. A beat of silence follows his outburst, his expression now unreadable. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he murmurs, "Oh, that's right." The realization dawns on him, "As I thought, dogs have to be trained." The word hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken threat. His eyes glow crimson as he unleashes a torrent of energy. Energy crackles from his hand, ready to be unleashed. The title card appears, regressing with the king's power. The title card appears, Chapter 10. Energy crackles around his hands as he prepares for the next challenge. The energy intensifies as he focuses, a surge of power emanating outwards. Room echoes as the surge of power erupts. On his knees, he struggles to maintain his balance as the room distorts around him. The skill room is a binding magic that envelopes a space, making it undetectable from the outside. The room skill activates with a burst of energy. The room skill takes effect, the sound echoing through the space. The room skill now fully in effect, he declares, "With this, no one outside will find out about the young master's fight." He begins, "Now let's enjoy the scene, shall we?" he finishes, as the fight resumes with renewed intensity. The fight explodes into a furious exchange, the air thick with energy. A devastating blow lands, the impact sending shockwaves outwards. His face contorted in a grimace, he unleashes a powerful strike. His eyes burning with intensity, he throws a punch engulfed in flames. The force of the blow sends shockwaves rippling outwards. The fiery punch connects, sending his opponent flying backwards through the air. SFX, whoosh. The sound of rushing wind fills the air as his opponent is sent hurtling away. The force of the impact shatters the ground. The force radiates outward. He grits his teeth, a guttural cook, escaping as the energy surges around him. The force explodes outward, engulfing everything in a blinding light. The force sends a shockwave rippling outwards, and a stark exclamation mark punctuates the air. The force throws them back against the building, the impact shattering the glass. A massive explosion erupts, sending debris flying in all directions. The explosion continues to expand. Amidst the inferno, he cries out in pain. The flames engulf him. But then, a chilling ha 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 echoes from within the blaze. His eyes blazing with fury, he emerges from the inferno, asking, "Do you finally see where you stand now?" He finishes, his voice booming with renewed power. A blinding explosion erupts. The explosion throws debris in all directions, but he remains standing, seemingly unfazed. Flames lick around him, but the man remains composed. That young one, Kim Tae-hyun. He muses. The flames still dance around him, but now he states, "I feel sorry for him." Still surrounded by flames, he adds, "He's probably dead." Suddenly, a notification appears. He has become a high-grade body strengthening skill user and an A-rank awakened being. He's got combat skills and mental power you wouldn't expect from a student. It's probably hard for him to find a reasonable opponent. But today, his opponent is. Blades clash in a blinding flurry. The clash intensifies, sparks flying as the fight escalates. A sinister grin spreads across his opponent's face. A deafening clang rings out, followed by a stunned. The force of the blow sends a blinding flash outwards. The impact resonates with a deafening quang. The title appears, "The Epitome of Intelligence." A blinding flash engulfs the scene. The light intensifies, obscuring everything. The light coalesces, forming the words S-Rank. The man's voice booms, declaring, "Kim Tae-hyun, you have no chance at winning." The man continues, telling Kim Tae-hyun, "You better learn your place and give up." A bright flash momentarily blinds Kim Tae-hyun, and he exclaims in surprise. The man's attack lands with a resounding crash. The two combatants clash, the force of their blows creating a shockwave. The battle intensifies, each strike carrying immense power. The force of the ongoing exchange sends shockwaves rippling through the battlefield. The force of the blow sends debris flying. The clash of blades sends sparks flying as the battle intensifies. A surge of power erupts. He unleashes a devastating blow, the force of which explodes outwards. "What?" he exclaims, clearly caught off guard by the force of the blast. "Impossible," he cries out. The unthinkable has happened, the young master has been overpowered in close combat. But how on earth? He gasps, sprawled amidst the splintered remains of the arena. The young master hits the ground hard, a choked kiak escaping his lips. Spitting out the words with venom, he curses, "Damn it! Kim Tae-hyun, you bastard!" His face contorted in rage, the young master screams, "What the hell did you do?" Electrical energy crackles around him. Panic rising, the young master realizes, "My body. I can't move." A voice echoes his shock, "He can't move?" A sudden realization hits, body strengthening wasn't his only skill then? The young master's thoughts spiral, what the hell is he? A triumphant thought echoes in his mind, finally, it's working. A sinister smile creeps across his face as he clenches his transformed, stone-like fist. A wave of confusion washes over the onlookers. What the hell did he do? The system announces that Tae-hyun acquired a total of 3 skills through predation. 2 of the skills are revealed, stone skin, and stealth. The final skill is revealed, paralysis. However, Tae-hyun didn't utilize all of his skills from the start. It's revealed that C-rank paralysis can't easily pierce through S-rank resistance. Stealth immediately disarms far-reaching fire attacks. Predation is a last resort and shouldn't be used lightly. So, Tae-hyun's objective was to accumulate paralysis in close combat. Status effect skills have a greater effect when dealt in direct blows rather than from a distance. He screams, blood flying as a flurry of blows land. The blows continue to rain down, a blinding flurry of motion. Even with his high S-rank resistance, the continuous blows of paralysis are taking their toll. The system continues to bombard him, "You have been paralyzed." But each time, he resists, though the messages become increasingly fragmented. Resisted. The system sputters, before declaring, "You have failed at resisting paralysis." His eyes widen in horror as the system declares his failure. "You have failed at resisting paralysis." The paralysis takes hold, a vibrant OK flashing before his eyes as his body begins to stiffen. His vision blurs as the paralysis intensifies. The OK confirms his complete incapacitation. The world tilts as he falls, the ground rushing up to meet him. The world spins as he plummets towards the ground. He crashes through the building, the impact sending debris flying. Lying amidst the wreckage, he looks up to see his attacker standing above him. The force of the impact sends a shockwave rippling outwards. His eyes widen in disbelief as he stares up at the figure looming overhead. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he takes in the scene. Staring up in stunned silence, he can only think, he's a genius. In a head-on battle, he surpassed the young master's level. But the fight. What could this mean? The young master lies defeated, the wooden floor splintered beneath him. The back of someone's head faces the defeated young master. Ka-keek. I admit it, Kim Tae-hyun, the young master says, defeated. A question hangs in the air, unanswered. I guess I underestimated you, the young master admits. The young master concedes, I underestimated you too much. Despite his admission, the young master spits out, if not that, there's no way I'd lose to a piece of shit like you. So from here now, L. The young master begins, his threat hanging in the air. A purple crystal glows intensely in his hand, its purpose still unknown. The crystal shatters, unleashing a blinding burst of purple energy. The burst of energy engulfs him, his eyes widening in shock and pain as the light intensifies. The purple energy intensifies, seemingly about to consume him entirely. The energy explodes outward, a blinding white light consuming everything. The light fades, revealing a skeletal figure burning with golden energy. Towering above him, a colossal figure now casts a long shadow. The colossal figure looms, casting an oppressive shadow that fills the entire space. Shall fight you seriously as well, the challenge echoes, hanging heavy in the air. The air crackles with energy as flames erupt. Regressing with the king's power. Chapter 11 begins. The room explodes in a burst of energy. Blinding light fills the space, the force of the blast palpable. From within the light, an ominous figure emerges, its form radiating intense heat. A brutal impact sends the hero reeling. The force of the blow sends shockwaves rippling outwards. The force of the impact explodes outwards in a blinding flash. The impact reverberates, creating a shockwave of pure force. Debris rains down as the force tears through the environment. He leaps forward, a massive, rock-like fist leading the charge. The rock-skinned giant barrels forward, wreathed in a blazing aura. The giant's fist hurtles forward, leaving a trail of shattered stone in its wake. The hero is struck, blood flying as the giant's fist connects. The force of the blow sends him flying. The impact reverberates with a deafening roar. The force sends tremors through the very air. He is sent hurtling backwards by the unseen force. The force slams him into the ground, a swirling vortex of energy above. The force continues to pummel him, the impact marked by a searing flash of light. The onslaught continues, the geometric structure around him glowing intensely. The geometric structure continues to disintegrate under the relentless assault. The structure shatters into fragments under the force of the attack. The attack continues to obliterate the structure, reducing it to nothing. The force of the blast intensifies, consuming everything in a blinding inferno. He is sent flying backwards amidst the inferno. The world blurs as he hurtles through the air. A pained scream tears from his throat as he's flung through the air, debris swirling around him. The impact sends him hurtling downwards, amidst a shower of shattered debris. He lands hard, but the golden figure stands tall amidst the chaos. From below, a voice declares, "That is the true form of young master's skill flame hearts." The voice finishes, revealing the name of the technique. It is explained that usually, drawing out the young master's true powers at S rank would be difficult. The man in the suit scrambles backward, sweat beading on his brow. He reaches out, desperately trying to find purchase on the wall. However, just now, the young master used. The young master holds a glowing, purple crystal. It's a mana amplifying stone. It was created by refining the mana stone, which is the monster's core. Bathed in light, he clenches his fists, power surging through him. The refined mana stone has a specific effect, it temporarily amplifies the mana. With that stone, the present young master can also draw out his true S-rank powers. The young master unleashes his amplified S-rank powers, a surge of energy erupting around him. The only problem is... A voice echoes as the young master's brow furrows with concern. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as the sound of something breaking echoes around him. "Young master! You gotta stop now," a desperate voice cries out. A blinding light erupts as the young master unleashes a devastating attack. The blinding light intensifies, and a desperate question echoes, "Are you planning to kill him? Besides, that magic power is still too much for you to handle," a voice booms amidst the chaos. Panic etched on his face, the instructor warns, "The blood vessels in your whole body might burst from the surge of magic." A golden, fiery blade streaks forward, leaving trails of heat in its wake. A blinding explosion erupts as someone cries out in pain, "Yua?" He is sent flying backwards, his face contorted in a grimace of pain as the protective barrier shatters around him. A commanding voice cuts through the chaos, "Shut up." The figure's eyes glow with an ominous red light as he commands, "Shut up." His hand glows with intense energy as he continues, "How dare a lowly bodyguard like you order me around," he finishes, his voice dripping with disdain. "That piece of shit humiliated me," he thinks, coughing violently. Coughing, he asks, "You want me to let that slide?" His eyes widen with fury, the flames behind him mirroring his rage. He lunges forward, a blur of motion fueled by unbridled fury. "Stop your bullshit," the words explode across the scene, a furious declaration. The attack connects, shattering the air with raw power. The monster looms, its red eye burning with malevolent intent. The force of the blast sends him flying backwards. Debris explodes outwards, the force of the impact shattering the surroundings. More debris rains down, obscuring the view. Through the settling dust, a maniacal laugh echoes. "Ha ha 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 ha." Golden energy crackles intensely around him, a stark contrast to his shadowed form. A furious roar rips through the air. "Die," he screams, his shadowed features contorted in rage. The air vibrates with his rage as he screams, "Die, Kim Tae-hyun." The ground explodes upwards. This isn't good," he exclaims, sweat beading on his brow. "As I thought, he's not in his right mind. How will he handle the consequences?" Dust explodes outwards, obscuring the already ravaged landscape. Amidst the devastation, a voice booms, desperately calling out, "Kim Tae-hyun! Are you alive?" Another voice urges, "Give up the fight, and run away." Through the dust, a man grits his teeth, resolving, "I'll stop the young master somehow, so quickly." Through the smoke and debris, he reaches out, desperately trying to grasp something. His fingers brush against something amidst the wreckage. He clutches at whatever he's found, blood now streaming down his face. He is thrown back, the impact sending him sprawling. His hand reaches out, grasping for something unseen. An explosion erupts, the force of it sending shockwaves outward. The impact throws him back, reeling from the unseen force. Staggering back, a disoriented thought surfaces, "Run away?" Before he can fully process the thought, a voice booms out, laced with contempt, "What the fuck are you yapping about after picking a fight yourself?" "No doubt," a voice admits, "I admit that S-rank is truly different." Several potions lay scattered, their contents spilled. Fatigue, stamina, and mana are all being restored. "So from now on," a voice declares, its intention hanging in the air. The voice continues, declaring, "I'm also going to be serious about this." A sinister grin spreads across his face, blood trickling from his eye as a dark energy emanates from him. Crimson energy explodes outwards, crackling ominously around him. The camera pans up, revealing a towering skyscraper against a bright sky. The camera continues its upward climb, focusing on the skyscraper's imposing height against the bright sky. Inside a lavish office, a man with an eye patch sits behind a large desk, observing two women standing before him. A man stands with his back to us, hands clasped tightly behind him. The man with the eye patch is visibly shocked, exclaiming, 1,900? 2,300? The man remains with his back turned, as a question hangs in the air, can this be? A voice answers the unspoken question with a resounding, yes. The man is surrounded by suited figures, their presence imposing. Lee Jungji's score is 1,900, while Lim Ah-hyung's is 2,300. There's no doubt that the two of them are both S-rank awakened. Even if they are S-rank, someone exclaims, incredulous, I can't believe an untrained awakened is at 1,900. The two women look down in astonishment, their mouths agape. That's already at the level of an A-rank player, one of them exclaims. Another wonders, at this rate, isn't he at the level of Japan's Saintus? A sinister laugh echoes as he wonders if they're finally getting a Saintus rank player in New South Korea. He muses, Saintus, ha, as the words the Saintus appear against a backdrop of pink clouds. But it turns out she's one of the leading players of Japan. The Saintus is revealed to be a monster whose stats surpassed 2,500 already at first inspection. That's right, the narrative confirms, as the Saintus's age is revealed to be 19. The Saintus's radiant form glows, a stark contrast to the shadowed figure observing her power. Even in the case of that monster, she barely surpassed 2,500, the words reveal, hinting at an immense power scale. What on earth is? The question hangs in the air, unanswered. The question of the young one's stats is answered, 5096. His eyes widen in terror as a colossal figure looms behind him. The perspective shifts, looking up at the figure's imposing form. Is it a simple hallucination? Or could this be a skill error? The questions hang in the air, unanswered. Either way, the thought hangs heavy in the air, a prelude to some unknown decision. The group moves forward, their footsteps echoing in the vast hallway. He strides forward, a determined look etched on his face. His gaze hardens, a fierce determination burning in his eyes. He advances, his fist clenched, ready to strike. I must check it for myself, he declares, his resolve hardening. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he utters a single, disbelieving word, no. No way, he exclaims, utterly stunned by what he's seeing. His eyes widen in disbelief as he stammers, how? Kneeling on the wooden floor, he wonders aloud, could this be? A surge of power erupts, the air crackling with red energy. The power coalesces into a monstrous form, its jagged edges crackling with crimson energy. The crimson energy intensifies, the air shimmering with heat as the monstrous form solidifies. The monstrous form towers over the scene as the bald man watches, seemingly in awe. The monstrous figure descends, creating tremors that shake the very ground. The monstrous figure's skull-like face is wreathed in a hellish, red aura. The monster's attack tears through the air. How? A voice cries out as the monster's attack lands. A sinister grin spreads across his masked face as flames erupt around him. How can this possibly be? A voice cries out, amidst the blinding light. How am I being? The voice questions, the blinding light intensifying. Overpowered by a scumbag like Kim Tae-hyun, the voice exclaims, disbelief and outrage evident. He shouts in disbelief, clinging to his status, I'm the heir of the Tae-san group. I'm an S-ranker. His rage intensifies, I'm an S-ranker, damn it. His face contorts in fury, energy crackling around him as he screams, still clinging to his rank. He roars, the incomplete declaration hanging in the air amidst the swirling energy. The scream rips through the air, fucking Lee Young-jae. He reaches out, a swirling vortex of energy and dark shards erupting before him. The dark energy surges forward, crackling with malevolent intent. No matter whose heir, or what rank you have, he declares, the dark energy intensifying around him. What the hell does it matter, he roars, his dark aura now fully unleashed. A sinister grin spreads across his face, his eyes glowing with malevolent red energy. Dark energy explodes outward, a terrifying display of his unleashed power. The dark energy coalesces, forming a single, ominous phrase, because this is? He roars, the dark energy surging around him. The dark energy solidifies, completing the ominous declaration, the beginning. The dark energy swirls intensely around him, tendrils reaching out like grasping claws. the dark energy explodes outward in a blinding flash. The dark energy surges from him, now manifesting as a skeletal hand crackling with power. The king's power is unleashed. The king's unleashed power erupts in a blinding display. Crimson energy spears erupt from the ground around the king. His eyes widen in terror as the crimson energy closes in. The crimson spears pierce him. Crimson energy explodes outward. The light intensifies, blinding all. The world is consumed by pure white light. The blinding light fades, revealing a cityscape bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. The light subsides, revealing a familiar cityscape under the warm hues of the setting sun. The cityscape fades, replaced by a dark, ominous atmosphere. A sharp, echoing crack reverberates through the darkness. The aftermath of destruction fills the scene. Buildings lie in ruins against a smoky, clouded sky. Flames engulf the entrance of a building, its doors shattered and scarred. Amidst the destruction, a figure lies prone on the ground, seemingly defeated. He lies defeated, blood trickling down his face. He remains on the ground, the cuts on his face now weeping with blood. The sky swirls above him, a chaotic mix of clouds and debris. He rises to his feet, the devastation around him a testament to the battle's intensity. "Well, this is a surprise," a voice remarks, hinting at an unexpected turn of events. The unexpected turn leaves him defeated, lying prone amidst the wreckage. Blood trickles from a wound near his eye as he struggles to rise, another figure sprawled defeated above him. He stares up at his opponent, the red sound effect accentuating the impact of the blow. He stands, his chest heaving as he catches his breath. A-rank player, Seol Hundu, the announcement booms. Seol Hundu is sent flying, surrounded by swirling tendrils of dark energy. Blood trickles down Seol Hundu's face, a tear escaping his eye as he stares ahead. "I didn't expect him to drag Lee Young-jae out in the middle of predation taking effect," a voice remarks, revealing a surprising turn of events. "Well, not like it matters since I've already acquired the skill," a voice declares, revealing a potentially game-changing acquisition. Amidst the destruction, Lee Young-jae kneels, seemingly defeated. A question hangs in the air: what do you plan on doing now? A voice presses, followed by a stark exclamation mark. The voice continues, revealing a crucial piece of information: the young master is the heir to the Taesan. The speaker then presses, "How are you going to deal with the aftermath?" "Look at you," the voice booms, laced with scorn. "Who's the one that picked the fight? Aren't you acting shameless? Also..." The voice trails off, leaving the statement hanging in the air. "Do I look like I'd cower from a threat like that?" he asks, blood trickling down his face, yet a defiant smirk plays on his lips. "Even so, don't worry," he declares, a chilling confidence resonating in his voice. "Because I don't plan on killing him either." Then, the question hangs in the air as flames engulf the building. He lies prone on the ground, blood trickling down his face. "In return, it's only right I receive the price for his life." Standing over him, the figure demands, "Price for his life?" The figure scoffs at the notion. Price for his life? Then, a sinister thought occurs to him. Let's see. The figure realizes, even so, in name, he's the heir to the Taesan group. Sweat drips from his brow as the figure considers the implications. His throat is seized in a brutal grip, blood trickling down his face. "I should get..." The thought trails off. "At least $1 billion. Don't you think?" A voice booms, its source unseen. Tears stream down his face as money rains down from above. He clutches at his throat, bills fluttering around him. A massive explosion erupts, the force of it shaking the very sky. The school building is engulfed in flames. A woman watches in horror. A crowd of students stand together, their backs to us, as they watch the inferno. As the inferno rages, someone shouts, "Everyone, get back!" Another cries out, "What's happening? Isn't this an attack by some villain or a monster?" Someone asks, panic rising in their voice. A single, ominous word answers the question: no. The feel of this magic, and the fierce flames, there's no doubt about it, she realizes, her eyes widening with dread. This is Lee Jungji's power, the text proclaims, confirming her fears. But who on earth was he fighting? The question hangs heavy in the air. He's fighting. The text trails off, leaving the reader in suspense. A maniacal laugh echoes as Kim Tae-hyun is addressed directly. You were quite the brat just now, huh? His face contorts into a grotesque grin, teeth sharpened to points. A flurry of blows rains down. It's over, the attacker roars, his hand outstretched to strike. A desperate help echoes as the perspective shifts to the victim's terrified eyes. No way, the words scream across the panel. This is the relationship Lim Ah-hyung imagines the two would have. Anyhow, students, you must wait here. The voice says, the words hanging in the air. The instructor continues speaking, oblivious to the fallen student behind her. Suddenly, a sharp ah pierces the air. The student is sent flying, her pained cry echoing as she crashes into the ground. Ah-hyung, someone shouts, the student still airborne after the brutal attack. I thought wrong, a voice booms, the impact of the attack visible as the brick wall behind Ah-hyung cracks. I shouldn't have been a simple bystander in the gym just now, he realizes, the force of the blow shaking the very foundations of the building. As he falls, the weight of his failure crushes him. This is all my fault, he cries out. His fall is interrupted by a name echoing in his mind, Kim Tae-hyun. A desperate plea echoes in his mind, please, I beg you. A desperate voice echoes, urging him to make it out alive. He lies on the ground, bloodied and defeated. He struggles to his feet, blood trickling down his face. He steadies himself, a surge of energy coursing through him. He moves in a blur, a powerful attack incoming. His opponent lies defeated. The victor stands calmly amidst the lingering flames. She turns away from the fallen opponent. Dust billows as she walks away. Yeah, you came right on time, a voice says. A woman's bewildered expression fills the frame as she questions, huh? Above her, a voice explains, I just happened to need a witness. I mean, someone to help move him. Another ha punctuates the air. Another ha echoes as the voice above her commands, take him to the nurse's office, or rather, the hospital, got it? Kim Tae-hyun, she exclaims, bewildered by the scene before her. What's going on? Supporting the injured Kim Tae-hyun, she wonders aloud, what the hell did he do for him to be knocked out like this? He must have fell down the stairs. The stairs, she repeats, a flicker of doubt crossing her face. The injured man, still being supported, declares, anyhow, this has nothing to do with me, so handle it yourself. So don't go around saying you saw me, got it? With that, a voice declares, I'm leaving now. As she announces her departure, the woman's expression reveals a clear sense of unease. Wait. Kim Tae-hyun, a desperate voice calls out. At least give me a proper explanation. He continues walking away, ignoring her plea. The ground erupts in flames as he walks away, his footsteps echoing in the aftermath. She sits on the floor, cradling the other figure, a look of utter shock on her face. Clutching the fallen figure, she can only manage a confused, huh? The air swirls with purple energy as she utters the name, Kim Tae-hyun. From his vantage point, the man gazes out over the ravaged town, beams of light piercing through the dust-filled sky. He lets out a sigh of relief, phew. Great, he mutters, seemingly relieved. Lim Ah-hyung will handle Lee Young-jae somehow. With the Taesan group also taking action, he concludes, so I guess it's settled now. Anyways. He begins, but his words are cut short by the gruesome sight of his bloodied arm. The screen flashes a stark reminder, Kim Tae-hyun, age 19. His stats flash on the screen, rank C, strength 30, speed 31, and with magic reserves dwindling, he only has 12 out of 65 mana left. Among his skills, predation allows him to prey on a desired target, while stone skin can strengthen his body, and stealth can hide it. 2 more skills appear on the screen, restrain the target's body, costing 7 mana, and Monarch's Heart, which boosts party members' stats for 10 mana. What is this now, he wonders, as more information floods the screen. His stats flash across the screen, stamina 32, mana 65, and charm 5. The screen displays Monarch's Heart, C boosts party members' stats. Mana, 10. Charm, he exclaims, questioning the stat. Isn't that an appearance stat for celebrities? The protagonist points forward, a grim expression on his face. Above him looms the image of a man in a tuxedo, holding a cocktail. The protagonist questions, how come I got this after preying on Lee Young-jae? It feels kinda annoying, he thinks, clearly dissatisfied with whatever he received. The protagonist realizes, also, the skill I got isn't Flame Heart. The system announces the actual skill he received, Monarch's Heart. A crown of jagged spikes hangs above a heart bound in chains. What power has he truly unlocked? The system reveals the skill's effect, boosts party members' stats. The discovery hits hard. Lee Young-jae had a skill like this? Despite the blood trickling down his face, Lee Jung-jae's expression is one of cruel amusement. The words "this is great" appear, dripping with ominous, sarcastic intent. A voice echoes, explaining that skills affecting the entire party are rare, regardless of rank. The faces of his party members appear, each framed by a glowing outline. The voice continues, stating that the Monarch's Heart, which allows any skill to be combined, is far superior. This is unimaginably awesome, he exclaims, blood still dripping from his face. A percentage appears on the screen. The percentage continues to climb. A motorcade of black cars approaches. He stops, a question hanging in the air. Clack! The sound of weapons being readied fills the air. His eyes widen in alarm as the sound of weapons being readied echoes around him. He braces himself, anticipating the coming attack. A voice booms, shattering the tense silence. Finally found you, Kim Tae-hyun. The air crackles with energy as a voice declares, I have a lot of questions for you, but... The man strides forward, flanked by suited figures. A car sits behind them, headlights blazing, illuminating their advance. With his back turned, the man stands firm, awaiting whatever comes next. The man's feet remain planted on the ground, awaiting the inevitable confrontation. A chilling declaration echoes, I'll start with this one. A wave of disbelief washes over him as he questions, how is this guy here right now? A question hangs in the air, what did you do in the... The question hangs, unfinished, leaving the audience in suspense. Gym earlier today? The question hangs, heavy with unspoken accusation. Purple energy crackles around him, the air thick with anticipation. Go Taewook! The encouragement echoes, filling the space. The imposing academy looms in the distance, its dark silhouette framed by a stormy sky. A long path stretches toward the academy, lined with ornate lamps. So, what's your point? The man asks, his grip tightening around the glass of amber liquid. A monstrous form snarls, its eyes glowing with fury. My one and only son is in the hospital, and as if that wasn't enough, he's asking for it. The monstrous figure's rage intensifies, snarling with fury. $1 billion for his life, and he wants the whole matter dealt with quietly? The room echoes with guttural snarls. Seated on his throne, the silhouette of a man remains unmoved amidst the rising fury. The guttural roars intensify as a man kneels before the throne, seemingly unfazed by the rising animosity. I am sorry, sir. The kneeling man's voice trembles as he apologizes. He struggles to find the words, sweat beading on his brow. I don't have anything to say for. Suddenly, a fist slams into him, the force of the blow sending him reeling. A disembodied voice echoes, cold and commanding, do as he wants. Stunned, he finds himself on his knees. Yes, sir. He mutters, then, a moment later, a bewildered "huh" escapes his lips. A sinister he echoes, the laughter laced with a chilling undertone. He's quite the gutsy guy. Interesting, the voice observes. However, there's more to the situation than meets the eye. However, the voice trails off, leaving the listener in suspense. What could this new development be? There must be a worthy reward for the price we pay, the voice declares, hinting at the immense stakes involved. With a flick of his wrist, a sharp sound echoes. The exclamation hangs in the air, unanswered. Eyes wide with terror, he stammers, "Mr. P. President, these people." His eyes widen in disbelief as he shouts, "The opponent is still a young kid." His face contorted in disbelief, he shouts, "That'd be far too cruel." Suddenly, a commanding voice booms, "Enough." The commanding voice continues, declaring, "I will not tolerate a barking dog." His red eyes gleaming, the man on the throne stares down with palpable disdain. He remains seated, his gaze unwavering as he looks down at someone before him. The man on the throne continues to look down, his gaze fixed on the figure before him. A blinding light erupts, engulfing the figure before the man on the throne. The light fades, revealing the man's face contorted in fury, his eyes glowing red. The question hangs in the air, "What did you do at the gym?" He stands over them, a dark shadow cast over their faces. The question echoes, "How come Gotaewook is here?" The question lingers, is he talking about the gym, or about the incident in the lecture hall? Blood trickles down his face as he glances up, Gotaewook's image looming behind him. Which of these two is it? The question hangs in the air, unanswered. At the rank of the association's deputy manager, the chances of him. The sentence trails off, leaving the implication hanging heavy in the air. Meddling himself over a fire are small. The man's eyes narrow, a hint of suspicion flickering across his face. A chilling thought crosses his mind, but what if he's here knowing I'm behind it? He resolves to test the man, a sinister smile playing on his lips despite the blood trickling down his face. The man's words carry a dangerous weight. By the gym. Do you mean the explosion? The man hesitates, confusion evident in his voice. The explosion, he asks, the word hanging heavy with unspoken implications. The man's expression shifts to one of dawning realization. "Ah, you mean that fire," the man says, finally understanding. A plume of smoke rises ominously in the distance. "That's fine. Other agencies will take care of it anyway," he says, but then a sudden realization hits him. The man's expression hardens as he demands, "Rather than that, I haven't gotten an answer from you yet." He faces a group of men, their figures silhouetted against the light. The demand hangs heavy in the air. A sudden thought strikes him, he doesn't know about the explosion. The question cuts through the tension, "What exactly did you do at the gym?" A sinister smile spreads across his face, blood trickling from his eye. "That means..." The text declares, leaving the sentence unfinished and hanging in the air. The unfinished sentence hangs ominously, "That means..." "Don't you?" The unseen speaker finishes the ominous question, "That means..." "Don't you know already?" The ominous question hangs in the air as the group is suddenly surrounded by cars. The question hangs heavy as one of the group finally responds, "What?" A voice cuts through the tension. "You must have come here to give me an invitation to the player tryouts." A mocking laugh echoes. "Ha ha! The player tryouts." His laughter fades, replaced by a sharp retort. "On what grounds would you say that?" "Well..." He begins, a sense of foreboding hanging in the air. "As for the grounds..." He continues, a sinister aura emanating from beneath his feet. From below, flames erupt, engulfing the scene in an ominous glow. The flames intensified, the number 5214 emblazoned upon the inferno. A crimson light flares in his eye, matching the ominous glow that surrounds him. The crimson aura intensifies as he questions, "Isn't this already enough?" The men below stare upwards, their faces etched with shock as something begins to manifest above. One of them stammers. The sight above leaves one man speechless. "Can't be," he exclaims, disbelief etched in his tone. The power emanating from him is immense. "He's even stronger than before," a voice cries out, fear evident in their tone. A blinding light erupts as the figure descends. He descends upon them with terrifying speed. He descends, and a voice booms, "So the number last time wasn't a coincidence or an error after all." Kim Taehyun stands amidst a swirl of red energy, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Suddenly, a stark question pierces the air, "Who are you?" Suddenly, the question of his identity is interrupted by another. By the way, what on earth happened to your clothes? A simple ah escapes him. Suddenly, a thought bubble appears above a building. Player tryouts? The thought of player tryouts hangs in the air. Are you? The words begin, a question hanging in the air. You're going to appear in the player tryouts, Hyungnam, he yells, his face a mask of disbelief. Serious? He strains against the weight, confirming, yeah, in a month. His eyes widen, mouth agape as the shock sets in. Beads of sweat trickle down his face, the news clearly hitting him hard. The voice declares, as expected of the King God General Emperor Admirally Sunsen Majesty, the great Kim Taehyun Hyungnam. The voice continues, listing off a series of increasingly ridiculous titles, as expected of the King God General Emperor Admirally Sunsen Majesty, the great Kim Taehyun Hyungnam. Kneeling on the floor, the other man abruptly demands, "Are you mocking me?" The voice continues, revealing their true intent. Taesan Group will take good care of the gym matter, and that'll decrease Go Taewook's suspicions. He resolves, since the tryouts are a month later, I just have to focus solely on training. So, I guess there won't be any more probable dash, he starts to say, but the phone rings, interrupting him. An exclamation mark appears in his speech bubble, cutting him off mid-sentence. The phone rings loudly, cutting off his sentence with a burst of noise. The ringing phone vibrates intensely, the screen showing an incoming call from an unknown number. The camera pans away, showing the rooftop where the call is likely headed. Below, two figures stand, their gazes fixed upwards, anticipating the call. The two figures remain below, focused on the anticipated call. A shot rips through the air, the man questioning, how come a player from the association is guarding a high schooler's home? How annoying, the voice thinks. The man struggles, choked by the bandaged assailant. Kyo dash he manages to gasp. The bandaged man stands, his body tense and ready. Humph, the bandaged man scoffs, observing his fallen opponent. He's probably one of the participants of the player tryouts. The hooded figure thinks to himself, after all, those guys are fiercely protective of their prospects. The hooded figure continues to muse internally. The targets are the Black and White brothers, a two-person assassin unit. The older brother, Black, is an A-rank villain with skills in stealth and body strengthening. Prospect, the voice questions, then continues, however they call him, isn't he just a kid without any real battle experience? Black's eye gleams with a menacing light, blood dripping down his face. The Black and White brothers are identified as a two-person assassin unit, classified as B-rank villains. The younger brother, White, possesses the skill of stealth. Key. True, they can call them prospects. Black's voice echoes ominously. Black's words hang heavy as his younger brother, White, surveys the rooftops below. A long shadow stretches before White as he walks, his words echoing Black's sentiment. In the end, without experience, they are still useless. The challenge is laid bare, let's show him. The figure declares, what an awaken really is. The awaken's face contorts in rage as he begins to utter a threat, my little. Before he can finish his threat, a brutal blow silences him. The awaken lies prone on the ground, defeated. From the ground, he demands, who the fuck are you? With a guttural cry, the figure lunges. The figure pauses mid-lunge, a confused ha escaping him. The lunge falters. Ha? Me, he asks, confusion etched on his bloodied face. His advance stalls, the intended target now unsure. A blinding flash erupts. His eyes widen as a surge of power erupts before him. The air crackles with raw energy. His fist connects, shattering the opponent's defense. Blood splatters as the force of the blow sends shockwaves through the air. The blow lands with devastating force, the impact radiating outwards. The force of the impact sends him reeling. His face contorts in pain as blood splatters. Through gritted teeth, the voice declares him an inexperienced kid. Blood streaks down his face, a grim testament to the brutal assault. A few hours earlier. The scene shifts, rewinding to a few hours earlier. Explosions rip through the city. The city burns as someone exclaims, A billion? The unseen character's shock is palpable as they exclaim, A billion? Aside from keeping silent on this matter, I can't make that kind of decision on my own, he exclaims, sweat beading on his brow. The force of the unseen attack sends him sprawling to his knees. Dust and debris swirl around him as he struggles to maintain his composure. Ah, he groans, then retorts, you think I don't know that? He groans, recovering from the blow, and fires back, you think I don't know that? His opponent retorts, I'm not an asshole who'd hold minions responsible. I'm just asking you to do a good job at reaching an agreement. He lies prone on the floor. A voice booms out, just in case you betray me. The prone man looks up in alarm as the booming voice continues, just in case you betray me. Chains materialize around his wrists, glowing with ominous purple energy. The chains tighten, their purple glow intensifying. The voice booms, how about we seal the deal? Ominous runes flare on the chains binding his wrists. A sinister smile spreads across his face as the chains connect to a dark, rune-covered tablet. A surge of power emanates from the chains as they glow with an intense, violet light. The tablet is inscribed with the Awaken's Oath, a contract forged with magic. Breaking it, the text warns, will result in a random, permanent penalty. The tablet's words echo, the conditions are simple. First, the terms of the oath continue, along with the 1 billion won compensation just mentioned. The tablet details the first condition, a full-scale effort to clean up the mess after the incident at the gym. The fire at Taesan High School's gym was officially ruled an accident caused by a gas explosion. Before the charred remains of Taesan High School's gym, a reporter states, and thankfully there were no victims. The tablet continues, revealing the next requirement, and the second one. A phone rings, displaying an incoming call from an unknown number. The call connects, and a voice echoes, it's me. The man on the other end of the line identifies himself, Seol Hundu. Below, a figure stands in the mist. Seol Hundu's voice continues, stating, I'm going to inform you about the assassins in accordance with the Awaken's Oath. The text appears, demanding, inform me in advance of any actions taken against me for revenge. A blinding flash erupts as a powerful blow lands. The masked figure grits his teeth, a visible strike connecting with immense force. Oh! The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the air. The force of the blow is amplified, energy crackling around the fighters. The impact continues, the force of the blow threatening to shatter everything. His face is grim, bracing for what's coming. The attack continues, a series of blows raining down. The onslaught continues, the force of the blows creating visible shockwaves. The relentless assault continues, the arena floor cracking under the strain. The masked assassin descends, blades poised to strike. He is still descending, his form blurred with speed. The assassin continues his rapid descent. He plummets downwards, the force of his descent shattering the ground below. Dust explodes outwards from the point of impact. Black and white brothers, a voice declares. The man's eye glows with an eerie light. SFX, sizzle. I heard you specialize in assassination attacks using stealth. The man's words hang heavy in the air. The assassin retorts, so much for that. A sinister grin spreads across his face as the assassin prepares to strike. Panic etched on his face, the hooded figure looks up as a foot descends towards him. The assassin's blade plunges downward. The assassin's words cut deep, that basically means you're shit at everything but that. His eye glows crimson, a sinister smile spreading across his face as dark energy crackles around him. Crimson energy flares around him, the air crackling with raw power. The crimson energy explodes outward, engulfing everything in a blinding light. The blinding light fades, revealing a city skyline under a swirling, colorful sky. The city streets are now visible, cars moving along the highway. I heard you've selected the participants for the player tryouts, a voice says. That's going to be a gathering of prospects from all over the country, the voice continues. The question hangs in the air, who are you looking forward to seeing, Chairman? A click echoes as the chairman takes a photo with his phone. The question is posed, is it Shin Yunbok from Busan, the S-ranker? A disbelieving voice then scoffs, huh? No way. An imposing figure stands silhouetted against a large window, a phone pressed to his ear. The office is dimly lit, save for the bright glow of the window behind him. The figure at the window continues, "Sure, he's strong." He continues, "Sure, he's remarkable too, but the one I'm most excited about is." The man on the phone finishes his sentence with a sinister smile, "Your younger sister." The camera focuses on the man's chest, the ominous words hanging heavy in the air. Come on, the man says, his voice a low growl. "You think that family tolerates you?" He continues, pressing his point, "You think that family tolerates anything worse than that?" A voice replies, chuckling, "Ha, you're still as harsh as ever." The question hangs in the air, who is Ah Hyun looking forward to then? The answer comes swiftly, Shin. Her gaze softens, a faint smile playing on her lips as she thinks, "Yoonbak?" He begins, a glint in his eye. "Yeah, until we heard something amusing." The man then questions, "Amusing?" Putting the other S-rankers aside, he states, seemingly about to reveal something significant. The scene shifts to a nighttime cityscape as the words appear. Deputy Manager Go Tae-wook personally got in contact with a student. The glittering lights of the city at night fill the view as it's revealed. Deputy Manager Go Tae-wook personally contacted a student. The question lingers, Deputy Manager Go Tae-wook did that? The scene shifts to a rocky setting where one figure supports another who is heavily bandaged. A question hangs in the air, "Aren't you curious?" The question remains hanging in the air, how skilled an awakened would be for him. The answer comes, to have personally stepped forward. The awakened lies battered, unconscious. A voice echoes from the shadows, questioning, "What's wrong with this now?" Staring at his outstretched hand, a bead of sweat trickles down his face. A strange, red energy emanates from his palm. The red energy intensifies, now engulfing his entire hand. The red energy surges, but then a stark message flashes, insufficient physical ability. The surge of red energy falters. A message then appears, declaring insufficient physical ability. The red energy crackles around his hand, but the attempt is clearly failing. A sprawling cityscape stretches beneath a heavy, overcast sky. The camera descends to street level, revealing a long, empty road stretching into the distance. Back to back, the two figures stand before a shattered brick wall. Both are visibly injured, wrapped in bandages and bearing the marks of a fierce battle. The camera focuses on their feet, planted firmly on the cracked pavement. The aftermath of their battle is etched into the ground around them. "These black and white brother bastards," a voice snarls, "not only did they dare mess with players from the association, now they even tried laying hands on a high." The speaker's fury intensifies. "These black and white brother bastards," he spits, "not only did they dare mess with players from the association, now they even tried laying hands on a high school test taker?" "Don't you think these villains are getting worse these days?" he asks, his expression a mix of concern and disbelief. Kim Tae-hyun, the speech bubble declares. "Thanks for telling us," a voice acknowledges. Then, the question hangs in the air, "Do you have any idea who might be behind this attack?" An exclamation mark punctuates the heavy silence. A flicker of determination crosses his face. That determination hardens as he mutters, "Not really." A grim realization dawns on him. Could it be that the list of participants has been leaked, he wonders? He resolves to ask for stricter security for the others as well. He considers his options, muttering, "If I put the Taesan group on the line here, not only will I be able to wrap this up properly, it'll only put me personally in a pinch." Suddenly, a new thought strikes him. Also, right now the Taesan group isn't even the main problem. He realizes, his expression shifting to one of concern. He extends his hand, a sinister red energy crackling around his fingers. From the darkness, a sinister force emerges. His power falters. Insufficient physical ability, a message declares. Overload prevents him from using predation. This though, he thinks, blood dripping from his hand. I can't use it because my physical abilities. The thought trails off, incomplete. His inner thoughts continue, questioning, what the hell is the deal with this skill, and realizing, physical abilities aren't enough? A new thought sparks, so I just need to raise my stats then? The answer forms in his mind, the way to increase my stats. But the system reveals a problem. Preying on monsters to raise his awakening rank requires predation, but it failed. Similarly, preying on the awakened also requires predation, and also failed. He pauses, lost in thought as the images of the sinister men loom behind him. The hero curses under his breath, frustration evident. Damn it, he mutters, the system's limitations becoming clear. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he reluctantly concedes, I guess that's the only choice, huh? The world fades to white, the sky above a canvas of clouds. The world shifts, resolving into a view of a modern building with the words Blackhead emblazoned on its sign. The perspective shifts again, now showing the roof of a building. The view shifts again, closer now, focusing on the Blackhead sign and its cartoonish, angry-looking mascot. Inside, a woman smiles warmly, flashing a peace sign. Welcome, she says, holding a form bearing the Blackhead mascot. A woman's voice booms, I'm your guide at Blackhead, the best training center of the New South Korea Association. The guide introduces herself, my name is Yura. Yura then asks, how can I help you? Yura winks, flashing a peace sign with a bright smile. Suddenly, a thought bubble appears with an exclamation point. The realization hits, be Blackhead? But you gotta be loaded, with money and power to be registered here. You're going to attend this. The man smirks, seemingly unbothered by the revelation. His companion, however, looks on in utter disbelief. With a confident stride, he responds, why else would I come here? Kids? The question hangs in the air, thick with disbelief. The voice continues, a note of warning creeping in, hey kids? This isn't your average training center. A hand extends a card to the woman, requesting, use this to register 2 people, please. Her response is a simple, huh? Extending a card, he requests, use this to register 2 people, please. The woman simply responds, huh? The card gleams, revealing the letters SVIP emblazoned upon it. The letters SVIP are clearly visible on the card. This should be enough for verification, right? He asks, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. The man beside him stares with open disbelief, a question mark practically floating above his head. The card in his hand reads, a card from Alchemist. A thought bubble questions, one of the F4 guilds? The text reveals a crucial detail, Taehyun signed an SVIP contract with the Alchemists back in Chapter 8. The discovery sparks immediate questions. How come this kid has this? Is he the disciple of a high-ranking player? The realization dawns on him. Or don't tell me he himself is one? The thought continues, the speaker now contemplating what might happen but if I just give him. The speaker continues his train of thought, now visibly sweating. If I just give him the okay, this could become troublesome if things go wrong. The internal debate rages on. What should I do, he wonders. Suddenly, a loud, mocking laugh erupts. The taunting continues. Looks like Yura has encountered an issue. A startled ah escapes Yura as a card is held up before her. One of the onlookers wonders, Who? Kiddo, money alone isn't enough to get you in. The words hang heavy in the air, leaving Yura's fate uncertain. Flexing his massive biceps, the man winks, a tattoo reading the strongest visible on his chest. Iron. Strong man. Yura exclaims, her eyes wide with shock. The screen reveals Iron Strongman's stats, a B-rank trainer, not a player, with the skill muscle augmentation. He's a member of Blackhead and a rookie killer who apparently renamed himself. That's a super cool name. What do we do, Hyung? One of the trainees exclaims, clearly panicked. The trainees wonder aloud, what's the deal with his name? Is he crazy? The trainees hear a booming voice announce, Rookie Killer, Iron Strong Man is here. They got caught by Iron Strongman, someone shouts, while another laments, those poor new kids. Kiki dash. Iron Strongman boasts, do you see everyone trembling at the mention of my name? Iron Strongman offers a conditional pardon, if you go back now, I might forgive you. But a voice from below questions, "What is this?" The challenger's voice booms, "Weak as piece of shit yapping about?" A vein throbs on his forehead, rage burning in his narrowed eyes. The challenger's fury peaks as he demands, "What?" His shock is evident as he shouts, "H. Young?" The challenger's eyes widen in disbelief as he recognizes the woman. "H. Young," he exclaims, utterly shocked. Muscles flexed, the woman scoffs, "You dare say that? I'm the weak one?" Her muscles bulge as she clenches her fists, ready to fight. "Well, if you don't believe me, wanna bet on it?" he challenges, a smirk playing on his lips. Raising the stakes, he proposes, "Let's have the loser pay a year's worth of membership fees." "Bahaha," he roars with laughter, then adds, "Kid, you." The man's laughter booms as he declares, "Kid, you don't even know your place." But perfect. If that's the case. The scene fades to white. The white fades, leaving only a few scattered shapes in the emptiness. Shapes begin to emerge from the void. The scattered shapes coalesce, revealing a distorted, pixelated landscape. The landscape solidifies further, revealing a figure standing against a massive, dark sun. The world takes on a sharper, more menacing form, revealing jagged peaks and shadowy figures with glowing red eyes. The two figures stand side by side, bathed in a strange, digital glow. The landscape looms, and a stark challenge echoes, "Then prove it." A red flash obscures the view as the two figures clash. The two are locked in combat, a red aura surrounding them as the crowd watches intently. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the air. What is that?" he exclaims, a look of utter disbelief etched on his face as he stares at something beyond the panel's view. Their eyes widen in terror as they behold the unfolding scene. "The abyss," one of them cries out, the name hanging heavy with dread. The revelation hits hard, that's the virtual reality program, Virtual Porter. "Virtual Porter," one of them asks, his expression a mix of confusion and dawning realization. Darkness descends, obscuring everything. Virtual Porter, the title looms, hanging over a world described as a virtual replica of the abyss, where a competition is being held. Strapped into a futuristic chair, he seems to be entering the virtual world. The rules of the competition are laid out: eliminate the most B-rank monsters as you race to the finish line in the shortest amount of time, all while carrying maximum weight. He's launched into the virtual arena, ready to face the challenge. A voice declares, "It's definitely the most popular way to establish a hierarchy in the training center." The voice continues, explaining the purpose of the competition. The screen flashes game start, as the crowd cheers, eager for the competition to begin. A voice cuts through the cheering crowd, expressing concern, but he's at too much of a disadvantage against Iron Strongman. Iron Strongman's sinister grin spreads wide, his red eyes gleaming with malicious intent. A chilling laugh echoes through the arena, "Kahaha." Iron Strongman's voice booms, filled with contempt, "You stupid little brat." Iron Strongman descends, a monstrous stone guardian looming behind him. "You dare compete with me," he roars. "My skill muscle augmentation makes me the boss at combat." Iron Strongman declares as the word "hit" flashes across the screen. His fist connects with a resounding "KLEK." But then, a counterattack. At mobility, a speech bubble declares as the word "swish" flashes. The counterattack lands with blinding speed, the all-round skill in Virtual Porter. The counterattack continues to escalate. Not to mention, the amount of weight I can lift is out of this world. The combo count rises as the onslaught continues. The hero continues his assault, declaring, "With this, I'll thankfully enjoy a free year." The hero's relentless strikes continue to land. The hero's face is shown in a blur as the impact registers. The hero's onslaught continues, but a sudden, jarring impact sends shockwaves through the arena. The hero is sent flying backwards amidst a storm of debris and energy. Despite the force of the blow, the hero's eyes burn with unwavering resolve. A brutal punch connects. They surge forward, a pack of monsters closing in. The monsters close in, their claws reaching. He follows the glowing arrows, pushing forward. A wave of blue energy erupts, obliterating the monsters in its path. He's propelled forward by the blast, surrounded by the energy's fading trails. The hero hurtles through a futuristic cityscape, still engulfed in the fading blue energy. An OH escapes him as he continues to be propelled through the city. The force of the impact elicits another OH as he is blasted through the city. Another OH escapes him as he is sent flying through the air. The force sends him hurtling backwards through the digital cityscape. He's sent reeling into a pack of digital monsters, their red eyes gleaming menacingly. A blinding flash erupts. Energy crackles around him, a surge of power emanating from within. The energy coalesces into monstrous forms, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The monstrous forms tower above, jagged teeth bared in anticipation. The monstrous forms descend, their sharp edges poised to strike. A blinding flash erupts, followed by the stark number 999. The combo intensifies, a blinding purple light engulfing the area. The attack lands with a resounding OK. The dust settles, and a voice sighs, "Phew." He yells, "I wasn't planning to keep coming here for more than 30 days, but this is definitely amazing training, considering it's with the maximum weight." He seems to be changing his mind about leaving so soon. A crowd appears, holding up a sign that reads, "I believed in you." Their expressions range from shock to encouragement. "Ah, did you say you're iron?" "Strongman," a voice booms. The figure stands at the top of the icy steps, towering over the protagonist. "Well, that was a nice little competition," he says, his form still towering over the scene. The figure is gone, with only clouds and debris remaining. The word "win" flashes brightly, as the defeated opponent lies below. A sinister smirk spreads across his face as he stands over the defeated opponent, purple energy crackling around him. But the fight might not be over yet. "Pay up and get lost," the words echo, the victor's demand hanging in the air. "How is everyone?" a message suddenly appears. It marks the 30th day since the announcement of the change in the player tryouts. The sky stretches out, a vast expanse of blue dotted with clouds. The expanse of the sky fills the view, a serene blue canvas dotted with fluffy white clouds. Below the serene sky, a massive, star-shaped structure looms over a crowd of people. The peaceful scene shatters as a helicopter descends rapidly toward the crowd. The helicopter plunges closer as a voice booms, "The day we've been waiting for is finally here." The announcement is made clear: the player license exam. A palpable tension fills the air as the examinees await their fate. A low murmur ripples through the crowd of hopeful examinees. The Player Association has changed the tryouts. Now, minors can participate through recommendations. People of all ages are flocking to the association's testing center from all over the country. The Player Association is most excited to see the awakened who are the undefeatable fighter in close combat, A-ranker Iron Fist. The association is eager to see Hong Jungwook, the A-ranker known as Iron Fist. Hong Jungwook extends his hand, a concentrated surge of energy gathering in his palm. Even S-rankers acknowledge his outstanding combat sense, but his name is Lee Gilson, the A-rank druid. Busan's formidable Thunder God is now revealed. The Thunder God smirks, electricity crackling around his outstretched hand. The text declares him S-rank, Shin Yunbok. He's rumored to have recorded the best figures among all test takers this time, earning him the title Saintess. Above her, the words high-level prospect appear, solidifying her reputation. Now, her true rank is revealed, S-rank Lim Ah-hyung. And many more. The announcement continues, revealing that countless talented individuals are expected to participate this time. The crowd surges toward the arena, a testament to the multitude of skilled individuals gathering for the competition. A sudden cry pierces the air. The cry escalates into a desperate shout, "It's far. It's way too far." A desperate thought surfaces, "If I don't cover this today either, I'll definitely get fired." The prospect of unemployment visibly terrifies her, tears well in her eyes. The panel introduces Kim Jija, a new reporter for SY Economy, whose objective is to interview and film the test takers at the player tryouts. Her skill? Typing, E. Before them stands the stadium, a modern structure nestled against a backdrop of distant mountains. A crowd of hopefuls gathers, all vying for a chance to prove their worth. The crowd presses forward, leaving Jija behind. At this rate, I'm not getting any interviews, she thinks, frustration mounting. The crowd surges onward. I'd be lucky to even get a picture. Jija thinks, her hopes dwindling. Despair washes over Jija. I guess I'm destined to fail at whatever I do with this rank, she thinks, convinced her life is ruined. She collapses to her knees, her hand bracing against the unforgiving ground. Damn it, she mutters, a new wave of frustration washing over her. But then, a question forms in her mind. The question hangs in the air, why are there so many people here? The question lingers, growing more pointed, how is a test taker supposed to pass? Tears well up in her eyes as the words echo in her mind, test taker. Geez, she mutters, a flicker of annoyance crossing her face. With a hand in his pocket, he strides forward, seemingly unfazed. His polished shoes click against the floor as he continues his advance. What a hassle, he mutters, his nonchalant attitude unwavering. A smirk plays on his lips as he continues forward. Kim Tae-hyun, a player tryout test taker, receives a rank of C. A vast crowd looks on as a beam of light pierces the sky above the arena. A roar erupts from the stands, the crowd's reaction echoing the intensity of the light. Suddenly, a voice booms, calling out, test taker Kim Tae-hyun. This way. 1 minute before the test starts. Ha! He breathes, realizing, I almost ran late because of that last-minute interview. A woman waits for him in the distance. The person who took up my time with the interview, he thinks, as the woman gives him a thumbs up, saying, good. Well, even so. He begins to say, seemingly about to change his mind. But a sinister smile spreads across his face. A surge of energy crackles around him. The energy intensifying around him, he thinks, I should set up my image beforehand. The force of his power sends his opponents flying. The room is now filled with bodies, all lying prone on the floor. The force of the attack leaves everyone incapacitated. The room remains still, everyone knocked out by the attack. A low murmur begins to stir through the crowd. The crowd begins to stir, a rising clamor breaking the silence. The crowd's noise intensifies as they begin to move. The crowd's movement reveals their expressions, shock and apprehension are etched on their faces as they look up. Oh, a voice questions, the speaker's expression mirroring the crowd's shock. An exclamation punctuates the air, hanging above the speaker's head. His chest bears a badge, boldly displaying the number 920. Kim Tae-hyun, the question hangs in the air, unanswered. Her eyes widen as she looks up at him, a clear question on her face. Her badge reads 113. A voice cuts through the silence. Oh, if it isn't the class president? The voice continues, dripping with sarcasm. Oh, if it isn't the class president? Her eyes widen in shock. But, what happened to your body? She asks, clearly disturbed by what she sees. He responds dismissively, you mean this? I just did a bit of training. He continues, this is, just a bit of training. Above, a voice questions, just a bit, as the man stands calmly, a slight smirk playing on his lips. A woman looks up, her expression a mix of shock and disbelief. I heard he awakened, but can someone change so much within just 1 month? The room falls silent as everyone stares, stunned by his sudden transformation. A sharp gasp escapes her lips as she stares at the man before her. The silence shatters as someone demands, last time, what on earth did you do to Lee Young-jae? The screen flashes with bold text, young people who shall bear the future of the new Korea. Suddenly, the screen displays a message, young people who shall bear the future of the new Korea. The message echoes throughout the crowded auditorium, the weight of its words settling upon the young audience. Suddenly, a new message flashes on the screen, punctuated by a pair of exclamation points. The screen fades to white. The message clarifies, this is the first testing ground to select the awakened who will become players, the message concludes, as the screen displays a man with a sinister smile. The sinister smile of the man on the screen casts an unsettling shadow over the room. A young woman, marked with the number 113, glances nervously to the side. The screen shifts, declaring, here are the rules of the first test. The screen continues, the first instruction appearing: first, look at your chest. The screen's command hangs in the air, as the woman's expression shifts to one of slight discomfort and suspicion. Following the instruction, a close-up reveals a badge pinned to her chest. The screen then declares, each of you will have your own numbered exam ticket. The screen continues, revealing the test's objective. The test this time is to collect 5 of them, including your own. The screen clarifies the stakes, in other words, if you don't have your own, you're out. The screen declares the test a free-for-all, as some call it. This is an exam ticket scramble. The screen then displays a coin with question marks, multiplied by 5. The man in front of the screen shouts with excitement. The screen displays the reward multiplier, 5 times the question mark coins. The screen then reads, the time. The screen reveals the catch: limit is only 1 hour. Oh! The ground, he exclaims, seemingly disoriented as he falls. The ground rushes up to meet him. Sweat beads on his brow as he plummets towards the strange, blocky ground. Others have already fallen, scattered across the platforms. What on earth is happening? He exclaims. The entire area, it seems, is transforming beneath them. In that case, the words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken intent. A sinister grin stretches across his face, a manic energy radiating from him as the transformation intensifies. Suddenly, the announcement booms: the first test starts now. Massive, glowing symbols materialize, signaling the start of the trial. The candidates find themselves on a massive grid, each square seemingly containing a different reality. The candidates find themselves trapped within individual cubes, each reflecting a distorted image of a laughing face. The candidates struggle within their prisons, the distorted reflections of the laughing face looming large around them. The candidates scream, their faces contorted in terror as the cubes begin to collapse inward. The cubes shatter. The title of the series appears, Regressing with the King's Power. The number 15 appears on the screen. There's the S-ranker Emma Hyung, someone shouts. Panic sets in as someone shouts, get her before she gets us. Emma Hyung's eyes glow with power as she prepares to unleash her abilities. Hyung's attack erupts with a resounding UWACK. A massive crystalline structure erupts, filling the space with its sharp edges. The force of the attack sends bodies flying amidst the crystalline shards. Even amidst the chaos, a voice remarks on the display of power. A prospective SSS-Rank indeed, such amazing ability. The voice continues, noting, the other participants are no joke either. Each and every one of them outperformed the previous test takers. The voice continues, stating, among them, I'm sure I'll be going home empty-handed. Especially looking forward to. The voice trails off, as the others watch the figure standing before a screen of hexagonal light. The screen highlights Busan's S-ranker, Shin Yunbak. Shin Yunbak, Busan's S-ranker, smirks confidently. 20 minutes into the test, Shin Yunbak hasn't allowed a single person to approach him, let alone land a decisive blow. A blinding flash erupts as Shin Yunbak unleashes a devastating attack. His opponents are caught in the blast, their faces contorted in pain. The force of the blast sends his opponents reeling, their faces etched with agony. Truly marvelous talent, one observer remarks. The group watches intently, wondering, I wonder which one of Emma Hyung or Shin Yunbak will get the upper hand. The screen beeps insistently as he touches it, his expression unreadable. A silent pause hangs in the air, punctuated only by the screen's blinking cursor. The screen displays a message: their interest is understandable considering their ranks. However, the message cuts off, leaving the rest unsaid. His sharp gaze pierces through the screen, an intensity building that hints at unspoken thoughts. I saw those. He begins, a revelation hanging in the air. Unbelievable numbers, he mutters, a strange smile playing on his lips as a ding echoes around him. Kim Tae-hyun, you'll breeze through this test with ease, a voice booms, filled with confidence. Show 'em all, Kim Tae-hyun, the voice booms, as the man grins, sweat trickling down his face. The words echo in Kim Tae-hyun's mind, the power that you hold, all of it. The power that you hold, all of it. The words reverberate as Kim Tae-hyun unleashes a devastating strike. The air crackles as Kim Tae-hyun's strike connects with immense force. SFX, KWAGWAGWA dash. The impact echoes, leaving only a blank white void. Amidst the blinding white, voices echo in disbelief. What? What? The white fades, revealing a man staring in disbelief at a glowing, hexagonal barrier. Within it, figures are trapped. The man's shock is palpable as he exclaims, "What the hell is this?" His face contorted in horror, the man's eyes widen as he screams. A-Rank awakened Hong Jung-wook strikes with incredible speed. Hong Jung-wook activates Iron Skin, his fist moving with blinding speed. But then, a new name appears, C-Rank awakened Kim Tae-hyun. Kim Tae-hyun activates Stone Skin as the attack lands. The question hangs in the air, did I misjudge Kim Tae-hyun's abilities? Someone wonders how a mere A-Rank awakened is holding him back. Not to mention, he didn't even dodge a single attack, someone observes, watching Kim Tae-hyun. Wait, a voice calls out. The man's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he mutters, The realization hits him hard, he didn't dodge a single attack. He lunges forward, fists clenched, but a desperate thought bubbles to the surface, don't tell me. A sickening crack echoes as his attack lands. The sickening crack confirms his worst fear. His opponent smirks, clearly relishing the impact of the blow. The force of the impact sends shards flying. The hero is sent crashing to the ground, a spray of blood marking the brutal impact. His opponent advances, closing in for the kill. Okay, he declares, his voice echoing in the aftermath. He moves in a blur, the force of his speed shattering the very air around him. The fallen man spits out, "You fucker, are you looking down on me?" He advances, a whirlwind of power surrounding him. Stone Skin is. The words begin to form. The perfect inferior counterpart to Iron Skin, he roars, his face contorted in rage. As if it's not enough you're fighting me head-on, you keep taking hits that are off the mark, he begins, only to be cut off. Oh God, you talk too much. His eyes widen in disbelief, sweat beading on his brow as the attack lands. The scene explodes with a burst of energy as the voice declares, that's exactly why there's a meaning to it. A manic grin spreads across his face as he prepares another attack. As he prepares to attack, system messages flash, stamina has increased by 1, followed by, charm has increased by 1. Even after a month of training, the seal on predation wasn't lifted. The training continues, but the seal on predation remains. It's probably because my stats still aren't good enough, he thinks. The way to increase stats in training is revealed. The way to increase stats is by stimulating my body as much as it can handle. That means fighting to the limit. Is the best training method? That's why. He moves with incredible speed, blurring into motion. A devastating blow lands, the force of the impact sending shockwaves outward. The brutal exchange leaves both combatants bloodied and battered. Despite the damage he's sustained, he declares, I haven't finished training yet. A cloud of dust erupts, obscuring the scene. The dust obscures what happens next. The dust settles, revealing a figure lying prone amidst scattered debris. He pushes himself up, bloodied but defiant. He glares up, muttering a single word, "You." His eyes widen, a roar of fury escaping his lips. He grits his teeth, a curse escaping his lips, "Damn monster." The man lies prone on the ground, uttering a pained ugh. The figure looms over him, poised to strike. Above the fallen man, a title card appears, C-Rank awakened Kim Tae-hyun. Kim Tae-hyun stands, panting, blood staining his clothes. He holds up 2 golden tokens, numbered 15 and 20. Kim Tae-hyun stands over his defeated opponent, the C-Rank awakened lying prone amidst shattered debris. Exam tickets currently in possession, too. A bead of sweat trickles down his face, a strained smile barely masking the exhaustion. A manic laugh erupts from him, the sound echoing with a disturbing intensity. Ha 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 ha. The maniacal laughter continues, as he proclaims, he's not normal after all. Deputy Manager Go is all worked up, someone observes. He must be really excited about the prospects this time. Deputy Manager Go stares in disbelief. I can't believe he's using this training method in the middle of such a large-scale survival game. Kim Tae-hyun, a voice booms. Your boldness has sent a chill down my spine. However, a new voice cuts through the air, declaring, this is going to be a problem now. Tae-hyun continues forward, but a concerned voice observes, I know it's for the sake of his stats, but the fight just now used too much of his stamina. The voice continues, advising, right now it would be best to conserve his stamina and target the weaker guys to collect their tickets. A bead of sweat rolls down the advisor's face as he clenches his fist, seemingly concerned about Tae-hyun's well-being. His eyes widen, a gasp escaping his lips. Oh, he exclaims, his attention now clearly focused on the screen. Who is that? A SSS-Rank awakened? The onlookers speculate, wondering if he even knows who he's up against. Or, perhaps, is he trying to get himself eliminated? A sudden, powerful impact shakes the arena. He's sent hurtling across the arena floor, leaving trails of shattered energy in his wake. The force of the blow sends him crashing into a wall, a cluster of bodies already embedded within it. The impact shatters the wall, sending a shockwave of energy rippling through the arena. The arena floor cracks under the immense pressure, energy surging around the fallen figures. Amidst the chaos, a figure emerges, seemingly unfazed. He asks, who are you? With his arms crossed, he stands amidst the fallen, seemingly untouched by the surrounding energy. It is revealed that the S-Rank awakened, Shin Yun-bak, currently possesses 147 exam tickets. Whoa, how many tickets do you have? A voice calls out, as another begins to count their own, 1. 2. Another voice chimes in, their count reaching 8. The camera focuses on the back of a man's Hawaiian shirt, covered in exam tickets. Fuck it, he declares, the sound of a struggle erupting around him. Bloody and bruised, he glares upwards, the sound of impact echoing. A blinding explosion rips through the air, shattering the geometric structures. The structure is pulverized by the force of the blast. Energy crackles in the aftermath. He's sent flying backwards from the force. The force sends him hurtling through the air, a trail of dust and energy marking his violent trajectory. The hero continues to be blasted backwards, engulfed in a blinding light. But a sinister smirk spreads across his opponent's face as the hero is thrown back. The opponent's hand glows with power as he prepares another attack. The hero is blasted back by a series of rapid attacks. He's sent flying backward, blood splattering from a wound on his head. He continues to be hurled backward, the world a blur of white. The world continues to spin as he's hurled through the air, the force of the blow unrelenting. He slams into the wall, the impact shattering the surface around him. The force of the impact sends shockwaves rippling through the very air. The force of the impact continues to send debris flying in all directions. The force of the blow echoes with a resounding kwah. Staggering, he grits out, damn. Despite the blow, he manages to say, you're pretty quick, huh? He admits, struggling, I can't even see your attacks. Despite the overwhelming speed, a confident smirk plays on his lips. A flurry of blows rains down. The relentless assault continues, each strike carrying immense force. The building buckles under the force of the ongoing barrage. The force of the attack sends him flying. Thud. He slams into the ground. The narration declares, Busan's S-Ranker, Thunder God, Shin Yun-bak. Spitting out blood, Shin Yun-bak struggles to rise. Despite the setback, Shin Yun-bak smirks, lightning crackling around him. Who would have expected he'd be so tricky? Bolts of lightning erupt around Shin Yun-bak, intensifying his already formidable power. Not only does he envelop himself with powerful lightning to block all attacks, but he also seems to be accumulating a collection of numbered tokens around him, their purpose yet unknown. I can't believe his destructive force gives him a reach that makes both melee and ranged fights possible. With me unable to use predation right now, he thinks, blood trickling down his face. How the hell do I break through it to attack him? Despite the blood trickling down his face, he taunts, why aren't you coming at me? Despite the blood trickling down his face, he smirks, goading his opponent. Why aren't you coming at me? His eyes gleam with power as he challenges, want me to come to you? Power crackles around him as he prepares to unleash a devastating attack. The air vibrates with immense power, a silent promise of devastation. His fist glows with raw energy, ready to strike. Bolts of blue energy crackle around him as he unleashes his attack. The attack lands, a blinding flash of blue energy erupting on impact. The blue energy rips through the environment. The blue energy intensifies, radiating outward with immense power. The energy explodes outward, shattering everything in its path. The force of the blast sends both fighters flying in opposite directions. The building around them continues to crumble. Despite the explosion, he laughs maniacally. Ha ha ha. Still crackling with energy, he asks, "Where are you running off to?" The words echo, accompanied by the sound of crackling energy. The battle intensifies as lightning crackles, throwing both fighters back. A deafening wah echoes as the lightning intensifies. The lightning surges around him as he cries out. Ha ha ha. "Didn't you want to fight?" he shouts, a manic grin plastered across his face as lightning crackles around him. "You shouldn't." The words echo, hanging ominously in the air. "Be running away then," the taunt booms. He struggles to his feet, a pained grunt escaping his lips. A devastating blow lands, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the arena. He cries out, a look of desperation etched on his bloodied face as the massive, jagged weapon descends. He plummets toward the ground, the arena floor rushing up to meet him. The world blurs as he falls. A voice echoes, laced with disdain, "Moron." A blinding spark erupts. The spark intensifies, lines of energy crackling against the backdrop of the building. He's propelled forward by the force of the energy, a blur against the light. Still propelled by the force, he hurtles forward, a trail of energy following in his wake. The force continues to hurl him forward, the world a blinding white. His eyes focus, the blinding light fading as he hurtles towards a solid structure. Lightning crackles around his outstretched hand. He lunges, the lightning arcing wildly as he closes the distance. The lightning intensifies as he hurtles forward. The lightning crackles around him as he reaches out. He grits his teeth, pushing forward with everything he has. The world around him warps and distorts under the immense pressure. The force shatters everything around him. The destructive energy continues to expand. The destructive energy unleashes a wave of screams and shouts. The destructive energy intensifies. Ha ha ha. The man's laughter pierces through the chaos as the destructive energy surges around him. He exclaims, "Are you enduring this as well? That's kinda awesome of you." The hell, he wonders aloud, a visible shockwave emanating from him as he prepares for what comes next. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he realizes, "So you were here too." His thoughts continue, revealing his isolation, all that time, while everyone was busy running away from me. Panic etched on their faces, the group desperately tries to flee. A figure crackles with energy behind them, blocking their escape. His thoughts continue, revealing a twisted sense of amusement. "I thought Lim Ah-hyun was the only one who could entertain me in the player tryouts." His twisted thoughts continue, "But you." The threat hangs heavy in the air. His eyes glow with an eerie light as he finishes his thought, "We're here too." Such. The word hangs in the air, charged with unseen power. A fun little toy. The words reverberate with sinister glee. A streak of blinding light tears through the air. A devastating explosion erupts. He unleashes a torrent of energy. A stunned silence follows. "Oh," he utters, seemingly taken aback by the force of the attack. Electricity crackles around him as his eyes widen in disbelief. "What?" he gasps, blood trickling down his forehead. The force of the blow sends him reeling backwards. Staggering, he cries out, "What's going on?" There's no way his attacks could reach me, he thinks, disbelief warring with the reality of the situation. A blinding light erupts as the attack lands. The world is consumed by a brilliant, all-encompassing light as the attack connects. The blinding light intensifies, consuming everything. The light fades, revealing the man's pained expression as he cries out, "KUH-." He seems shocked. He okay? Stone skin is certainly no match for Thunder God's fury. Far from piercing through to him, even at his highest performance, it'd merely strike with the other, get crushed to pieces, and disappear. But in this place, a voice declares, as the scene shifts to a strange, geometric space. The player tryouts grounds is different, the voice continues, hinting at a shift in the rules of engagement. The voice continues, explaining that the arena is constructed from a material designed to withstand the power of those awakened. The voice clarifies, so unlike stone skin, while it may shatter, it won't lose its shape. So if I use it as a weapon, the voice declares, as energy crackles and gathers. He unleashes the gathered energy, his eyes glowing with intense focus. The energy explodes outward in a blinding flash. And somehow, he manages to pierce through Thunder God's fury. Then Shin Yunbok. You, sly bastard, he shouts, blood trickling down his face as lightning crackles around him. Blinding light erupts, obscuring the view. The figure is sent hurtling downwards amidst the shattered remains of the arena. His face contorted in a scream, he plummets through the air, the shattered arena raining down around him. He continues to fall, a bright light obscuring the view. He is sent flying backwards, blood splattering from his mouth. Despite the blood on his face, a sinister smile creeps across his lips. The world spins as he falls, a trail of blood marking his trajectory. He crashes through the floor with a deafening roar. Below, a group of suited figures watch the destruction unfold above them. What on earth is happening? One of them exclaims, reeling from the sudden destruction. Another voice echoes the sentiment, an S-rank awakened lost to a C-ranker? Kim Tae-hyun, a voice booms from below. The question hangs in the air, who the hell is he? The newcomer's presence is already making butterflies in people's stomach. The man smirks, his fingers steepled beneath his chin. He's one hell of a guy, the sentence finishes. A thought bubble appears. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he considers what he just heard. He wonders. He lies defeated amidst scattered tokens, his expression a mask of pain. He struggles to his feet, letting out a strained hue. He announces, with that, I've acquired all of my exam tickets. Holding the exam tickets, he thinks, now all that's left is to wait for the exam to end. Suddenly, a sharp, crystalline object pierces through the air. An ominous, sharp object descends from above, its purpose unknown. He desperately throws himself to the side, narrowly avoiding the descending object. He tumbles away, shards of the mysterious object exploding around him. He cries out in shock, blood splattering across his face. What was that? Stumbling, he cries out, ice. A look of disbelief washes over his face. A shard of ice pierces through the air. More ice shards rain down around him. The ice shards intensify, and a speech bubble appears, marked with double exclamation points. The barrage intensifies. The cube is now encased in a sphere of ice. His eyes widen as the ice sphere shatters. Shattered ice rains down as the cube is released. The ice explodes outward, sending shards flying. The air fills with a blizzard of ice fragments. The blizzard intensifies, the air thick with glittering ice crystals. The blizzard rages on, the intricate ice formations swirling with increasing intensity. The blizzard's intensity reaches a fever pitch, the wind howling with unnatural force. She's blown away by the force of the blizzard, struggling to maintain her footing against the icy onslaught. The blizzard rages on, the sound of the wind deafening. The blizzard continues unabated, the wind howling like a banshee. Through the blizzard, a figure emerges, walking towards a wall of ice. He pauses, battered and bloodied, the blizzard whipping around him. Her eyes glow with an eerie light as she stares directly ahead. She clenches her fist, a surge of power emanating from her. Lim Ah-hyung, she questions, her tone laced with disbelief. The question echoes in her mind, why did Lim Ah-hyung come here? He stands on the snowy precipice, the chilling winds whipping around him. A sudden realization hits, how long has she been watching the fight? He begins, I believe that with great power comes great responsibility. A beat passes, and a question hangs in the air. He continues, driving his point home, power without responsibility is simply violence. His words hang heavy in the air, the silence amplifying the weight of his statement. The silence breaks as someone acknowledges Kim Tae-hyun's strength. Kim Tae-hyun, you're pretty strong. I never would have imagined that you'd defeat Shin Yun-bak like that. Bloody and bruised, Kim Tae-hyun looks up, beginning to question, what are you suddenly? Right, a disembodied voice echoes, cutting off Kim Tae-hyun's question. The voice continues, its words now forming on the screen, you probably defeated Lee Young-jae that way too. Her eyes glow with an eerie light as she stares directly ahead, a surge of power emanating from her. Energy crackles around her outstretched hand, ready to strike. His face, bruised and battered, reflects the intensity of her power. The ground shatters under the force of her attack. The force of the impact sends shockwaves rippling outwards. A blinding light erupts from the point of impact. The force of the blow sends him staggering backwards. The attack continues, a barrage of strikes raining down. The relentless assault continues, a flurry of blows blurring together. Damn it! The snow's like a damn bomb, he exclaims, caught in the explosive force. At this, a new power surges within him. Rate, stealth or whatever is just pointless, he declares, a surge of power emanating from him. He roars, a raw, untamed sound, as the power surges through him. The force of his power rips through the air. She leaps forward, a surge of power emanating from her leg as she strikes. The force of the impact sends him flying backwards. Dazed and injured, he's sent reeling through the air. As he flies through the air, a memory surfaces, that day in the gym, I believed in you. He slams into the ground, the force of the impact sending debris flying. The air crackles with unspoken disappointment, I thought you were different from kids like Lee Young-jae. He's immediately bombarded by a barrage of ice shards. That you wouldn't act recklessly out of pure self-interest. The words hang in the air as the shards strike. But then, a voice declares, after seeing your fight, I understood. The man screams, his eyes glowing with power as he declares, in the end, Lee Young-jae as well as Bae Hyuk-soo. It was all. His declaration hangs unfinished. You're doing. The words appear, hanging in the air. He's sent crashing down through the debris. He braces himself, a massive crystalline structure looming before him. The impact sends a shockwave rippling outwards. He is sent flying backwards, blood spraying as he crashes through the crystalline structure. The force of the impact sends her hurtling through the air, scattering crystalline shards. The impact reverberates, the crystalline structure shattering further. The consequences of her actions are made clear, unauthorized use of skills is a crime, and those two are still in the hospital. The girl watches as the crystalline structure continues to break apart, her hand outstretched. In the distance, her opponent lies prone. The crystalline structure continues to disintegrate, the girl's outstretched hand a stark reminder of the power she wields. But after all that you've been through, I won't report you, she declares, the crystalline shards continuing to fall around her. The girl stands firm, her expression unwavering as the crystalline shards continue to dissipate around her. However, the reprieve may be short-lived. Above the fallen figure, a stark command echoes, withdraw from the player tryouts. The command continues, the voice declaring, because you don't deserve to become a player. A cold smirk plays on her lips as the command hangs in the air. The number 113 is prominently displayed on her chest. Eyes wide with fury, he demands, who the fuck are you to say that? An exclamation punctuates the tense silence. The ground shatters as the force of an unseen blow sends him staggering. The force sends shards of crystal flying around him. Amidst the flying shards, she cries out, you couldn't even stop Lee Jung-jae's tyranny. Power? Responsibility? Deserving? Her voice rising, she accuses him, when it comes down to it, all you want to do is eliminate me. She continues, I'd rather you use the survival test as an excuse, she finishes, her words hanging heavy in the air as the camera focuses on his pained expression. His expression hardens as he replies, rather than acting so pathetic. Rather than acting so pathetic, he retorts, his gaze hardening. Her eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. I see. she murmurs, realization dawning. So that's your. She begins, her words hanging in the air. Answer. The word hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken meaning. Any more? The challenger declares, a surge of blue energy crackling around him. Blue energy crackles as he unleashes his power. The challenger's energy erupts in a blinding display. She grips the staff, channeling the blinding energy. The energy coalesces, focusing into a point above her. Her eyes glow with intense power as she prepares to unleash the gathered energy. The concentrated power reaches its apex, ready to be unleashed. The energy now at its peak, she declares, I'm gonna end you with this, Kim Tae-hyun. The attack hurtles towards Kim Tae-hyun. The attack slams into Tae-hyun, a blinding light erupting on impact. The force of the blow leaves Tae-hyun bloodied and battered. After being shattered hundreds of times, Tae-hyun's stone skin lost its function long ago. His stone skin crumbles, shards falling as the ability finally fails him. Even stealth is useless, he realizes. It's immediately countered by area of effect attacks. A blinding light engulfs the area. Even with the stat-boosting Monarch's heart already active, it's not enough to turn the tide. Chains begin to snap around the Monarch's heart. Predation is still sealed, he realizes, his stamina failing him. He doesn't have enough to paralyze her in a scuffle, not like he did with Lee Young-jae. The heart pulses with renewed power. In the end, I only have, he declares, the words hanging heavy in the air. A blinding surge of energy erupts, throwing him back with tremendous force. The force of the blast sends him hurtling backwards. Still reeling from the blast, he struggles to regain his footing. He slides back, momentum carrying him across the ground. Eyes glowing with intensity, she swings her weapon down with furious speed. A blinding light erupts. The light intensifies, obscuring everything. Debris flies as the blinding light explodes outward. The explosion continues, sending shards of debris flying in all directions. Amidst the chaos, a stark message appears, one choice left. What's happening in the fight? Someone exclaims. A mix of shock and concern is visible on the onlookers' faces. I can't see because of all this, someone shouts, struggling to get a view of the ongoing battle. Kim Tae-hyun, a voice calls out, the name echoing through the arena. Kim Tae-hyun looks up, his eyes wide with surprise. Oh, he mutters, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. His surprise evident, he wonders aloud, oh? A single bead of sweat betrays his growing anxiety. His surprise lingers as he questions, oh. Their eyes widen in disbelief as one of them stammers, what is that? The sound of shattering glass fills the air. A cube of glass shatters, sending shards flying in every direction. Falling through the shattered remains, the pair plummets downwards. The pair continues to plummet downwards. The descent continues, surrounded by shards of ice. They continue to fall, surrounded by the ever-present shards of ice. UHP. A strained voice whispers as they continue to plummet. The fall continues, and a pained UHP escapes him. A blinding flash erupts, sending one figure flying backwards through the air. The world distorts as the force of the blast sends the figure hurtling through the air. A chilling grin spreads across her face, her eyes glowing with an eerie light as she prepares to strike. The powerful energy surges around her, crackling with intense force. With a mighty swing, she brings her weapon down, the impact promising devastation. The weapon strikes, shattering the ground into countless pieces. Amidst the shattered debris, her gaze remains fixed and determined. Her eyes widen, a gasp escaping her lips as she stares at something directly in front of her. He unleashes a powerful attack, the force of it shattering the ground around him. The air crackles with energy as the attack hurtles forward. In his final moments, life-threatening desperation fills his eyes. Tae-hyun went for. He went for a kiss. He kisses her. The kiss shatters the surrounding environment. From the looks out of it, but it was. The kiss continues amid the destruction, but a system message declares, paralysis. Paralysis, the system message declares, as lightning crackles around them. The The system then specifies abnormal status effect skills in closer range rather than long distance. The system clarifies that abnormal status effect skills directed inward rather than outward have dramatically higher chances of success. He pins his opponent to the ground, the system's advice fresh in his mind. Kim Tae-hyun infused paralysis into his blood and forced his opponent to swallow it. Of course, considering an S-ranker's monstrous resistance, it's just a provocation. And the result hangs in the balance. The S-ranker lies prone amidst scattered debris, lightning crackling around her. He advances, his hand outstretched, ready to deliver the final blow. Her voice, strained and weak, barely manages to call out, "Kim Tae-hyun." She lies paralyzed, defeated. A voice declares, "You have failed at resisting it." Her eyes narrow, and she grits out, "You." The system announces that she has delivered a fatal psychological shock to her opponent. Furthermore, her charm has increased by 3. He's battered and bruised, blood smeared across his face, but a twisted smile plays on his lips. Just barely, but it worked. The shadowy figure collapses. Dust fills the air as he surveys the destruction. He notices the girl lying on the ground, and a speech bubble appears with an exclamation point. Through the settling dust, a voice booms, "As of this time, the first round of testing is over." The announcement continues, instructing, "The medical team will move you to safety now. We ask that all test takers remain at their current location." The voice booms again, "I repeat." The voice echoes, cutting through the air, "At this time. Your attention," the voice concludes, its command hanging in the air. The title card appears, regressing with the king's power. Chapter 18 begins. After the first round of testing was completed. The scene shifts, the perspective angled sharply downwards, emphasizing the stark, sterile environment. All the injured examinees were promptly attended to by a medical team. Even though Lim Ah-hyung was paralyzed. Despite her paralysis, Lim Ah-hyung still possessed her exam tickets and combat skills, securing her passage through the first round. As for Kim Tae-hyun, he only managed to obtain 7 tickets. The results are displayed, 1 pass, 2 fails. A hand moves across the display of results, a mixture of pass and fail labels visible. The message is clear, him unexpectedly taking down Shin Yun-bak and Lim Ah-hyung. The halls buzz with hushed whispers as the students react to the unexpected results. One student sports a sling, a visible reminder of the recent battles. Heavy footsteps echo down the hall. He certainly made himself the center of attention during the tryouts. Whispers spread, "He's the one who took down Shin Yun-bak and Lim Ah-hyung." Another voice chimes in, questioning, "I heard he's a C-ranker. Is that true?" The crowd buzzes with speculation as they watch him. The murmurs grow louder, with one voice rising above the rest, "What trick did he use?" He reflects on his recent ordeal. "Healing skills are great. I couldn't even walk in that state." Looking at his hand, he wonders, "Should I get one later?" A shout echoes, "Kim Tae-hyun." A question hangs in the air. His eyes narrow, a focused intensity hardening his gaze. The shape of a speech bubble appears. The words explode onto the scene, "You sneaky bastard." The man's face contorts with rage as he screams, "You sneaky bastard." Blasts of energy erupt around the man, who is now on the ground. A question hangs in the air as the energy subsides. "Shin Yun-bak," he shouts, his eyes wide with disbelief. Eyes narrowed, he declares, "You won't be able to pull the same tricks as earlier over here." A surge of energy crackles around him, emanating from his patterned clothing. Blue energy explodes outwards as they clash. The force of the clash sends a shockwave through the room, felt by those observing. "Oh! Look!" A fight broke out, a voice exclaims. Another voice adds, "That's Shin Yun-bak. Is he taking revenge for earlier?" The crowd cheers on the fight, voices ringing out, "Ha! We don't mind you getting rid of a past candidate. Go ahead." Another shouts, "Blow him up. Shin Yun-bak." The crowd roars its approval, fists raised in the air. "Who?" they shout, clearly enjoying the spectacle of the fight. His eyes glow with power as he declares, "You've got nothing to do with this, so I'll just have to get rid of you." A surge of power crackles around his hand, ready to unleash. "Shut the fuck up." The command booms as a wave of energy erupts. The force of the blast sends one man sprawling. A desperate, agonized scream rips through the air. "Now! Kim Tae-hyun! Let's go at it, fair and square." The challenge rings out, a declaration of intent. A sneer curls across his face as he spits out, "You crazy bastard. I'll show." He growls, the threat hanging heavy in the air. He spits out, "You're nothing in front of me without those damn tricks of yours." A surge of power emanates from his hands, crackling with blue energy. A sinister grin spreads across his face. A deafening explosion rips through the air. His eyes gleam with malevolent intent as the energy intensifies. His eyes widen in disbelief. A massive force rips through the air. The force slams into him, sending him flying amidst a cloud of dust and debris. SFX, whoosh! A pained scream echoes as he's sent hurtling through the air. He flies backwards, debris swirling around him as he crashes through what appears to be a stone wall. The force of the impact sends him crashing through another wall. Staggering, he cries out, "Cook?" Amidst the wreckage, the enemy stands, declaring, "These damn brats." The enemy lands a blow, and the protagonist coughs violently. An ominous silence falls. "You just won't let others take a break, will you?" he says, his voice laced with annoyance. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. "This man," he exclaims, the words hanging heavy with a mix of disbelief and frustration. The air crackles with energy as he braces himself, sweat flying from his brow. "You dare act up without knowing your place, geez," the voice booms, filled with arrogance. A massive blade descends, poised to strike. A sinister smirk plays on his lips as he prepares to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, a voice cries out in disbelief, "S-Rank player Park Sungjin?" He's identified as one of the best players of the entire force of the New Korea Player Association, and a future SS-Rank player. An intense clash erupts as Park Sungjin faces off against an opponent. Amidst the clash, a voice questions, "Hmm?" The clash continues as a voice observes, "There's someone still standing, huh?" A sinister smirk plays on his lips as he prepares to strike. His hand crackles with energy, ready to unleash a devastating blow. The energy coalesces into a blinding sphere in his palm. The force of the impact throws him to the ground, a look of pain etched on his face. The ground cracks beneath the force of the blow. "Damn it," he grits out, struggling against the unseen force. The force is immense. "I heard that an S-Rank Awakener and S-Rank player's skills are on a different level," he thinks, "but I didn't expect it to be this bad." "Look at this guy," a voice booms. The pressure intensifies. "You're holding out even at this pressure?" The pressure is immense. Even veteran players, he realizes, can't endure this. "Well then, let's see if." The voice trails off, leaving the threat hanging in the air. A blinding light erupts from his hand. "Player Park Sungjin," a voice booms, filled with disbelief. "What are you doing?" Park Sungjin cries out, recoiling from the sudden attack. His target, caught off guard, can only manage a stunned? An enraged voice demands, "What on earth are you doing to kids who just received treatment? Are you trying to eliminate them even before the second round starts?" Silence hangs heavy in the air as the man pauses, seemingly taken aback by the outburst. "Ah." The man finally responds, seemingly at a loss for words. Come on? Eliminate?" "No, I was just reining them in," the man states, a smirk playing on his lips. "You're lying," a voice booms. "I know you did it to test their skills. Every exam you do this. God. If you do." The voice continues, the threat hanging heavy in the air. "If you do this again, the chairman," he threatens, his breathing heavy as he stares down his opponent. The man's threat is cut short by a sudden question. What's your name?" Lying among the fallen, one of the men looks up, a question mark appearing in his thought bubble as he stares at someone out of view. His eyes widen slightly, a string of dots appearing in his thought bubble as he considers the question. The man's gaze focuses, the name Kim Tae-hyun echoing in his mind. His thoughts crystallize, a sudden realization dawning on him. Kim Tae-hyun, he mutters, the name solidifying his suspicions. That's definitely the S-ranker who defeated Shin Yun-bak and Lim Ah-hyung. A sinister smirk creeps across his face. It's been a while since we had someone interesting in here. The words hang heavy with unspoken threat. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as a tap echoes, signaling the start of something dangerous. The tap hangs in the air as a voice cuts through the tension. You're obviously aiming to be an S-rank player, am I right? I'll be waiting for you, the words hang ominously in the air. The ominous words hang in the air as the protagonist stares in disbelief at the scene before him. His opponents lie defeated. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he surveys the scene. His opponents are defeated, lying prone on the ground. A sickening crack echoes through the air. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he turns, a look of disbelief washing over him. Suddenly, a booming voice cuts through the air. Where are you trying to run off to so casually? Come back here. The students scramble away, arms raised in surrender as they flee. Silence hangs in the air, the students' thoughts unreadable. The students regroup, their fear momentarily subsiding as they stand together. Before them, 3 swirling portals materialize. A low murmur rises from the group as they stare at the mysterious portals. A figure steps toward the glowing portals. Step, the sound effect echoes. The figure stands before the portals, towering over the crowd. Holding a microphone, he asks, "Are you all done with your break, lads?" His voice booms, announcing, "So now, we're going to start with the second round of the player license tryouts." The crowd looks on, a mix of anticipation and apprehension etched on their faces. The air crackles with anticipation as the second round is about to begin. The booming voice continues, declaring that the venue of the test is beyond this gate that you'll soon pass through. A swirling portal of energy shimmers before them. The man gestures towards the swirling portal, his words echoing with the promise of a new challenge. The test's location is revealed, a D-rank dungeon. Furthermore, it's clarified that the gate is a portal that connects to another space or dimension. The news sinks in, the reality of the test hitting hard. A dungeon, one exclaims, followed by the even more alarming clarification, it's a dungeon with actual monsters? Panic grips the group as the reality of fighting monsters in a dungeon sinks in. The rules are laid out. Every 5 examinees entering the dungeon will be accompanied by a player acting as a supervisor. They enter the dungeon, finding themselves face to face with a supervisor and a horde of ominous, glowing eyes in the darkness. A disembodied voice booms, clarifying the stakes. You will be evaluated on all of your actions while exploring the dungeon. Combat and observation will be key. The supervisor gestures, highlighting the criteria for evaluation: combat, knowledge, and medical/rescue efforts. The voice continues, now clarifying that any necessary items, such as weapons and supplies, will be provided by the association. A recruit receives a sword, examining it with a slightly surprised expression. Another candidate stands nearby, holding a vial. The voice booms out again, directing the recruits, "Now, all of you, go through the gate in front of you in order." So the second round of the test is a dungeon, huh? A recruit mutters, the realization dawning on him. A voice echoes in their minds, stating, "Makes sense. Even for an inexperienced amateur." The voice continues, reassuring them, there shouldn't be any problems since it's a D-rank dungeon. Besides, active players are with us too. Unless. The word hangs ominously as the protagonist's eyes narrow, a subtle shift suggesting the calm assurance might be premature. The ominous word is followed by the reveal, it's the double dungeon, Apocalypto. The ominous dungeon is revealed, the Apocalypto, a double dungeon of S-rank. Silhouetted figures flee through the cavernous, blood-red depths. The D-rank dungeon, the venue for the second round of tryouts, was discovered to be the world's first double dungeon. Countless people were massacred, including the first party to discover it. And it rippled into dungeon breaks for countless undiscovered dungeons. It'd be great if I could stop it in advance. He thinks, as a bright light emanates in the distance. He knows that no one will believe his words, even if they listen. He'll just end up being suspected. It's a shame, but I'll have to mind my own business, he says, a faint smile playing on his lips as the light intensifies. He thinks to himself, as long as I don't become a part of the first discovering party, I can find more than enough ways of surviving. The forest canopy stretches above, sunlight dappling through the leaves as he seeks his own path to survival. His expression hardens as he mutters, "MM-. Great." A voice echoes, stating, "That makes 5 of us now." The bespectacled man is joined by a small group. "That makes 5 of us now," one of them states. A surge of power emanates from him. The bespectacled man's voice booms, "Let's get going now, Challenger." A sinister grin spreads across the bespectacled man's face. "Shall we?" he asks, his tone laced with dark anticipation. The man with the sinister grin is revealed to be Madohak, a supervisor of the second round of tests, and also an A-rank player. Regressing with the king's power. The title card hints at a tale of royalty and second chances. Chapter 19 begins. A monstrous figure looms, its eyes glowing with ominous red light. An attack is launched, the monstrous figure moving with terrifying speed. The attack collides against a raised shield, the force of impact resonating. The hero grits his teeth, bracing himself against the continuing onslaught. The hero is still struggling against the relentless assault. The hero continues to fend off the attacks, unwavering despite the onslaught. The clash reverberates. "Bravo," the sound effect booms. His hands clap together, the sound echoing the praise. A sharp crack echoes as his hands come together once more. "Impressive, everyone," he booms, his voice echoing through the cavern. The instructor's voice booms, congratulating everyone on their efforts. The instructor beams, impressed. "Such decisive combat intuition despite this being your first real battle." The instructor's words carry a weight of approval. "You're definitely fit to be called a player." Stuttering slightly, he deflects the praise. "And not at all. It's all thanks to your instructions as a player." "Ha, we didn't even do all that." One of the players admits, while another remains silent. His face contorted in frustration, he curses under his breath. "Damn it! Why out of all those teams did it have to be this one?" The system announces, the first discovery team. The system identifies the ring Madohak is wearing. There's no doubt about it, it is the unique item that the first discoverer of the double dungeon was wearing. A surge of power erupts from Madohak, engulfing him in a pink aura. The ring's power is unleashed, the Sage's Ring. The Sage's Ring glows intensely, radiating a potent energy. The Sage's Ring is revealed to be of unique rank, granting a tenfold boost to strength, stamina, speed, and mana. The group stands within the dungeon, as the leader declares, "The double dungeon Apocalypto is definitely S-rank." A dire thought crosses his mind, "If I get swept in, there's no way the present me will survive with predation sealed." A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he steels his resolve. "No matter how, I have to. Make sure they don't find Apocalypto," he shouts, a desperate plea against the inevitable. The group pauses, their attention drawn upwards. "Oh," one of them questions, a sense of surprise evident. The group looks up to see glowing eyes peering from the darkness above. Below, a message appears, the path diverges. What do we do, Mr. Player Madohak?" someone asks, their voice laced with fear. "Ho ho." Madohak chuckles, then states matter-of-factly, "This happens all the time when exploring dungeons." Madohak begins to explain his plan, stating, "First, we should take a majority vote to." Raising a finger, Madohak continues to lay out his plan. Suddenly, a collective "oh" erupts from the group as a dark, ominous presence looms over them. "A applicant Kim Tae-hyun," someone exclaims, as the applicant moves with incredible speed. "Acting on your own is dangerous," someone shouts, urging him to come back. "Come back right dash." Ignoring their warnings, Tae-hyun continues to sprint forward into the unknown. A voice calls out, "It's okay. Let's go this way." A wide grin spreads across his face as he confidently declares, "It's okay. Let's go this way." The confident declaration is immediately followed by a booming voice. Why would I leave it for you to decide on your own? The booming voice continues. Why would I leave it for you to decide on your own? Cutting off any further discussion, he shouts, no way I'll let that happen, and leaps forward, declaring, this way. As he leaps, he shouts the applicant's name, applicant Kim Tae-hyun. Vowing to change his fate, he declares, I'll make you go a different way than before my regression at all costs. Shouting the applicant's name, Kim Tae-hyun, he vows to change his fate. I'll make you go a different way than before my regression at all costs. His shout echoes, Kim Tae-hyun. He declares he'd rather see anything than Apocalypto. He sprints forward, a determined glint in his eyes. The figure hurtles downwards, declaring, I'd rather die. His expression twisted into a manic grin, he shouts, this way now. The group plunges downwards, a pink glow surrounding them. They plummet further, the swirling vortex of energy growing ever closer. The descent continues, a massive, glowing rune now dominating their view. What is that? One of them stammers, panic rising in his voice. Don't tell me that's a gate? The descent continues, but now a question hangs in the air, but we're inside the dungeon. How is there another gate? The protagonist's eyes widen, the words double dungeon looming before him. Sweat beads on his brow as the ground rumbles beneath him. The word Apocalypto echoes ominously. Fuck, he shouts, frustration boiling over. After navigating a whole maze, he's ended up right back where he started. He stands defiant, facing the swirling vortex that looms before him. He steels himself, muttering, let's see what it is. An exclamation mark punctuates his anticipation. He's not alone. Another figure stands beside him, both seemingly pulled into the vortex. Suddenly, someone shouts, everybody, stop. His desperate plea echoes through the vortex. Confusion spreads through the group. Huh, one asks, while another urgently questions, what is it? An exasperated voice booms, can't you just tell by first glance? Clearly, he roars, his eyes wide with disbelief. The discovery of a new gate sparks confusion. Another gate different from the dungeon's entrance, he exclaims, finding the situation undeniably strange. We should report an unusual incident like this before anything, a voice declares. Turning to Madohak, he asks, isn't that right, Mr. Player Madohak? The group turns, their attention now focused on Madohak, awaiting his response. Madohak hesitates, a thoughtful escaping his lips. Madohak responds, certainly, it's my first time seeing something like this. Madohak states, as per the rules, reporting to the HQ would indeed be the right thing to do. The man stands silently, the scene obscured by a pinkish haze. However, a close-up reveals a steely resolve in his eyes. He resolves, let's try going in this time. A sinister smile plays on his lips as he points a finger, a glint of malice in his eyes. A sudden exclamation punctuates the air. How can you? The voice cries out, the question hanging in the air. The man cries out in pain, as he is struck. Despite the brutal strike, the figure declares, I understand well what you're trying to say here, applicant Kim Tae-hyun. Despite its appearance, the man states that the mana he senses from inside the gate isn't dangerous. He continues, dismissing any concerns, besides, it's merely a D-rank dungeon anyways. Even if something were to happen, I, an A-rank player, am here. He wonders aloud, questioning, whether the association prepared this gate, or it is an unusual occurrence. He confidently asserts, exploring this will definitely score you good points. A wave of disbelief washes over him. Are you out of your mind, player Madohak? He exclaims. He continues, as per the rules of exploring Abyss. But a derisive voice cuts him off, huh? Rules? The man's face is cast in shadow, his expression unreadable. The scarred man's face remains hidden in shadow, his intentions still unclear. Should. The word hangs in the air, unfinished. The member who doesn't even know how to work in a team be saying that, the voice booms, laced with disbelief and anger. The man in the pink suit stands his ground, his anger palpable. That's right. Just now, you were running whimsically, running wild, he shouts, his face contorted with rage. Just because you're a little skilled, don't forget your place. I can't believe you're retorting against an active player. The woman exclaims, her face a mask of disbelief and anger. You're way too arrogant. He grits his teeth, a single bead of sweat rolling down his cheek as he utters a strained, ugh. His thoughts race, a surge of anger building within him, these people. So it's decided, he declares, his anger hardening into resolve. Before him, a group of figures stands silhouetted against a swirling purple light. A desperate plea echoes, wait. Ma do hack. Give it another thug dash. His face contorted in anguish, tears streaming down as he cries out, wait. Ma do hack. Give it another thug dash. A sharp crack echoes as Ma Dohak's finger strikes true, a blinding flash erupting from the point of contact. Ugh. A pained groan echoes as the attack lands. His eye widens in shock as sweat beads on his brow. A blinding light erupts as a group of figures stands silhouetted against the sudden brightness. The light intensifies, revealing several figures emerging from what appears to be a cave. The light flares, obscuring everything. The light intensifies, blinding everything. Darkness descends. Tears stream down his face, his eyes wide with a dawning realization. A look of utter disbelief washes over his face as he utters a single word, what? His shock deepens as he whispers, what is this? His eyes widen in disbelief as he questions, is this really a D-rank dungeon? Something's. He begins to say, the danger becoming palpable. Something strange here. He finishes, the ominous words hanging in the air. The air crackles with red energy, the ominous feeling intensifying. The hallway stretches into the distance, lined with bodies. At the far end, a figure emerges from a swirling vortex of red energy. The red energy intensifies, forming a massive, ominous shape. The ominous red energy now fills the chamber, dwarfing the pillars. Before them, a figure stands bathed in the ominous red glow, a halo-like object hovering above its head. The halo above the figure pulses with ominous energy. The figure grips a massive sword, its ornate design reflecting the eerie red light. What the hell is going on, player Ma Dohak, someone shouts, their voice laced with disbelief and panic. Panic rises as someone cries out, are you sure this is a D-rank dungeon? The camera focuses on a man in a suit, his hand adorned with a ruby ring. What on earth? He mutters, seemingly in disbelief at the unfolding events. Suddenly, a commanding voice booms, all of you, shut up. Just look in front of you. What? Someone exclaims, followed by a furious outburst about someone's rudeness. But then, a grave warning cuts through the anger, they're coming. His eyes widen slightly, a flicker of fear crossing his face. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as the gravity of the situation sinks in. The ground trembles as a new, towering figure appears amidst the dust cloud, flanked by two more cloaked figures. A low rumble vibrates through the air as more figures approach. The air crackles with energy as the cloaked figures step forward. Behind them, a towering, spectral form looms within a red aura. A figure steps forward, drawing a blade that gleams with ominous power. Suddenly, a voice cries out in alarm, A-rank Death Knights? Panic rising, the group wonders, how are they here? The man in the suit looks down, his expression unreadable. The figure begins to speak, the rest of his words obscured. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he begins to speak. The figure continues, the tension building as he utters, every single. Everyone, get ready for battle. The declaration hangs in the air, a clear call to arms. The declaration echoes, and chaos erupts. A warrior lunges forward, a blade crackling with purple energy aimed directly at the enemy. The warrior's strike is accompanied by a sharp OH sound. The warrior's blade cuts through the air, leaving a trail of red energy in its wake. The warrior's red energy blade collides with his opponent's, sparks flying as the two forces meet. The red energy intensifies as the warrior's blade presses against his opponent's weapon. A pained yell erupts from the warrior. Yua, he cries out, collapsing to the ground as the red energy explodes around him. The warrior is sent sprawling. "You filthy monsters," he shouts, unleashing a wave of energy. The warrior's hands glow with power, a triangular symbol emblazoned upon them. The warrior stands firm against the blast, a purple aura emanating from the symbol on his chest. The ground trembles as the warrior withstands the intense heat. The heat intensifies, the warrior still standing strong. The warrior is joined by another, both now facing the intense heat together. The warrior moves, a glowing symbol appearing before him as he advances through the flames. A guttural growl echoes as the warrior faces a new, fiery obstacle. A low, guttural growl rumbles from the warrior. "Now's the chance. Everyone, attack!" The command rings out as the group prepares their assault. A furious roar erupts as the warrior swings his flaming blade. Fire and flash at maximum. "Cover the monster's sight," the order is given. The warrior grits her teeth, bracing herself as she unleashes the full force of the blinding flash. "The one with the shield, defend the front line," a voice commands. "The rest of you, don't give the enemy space and keep countering," the command rings out, as one warrior moves to intercept the attack. He grits his teeth as the attack comes crashing down. The warrior braces as the devastating attack slams into their defenses. The force of the blow sends tremors through the arena. The arena vanishes in a blinding flash. The warrior falls, defeated. The monster looms, its form radiating a menacing aura. Breathing heavily, the man stands within the grand, red-lit hall. The hall is now filled with debris. A woman looks on in shock as the man clenches his fist, flames erupting around it. "We're safe." One of the onlookers stutters, still catching his breath. Another adds, "Who would have expected we'd take down A-rank monsters?" "Come on. That was no big deal," he shouts, maniacally laughing. "I could take them one more time." A sharp clang rings out. The group stands together, sweat dripping down their faces. They appear exhausted, but determined. The skeletal figures advance, their weapons ready. The ground trembles as something massive approaches. The armored figures stand ready, their glowing weapons crackling with energy. The armored figure slams its weapon down with tremendous force. A group of armed individuals stand ready within a vast, damaged hall. Debris rains down around them. A low rumble echoes through the hall as the armored figures advance. The ground trembles violently as something rises from the depths below. The armored figures emerge, their forms wreathed in a menacing purple aura. The armored figure advances, a menacing purple glow emanating from the gem embedded in its chest. The armored figure unleashes a devastating strike. The force of the blow sends a shockwave through the onlookers. Their faces contort in terror. The men in suits are caught in the blast radius. He stumbles forward, the devastation of the attack evident all around him. He pauses, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. "Something's..." he begins to say, his eyes widening with a dawning realization. "Off here," he exclaims, the realization now fully formed. The number 20 appears, stark against the white background. The number dwindles further, now showing 19. The countdown continues as he stands amidst the wreckage of his recent battle. He gasps for air, blood trickling down his face, the fight clearly taking its toll. He curses under his breath, realizing he's now facing a horde of enemies bathed in ominous red light. He faces the encroaching horde, a chilling realization dawning on him. Every time we defeat one, monsters just come back manifolds. But on top of that, the enemies appear to be evolving. A chilling smile creeps across the instructor's face as he watches the battle unfold. The situation grows dire as a voice declares, "Everyone's already at their limits." The exhausted group stands battered and bloodied, their faces etched with pain and weariness. The dire situation worsens as a voice echoes the grim reality, "At this rate, we're all going to die." Madohak steps forward, a sense of unease washing over him. "Something's off here," he declares. A sudden exclamation hangs in the air, the group seemingly realizing the gravity of their situation. The name echoes, hanging ominously in the air, Kim Tae-hyun. Kim Tae-hyun stands tall, his expression unreadable amidst the dust and damage. Who on earth is this guy? The question hangs heavy in the air, unanswered. Despite the intense battle, he doesn't even seem tired. More than that, he was the first to realize this gate was dangerous. Also, if it weren't for our stats being higher, a voice explains, because of Kim Tae-hyun's skill Monarch's heart. A heart bound in chains is shown beneath a crown. The speaker continues, admitting, we wouldn't have even lasted this long. The voice questions, is he really a C-rank awakener? Bloody and disheveled, the man demands, what do you mean by something's off? His eyes widen as he states, I'm just guessing here, but those are not Death Knights. A beat of stunned silence follows his revelation, punctuated only by a large, thought bubble. His statement is immediately followed by a frustrated outburst, what the hell kinda nonsense is that? How the hell have we been fighting for so long, one of the injured fighters exclaims, his expression a mix of confusion and disbelief. He grips his sword tightly, declaring, I'm going to go find that out now. Suddenly, a voice cries out, what? The question hangs in the air, unanswered. His sword shatters against an unseen force, the impact sending shards flying. The shattered pieces of the sword scatter, leaving only a trail of debris in the air. A red energy explodes outward from the point of impact. He is sent flying backwards amidst the explosion of red energy. The force of the blast sends him crashing into a nearby wall, leaving cracked spiderwebbing across its surface. The red energy crackles violently around him. He struggles to his feet, raising his sword as the red energy intensifies around him. The red energy pulses with a visible OHH as it intensifies. The sword glows with intense red energy, its power surging. The sword descends, a crimson blur cleaving through the air. The crimson blade shatters the incoming barrage, sending shards flying in all directions. The force of the impact explodes outward. Gagak? The cry echoes as the attack lands. The force of the blow sends tremors through the very ground. The ground shatters, pulverized by the sheer force of the impact. He lunges forward, sword extended, amidst a storm of shattered debris and glowing energy. The strike lands with devastating force. The impact sends shockwaves through the area. A question mark hangs in the air, the outcome uncertain. The figure lies defeated, his weapon scattered on the ground. With a furious yell, he swings his weapon downward. The weapon crashes down, a blinding red light erupting on impact. The hero braces for the impact as the weapon slams down, the force creating a shockwave of blinding light. The impact reverberates with a deafening roar. The force of the blow explodes outward. The force sends him reeling back, a visible shockwave emanating from the point of impact. The force shatters his armor. The armor disintegrates into fragments amidst a blinding, crimson energy. Armor fragments scatter as the crimson energy intensifies. He advances, crimson energy crackling around him as he lunges with his sword. The sword swings down with immense force, the sound echoing, OHH. The blow shatters the air, sending shards of energy scattering. The hero's eyes widen as the full force of the attack bears down on him. The hero is consumed by a blinding explosion of energy. The world fades to white as the hero disappears within the blast. The dust settles, revealing a shattered landscape. Jagged energy still crackles in the air. What is this? A voice cries out. The group stands amidst the destruction, but one man questions, an illusion. The group stands cautiously amidst the destruction. The ground is shattered, but the energy has dissipated. The man declares, it was an illusion trap. The man elaborates, explaining, it's a trap that shows you an imaginary space and enemies. It's a tactic to drain the intruder's energy. Another figure approaches, walking through the illusionary space. That can't be, one of the men exclaims, disbelief etched on his face. Another voice joins in, questioning, are you saying we struggled like this because of a mere illusion? Tears stream down one man's face, the reality of their struggle against an illusion hitting hard. Are you saying something worse will follow after this? A voice cries out, the question hanging heavy in the air. Kim Tae-hyun. How did you know this was a trap? The man shouts, sweat dripping down his face as he demands answers. The voice continues, stating, you shouldn't have ever fought with a Death Knight either, so how on earth? Well, even if I may not know much about it, a voice replies, the words hanging in the air, leaving the man's question unanswered. The man stands, hands in his pockets, as he admits, well, even if I may not know much about it. His words leave the other man's question unanswered. The man's feet are planted on the ground, his hands still in his pockets. He looks up, a grim expression settling on his face. There's no way they would have been that weak, he mutters, clearly suspicious. Suddenly, a symbol flares brightly before him, catching his attention. His eyes widen, sweat beading on his brow. He exclaims, clearly caught off guard by whatever he's seeing. Let's get moving then, before we all get killed, a voice declares. Someone begins to move, their footsteps echoing in the cavern. The group moves forward, their backs turned to the viewer, venturing deeper into the unknown. They continue onward, deeper into the cavern's maw. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupts from the ground. The illusion faded, but things didn't get any better. The man in the suit watches as a blinding light erupts from the cavern floor. After Apocalypto's manifestation, the dungeon's space was completely transformed. The injuries sustained during the battle against the illusion have worsened. The man in the center cries out in pain. Despite the pain, he carries his companion. Yet we couldn't just wait for rescue, he declares. Our only hope left, the text declares. His hand glows with intense light. Our only hope left, the words declare, suggesting a desperate gamble. Finding the dungeon's exit, the gate, was their only hope. He begins, his voice strained, as he looks up towards a potential exit. His eyes lock onto the gate. Found it, he exclaims, relief evident in his voice. The gate is beyond this point, a disembodied voice declares. A dark, ominous gate looms ahead, adorned with countless skull-like figures. The group approaches the skull-laden gate, ready to venture beyond. One of the group members hesitantly asks, a door. Another nervously wonders if it isn't dangerous. The bespectacled man starts to say, it might be, but, his words hanging in the air, unfinished. The bespectacled man finishes his thought with grim urgency, if we don't open it, we'll only perish here. A bead of sweat trickles down the bespectacled man's face as he speaks. A blinding light erupts, accompanied by a resonating thrum. The light intensifies, accompanied by a powerful surge. As the light peaks, a suited figure emerges from the doorway. The suited figure's eyes widen in disbelief as he sees something. An exclamation mark appears above him. Before him lay several bodies. He is met with a chilling sight, a dark figure wielding a sword. A chilling sight indeed, skulls line the floor before him. The skulls lining the floor are ominously patterned. He kneels, his sword planted firmly before him. A death. Knight, he utters, a question hanging in the air. A voice cackles, mocking his surprise. Ha! Ha ha! Hey! There's just one. A surge of power emanates from the depths, a palpable threat rising. Bearing down on them, the armored figure strides forward, a legion of glowing eyes watching from the shadows behind. The group behind him, faces etched with fear, can only utter a stunned, ah. The ground trembles as flaming skulls erupt from the earth. The flaming skulls rise higher, their fiery glow intensifying. A deafening roar erupts as the skulls fully materialize, their glowing eyes piercing the darkness. Towering figures stand guard, swords held firm, their armor reflecting the eerie light. A massive blade descends. More massive blades descend towards the chamber filled with silent, watchful statues. The massive blades continue their descent toward the chamber, poised to strike the silent statues below. Darkness descends, consuming the chamber. The blades strike, the impact echoing through the chamber. The blades descend upon the chamber, poised to strike. The blades descend, poised to strike the figure surrounded by a multitude of glowing rings. SFX, okay. The blades are about to strike, but a voice cries out, what is all this? But before the attack lands, a horrified voice cries out, are these all Death Knights? A chilling laughter echoes through the hall. Seated upon his throne, the Death Knight surveys his domain. The Death Knight's voice booms, laced with disdain. You lowly humans came all the way here, huh? So be it. The Death Knight declares, his words hanging heavy with anticipation. The Death Knight's eye glows ominously as purple energy crackles around him. Let the battle begin. The declaration hangs in the air as the Death Knight prepares to strike. Purple energy intensifies around the Death Knight as he prepares to unleash his power. A chilling HA. Ha! HA echoes through the fiery hall. The Demon King's laughter still rings as a voice from below is heard, "You lowly." The Demon King's amusement is palpable as he questions, "Humans came all the way here, huh?" The Demon King accepts their challenge. So be it. A surge of purple energy erupts from the Demon King, his red eye gleaming menacingly. The Demon King declares, "Let the battle begin." The Demon King unleashes a devastating barrage of energy, the very air crackling with its power. The screen displays his formidable title, Master of the Double Gate Apocalypto, Lord of the Death Knights, Rank S. The title card flashes, regressing with the King's power. The title regressing with the King's power blazes across the screen. A phalanx of hooded figures stands in ominous formation. The hero is trapped behind bars. SFX, crash. The sound of destruction heralds the arrival of armored figures. A powerful force lifts something unseen. The air vibrates with unseen energy. A figure stands ready, drawing a blade that glints with deadly purpose. Several figures watch from the distance. A surge of power erupts. What the hell? Why are they doing that? Someone shouts, watching as their comrade is carried away, injured. They seem to want a one-on-one duel, someone observes, his expression a mix of concern and calculation. The idea of a duel hangs heavy in the air, the faces of the onlookers etched with fear and disbelief. Panic rising, he stammers, I can't do it. I don't have any mana left. His cries of desperation echo through the arena. Calm down, a voice booms. He looks up, clearly terrified. A new objective is declared, our goal is not to fight, but to escape somehow. A monstrous roar echoes as the others scramble to their feet. The protagonist's eyes widen in shock as he sees something ahead. What could inspire such a reaction? Bloodied and battered, he cries out, I'd rather go back to the place where we were at first. I don't want to die. I don't want to die, he screams, desperation etched on his bloodied face. I don't want to die. I don't want to die, he screams, desperation etched on his bloodied face as a strange, geometric weapon descends. The armored figure looms, bringing his weapon down with lethal intent. The weapon slams down, a blinding flash of purple light engulfing everything. The force of the blow sends the suited figure flying. Ugh! A pained grunt echoes as the force of the impact reverberates. Coup dash, he coughs, blood spraying from his mouth as he's sent hurtling backwards. Blinded by the light, he is sent flying backwards. Screams of pain erupt as he is sent crashing away. Amidst the chaos, a man wearing glasses looks on in horror. Blood splatters as he falls. His eyes widen in shock, blood splattered across his face as he utters, PLA. His shocked expression intensifies as he shouts, Player Madohak. He shouts, I'm going to stall them and buy some time. So find a way out. He continues shouting, urging them to find a way out while he stalls for time. SFX, clang. The hero is sent flying, crashing hard to the ground. A golden energy envelopes his hand, ready to strike. A powerful shockwave erupts, devastating the city below. The city crumbles, reduced to dust and ruin. He lies amidst the destruction, struggling to rise. Madohak, he cries, spotting a familiar figure lying amidst the rubble. What the hell are? Before he can finish his question, a voice booms, silencing him. Shut up! The booming voice continues, silencing any further questions. You lowly awakened, know your place and don't act up. The man's face contorts in shock, sweat dripping down his brow. A speech bubble hangs above him, simply stating? The man's face twists in disbelief. Sweat streams down his face as he utters a single, questioning word. His shock gives way to dawning realization as he begins to form a response, I. A colossal structure looms before him, dwarfing his presence. His resolve hardens, the words forming in his mind, I wanted to become an S-rank player. But no matter how much I trained and improved my skills, his thought trails off. Far from getting close to it, he thinks, the blood staining his suit a stark reminder, I kept getting farther and farther away. This was my chance, he thinks, the realization hitting him with full force. Sweat trickles down his face as he realizes, if I could solve this particular case, I might get treated somewhat close to an S-ranker. In the end, this is what it resulted in, he thinks, the words hanging heavy with an unspoken implication. Ha ha ha. The laughter rings out, a chilling sound that hints at a dark turn. The blade glows with a menacing purple energy as he prepares to strike. He moves with incredible speed, the purple energy crackling around him as he closes in. The strike lands with blinding speed. The air crackles with energy as the attack connects. The sword clashes against the incoming green energy. The sword deflects the energy, sending sparks flying. But Kim Tae-hyun, you're different. The words ring out amidst the ongoing clash. It infuriates me, but you have the talent for it, he shouts, tears streaming down his face. So run away, he commands, his weapon crackling with energy. He roars, take the wounded and run as far away as you can. As the supervisor, stopping them is, he declares, bracing himself for a powerful attack. The clash rings out as the supervisor's attack connects. My duty, he roars, the words echoing with unwavering resolve. Focusing his energy, a glowing sigil forms in his hands. His eyes widening in horror, he cries out, Ma Dohak. The attack lands, sending him flying backwards. Staggering, he struggles to regain his footing. He lies prone on the ground, defeated. His opponent looms over him, victory secured. But the wounded person is already. The narration trails off, leaving a sense of foreboding. He remains motionless, lying amidst the rubble, blood staining his clothes. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he stares in disbelief. A blinding light erupts, obscuring everything. The impact sends shockwaves through the area. The hero stands his ground amidst the radiating energy, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. He lunges forward, fist clenched, ready to strike. He's met with an imposing sight, a legion of armored figures, each wreathed in eerie, glowing symbols. Before him, his opponent lies defeated, a glowing blade piercing the ground inches from his head. Towering figures stand guard, their armor radiating an ominous power. He lies defeated, a strange purple flame burning just behind his head. His glasses lie shattered nearby. A strange purple flame flickers just behind his head as he lies defeated. His glasses are shattered nearby. The purple flame crackles ominously behind his head. The ominous purple flame crackles louder. The crackling intensifies. The man's eyes widen as the purple flames surge closer. She lies still, blood staining her clothes and the ground around her. A tremor shakes the ground. His eyes snap open, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Blood drips from the blade. He stands over the fallen foe, a faint purple glow emanating from his armor. The purple blade plunges downward, poised to strike the fallen figure. The blade descends, but a voice cuts through the tension, I request a duel. The fallen figure lies still, seemingly unaware of the proposition. Bloodied and unmoving, he lies amidst the rubble. Before him stands a silent legion, their weapons gleaming with ominous purple energy. Standing over him, one figure remains. A blade of ominous purple energy pierces the ground. The figure looms, his face obscured, but the ominous purple energy radiating from his eyes is undeniable. His eyes widen in terror as the purple energy blade approaches. A bead of sweat trickles down his face. His eyes widen, a silent scream escaping him as the energy closes in. The purple blade descends, poised to strike. He desperately tries to evade the descending blade. The ring, once worn, now lies abandoned on the ground. The man gazes intently at the ring, a realization dawning on his face. That's... he begins to say. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he finishes his thought, Ma Dohaks. A blinding flash of purple energy erupts as a sword is drawn. Purple energy explodes outward as the sword is drawn, signaling an imminent attack. The purple energy intensifies, engulfing the surrounding area. Tears stream down his face as his eye glows with intense purple energy. The purple energy surges forward, obliterating everything in its path. He throws a punch, the purple energy crackling around his fist as he strikes his opponent. The purple energy explodes outward, a blinding light consuming the area. Amidst the blinding light, a desperate thought surfaces: this is my only chance to make it out of here alive. With a surge of power, he activates the ring. An ominous X flashes, signaling the ring's activation. Please, he shouts, desperation etched on his face as the ring glows intensely. Please wake up. The desperate plea echoes, hanging heavy in the air. The ring flares with intense, pulsating energy. The world blurs as the ring's power surges. The hero is now surrounded by spectral warriors, their forms shimmering with the same ominous purple energy. A blinding flash erupts, obscuring everything. The spectral warriors unleash a coordinated assault, their energy converging on the hero. A sharp, echoing OAK punctuates the attack. The hero's reaction is immediate. The spectral warrior looms, wreathed in ominous purple energy. The hero is struck by the spectral warrior's attack. The hero is sent flying. The hero is sent hurtling through the air amidst a flurry of red energy. The hero is sent spiraling away from the impact, surrounded by debris. The hero is sent crashing into a pile of debris, the force of the impact echoing around him. The hero is buried under the rubble, a red haze filling the air. A blinding red light fills the space, the hero's fate hanging in the balance. Suddenly, a skeletal face emerges from the light, uttering a surprised, "What? What is that power?" the skeletal face exclaims, clearly taken aback. The system announces the acquisition of the Sage's Ring, and all stats increase by 10. All conditions have been met. A surge of power emanates from him, the Sage's Ring materializing before his outstretched hand. The system announces, the seal on predation has been lifted. He equips the Sage's Ring, and a system message immediately appears: all stats have increased by 10. With the ring equipped, a system message declares, all conditions have been met. With all conditions met, a message booms: the seal on predation has been lifted. A surge of power erupts, accompanied by the distinct sound of something tearing. The title, Regressing with the King's Power, is displayed amidst a swirl of red energy. The title fades, revealing a dimly lit chamber littered with bodies. A body falls from above, crashing into the chamber. A deafening crash echoes through the chamber. The fallen figure lies still, a sword clattering beside him. Silence descends. The air crackles with energy. A blinding explosion erupts. The explosion throws the cloaked figures back, scattering them through the air. The force of the blast sends one of the cloaked figures reeling, a look of pain etched on his face. A clawed hand reaches forward, desperation fueling the advance. Sweat beads on his brow as he lunges forward, a trail of crimson energy following his desperate attack. The crimson energy intensifies as he clashes with his opponent, the impact shaking the very air around them. SFX, clang. The time it takes to completely devour using predation. A voice echoes as purple energy crackles around the figure. The voice continues, declaring, is about 10 seconds. He roars, declaring, I can't only depend on predation. He declares, all the skills I've collected this whole time. All the stats I've accumulated, he shouts, a surge of power emanating from him. The hero's sword glows with a fiery light, as he declares, I'm going to make use of each and every last bit, he roars, his swords ablaze with power. Only then. The words echo as the hero prepares to strike the approaching enemies. He leaps forward, swords crackling with energy. Only then can I survive through this. He thinks, steeling himself for the onslaught. His eyes widen in shock. Something unexpected has clearly happened. Purple energy explodes outwards. Blinding white energy erupts, tearing through the darkness. The blinding light intensifies, shattering the surrounding debris. Debris flies as the light continues to obliterate everything around it. the light pulses around a dark, imposing spear. Amidst the destruction, one of the men lies on the ground, stunned. "What the hell is that?" he exclaims, staring up at the spear. The spear's dark energy crackles menacingly. His eyes widen in terror as the spear descends. The spear strikes, a flash of violet energy erupting. Violet energy explodes outwards from the point of impact. The violet energy intensifies, a shockwave of power rippling outwards. The skeletal figure is wreathed in violet lightning, its red eyes burning with malevolent power. Violet lightning crackles intensely around the skeletal figure. "Damn it!" he curses, as violet lightning intensifies around him. His eyes widen in alarm as he shouts, "Fuck!" The violet lightning intensifies, now clearly surrounding rows of skeletal figures. Violet lightning crackles around him as he stares up in terror. Violet energy surges, accompanied by the ominous sound effect, "Yak." The violet energy intensifies. He's blasted backward, barely managing to brace himself against the violet onslaught. The force of the violet energy sends him flying amidst shattered debris. Violet energy crackles around him as he's engulfed by the blast. The violet energy intensifies, a blinding surge of power. The violet energy explodes outward, consuming everything in its path. The violet energy continues to spread, a wave of pure destruction. "Who?" a voice echoes, seemingly from nowhere, as the violet energy continues its relentless expansion. He cries out in pain, his hand glowing red as the violet energy engulfs him. "Ah!" he cries out, the violet energy now manifesting as sharp, piercing shards aimed directly at him. The violet shards strike, impacting with brutal force. The skeletal figure absorbs the brunt of the attack, violet energy swirling around him. The impact reverberates with a deafening of. Violet energy explodes outwards from the skeletal figure. The violet energy intensifies, surging outwards with immense force. The violet energy continues to surge, filling the space with its power. The violet energy crackles around him as he prepares to strike. The violet energy intensifies, and a flurry of red blades erupts around him. The violet energy coalesces into sharp, dark blades. The dark blades swirl around him, a crimson aura intensifying the menacing display. "You are powerful," a voice booms as the crimson aura intensifies. Tears stream down his face amidst the swirling blades. However, the ominous word hangs, promising a shift in the battle's momentum. The voice declares, "That is your limit." The skull-faced figure looms, its red eyes burning with intensity as it declares, "That is your limit." The skull-faced figure looms, a blinding pink energy emanating from its form. A blinding flash erupts, followed by the ominous crackle of dark energy. The energy explodes outward, sending shards of debris flying in all directions. The debris continues to scatter as the dark energy surges. Amidst the settling dust, broken swords litter the ground. The purple energy continues to swirl, obscuring the aftermath of the clash. The skeletal figure stands amidst the swirling energy, a malevolent aura radiating from him. The warrior lies defeated amidst the rubble, a pool of blood forming beneath him. The skeletal figure looms over his defeated foe. "I have one last question for you." The question echoes, amplified by a dark, ethereal energy. "Who bestowed that power to you?" Defeated, he lies on the ground, the question hanging heavy in the air. A resounding HU echoes through the battlefield. Another resounding shout echoes through the cavern. A piercing AAHH rips through the air. The enemy stands tall, a dark aura emanating from him as he prepares to strike. Despite the enemy's imposing stance, a mysterious power is resisting the Night King's roar. Part of that resistance has already succeeded. He screams as the mysterious power shatters around him. A mysterious power is resisting the Night King's morale. Part of that resistance has been successful. "I already knew that," a voice booms. It continues, stating that, unlike regular humans, he could understand their language. The mysterious power crackles. The voice booms, "So tell me," leaving the audience hanging. The glowing eyes of the figure stare down, the question hanging in the air. The figure demands, "What is that power of yours?" A pained HU echoes. A strangled UA escapes him as dark energy pierces through. Another cry tears through the air as the assault continues. Darkness consumes everything. The darkness parts, revealing a towering figure with glowing purple energy swirling within. The towering figure stands amidst swirling purple energy. The towering figure remains, its form now more defined, revealing a body wrapped in what appears to be ancient bandages and adorned with skull-like patterns. The protagonist stands before the towering figure, the swirling purple energy radiating intense power. The towering figure looms, its massive horns now visible against the crimson sky. A chilling sight, the towering figure's shoulders are adorned with a macabre mantle of skulls. The figure now appears human, his expression unreadable as he faces forward. The figure's gaze remains fixed, his expression still unreadable. The human figure stands above four fallen individuals, all seemingly lifeless. The scene shifts, focusing on the lifeless bodies floating in what appears to be a pool of blood. One of the fallen men lies still, his suit stained crimson. A figure towers over the scene, its body radiating an ominous purple glow. The man below stares up in terror, blood streaked across his face. Darkness descends, and a voice echoes, "Nothing is different than how it was back then." Struggling to comprehend, he wonders, what exactly is this predation skill? How did I, a human, start understanding the language of monsters? He ponders, still lost in thought. Completely oblivious, he reflects that he only acquired powers and a chance. Despite his newfound understanding, yet still nothing changed. The question echoes in the darkness, why? The skull-adorned figure towers over him, a menacing presence. Now, a new question surfaces, why did the king give me his power? I'm certain I already told you, a voice declares from the darkness. The hero's eyes widen, reflecting the intense light, as a voice echoes from above. I already told you why. An exclamation punctuates the silence. A blinding flash erupts. The light intensifies, revealing a figure bathed in its radiant glow. Bathed in light, a figure descends. The figure continues to descend, still shrouded in light. The figure speaks, his voice echoing with power, "I was simply moved by your determination and tenacity." The figure's words resonate, "You don't need to change." His eyes widen slightly, a bead of sweat trickling down his grimy face. Just move forward. A red glow emanates from his eye as he grits his teeth. Seems you no longer have the strength to answer me, a voice booms. The figure lies prone, defeated. Above him, crackling energy surges. Pathetic human, the figure sneers, looming over his fallen opponent. The figure declares, "This is your end." A massive impact shakes the ground. The skull-faced figure unleashes a torrent of violet energy. The energy erupts, leaving a question mark hanging in the air. The violet energy explodes outwards, scattering debris and leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The violet energy engulfs everything, its power immense and seemingly unstoppable. The violet energy explodes, a deafening crack echoing through the battlefield. The force of the blast sends debris flying as the warrior is knocked back. The dust obscures the immediate aftermath of the explosion. Through the dissipating cloud, a figure emerges, uttering, "That's." The figure's taunting laughter echoes through the smoke. Ha 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 ha. You insect. Red energy explodes outwards as the figure prepares to attack. The figure looms forward, a skull emblazoned on its chest. You're trying to go berserk with that skill while in that condition, a voice booms. Mana has increased by 1. Mana has increased by 1, twice. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. The unseen character's triumphant laughter rings out. That last struggle, the voice booms, revealing a skeletal figure wreathed in purple energy. You entertain me to the very end, the skeletal figure declares. The skeletal figure unleashes a devastating attack, purple energy crackling around him. The hero is struck by a powerful blow, a red aura erupting around him as he's sent crashing downward. The skeletal figure's attack continues, a torrent of purple energy surging forward. The purple energy continues to surge forward, an unstoppable torrent. The purple energy intensifies, the attack showing no signs of stopping. The purple energy rips through the air, shattering everything in its path. The world explodes in a blinding purple light. Emerging from the light, a skeletal figure with glowing red eyes appears. The skeletal figure's red eyes burn with intensity. Purple energy explodes outward as the skeletal figure attacks. You're curious about what exactly this power is, the figure asks, the question hanging heavy in the air. Suddenly, a voice cries out, "What?" The figure's power intensifies, a surge of energy crackling as he declares, "Well then." The figure unleashes a surge of power, declaring, "Find out for yourself." The figure's face contorts in a maniacal grin as he unleashes a torrent of dark energy. The dark energy surges forward, a crimson tide threatening to engulf everything. The crimson tide subsides, revealing a stark message: you have advanced to B-rank. The red energy pulses, crackling with intense power. The energy intensifies, coalescing into a cascade of crimson shards. He reaches upward, surrounded by a maelstrom of floating weapons. The crimson energy explodes outward. The Demon King unleashes a terrifying roar as crimson energy intensifies around him. The power surges, crackling with intense energy. The hero stands ready, bracing himself against the Demon King's attack. The hero's defense shatters under the Demon King's overwhelming power. The Demon King's red eyes blaze with power as he unleashes a devastating attack. The Demon King's attack connects, sending the hero flying backwards. The Demon King presses his advantage, unleashing a torrent of energy directly into his opponent. The hero is engulfed by the blast. "Gwa!" he screams, the skull-faced warrior clearly overwhelmed by the Demon King's attack. "How dare!" he manages to choke out amidst the swirling energy. The Demon King's energy coalesces into a deadly array of weapons. "How dare a lowly human like you!" he roars, the threat echoing as the energy weapons surge forward. The energy weapons hurtle forward, a deadly barrage aimed at their target. He deflects the energy weapons with a surge of his own power. The impact reverberates with a deafening roar. The force of the blow sends shockwaves rippling outwards. The force continues to radiate outwards in a torrent of red. The torrent of red continues to swirl, drawing the protagonist into its chaotic center. The red torrent engulfs him completely, pulling him upwards into its swirling vortex. Swirling within the red vortex, he is surrounded by fragments of shattered objects. Amidst the swirling red energy, he can only utter a bewildered, "What?" The red energy intensifies, and a chilling realization dawns on him: this is no human power. The crimson energy coalesces, taking shape around his outstretched hands. The crimson energy swirls, solidifying into distinct, ominous shapes. The ominous shapes solidify, as a voice booms, "This is the king's power." The king's power manifests in his glowing red eyes. He's caught in the king's power, surrounded by a vortex of razor-sharp, glowing red energy. The vortex intensifies, the red energy blades becoming a blinding storm. The red storm rages, consuming everything in its path. The red storm intensifies, the blades now mere blurs within the vortex. The storm explodes outward, a blinding flash of light at its center. He's sent flying backward, the red energy still swirling around him. The red energy dissipates, leaving only a lingering trace of its power. He lands hard, creating a cloud of dust upon impact. A surge of energy erupts, forming 4 radiant orbs above the assembled crowd and emergency vehicles. Amidst the crowd, a man gestures with concern as a woman in a suit takes notes. A surge of power crackles, the air thick with energy. The power explodes outward in a blinding flash. As the light fades, 3 figures stand silhouetted against the lingering energy. "What's the magic reading?" someone exclaims, their faces etched with shock as they witness the aftermath. It's S-Rank, the man with the shades exclaims, his face a mixture of shock and disbelief. "The evacuation order has already been given out," a voice booms, but another quickly adds, "the deformation within the dungeon is causing a delay in the evacuation." Panic is evident on the faces of those who hear the dire news. The situation grows more dire as it's revealed: "We're not sure if the support squad will be able to arrive before the dungeon break." "Damn it," he exclaims, his frustration mounting. S-rank magic out of a D-rank dungeon just out of the blue? The situation is critical. At this rate, everyone will be killed. The weight of the situation crashes down on him. Will I have to step up all alone after all, he wonders, his expression grim. A blinding surge of energy erupts, the air crackling with power. The sudden surge throws everyone back, a wave of disbelief washing over them. A collective thought bubbles to the surface: a dungeon break? The group is caught off guard, one of them exclaiming, already, as the dungeon break intensifies. Damn it! Everyone, get ready, someone shouts, as the dungeon break intensifies. The dungeon's energy surges. The dungeon's energy explodes outward. The team braces themselves as the dungeon's energy intensifies. The light intensifies, blinding those nearby. The light continues to intensify, the brightness now completely obscuring everything. The light subsides, revealing a man with light blue hair, his face etched with shock. Oh, he exclaims, clearly caught off guard. Before the blue-haired man stands another figure, emerging from the fading light. As the light fades, a voice declares, just barely. His face bloodied, the man stares forward, a grim determination etched on his features. He declares, but I made it back. The title regressing appears, signaling a shift in the narrative. The title with the king's power is displayed. Chapter 23 begins. Thanks to Kim Tae-hyun, the double dungeon incident came to an end. Test takers managed to evacuate without much harm. With the double dungeon incident resolved thanks to Kim Tae-hyun's efforts, the test takers are now being evacuated. The evacuation is underway, test takers moving through the dungeon's corridors. The results of this round were determined based on assessments from before the second round of the exam. The text declares, corpses of the dead were retrieved. The body of a man in a suit lies still. The text continues, stating that the deceased's family was reached intact. And then, the message continues with a surprising decision: we decided not to disclose who cleared Apocalypto. The camera pans up, revealing the towering headquarters of the association against a bright, cloud-filled sky. The camera angle shifts slightly, offering a different perspective of the association headquarters amidst the city skyline. We had to face rebuke from the press, a voice admits. But if we tell the truth? Two figures stand rigidly, hands clasped behind their backs. The room is silent, awaiting the truth. The speaker's words carry a heavy weight. It's only obvious that Kim Tae-hyun will become a target of the press and villains. The speaker continues, resigned to the situation, well, since that can't be helped. A sinister chuckle echoes as one of the men responds, of course, we can understand that. The man responds with a simple, thank you. His clasped hands betray a hint of unease despite the polite words. Now, one of the men begins, the word hanging heavy in the air. Now, he begins, before posing the question directly, what do you two think? An exclamation hangs in the air, leaving the audience wondering what revelation is about to unfold. Kim Tae-hyun, or rather, the voice continues, leaving the true identity shrouded in mystery. The man, with his hands clasped tightly, stares down at a document filled with coded squares. What secrets does it hold? The panel simply states, the man. The question hangs in the air, who cleared the S-Rank dungeon Apocalypto? Well, the man begins, revealing that guy cleared an S-Rank dungeon all on his own. The man's words spark a new question, so he's at least at the level of an S-Rank player? The man clarifies, with his actual rank currently much lower than that. The man continues, stating that the powers he possesses are just as hard to estimate. The man, his face partially obscured by sunglasses, asks, by that, you mean? The man's expression is obscured, but the question hangs heavy in the air. A heavy silence descends between the two men as they await an answer. The tension breaks as a chilling possibility is revealed. There's a high chance he might be at the rank of Ignation's entire force. Heaving breaths fill the air as the ominous red sky looms above. Huffing, sweat drips from his face as he struggles to catch his breath. Kayak. The monstrous roars of the beasts fill the air. Kayak. The beasts' roars intensify as they close in. The beasts' roars echo as they surround him, their red eyes gleaming menacingly. The beasts close in, their razor-sharp claws poised to strike. What the hell is this? Monsters, he exclaims, surveying the changed landscape. Towering monsters surround him, their grotesque forms filling his vision. How come I'm in the abyss? He wonders, the question hanging heavy in the air. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. An exclamation hangs in the air, unspoken. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts, accompanied by a deafening shout. The light intensifies, revealing a figure suspended within a dark sphere. A wave of energy ripples outwards. The figure stands, seemingly unaffected by the blast. Bathed in light, he emerges, seemingly unharmed. A voice cries out, "King," as the figure looms over him, casting a long shadow. A desperate cry pierces the air, "Kyarhh." Surrounded by monstrous figures, a radiant being descends. Another desperate scream echoes as the radiant being moves with incredible speed. The radiant being reaches out, his hand glowing with intense light. The light intensifies, engulfing everything in its blinding radiance. The light explodes outward, accompanied by a sharp, crackling sound. The light fades, revealing a swirling vortex of energy. Within the swirling vortex, a figure emerges, their red eyes glowing ominously. The figure fully materializes, its form monstrous and imposing, red eyes gleaming with malevolence. Below, a figure stands silhouetted against a swirling, ominous sky. Below, the figure looks up, seemingly dwarfed by the monstrous entity looming above. His eyes widen in terror, sweat beading on his brow. Above, a disembodied voice echoes, "I'll be waiting." He looks up, a figure descending from the heavens in a blinding light. In the deepest of. The words echo, the promise hanging heavy in the air. His eyes widen in shock as the word abysses. Echoes in the darkness below. Corners. The voice continues, as the figure lies still, blood staining their face. The darkness intensifies, punctuated by flashes of light. The darkness closes in. His eyes widen in terror as the darkness rushes towards him. A strangled gasp escapes him as the darkness envelopes him completely. He wakes with a gasp, finding himself back in the hospital bed. Huff dash. He wakes with a gasp, finding himself back in the hospital bed. Huff dash. Still catching his breath, he stares at his open palm, lost in thought. He sits up in the hospital bed, still seemingly lost in thought. Lying in the hospital bed, he thinks, that was a dream, he wonders, lying back in the hospital bed. But then, a thought cuts through his hopeful delusion, it couldn't have been. The realization hits him, it was way too vivid for it to be a dream. The hero wonders, now fully awake, what did he mean by "he'll be waiting"? Sitting up in his hospital bed, he glances at his hand, a flicker of unease crossing his face. A towering, luminous figure looms behind him, unseen. The ominous warning echoes, there's predation that even an S-rank monster was wary of. And then there's me understanding the monster's language. The ominous figure looms, its armor adorned with skulls. The ominous figure towers over him, and beads of sweat trickle down his face. The questions just keep increasing. The question hangs heavy in the air, is getting stronger and going into the abyss the only way after all? He jolts awake in his hospital bed, eyes wide with a sudden realization. His stats flash before him, name, Kim Tae-hyun, rank, B. New skills appear, predation and stone skin. More skills flood his awareness, stealth, paralysis, monarch's heart, and night king's spirit. The new skills manifest as a fiery aura around him. He thinks, as I thought. The Night King's spirit skill activates, its description stating it will overpower the enemy with his spirit, costing 35 mana. His rank is now B. He recalls, I had an inkling while fighting Death Knight Lord. He realizes, but I actually advanced to B rank. With these stats, I could rival an S rank player too. He thinks, his B rank status now displayed with pride. Strength and speed at 100, and magic fully replenished. The words Night King's spirit appear, as a spectral skull-faced figure materializes before him. The spectral figure looms over him, as he realizes, I'm sure that's the skill that pressed me down with overwhelming pressure. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he thinks, at this rate of growth, it won't be long before I get to the rank of a nation's entered force. A bead of sweat rolls down his cheek as he realizes, at this rate of growth, it won't be long before I get to the rank of a nation's entered force. Suddenly, a loud crash echoes through the room. He whirls around, a look of surprise etched on his face. A stunned silence follows. And no. You can't just. He starts to say, his voice filled with disbelief. His face contorts in a scream of disbelief, AACCCCK. The sound of something breaking echoes as he thinks, my goodness, I can't believe they wouldn't even let me visit a sick person. Tears well in his eyes as he thinks, even for the chairman of the association, that's just way too mean. A single tear traces a path down his cheek as his disappointment deepens. A faint kiak escapes him as he looks up, asking, don't you think so too? Opening the door, she sighs, ugh. The scene inside reveals bodies sprawled on the floor. Darling, she calls out, her voice echoing in the seemingly empty space. A sinister smile creeps across his face. An overhead shot reveals a street, seemingly empty save for a few distant figures. Where is she? She sprints down the sidewalk, weaving between the parked cars. Inside the car, he speaks up, Guildmaster, I think it's better I drive, after all. Before he can finish, the Guildmaster cuts him off. Enough, no need. The Guildmaster firmly states, he's my guest, so let me handle this. SFX, whoosh. So then. The Guildmaster begins, his words hanging in the air. An exclamation hangs in the air, the woman's expression unreadable. The protagonist wonders aloud, questioning, what does the Guildmaster of the Nightwalkers, one of the 4 great guilds, want from me? The woman replies, oh, didn't I tell you? The woman clarifies, I'm just dropping you off at home after your discharge while also seeing who it was that managed to survive Apocalypto. He asks, surprised, a guildmaster of one of the 4 great guilds moved for a trivial reason like that? The man retorts, please tell a more plausible lie. He muses, a smirk playing on his lips. You're pretty sharp, huh? Well, okay, in that case. He begins, an ominous tone creeping into his voice. The ominous tone hangs in the air as he poses a question, do you know what'll happen in the 3rd round of player tryouts? The question hangs in the air, unanswered. The answer comes swiftly, round 3 will be a survival game similar to round 1. The rules shift again. But unlike the round 1 of tryouts, outsiders can watch as the audience. The stakes are raised even higher. Then your powers will be made public, the voice declares, adding ominously, and all the guilds will surely start coveting. The announcement continues, labeling him the low-rank awakened who even beat an S-rank dungeon. Before that happens, a voice booms, so let me make you an offer you can't refuse. The unseen figure continues, presenting the options, money? Fame? The voice continues, now directly addressing him, Kim Tae-hyun, I'll give you anything you want so. The woman behind the offer smiles, awaiting Tae-hyun's answer. Her hand extends further, the offer hanging in the air. The words join the Nightwalkers appear, solidifying the offer. He turns, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. An open hand awaits, bathed in a strange, ethereal light. A jolt courses through him, indicated by the stylized lines, as he seemingly makes contact. A sharp intake of breath. His golden eye reflects a glimmer of light. Sweat beads on his brow. The air crackles with energy around him. Silence hangs heavy in the air. Not interested, he states flatly. A sprawling cityscape unfolds, rooftops dotted with solar panels under a dim, hazy sky. Anyway, thanks for seeing me off, he says, standing before what appears to be a portal. He stands ready to depart, the portal shimmering behind him. He declares, I'll walk from here on. 2 figures block his path on the stairs. What the hell? But why, he thinks, clearly confused by their sudden appearance. An exasperated voice booms out, demanding, did you even hear what I said? The speaker continues, insisting they'll do anything, whether it's about your salary or any other condition, I'm telling you I'll do it for you. The man in the front, gesturing emphatically, pleads, whether it's about your salary or any other condition, I'm telling you I'll do it for you. Or did you already? The man asks, his voice trailing off. His brow furrowed, the man wonders if he's already received an offer from another guild, or if he misunderstood something. This is kinda annoying, he thinks to himself. Please don't misunderstand, the man says, attempting to clarify. There's no special reason. An exclamation mark punctuates the air, signaling someone's surprise. Doubts begin to surface. There's no other guild, or condition. Is the Nightwalkers Guild really all that special? The man starts climbing the stairs, his expression unreadable from this distance. He stops, a speech bubble appearing above him. I'm just saying no because I don't want to. He continues his ascent up the stairs. He announces, I'll get going now. He looks up, continuing onward. He walks away, the sound of his footsteps echoing. His footsteps echo as he heads up the stairs. A smirk plays on his lips as he continues onward. He reaches out. He's grabbed from behind, a hand clamped firmly over his mouth. Panic floods his eyes. He reaches out, but a hand suddenly covers his mouth from behind. UHPP, he manages to choke out, eyes wide with alarm. His captor, eyes glowing with an eerie light, demands, "What the hell is your deal?" The captor's hand glows with an ominous green energy. The captor continues, incredulous, "You're just getting started at becoming a player and you dare reject one of the 4 great guilds?" Without a reason, he questions before declaring, "That makes 0 sense." However, the hero has a reason. He extends his hand, a surge of power emanating from his open palm. Power still radiating from his hand, he declares, "I'll forgive you." The unexpected words hang in the air, in fact, I like you. His opponent, visibly shaken, can only stare as the words sink in. A sinister smirk creeps across the other's face. A surge of power emanates from him, swirling with an ominous green glow. A desperate cry pierces the air, "AAAACK? Guildmaster!" A voice booms, filled with outrage, "He's still just a test taker. What on earth are you doing to him?" The booming voice continues, now singling out someone by name, "Also, you, Kim Tae-hyun. Don't blow her off for no reason and accept the offer." The booming voice continues, insisting, "You'll have to join a guild sometime anyway." Then, with a hint of familiarity, it adds, "I see the stubbornness is exactly the same." A smirk plays on Kim Tae-hyun's lips as the booming voice fades. The voice muses, as expected of Lim Ah-hyung's sister. The smirk remains, his gaze fixed on Lim Ah-hyung's sister. Her eyes widen, the sister of Lim Ah-hyung clearly caught off guard. "How do you know?" She begins to ask, her voice laced with a mixture of shock and suspicion. "Well, I know a..." The response begins, leaving the audience hanging. "I know a lot," the response continues, leaving the sister in suspense. "I know a lot," he finishes, a faint smirk playing on his lips. He knows about the stolen name too, he reveals, adding another layer to the mystery. His gaze sharpens, those glowing eyes now fixed intently on something ahead. A surge of power emanates from him, visible as a swirling green energy. His eyes burn with intense focus, the power building to a crescendo. The city lies below, a sprawling landscape of buildings under a dark, ominous sky. A blinding beam of energy erupts from the city below. Now, a strange, glowing symbol materializes in the city's center. The symbol pulses with an eerie, green glow. The green light intensifies, distorting the air around the mysterious symbol. The eerie green light envelopes the 2 figures as they ascend the stairs. The green light intensifies, almost obscuring the figure as he reaches out. A pained ugh escapes him as the green light intensifies, now swirling violently around him. "This is bad," a voice booms out, as the green light continues to intensify around him. The voice reveals a shocking truth: Guildmaster Yu Ah-hyung's real name was actually Lim Ah-hyung. Yuksung Group's CEO, Lim Chang-yeon, raised her, a child born out of wedlock, as an heir. But the narration reveals that when another daughter was born into the family, her name, Lim Ah-hyung, was taken away and she was reduced to an outsider. The fact that she changed her surname when she became a player. Ah-hyung's hand grips his throat, a surge of green energy crackling around them. That she changed her surname is a fact only a few people should know. How dare you yap away that nonsense in front of me, he shouts, his eyes glowing with fury. He continues his tirade, demanding, "You're out of mind, aren't you?" The response comes quickly, "You're the one who started it." Energy crackles around him, and his eyes glow with an eerie light. He asks, "What?" A mysterious force resists the Amazon spirits, but the resistance proves successful. The Amazon spirits are now being choked by a mysterious force. Now, the Night King's spirit, B, is countering. The counterattack succeeds, sending a burst of energy outward. The force of the blow sends him reeling back, a pained ugh escaping his lips. Eyes wide with shock, he wonders aloud, "What is this power?" The hero is overwhelmed. As if it wasn't enough that he was able to bear an S-rank player's powers, he reversed it back at me? Phew! He breathes, seemingly unfazed by the reversed power. He seems completely unaffected by the reversed power, a faint smirk playing on his lips. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he looks down, a flicker of concern now visible. Then, a single tap echoes in the silence. The impact sends him flying backward. Her eyes widen in shock as the force of the blow sends her reeling. Despite being sent reeling, a voice declares, "Let's not cross the line." Her vision blurs as she struggles to regain her footing. A smirk plays on his lips as he watches her struggle. "Ah-hyung's sister, Miss Ah-hyung," he announces. Ah-hyung's sister visibly struggles with the revelation, uttering a soft, "ah." A bead of sweat trickles down his temple as he thinks, did he really just say that? Chapter 24. A massive coliseum looms, it stands filled with a bustling crowd. The stands are packed, a sea of faces eager for the spectacle to begin. That coliseum, reminiscent of ancient Rome, is the stage for the third round of player tryouts. A roaring cheer erupts from the crowd as the third round is about to begin. The massive crowd awaits the spectacle to come. Unlike the first two rounds, which remained hidden, the third round will be open to the public. An announcer stands before the eager crowd, ready to begin the third round. The announcer continues, explaining that the third round will be open to people from the industry, family of the test takers, and civilians are also in the arena as an audience to watch the tryouts. A spectator, identified as Kim Tae-hyun, watches intently. But among the crowd, Yoo Ah-hyung is revealed to be present, disguised as a civilian. "Oh my, thanks to Tae-hyun, we get to watch this stuff too," a voice exclaims from the crowd. A wave of concern washes over the crowd, as someone wonders aloud, "But, will it be okay? I heard player tryouts are really fierce." A booming laugh erupts, followed by a confident declaration, "You don't need to worry about that." His confidence is unwavering as he assures them, "You don't need to worry about that." But the person he's speaking to seems far from convinced, sweat beading on their brow. His words echo with confidence, "Tae-hyun's so strong." His confidence soars as he declares, he could take all of them out in one blow. His face is alight with excitement as he clenches his fist, convinced of Tae-hyun's overwhelming power. Hwang Jae-young, once just Kim Tae-hyun's cousin, now holds the esteemed position of president of Kim Tae-hyun's fan club. Number of members, 1. That's good to what? One blow, someone exclaims from the stands. A bead of sweat rolls down the cheek of a spectator, her expression a mix of shock and disbelief. A collective gasp rises from the onlookers. "I gotta get my hands on a proper news item this time," someone declares, their ambition clear. A bead of sweat trickles down her face as she nervously bites her finger. The pressure mounts. The name Kim Ji-ja appears, followed by her job title, SY Economic Rookie Reporter. Her defining trait? On the verge of being fired. Kim Ji-ja's thoughts spiral, "My last interview got scrapped for featuring a low rank awakened. Not even an A ranker, but a C ranker?" Her boss explodes in anger, papers flying as he yells, "What the hell am I supposed to do with this?" Ji-ja, in tears, can only stammer, "I'm sorry." She sits perched on the edge, a visible tremor running through her. That child, Kim Tae-hyun, must have already been disqualified, right? She wonders, tears welling up in her eyes. Her glasses fog with tears as she realizes, "I might actually be fired if I don't get an interview this time either." Her eyelashes quiver as she continues to cry. As she continues to cry, someone nearby remarks, "Doesn't the atmosphere feel a bit strange?" A question hangs in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. What is going on? The question lingers, the atmosphere's strange. An imposing figure stands alone on a platform, high above the assembled crowd. The sheer number of people is staggering. From her vantage point, a woman utters a soft, "Oh," as she looks out at the crowd. The announcement rings out, from countless high-ranking, veteran awakened, to Lee Gilson, the A-ranker. For these player tryouts, the announcement continues, as Lee Gilson stands with a grim expression. The murmurs spread quickly, they're all staring at just one guy. All eyes are on a single figure standing confidently before the crowd. The crowd's intention becomes clear. Don't tell me, are they trying to take down that one guy by joining forces? A bead of sweat rolls down her face as the crowd wonders, how strong is he for them to? A gasp escapes someone in the crowd as the battle unfolds. Her eyes widen in disbelief as the battle intensifies. Round 3 of the player tryouts is about to begin. A sinister smile spreads across his face. A sharp pain shoots through someone's body. A warning flashes, all the viewers are requested to be cautious of the shock while watching. Standing tall, the man's confident posture belies the warning just issued. Now. The word hangs in the air, promising a shift in the unfolding events. The challenge begins, the words "begin the test" echoing with power as a bright light envelopes the scene. A surge of power emanates from her hands, a blinding light engulfing the area. The light intensifies as another fighter steps forward, his fist glowing with power. The two powers collide, energy crackling in the air. The force of the blow sends him spiraling downwards. The force of the blast sends others flying, caught in the chaotic explosion. The explosion rips through the area, sending shards of debris flying in all directions. The blast continues to expand, consuming everything in its path. Amidst the chaos, an urgent order rings out, "Get rid of him right away." News spreads that he's already taken down 2 S-rankers. A voice booms, declaring, "I've been alone since the first round." Panic rises as a voice declares, "If we don't eliminate him first, he'll take us all down." A blinding light erupts as the group unleashes their combined attack. The combined attack slams into their target, engulfing him in a searing inferno. The combined force of the attack sends shockwaves through the area. You-wah! The force of the blast throws the attackers back, their faces contorted in fear. The attackers are sent flying backward, their faces a mask of terror as they scream. The force of the blast continues to send them hurtling backwards. A sinister grin spreads across his face as the force of his attack continues to devastate his opponents. The devastating blast explodes outward. One opponent is sent flying. Another screams in agony as the blast engulfs him. Debris rains down as the force of the explosion rips through the battlefield. The force of the blast sends cards and potions flying. The force of the explosion sends bodies flying in every direction. The force of the explosion sends him hurtling through the air. Amidst the dust and debris, bodies are strewn across the ground. Emerging from the smoke and dust, he smirks, a trickle of blood running down his cheek. A rustling sound fills the air as he is thrown back, sprawling across the ground. Lying on the ground, he sees a strange, glowing object. A question mark hangs in the air, reflecting his confusion. SFX, whoosh! The glowing object whips past him with incredible speed. Suddenly, glowing tendrils erupt from the ground, ensnaring him. With a resounding crack, the tendrils tighten their grip. "Oh! What is this thing?" he exclaims, struggling against the glowing vines. A sinister laughter booms out, the sound itself seeming to tighten the glowing vines around him. "You may have taken down 2 S-rankers," the voice taunts, "but having your guard down was your undoing." His glowing green eyes gleam as he declares, "Now, the final winner of this test." A sinister smile plays on his lips. The figure declares with certainty, "Shall be me. The A-rank genius, Lee Gilson Dash." A blinding flash erupts. Vines erupt, ensnaring Lee Gilson before he can react. The ground shatters beneath him as the vines tighten their grip. A strangled cry escapes Lee Gilson as the vines crush him, debris flying. Next. A twisted grin spreads across his face as the vines tighten. Next. An enraged voice shouts, "That damn monster." An order rings out, "Everyone, keep attacking him continuously. No stopping." The relentless assault continues. "If we keep the attacks going, I'm sure he'll get exhausted at some dash," someone declares, confident in their strategy. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he points forward, urging the others on. Night King's. Night King's face is shown in extreme close-up. Night King's lips curve into a sinister smile. Above the fallen figure, the word spirit materializes in ominous darkness. Night King's fist glows with power as he stands over his defeated opponent. Night King prepares to strike, energy crackling around his fist. The attack lands, and a surprised "oh" echoes. Night King's face contorts in pain as the force of the blow sends him reeling. The Night King is sent flying backwards, a trail of energy marking his violent trajectory. The Night King is sent hurtling towards a colossal, looming figure. The Night King continues to hurtle backwards, the impact imminent. The Night King slams into a wall of skulls. The impact sends a shockwave rippling outwards. The sound of the impact, KU, reverberates. The Night King lies prone amidst the skull wall. The force of the blow, WA, sends tremors through the crowd. They watch in stunned silence as the Night King lies defeated. The crowd reacts with a collective gasp. A collective AH bursts from the onlookers, their faces etched with disbelief. The world blurs as he falls, a vortex of purple energy swirling around him. A sinister smile creeps across his face as he reaches out, his hand crackling with dark energy. The scene shifts to an audience watching the fight, their expressions ranging from shock to excitement. One figure sits calmly, a bucket of popcorn beside him. A voice from the audience exclaims, that lunatic." The man's eyes widen in disbelief. That lunatic," he shouts, his voice filled with a mix of fear and astonishment. The man is still in disbelief as he exclaims, "How could he use that in the dead center?" The impact sends dust and debris flying. The force of the attack is devastating. The force of the attack sends bodies flying, the audience watching in stunned silence. "Phew dash," a voice exclaims, seemingly relieved after the devastating attack. Amidst the fallen, a figure stands tall, declaring, "And with that, we're all wrapped up." He looks down with a smirk, continuing, "All that remains now is." His gaze drops, a sinister smirk playing on his lips as he finishes his thought, "All that remains now is." The dust settles, revealing the aftermath, bodies strewn across the ground, and one lone girl standing amidst the devastation. He surveys the scene of utter destruction. She breathes heavily, surveying the devastation around her. Catching her breath, she stands amidst the destruction. Amidst the dust, a voice calls out, "What do you want to do, Lim Ah-hyung?" The speaker continues, stating, "I don't mind you withdrawing from the test right now." Clutching her arm, Ah-hyung looks away, her expression troubled. The voice continues, offering an out, "I don't mind you withdrawing from the test right now." "Or do you?" the voice finishes, leaving Ah-hyung's decision hanging in the air. A smirk plays on the instructor's lips as he awaits Ah-hyung's answer. The instructor's voice booms, taunting Ah-hyung. "Want a repeat of the first round?" A blinding flash erupts. A surge of icy power erupts. The icy power intensifies. The icy shards explode outward. The force of the blast sends a shockwave rippling through the arena. The arena trembles as the shockwave continues to expand. The dust settles, revealing Kim Tae-hyun standing amidst the shattered arena. "This again?" he asks, a smirk playing on his lips. "I think you'd better worry about." The voice booms, cutting off abruptly. The voice concludes with a menacing edge, "Yourself." Her eyes burning with an icy fury, she raises her glowing blade, ready to strike. The blade descends, a flash of light preceding the inevitable impact. The glowing blade hurtles downward, a trail of light marking its swift descent. "Because this time, that won't be happening," the figure declares, hand outstretched to meet the descending blade. Her eyes blazing with power, she screams her defiance. A sinister smirk plays on his lips as a voice booms, "You sure about that?" Towering over her, he looms, his words a chilling counterpoint to her defiance. The title card flashes, regressing with the king's power. The screen flashes 25. The scene shifts to a frigid landscape of ice and snow. The desolate, frozen wasteland stretches out. A colossal, ice-like structure pierces through the frozen sky. They stand back to back, bracing themselves against the harsh, frozen wind. A heavy thud echoes through the frozen landscape. One of their companions lies defeated on the ground. He lies still, unmoving on the icy ground. Phew! He breathes, his hand outstretched as if reaching for something. A voice booms from above, declaring, "As expected of you, Lim Ah-hyung." Looking up, Lim Ah-hyung hears the victor's words, "You were still the most difficult opponent." The victor stands tall, his hand raised slightly as if acknowledging the fallen opponent. With that, the player tryouts have ended. The crowd roars with excitement. The crowd's excitement is palpable as the results are about to be announced. The announcement hangs in the air. Top qualifier of this player tryouts is applicant number 920, Kim Tae-hyun. The announcement booms, revealing the top qualifier. The rewards for Kim Tae-hyun's top qualifier placement are now revealed. A curved blade rests on the table, next to what appears to be a certificate and a commemorative plaque. "Congratulations on becoming an S-Rank player," the disembodied voice announces. The newly crowned S-Rank player sits at the table, the items from his recent achievement laid out before him. An older man, seated at a table, speaks. "By the way, I didn't expect you to single-handedly end the third round." The man continues, musing if the protagonist's performance should have been expected, considering he cleared Apocalypto. Ha ha ha. The protagonist, seated and examining a blade, responds to the older man's comment. "I was merely lucky." The older man clasps his hands together, his gaze intense. "Tae-hyun," a voice calls out, the protagonist turning to face the speaker. The voice continues, now posing a question: "How about joining the new South Korea Player Association?" Across the table, Tae-hyun holds a knife, carefully examining it. The offer hangs in the air, unanswered. Tae-hyun's brow furrows, a bead of sweat forming as he continues to examine the knife. The offer clearly weighs heavily on him. The intensity of his gaze sharpens as a voice cuts through the silence. "What do you think?" Breaking the silence, a voice asks, "What do you think?" The question hangs in the air, about working for the new South Korea Player Association? The man sits in contemplation, his fingers steepled in front of him. The question of the new South Korea Player Association hangs heavy in the air. Truly, the weight of the decision seems to dawn on him as he stares at the South Korean flag. Before him stands a monument, etched with names and details. A lot has changed, huh? The man wonders aloud. He reflects, put aside the fact that an unawakened like me became an S-ranker, and even placed as the top qualifier. The man continues, boasting, "I even got a scouting offer from not just a leader." He continues, elaborating that he received an offer of a great guild, but also Ji Jinui, the greatest in the new South Korea Association. The man sits at his desk, hands clasped, the steam rising from his cup. The man muses, "My goodness, even when you think you know this world, you really don't know what'll happen." However, a hand reaches for the cup, a faint glow emanating from it. The hand continues its reach, the faint glow intensifying. "I'd like to decline," a voice declares, the glow now fully encompassing the cup. The other party is visibly taken aback by the unexpected response. A large speech bubble conveys their shock? The unexpected refusal is met with utter disbelief. Stammering, the man demands, "But why?" However, the response is blunt, there's no special reason for it. The man's hand slams onto the table, the teacup rattling from the sudden impact. He continues, stating, "I just believe that rather than being a member of one of the 4 great guilds or the association." He takes a sip of his tea, the steam rising gently in the bright morning light. "It'll be more effective to work alone," he concludes, revealing his preference for a solitary path. With his tea in hand, he turns his attention to the document before him, a blade resting beside it. His gaze unwavering, he utters, "I'm sorry I couldn't be any help to you." He stands at the desk, his hands resting on the surface, a cup of tea steaming between them. A sudden, mocking laugh echoes. The man's lips curl into a sinister smile, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. The ground trembles beneath unseen force. A maniacal laugh erupts from the man. His hands grip the table, knuckles white, as a strange smoke rises from a small container. His laughter echoes, maniacal and unsettling. He raises a cup to his lips, a sinister smile playing on them. He continues, stating, "I never imagined you'd say that you're better off alone rather than in the great guilds or the association. That level of confidence, huh?" He muses, then states, "All right." The man proposes, "In that case, how about we do something else instead of joining?" He continues, suggesting, "In that case, how about we do something else instead of joining?" The man's words hang in the air, posing the question, something else? A menacing aura emanates from him, the air thick with unspoken threat. The question echoes, "Are you interested in participating in the Asian Exhibition Games?" The ominous question hangs in the air as the faces of potential competitors are revealed, each marked by a burning intensity in their eyes. A monstrous roar echoes as a shadowy figure looms. The monster lunges, its jaws wide in a terrifying scream. The monster's scream intensifies, a cacophony of terror. Amidst the monster's terrifying scream, he calmly raises his hand, a red aura emanating from his fingertips. Phew! He sighs, the red aura intensifying as it strikes the monsters. The red aura obliterates the monsters, leaving only faint traces of their existence. The dungeon's all clear now. The dungeon now clear, a blinding light emanates from a swirling portal ahead. A strange energy fills the air. The Asian Exhibition Games, huh? He mutters, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The screen displays Asian Exhibition Games, revealing that 5 representatives will be chosen from the associations. The screen elaborates that the Asian Exhibition Games are a festival of hunting down villains and monsters for associations and guilds of each country within Asia. But to be picked as a national representative, you must prove you've hunted down monsters and villains for the sake of the country. The screen clarifies that to be chosen, you would need to acquire some merit points. The man with the eye patch continues, "Given your history of advancing, it's definitely a worthy goal to target as far as I'm concerned." "That's easy to say," an unseen character retorts. Suddenly, a voice booms out, declaring, "I just became a player." His foot crushes the monster's head with a sickening crack. To catch up to everyone else's merit points, he realizes, "I'm gonna have to hunt down monsters and villains that are way stronger." He's been clearing all dungeons known to the new South Korea. He walks forward, surrounded by strange, glowing vines, determined to clear out dungeons that even the association has been unable to handle for a month. But far from earning merit points, he realizes he hasn't been able to advance any further. "I guess I have no choice even if it's dangerous," he mutters, steeling himself for what lies ahead. A surge of blue energy envelopes him, crackling with untold power. The blue energy intensifies as he declares, "I'm going to have to go there after all." Bathed in the brilliant blue light, he begins to walk forward, disappearing into the unknown. Above the building, a flock of dark birds takes flight into the stormy sky. The path ahead leads to a grand, foreboding manor, its windows glowing eerily. A brutal impact sends blood splattering across the room. The force of the impact sends him flying. "Coup!" He groans, the force of the blow sending him reeling back. "Heek!" He's sent sprawling, landing amongst the shadows of monstrous figures. He manages to choke out, as a voice pleads, "Chairman, please calm down." His face contorted in pain, a strange energy enveloping him. "Calm down," the words hang in the air, unanswered. His eyes glow with a menacing red light as he declares, "Tayson's heir, my son, is still in the damn hospital." It's revealed that the one responsible is now an S-rank player on the rise. The man's rage intensifies, his voice booming, "Yet you want me to calm down?" The S-rank player retaliates with a powerful kick, sending his opponent crashing down. A guttural scream rips through the air as the impact reverberates. He slams into a wall, the impact shattering the surface around him. "Chairman," a voice cries out, reporting that there's a guest from the Malignant Guild. The chairman, visibly concerned, repeats the name, "Malignant?" Enraged, he thinks, those rascals who couldn't get rid of one brat after stuffing all that money down their damn throats? His face contorted with fury, the chairman bellows, how dare they show their faces here? I'm going to, the chairman roars, his fury reaching a fever pitch. His rage abruptly cuts off with a bewildered. A blinding flash of light erupts. Before him looms a colossal, patterned structure. Shadows claw at the ground around him as a strange energy crackles overhead. A voice booms out, echoing through the structure, the matter with your son was truly a shame. The booming voice continues, advising, but you should calm down first. The voice erupts, declaring, that lowly brat isn't Tayson's. He gasps, sweat beading on his brow. Why you, final target now, is he? A voice echoes out, a chillingly polite greeting, nice to meet you. The final target looms, a skull emblazoned on its chest. The figure introduces himself, I am the Vice Guildmaster of the Malignant Guild. You may call me Shadow, he reveals, a chilling moniker that hangs in the air. Shadow adjusts his mask, the red glow of its lenses piercing the gloom. A skull tattoo is visible on his hand. A swirling vortex of dark energy surrounds Shadow, obscuring him from view. The vortex solidifies, revealing the title of Malignant Guild's Vice Guildmaster and the name Shadow, but his rank remains a mystery. A faint glow emanates from below, hinting at what's to come. The glow intensifies, energy swirling within the vortex. Hum echoes through the chamber as the vortex pulses with raw power. He charges directly into the swirling vortex. He disappears into the vortex. Mr. K. Kim Tae-hyun, someone shouts. An exclamation mark hangs in the air. The towering skyscrapers stand connected by a precarious skybridge. Before the protagonist stands a man holding a sign. The sign reads, Defendant 5th grade, Kim Tae-hyun. A blinding light engulfs the man holding the sign. As the light fades, a voice booms out, declaring, I'm going to be your guide for the auction. I'm an A-ranker from the Alchemists. The man now holds a sign that reads, Youngest S-ranker Kim Tae-hyun. He looks surprised, mouth agape. The camera pans down, focusing on the A-ranker's lower body. My name's Park Ji-won, he declares. Sweat beads on Park Ji-won's brow as he looks up, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Despite his fear, Park Ji-won forces a smile, declaring, It's an honor to meet you. Park Ji-won, an A-rank player, has been hired as a bodyguard by the Alchemists Guild for the auction. He is also a member of Kim Tae-hyun's fan club, and his skill is gate manipulation. His enthusiasm doesn't end there, he continues, after seeing you overpower everyone in the third round of player tryouts, I became a fan. Could I get an autograph, please? Kim Tae-hyun is revealed to be an S-rank player and an SVIP member of the Alchemists. The scene shifts, revealing that they are in Asia's greatest auction region. They have arrived at East Point. The East Point logo shines above stacks of cash. East Point is advertised as the largest in scale within Asia. Auction items of the greatest value are promised. East Point promises items of the greatest quality and boasts automatic interpretation skill support. And so on. East Point boasts a great deal of positive points. But even among all those positives, there's one point that would be theirs. Suddenly, a desperate cry pierces the air, security. The man, Kim Tae-hyun scrawled across his forehead, grins maniacally. Are you sure about having the autograph on your face? A voice questions. The perspective shifts to a group of stern-faced men in suits and sunglasses. Bodyguards from the guilds like me, that are a part of the auction definitely play a role, the voice declares. The bodyguards stand in formation, their presence a silent promise of security at the auction. The voice continues, explaining that the constant changing of warp point actually makes it impossible to reach here without approval. The stick figure recoils in shock as a large red X is superimposed over the warp point. The system clarifies, *warp point, coordinate values needed to connect to warp gate star. The reason for the warp point's failure becomes clear. That's probably the main reason there were no security issues the past decades. A chilling laugh echoes as the man with the symbol on his forehead erupts in maniacal glee. He's right. A voice admits. It's certainly deserving of being called the best in security. Yet, a new challenge appears to be on the horizon. A subtle smirk plays on his lips, a hint of the strategy brewing in his mind. The focus shifts to an S-rank villains. Terror attack will take place today in this very place. The chilling announcement echoes as a figure wreathed in ominous red energy materializes. The imposing towers stand against a sky now stained crimson. A sense of impending doom hangs heavy in the air. Two figures stand before the looming structure, the threat now undeniably real. Regressing with the king's power. 26. Finally. 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 The long-awaited moment has arrived. The moment of truth arrives as he shouts into the microphone, "It's finally here." The auctioneer raises her arm, declaring, "The best item on sale for this auction." The auctioneer reveals the item's name with a flourish. It's called the Phoenix Potion. The auctioneer continues, revealing the potion's effects. "Just drinking it will boost your stamina and magic by 20 points each." A murmur sweeps through the crowd as the implications of the Phoenix Potion sink in. Bidders raise their paddles, eager to acquire the stat-boosting elixir. The auction continues, but a different plan forms. Now all I gotta do is wait for the terror attack, eliminate the S-rank villain, and get. He leans against the railing, a sinister plan brewing. Now all I gotta do is wait for the terror attack, eliminate the S-rank villain, and get merit points. His plan hits a snag, though. But the problem is I have zero information whatsoever about this. Suddenly, a woman with a microphone appears, seemingly out of nowhere. A sea of numbered paddles rises before him. The auction is about to begin. He reflects on the past, recalling, "Before my regression, the news only reported the serious damage that East Point suffered." He remembers that the news identified Narendra Nehru as the main culprit of the terror attack. Explosions ripped through the city's skyscrapers. But then, a new question arises: who on earth stopped it? The protagonist wonders if Mr. Park Jianwong was responsible. A man holding 2 ice cream cones responds, "Yes." Leaning against the railing, he seems lost in thought. Suddenly, a voice booms out, demanding, "Who's the chief security officer here?" Suddenly, he stops mid-bite, eyes widening in alarm. The man with the ice cream stammers, But why do you want to dash?" And no. That's not the case, but... He stammers, clearly flustered. The man's surprise turns to shock as someone shouts, "Ha ha ha! Look who it is!" A speech bubble appears, expressing confusion and surprise. The announcement booms, the 12th S-rank player of New South Korea. And the youngest S-ranker. The announcement continues, the crowd now parting to reveal a woman in a white suit. The crowd murmurs, a wave of hushed whispers rippling through the assembled ranks. A figure strides forward, flanked by subordinates, an air of authority preceding him. Two figures walk side by side, one holding an ice cream cone. A sinister smile plays on his lips as he announces, "We have Kim Tae-hyun here." A group of figures advance, their destination unknown. A sharp pain shoots through Tae-hyun's head. A sinister smile spreads across the man's face. The man's name is Asaki Ryohei, also known as the Devil, a Japanese S-rank player and East Point's chief security officer. Ryohei, that's... The voice trails off, leaving the name hanging in the air. The man is identified, he's an S-ranking Japanese player and also the chief security officer. The S-ranker stands with his back to them, a katana strapped across his back. Two others stand before him, their faces obscured. "Just be mindful," he warns. His brow furrowed, the S-ranker warns, "Just be mindful." The S-ranker's warning hangs heavy as the narrator reveals, he has even stabbed his comrades for his own benefit. His red eyes glow ominously as he raises his sword high above his head, poised to strike down on his fallen comrades. As he prepares to strike, the player's chilling nickname for him is revealed, the Devil. "I heard that New South Korea," someone begins to say. The man continues, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "Had sent an extraordinary genius here." The man before him states, "But I didn't expect to meet you here in person," followed by a sinister chuckle. Left hand, he wonders, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. A whooshing sound fills the air. The two hands meet. Their hands clasp, a surge of energy erupting around them. Lightning crackles around him as his eyes widen in shock. The energy intensifies, focusing on their joined hands. Cook, someone gasps, as the energy surges around them. His face contorts in pain as the energy surges, lightning crackling around him. Kiki, keko kiki. He manages to choke out, as the energy continues to surge around him. The surge reaches a critical point, and he can only manage it choked. The energy reaches a fever pitch as he emits a chilling cackle. "Who would have thought you could endure this?" he exclaims, his eyes gleaming with manic glee. The villain's expression shifts, now acknowledging the protagonist's strength. "I guess you're an S-ranker after all, huh?" he shouts. "This bastard," he grits out, his expression a mix of fury and determination. A guttural roar erupts, shaking the very air around them. His eyes narrow, the intensity of his gaze amplified by the crackling energy. Gasping, one of the men clutches at his throat. I can't breathe." He reaches out, the air shimmering with unseen force. "Damn it!" he mutters, frustration evident in his voice. "Damn it!" he curses, realizing the stakes. He knows, if I go against him here, civilians will get dragged into this. Tears stream down his face as he crawls forward, desperate. A booming, maniacal laugh echoes as a voice declares, "I guess that was an excessive prank on a kid who just became an S-rank player." He looks up, a bead of sweat trickling down his face, a mixture of shock and disbelief etched on his features. However, a surge of energy emanates from his hands, crackling with unseen power. The energy intensifies, a bright blue light enveloping his hands. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he embraces his companion. The sound of impact echoes as the two figures collide. Pinned beneath him, the man states, "That should have taught you." He declares, pinning his opponent, "You may be an S-ranker, but you're not on the same level as me." He begins, "I don't know why you came here." He continues, warning him, "But don't try to pull any useless stunts, lay low, and get lost." "Brat," the word hangs in the air, a silent accusation. A smirk plays on his lips as he mutters, "Kiki, well then." Suddenly, a booming voice echoes, "Have fun at the auction." Just then, a voice booms out, wishing them, "Have fun at the auction." A chilling haha echoes as the two men stand, one looking nervous with a bead of sweat on his face, the other with a cold, calculating stare. "Mr. T. Taehyun," a voice calls out. The chilling laughter continues, and Isaki Ryohei's name is spoken. A modern skyscraper pierces the bright, cloud-strewn sky. Beneath the skyscraper, a heavily armed squad stands before a reinforced door marked with the letters WA. The squad advances, their boots echoing on the cold floor. They continue down the long corridor, a figure with a distinctive purple headpiece leading the way. Suddenly, a voice breaks the silence, questioning their new company, "Who the hell are they?" Another voice chimes in, laced with suspicion, "Where on earth did they crawl out of?" Dismissing the questions, he states firmly, "Whatever, we don't need to know all that." He then reveals their destination, "Past this place, there's only the warp gate control office." He continues, the lower portion of his face visible as he speaks, "The fact that they're here means." He concludes, stating that the fact that they're here means they're the target we're meant to take care of. He commands his subordinates to assist, declaring, "As the A-ranker, I'll take them out myself." "Yes, sir," they reply. He prepares to strike, a silent, building tension hanging in the air. The A-ranker faces his foe in the cavernous depths. The A-ranker leaps back, narrowly avoiding the monster's massive claw. Another figure stands calmly, hands clasped in prayer. The A-ranker is sent sprawling, hitting the cavern floor hard. The A-ranker groans, struggling to rise after the brutal impact. The A-ranker gasps, struggling to catch his breath after the devastating blow. "Ah!" he manages to gasp, still struggling for air. "Ah! Ah!" he gasps, before exclaiming, "How splendid!" With hands clasped together, he declares, "How splendid!" A sinister red glow emanates from his eyes. Narendra Nehru, an S-rank villain of unknown affiliation. The message is delivered, "Mr. Narendra Nehru, a variable has come up at the auction house. Narendra Nero stands with hands clasped in prayer, as a group of masked figures awaits his command. The news arrives, apparently, Kim Tae-hyun, the S-ranker of New South Korea Association, is at the auction house. The arrival of the S-ranker throws a wrench in their plans, and the question hangs in the air: what should we do? The mysterious figure stands, his hand pressed to his forehead, as if sensing the shift in power. The S-ranker's voice cuts through the tension, his words dripping with disdain: "What about lowly trash like that?" The S-ranker's face contorts in fury, his mouth open in a roar. His declaration echoes: "As long as I, Narendra Nero, am here, then no one can touch you." The S-ranker's declaration hangs in the air as his subordinates stand behind him. But a voice booms, countering his claim: "No one can evade the divine." The camera pans up, revealing towering skyscrapers against a bright blue sky. Waves crash against the rocky shore, dwarfed by the immense skyscrapers looming above. The camera shifts downward, revealing what appears to be the tips of massive brown spikes. A building explodes in a burst of flames, as golden spikes descend from above. The ground erupts as something massive bursts forth. Inside a briefing room, a large screen displays a complex diagram of a crystalline structure. Back in the briefing room, the screen still displays the crystalline structure. Suddenly, the briefing room explodes. People are thrown back by the force of the blast. The screen lights out, consumed by the explosion's blinding light. But then, the scene shifts. A man casually sips from a cup, a woman standing beside him. The scene focuses on the two figures from the previous panel, only showing their torsos. A massive explosion erupts, sending bodies flying amidst the fiery blast. The force of the explosion sends them hurtling through the air. They soar through the sky, the clouds rushing past. The island base is rocked by a massive explosion. Explosions rip through the island base, smoke billowing into the sky. The island base is now completely engulfed in smoke. Mr. Kim Tae-hyun, a voice cries out, filled with alarm. Kim Tae-hyun's face contorts in a scream of terror. "Hey, are you okay?" a voice calls out, the question hanging in the air amidst the chaos. Amidst the chaos, a voice urgently declares, "We need to evacuate immediately." His eyes widen in disbelief as he utters, "No way." He reels from the news, exclaiming, "I knew a terror attack would happen, but you're telling me they're bombing all throughout the structure?" Amidst the chaos, a desperate question echoes: how did the terrorists even sneak in? Panic rises as another question pierces through the smoke and confusion: since when were the bombs installed? Wait, no, he begins, quickly correcting himself. Right now, what's important is. Amidst the chaos, a terrified scream pierces the air: it's the terrorists. The room is in chaos, debris scattered across the floor. People are running and injured on the ground. Above the screams and the chaos, a demand rings out: lower your weapons and hand over any money or valuables right now. Firing into the air, the gunman shouts a defiant "kyhh." With a defiant cry, the gunman fires into the air, escalating the chaos. "If you try to resist, I'll shoot a hole in your he threatens, eyes wide with manic intensity. His threat is cut short by an unexpected sound. Ah! A foot slams down, silencing him instantly. A brutal massacre unfolds. Bodies fall, blood splattering everywhere. The blade flashes, a crimson spray erupting from the unseen victim. The killing blow lands, a brutal strike ending another life. His eyes widen in disbelief, shouting, Mr. Kim Tae-hyun?" A stern voice orders, "Mr. Park Ji-won, let the association know of this situation, and request reinforcements." Footsteps echo as someone strides forward, declaring, "As for me." The scene fades to white. His eyes narrow with resolve. "I'm gonna catch the ones behind this." A crimson glow envelopes the blade as he grips it tightly. The crimson energy intensifies, now fully engulfing the blade. The blade, now imbued with crimson energy, is identified as a rare talisman. It was a gift from Ji Jinui, the Player Association's chairman, to Kim Tae-hyun for his top performance in the tryouts. 27. Panting heavily, the team prepares for a fight. One grips a spear, another readies a pistol. A voice booms, declaring, "These are the articles that have been bid on already." The team stands before a group of masked figures. Their leader announces that these are the items already bid on. The leader's voice booms again, this time laced with fury, "And not to terrorists like you." Silence hangs in the air after the leader's furious declaration. His eyes narrow with chilling intent. "Slaughter them." A crimson blade flashes. The slaughter begins. Axes and blades descend in a flurry of crimson. The masked figure struggles against his attacker as the sounds of battle intensify. The masked figure lies defeated, blood pooling around him. The scene is a massacre. Bodies litter the cracked floor, pools of blood spreading around them. The aftermath is a scene of utter devastation. He reaches out, his hand hovering over a box amidst the carnage. He reaches for the ornate object resting inside the box. His eyes widen as he declares, "I finally found it." He cradles the ornate, bird-shaped object in his hands. A faint golden light emanates from within. The bird-shaped object glows brighter in his grasp, the golden light intensifying. The object is identified as a Phoenix Potion, a rare and unique item that permanently increases both stamina and mana by 20 points upon consumption. Realization dawns on him. "Now I understand why Mr. Narendra Nehru told us to get it," he says, his expression hardening. "Even if that meant putting our lives at stake." A surge of power emanates from the potion. "I can sense tremendous energy from it just by looking at it," he exclaims. The masked warrior contemplates his next move. "If I drink this," he thinks, a surge of energy radiating from the potion. The potion's power explodes outward. The warrior is engulfed in a blinding surge of power. But the surge is met with a question mark. The warrior lies defeated amidst the rubble. A groan escapes him as he lies prone, defeated. "What?" he exclaims, disbelief etched in his voice. He rises, extending a hand as if to ward off an unseen force. His eyes narrow with renewed determination. "Mr. Dyke," someone shouts. "It's an enemy." "Mr. Dyke," someone shouts, warning him, "it's an enemy." "But why can't we see Dash?" someone exclaims, the question hanging in the air as the enemy stands before them. A choked Dash escapes him. Eyes narrowed, the enemy prepares to strike. The masked assailant advances, a glinting blade held ready. Another figure lies prone in the background. The masked assailant stands amidst fallen foes. That skill is. The masked assailant thinks, sweat beading on his brow. He realizes, stealth. The masked assailant is surrounded by a purple aura. Stealth, he realizes, sweat beading on his face. The masked assailant moves in a blur, leaving a trail of purple energy in his wake. "Yua," he cries out. Blood splatters as the masked assailant strikes. "You damn rat," the assailant shouts, fury evident in his voice. A hand reaches out, energy crackling around it as the assailant moves with incredible speed. Chains crackle with energy as they descend rapidly towards the fallen figure. The chains bind him, energy crackling as they tighten around his body. The chains tighten further, energy surging around them. The chains creak under immense pressure. The man with purple hair grits his teeth, his grip tightening on the chains as they constrict his target. A deafening crack echoes as the chains begin to shatter. The chains completely disintegrate in a blinding flash. "Damn fool," a voice booms out. The man roars in fury, blood splattered across his face. "Damn fool," he bellows. His rage intensifies. "How dare you act up with nothing but stealth under your belt," the man shouts. His fury reaches a boiling point. "You're fucking dead now," he screams. The enraged man lunges forward, intent on ending the fight. Wow dash! The impact reverberates. The man is bound by chains, surrounded by ominous red energy. A skill that can locate even an opponent using stealth, huh? He muses. A sudden, sharp intake of breath. Something has caught his attention. The red energy intensifies, swirling faster around him. A sinister smirk spreads across his face as the red energy crackles around him. "You'd be a decent substitute for predation," he declares. Chains constrict him as thorny red energy erupts around them. Red lightning crackles intensely. The two men are frozen in place, their eyes wide with shock. The group remains bound, their expressions a mix of fear and resignation. The source of their terror becomes clear, a horde of grotesque monsters surrounds them. A blinding light erupts, piercing the darkness. The light reveals the monsters are even closer than they thought. The light reveals the sheer number of monsters they face, a terrifying horde ready to attack. The monsters surge forward, a wave of claws and teeth descending upon them. Amidst the chaos, the scene shifts to the Warp Gate control room. In the Warp Gate control room, a sinister figure sneers, "Kakik." Such a simple matter. His eyes glowing red, the sinister figure declares, "With this, all of you shall fear him." The sinister figure continues, declaring that everyone will fear our God even more. The figure in the skull mask declares, "Now all that's left is Phoenix Potion." The figure's attention turns to someone else, as he shouts, "Mr. Narendra Nehru." A message arrives, "We got a message from Dyke's group." The masked figure speaks into his walkie-talkie, urgently stating, "Went to acquire the Phoenix Potion." But the problem is, the man begins, struggling under the weight of his burden. "Problem," a voice suddenly asks, cutting him off mid-sentence. "CHSSH," the sound cuts through the air. Static erupts from the radio held in his hands. "Ah!" A voice crackles over the radio, followed by a question, "Are you Narendra Nehru?" The question hangs in the air as a sinister glare pierces through the darkness. A sudden, violent impact shatters the silence. "Who are you?" The question echoes, unanswered. A sinister smile creeps across his face as he responds, "Me? Who else?" he asks, red energy crackling around him. His words echo, filling the space, "I'm the one who has what you want," he finishes, a sinister smile spreading across his face. The hero lies defeated, a trail of blood marking his fall. His opponent stands tall, a strange artifact glowing in his hand. "If you want it back, then get here over right now," the opponent demands, issuing a clear challenge. A sinister smirk plays across his face as he holds the phone to his ear, issuing a chilling invitation. His face contorted in rage, he spits out, "You fucking terrorist." The scene reveals a long, metallic corridor, designated 29F. Several figures lie scattered on the floor, seemingly defeated. A figure in dark armor looms over someone wearing a bronze helmet. A powerful blow lands. "Phew," the man exclaims, a confident smirk playing on his lips amidst the swirling energy. His stamina has increased. His magical power has increased. A unique rank potion, he muses, realizing it really was in a different league. He realizes that after all that dungeon crawling, his stats hadn't increased at all, but with this potion, they will all increase at once. He smirks, relieved. Now I don't have to worry about the Phoenix Potion getting into the hands of those terrorists. An exclamation suddenly appears. Suddenly, a sharp tisk breaks the silence. Footsteps echo, a heavy thud punctuating the tension. A tall figure emerges, his gaze unwavering. A sword, wrapped in what appears to be a thorny vine, is strapped to his back. The figure stands among the crowd, his hands casually in his pockets. The camera pans up, revealing a cracked ceiling above. The group now stands amidst the carnage, bodies strewn across the floor. A figure lurks in the shadows of a doorway. Amidst the fallen, a lone figure speaks, "There's no one here." Amidst the fallen, a lone voice echoes, "There's no one here." His voice echoes in the desolate space, but the message definitely came from here. He then wonders aloud, observing the scene, "Do you think they ran away?" A giggle echoes, cutting through the silence, "Kiki." The man's smile tightens as he retorts, "What the hell are you on about?" The man's confusion is palpable, as he asks, "Pardon?" His eyes glowing, the man exclaims, "He's right there in front of us." A speech bubble appears, filled with question marks. "Stop hiding and come on out. Kim Tae-hyun." The shout echoes through the room. The bodies of fallen men litter the floor. Is Kim Tae-hyun among them? A surge of purple energy crackles around the unseen figure. How odd. He mutters, the purple energy still crackling around him. The purple energy intensifies as he confidently declares, I'm pretty sure my skills is perfect. The purple energy crackles even more intensely around him. A confident smirk spreads across his face as he boasts, I'm pretty sure my skills is perfect. The purple energy coalesces into a distinct shape. Turning his back, he faces the group that approaches. The challenger demands, what is someone of your caliber as an S-ranked player doing here? A slight smirk plays on his lips as he listens to the challenger's question. He retorts, well, aren't you the head of security here? He follows up with, I'm pretty sure you should be running around trying to clean up after the terror attack. A sinister cakeek escapes him, a chilling sound that hints at his true intentions. A chilling cakeek escapes him, a sinister sound that hints at his true intentions. The sinister laughter fades as he reveals, you see, there's something I'm looking for. His gaze intensifies, a predatory gleam in his eyes as he continues his pursuit. A sigh of relief escapes him. He lowers his head, a sense of resignation washing over him. No wonder I felt something was off, he realizes, the revelation hitting him. As if it wasn't enough that you couldn't find all those bombs despite having all these players as bodyguards, the voice continues, laced with frustration. The building is under attack, explosions tearing through its structure. A sinister figure looms behind him, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. A hand grips a blade tightly as the voice continues, when I saw terrorists storming in through East Point, where you can't enter without permission. The speaker's suspicions grow, I figured they had someone on the inside. His suspicions mounting, the speaker stands amidst fallen bodies, the scene hinting at a possible inside betrayal. The speaker voices his shock, but who would have thought that the head of security would have been their spy? An unsettling cakeek echoes, suggesting the traitor is nearby and reveling in their deception. The traitor's voice rings out, laced with condescension, even after I was kind enough to warn you to stay in your lane. A sinister grin spreads across the traitor's face, the image distorted by the force of his power. With a burst of power, the traitor and his allies surge forward. The sound of impact echoes as the traitor's eyes lock onto his target. The traitor's blade descends with lethal speed. The blade finds its mark. The traitor smiles down at his victim, the blade piercing through. The attack lands with a resounding shing. Hand it over, the traitor demands. The traitor's face contorts with a sinister grin as he demands, hand it over. His blade crackles with raw energy. He crosses his blades, energy surging around him. Just try taking it like a villain should, he taunts. A blinding flash erupts as their blades meet. The force of the impact sends shockwaves through the room. The clash reverberates. Red beams crisscross the room as the group is caught in the crossfire. The red beams intensify, filling the room with lethal energy. The beams sear through the room, leaving trails of destruction in their wake. The red beams cut through everything in their path. The containers are obliterated by the sheer force. That's, someone shouts, as the group is caught in the blast radius. A battle between S-rankers. Don't even think of going over there, someone warns, as the energy continues to surge. Not to mention, Mr. Ryohei is called the devil, someone shouts, adding to the rising tension. The man charges forward, face contorted in a furious yell. No doubt we'll end up getting chopped into pieces if we carelessly interfere. A flurry of slashes fills the air, a testament to the devil's speed. The devil continues his relentless assault, blades flashing as he leaps through the air. He strikes with a powerful kick. This bastard! He growls, his eyes narrowed with fury. The kick lands with devastating force. There's no doubt about it. Unlike me, a voice echoes, elaborating, who only predicts the direction of attack through the killing aura and sound. The air distorts around the fighter as he thinks, this guy. This guy. He thinks, as the sword flashes, slicing through the air. The sword continues its arc, but a sudden thought interrupts his focus, can actually see me. The blade continues its descent, but a sudden realization stops him cold. Can actually see me, he exclaims, his shock palpable. His eyes widen in disbelief. The sound of something cracking echoes around him. The golden blade slices through him, shattering his defenses. The golden blade continues its descent, poised to strike again. Kuk, he coughs, blood splattering as the blade finds its mark. Kuk, he manages to cough out, blood spraying as the golden blade pierces him once more. We're both using stealth, a voice declares, revealing a surprising twist in the battle. Yet there's such a huge gap in our proficiency, the voice continues, highlighting the stark difference in skill. He moves in a blur, his dagger aimed with deadly precision. But as he thought, he is sent flying backwards. Oh, he exclaims, clearly surprised. Now, from above, a voice shouts, up there? He is sent flying, crashing into a massive, skull-emblazoned serpent. The figure declares, he's not worth me using predation. He cries out in pain as he falls. His face contorts in pain as he is sent hurtling through the air. The hero is sent flying with incredible force. He continues to fly through the air, the force of the blow unrelenting. The hero continues to be hurled backwards, a trail of purple energy marking his violent trajectory. The hero is sent hurtling further back, the purple energy intensifying around him. The hero is violently thrown back, the impact creating a deafening whook sound. The force of the impact echoes with a resounding whook. Kawa! The hero's scream echoes as he is sent flying. Sent reeling, the hero cries out in pain as he crashes to the ground. The hero is caught mid-fall, the enemy standing over him, a triumphant yell escaping his lips. Where's Asaki Ryohei, he questions, his gaze fixed in the distance. A triumphant haha rings out as the enemy mocks, that was some awesome judgment. A look of utter shock crosses his face. The enemy explains, after all, stealth is weak against wide-range skills. The enemy stands over the fallen, a victorious smirk playing on his lips. The enemy continues, but if you were looking for me, then you should have used it over your head as well, he declares, his hand gripping the sword tightly. The enemy's attack lands, a resounding echoing as the blade strikes. The attack connects, and he grimaces in pain as the enemy's blade finds its mark. The blade plunges deeper. Ahead, two masked figures stand guard beneath a sign that reads 30F. A blinding explosion erupts as he slams his opponent into the ground. Below, the two masked figures watch the brutal impact. The impact obliterates everything, sending debris flying. The force of the impact shatters the surroundings, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Debris rains down, the aftermath of the cataclysmic collision. Amidst the settling dust, he grips his sword, preparing for what comes next. He stands over his fallen opponent, his foot planted firmly on the man's head. His eyes widen slightly, uttering a simple wah. His face contorts in disbelief. What? He exclaims, clearly taken aback by something unseen. His shock intensifies. What the hell is that? He shouts, the question hanging in the air. His expression shifts, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Chains crackle with energy, wrapping around a gleaming blade. Energy crackles around the chains, the blade now fully bound. Seriously? He mutters, his sinister smile widening. The chains now binding the blade, he scoffs, what a fool. His eyes widen in disbelief as he shouts, damn it. He realizes with dawning horror, that skill from earlier, it wasn't used to find me. He looks up in horror, realizing the truth. But so that he could. The realization hits him, stop me running out of this skill's target range? The hero realizes the instructor's plan. Stop me running out of this skill's target range? The instructor's sinister grin widens as a weapon materializes in his hand. Where, he begins, the question hanging ominously. Where, the instructor continues, his words now filling the space, are you running? Off to, he shouts, swinging his chained weapon down with furious intent. The chained weapon crashes down, the impact generating a shockwave of force. You, he roars, his target now clear. His face contorted in rage, he screams a challenge. The enraged warrior unleashes a torrent of fury. You fucking little shit. His rage coalesces into a devastating attack. The warrior's power surges, a destructive force unleashed. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he tightens his grip on the chains. Blood splatters as he unleashes a ferocious roar. The ground trembles, a deep rumble echoing through the cavern. The cavern collapses, debris raining down. Despite the collapse, the chained figures remain trapped in the long corridor. The hero stands amidst the rubble, the chained prisoners still looming above. Despite the destruction, the prisoners remain bound. Their faces show a mix of weariness and concern. The prisoners remain chained, their expressions reflecting the dire situation. The chains binding the prisoners glow ominously, tightening their hold. A look of strained desperation fills one prisoner's face. Heaving, the prisoner strains against the glowing chains, his expression a mask of fierce determination. Kim Tae-hyun, a voice calls out, the sound echoing in the vast space. The air crackles with energy as Kim Tae-hyun's voice echoes, "You bastard." A chain whips through the air, propelled by immense force. "Geez, I don't get why an S-ranker would do all this for some shitty money," he mutters, clearly perplexed. A sinister grin spreads across his face. He screams, "Shut UPPP." His face contorted in rage. His rage intensifies as he shouts, "If only you weren't here, then by now." He delivers a devastating kick. The force of the blow sends a shockwave rippling outwards. Flying backwards from the impact, he hears, "You're pretty chatty for a low-life criminal." The hero is sent hurtling backwards through the air. As he flies through the air, a desperate cry rings out, "Mr. Isaki." Standing over the fallen hero, Isaki calls out, "Are you okay?" The chains tighten, and the men cry out in pain. The man demands, "Spit out the info on Naranda Naru." His expression remains stern as he awaits their answer. He continues, his voice strained, "Every country's association must have already received urgent calls for reinforcements by now anyway." Chains bind him, as if imprisoning a powerful being. "You must be aware that you and Narendra Naru will be over once the reinforcements are here, aren't you?" The voice booms, a chilling reminder of their precarious situation. "Reinforcements," he repeats, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face as he struggles against his restraints. The voice continues, dripping with condescension, "You're a clueless kid after all." He stares upwards, a look of dawning realization spreading across his face. "What?" he exclaims, the realization hitting him hard. A foot descends rapidly, about to crush him. The foot hurtles downwards. The impact echoes through the sterile, metallic corridor. The corridor floor buckles under the force. The man with the eye patch leans in, his hand resting on the illuminated table. The protagonist watches him intently. Two men lie prone on the floor, apparently defeated. With their opponents defeated, the man with the eye patch floats upward, towards the light. He ascends further, drawn towards the glowing light above. Suddenly, a voice cries out, "Reinforcements!" A man in a suit appears, seemingly emerging from the light itself. "What happened with the reinforcements for East Point?" the man demands, his face etched with worry. His face contorts in fury, the desperation in his voice rising with each word. "The information arrives, Co Sangik, an S-ranker and the alchemist's guildmaster from one of the 4 great guilds. The announcement booms, not just our articles are up there for sale, but also countless VIPs of the New Korea Association participating." The speaker continues, revealing that even VIPs from the New Korea Association are among those being sold. At this rate, the villains will. The unspoken threat hangs heavy in the air. Cutting him off, the man demands, "Calm down first." He explains that they formed a backup force as soon as they heard the news of the terror attack. He reveals that a group of elite players, led by player Park Sungjin, is backing them up. A group of suited figures stands tall, led by a man with long green hair and sunglasses. They are surrounded by a blue aura, as the protagonist lies defeated before them. A man with an eye patch and a stern expression looms over the protagonist. Then why haven't they left yet?" the man with the eye patch demands, his voice laced with frustration. Extending his hands in a gesture of offering, the man with the eye patch states, "If you need personnel and supplies, our guild can," but he's cut off. "That's not the issue we're facing." The man with the eye patch looks down, defeated. The bubble text reveals the core problem: there's no way to get there. The man with the eye patch lowers his head, the truth weighing heavily. The core issue is revealed, there's no way to get there. The question hangs heavy in the air, what now? The man in the foreground, aghast, prompts, what do you mean? The gravity of the situation becomes clear. The terrorists took over the control room for the East Point warp gate, and blocked all the warp gates. His shock is palpable. The warp gates, he exclaims, the news clearly devastating. Despite the gravity of the situation, a voice assures them, but it'll be okay. The situation escalates as it's revealed, right now, there are two S-rank players at the scene. A sinister grin spreads across his face as the S-rank player raises his glowing blade. Kim Tae-hyun may have only recently become an S-rank player, but there's only one person, Narendra Nehru, on the terrorist side. Until we can reconnect to the warp gates, I'm sure those two can hold out, he says, a bead of sweat trickling down his face despite his confident words. The man's confidence wavers as he shouts, no. They might even take Narendra Nehru down. But then he corrects himself, stating that would only be the case if the opponent was a regular S-ranker. The sound of shattering glass echoes as a figure descends. A figure emerges from the light, silencing the room. Both men stare, a sense of dread washing over the one with the beard. The figure is wearing a suit. The figure's identity is revealed, and someone gasps, Yoo Ah-hyung? The camera focuses on Yoo Ah-hyung's lower body, emphasizing the tailored fit of her suit. Chains bind the others, their expressions unreadable from this distance. A lone figure stands over Yoo Ah-hyung, who is also restrained. A sinister smile plays on his lips as he asks, do you know about the skill contract with the devil? The chains binding Yoo Ah-hyung glow ominously, energy crackling around them. The question hangs in the air, contract with the devil? What dark bargain is he proposing? The chains still bind Yoo Ah-hyung, but now a voice declares, that's the worst of Narendra Nehru's skills. The explanation continues, by offering sacrifices, depending on their amount and quality, he can summon a monster of a certain rank. Narendra Nehru, still bound by chains, looks up with a sinister smile as the summoned monsters materialize behind him. The chains binding Narendra Nehru glow with power as the summoned monsters fully materialize. His eyes widen in dawning horror. By sacrifices, don't tell me you mean. A chilling kikik echoes. Then, the response, that's right. What else would be the sacrifice? A sinister smile spreads across his face, confirming the hero's worst fears. Of course. He confirms, his words hanging heavy with sinister implication. The word hangs in the air, dripping with disdain, humans. A cold stare pierces through the shadows. Disgust contorts his features. He stands before a holographic display, a miniature city shimmering before him. The man beside him looks equally concerned. A bead of sweat rolls down his temple. A stunned W.H. Watt escapes him. He stammers, disbelief etched on his face. W.H. Watt. He manages to utter, struggling to comprehend what's happening. The gravity of the situation sinks in. Narendra Nehru is holding roughly a few hundred hostage. The voice continues, revealing the full scope of the threat. Not to mention, he's a notorious terrorist, who is particularly skilled even among S-rankers. The voice continues, painting a grim picture of what Nehru is capable of. If someone like him sacrifices 100 people and summons a monster. The man's eyes widen in horror as he shouts, it can't be. His eyes widen, a look of utter disbelief washing over his face. It can't be, he exclaims, the horrifying implications now clear. The disbelieving shout is followed by a single, chilling word, exactly. The chilling reply hangs in the air, exactly. The chilling reply hangs in the air, it'll cause a catastrophe. The man stands bound in chains, a sinister grin spreading across his face. The chains binding him rattle ominously. He spits out a defiant curse, you lunatics. A sinister grin spreads across his face. He lets out a chilling laugh. Kim Tae-hyun. You might have been lucky and defeated me. But you'll never be able to win against Narendra Nehru, he declares, a chilling promise hanging in the air. His eyes wide with panic, he shouts, now. Make a choice. A chilling ultimatum echoes: beg for your life and watch those innocent hostages be offered as sacrifices. The villain's cruel choice hangs in the air: or charge into a fight you have no chance of. No chances of winning, the taunt concludes, leaving the hero with an impossible choice. And die like a dog, the villain's taunt concludes, his face contorted in a cruel sneer. A chilling koa echoes through the air, amplifying the villain's cruel intent. The villain's chilling laughter continues as he pummels the chained figure against the rock. Infernal flames engulf the city, painting the sky with shades of destruction. The inferno rages on, now consuming the city's towering structures. A horde of monstrous figures emerges from the shadows, their red eyes gleaming ominously. Before the assembled crowd and the monstrous figures looming behind them, a lone figure stands on the platform, her back to the viewer. Mr. Narendra Nehru, a voice booms, its source unseen. The disembodied voice declares, it seems Isaka Ryohei lost. However, the voice continues, the whereabouts of Kim Tae-hyun, who defeated Ryohei, are unknown, along with the Phoenix Potion. The masked figure breaks the silence. What should we do, he asks, the question hanging heavy in the air. A chilling chuckle breaks the tension. There's no chance of winning in a face-to-face fight, the turbaned figure declares, his words laced with unsettling confidence. The turbaned figure continues, deducing, so he must be waiting for the association's reinforcements. However, a dark energy begins to emanate from his outstretched hand. A piercing shriek erupts. AACK? The captive cries out as the dark energy swirls violently around him. Panic grips the faces of the bound captives as the dark energy intensifies. A strangled gasp escapes him as the dark energy constricts further. The captives' cries of pain fill the air as their tormentor declares, if he won't show up, we just have to draw him out. His pained cries echo through the chamber as the bindings tighten. Tears stream down her face as she cries out, now. The figure declares, let's start the festival for our god. The man's voice booms, the words resonating with dark intent. His hand raised, the man seems to be initiating some kind of ritual. Bound tightly, one man utters a confused, oh, while the other questions, a blackout? The man's ritual is interrupted, but the bomb blasted. But the bomb blasted ages ago. Why just now, one masked man exclaims, while another shouts in frustration, damn it. I can't see anything. Darkness descends, obscuring everything. Through the encroaching darkness, two menacing red eyes pierce the gloom. The sacrifices he was holding disappeared in an instant. This is, a voice cries out. His eyes widen in disbelief. Chains crackle with energy as they bind him. The chains tighten, and a sharp crack echoes through the air. The chains glow brighter, now fully binding his fist to a large, blue crystal. A surge of power erupts as the figure is ensnared by glowing chains. The glowing chains tighten around the figure, the sound of their binding echoing in the air. The chains constrict, ensnaring a large, blue object in their glowing embrace. Oh, the figure groans as the chains tighten further. The chains continue to tighten, the sound of something cracking echoing in the air. The sound intensifies, a deafening crack echoing as the chains reach their breaking point. With a final surge of power, he shatters the chains binding him. He plummets downwards, freed from his restraints. The broken chains fall around him. SFX, whoosh! A guttural cry escapes him as he plummets. He strains against the golden chains, his red eyes blazing with fury. Gotch dash, he exclaims, now bound by golden chains crackling with energy. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he grips the chains. The chains begin to glow intensely, energy surging as he prepares to break free. He strains against the glowing restraints, the effort etched on his face. Blazing energy erupts as the restraints begin to crack under the immense pressure. A wave of shock washes over him as he breaks free. His eyes widen, pupils dilating as he stares down at the grotesque creatures below. Below him lurk monstrous creatures, their eyes glowing ominously in the dim light. The old man stands amidst a swirling inferno, serpentine creatures coiling around him. Chains lash out, poised to strike. The chains bind him, pulling taut as they restrict his movements. A blinding explosion erupts, consuming everything in its path. The force of the blast sends shockwaves outward. Staggering back from the blast, he thinks, I can't believe he'd have a monster hidden on top of his head. Surrounded by flames, he wonders, what the hell kind of guy is that? Engulfed in flames and surrounded by debris, he wonders aloud, what the hell kind of guy is that? A voice calls out, questioning, are you Kim Tae-hyun? A chorus of voices erupts, their plea desperate, are you here to rescue us? An exclamation mark punctuates the air, the tension palpable. The pleas continue, now with a desperate edge, please untie these ropes. Another voice cries out, please help us. Those villains suddenly dash. Please help us. Those villains suddenly dash, one of the tied-up hostages cries out, his face contorted in fear. The wall behind them has been breached, revealing a blinding light. Another hostage cries out, promising, if you just save my life, I can compensate you. A voice booms out, declaring, you're all in my way. The hostages, still bound by chains, are caught in the blast. Screams erupt as the blast engulfs the chained hostages. The sound of something shattering echoes as the blast continues. A smirk plays on his lips amidst the chaos. The force of the impact sends him hurtling backwards. He stands his ground, a guttural cry echoing around him as he faces the horde. The clash sends a shockwave rippling outwards. The horde descends, a mass of grotesque forms lunging forward. The ground cracks under the force of the attack. The monster's red eyes glow as it closes in. The monster descends, engulfed in a blazing aura. A blinding flash erupts as the monster unleashes its attack. He leaps into the air, chains swirling around him as he dodges the monster's attack. The hero narrowly avoids the attack, his chains whipping around him. A surge of power emanates from the monster, its hand glowing with menacing energy. The monster unleashes a blinding blast of energy. The monster's attack explodes outward with terrifying force. The hero is caught within the devastating blast. The hero is sent crashing to the ground amidst the fading energy. A deafening KYACKK echoes as the hero hits the ground. The hero is immediately surrounded by a horde of grotesque, red-eyed monsters. Another ear-splitting KYACKK pierces the air. Another piercing shriek echoes through the horde. The piercing KYACKK echoes again, the sound emanating from the grotesque monsters. The grotesque monsters emit another ear-splitting shriek, their red eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Dash! The grotesque monster's shrieks intensify, a terrifying wave of sound. The monstrous shriek intensifies. He's surrounded, the grotesque monsters closing in. Suddenly, an unexpected attack. What the dash, he exclaims, his eyes wide with shock as he's suddenly on the offensive. A blade flashes, narrowly missing its target. A massive explosion erupts, the force of the blast shaking the very foundations. Amidst the chaos of the explosion, a chilling voice echoes, Kakik. Fool. The chilling voice continues, revealing the source of the explosion. You shouldn't treat the monsters from my skill, contract with the devil, the same as the monsters you've seen until now. The speaker is revealed, a horned, muscular figure, a snake coiled around his shoulders. The horned figure elaborates, stating, these monsters are under my control through the contract with the devil. The contract revealed, the hero finds himself dodging a massive, snarling beast and a serpentine horror. The horned figure's magic enhances his monstrous allies, making them sturdier than monsters of their own kind. And far stronger, the narrator emphasizes as the hero faces the enhanced beasts. A bead of sweat rolls down his face as he prepares for the onslaught. He grits his teeth, a surge of power erupting around him as he prepares to strike. He's down, bloodied and broken. Just because you defeated Ryohei, a voice booms, suggesting the fight is far from over. The voice continues, warning him, doesn't mean you should think of defying God's will. The man's glowing red eyes pierce through the smoke, a sinister smile spreading across his face. The clash of forces sends shockwaves through the area. The tied-up onlookers watch in horror as a swarm of shadowy figures descends upon the battlefield. What the hell, someone exclaims, witnessing the unfolding chaos. The tied-up onlookers watch with growing dread. He's being completely overpowered, one of them exclaims. He's sent hurtling downwards, a look of shock etched on his face as he crashes through the ice. The mysterious voice echoes, stating, when we asked him to save us, he did as he wished. Ropes bind him tightly as he falls, his expression a mix of anger and desperation. Yet he can't even win against a monster, a voice exclaims. Another voice quickly retorts, that's not what's happening here. A disembodied what echoes in the chamber, leaving the audience to wonder who spoke. The instructor is shown, sweat dripping down his face, as he looks to the side. Behind him, several students are tied up. Their expressions range from fear to confusion. Look carefully, a voice commands. Thanks to him, the monsters aren't paying any attention to us, someone observes, the words offering a grim explanation. The monster's attention remains fixed on the figure wielding the side-like blades. The others watch from the shadows, their faces obscured. Despite the monsters overwhelming him, he's not running. In fact, he's not allowing a single monster to come our way. He's surrounded, but a surge of blue energy emanates from him as he continues to fight. The people he's protecting watch with wide eyes, bound by rope. Their expressions mirror a shared sense of shock and disbelief. Also, come to think of it, a voice says, he actually evacuated the hostages over to this side by throwing them up in the air just now. The hostages hang suspended by chains, their expressions a mix of bewilderment and dawning realization. The man in the foreground, also bound, stares ahead with a look of utter disbelief. That's right. I'm sure of it. The voice continues, seemingly confirming the improbable feat. Tears stream down his face, the weight of the situation crashing down on him. Kim Tae-hyun, from the very start, he was, the voice exclaims, the sentence hanging in the air, unfinished. The voice continues, filled with conviction, thinking of nothing but saving us. Kim Tae-hyun, battered and bruised, continues to fight, his face contorted in a determined scream. A voice stutters, I didn't even notice an eye. Another shouts, cheer up. Kim Tae-hyun. Cook, he gasps, tears streaming down his face as he remains bound. Don't give up, someone shouts, their encouragement ringing out. The crowd's unified voice booms, we believe in you. The chains shatter with a resounding crack. With a final, earth-shattering shriek, the monster's chains are completely obliterated. The monsters are now free. The hero braces for the impact as the monster's power explodes outward. The monster's power unleashes, shaking the very chains that bound them. The hero is sent flying backward from the force, crying out, ah! Seriously? The hero's face contorts in rage as he shouts, shut the hell up. The hero pauses, confusion etched on his face. Huh, he mutters, clearly thrown off. The hero's confusion deepens as he finds himself and others bound by rope. Huh, he repeats, still trying to understand the situation. A figure appears before them, adorned with fiery snakes, also seemingly confused. He questions. A chorus of monstrous voices erupts, one bellowing, the hostages keep getting in my way. Another roars, the damn monsters just keep coming. An enraged voice cuts through the chaos. I can't do this stupid shit anymore. The enraged shout is followed by a name, screamed in fury, Kim Tae-hyun. The others react in stunned horror, their faces mirroring the same raw fear. A choked, disbelieving gasp escapes him. The wizard's face contorts in maniacal glee, his eyes glowing red as he unleashes a chilling ha-ha-ha. A spectral snake materializes above him, wreathed in ominous flames. The wizard's taunt echoes, dripping with arrogance, are you giving up now? A desperate plea echoes in the air, so please end this quickly. Player Park Ji-won, a booming voice declares. A chilling question hangs in the air as an ominous red glow emanates from within the darkness. The ominous glow intensifies, revealing shadowy figures lurking in the darkness. The light erupts into flames, revealing a figure engulfed in the blaze. What? A voice echoes, disbelief hanging in the air. Eyes wide with shock, he utters, who's that guy? Blue energy crackles around his hands. When did he dash? The question hangs in the air, unanswered. The voice booms, I'm sorry for making you wait so long. Tae-hyun. Tae-hyun's name echoes as the man's eyes widen, a surge of blue energy emanating from him. The man shouts, "Here it goes!" Darkness descends, obscuring all but the shattered ground below. He lies defeated amidst the rubble, bound by glowing chains. His eyes are blank with shock, blood trickling from his mouth. His face contorts in disbelief, sweat beading on his brow as he stares upwards. "Mr. T. Taehyun, this," a man exclaims, pointing with disbelief at the scene before him. The man stammers, barely able to get the words out. The security team guys were actually in cahoots with the terrorists. A voice declares, "I can't believe this happened while I was gone." He continues, urgency in his voice, but that's not the issue right now. He fears that by now, the warp gate control room is probably swarming with monsters summoned by Opodaro. The man beside him looks on, a bead of sweat trickling down his face, clearly concerned by this grim possibility. The scene fades to black, leaving the audience in suspense. "Fighting villains won't be a huge problem," he states, a grim determination etched on his face. But he realizes, there's no way the monsters won't do anything when they see that. The hero realizes the hostages, bound and visibly distressed, could easily become collateral damage. And above all, the hostages could get swept into all of it. Panic rising, he stammers, then what should we dash? Before he can finish his question, the answer comes, "That's why I need your skill, gate manipulation." His eyes widen in disbelief. "What?" "Me," he exclaims, clearly shocked by the request. Despite his shock, he responds with determination, "Of course, I want to help." The room collapses around them, sending the others flying. He struggles to stay upright amidst the chaos, realizing, but unless I know the exact warp point, connecting the gate with the association side is gonna be impossible. A voice booms out of the darkness, declaring, "That doesn't matter." A sinister smile spreads across his face as he declares, "Because I'm only after one thing." His eyes widen slightly, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. What could he possibly be after? The ominous declaration hangs in the air, sending out the monsters. A surge of blue energy erupts, the ground itself beginning to tremble. The blue energy intensifies, swirling into a vortex of raw power. The energy explodes outward, a shockwave rippling through the air. Whack! The impact reverberates. The force of the blow sends him hurtling backwards. The hero is sent flying, a blur against the backdrop as he hurtles away from the monstrous foe. The hero flies through the air with a kick and quack sound. The hero collides with something, the impact echoing with a sharp kick and quack. He's stopped dead in his tracks, exclaiming, "What on earth?" His exclamation echoes, "What on earth is going on?" His eyes glow with an eerie red light, and a monstrous dragon head emerges from his shoulder. A blinding flash erupts, followed by the shattering of something massive. Bodies are sent flying amidst a chaotic swirl of energy. The force of the blast sends a shockwave outwards. A surge of blue energy erupts, illuminating the ancient ruins. The blue energy intensifies, swirling with immense power. The energy crackles intensely, a prelude to something immense. The energy explodes outward with a resounding KYACKK. The energy manifests as monstrous forms, their terrifying KYACKK echoing through the area. A sinister kick follows. The monstrous forms unleash another terrifying shriek, quack. The monstrous forms continue their assault, moving with terrifying speed. "What on earth?" he exclaims, clearly taken aback by something. The ground vanishes beneath him, replaced by a cavernous space filled with glowing blue structures. Panic rising, he wonders, what on earth is going on? A monstrous face, eyes burning red, looms into view. A serpentine creature coils around him, teeth bared. A blinding light erupts, obscuring the monstrous form. The light intensifies, now swirling around a dark sphere. Debris is flung outwards by the force of the blast. The force of the explosion sends bodies flying. A shockwave rips through the area. Amidst the chaos, a figure cries out, "Okay." The monster roars, a chilling "okay," echoing through the aftermath. "When I first heard about it, I thought this plan was absurd." A voice echoes, hinting at a past strategy now in motion. His plan now in motion, the man looks up, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes amidst the shattered landscape. A wave of disbelief washes over him. Who would have thought he could actually make it work? His eyes widen in disbelief. Who would have thought he could actually make it work, he mutters, clearly astonished by the unfolding events. The announcement rings out, now only Opadauro and the villains are left. The arena lies in ruins, littered with fallen opponents. Only Opadauro remains standing, facing the final challenge. Before Opadauro can celebrate, a voice booms, shattering the momentary peace, "The victory's ours, no dash." Park Jianwong. Bloodied and enraged, Park Jianwong roars in defiance. A stern voice commands, "Your role here is over. Take the hostages with you and leave right now." The sudden order stops him in his tracks. What? Confusion washes over him as he demands, what are you talking about? "I'm going to be right by you and," he shouts, but a single word cuts him off, "No." A sinister smile spreads across his bloodied face. The opponent is an S-ranker just like me, he realizes, a chilling revelation. From this point onwards, a devastating blow crashes down. In this fight, I can't protect anyone, he realizes, the battlefield swirling with fire and destruction. Amidst the swirling chaos, he prepares to strike. Power gathers in his hand. Kim Tai-hyeolin. The shout echoes. His face contorts in rage, red eyes blazing. He lunges forward, a blur of motion. "Yeah, what is it?" "You called me," he demands. His hands glow with power as he clenches them. Burning chains begin to materialize around him. He grits his teeth, letting out a strained cook. He curses under his breath. "Damn!" Cursing, he shouts, "Everyone! This way!" The group moves in a rush, their pace quickening. Good. Now that those guys are sorted, he thinks, watching the bound figures in the distance. All that's left, he begins, a dark intensity burning in his eyes. "Is you." A sinister grin spreads across his face. A blinding flash erupts as the battle intensifies. Explosions rock the area as the chained gauntlet is swung. He dashes forward, the chained gauntlet glowing with power. The chained gauntlet surges with power as he lunges forward, determination etched on his bloodied face. The air crackles as he closes the distance, the chained gauntlet blazing with intense energy. The opponent's snake-like tendrils lash out, poised to intercept his attack. The tendrils strike with blinding speed. "You fool," he roars, his snake-like tendrils surrounded by flames. "You're an S-ranker just like me," he exclaims, seemingly surprised by this revelation. Flames engulf his outstretched hand, ready to strike. "You think a kid like you," he roars, his eyes burning with rage as the flames around his hand intensify. The flames coalesce into a massive, dragon-shaped inferno. The fiery dragon roars, "Can stop me?" The dragon's fiery form surges forward with incredible speed. The dragon's attack closes in, as the suited man leaps away, narrowly avoiding the fiery onslaught. The dragon's fiery attack continues, consuming everything in its path. He is thrown back, the force of the dragon's flames sending him crashing down amidst the debris. The impact reverberates with a deafening crash. Dust explodes outwards, the force of the impact visible in the shockwaves. The force of the blast sends debris flying in all directions. No matter how many monsters you kill, the figure roars, his monstrous form looming. The monstrous figure continues his tirade, "No matter how many hostages you rescue." The monstrous figure continues his taunt, "If you can't win against me." The monstrous figure's voice booms, declaring, all of that effort would prove meaningless. The monstrous figure stands defiant, surrounded by a legion of terrifying beasts. Before him lies a path forward, carved through the debris of the battle. "You filthy non-dash." The figure begins to say. "You filthy non-believer," the figure begins, bloodied and bruised. "As a punishment for your sin of dirtying the name of God, you shall die." The figure's declaration hangs heavy in the air. His red eyes burn with unwavering conviction as he promises death. The figure's powerful physique is revealed, his gaze unwavering. A pained cry rips through the air, kyaackk. Surrounded by the glowing red eyes of his monstrous foes, he is left kneeling amidst the rubble. Key. A voice chuckles, the sound laced with a disturbing edge. The hell is he yapping about all on his own? Opadauro, he mutters. Eyes gleaming with a sinister light, he mutters, Opadauro. His red eye gleaming, he declares, you'll be the one to die here. Two crimson shapes suddenly materialize. A surge of crimson energy erupts. The crimson energy intensifies, a deafening roar echoing through the area. The crimson energy lashes out, tearing through the surroundings. The crimson energy continues its destructive path, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. The crimson energy explodes outward, obliterating everything in its path. The destructive crimson energy continues to surge outward, consuming everything in its path. The crimson energy continues its devastating expansion. The crimson energy surges, prompting a bewildered what? The old man is engulfed by the crimson energy, his face contorted in pain. The figure stands amidst the crimson energy, a look of realization dawning on his face. That kid. Crimson energy still swirling around him, he wonders, was he hiding all this power this whole time? A sinister chuckle escapes him as the crimson energy intensifies. A question hangs in the air, what will he do next? The crimson energy crackles, and a powerful aura explodes outward. Kohahaha, he bellows, as the crimson energy explodes around him. The crimson energy intensifies, crackling with immense power. I'll acknowledge it. Kim Tae-hyun, he shouts, finally accepting the truth. The man, eyes glowing crimson, declares, you're the highest quality sacrifice. But a sudden interruption cuts through the air. The hero retorts, you weren't the only one hiding your powers. Bathed in a red aura, his opponent can only utter one word, what? He coughs, blood flecking his lips. He is sent flying. A blue energy explodes around him. Now, a red energy surrounds him. My body, he gasps, as the energies seem to be tearing him apart. He cries out in pain, the red energies seemingly tearing him apart from the inside. The energy intensifies, seemingly ripping him apart at the seams. His scream echoes as the destructive energy continues to tear him apart. Ayoak. Amidst the pain, he can only utter, what the hell? A voice declares, all of the sacrifices have been offered. A surge of crimson energy erupts as someone cries out, oh my lord. The crimson energy intensifies, now forming the word of. The crimson energy solidifies, the words now reading, bring forth thy divine punishment. The crimson energy completes its message, upon the pagans. The crimson energy's message is now complete, demanding divine punishment upon the pagans. His eyes widen, a gasp escaping his lips as the crimson energy's message rings out. A pained KYA echoes as the divine punishment descends. An answering AA rises from below, amidst a swirl of green energy. The green energy intensifies, swirling around the figure as AC flashes prominently. CK explodes across the scene as the green energy below surges upwards. The green energy erupts, forming a monstrous, dragon-like head. The monstrous head of green energy solidifies further, its jagged edges and menacing form now clearly defined. The green energy coalesces, revealing the creature's designation, Bone Dragon, Rank S. The title card appears, Return with the Power of the King. Chapter 31 begins. The chapter opens on a ruined cityscape under a dark, swirling sky. Flames engulf one of the ruined skyscrapers, painting the dark sky with an ominous glow. Smoke billows around the skeletal remains of buildings in the ruined city. Inside, a group of people stand ready to fight, their expressions grim. Cook, one of them gasps, fear evident on their face. There's still so many terrorists. What the hell is their deal? Someone asks, their confusion palpable. The masked figures advance, weapons held high. A question hangs in the air, did they escape from the above floor? One of the masked figures speaks, dismissing the previous question. Well, they ran away from there anyway. The masked figure continues, so if we kill them all here, before being cut off by a monstrous shriek. The masked figure clutches at his chest, blood seeping through his fingers, as a monstrous shriek echoes around him. The monstrous shriek intensifies, "Kawa!" Panic grips the crowd as one of them cries out, "My bodies, there's something wrong!" The blue energy surges, enveloping those closest to it. A cacophony of screams erupts as the energy takes hold. Amidst the chaos, a lone voice echoes, filled with confusion. "Ha!" His eyes widen in disbelief, sweat beading on his brow. Something has clearly caught him off guard. His fists clench, a sudden shift from his earlier confusion. A surge of power erupts, the air crackling with energy. His mouth opens in a shout, the two men behind him visibly terrified. "Yua," he yells. What on earth," he cries out, staring up at a massive structure looming above. "What on earth is happening?" he exclaims, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. His eyes widen in terror, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. His mouth hangs open in a silent scream, sheer terror etched on his face. An exclamation mark punctuates the silence, amplifying the terror. A dark shape looms, filling his vision. Kia! The impact reverberates as the dark shape slams into him. The force of the blow sends him reeling. The force sends him flying back with a resounding crack. The dragon soars above him as he plummets toward the city below. He screams as he plummets. His descent continues, the ground rushing up to meet him. "Kahahaha!" he roars, surrounded by swirling green energy as he falls. As always, the dragon is the strongest. "The strongest of all," he declares, his voice echoing with unwavering confidence. His red eyes glow with manic intensity as he bares his teeth in a wide, unsettling grin. The Dragon King's triumphant grin is cut short as he curses. "Damn it!" The Dragon King grits his teeth, his face contorted in pain as he's sent hurtling through the air. His hand grips the chain weapon, blue energy crackling around it. The chain weapon strikes with immense force, shattering the surrounding structure. The air explodes with a resounding AHK as the attack lands. The chain continues its relentless assault, blurring with speed. The chain continues its relentless assault, blurring with speed. The relentless chain slams into the ground, shattering the earth. The force of the chain's impact sends debris flying. He narrowly avoids the falling debris, diving to the ground. The ground shatters around him as he hits the floor. He struggles to catch his breath, the impact clearly taking its toll. Tears stream down his dirt-streaked face as he wonders aloud, where did that monster come from? His eyes widen, a gasp escaping his lips. The monster's presence is punctuated by glowing symbols against a shattered window. The monster looms, wreathed in green energy, its silhouette framed by the shattered remains of the window. The glowing symbols intensify, filling the space with an ominous light. A tear streaks down his dirt-stained face as he stares at the swirling energy before him. The swirling energy intensifies, threatening to consume everything in its path. The vortex of energy explodes outward, sending figures flying in all directions. A tattered wing, glowing with eerie green energy, is all that remains amidst the chaos. The landscape is now a shattered ruin. Ku-wa! The sound of something breaking echoes through the desolate landscape. An echoes out as the figure is sent flying. Die! Kim Tae-hyun! The enraged cry rips through the air. Kim Tae-hyun is sent hurtling through the air, directly into the path of a massive skeletal dragon. The impact sends a shockwave rippling outwards. He manages to brace himself, red energy crackling around his outstretched hand. The insult echoes, a furious outburst directed at his opponent, meatless fucking skeleton. Red energy explodes outwards, engulfing him. The red energy intensifies, fissures erupting in the ground beneath him. The energy coalesces into a massive, skeletal dragon, its eyes burning with green fire. The skeletal dragon unleashes a torrent of green energy, the letters KY emblazoned above. The letters AC appear, as the skeletal dragon's power intensifies. The letters CK appear, as the green energy intensifies further. Ack! The skeletal dragon's power surges even further. His eyes widen in terror as the skeletal dragon's attack descends. The hero is engulfed in a blinding green light. The green light intensifies, filling the space. The light explodes outwards, consuming the building. Now, only turbulent water remains. Amidst the swirling water, fragments of debris float, illuminated by an eerie green glow. The eerie green glow intensifies within the churning water, illuminating the scattered wreckage. Emerging from the green glow, a skeletal dragon takes flight, its form radiating eerie power. The skeletal dragon ascends further, the eerie green energy swirling around its form. "This is shocking," a voice proclaims, the speaker's red eyes wide with disbelief at the sight of the skeletal dragon. Green energy crackles around the man, his expression unreadable. "I didn't expect you to make it out alive after facing that attack," a voice booms. "I didn't expect you to make it out alive after facing that attack," the disembodied voice admits. Chains crack and snap around him, as red energy spikes erupt from the links, closing in. He struggles to breathe, the red energy closing in. A surge of energy erupts, shaking the very foundations of the world. The island trembles as a green explosion rips through the buildings. The world is consumed by a blinding white light. The blinding light fades, revealing a swirling vortex of green energy and floating debris. From the dissipating energy, a skeletal dragon emerges, engulfed in green flames. "This is shocking," a voice declares, as the camera focuses on a man with glowing red eyes. The man is engulfed in the same green flames as the skeletal dragon. "I didn't expect you to make it out alive after facing," the disembodied voice declares. "That attack," the voice finishes, as the man stands amidst the green flames, seemingly unharmed. He stands atop a massive, glowing green skeletal structure, his hands bound. Chains erupt from the ground, binding his hands. Red energy surges around him as the chains tighten. He struggles against the restraints, panting heavily. "Damn it," he grits out, the red energy intensifying around the chains. Despite his struggles, a voice observes, he's absurdly strong. An internal voice cries out in disbelief, "I can't believe I barely blocked that even after using predation at full power." The hero surveys the scene from atop the skeletal dragon, his thoughts racing, "I can't believe him and I are both S-rankers. Well." He begins, his face marred with dirt and determination. The scene shifts to a close-up of the red energy spikes. The intensity rises as he realizes, unless he's forcefully wielding such power, there's no way Opadauro is okay. Opadauro stands with his back to the viewer, a dark void marring his upper back. Veins pulse with energy along his arms. Opadauro stands, back turned, a dark void now visible on his upper back. Veins throb with raw power along his arms. "He must be close to his limits by now," a voice declares, as Opadauro's veins pulse with even more intensity. Wounded and weary, Opadauro thinks, "If I stall a bit longer, I'm sure there's a chance I can." Then, a sinister chuckle escapes him, "Kakik." An ominous warning flashes, exclamation point. Opadauro, perched atop a skeletal dragon wreathed in eerie green flames, declares, "Filthy non-believer." His opponent declares, "I can see right through you." A stunned reaction follows. His opponent continues, "A head-on fight didn't work out for you, so you're probably thinking of stalling for time." He stands firm, unfazed by the opponent's words. "That's definitely not bad reasoning," he admits, a counterpoint hanging in the air, "but..." A bead of sweat trickles down his dirt-streaked face, his eyes wide with a dawning realization. From above, a booming voice declares, "You better know your petty tricks won't work on me." A surge of green energy emanates from the figure above, poised to strike. The green energy intensifies as he prepares to unleash its full force. The green energy crashes down, obliterating the building below. The skeletal dragon descends, shrouded in green energy, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Eyes wide with disbelief, he shouts, "What?" The attack shatters the glass, sending shards flying as the men brace for impact. The force of the impact sends a shockwave through the air. The men are caught in the blast, their faces contorted in fear. The ground trembles as the energy surges. The skeletal dragon crashes through the window, its glowing green eyes fixed on its target. A green glow emanates from the skeletal dragon as it descends. The skeletal dragon strikes, its claws glowing with menacing green energy. The skeletal dragon's tail whips through the air, leaving trails of green energy in its wake. The dragon's attack shatters the surroundings, sending debris flying. The skeletal dragon's attack levels the city. The city lies in ruins, save for one towering skyscraper that remains standing amidst the devastation. Suddenly, a voice booms, announcing an emergency purpose warp gate. Connection is complete, the operator shouts, her face illuminated by the warp gate's activation. The coordinates are locked, East Point. Connection confirmed, echoes as a figure stands before the activated warp gate, a squad kneeling behind him. Before the activated warp gate, 3 figures stand, facing forward. Behind them, a silent squad waits. But our country, you quickly forgot us, the people who sent you, the speech bubble reads. New South Korea's the only one connected, an operator shouts, sweat beading on her brow as she frantically works at the controls. Even for a player like Park Sungjin, a warning is issued, entering now could be extremely dangerous. The player dismisses the concern with a single word, nonsense. Park Sungjin stands before a swirling portal, flanked by 2 suited figures. But if it was dangerous for him, how much danger could that kid be in? A tear streaks down her face as she stares wide-eyed, a clear sign of her growing fear for the child's safety. A gasp escapes her lips, her fear intensifying. We will enter East Point now, booms a voice, signaling the start of their operation. The team moves forward, their faces grim as they enter East Point. The order rings out, let's go eliminate those terrorists. The man grits his teeth, a surge of energy emanating from him. The call to action resounds, and rescue our comrades. His comrades, standing behind him, steel themselves for the coming battle. A surge of blue energy envelopes him. The ground erupts around him. The force of the blast sends the surrounding men flying. He coughs, lying amidst the rubble. The force of the explosion clearly took its toll. His eyes widen in shock, a bead of sweat trickling down his dirt-streaked face. An exclamation hangs in the air. A blinding red light erupts, filling the space with jagged energy. The hero is sent flying backwards by the force of the blast. The red energy surges, blades of light tearing through the air. The red blades continue their descent. Taehyun, he cries out, blood staining his face as the red energy closes in. A desperate scream pierces the air. His face contorted in agony, he unleashes a final, desperate roar. The red energy intensifies around him. The energy explodes outward with a deafening crackle. A blinding white light consumes everything. From above, the skeletal dragon descends amidst the chaos. A sharp AHK echoes as the hero braces against the skeletal dragon's attack. A chilling kohaha echoes as the skeletal dragon descends further. As expected, this is your choice, it booms. A blinding blast of energy erupts from the skeletal dragon, engulfing everything in its path. The skeletal dragon's eyes glow with menacing intent. In that case, burn to ashes here and now, he declares. The skeletal dragon prepares to unleash another devastating attack. Amidst a burst of energy, Taehyun's name echoes. Below, a figure watches as Taehyun stands amidst a blinding surge of energy. Don't worry about us, he shouts, his face streaked with dirt and sweat. Taehyun's desperate shout echoes, it's all going to be over if you die anyway. So please. The plea hangs in the air, unanswered. A pained cry escapes him, but then, a sudden realization, he's right. The realization dawns on him, to begin with, now that I can't fight against the bone dragon in a head-on fight. The only method I have is to wait. The bone dragon looms, radiating an eerie, turquoise light. A voice booms, declaring that Auro is about to reach his limits. A chilling laugh echoes, kahaha. But still. Despite the overwhelming power, Auro remains standing. Not yet. Auro grits out, refusing to yield. A shattering sound echoes as the clash intensifies. The impact sends shockwaves outward, the air crackling with energy. I can't, the words echo with a desperate plea. Give up yet. The taunt echoes as the hero's bloodied face contorts in fury. A guttural cry rips from his throat, a sound of pure, unyielding defiance. Think. Kim Taehyun. The words echo, a desperate command to himself. His eye glows with an unnatural light as the desperate plea echoes in his mind, think of how you can save everyone here. The command echoes again, think. A breaking point is reached. I can't take this anymore, he admits, the words echoing in the darkness. His hands reach out, as if trying to grasp something just beyond his reach. The desperate plea hangs heavy in the air. He cries out in disbelief, his eyes wide with horror as the attack descends. The sound of impact reverberates through the air. He struggles to his feet, battered and bruised, but a surge of power emanates from his outstretched hand. He wonders, the question hanging in the air. He pushes himself up from the ground, his face a mask of shock. What is happening? His eyes widen, a tear tracing a path through the grime on his cheek. That voice just now, he wonders, the realization dawning. Suddenly, a system message flashes, Predation's rank is temporarily being readjusted. A wave of red energy washes over him. Red energy crackles around his outstretched hands as he cries out in surprise. What is happening to him? The system announces, Predation's rank has increased to a rank. A surge of power erupts as the system declares, your powers have surpassed your limits. But the system immediately warns, your body is no longer able to handle Predation's power. A disoriented voice cries out, what is going on? His eyes glow red, blood streaking his face. The words Predation, S, pulse ominously beneath him. The ominous words Predation, SS, now pulse beneath him, a rank above the previous skill. He coughs violently, the impact blurring his vision. The world spins as he struggles to regain his footing. He manages to find his footing atop the massive, spectral dragon. That's, he stutters, seemingly in disbelief. The figure before him has piercing red eyes and a long white beard. The building collapses around them, glass and debris raining down. The building continues to crumble, sending people spiraling downwards amidst the falling debris. Amidst the destruction, he plummets towards the fiery depths below, held aloft only by the massive, glowing green dragon. Suddenly, the words Predation, SSS, blaze forth. A monstrous roar rips through the air. Red energy surges around him as a system message declares, Predation is unable to deactivate. The system message flashes ominously, Predation is unable to deactivate. An agonizing scream tears through the air as the red energy intensifies. The red energy rips through him, the force of it contorting his features in unimaginable agony. Even through the agony, he manages to choke out a single word, fuck. Something called Predation is activated. The transformation begins. Is he going berserk? The transformation intensifies, his form now glowing with an ethereal light. A realization dawns on him, the king gave me his powers, didn't he? This is ridiculous. This is my death, he wonders, as the transformation continues. His body continues to crystallize, the transformation seemingly consuming him. I'm dying so pointlessly, he cries out, despair evident in his voice. After all that it took me to get here, he exclaims, his fist clenched tight as the crystallization spreads. No matter what happens, he thinks, desperation fueling his resolve, I can't die like. His eyes glow with an intense light as he grits his teeth, the crystallization spreading further across his body. This. He begins to utter, his thoughts racing. Power, he manages to choke out, the crystallization now covering his entire arm as he points forward. The crystallization spreads rapidly, energy crackling across his body as he prepares to unleash its full force. The crystallized power erupts in a burst of red energy, shaking the very ground beneath him. The force of the blast shatters the ground around him, the red energy radiating outwards. Cook, he gasps, the red energy crackling around him as it visibly constricts. The red energy intensifies, and a voice wonders, did he force his skill to go berserk? But then, a voice exclaims, what is this ridiculous amount? What is this ridiculous amount of energy? A voice cries out as the red energy surges. The sheer volume of energy is overwhelming. Red streaks of power surge as a figure stands atop the skeletal remains of some massive beast. And what's even harder to understand is that the ominous statement hangs in the air amidst the swirling red energy. The figure lies prone amidst the shattered remains, the red energy swirling around him. The narrator declares that he couldn't handle the load of his skill and fainted already. The hero lies face down, the red energy still crackling around him. He's completely out. But even unconscious, the skill rages on. So why hasn't the skill halted? The air crackles with energy as a voice booms, filled with righteous fury. How dare a lowly non-believer? The air vibrates with raw power. Look at you, the voice booms, laced with disdain. If you're planning on opposing God to your very end, then try showing me your resolve, the booming voice finishes. The figure stands defiantly on the monstrous, glowing green dragon. The figure's booming voice continues, filled with malice, then I'll end your life with my own hands. The battlefield lies in shattered ruins, the heroes scattered and defeated. The hero plummets through the air, defeated. A monstrous, glowing form rises to claim victory. The hero plummets toward the ground. Massive claws descend, poised to crush the falling hero. The skeletal dragon prepares to strike, a glowing orb pulsing within its chest. Red energy crackles as the skeletal dragon unleashes its attack. What? The exclamation hangs in the air, a sudden and unexpected reaction to the dragon's attack. His red eyes glow with intensity as he raises a hand, ready to meet the dragon's assault head-on. The attack shatters into fragments. His eyes narrow, staring down at the shattered remains of the attack. He is sent flying backwards amidst the shattered remains of his attack. His eyes widen in disbelief as he's sent hurtling backwards. The force of the blow sends him crashing through the air, the world a blur of red and black. The monstrous figure towers over him, radiating a palpable aura of menace. The monstrous figure stands tall, a skeletal dragon wreathed in eerie green light. KY. The dragon unleashes a devastating wave of red energy. CK. The wave of energy engulfs him, and a voice cries out in disbelief, WH what on earth? He stands amidst the swirling energy, seemingly unharmed. A sinister grin spreads across his face, revealing his unsettling power. Kakik. God, you say, he echoes, his laughter laced with dark amusement. A stunned silence follows his words, punctuated only by a single, echoing. The air crackles with dark energy as a voice declares, what a joke. A sinister smile spreads across his face, his eyes glowing with an ominous red light. A surge of power erupts from him, the air shimmering with raw energy. Lightning crackles along his arms as a torrent of green energy swirls around his waist. Why you? He stammers, sweat beading on his brow as his red eye glares. Who are you? He demands, his voice laced with a mixture of fear and defiance. You're not Kim Tae-hyun, are you? He questions, a chilling realization dawning on him. The immense power radiating from the figure is palpable. Such immense powers. How are you? The figure's response is chilling. That is of no damn concern to an insect. A surge of power emanates from his hand, as he declares, after all, you're all going to die here. The air crackles with energy as he delivers a chilling pronouncement, you're already dead. A surge of red energy emanates from him. A stunned what echoes in the sudden silence. Tears stream down his face, illuminated by the intense red glow emanating from his eye. The red glow intensifies, now consuming everything in its path. The red energy surges outward, blasting everything around him. The force of the blast sends him hurtling backwards. The force sends him flying, clinging desperately to the monstrous dragon. He plummets through the sky, the ground rushing up to meet him. He crashes through some barrier, a blinding light engulfing him. The hero continues to fall through the blinding light, his descent seemingly unending. The hero continues to fall, the pink light intensifying around him. The hero continues his fall, the ground rushing up to meet him. A lone figure stands silhouetted against the darkness, a single spotlight illuminating him. This place, he wonders, the spotlight revealing his face. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he mutters, I'm sure I was with Opadaro just now. A blinding light erupts, followed by the distinct sound of something tearing through the air. Suddenly, he finds himself bound by glowing red chains. What, he utters, finding himself ensnared by the glowing red chains. What? He repeats, panic now visibly etched on his face as the glowing red chains tighten around him. A surge of energy erupts as the chains tighten further. The chains glow brighter, purple energy crackling around him as they constrict. A sharp crack echoes as the chains tighten further. This is... He gasps, the chains glowing red as they dig into his neck. Stone skin. Stone skin and paralysis, he exclaims, confusion mounting. The hell is going on? Red energy crackles around two hands, the source of his paralysis now revealed. A skull-faced helmet emerges, wreathed in crackling red energy. The hero is blasted backward, a scream tearing from his throat as the red energy engulfs him. Engulfed in blue energy, a voice cries out, "How come?" The hero's scream is cut short as he realizes, "My skills." A sinister voice echoes, "Kakik." "My skills, you say?" A massive, swirling vortex of crimson energy descends. Chains of crimson energy bind him, eliciting a shocked. Crimson chains constricting his neck, he struggles against their power. "Since when were these your powers?" he demands, his face contorted in disbelief. A stunned "what?" hangs in the air. Then, a chilling realization, "You ate all of that." A sickening crunch echoes as the chains tighten further. "Now spit out everything that you took in," the command booms. A violent tremor rips through the area. The creature unleashes a destructive force. Chains bind him as he lies defeated amidst the rubble. His face contorts in pain, blood smearing his cheek. His eyes widen as a blinding light fills the space. The light intensifies, consuming everything in its path. The force of impact sends debris flying. He gasps for air, struggling to rise from beneath the covers. He sits up in bed, catching his breath. A dream, he wonders. His eyes widen, sweat beading on his brow. He stares at his hands, a look of disbelief washing over him. A blinding light erupts. He stares at his hand, declaring, "I'm not hurt, and even my right arm that predation broke down is fine now." This is... He begins to say, an ominous tone in his voice. Suddenly, a voice booms, "Oh. You're up." The protagonist is startled by the sudden appearance of a man eating a snack. The words "Player Park Sungjin" burst onto the scene, leaving the protagonist's identity in question. The man continues to munch on his snack, seemingly unbothered by the protagonist's reaction. He holds out a bag of fish-shaped snacks, casually asking, "Want one?" Various snacks are spread across the table, fish-shaped pastries, noodles, and other treats. The man gestures towards the cityscape visible through the window. "The Association and the alchemists prepared this place for you." The man explains that this is a show of courtesy to repay you for the said terror attack. The man's words carry a sharp edge. "Thanks to you, even Ryohei got arrested after falling for the terrorists' temptations." The man is bound by thick chains, his face contorted in a yell. Meanwhile, the green-haired individual calmly holds a lollipop. An unseen figure states, compared to the scale of the terror attack, many actually survived. The unseen figure continues, stating that countless people already visited you out of worry. Looking at his hand, he seems to be recovering in a hospital. The voice continues, revealing that the visits ranged from your parents to the chairman. The man with blue hair continues to speak, as a vision of Taehyun's visitors appears before him. His parents, the chairman, and others all came to see him. The blue-haired man continues, chuckling as he recalls, they were all bawling their eyes out. "Well," the blue-haired man begins, before revealing, the tests didn't show any health issues in the first place. The blue-haired man elaborates, "I only stayed back in case villains or reporters got involved in this." He sits alone, clad in pajamas, his expression unreadable as he begins, I'm pretty sure I passed out while fighting Opadaro." A bead of sweat trickles down his face, his brow furrowed in concentration. His hand trembles, hovering just before him. Focus etched on his face, he steels himself for what comes next. "What on earth happened?" he exclaimed, confusion evident in his voice. He sits, the light casting a shadow over his face. Utterly bewildered, he asks, "What on earth happened?" A realization dawns. "As I thought, you're the same." His eyes widen in disbelief. "What?" he exclaims, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. An unexpected reply comes. "I was about to ask you about that too." The two men sit across from each other at a table, the tension palpable in the air. He lies amidst rubble, a tear streaks down his bloodied face. The rubble shifts, suggesting a figure still remains amidst the destruction. He remains prone amongst the wreckage, but a faint red glow emanates from his hands. "What happened?" a voice cries out, disbelief ringing in their tone. "Opadauro, in one strike." He stands, back to the viewer, revealing the extent of the damage he sustained. But then, a new message appears, plus. But then, a voice booms out, filled with disbelief. "Who on earth is that?" "I'm sure that's Taehyun, but at the same time, he's not," the voice exclaims, confusion evident. "Hey," the voice yells, demanding, "what did you do to Taehyun?" Taehyun stands, his expression unreadable, but the dirt and damage across his body hint at a brutal fight. His eye widens in terror, sweat beading on his brow. A wave of raw power erupts around Taehyun, the air crackling with crimson energy. A strangled cry escapes the man as the crimson energy intensifies around Taehyun. A pained "ah" escapes as the crimson energy continues to build. Another pained groan escapes him as he kneels amidst the rubble. Blood splatters as a strangled kuhyuk escapes him. Above, the fractured rock ceiling begins to give way, more debris falling. Standing over his fallen opponent, the victor's hand glows with power. His hand continues to glow, an exclamation mark appearing above him. TCH, he clicks his tongue, wondering if he's already reached his limit. His eyes glow intensely as he wonders, limit? "I have no choice then," he declares, muttering a name, Kiki. His eyes narrow, a red energy swirling around him. The swirling energy intensifies as he declares, "I'll return for now." For now, that is. The room collapses around them as the suited man vanishes, leaving the shirtless man alone amidst the rubble. The suited man's feet are the last to be seen as the darkness consumes the scene. He lies among the rubble, unconscious and covered in wounds. The sound of footsteps echoes as someone approaches the fallen figure. "Wake up! Taehyun!" The desperate cry pierces the silence. Desperately, the man shakes Taehyun, trying to rouse him. "Wake up! Taehyun," he cries out again, his voice strained with panic. Suddenly, a system message blares, "Survivors confirmed." The man with the blue hair surveys the scene, his expression grim as he takes in the downed figures around him. A woman examines the fallen, reassuring the others, "They're all just unconscious. Their lives don't seem to be in any danger." But the whereabouts of the other terrorists and Opadauro are still unknown. Lying injured on the ground, he grits his teeth, "Damn it." He whispers a name, Kim Taehyun. Surveying the devastated landscape, he wonders aloud, what on earth happened here? The city lies in ruins, buildings shattered and smoke billowing into the sky. Darkness descends, obscuring the already ravaged remains of the city. Complete darkness now blankets the devastated city. The darkness recedes, revealing a sky washed with an eerie blue light. A hospital gown is seen as the blue light reveals the city's skyline. After that, I asked the survivors about what happened as well. He continues, recounting his conversation with the survivors. The man recounts that the survivors remembered him trying to stop Opadauro. He continues, but reveals that the survivors couldn't recall the overall situation at all. His eyes widen, the man adding, as if something had messed with their memories. A bead of sweat trickles down his face, the man's expression shifting to one of mounting dread. "Well, it must be the terrorists' doing," the man concludes, his voice laced with uncertainty. He grips the edge of the desk, the sound of scraping echoing in the room. He raises a hand in farewell, his voice echoing, "Anyhow, take care of yourself." He walks away down the hallway, his shadow stretching long behind him. His voice continues, "Though he's now out of view, if I find out something else, I'll get in touch with you as well," he finishes, now sitting in a chair, wearing what appears to be a hospital gown. The camera focuses on his bare feet as he sits on the chair. His thoughts race as he wonders, he said this was Opadauro's doing. A wave of disbelief washes over him. That can't be, he thinks, the revelation hitting him hard. I don't know how I got healed, he thinks, grappling with the impossible. But I'm sure my arm got destroyed because of predation. His arm shatters into fragments, the pieces floating amidst a blinding red light. An Opad as well probably fell prey to predation. A voice echoes as a system message flashes, demonic contract, B, you can open the gate to the abyss. Magic, 200, 1/1. A sudden realization dawns on him. Oh. Before him, a dark, ominous energy begins to coalesce. A thought bubbles to the surface. I can open the gate, he wonders, quickly questioning, wasn't this a skill to summon monsters? The system reveals, demonic contract, B, you can open the gate to the abyss. Magic, 200, 1/1. But a new problem arises. He realizes, with only 180 magic available, he's short on what he needs. Oi, he exclaims, frustrated. Suddenly, a voice booms out, Kim Taehyun. Startled, he wonders who's calling him. The source of the booming voice comes into view, someone wearing a patterned robe stands before him. The robed figure announces, there's another customer here. A man with light green hair and sunglasses leans against the wall, a slight smile playing on his lips. The man in the hospital gown looks up, a surprised expression on his face. What? He asks, clearly caught off guard. A woman with blue hair stands beside the green-haired man, her expression unreadable. The pair approaches the hospital bed, the woman carrying a basket filled with fruit. The green-haired man announces, okay, I'm really leaving now. He waves goodbye, adding, but. Bye. He looks up, a bead of sweat trickling down his face, clad in a hospital gown. A voice booms, declaring, I'm here to visit you. The camera pans across a modern cityscape, sunlight glinting off towering skyscrapers. The scene shifts to a table laden with street food, fish-shaped pastries, takoyaki, and takoyaki. Now, the focus shifts to a basket overflowing with fruit, apples, dragon fruit, melons, and grapes. The fish-shaped pastries are now scattered on the ground. Silence hangs in the air. His eyes widen in shock as he stares at the mess. A woman sits calmly, despite the carnage before her. I heard you got hurt, but you look fine, she observes. He confirms, yeah, the doctor said I'm good. She continues, I heard you rescued a lot of people in this terror incident too. He looks up, a bead of sweat trickling down his face, clearly surprised by her statement. Huh? He responds, almost questioning himself, yeah. I guess I did. She continues, her tone laced with disbelief, you even fought against 2 rankers. He seems to accept the reality of what he did, muttering, true. He acknowledges the truth of her statement. Her voice booms, filled with anger. Don't act all conceited because of that. Her eyes widen, determination blazing as she clenches her fist. I can catch. Her declaration echoes with unwavering resolve, I can catch up to you in no time. A voice echoes, laced with confusion and pain, why, on earth did you come to visit me? Tears stream down his face, bloodied bandages stark against the hospital gown. She answers, her voice soft with concern, to see if you are okay. The man, still in his hospital gown, asks, should I call the police? Her eyes narrowed, she grits her teeth, rage burning within. Kim Taehyun, she exclaims, her fist clenched. At first, I came to visit him out of concern since I heard he got hurt. He thinks, sitting at the table. His thoughts are interrupted by a sudden realization. But he's completely fine. His eyes widen, noticing the immense energy radiating off of him. And what is the deal with all of that energy, he wonders. He stares down, a question forming in his mind. He realizes, compared to the player tryouts, I'm even further from catching up to him. In fact, a flush creeps across his face as he wonders aloud, Kim Taehyun, how did you? Suddenly, a gust of wind whips through the area. His eyes widen in disbelief, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. An exclamation hangs in the air. Then, a resounding thwack echoes through the room, leaving them utterly bewildered. The fruit basket lies overturned, its contents scattered across the table. Tack, tack, echoes around them as the two look up, bewildered. The echoing tack, tack reverberates around the room, leaving them both looking upwards in confusion. The sound of footsteps grows louder. The footsteps approaching, he wonders aloud, why is she here? The figure's clothing is visible. The question hangs in the air. Her eyes widen in shock. Ah, she gasps, seemingly caught off guard. Sis, she exclaims, the realization hitting her hard. The woman stands, her expression unreadable as she looks off to the side. A powerful burst of energy erupts. Oh, she questions, a hint of surprise in her voice. Her eyes widen slightly, a bead of sweat trickling down her face. The energy surge has clearly taken her by surprise. Lim Ah-hyung, she asks, the name hanging in the air, tinged with disbelief. The screen displays the number 34. The question hangs heavy in the air, why are you in his house? Wait, no. How? He mutters, the scene before him a chaotic mess of broken fruit and scattered debris. Suddenly, a voice booms, demanding, do you know the password to begin with, sis? Stop calling me sis, will you? She retorts, her arms crossed tightly. His eyes narrowed, he demands, and as for the password, the association let me know. He pauses, an exclamation point hanging in the air as he seems to suddenly realize something. He trails off, a flicker of realization crossing his face. A bead of sweat rolls down her face as she seems to grasp the gravity of the situation. A sinister smile spreads across his face, accompanied by a barely audible hello. A dark shadow descends, its sharp edges hinting at a swift, deadly strike. His hand shoots out, seizing his opponent's wrist with alarming speed. Oh, a voice questions, the sudden grip seemingly unexpected. Her eyes widen in surprise, a bead of sweat trickling down her cheek as she questions, oh? Oh, she exclaims, the surprise evident in her tone. The man's eyes widen in alarm as the other individual's hand reaches out, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He starts, cut off mid-sentence. What are you doing? She shouts, her face flushed with alarm. The table before her is now covered in spilled fruit and juice. A sinister chuckle escapes him as he retorts, what do you mean, what am I doing? The situation seems absurd as a thought bubble appears, questioning, two S-rankers sharing a house, what kinda? Looking up, he asks, what kinda relationship do you think we'd be in? Then, a thought strikes him, what on earth? Suddenly, a voice booms, that's a crime. A crime. Her face flushed crimson, she shouts, he's still a minor. My goodness. A voice trails off. A gasp escapes her lips, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple. Enough of your jokes now, Miss Yu Ah-hyun, a voice booms, cutting through the tension. The man demands, what are you here for this time? His expression is stern, a bead of sweat clinging to his brow. Yu Ah-hyun responds, I'm pretty sure I rejected your offer to join your guild multiple times already. A voice retorts, you're still as fussy as ever. The man insists, I'm here to check on you today. That's all. The man's expression softens as he adds, and this time, I have a present to give you as well. A question hangs in the air, a present? The man continues, revealing the nature of the gift, I heard from the chairman you're going for the Asian Exhibition Games, right? He explains that he heard about the Asian Exhibition Games from the chairman. But even with your feats at East Point, the man continues, setting up a contrast. The man continues, pointing out that, your merit points ranking is still only 30. To become a representative in the top 5, you're. The man continues, setting the stage for a further challenge. Going to need more, the man finishes, the challenge hanging in the air. So, she begins, a sinister smile spreading across her face. Her sinister smile solidifies as she declares, I'll give it to you, Kim Tae-hyun. The words the rating writes for appear, hanging in the air. She places her hand on Kim Tae-hyun's chest, the city skyline looming behind them. A blinding flash erupts. The flash subsides, revealing the words, the Double Dungeon Fire Temple. Emerging from the light, the words the Double Dungeon Fire Temple materialize. The boat speeds through the dark waters toward a distant, imposing structure. A question hangs in the air, Is that the place where East Point was? The answer comes, exactly. The ruins stand stark against a turbulent, purple-tinged sky, lightning crackling around what was once East Point. It had remained standing in its original form for hours after the attack. But the cumulative damage proved too much. In the end, it collapsed. Against the backdrop of the ruined East Point, a masked figure demands, and the whereabouts of Opadauro? The response comes, well, we still can't find him. The subordinate's apprehension is clear. Will we have to report to boss after all? No, there's no need to do that, the leader replies, seemingly confident despite the lack of progress. He cuts himself off mid-sentence, revealing their true objective. We already got what we wanted, and we just hired that guy using money, so. His eye glows ominously as he finishes with a chilling addendum, just one thing. The air crackles with energy. Suddenly, a booming voice echoes, listen up, villains. We've got you surrounded. A massive warship looms over the water, dwarfing the villain's boat. EP is emblazoned on its side. The warship's voice booms out again, declaring, only authorized personnel for the investigation may enter this area. The warship continues its advance, the waves churning around its massive hull. Through a megaphone, an officer barks, drop your weapons right now, and surrender. His eyes narrow, a blue energy crackling around him. An echoing ha breaks the tense standoff. The world seems to tilt as the perspective shifts dramatically. Below, a man cries out in alarm. He plummets downward, a swirl of blue energy surrounding him. Plunging through the air, he can only manage a bewildered, what? As he falls, another figure plummets alongside him, clutching a megaphone. Below, the tip of a massive spear hurtles towards them. The two plummet into the depths, the massive spear now looming large beneath them. A guttural sound echoes as they continue to fall into the darkness. Just one thing. A voice declares as they plummet towards the ground. The group plummets towards the churning water below. As they fall, a voice declares, I'm pretty amused by that guy, Kim Tae-hyun. A powerful strike is delivered, the force rippling outwards. The impact explodes outwards in a burst of raw power. The boat is tossed violently amidst the churning chaos. High above, a vast, walled complex comes into view, nestled against a backdrop of distant mountains. The destination is revealed, Nightwalkers Guild headquarters. A chorus of cheers erupts as they arrive at the Nightwalkers Guild headquarters. The members of the Nightwalkers Guild celebrate their arrival, their faces alight with excitement. I can't believe Kim Tae-hyun's joining us in the raid, a voice exclaims, excitement palpable. The crowd roars its approval as Kim Tae-hyun, the greatest rising star of New Korea and the hero of East Point, is announced. Kim Tae-hyun, the announcement booms. The crowd's enthusiasm is palpable, but a mysterious voice cuts through the noise, this should be obvious. The obvious choice is Kim Tae-hyun. The crowd roars its approval. The mysterious voice continues, clarifying, but giving you the rating rights doesn't mean you get to decide the item distribution and members of. The voice trails off, and the man beside the blue-haired woman says, well. I was wondering what present she was suddenly talking about. He thinks, clearly confused by the prior conversation. His eyes narrow as he wonders, who would have thought it'd be the rating rights for that fire temple? The fire temple looms, its entrance guarded by pillars and swirling blue energy. It's the country's second double dungeon, the fire temple, named for its entrance resembling burning flames. Before my regression, the past Nightwalkers Guild successfully raided it, a voice recalls. But they were almost annihilated, the voice continues, as the image reveals a scene of devastation. Considering that difficulty level, the voice continues, hinting at the challenges ahead. A blinding light erupts. Swords rise, catching the blinding light. There's no doubt it'll get me, a voice thinks grimly. But another thought surfaces, amazing progress in merit points. Perhaps because of my right arm collapsing, he realizes, his hand glowing with an ominous red energy. My strength and stamina stats have significantly decreased, he realizes. So I thought challenging it right now might be excessive. But with Iowa Hyung, who's an S-rank player. He thinks, weighing his options. He glances towards Iowa Hyung, considering the S-Rank player's potential impact on his decision. The crowd roars its support, and these members. Even for a double dungeon raid. A voice declares. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he smirks, hinting at the immense pressure he feels despite his confident facade. The crowd erupts in a roar of support, their cheers echoing the protagonist's determination. The protagonist stands before the crowd, the sound of their unified support washing over him. His confidence bolstered by the crowd, the protagonist declares, "There's no way we'd lose." As the dust settles, banners wishing them a safe journey are revealed. Representing the Fire Temple, around 300 non-participants of the raid stand ready to support them. The raid team is sent off with a burst of blue energy and the well wishes of the Fire Temple members. Despite the support, the Fire Temple's raid squad consists of only 2 people. The Fire Temple members call out, "We'll look forward to you clearing the double dungeon." The Fire Temple members express their concern, shouting, "Please be careful." Guild Master. The Fire Temple members call out to him, "Kim Tae-hyun. Take care of the Guildmaster." A name echoes in his mind, Yoo Ah-hyung. The mention of Yoo Ah-hyun's name prompts a response, "Yeah?" Ah-hyung questions, "How come it's only the 2 of us?" She pauses, then adds, "Well." Ah-hyung reveals the reason it's just the 2 of them, "It's because I'm going on a date with you, honey." A man and woman walk towards a swirling blue light, surrounded by barren trees. They step onto the rocky ground, the swirling blue light intensifying around them. The man exclaims, "Whoa dash," as they arrive. A confident smirk plays on her lips. He is sent flying backwards, crashing into a chasm filled with glowing blue energy. He plummets into the depths, surrounded by glowing blue shards. Deeper he falls into the glowing abyss. This is phenomenal, he thinks, as he continues to descend. The vibes here are certainly different from a regular break. The environment begins to take shape, revealing gnarled, skeletal trees reaching up into the glowing blue expanse. The vibes here are certainly different from a regular dungeon. Are double dungeons always like this, he wonders, gazing at the otherworldly landscape. He muses, at least, the Apocalypto dungeon that I was inside was like this. A thoughtful hum follows. The text clarifies, Apocalypto, double dungeon that appeared during the second round of the player tryouts. The blue-haired man voices the obvious problem, but how do we get down from here? A warning echoes, "Be careful. There's probably a trap or monster." A sudden gust of wind rushes past, and he pauses, a puzzled escaping his lips. A jolt of energy surges around him, and his eyes widen in alarm. A deafening roar erupts. He screams, the force of the blast throwing him back. "Yoo Ah-hyung," he exclaims, the name hanging in the air with disbelief. Cursing, he struggles to regain his footing after the devastating attack. "I knew this would happen," he thinks, the words cut short as a blade flashes towards him. He is sent flying backwards by the force of the blow. The world blurs as he is sent hurtling backwards. His eyes widen in shock as he is sent flying. As he flies through the air, a realization dawns on him. "Oh," he utters. Mid-air, he grits his teeth, a sudden understanding washing over him. "I know," he declares. He smirks, realizing his predicament. How to get down now, he wonders. He finds himself face to face with a monstrous creature, its glowing red eye piercing through the shadows. Rows of razor-sharp teeth line its gaping maw. A surge of energy crackles around him. He strikes, the blade flashing with a green energy as it cleaves through the monster's flesh. He plunges downward, his eyes glowing with power as he descends upon the grotesque creature. A voice echoes, seemingly out of nowhere, "We just have to fall." A sinister grin spreads across her face, her eyes burning with an eerie green light. The world turns white as the perspective shifts. A chilling smirk plays on his lips as he wonders, in one strike? A cacophony of screams erupts as the hero faces the tentacled beast. The screams intensify as the hero is surrounded. Another scream rips through the air. Eyes glowing with an eerie light, she clenches her fist, ready to strike. A burst of energy erupts around her as she moves with incredible speed. Her speed is devastating. The skull-faced enemy is instantly crushed. Her momentum carries her forward, leaving a trail of green energy in her wake. The force of her blow shatters the ground beneath her. A sharp, echoing crack reverberates through the air. The force of the impact explodes outwards in a burst of green energy. His eyes glow with an eerie green light, a sinister smile spreading across his face. His fist, crackling with green energy, slams down. They're all at least A-rank monsters, and she killed them all with one strike. A voice observes in disbelief. He watches, stunned, as A-rank monsters are obliterated by a single strike. Yu Ah-hyung. Did she hide her powers the last time? He wonders, still reeling from the display of power. I knew she's in the highest grade among us rankers, he thinks, watching her grip on the sword. But I didn't expect her to be this good. No wonder she suggested just the two of us could enter the dungeon, he realizes, a smirk playing on his lips. Great, in that case, he declares, his resolve hardening. He resolves to give it his all, thinking, I should put in some effort too. I'll show you, he shouts, the intensity of his voice amplified by the sound effect. With a shout, he unleashes a powerful attack, a surge of energy erupting around him. The force of the blow sends debris flying, the impact echoing with a resounding okay. The landscape is shattered, the cavern now a ruin of fractured rock and glowing energy. The cavern lies in ruins, glowing energy crackling through the fractured rock. Phew! We finally made it, just barely. The speaker's relief is palpable. The speaker clutches their arm, blood staining their sleeve. Behind them, a figure stands amidst the fallen monsters. Wounded and weary, he wonders aloud, how deep was it to take this long? He exhales a shaky phew. As he continues to grip his wounded arm. Though the sheer number and level of the monsters were tremendous, they weren't high enough to pose a real problem for Yu Ah-hyung. The monsters lay defeated, a testament to Yu Ah-hyung's overwhelming power. But then, what on earth could have pushed the Nightwalkers to the very brink of annihilation? Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Ah, right, Taehyun. Take this." Taehyun, battered and bruised, looks up as the woman approaches, an object in her outstretched hand. An exclamation hangs in the air as the woman's hand closes around a glowing orb. A sudden exclamation breaks the silence. This is. She stammers, recognizing the item in her grasp. The warrior's ring? The warrior's ring, radiating a faint glow, hangs suspended in the air. The warrior's ring. Rank, unique. It rapidly boosts strength and stamina. A confident smile spreads across his face. This is more than enough to restore the stats that decreased from the breakdown of my right arm. Crossing his arms, he hears the guild's terms. To be honest, by giving you the raid rights, our guild is benefiting too, so that's not exactly a gift. But a question lingers in his mind, why would she give this unique item to? A sinister smile spreads across his face as he points a blood-stained finger. You're thankful, aren't you? He asks, before adding, I can give you a lot more if you join our guild. A single, stark question echoes in the silence, why? The man, visibly injured, stares back in disbelief. Why are you just barely giving this to me? He demands, confused by the offer. Ha? What? Confusion etched on his face, he continues to question the timing. Why are you just barely giving this to me? He repeats, his voice laced with disbelief. Ha? What? Continuing his complaint, he points out the obvious. I mean, it would have been way better to give me this before we took on all those monsters. Suddenly, a voice cuts through his complaints, posing a pointed question, are you a sociopath? To the question of his sociopathy, he simply retorts, more like practical. A warning hangs in the air. And from this point onwards, we really need to be careful. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he wonders aloud, His expression hardens as he begins to explain, because it looks like. His explanation continues, but the view focuses on his upper body, his expression still hidden. We've arrived in the domain of this place's master. Before them, a massive, glowing egg rests on a pedestal, bathed in an eerie blue light. They continue toward the egg, the eerie blue light intensifying as they approach. They press forward, the woman's expression a mix of determination and apprehension. An egg. The sudden discovery leaves them questioning everything. A sphere of crackling blue energy pulsates before them. The sphere shimmers, displaying a cryptic message? Rank? Its true nature remains a mystery. The screen flashes, displaying the number 35 in stark red. An egg, huh? A voice muses, the words hanging in the air above the strange, glowing formation. The glowing egg sits suspended, crackling with energy. I'm not sure what monster it is, but... The voice trails off, leaving the threat hanging in the air. He grips his weapon, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. What I am sure of is that right there is the boss of this double dungeon. His armor is already showing signs of the coming battle. You are young, first we should gather information. He suggests, his voice echoing in the cavernous space. He stares in disbelief as a ghostly figure materializes before them. A puzzled escapes him. A cacophony of screams erupts around him. Don't tell me, he cries out, a bead of sweat trickling down his bloodied face. The name Yu Ah-hyung echoes through the battlefield, a question hanging heavy in the air. Ah-hyung, surrounded by a swirling vortex of blue energy, braces herself. Ah-hyung unleashes a powerful strike. The strike lands with explosive force. Ah-hyung grits her teeth, the force of her blow creating a shockwave. Ya! Ah-hyung's battle cry echoes as her attack intensifies. The force of Ah-hyung's attack sends debris flying. The air crackles with energy as Ah-hyung's power intensifies. Damn it! Why would you be so reckless? The frustrated outburst echoes through the cavern. He lunges forward, a blade crackling with energy extended. You Ah-hyung! Are you okay? His urgent cry pierces the air. He turns, his gaze fixed on a figure standing atop the rubble. A disembodied voice echoes, tinged with a strange, almost detached amusement. Hohu! Am I okay? A sinister smirk plays on his lips, his glowing eye betraying a disturbing lack of concern. The camera pans out, revealing the vast emptiness surrounding him. The air shimmers as something shatters. With a sinister smirk, he flashes a peace sign as the barrier behind him shatters. He stands amidst the shattered remains of the barrier, his expression unreadable. I totally. The words trail off, the rest of the sentence cut off by the panel's edge. Crushed it. The bold declaration hangs in the air. The ground shatters, revealing a glowing blue energy source beneath. Beneath the shattered earth, a potent blue energy source pulses. Judging from the strength, a voice observes, the monster looks like it would have been in the lower S rank. Even so, I hit it with full power, he admits, surprised. But I didn't expect to break in just one blow. It's over, he questions, looking up. He then asks, almost rhetorically, I did a good job, right? But then, a voice echoes in disbelief, that's impossible. This. The exclamation hangs in the air, heavy with disbelief. A surge of blue energy erupts before him, leaving him utterly bewildered. He mutters, questioning what he's witnessing. The blue energy intensifies, becoming a blinding flash. The blinding light continues to intensify. The blue light continues to intensify, threatening to consume everything. The blue light intensifies, now almost blinding. The blinding blue light intensifies, filling the entire space. KYACK, he shouts, bracing himself against the sudden surge of power. What is this now? The surge of power intensifies, forcing him to cry out. The power continues to build, and a voice booms out, you lowly humans, who would have thought you'd make it this far? The hero grits his teeth, struggling against the overwhelming power. Thought you'd crawl all the way to my temple, the voice taunts. Suddenly, the hero appears to be caught off guard, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. He utters, clearly confused. Suddenly, a voice booms out, seemingly from nowhere, I see I have some interesting guests here. A figure emerges from a blinding light. The two figures stand ready, poised to strike as the blinding light intensifies. The voice continues, laced with menace, but even that strength of yours you're bragging about. The menacing figure materializes, its power palpable in the air. will wither in front of my blue fire. The threat hangs heavy in the air. The promised blue fire erupts, taking the shape of a fearsome bird. The blue firebird descends, its claws outstretched. The blue firebird is identified as the double dungeon master of the fire temple, Phoenix, a being of rank S. They brace themselves against the Phoenix's attack, a sphere of energy crackling before them. The energy intensifies, and a voice cries out in disbelief, "A phoenix!" The word phoenix echoes as they stare in disbelief at the approaching power. The phoenix descends, wreathed in flames, its red eyes burning with intense power. The phoenix is a monster with regenerative abilities and magic resistance so immense, it's almost immortal. Could the phoenix actually be the master of this double dungeon? He looks up, sweat dripping down his face. On top of that, if it's a phoenix, OD blue flames. A blinding flash erupts, revealing a majestic phoenix wreathed in blue flames. A blinding flash fills the space, leaving the two figures stunned. A pained cry echoes through the arena. Shielding his eyes, he cries out in disbelief. "No way!" He shouts a name into the arena, "You are young. Be careful," a voice booms. The warning continues, revealing the monster's dangerous ability. That monster has the ability to control minds. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. An exclamation mark punctuates the tension. A blinding light erupts as the hero is struck by the monster's attack. The hero is thrown back by the force of the blow. Staggering back, he grits his teeth against the pain, a strangled cook escaping his lips. A surge of power erupts. "You are young," he shouts, his voice echoing across the shattered landscape. "Be careful," he warns. That monster has the ability to control minds. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. An exclamation mark punctuates the air. A blinding flash erupts as the monster unleashes its power. The hero is sent flying backwards from the force of the blast. Grit etched on his face, he cries out, "Cook!" A flash of light erupts as he is sent hurtling through the air. His eyes glow with an eerie light as he stares directly ahead. He's sent flying through a burst of emerald energy. An alert flashes, S-Rank player Yua Hyun's mind is currently under the control of Phoenix. As he's hurled backward, he wonders aloud, what the hell kind of veteran player? The force of the blow sends him hurtling backwards, a trail of energy marking his violent trajectory. His thought is cut short mid-sentence, would be no damn. A surge of energy slams into him. Caught in the blast, he cries out, "Help to me at all?" The attack connects, a blast of green energy engulfing him. His face contorts in pain as the energy continues to sear him. The searing energy intensifies, accompanied by a sharp, echoing crackle. The shield glows intensely as the energy crackles around it. The energy surges outward, shattering the ground around him. He lunges forward, the shield's power unleashed in a blinding flash. "Yua Hyung," the skeletal warrior bellows. "Come back to your senses," he shouts, desperate to reach Yua Hyung. "If we keep fighting each other like this," he thinks, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. A shockwave erupts, the force of the impact rippling outwards. He unleashes a torrent of energy, the ground shattering beneath its immense power. The energy surges, obliterating everything in its path. The attack lands with a resounding crash. The energy explodes outward. The force of the blast shatters the surrounding stone. Debris rains down as the structure collapses. The structure crumbles further with a resounding crash. From the wreckage, a spectral blue weapon emerges. Debris rains down as the spectral weapon continues to rise. A chilling laugh echoes as the spectral weapon fully materializes. "As always, humans are foolish creatures," it declares. A gust of wind sweeps through the area. Surveying the devastated landscape, he stands firm. A low rumble echoes as she resolutely faces forward. A deafening rattle pierces the air. Her eyes blaze with an eerie blue light. A beat of stunned silence. The ground shatters under the force of her power. The earth cracks and splinters under the immense pressure. The chain-like weapon slams into the fractured ground, sending sparks flying. The weapon continues its destructive path, impacting the already devastated terrain. The chain weapon continues its relentless assault, pulverizing the ground with each strike. The chain weapon continues to devastate the ground, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. His eyes widen in alarm as the chain weapon strikes again, the impact resonating with a deafening crash. The chain weapon wraps tightly around him, purple energy crackling intensely. The chains tighten, and a sense of utter bewilderment washes over him. His eyes widen in shock as he utters a silent. The chains bind him tighter, and a choked gasp escapes his lips. He manages a strained hue. As he realizes, the culprit who annihilated the Nightwalker Guild's raid squad before my regression. A realization dawns on him, marked by stark surprise. The realization hits him hard. Now I know who it was. His eyes gleam with a manic intensity as he wields a massive, jagged weapon crackling with purple energy. The weapon slams down, a chain crackling with ominous purple energy. Yua Hyung is ensnared, bound by chains crackling with the same ominous purple energy. The weapon hurtles towards its target, crackling with ominous energy. This might hurt. The energy crackles ominously. But hang in there. A voice booms as the attack connects. The attack slams into him, sending shards of debris flying. The force of the blow rips through the air. Blood trickles from his mouth as the chains around his neck glow ominously. A powerful shockwave erupts. He lies prone amidst the rubble, the glowing chains still binding him. A figure looms over him. The chain and paralysis. A voice echoes. The chain and paralysis won't work for long, he states, concern etched on his bloodied face. So she really needs to get back to her senses by the time she wakes up. The hero clutches his side, blood seeping through his fingers. Well, maybe. He considers a new idea forming. A fierce determination hardens his gaze. That doesn't really matter as long as I eliminate it before she wakes up, he thinks, a glowing blue energy swirling around the weapon in his hand. Before him looms a precarious mountain of rubble, its stability uncertain. He stands over his target, a chain binding her, the blue energy weapon poised to strike. A muffled sound escapes, barely audible. The blue energy explodes outward. The energy coalesces into a towering form, its glowing eyes burning with intensity. The towering form speaks, its voice echoing with chilling amusement. Did you enjoy the game I prepared? An unseen figure retorts, their words laced with scorn, trying to play with humans. Are you a damn chicken? A sinister grin spreads across his face as his arm transforms into a jagged, stone-like appendage. The transformation complete, he declares, you're fucking dead now. Chains now bind the blue-haired man, his eyes still closed as the ominous figure looms behind him. Raising his weapon, he prepares to strike the bound blue-haired man. SFX, Shing. The blade flashes, poised to strike. The sword descends, a torrent of energy unleashed. The energy explodes outward with a resounding crack. The landscape erupts. A figure is sent flying amidst the shattered debris. The force of the impact reverberates. A chilling laugh echoes as a voice booms, "What are you doing, human?" The chilling laughter emanates from a massive, avian figure wreathed in blue flames. Its glowing red eyes pierce the scene. "Come on, show me what you got," the avian figure taunts, as the hero tightens his grip on his blade. With a deafening okay, the avian figure lunges forward, a blur of blue flames and fury. "Oh." A voice trails off, followed by a surprised, "Oh." Then, a questioning, "Oh?" A blade descends, accompanied by a surprised, echoing "Oh." Another surprised "Oh" echoes as the blade continues its descent. The blade continues its rapid descent, energy crackling around it. The energy blade hurtles downward, poised to strike. The energy blade plummets. "Hoo hoo." Truly a breezy attack, the voice taunts. "Hoo hoo." Truly a breezy attack, the voice mocks, as the energy swirls around him. The energy swirls around him as he begins to speak. However, it's a bit too late, he continues, the swirling energy intensifying around him. The energy coalesces as he declares, "I am fire itself." The hero is overwhelmed by a barrage of attacks. Slashing me over and over, he thinks, struggling to defend himself against the fiery onslaught. The hero struggles against the relentless assault, realizing that his resistance will only flare up and rage the flames even more. The hero is struck by a powerful blow, sending him reeling through the air. He is blasted back by a surge of blue energy. The hero, eyes wide with shock, hears the taunt echoing in his mind, "In the end, a mere lowly human like you." The hero is engulfed in a blinding surge of blue energy. The taunting voice continues to echo, declaring, "Could never win against me." The surge intensifies, the hero now completely consumed by the swirling blue flames. The hero is launched backwards, the force of the attack sending him hurtling through the air. The hero plummets downwards, crashing through the barrier below. A blinding, blue energy erupts outwards. SFX-Rank. The energy shatters outwards, accompanied by a deafening crack. The ground erupts in a burst of blue energy. Ah! The sound echoes as the blue energy intensifies. The blue energy intensifies, revealing floating, crystalline structures. The blue energy flares. The blue energy surges, obliterating everything in its path. The blue energy coalesces into a massive, ethereal bird. The energy explodes outward with a deafening tap. Even for a phoenix, that level of regeneration ability is ridiculous. He struggles, chained and panting, as the blue energy swirls around him. Giantification on top of that, a voice exclaims. "There's no way this is a normal phoenix." The massive blue phoenix looms, its form crackling with energy. Gazing up at the massive phoenix, he wonders, could it be a grand phoenix? The phoenix unleashes a devastating blast. The word grand appears above the phoenix, confirming his suspicions. These mutant organisms possess powers beyond the class of regular monsters. To differentiate them from other monsters, the title grand is given to these mutant organisms. Furthermore, a plus is added to the grand monster's basic rank. If that monster is seriously a grand phoenix, he realizes, there's no way for me to crush its regenerative abilities with my current skills. He is suspended in the air, bound by chains, facing the massive, blue-flamed grand phoenix. The only way I stand a chance against it is... He thinks, a new strategy forming in his mind. Predation. The word echoes as the hero prepares to unleash his strategy. The hero moves, a blue aura surrounding him as he prepares to execute his predation strategy. He hesitates, realizing, but there's a chance it might go berserk like the last time, so I can't use it unless it's the deciding blow. He grits his teeth, the red aura intensifying. Cracks appear across his skin as he pushes himself to the limit. But then, a grim realization dawns on him, the truth is I have no chance of winning without predation. His hand clenches, the chains around his wrist digging deeper. Blue energy crackles around him, a desperate power building. Desperation etched on his face, he wonders, what do I do? He flinches, pain etched across his face. "Koa," he cries out, bound tightly by chains. An exclamation hangs in the air as the hero's perspective shifts, looking up at his captors. "Ha! Why am I tied up?" he exclaims, confusion etched on his face. The chains tighten, eliciting a pained reaction. On top of that, it hurts, he cries out. His eyes widen in disbelief. "And why is that thing so huge now?" he questions, panic rising in his voice. "It wasn't a normal phoenix," he exclaims, staring in disbelief at the massive, spectral bird looming above. "For God's sake! Please stay still," he shouts, desperation etched on his face as he struggles. "Kim Tae-hyun, you did this, didn't you?" he demands, ordering, "Untie me right now." A voice retorts, questioning, "Why would I untie someone whose mind took seconds to lose control?" The giant stone figure looms, holding the bound pair high above the swirling blue energy. "Why would I untie someone whose mind took seconds to lose control?" she questions. "The phoenix just got me while my guard was down," he exclaims, then hesitates. "Wait, I was under its control?" A voice retorts, "See? You don't even remember." Cutting off his own thought, he shouts, "Anyhow, I won't fall for it now, so untie me right and dash." His words are cut short as he's pulled violently forward, the chains binding him rattling. Pulled forward with alarming force, his eyes widen in terror. The chains around him tighten. A blinding flash erupts as he cries out in pain. The pain intensifies, overwhelming him as blue energy surges around him. A pained laugh escapes him as the blue energy continues to surge. The blue energy intensifies as a voice booms, "How dare you be distracted when I am in front of you?" The booming voice continues, commanding, "Know your damn place." The blue energy coalesces, forming a monstrous visage with piercing red eyes. The monstrous visage strikes with incredible speed. The attack lands with a resounding crash. The fist, crackling with energy, connects. The energy explodes outward, a blinding flash engulfing everything. The energy intensifies, his glowing eyes fixed on his target. His fist, enveloped in green energy, hurtles forward. "Don't fall for it this time at any cost," the voice booms, a desperate warning against some unseen trap. His eyes widen in alarm as a chain whips toward him. "Don't fall for it this time at any cost," the warning echoes, but is it already too late? "Come on," she taunts, her eyes glowing with eerie light. "Geez, what a worrywart." "I won't fall for it," he declares, steeling himself against the incoming attack. A torrent of blue energy surges forward, engulfing everything in its path. Through the blinding energy, a voice booms, "How dare you? You lowly cockroaches." The voice echoes with barely contained fury. The two figures stand poised amidst the blinding energy, ready to strike. "Your attacks." The words are laced with contempt. Blinding energy surges outward. The energy coalesces into a taunt, "Do you still not get that they're pointless?" The two are caught in the blast of energy. The energy explodes outwards. The blast consumes everything. Wounded but defiant, he shouts, "I'll take the lead." Monarch's heart has been triggered, and his system message announces that his party members' stats have increased. Eyes glowing with power, he unleashes a torrent of energy. "No, this time," he vows, his hand glowing with renewed power. His fist clenches, the energy coalescing into a blinding light. The energy explodes outward, forming a massive, glowing symbol. The energy intensifies, a surge of power rippling outwards. She lunges forward, the energy coalescing around her and her weapon as she prepares to strike. The strike lands, the impact echoing with immense force. The blade cuts through the air, a flash of teal energy marking its path. "What?" a voice cries out as a swirling vortex of teal energy erupts. His eyes widen in disbelief as the teal energy surrounds him. The attack lands, leaving him battered and broken. The scene fades to white, the aftermath of the devastating attack. The teal-haired figure stands, a malevolent grin spreading across her face. Green energy crackles around her spear. She advances, each step cracking the ground beneath her feet. Her eyes glow with intense power as she declares, "Leave it to me." A surge of green energy erupts, coalescing into a spectral blade. She advances, a confident smirk playing on her lips as the energy blade crackles. "Leave it to me," she declares, energy crackling around her. Her eyes glow with intense power as she activates Amazon Spirit's Berserker mode. The concept of going berserk triggers a reverse flow of mana for all skills. Spear in hand, she bursts forward, a torrent of blue energy swirling around her. Most people avoid using it, as it can cause permanent damage to the body. She continues her charge, a stream of blue energy intensifying around her spear. But if one can control that power. The text reads, hinting at a potential path forward. The force that it holds is. The text ominously trails off, leaving the true extent of its power unknown. "Oh," she breathes, her eyes glowing with an intense, otherworldly light. "Oh," she repeats, the single word hanging in the air as raw power emanates from her. A surge of energy erupts, a blinding flash of blue and green light consuming everything. She's launched into the air amidst the chaotic eruption of energy. Debris rains down around her as the light intensifies. The word transcendental looms, hanging in the air as the blinding light fades. A sharp KYA echoes, cutting through the silence. A strangled AH escapes as the figure is engulfed in swirling blue flames. She launches forward, a surge of energy crackling around her fist as she strikes. The force of her blow erupts in a blinding surge of blue energy. The energy explodes outward, a shockwave of power unleashed. The punch connects, obliterating the target in a burst of light and debris. He continues his assault, a wave of blue energy surging forward. The energy intensifies, marked by a glowing symbol. The wave of energy intensifies, glowing brighter. The energy explodes outward. The energy surges, accompanied by a sharp, crackling sound. The energy shatters, debris flying outward. The shattered energy disperses, revealing the aftermath. The dust clears, revealing the figure standing amidst the shattered energy. He gasps for air, his expression strained. He struggles to catch his breath. A single tear traces a path down his cheek. He stands amidst a field of glowing embers. He lies defeated, a surge of ethereal green energy descending upon him. He lies prone amidst the rubble. A strangled cry escapes him as the blue flames engulf him. Ah, he cries out, his voice strained with pain. How? How dare you, you lowly human, the voice booms, laced with fury. The air crackles with energy as the enraged entity looms, its glowing eyes burning with fury. In that pathetic state, the voice continues to boom, dripping with disdain. I'll kill you, the entity roars, energy flaring around him. The entity unleashes a torrent of blue energy, screaming, I'll kill you. The entity's attack shatters against an unseen force, the sound echoing through the area. A golden chain appears, accompanied by a resounding crack. The golden chain shatters. The chains fall away, freeing the ethereal blue form. A collective gasp fills the air. What will happen now? Geez. Someone mutters, witnessing the spectacle. Why you? A voice stutters, amidst the swirling energy. I can't believe her, he thinks, a cruel smile spreading across his face. To crush his regenerative powers, she used a destructive force that was way beyond it. I really can't let my guard down with her, he admits, a chilling realization settling in. It may hurt her pride, but... he thinks, as a surge of power emanates from below. A sinister smile spreads across his face as his one eye glows red. He holds her close, a dark energy swirling around them both. I gotta land the last blow, don't I, he thinks, the red energy intensifying. A blinding light erupts, consuming the area. The group stares up at the blinding light emanating from the structure ahead. They're pretty late. One of the onlookers comments, his expression a mix of concern and impatience. Another wonders aloud, will they be okay? Despite the delay, one of the men reassures the others, stating, it probably won't be a problem. After all, they're both S-rankers. Despite their strength, a concern lingers, though. The one problem is that once our guild master goes into battle, she just speeds through without thinking much. The men below watch, concern etched on their faces. One wonders aloud, how can he say it'll be okay then? A surge of energy erupts around the guild master as she carries the child away. A collective gasp rises from the group. What could have happened? A panicked voice cries out, here they come. Are you okay? Guild master, someone shouts. Another voice follows, frantic, you didn't get hurt, did you? Amidst the chaos, the guild master's expression shifts, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek as he whispers, oh. The guild master's coat shifts slightly, the scene awash in a bright light. Phew. He breathes, cradling someone in his arms as a surge of blue energy erupts around them. The blue energy intensifies, the guild master and the person in his arms now seemingly levitating. The surrounding group watches with bated breath. Suddenly, a voice declares, we cleared the fire temple. The guild master, still holding the woman, hears a voice declare, we cleared the fire temple. The guild master's eyes widen in shock at the sudden announcement. Suddenly, dating rumors involving Yoo Ah-hyung and Kim Tae-hyun explode into the public eye. The headline screams of a private secret dungeon date, and whispers spread that she even visited him in the hospital. LOL, seeing how they left all the guild members behind, they couldn't be more obvious, someone comments, adding fuel to the fire. The phone screen blazes with the scandalous headline, Yoo Ah-hyung Kim Tae-hyun dating rumors. Their private secret dungeon date. The comments section explodes with speculation. A stunned W.H. Watt hangs in the air. His face flushes crimson as a bead of sweat trickles down his cheek. The phone remains clutched in his hand, the scandalous headline clearly still visible. What the hell is this? The question explodes from him as he confronts the group. He advances, phone still in hand, confronting the group with a furious outburst. What the hell is this? The reason for his fury becomes clear: it was an unannounced double dungeon raid. He demands to know how the news leaked outside, and what's with the embarrassing article. The group shifts uncomfortably, sweat beading on their foreheads as they avoid eye contact. His rage explodes, the accusation ringing out, "This is all you're doing?" He stammers, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. A double dungeon raid is an important matter, so maintaining confidentiality is difficult too. He continues to stutter, trying to explain himself. A double dungeon raid is an important matter, so maintaining confidentiality is difficult too. He continues to stumble over his words, admitting, "I only told a few close friends. They all promised to keep it a secret." His face contorted in anger, he shouts, "This is unfair. We only did that for your sake." He vehemently denies the accusation, declaring, "There's not a single lie in my devotion to you." His words trail off, leaving the rest unsaid. A chilling smile spreads across his face as he declares, "All of you, just die altogether today." He bellows a name in fury, "Yua Hyung." His voice booms, laced with fury. "I heard you used your skill in berserk mode." His expression softens, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he asks, "Are you okay?" A hesitant follows. The room lies in ruins, dust swirling around the figures. One man is suspended in midair, while another lies prone on the floor. "Looks like you're fine," he says, observing the scene. The scene shifts to an outdoor courtyard, where people sit and stand around. Two figures walk together along the path. "What on earth do you take me for?" someone says, their words hanging in the air. He insists, "I trained so much all this time to control my berserk state, using it for just 1 minute isn't that hard." "Ho ho. I see," he says, taking a sip from his drink. He then asks, "So how was he?" The other man responds, "You know, the capability of Kim Taehyun you wanted to check so badly?" An exclamation mark suddenly appears between them. "Well." A voice trails off, leaving the statement hanging in the air. Her eyes narrow, a steely determination hardening her gaze. A bead of sweat trickles down his face, his expression a mixture of apprehension and focus. The voice declares, "After I passed out, Taehyun fought against the Grand Phoenix, and even ended the whole fight." So that said pretty much everything. Before him, the Grand Phoenix looms, wreathed in blue flames. Taehyun lies prone, seemingly defeated, as the Grand Phoenix towers over him. An associate observes, "Moreover, it's only been 2 weeks since we were done with the Fire Temple raid, and apparently he's already headed to the abyssal depths." He adds, "I'll leave the item distribution to you." From the floor, the associate wonders aloud, how much stronger is he trying to get? The abyssal depths? He clenches his fist, sweat beading on his brow. That's definitely an amazing growth speed. But that's great from New Korea's perspective, isn't it? He muses, a hint of calculation in his tone. His gaze sharpens, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his face. He takes a sip from his drink, still clad in a hospital gown. "I actually don't understand it," he admits, a hint of confusion in his voice. The voice continues, stating, "Everyone has a desire to advance further. But after having progressed through a certain path, it's easy to get satisfied, isn't it?" The masked figure continues, "Everyone has a desire to advance further. But after having progressed through a certain path, it's easy to get satisfied, isn't it?" The masked figure smirks, his red eyes gleaming ominously. Looming behind him, a towering figure with a long white beard watches intently. But Taehyun isn't showing any signs of stopping anytime soon. In fact, he's using every available method to advance further, far from stopping. A sinister smirk spreads across Taehyun's face. The question hangs in the air, why do you think he's trying so desperately to become stronger? The man clenches his fist, his expression unreadable behind the eye patch. His hand slowly opens. What will he reveal? The scene shifts to a wide shot of the sky, leaves gently falling. The camera pans up, revealing a tranquil sky. Leaves drift gently, a peaceful scene. The hero's eyes widen as he realizes something. I think I know. An incredulous voice booms in response, you do? That's right. It's. The hero begins, the revelation hanging in the air. Hospital, he finishes, holding up his drink. The pattern on his shirt confirms his location. The words love. For. His. Convicts fill the air, the source of the proclamation yet unknown. The source of the booming voice is revealed, a man with an eye patch, surrounded by masked figures, shouts, country. What, he mutters, clearly taken aback by the strange proclamation. The booming voice continues, declaring, in times where monsters are swarming everywhere and awakened evil has begun to run amok. The booming voice continues, declaring that even now, he wishes for his country to push through with prosperity. The booming voice declares that his intense desire to help is driving him to this point. No, that can't be it, the protagonist thinks, as the man's booming voice continues to echo in the area. What, he exclaims, as the man continues to approach. The scene shifts to the abyssal depths, where winged creatures circle a dark castle bathed in ominous red light. From above, the dark castle looms, surrounded by winged creatures and bathed in a hellish red glow. Inside the castle, a figure kneels before a throne. The floor is littered with bodies, their weapons scattered around them. A bloodbath. The throne room is now a graveyard, littered with bodies and discarded weapons. Another body lies lifeless amidst the carnage, an arrow piercing their back. Another casualty joins the fallen. The blood pools around the body, painting the scene in crimson. The carnage continues. Another warrior lies dead, a blade resting beside her outstretched hand. The scene is now a graveyard of warriors. He grasps the hand of a fallen warrior, his expression unreadable. With this, the words hang in the air as he clasps the fallen warrior's hand tighter. You can say that we have been bonded with a blood oath. The blood oath complete, the warrior kneels before the long-haired figure seated on the throne. A sinister smile plays on his lips. The view shifts upwards, focusing on the intricate design of the throne itself. His crimson eyes glow with an ominous power. The camera focuses on the Demon King's face, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Suddenly, a title card appears, Archduke of the Abyss, Vampire Lord Igman. His rank is listed as? From below, a hooded figure offers a prayer, thank you, O Lord of Blood. Igman stands above his devotee, his gaze fixed downward. Igman's crimson eye narrows as he hears the prayer. Ki. Thank you, huh? He muses. The question hangs in the air, how does it feel to gain the powers of our people? His hands rise, fingers twitching as if testing new limits. There were a lot of skilled people similar to me. He admits, a hint of surprise in his voice. A strange pressure emanates from him, the air itself seeming to crackle with unseen energy. But now I shall. The words echo, the threat hanging heavy in the air. Be the strongest of them all, he finishes, his eyes burning with a fierce, crimson light. Two men in suits stand guard before a swirling vortex of purple and red energy. The two guards remain vigilant before the swirling vortex. The swirling vortex of energy intensifies, its colors deepening to a more ominous hue. The vortex pulses with greater intensity, its power visibly growing. The vortex looms, a swirling mass of purple energy and jagged rock. A red glow emanates from below. The team stares up at the swirling vortex, its crimson depths now dominating the sky. Emerging from the vortex, a massive, geometric structure with the number 22 emblazoned on its side descends. It's my first. A voice trails off. Time back in the abyss after regressing, he finishes with a knowing smirk. A voice booms, welcoming him to the abyss. Welcome to the abyss, player Kim Tae-hyun. Kim Tae-hyun stands before a swirling portal, ready to face whatever awaits him in the abyss. He steps through the portal, and the world dissolves into a swirl of pink and gray. Emerging into a blood-red sky, Taehyun is met with a declaration: "I am a member of the World Player Association and the manager of the 22nd District of the Abyssal Depths." An A-rank player, the figure finishes his introduction. The A-rank player's name is revealed: Paul Becker. Paul Becker smiles, a sinister glint in his eyes. Paul Becker is not just an A-rank player, but also a World Player Association member and the Abyss 22nd District Manager. The Abyss District Manager's voice booms: "According to the records, this is your first time in the depths of the Abyss, correct?" "Well, something like that," comes the protagonist's reply. "In that case," the manager's voice continued, "you'll need to hire some players to act as guides or mercenaries." The manager points a stern finger, his expression intense. The protagonist looks on, seemingly unfazed by the demand. The World Player Association has established player zones to act as base camps and safe areas for those exploring the abyss. A stark contrast emerges: above, stick figures cheerfully wave goodbye, while below, a menacing, fiery entity rises. Laughter echoes ominously. The text warns that even within a player zone, ambush by powerful monsters is possible. Below, a fallen player lies motionless. The advice rings out: even an S-rank player should hire companions. The protagonist confidently declares, "No, that won't be necessary." His companion's shocked response rings out: "What?" "It doesn't matter," he declares, his gaze intense. The ground cracks beneath his feet with a resounding clacker. A bestial roar erupts as the protagonist unleashes his power. The air vibrates as a monstrous form materializes before him, its grotesque features amplified by a menacing red aura. A stunned silence follows the transformation, punctuated only by a speech bubble filled with disbelief. "Kim Tae-hyun." "Be careful," someone shouts, the warning cutting through the tense atmosphere. The transformed figure lunges forward, a single word echoing the growing dread: "Monster." The exclamation points emphasize the immediate danger. His eyes widen with terror as the transformed figure approaches. Sweat beads on his face, reflecting the stark fear gripping him. Dust and debris fill the air as he stands his ground, drawing his blade. He faces the monstrous form, its massive bulk looming over him. "As I'm just going for a little stroll," the monster declares, its voice booming across the ravaged landscape. A chilling smile spreads across his face as he grips the hilt of his blade. The weapon gleams, ready for the coming battle. Standing amidst the fallen monsters, he breathes a sigh of relief: "Phew. Now that Paul Becker is gone, and I've come this far, there shouldn't be anyone around," he thinks, surveying the desolate landscape. Suddenly, a guttural growl echoes through the battlefield. Thanks to preying on the Grand Phoenix at the Fire Temple, a disembodied voice booms. "I've met the requirement of 200 magic power needed to activate the demonic contract," the voice announces. Though, something clearly gives him pause. The demonic contract activates, now able to open a gate to the abyss. Magic power, 200, 1/1. A question surfaces as the skill changes: why did the skill changed? The skill has changed, now going beyond simply controlling monsters like Opadauro. There's gate creation now, the text declares, revealing that the demonic contract can open a gate to the abyss. The demonic contract skill, gate creation, now has a limit. The text clarifies, it turned into a one-time skill. "Is this real?" a voice questions, the words hanging in the air. Staring intently at the two small, purple crystals floating above his open palm, he wonders aloud, is this also an effect of predation? A bead of sweat rolls down his cheek. "Well, for me, having one powerful creature." The voice trails off, the statement hanging unfinished. "Is better," the voice concludes, as the two crystals float above the outstretched hand. The voice declares that having one powerful creature is better than carrying around dozens of monsters. A surge of power erupts as he clenches his fist. The system announces, "You have used the mana amplifying stone." The system confirms, "Your magic power will be temporarily amplified." The system provides an explanation: the mana amplifying stone, crafted from processed magic crystals, will temporarily boost his magic power. Power surges through him, the amplified mana radiating outwards in a visible aura. The surge transforms him, a skeletal figure now visible within the swirling purple mana. The skeletal transformation solidifies, crackling with power. The skeletal hands reach out, surrounded by swirling purple energy. The skeletal hands close, ready to crush their target within the swirling purple energy. Darkness erupts, obscuring everything in a burst of shadow. Through the darkness, a message appears: demonic contract has been activated. The message fades as a gate begins to materialize, a skull wreathed in purple flames hovering above it. The gate creation has been initialized. Before him, the demonic gate fully materializes, the skull wreathed in purple flames looming ominously. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he faces the gate. Let's see who's on the other side, shall we? He strides forward, the purple flames licking at his feet as he approaches the gate. The gate looms before him, wreathed in swirling purple energy. He pushes forward, the swirling purple energy intensifying around him. His eyes widen in shock. Before him, a sprawling castle looms, shimmering with an eerie, ethereal light. A long, imposing staircase stretches upwards towards the castle, marked by an ominous symbol. He ascends the daunting staircase, each step bringing him closer to the ominous castle above. He finally reaches the castle, its towers piercing the eerie, blue-tinged sky. The castle looms, its imposing towers shrouded in an eerie mist. The castle's architecture is revealed in greater detail, its many towers and intricate stonework bathed in the otherworldly blue light. The protagonist looks up, a question forming on his lips. A castle. The protagonist stands firm, hands on his hips, ready to face whatever lies ahead. The ground rumbles beneath his feet. He continues his ascent up the seemingly endless staircase, a strange sensation washing over him. I've never heard of such a place in the abyss. The staircase stretches onward, seemingly without end. The hero admits, I used a magic amplifying stone to maximize the skill output. He gazes up at the towering structure before him, a question forming in his mind: but where exactly have I arrived at? I guess I have no choice but to find out for myself, he declares, now surrounded by horned figures. His expression hardens as he finds himself face to face with one of the horned figures. Her glowing eyes bore into him. A blinding flash erupts. His eyes widen in disbelief. The hero's shock is palpable. He plummets downward. He crashes into the ground with explosive force. SFX, boom. The impact shatters the ground. He recovers quickly, a dagger already drawn and ready. Oh my, how scary, a voice echoes, seemingly mocking the situation. His gaze sharpens, the dagger glinting menacingly in the dim light. You're wielding quite a dangerous thing there, a voice warns. He prepares to strike, but above him, 3 winged demons descend. The ground shatters beneath his feet as he moves. What kind of punishment should I give him, she muses, a sinister smile playing on her lips. We have a guest. Her red eyes gleam with malice as she bares her fangs. A human. It's a human, the thought bubble exclaims. The screen reveals her designation, succubus, rank S. Succubuses, he wonders, his grip tightening on his weapon. The title succubus looms above a shadowy figure with glowing red eyes and large, bat-like wings. The succubus looms over a group of drained figures, bathed in an eerie purple glow. The succubus drains men's energy through mental attacks, like illusions or brainwashing. A thought surfaces, but an ordinary succubus should only be about B rank. The hero stands ready, but above him, 3 succubi descend, bathed in an ominous glow. A question forms in his mind: could they be my contract target? One of the succubi declares, "You foolish human, you must have come to the wrong place." Another adds with a predatory grin, "You look delicious." If they're the contract target. He wonders, the thought hanging heavy in the air. He stomps forward, kicking up dust and shattering the stone beneath his feet. He raises his dagger, a determined glint in his eyes as he prepares to strike. He leaps into the air, soaring above the winged demons. Then I'll knock them out, he declares, his voice ringing with determination. A winged demon looks up in surprise, uttering, "Oh my?" The winged demon is sent flying backwards by an unseen force. He cuts through the air, a blue energy trail following his blade as he strikes at the approaching winged demons. He continues his assault, cutting through the air with a blade crackling with blue energy. The winged demon is struck, its red eyes widening in shock as the hero's blade connects. A deafening shing echoes as the blow lands. Despite the blow, the winged demon laughs, taunting, "Ha! So eager." He looks up, finding himself surrounded by a group of winged demons. However, the female demon counters, a sinister smile spreading across her face. "There's nothing wrong with being enthusiastic. Though it might be tricky to tame you," she declares, a hint of challenge in her tone. Eyes narrowed, he prepares to strike, a surge of power emanating from him. A blinding light erupts as he unleashes his power. The unleashed power explodes outwards in a torrent of light and energy. The unleashed power rips through the surroundings, the force of the blast threatening to tear everything apart. The unleashed energy continues to surge outwards, obliterating everything in its path. The devastating blast subsides, leaving a chilling declaration, "Hee, and it's over." The hero stands his ground, facing two winged demons. A chilling word echoes, "Human." Pink, heart-shaped flames swirl around the hero. The winged demon continues, confident in their power, "Especially a man cannot possibly resist our brainwashing, so..." The demon lunges, a sinister grin on her face. A guttural sound escapes her throat. The winged demons descend, unleashing a cacophony of screams. A look of utter shock spreads across the protagonist's face. A crazed grin stretches across his face as he drives his blade into the earth. The blade tears through flesh, a spray of blood erupting from the wound. The sound of the strike echoes, the impact resonating. "See? Sister," she gasps, shock etched on her face as she stares at the approaching figure. A skeletal hand, adorned with skulls, descends amidst a surge of purple energy. Eyes narrowed, he prepares to strike, a dagger clutched in his hand amidst the swirling purple energy. Suddenly, a commanding voice booms, "Bow your head." Just as he's about to strike, a voice thunders through the air, "Bow your head." Accompanying the command, a surge of ominous energy erupts from the figure adorned with a skull-laden crown. The hero is blasted backward by the force, his attack completely nullified. A pained cry echoes as the hero is overwhelmed by the blast. "It hurts," the hero cries out, the force of the blast clearly taking its toll. The hero is sent flying backwards, the full force of the attack leaving him disoriented. Crashing into the ground, the hero can only utter, how is this possible?" A disembodied voice echoes, filled with disbelief, questioning, "How did a mere human resist our brainwashing?" "Resist? As if." The voice scoffs, its owner descending from above. Suddenly, system messages flash, "Skill usage detected. Temptation confirmed." A sinister grin spreads across his face. "Being interested in monsters is abnormal," he declares, a menacing aura emanating from him. A surge of dark energy erupts around him. A mysterious power has enabled successful resistance. The figure stands amidst the dust, and a voice booms, "Now, shall we make a contract?" The two winged figures lie defeated, a pained groan escaping one of them. To form a monster summoning contract, it's revealed that one of two conditions must be met. One condition to form a monster summoning contract, one is to give the monster what it desires. But what could the other condition be? The second condition to form a monster summoning contract is revealed, to subdue the monster with force. Her red eyes glare with fury, sweat dripping down her face as she grits her teeth. A confident smirk spreads across his face as he says, "I guess I've met the conditions well enough." He states that with this, he should be able to command at least one S-rank monster. His eyes widen in disbelief as a dark message appears, "This is not your contract target." An exclamation mark fills the screen, signaling a sudden, unexpected development. Confusion reigns as the message repeats itself, now as a question, "Not my contract target?" A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he struggles to comprehend the implications. What does that mean? He wonders aloud. The message shifts, now declaring, "I see now, you're no ordinary human." The message continues, now stating the unbelievable, "I see now, you're no ordinary human." A stunned fills the air. Before them, a group of winged demons descends upon the city. He turns, his gaze fixed on the imposing structure before him. He charges forward at full speed. "You'll make a great gift for the queen," a voice booms. "You'll make a great gift for the queen," the winged figure booms. The winged figure intends to present a grand succubus, ranked S+, to the queen. A path adorned with roses and petals leads toward a vibrant, pink-hued destination. The path continues, leading deeper into the rose-covered corridor. The rose-covered path leads to what appears to be stone figures, bound tightly by thorny vines. The path leads to stone figures, their faces contorted in anguish as thorny vines bind them tightly. The stone figures hang upside down, suspended by the thorny vines that bind them. A winged figure appears, her red eyes glowing as she speaks. "My queen," she declares. The queen stands, hands clasped before her. Suddenly, an alarming announcement echoes: a human has intruded into the palace. Within a strange enclosure, a figure lies prone, bathed in an eerie red glow. She stands, wings unfurled, amidst the strange red glow. Silence hangs in the air as the prone figure remains motionless. A question hangs in the air: a human. A low chuckle rumbles, breaking the silence. A majestic castle rises into view, bathed in an ethereal, otherworldly light. A powerful force emanates from the castle as it floats amidst the ethereal light. A deafening crack echoes as the castle begins to crumble. The castle continues to fracture, the sound echoing ominously. The crumbling intensifies as winged demons descend into the castle. He lunges forward, a dagger clutched tightly in his hand. "That cowardly, he's headed inside," one of the demons shouts, her red eyes blazing with fury as they pursue their target. "He shall be a gift to offer to the queen," the disembodied voice booms, followed by another order: "Capture him alive at all costs." He sprints forward, weapon in hand, a frustrated "damn it" escaping his lips. "Damn it," he curses, frustration evident as he continues his desperate sprint. A deafening crash echoes as the winged demons close in. "Damn succubus! Why are they so?" he exclaims, still running, his expression strained with mounting frustration. "Ho," he breathes, narrowly dodging a strike. "Oh," he gasps again, dodging another attack. "Many of them," he exclaims, realizing the gravity of the situation. A flurry of dark, sharp projectiles rains down, his expression turning to one of intense worry. The projectiles strike, impacting his body with brutal force. A wave of skulls surrounds him as a purple aura pulsates. Despite the onslaught, he stands firm, gripping his weapon as the purple aura intensifies. Suddenly, a surge of power erupts, marked by a stark warning. The pair lunges forward, their eyes burning with a crimson intensity as they unleash their combined power. Their combined power surges forward, obliterating everything in its path. The force of their combined attack shatters the surrounding structures. The force of the impact sends debris flying in all directions. Amidst the destruction, he lies prone on the shattered floor. Catching his breath, he realizes, if the ordinary succubi aren't targets for the contract, then that leaves only one possibility. He struggles to his feet, sweat dripping from his brow as he gasps for air. His realization solidifies: a monster capable of controlling even grand succubi, the being they call the queen. Before him stands a grand door flanked by pillars topped with eerie, violet flames. A winged figure awaits. He strides forward, an unseen force propelling him toward the ominous door. A sinister chuckle echoes as the winged figure speaks. "Are you the intruder?" she asks, a subtle smirk playing on her lips. A disembodied voice echoes, beckoning him forward. "Please, come inside." The voice continues, now delivering a clear message: "The queen is waiting for you." A sinister grin spreads across his face as he beckons with a crooked finger. Suddenly, the words "the succubus queen" appear, hanging ominously in the air. The number 39 appears starkly on the screen. 40. 40. He lies still on the ground, surrounded by scattered petals. The camera pans up, revealing the scale of the arena. Tall pillars stretch into the sky, and petals blanket the floor. Vines snake around the base of the arena's towering pillars. Two figures hang upside down, bound to the pillars by thorny vines. The vines extend, reaching towards a central structure. Before them stands a figure, back turned, as the thorny vines creep closer. The figure's voice booms, echoing throughout the palace, "Welcome to my palace." The figure remains with their back turned, seated on a throne adorned with intricate carvings. The figure declares, "I am the mother of all succubi, and their queen." The name echoes, Rosaria. Rosaria's lips curve into a knowing smile. The revelation hits, she is the target for the demonic contract. It continues, stating, "You can now make the summoning pact." As I thought. He realizes, piecing it together. So she's the target for the contract? Rosaria, he questions, the name hanging in the air. To his question, a voice confirms, "That's right." The speaker, a sinister figure with horns and piercing red eyes, emerges from the shadows. The name Rosaria materializes in a stylized font, hanging ominously in the air. A gasp escapes, the sound of utter disbelief hanging heavy in the air. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. A palpable tension fills the air. The hero stands frozen, the words echoing in his mind, a monster speaking human language. The monster's voice cuts through the silence. "It's nothing to be that shocked about. You two are human and understand our language, don't you?" The monster continues, stating, "It's the same principle." A smirk plays on his lips as he thinks, "She speaks quite well for a monster." He thinks to himself, "She speaks quite well for a monster." After a pause, he asks directly, "So what is the purpose of your visit to my castle?" "Wealth." "Glory," she responds, her true intentions still obscured. He presses further, his suspicion evident, "Or are you simply wandering around?" He continues to press her, his tone hardening. "If not that, did you come to satisfy your lust?" A sinister ho-hoo echoes, accompanied by a strange, pulsating presence. "None of those," she replies, finally answering his accusations. Her eyes glow with an intense light as she denies the accusations. A figure stands in the distance, tentacles writhing before him. He declares, "I've come to make a summoning pact." The scene shifts, revealing a dark, ominous room. An ominous feeling fills the air. Summoning pact, the words echo in the room, as a winged figure sits pensively. A chilling hee precedes a burst of maniacal laughter. The laughter fades as he remarks, "I have quite the gutsy guest today, huh?" The maniacal laughter erupts again, "Ha ha ha." Though, a sinister intent seems to be brewing. The sinister intent takes form as he declares, "You should keep your delusions within limits." He continues, his eyes glowing with malice, "You should keep your delusions within limits." A surge of power emanates from him, the air itself crackling with energy. His eyes burning with crimson light, he sneers, "Would you call playing with toys a pact?" His fangs bared, he reaches forward, a crimson gem glowing ominously on his chest. Suddenly, a title appears, Archduke of the Abyss and Succubus Queen Rosaria. Her rank is listed as? A deafening roar erupts. The hero faces Rosaria, the Archduke of the Abyss, as dark tendrils lash out around them. "Yeah, that's what I thought," a voice declares, seemingly unfazed by the Archduke's power. "Well then," he says, a sinister smirk playing on his lips as the skeletal figure looms behind him. A deafening roar erupts as the skeletal figure unleashes a devastating attack. The skeletal figure's power rips through the air. "I'll make you surrender with my power," he declares, the air crackling with red energy. A sinister smile spreads across his face as the red energy intensifies. The air vibrates with an unseen force. A sharp crack echoes as the energy surges. The energy explodes outward. He dives forward, narrowly avoiding the brunt of the blast. He grits his teeth, bracing himself as the attack slams into his shield. The force of the impact throws him back. The weapon, wreathed in red energy, plunges downwards with blinding speed. He barely manages to raise his chained arm in defense as the energy blade descends. Energy explodes as the blade strikes his chained defense. The force of the impact sends a shockwave rippling outwards. The hero stands firm, his foot planted against the rippling energy. He moves in a blur, his sword aimed directly at the enemy. He lunges forward, a resounding OK echoing as he strikes. First, he shouts, his blade crackling with red energy. The red energy crackles intensely as the blade moves. The blade shatters the rock formation into pieces, red energy radiating outwards. 1. Strike, the figure yells, the red energy intensifying around the blade. The winged figure dodges the attack, narrowly avoiding the blade. The red energy blazes as the strike continues, ripping through the air. The attack scatters debris and glowing energy in its wake. He plummets downward, a dagger clutched in his hand as he falls. The winged figure continues his descent through the crumbling structure. His eyes widen in surprise as he plummets through the air. "Oh!" he exclaims. The ground rushes up to meet him. Above him, a sinister laugh echoes. "Hoo hoo!" Towering over him, she declares, "How pitiful!" Her hand glows with power, ready to strike. He raises his blade, preparing to fight the winged figure. He raises his blade, preparing to strike the winged figure looming above. A sudden, shocked realization dawns on him. The thought bubble screams. His eyes widen in terror as he plummets downwards. The ground rushes up to meet him. "Yua!" he cries out, hurtling towards the structure below. The city blurs beneath him as he plummets towards the unforgiving structures below. As he plummets, a sudden realization dawns on him. "What is this?" he exclaims, the ground rushing up to meet him. As he plummets, a horrifying realization hits. "I can't trigger my skills," he shouts, panic rising as the ground approaches. As he plummets, another thought races through his mind. "Also, how am I downtown?" As he falls, another question surfaces in his mind: did the space change? As he plummets towards the city below, he realizes, no, this is. The city rushes up to meet him, but below, a surge of blue energy erupts. He plummets through the illusion, the truth revealed in a flash of blue light. But then, a new threat emerges from the depths. He falls through the churning blue energy, his expression one of shock. "Since when?" he exclaims, now plummeting towards a structure below. He plummets towards the churning waves below, a structure looming above the water's surface. The churning ocean rushes up to meet him. But before he can hit the water, a sinister laugh echoes. "Hoo hoo!" The source of the sinister laughter is revealed: a winged demon sits perched above. "Since when?" a voice wonders, the question hanging in the air. A sinister smile stretches across the demon's face, revealing sharp fangs. The words "from the very beginning" appear ominously. The demon's tentacles tighten around the hero, her red eyes gleaming with cruel amusement. The hero struggles against the demon's suffocating grip. The hero's eyes flutter closed as the demon's tentacles tighten around his neck. A figure lies motionless in a bed, surrounded by tendrils that snake across the floor. He remains still, his face peaceful in slumber. The tendrils now coil tightly around his body. A sinister ha-ha echoes in the silence. A sinister smile spreads across his face, revealing sharp fangs. "Since when, you ask?" Crimson energy crackles around him as the transformed villain looms over his downed opponent, a sinister grin plastered across his face. The transformed villain's power intensifies, crimson energy swirling menacingly. The words appear, echoing with a dark promise: from the very beginning. The title, "Regressing with the King's Power," looms, hinting at the journey ahead. The story continues, now at chapter 40. The scene shifts, plunging into the depths of a dark ocean. He plummets deeper into the dark, frigid ocean. "Damn it!" he thinks, struggling against the current. He realizes, "I need to escape this place." His eyes widen with determination as he vows to escape this illusion. An exclamation punctuates the air, followed by a question. What awaits him? He finds himself in the back of a car, surrounded by smiling faces. Now, he's in the back of a car, but his expression is one of utter bewilderment. "What? What is this?" he exclaims. The world warps, and he's still in the back of a car, but something is different. Is that me as a child, he wonders, the question hanging in the air. The young boy smiles back at him, a familiar glint in his eyes. Suddenly, a voice booms out, cutting through the strange scene. They said it on the broadcast. Eyes wide with excitement, he exclaims, high-ranked awakeners make a lot of money. He clenches his fists, a determined grin spreading across his face. I'll awaken as a high ranker too. He vows, Mom, Dad, I'll buy you all the delicious food and anything you want. A disembodied voice chuckles, ha. My dear Taehyun, you're. His mother beams, her voice filled with pride. Ha ha. My dear Taehyun, you're the best. But to this mom. It's more important for you to live a happy and healthy life, she insists. A voice replies, What? That's so boring. Right. He replies, his expression unreadable as he considers the other's point. The voice continues, revealing that his parents were always more concerned with his happiness than his success. Rather than me getting a high rank, or someday supporting our poor family? The scene shifts to a car, where he's riding with his parents, all of them smiling brightly. His voice softens as he recalls, they always wished for my happiness. A slight smile plays on his lips as he remembers their wish. His eyes snap open, now glowing with an intense, fiery light. The interior of the vehicle is engulfed in flames. The flames rage around him, consuming the vehicle's interior. Trapped inside the inferno, he looks up at the shattered remains of the vehicle's roof. The inferno rages, the shattered roof offering a glimpse of the night sky above. Amidst the flames, a question hangs in the air. What's? His eyes widen in disbelief, the flames reflecting in his shocked expression. Oh dear, oh dear. The heavens are so heartless, a voice laments amidst the inferno. Through the flames, he sees a couple standing in the distance, the woman holding a child. Suddenly, a stark realization dawns on him. Brother-in-law, the man cries out, tears welling in his eyes. Above him, the woman holding the child demands, how could they leave our Taehyun behind all alone? Aunt. Uncle, a voice calls out, the words hanging in the air. The man sits amidst the wreckage, calling out, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Ha ha ha. Fucking stupid non-awakener. The taunting words ring out, laced with cruel amusement. A speech bubble appears, as the man looks up, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. Looking up from the ground, he can only manage a bewildered. Massive characters fill his vision. Two figures loom over him, their expressions a mix of arrogance and amusement. He collapses, hitting the ground hard. Stop whining and get up, you bastard, one of them shouts down at him. He stands before the burning wreckage, a message echoing around him, our dear Taehyun, in terms of resilience, you're already better than an awakener. Clutching his head, Taehyun struggles to his knees. I see, these are. He mutters, his eyes widening slightly as realization dawns. A grim expression settles on Taehyun's face as he looks up at the approaching group. The realization hits him, my memories. Taehyun struggles to catch his breath, tears welling in his eyes as he clenches his fist. A voice booms out, laced with mockery, you don't even have a rank and you want to go to the abyss? The unseen speaker continues his tirade, no you damn place, fucking porter. Bah ha ha. From the shadows, a figure emerges, standing silently as the tormentor continues his laughter. Because I was a non-awakener. A voice begins to explain. Because I was a non-awakener, because I had no strength, I couldn't stand up against the misfortunes that came my way every day. The voice continues, hinting at something even more difficult to endure. But what was even harder to bear was. What the hell are you talking about, Taehyun? An enraged voice suddenly interrupts. A tear streaks down Taehyun's face as he continues to speak, revealing a glimpse of the pain he's endured. The voice continues, now laced with concern. Did I make a mistake, Taehyun? You're not even fully recovered. Where are you going in this condition? Taehyun, burdened with a large backpack, stands silently as the woman pleads with him, her hands outstretched in desperation. Money's not an issue, the voice insists, continuing, so don't worry about us, just. Taehyun cuts her off, his voice firm. No, aunt, uncle, he insists. Taehyun continues, for all your help until now, I'm already very grateful. He continues, the weight of his words heavy in the air, the fact that I was of no help to others, but instead dragged those who helped me into misfortune. A determined right echoes as Taehyun stands firm, seemingly resolved. My parents wished for my happiness, he thinks, a new resolve hardening his gaze. But to be happy? He wonders, as the scene shifts to a view of the city street ahead. He approaches another man, his expression unreadable. The man he approaches stands with his back turned, his expression hidden. He needs strength. Skill usage is detected, and Queen's hypnosis is confirmed. The Queen's hypnosis takes hold, her red eyes gleaming as she stares down at him. The man's expression shifts, a sinister smile spreading across his face as the hypnotic power washes over him. Despite his attempts to resist with a mysterious power, the screen flashes with the stark message, resistance failed. The screen ominously declares, all stats have been reduced. Another message flashes, you are unable to use the chains of bondage. Further crippling him, the system restricts more of his abilities. He is unable to use the Night King's spirit, Monarch's heart, and even paralysis. The system continues to strip him of his powers. Now, he is unable to use stealth, and Stone Skin is also disabled. The system display shows only one usable skill remains. His face contorts in frustration as the last vestiges of his power are suppressed. The system announces his final skill, predation. Red energy crackles around him as he screams, the power of predation surging through his body. The red energy intensifies, ripping through the air around him. The surge of power slams into his opponent. A twisted grin spreads across his face as the red energy envelopes everything. The red energy intensifies, consuming everything in a blinding light. The blinding light fades, revealing the aftermath, a scene of devastation and fallen bodies. The aftermath is grim. Bodies litter the cracked ground, a testament to the devastating power unleashed. The scene remains a tableau of death. Fallen figures are strewn across the ravaged landscape. A sinister Hohu echoes through the desolate scene. Her crimson eyes gleam with cruel amusement. Well, this is surprising, she muses, the desolate landscape stretching out before her. Who would have thought you'd make it out alive even after facing that one, she wonders aloud, her crimson gaze fixed on someone beyond our view. Before her stands a towering figure, wreathed in dark energy. The sheer size of the being is overwhelming. Tendrils of dark energy writhe around the figure, obscuring any clear details. But there are a few things that don't sit right, he thinks, a sense of unease washing over him despite the imposing figure before him. Her crimson eyes narrow as she points a gloved finger. Behind her, a figure advances, blade glinting in the dim light. First, for some reason, there are memories. The words, unbidden, surface in his mind. The man's eyes widen in shock as a memory surfaces. Where you look older than you currently are, the memory states. The memory continues, showing his older self, clad in familiar garb. The memory continues, explaining, second, there are memories with outcomes that are opposite despite being from the same time frame. His older self smirks in the background as the younger version is surrounded by menacing figures. The younger version of himself stands surrounded, a stark contrast to the older self's confident smirk. The younger version is struck, the force of the blow sending him reeling backwards. Well, then what secrets do you hold? She asks, her tail swaying ominously. The words hang ominously in the air, let's take a look, shall we? The hooded figure unleashes a barrage of red energy blades and floating skulls. A pained cry erupts as the attack lands. The demon recoils, shielding his face from the onslaught. A strained chuckle escapes him. Hoo. His red eye flares with intensity. A blinding flash erupts. Within the radiant light, a figure materializes. The light fades, revealing a winged figure with horns. The light intensifies, obscuring the figure further. The light intensifies, completely engulfing the winged figure. The light consumes everything, leaving only a blinding white. The blinding light fades, and a voice stutters, that's. The light recedes, revealing a winged demon with piercing red eyes. The light resolves, revealing a figure with long hair and a determined expression. Her eyes widen in shock as she utters, the king. A surge of red energy erupts around the king, crackling with raw power. The red energy intensifies, a deafening crackle filling the air as his power surges. The red energy crackles violently, engulfing the king in a tempest of power. The power explodes outward with a resounding crash. Shattered debris and streaks of red energy fill the air in the aftermath. The winged demon looks up, a tear tracing a path down her cheek amidst the falling debris. A silent gasp hangs in the air. Her breath hitches, and a sheen of sweat glistens on her brow. A horrifying realization dawns on her. The winged demon lies still. The words hang heavy in the air, peeking into someone's memories. The winged demon's expression hardens, her gaze unwavering. A sinister smile creeps across his face as he declares, "You have a nasty hobby for a queen." A blade is held to the queen's throat. Her expression remains unchanged, almost bored. The blade presses closer, the threat undeniable. The captor's voice cuts through the silence. "I'll say it again." He demands, his voice strained, "Rosaria, accept the summoning pact." A chilling chuckle echoes as he declares, "To think you'd escape my illusion." The chilling voice continues, taunting Rosaria, "But you're still as foolish as ever, huh?" The disembodied voice continues its taunt, dripping with arrogance, "Do you think you can kill me with that toy?" Despite the taunts, a bead of sweat rolls down his face as he retorts, "Well, I'll just have to try to see if I can or not." The disembodied voice scoffs, confident in its assessment, "Ho-hoo. You're bluffing." The woman's voice echoes, dripping with condescension, "Ho-hoo. You're bluffing." However, a swirling vortex of power erupts, defying her dismissive words. The air crackles with raw energy. A surge of power emanates from below, hinting at a force far greater than she anticipated. She silences him with a finger to his lips, her gaze intense. Tendrils now coil around him, binding him to her will. The tendrils tighten their grip, ensnaring him completely. A booming voice declares, "I'll accept the pact." But a bewildered reveals the speaker's shock. A surge of power erupts. He clutches his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. A confused kiak escapes his lips. He cries out, his eyes wide with shock as a crimson figure looms over him. The crimson figure closes in, a blur of motion. Suddenly, a disembodied voice booms, "You have fulfilled the conditions of the pact." Then, another message appears, "The summoning pact has been established." The system announces a change, the skilled demonic contract has morphed into the Queen's Man. Furthermore, the skill's rank has been readjusted. The system then announces that the new skill, complete hypnosis, has been acquired. The man lies unconscious, tendrils wrapping around him. The system announces that charm stats have increased. "Hoo-hoo. Have a good night's sleep," a voice whispers as the man lies still, the tendrils coiled around his neck. The ominous words appear, "The king's chosen one." A surge of dark energy emanates from the tendrils, accompanied by a sinister sound. A sinister smile spreads across her face, her red eyes gleaming with dark intent. He lies on the ground, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. A voice booms, calling out, "Kim Tae-hyun." He mutters, still prone on the ground. A voice booms again, this time demanding, "Are you awake now?" Towering over him, the man in the suit demands, "Are you awake now?" The thought bubble reads, as the perspective shifts back to the ground. The man in the suit smiles, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. "I'm glad you're safe," he says. The text reveals, World Player Association member, Abyss 22nd District Manager. The text reveals the man's identity, A-rank player Paul Becker. A disoriented voice echoes, "Where am I?" The speaker lies prone before a swirling vortex of energy. A voice clarifies, "This is the player zone. I found you unconscious here while on patrol." Panting heavily, the protagonist is asked, "Did something happen to you?" Catching his breath, he wonders aloud, "Did Rosaria send me here?" The system announces, "The Queen's Man, B, summons the succubus Queen Rosaria. Mana, 200. Complete hypnosis, B, activates, costing 40 mana, and charm rises to 130. A dark, swirling mass descends. Staring upwards, he realizes with dread, as I thought. It wasn't a dream after all. The system announces a change. The demonic contract skill changed to the summoning skill, the Queen's Man. He also now possesses a new skill called Complete Hypnosis. The protagonist thinks if I summon Rosaria, I can even face opponents at the level of a nation's entire force. He's now in the Asian Exhibition Games. Rosaria appears, towering behind him with a knowing gaze. He realizes, and the use for the hypnosis skill she gave me is limitless. But then, a thought strikes him. Why did she suddenly change her mind? His thoughts drift back, and what she said at the last moment. The winged demon speaks, her eyes glowing ominously. Hohu, sleep well. Suddenly, the words, the king's chosen one, appear. His eyes widen, fear gripping him as he realizes, she knows about the king? Player Kim Tae-hyun, a voice questions, echoing through the crimson landscape. A question hangs in the air. The man in the suit repeats, Player Kim Tae-hyun? The suited man's voice booms, the question hanging heavy in the air, what are you going to do now? The suited man continues, suggesting, maybe you should hire a player to act as your guide. He responds, I appreciate the concern, but it's okay. Despite the offer, he confidently declines, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he gazes at the swirling energy before him. He declares, I've finished my business here for now. So, with his business concluded, he thinks, I should head home. The sky stretches out before him. The city sprawls beneath a clear, blue sky, mountains rising in the distance. The city stretches out, a dense grid of buildings under the bright sky. The title, Regressing with the King's Power, is displayed. Chapter 41 begins. Chapter 41 opens on a modern building, complete with a helipad on its roof. A winding road snakes through the landscape, cars traveling along its path. Inside a modern building, a man stands, the sound of geobeak echoing around him. The sound geobeak echoes again as a figure ascends the stairs. The figure stops and says, Congratulations on your discharge, Guild Master. An exclamation hangs in the air. A voice echoes across the landscape, asking, Are you feeling better now? The man, flanked by two subordinates, focuses energy between his hands. A sinister smirk spreads across the man's face as he continues to focus energy between his hands. The man is revealed to be young Hansu, Vice Guild Master of the Nightwalkers, and an A-rank player. Young Hansu adjusts his jacket, a smugness in his tone as he declares, Not only am I fine, but I've already beaten up a few people. A sinister ha echoes, the sound laced with a disturbing confidence. More importantly, he continues, a sinister edge coloring his words, I have some good news. I have some good news that might interest you, Guild Master, he states, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. The Guild Master's expression shifts to one of wary curiosity. News? The good news is revealed, Kim Tae-hyun has returned from the abyssal depths. Kim Tae-hyun's gaze is intense, his eyes reflecting a steely resolve. Kim Tae-hyun points a finger directly at the protagonist, a sinister smirk playing on his lips. He loosens his tie, a visible tension radiating from him as he questions, Already? Well, maybe it's not that early, a voice concedes, a hint of uncertainty creeping into the tone. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he admits, I suppose even Tae-hyun would have trouble exploring the depths alone. A sinister smile plays on his lips as he reveals, it's called the Grave of S-Rankers for a reason. The sinister smile remains as he states, but his return isn't the issue here. He continues, his expression grave, the problem is who went to meet him. The man's shock is evident as he exclaims, What? Who went to meet him? A pregnant pause hangs in the air as he considers the implications. The leader of Undivided, one of the four great guilds. Player Kwon. Is player Kwon Kanghyuk. Kwon Kanghyuk walks forward. Kwon Kanghyuk stops, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Oh, he utters, a hint of surprise in his voice. The question hangs in the air, are you Kim Tae-hyun? A sinister grin spreads across his face, revealing teeth sharpened to points. The sinister grin widens, revealing teeth filed to sharp points. The grin becomes a declaration, the challenge ringing out, let's have a duel. With arms crossed, the challenger awaits a response. The challenger is identified as Kwon Kang-hyuk, Guild Master of Undivided and an S-Rank player. The air crackles with energy as Kwon Kang-hyuk's presence is announced. Kwon Kang-hyuk strides forward, his intent unknown. Kwon Kang-hyuk's name appears, emblazoned across the scene. He is the leader of Undivided, one of the 4 great guilds, and known as the best tank in New South Korea. Tales of Kwon Kang-hyuk are legendary, including stories of battling monsters for days on end and single-handedly defeating hundreds more. A monstrous figure looms, its single red eye glowing ominously. But the most famous. "All right then," he says, as a surge of pink energy emanates from his outstretched hand. "One of those." A booming declaration fills the air, "Here I come." His eyes glow with intensity, the pink energy surging around him as he declares, "Here I come." Pink energy crackles intensely. The announcement booms, forceful recruitment by dueling the contestants. Landing hard, she exclaims, "Where the hell?" An enraged voice booms, "Do you think you're going?" He lunges, his face contorted in fury as he roars, "Do you think you're going?" His roar echoes, a furious Ewok, filling the air. His rage intensifies as he bellows, "Secretary Kim?" His face contorts in fury, a bead of sweat flying from his brow as he screams for Secretary Kim. Secretary Kim's face is contorted with rage as she demands, "How much more of an earful do you want to hear from the Human Rights Committee now?" The text identifies her as Kim Hyeon, secretary to Kwon Kang-hyuk, a B-rank player. Kim Hyeon's voice booms, laced with frustration, "Don't you realize you could be banned from the abyss for this?" She continues, exasperated, "I'll have to make excuses for you again." Silence follows Hyeon's outburst, the unspoken question hanging heavy in the air. Suddenly, a voice booms out, "Hello? I'm Kim Hyeon, the secretary to the Guild Master of Undivided." The group turns to face the source of the voice. The secretary continues, acknowledging their guild master's reputation for non-humanitarian forceful recruitment, before stating their intent to officially scout them. An indignant voice booms, cutting through the secretary's offer, "Secretary Kim. Non-humanitarian? What are you talking about?" The guildmaster continues, stating that if you express an intention to join us, there's no need for a duel. The protagonist challenges the guildmaster's statement, questioning, "Doesn't that just mean that if I don't join, you'll force me to?" That's true, but... She stammers, then adds, "It's not a bad offer for you either. From what I know, you..." She begins, her words hanging in the air, leaving the protagonist in suspense. A bead of sweat trickles down her face as she awaits the protagonist's response. "We'll be participating in the Asian Exhibition Games." A stunned silence fills the room. The announcement is followed by a bold claim, "Our guild, Undivided, is the most specialized in abyss exploration among the 4 great guilds." The woman continues, stating, "We have extensive dungeon raid schedules and even provide full support for abyss exploration." The woman's words continue, promising, "If you join our guild, you'll definitely..." Her expression shifts to one of shock, a bead of sweat trickling down her face. "Gain enough merit points to compensate for any points you lack," she finishes, her voice booming with confidence. A beat of silence follows her proclamation. An unsettling cacique echoes in the air. Then, a stern voice cuts through the laughter, "Enough, Secretary Kim." Secretary Kim's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down her face. The man beside her looms, his expression unreadable. A voice muses, stating that if he were easily swayed by words, he would have joined long ago. His grin widens, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. "That's not true." The man announces, "I changed my mind." His sudden shift in attitude hangs heavy in the air. The woman and the man both react with shock. The panel reads, "What?" A question hangs in the air, thick with disbelief. The man's response is a triumphant, "Yes." The woman beside him, however, looks on with a nervous expression. The question hangs heavy, "So, are you saying you're joining Undivided?" A sinister grin spreads across his face, the scars on his face accentuating the unsettling expression. The sinister grin fades as he wonders, what nonsense is he spouting? His lips curl into a sneer. A question hangs in the air, mirroring the confusion etched on his face. The disembodied voice declares, "We're doing it your way." A smile spreads across his face as he looks up at his imposing companion. The sound of footsteps echoes. His eyes narrow, a sinister edge now present. "The winner gets what they want," he declares. The sinister figure presses, "Deal?" His face contorts into a terrifying grin, revealing sharp, predatory teeth. "This punk," he growls, barely containing his rage. A deafening roar erupts as the stadium lights blaze. The crowd roars its approval, the stadium lights shining down. The undivided headquarters arena is now the stage for the next battle. Suddenly, a voice booms, questioning, "We heard you were targeted for Undivided Guild's forced recruitment?" The voice continues, pressing, "Does that mean you're not connected with Yua Hyung from Nightwalkers in any way?" The barrage of questions continues, the crowd pressing in. "Why did you accept the duel with Kwon Kang-hyuk?" The heckling continues, one voice rising above the others to declare, "You're fighting the best tank in New South Korea." The shouts intensify, the crowd now directly questioning his chances. "Do you have any chance of winning this duel?" A pregnant pause hangs in the air as the reporters await his response. The silence is broken by his internal monologue, "So fucking annoying. Just let me through." His frustration builds as he considers, "Should I just crush everyone here with the spirit skill?" His frustration boils over, a flame igniting in his eye. "Why aren't you saying anything?" he finally demands, his patience wearing thin. A chorus of voices responds to his demand, one voice offering a weak, well. While another cries out, "Yua." Hearing their hesitant responses, he tilts his head, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Panting heavily, another voice cries out, "I also need to. I need to get an interview too," another desperate voice calls out. Kim Ji-ja, a newly recruited reporter for SY Economy, lists her specialty as barely avoided being fired. The reporter reaches out, seemingly trying to grab something. Her hand closes, the sound of impact echoing as she connects. A sharp crack echoes as the reporter's grip tightens. The reporter's face contorts in pain as the man's grip tightens on her wrist. A sudden, sharp intake of breath. "It's been a while, Miss Kim Ji-ja," he says, his words dripping with a veiled threat. He continues, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "We met during the player tryouts, right?" "Oh," she gasps, then blurts out a desperate, "Yes." Her voice trembling, she stammers, "It's been a while, Mr. Kim Tae-hyun." Suddenly, a voice demands, "Kim Ji-ja? Which media company is she from?" A new voice erupts, filled with suspicion, "Who is she? Acting like she knows player Kim Tae-hyun?" Kim Tae-hyun takes Ji-ja's hand, a slight smile playing on his lips as she looks up at him, a blush rising on her cheeks. "To think he would remember someone like me who just passed by him," she thinks, a visible blush spreading across her face. "I guess big shots like him are different after all." A voice muses. Then, a sudden announcement, "Now, any questions you have will be answered later through this reported here." Ji-ja's eyes widen in shock. "What?" Cutting off the Q&A session, he declares, "As you know, due to my plans with player Kwon Kang-hyuk, I don't have time for a Q&A session." Suddenly, a voice cuts through the commotion. "Your name is Kim Ji-ja, right?" The interrogation intensifies with a pointed question. "What is your relationship with player Kim Tae-hyun?" The crowd erupts in a frenzy, their shouts echoing around Kim Ji-ja. "Yua." With a knowing smirk, he announces, "Well then, I'll take my leave." His words hang in the air, "Well then, I'll take my leave." With that declaration, he departs down a brightly lit corridor. He continues his departure down the corridor, his back turned. He continues down the stairs, exiting the building. He pauses, turning back with a piercing gaze. Suddenly, he is struck by a powerful energy blast. The energy blast sends him hurtling through the air. He is sent flying towards a towering, mirrored building. He hurtles towards the mirrored skyscraper. "Ha ha ha. You're here," a voice booms. A man grins maniacally, surrounded by a menacing, purple aura. "I was worried you might chicken out," he taunts, the purple aura around him intensifying. He ascends the steps toward a blinding light. He continues forward, a sense of determination in his stride. He approaches the entrance to an stadium, the light growing ever brighter. He ascends the steps, the light intensifying with each stride. His eyes narrow, a flicker of determination in his gaze as he steps into the light. He steps into a blinding green light, the air crackling with energy. He is suspended in the air, the green light intensifying around him. The green light intensifies, obscuring everything. The light explodes outwards, and a voice booms, "Ha ha ha! You're here?" The man grins menacingly, surrounded by a swirling pink aura. His eyes gleam with cruel amusement. The menacing man continues, "I was worried you might chicken out." He retorts, "I should be the one saying that." The man's eyes widen, a sinister smile plastered across his face. The man's fist glows with power as he declares, "Let's settle this then." Suddenly, a voice booms, "Gentlemen." Two figures stand behind them, watching the unfolding conflict. The crowd watches with anticipation as the announcement declares, the long-awaited big match of the day. The announcer declares the stakes, there's only one condition for victory. Make your opponent kneel. The announcer continues, his fanged grin widening, as the screen displays the fighters' images. The screen displays the next contender, Choi Hae-seol, a B-rank player. The announcer's voice booms, introducing the 120th forced recruitment. But a panicked voice cuts in, stammering, I didn't mean that." "Well then." A voice echoes, laced with a chilling challenge. "Let's see your skills, shall we?" The challenge is set, let this humane talent recruitment duel begin at once. The duel begins, and he moves with blinding speed. Well then, without further ado. The challenge is about to begin in earnest. A flash of pink energy erupts as the duel intensifies. A blinding flash of pink erupts from his hand. "Let me show you," he declares, the words resonating with power. The air crackles with energy as the pink light intensifies, revealing the skull-like design of his armor. The pink light erupts outward, engulfing his opponent. Now, the full power of the Night King's spirit can take down even a decent S-class monster in one blow. He extends his arm, focusing the Night King's spirit. A monstrous skeletal figure looms behind him, a testament to the power he now wields. Focusing his gaze, he declares, even someone like Kwon Kang-hyuk won't be able to move so easily. Wow! That's... A voice trails off, seemingly in awe. The speaker trails off, awestruck by the sight before them. Wow! That's... impressive! Kwon Kang-hyuk stands bathed in a blinding, pinkish-white light. A wave of shock reverberates as the light intensifies. The light intensifies, revealing a sinister grin on Kwon Kang-hyuk's face. But, the light show is interrupted. His eyes widen with shock as the light flares around him. But a twisted grin spreads across his face. "It won't work on me." The light intensifies, but he remains unfazed, a determined glint in his eye. The attack connects, sharp blades piercing through the blinding light. A massive, feline beast lunges through the light, bearing down on him with terrifying speed. His eyes widen in alarm. The beast's attack lands with devastating force. "What?" he exclaims, the beast's sudden attack catching him completely off guard. "What?" he cries out, the shock evident on his face as the attack connects. His eyes glow with menacing power as he unleashes a devastating blast of energy. The force of his punch erupts in a blinding explosion of power. The bear roars, unleashing a torrent of pink energy. The hero is caught in the bear's devastating pink energy attack. The hero is engulfed by the blast. He cries out as the attack hits. The chains slam into him. He is bombarded by a barrage of attacks. He is completely ensnared by the glowing chains. He grits his teeth, a maniacal laugh escaping his lips as the chains tighten. "You've got pretty decent little tricks," he exclaims, a malevolent aura intensifying around him. "But if you think that's all I've got, you can't stop me with that, I'd be disappointed," he booms, his power intensifying. The Demon King's power surges, a blinding pink energy enveloping the area. His opponents are sent flying backwards from the sheer force. The Demon King grimaces, sweat beading on his brow as he utters, "Fuck." Pink energy crackles around him, seemingly uncontrolled. Pink energy continues to erupt, now seemingly focused on a golden chain. The pink energy intensifies around him, blurring the world. The pink energy consumes everything, leaving only a blinding white. The pink energy surges, solidifying into a monstrous form. The monstrous figure launches a kick, a resounding OK echoing as the attack hurtles towards its target. The monstrous figure descends, chains trailing as it crashes down amidst a burst of energy. The impact sends debris flying, a shockwave rippling outwards from the point of collision. A blinding light erupts as the monstrous figure makes impact. His eyes widen in terror as the blinding light engulfs him. The impact sends shockwaves, shattering the ground around him. The force of the blast sends rocks flying. Dust and debris swirl in the aftermath of the explosion. Emerging from the dust, the figure's glowing eyes pierce the haze. He charges forward, shattering the ground beneath his feet. His glowing eyes narrow, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Poof! He moves with blinding speed. He stands amidst the swirling dust, a powerful aura emanating from him. Standing firm amidst the shattered remains of the arena, his aura intensifies. "You're pretty good at running away. I'll tell you that," he says, his voice echoing through the ruined arena. His opponent, head bowed, remains still. "How do you plan to win like that?" the voice booms. A chilling laugh echoes as the figure responds, "You tell me, Guild Master." The Guild Master's opponent retorts, "Unless you have another hidden beast, it's not going to be easy to make me kneel." Despite his injuries, the Guild Master's opponent smirks, his labored breathing audible. A dry laugh escapes him. "For someone who's cornered, you sure know how to talk." He stomps down, the force of his step cracking the stone beneath his feet. "The challenge accepted," he declares, "if that's what you want." A monstrous grin spreads across his face, framed by crackling pink energy. Pink energy crackles as he declares, "Then I'll end it with this." The monstrous form lunges forward, jaws agape and lined with razor-sharp teeth. Pink energy flares from his hand, intensifying the monstrous transformation. "Wow! It's out," someone shouts, the exclamation hanging in the air. Guildmaster Quan Kanghyuk's final attack form is announced. Before them, the monstrous transformation takes complete form, a massive, glowing purple Tyrannosaurus Rex. The crowd recoils in shock, a collective gasp escaping their lips. The monstrous T-Rex roars, declaring, "It's over now." Ha ha ha. No matter how much of a rising star he is, he's nowhere in the same league as the Guild Master, the T-Rex declares triumphantly, his words echoing through the stunned crowd. The T-Rex's shadow looms large, engulfing the arena. Amidst the tension, a spectator remarks, "I'm glad I came to watch." Another adds, "This is fun." An angry voice booms, questioning, "Should you really be saying that right now?" A chilling condition is revealed: if he loses, player Kim Taehyun has to join Undivided. With a slight smirk, she concedes, "Well, you're right about that. We should have stopped the duel from happening," she states, a hint of regret in her voice. Quan Kanghyuk's skill is revealed, Blessing of the Beasts. The Blessing of the Beasts manifests as spectral forms of a bull, lion, and snake looming behind Quan Kanghyuk, their eyes glowing with ominous power. The skill, Blessing of the Beasts, mimics the strength of various animals and exhibits an incredible amount of power in close combat. Even for Kim Taehyun, winning a one-on-one fight with him was never likely. The odds seem stacked against him. The instructor clutches his throat, his expression a mix of shock and pain. Come on now. Don't worry too much." A voice tries to reassure someone, but the situation remains tense. A question hangs in the air, as the man holding the popcorn seems unsure of what's happening. "From what I've seen of Taehyun," someone begins to say, setting the stage for an upcoming observation. He pops a piece of popcorn into his mouth, his expression thoughtful. The thought hangs in the air, unfinished. The thought continues, he always has a hidden ace up his sleeve. A blinding pink energy erupts, its source hidden from view. The pink energy intensifies, now emanating directly from his hand. He's sent hurtling backwards, the pink energy now taking the form of sharp, ethereal blades. He grits his teeth, the pink energy blades now directly in front of him, poised to strike. The blades close in. His expression contorts in a grimace as the attack bears down on him. Suddenly, the scene shifts. A group of people sit in a theater, watching with rapt attention. One man, sweat beading on his brow, looks particularly concerned. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he exclaims, "Oh!" What has caught his attention? A woman gasps, eyes wide with shock, raising her camera. She exclaims, capturing whatever has startled her. What is this? A voice exclaims, filled with disbelief. His face contorts in disbelief, the question hanging heavy in the air, what is this? Sweat beads on his brow as he grips the microphone, his eyes wide with shock. The announcement booms, the G Guild Master. The text booms, knelt down on his own. The text confirms it, knelt down on his own. His eyes widen in disbelief as he stares up at the figure looming over him. A bead of sweat trickles down his face. The force of the impact shatters the ground around him. Confusion and shock ripple through him. What just happened? His eyes widen, a dawning realization spreading across his face. "Oh," he exclaims, the question hanging in the air. Tears stream down his face as he utters, "Oh." The realization seems to hit him hard. Despite his injuries, he asks, "How does this?" The question hangs, unfinished. "Mean that I won?" he asks, the question laced with disbelief. Meanwhile, the scene shifts. The crowd erupts. It's true, the guild master demanded the duel first. But the opponent also accepted it willingly. Secretary Kim explains the situation to the Human Rights Committee via phone. Chapter 42 begins. The chapter opens on a scene of devastation. Two figures stand amidst the shattered remains of what was once a pristine arena. The perspective shifts, now showing the audience watching the fight on a large screen. The crowd murmurs, recognizing the name displayed, Guildmaster Kwon Kang-hyuk. Lost? The question hangs in the air, unanswered. The murmurs intensify as a voice exclaims, "The man who never knelt even during hundreds of dungeon raids, knelt down on his own?" "This has to be," one of the onlookers exclaims, his eyes wide with disbelief. The crowd's disbelief grows. "This has to be a lie," one shouts. "He must have cheated." The uproar intensifies. "This doesn't count." "Doesn't count," they shout, demanding, "Fight again. Do it properly." Ignoring the crowd's protests, he simply turns his back on the arena. The crowd's anger escalates, "This is invalid." The crowd's cries for a rematch grow louder, "Fight again. Again. Again." He lets out a sigh of relief, the fight seemingly over. He reaches out, his hand hovering over the control panel. With his hands in his pockets, he casts a wary glance at the figure kneeling in the distance. "I expected some lash back," he thinks, surprised. "But who would have thought he'd push me into a corner this badly in a close combat?" As expected of New Korea's top tanker, a voice observes. He thinks, "I'm glad the complete hypnosis skill I got from Rosaria worked well at the last moment," he finishes his thought. An opponent lies defeated on the ground. Bloodied and grinning, he stands over his defeated foe. A massive figure looms over him, dwarfing his form. "Kneel." Now, the giant commands. The giant towers over him, the command to kneel still hanging in the air. "Damn it," he curses, refusing to yield to the giant's demand. His eyes widen, a primal scream escaping his throat as he unleashes a surge of power. The surge of power emanates from him, distorting the very air around him. The world swims back into focus, and he realizes with dawning horror, "I lost?" He struggles to recall what happened. What happened? "I can't remember the last moment." His eyes widen in disbelief, sweat pouring down his face. A primal snarl contorts his features, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Did he use a mind control skill, he wonders, panic rising. How could he have made such a mistake? Damn it, he shouts, frustration boiling over. The monster's massive, razor-sharp teeth are bared. Suddenly, a voice booms out, silencing everything. Everyone shut up. A stunned silence follows, punctuated only by a single, echoing. Despite the tension, one man calmly eats popcorn, a faint smile playing on his lips. The sound effect jang rings out. The woman with glasses is struck, her eyes wide with shock as a bead of sweat rolls down her face. Stuttering, she manages to get out, "Gee. Guild Master?" The Guild Master's voice booms, declaring, "I don't know what skill that brat used, but losing was my fault." The result stands. His face contorted in fury, the Guild Master appears ready to explode. He lunges forward, his fist clenched tight. "If you're a member of Undivided, quietly accept the result of this duel," he booms. Roaring, he demands, "If you're a member of Undivided, quietly accept the result of this duel." He continues, his voice booming with threat, "If anyone's dissatisfied, step forward. I'll crush your head myself," he finishes, his threat hanging heavy in the air. Meanwhile, someone in the audience stammers, questioning, Did the great Quan Kanghyuk really lose? A chilling hoo-hoo-hoo echoes through the room. It seems losing to Taehyun has truly enraged him. A sinister grin spreads across Quan Kanghyuk's face. But still, Quan Kanghyuk thinks, his sinister intent hanging heavy in the air. Quan Kanghyuk watches the fight from the stands, his expression unreadable as he clutches what appears to be a brain. The text declares the intent, to make Quan Kanghyuk kneel in that split second. It seems he had another hidden skill after all. Kim Taehyun, really, he thinks, crushing something in his hand with a sickening crunch. His rage intensifies. "You never fail to surprise me." With a resounding crash, the figure lands. Dust explodes outwards as the figure lands with immense force. An exclamation hangs in the air. Dust clings to his face, but his expression remains resolute. Despite the dust clouding his vision, his gaze remains unwavering. The air crackles with energy as the attack lands. The impact reverberates with a resounding OH. The force of the blow sends him hurtling downward. Despite the blood trickling down his face, a sinister smile creeps across his lips. Lying on the ground, he states, "It was a good match." He looks up, his expression intense. "Let me ask you one thing." He then asks, "Did you plan to win in this manner from the start?" A simple, yet telling, well, to some extent, yes, hangs in the air. A knowing smirk spreads across his face, blood trickling down his cheek. "TCH. You annoying bastard," the unseen character exclaims, clearly frustrated. His teeth bared in a furious snarl, the unseen character's rage is palpable. With a resounding impact, their fists collide. The force of the blow sends shockwaves outward. Alright, a promise is a promise. The words hang in the air, a challenge and a commitment both. He grabs his opponent by the hair, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He demands, "Do you want money? Or a unique item? Tell me." His face bruised, he thinks, those wouldn't be bad, but... The protagonist grips the other's hand tightly, declaring, "What I want isn't an object." The other man looks on, a question mark appearing in his thought bubble. The other man, still clasping the protagonist's hand, asks, "Then what do you want?" His face remains obscured, but the man's question hangs in the air. The man's face remains partially obscured by shadows, heightening the tension of the moment. The words, "The Labyrinth Minotaur," appear, hanging in the air. The Labyrinth Minotaur's face contorts in rage, teeth bared. What could have provoked such a reaction? "I want to participate in the..." The words trail off, leaving the sentence unfinished. Raid of the Labyrinth Minotaur. The challenge is laid bare. The Minotaur's massive form looms, its glowing blue eyes burning with intensity. A manic grin spreads across his face as he reaches out, grabbing the Minotaur's shield. The Minotaur's shield shatters under the force of the blow. The camera pans out, revealing the city skyline. The camera continues its upward pan, showcasing the towering skyscrapers. The camera continues to pan upwards. Is this the Labyrinth Minotaur? The man wonders aloud. Yeah, it's the dungeon at the entrance of the Abyss Dungeon. True to its name, the Labyrinth Minotaur is filled with countless traps and complex spaces. So, someone with detection skills is needed. Despite being at the entrance of the Abyss, many guilds and S-rank players have disastrously failed the challenge. The man with the eye patch sits at a table, his gaze fixed on something unseen. The Undivided Guild currently holds the raid rights and is about to attempt it in secret. The man's thoughts race. How did Kim Tae-hyun know about that place? Is this okay? Despite his outward composure, the man muses, well, of course, I can't say I'm not stressed at all. You never know what might happen in the abyss. He stands in the center of the room, his hands clasped behind his back. But what can we do? He wonders aloud. All we can do is trust those who challenge it. He looks off to the side, his hands clasped tightly. But what can we do? He repeats, a hint of desperation in his voice. All we can do is trust those who challenge it. A chuckle escapes him as he admits, if I were younger, I would have joined as well, though. Mr. Chairman. He begins, the words hanging in the air. Though. The chairman muses, his expression unreadable as he sits in contemplation. My one concern is not so much the difficulty of the dungeon, the chairman continues, his words hanging heavy with unspoken meaning. But rather about the people, the chairman concludes, his cryptic words leaving the true meaning shrouded in mystery. Clasping his hands together, the chairman hopes aloud, let's hope my worries don't come true. Suddenly, an alarm blares as a holographic screen displays a woman with a look of panic. Suddenly, an exclamation mark appears in a speech bubble near the chairman. Chairman, a voice booms, cutting through the tension. An apology follows, I'm sorry for suddenly disturbing you. The urgency is palpable as the aide declares, it's an urgent matter. Her wide eyes reflect the gravity of the situation. An urgent matter, the chairman asks, his gaze intense as he looks towards the aide and the projected screen. The aide's words cut through the room, the Japanese Players Association contacted us. The chairman demands, what are you talking about? The East Point matter should have been dealt with by now. A question hangs in the air, unanswered. Well. The aide begins, a pregnant pause hanging in the air. The aide's words are interrupted by a startling announcement. The Saintess has extended an invitation to player Kim Tae-hyun. A looming figure casts a long shadow over the aide, who now visibly sweats, a glowing blade materializing in his hand. A stunned fills the air, the aide's shock palpable. A surge of energy erupts, a brilliant blue sphere crackling with power. The room is filled with rows upon rows of identical figures, all facing the source of the blue energy. This is the association's underground large gate control room. A countdown begins, a disembodied voice booms 1. The countdown continues. The countdown continues, escalating to 4, 5. The countdown continues, 56, 57. The countdown continues, now reaching 58, 59. The countdown nears its end, 98, 99. 100. The countdown concludes. With the countdown complete, a sinister smile spreads across his face. With this, of the 100 members of the Labyrinth Minotaur raid team. She begins to announce, her expression grim. She announces, everyone has assembled. As she finishes her announcement, a blinding blue light erupts before them, consuming the entire area. The blue light solidifies into a figure standing before them, his back turned, an air of mystery surrounding his arrival. The figure speaks, a chilling word escaping his monstrous teeth, all right. Well then, the figure exclaims, his words hanging heavy in the air. The figure's declaration rings out, let's go see some ugly-ass monsters now, shall we? A surge of power emanates from him, his grin widening to reveal rows of sharp teeth. A surge of energy explodes outward. The energy rips through the structure, tearing through the walls and pillars. The destruction continues, the building collapsing further under the force. The structure implodes in a burst of light and debris. Amidst the chaos, a voice commands, take care of that side first. Come over here, a voice booms, as the battle intensifies. The warning cry rings out, they're coming again. Defensive skills up front. The location is revealed, inside Labyrinth Minotaur. The battle unfolds inside the Labyrinth Minotaur. The hero clashes with the Minotaur, his blade needing the monster's gauntlet. The Minotaur roars, its red eyes blazing with fury. The hero's sword shatters against the Minotaur's immense power. He lunges forward, undeterred by the shattered blade. A surge of energy erupts. Energy blades erupt around him, poised to strike. He moves in a blur, ready to strike. The creature roars in pain as the energy blades strike. The creature reels, its glowing red eyes blazing with fury. A blinding flash erupts. The hero stands his ground, a blade held firmly in his hand as the monstrous creature looms. The creature lunges, claws extended, ready to strike. Ha ha! Those are some impressive skills, he remarks, a flicker of amusement in his eyes as he watches the creature attack. An exclamation hangs in the air. The air crackles with energy as a horde of monstrous figures emerges, weapons raised. He stares ahead, his expression unreadable as a figure approaches, carrying a grotesque, glowing-eyed mask. A sinister grin spreads across the approaching figure's face. "Do you like the weapon I gave you?" he asks. He holds the grotesque weapon aloft, its glowing red eye gleaming ominously. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he examines the weapon. "Well, it's not bad," he admits. He reveals that his usual weapon is currently out of commission. "I had to send my usual weapon for repairs anyway." A booming laugh echoes as he presents the weapon. "Ha ha ha. It's decent, right?" He adds, "I was planning to give it to you if you joined the guild." The blade gleams, its sharp edge reflecting a sinister purple glow. The system identifies the weapon, SSS-Rank, rare. "You joining the raid team benefits us too," a voice declares. So it didn't feel right as the reward for the bet. He hurls a dagger at another foe, but then pauses, concern etched on his face. "Thank you for that, but are you sure about the Labyrinth raid?" The voice warns that everyone has failed to raid the Labyrinth Minotaur for the past 30 years. Without special measures, the raid won't be easy. But another voice confidently interjects, "Don't worry about that." The woman, standing before him, tilts her head, a simple escaping her lips. The confident voice continues, stating, "Because everyone participating in this raid is a veteran player of at least B rank," she declares, her smile widening. SFX, whoosh. They've already been subduing monsters smoothly without any setbacks. With a yell, she brings her blade down. The woman points a finger up, a confident smile on her face. Behind her, a shadowy figure lurks. The woman reveals their strategy, plus, our Vice Guild leader is detecting and removing all of the labyrinth's traps using his detection skills. The Vice Guild leader is revealed, holding a glowing lantern linked by a chain. Scars mark his body and face. "Bah ha ha. That guy's quiet, but you can count on him," she exclaims, confident in her Vice Guild leader's abilities. She continues, revealing, "We even found a clue to the Labyrinth raid a few months ago." She points to the phone in her hand, revealing a symbol that might unlock the secrets of the Labyrinth raid. He interrupts, questioning, "By clue, you mean?" The man reveals the clue: "We discovered a corpse of a monster seemingly from the labyrinth in the abyssal depths." An exclamation punctuates the revelation, hinting at the gravity of the discovery. The corpse of a giant minotaur lies before them, bearing the same tattoos as the patterns found throughout the labyrinth. Below, a single horn glows with an ominous light. "When we touched the corpse, all parts of it except one horn turned to dust," he explains, his expression grim. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he begins to piece it together. "So, that means..." He continues, piecing together the implications. "Yep, if that monster was really from the labyrinth, we can use tracking skills to follow its traces and..." The realization hits him. He exclaims, "Find out the path that leads to inside the labyrinth." The realization dawns on him. "Find out the path that leads to inside the labyrinth," he declares, a sinister grin spreading across his face. 43. A group of figures advances into the labyrinth, their forms indistinct in the dim light. They ventured deeper into the labyrinth, the path ahead illuminated by an eerie glow. A ladder leads upward to a glowing red circle etched with strange symbols. One of the figures starts to climb, a light emanating from his hands. A swarm of bats descends as the group below reacts in fear and anger. A hand reaches for a strange box, light radiating from within. The group stands in a dark corridor, red symbols glowing ominously on the walls. The group advances through a vast chamber, the man with the glowing box leading the way. The man with the box continues forward, deeper into the darkness. The man clutches the glowing box tightly. His expression hardens with determination. At last, a voice declares, "We've arrived." The group lies unconscious, scattered across the floor of what appears to be a transport ship. Red target symbols glow ominously on the walls. The voice continues, declaring, "This is the end of the line." The voice booms, declaring their arrival at the end of the labyrinth. The labyrinth's end reveals a massive, looming figure. The massive figure stands, an imposing guardian at the labyrinth's end. The guardian looms, its massive form filling the labyrinth's end. The guardian is just a statue? Confusion etched on his face, he demands, "What's going on? Where's the boss monster?" A figure holding a lantern steps forward, revealing more of the group. "Where is the boss monster?" "It seems," a voice echoes, "we need to put the horn on that statue." The statue looms, a massive, imposing figure in the dim light. It appears they've found their target. But then, a voice wonders, "What, is that so?" A sinister grin spreads across his face, revealing rows of sharp, predatory teeth. "Secretary Kim." "The horn," a voice booms. Immediately, she responds, "Coming now, sir," as she grips the steering mechanism. His sinister grin widens, a predatory glint in his eyes. "Hurry over here." Quickly, one voice shouts. Just a moment, another responds. "So far, everything matches my intel from before the regression," he thinks, his gaze fixed ahead. The raid team has reached the labyrinth's end, using the Grand Minotaur's horn. The labyrinth's end is revealed with a burst of energy. But what happens right after that is? A scream rips through the air as something hurtles towards him with incredible speed. He cries out, something colliding with him at breakneck speed. The force of the impact sends him reeling. He's sent flying through the air, his trajectory unknown. An explosion of energy erupts around him as he's sent hurtling backwards. The force sends him hurtling downwards, a blue energy trail marking his rapid descent. Below, the crowd erupts in cheers. "Are we finally conquering the labyrinth that hasn't been cleared for 30 years, one of them exclaims, hope surging through the ranks. He lands amidst the crowd, a faint smile playing on his lips as blue energy crackles around him. But then, a sinister voice booms, shattering the hopeful atmosphere, "Kohaha! Now, come on out." A voice declares, "Let's see the face of this labyrinth's boss." The question hangs heavy in the air? The anticipation hangs thick as the boss finally emerges. The labyrinth's boss stands revealed, a figure clad in a dark, patterned jacket and orange pants. Before him, a massive, glowing structure looms. A surge of power erupts from the boss, the force of it radiating outwards. The energy intensifies, becoming a blinding white light. The light intensifies further, an almost unbearable glare filling the space. He stands amidst the blinding light, the energy crackling around him. The light fades, revealing the aftermath. Rows of bodies litter the floor. Red symbols glow ominously on the walls. One man remains, sprawled on the floor, a sinister grin plastered across his face. The devastation is complete. Bodies are strewn amidst the debris, victims of a brutal attack. His teeth bared, he prepares to unleash another devastating attack. What is this?" he exclaims, confronted by a colossal, skeletal beast rising from the destruction. Stunned, the group can only stare upward, speechless at the sight before them. And what? The group's shock is palpable as they struggle to comprehend the monstrous sight. Eyes wide with disbelief, the group's shock intensifies as one of them begins to utter, "This is..." The man's face comes into view, his expression unreadable beneath the brim of his hat. The man's question echoes in the desolate landscape, "What is this place?" Where did everyone go? Snow, the man exclaims, his voice filled with disbelief. The sudden change in environment has clearly caught him and his companions off guard. Kysh, someone screams as they are swept away by a torrent of water. Damn it! What's happening? All of a sudden, someone shouts, struggling against the current. Another scream echoes as the torrent intensifies. As expected, it activated, a voice declares, as the torrent rages on. A sinister smile spreads across his face as the torrent intensifies. The torrent slams into him, leaving him prone on the ground. He lies still amidst the dense undergrowth. He and his team are sprawled out, defeated, amongst the trees. Their defeat is now explained, the spatial transfer trap. He lies prone in the undergrowth, a series of bright green slashes appearing above him. He is not alone. Several other men lie scattered around him, all seemingly defeated by the same attack. It was the spatial transfer trap that had taken them down. A wave of confusion washes over the remaining members. What? One of them exclaims, their faces etched with disbelief. Someone is seen holding open a book, its pages filled with lines of text. He holds the book open, and a realization dawns on him. I see. So Kim Tae-hyun joined the Labyrinth raid team, huh? He muses, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He stands alone in the room, the light casting long shadows around him. Please forgive me, a voice pleads, adding, it all happened so suddenly. Panic sets in as a voice cries out, what should we do? The hooded figure hears a proposition, if you wish, Mr. Shadow, we can stop the operation immediately. Mr. Shadow rejects the offer. No, in fact, this is perfect. Mr. Shadow's visor reflects a sinister red glow as he declares, no, in fact, this is perfect. A speech bubble filled with question marks appears, hinting at the confusion and uncertainty that lies ahead. The situation is far more dire than it seemed. 5 S-ranked villains have infiltrated the raid team. Including the A-rank threats, that makes 20 in total. A sinister smile spreads across the blonde woman's face, her arms crossed confidently. Behind her, 2 figures with glowing red eyes emerge from the shadows. Kwon Kang-hyuk. Kim Tae-hyun. She murmurs, sizing up the opposition. No matter how impressive they are, they're bound to have limits. I wonder how they'll handle the hidden villains, she muses, a sinister plan brewing. While they're laboring away in the labyrinth. With a sinister intent, she slams the book shut. Isn't it exciting? He asks, his glowing eyes piercing through the mask. The book now rests in his hands, his fingers interlaced over it. In the forest clearing, a group of figures stands before him. Should we introduce ourselves first? One of them asks. A woman steps forward, introducing herself. I'm Miranda, a B-ranked player. Another man stands nearby, his expression a mix of apprehension and unease as Miranda introduces herself. The text confirms her statement, Miranda, a B-rank player, is a member of Undivided. A voice cuts through the air, laced with anger, don't fucking. The sound of approaching footsteps grows louder. Lie. You villain, he shouts, his face contorted in rage. The villain's foot slams down, the force of the impact creating a blinding flash. Blood splatters as he is struck. Kawak, he cries out. His cry echoes as the crossed-out name Miranda is replaced with the title of an S-rank villain, the triple magician Milena. The number 44 is displayed. The countdown continues, 44. The youngest S-rank player, Kim Tae-hyun, is revealed. Below, someone stands, their presence looming over the protagonist. I've always been curious about what kind of person he was, a voice muses. Doubts surface as the speaker wonders, is he a hero like the guildmaster, acting like always a reliable shield on the front lines? His face contorted in a grotesque grin, the figure lunges forward, a wave of fire erupting around him. Behind him, others brandish their weapons, their expressions menacing. Or is he a saint as the rumors say? The narration continues, as a man with an eye patch stands with his arms crossed, a sinister-looking woman behind him. Who went on to sacrifice himself to save the citizens at East Point, the narration questions, before continuing, either way, unlike someone like me. I'm just a B-rank player. The narration reveals the man to be Park Sung-hoo, a member of Undivided. A bead of sweat rolls down his face as he smirks, the image juxtaposing the previous narration. Despite his earlier statement, the narration declares, "There's no doubt he's an amazing person worthy of respect." Park Sung-hoo's eyes widen in alarm, sweat beading on his brow. Despite the narration's praise, Park Sung-hoo's expression betrays his inner turmoil. A bead of sweat trickles down his face, and his eyes widen with a hint of fear. The forest floor erupts in a cloud of dust as someone is sent flying. Park Sung-hoo's eyes widen further, his expression now a mask of terror. He flinches, instinctively raising an arm to shield himself from the unseen force. The force slams into him, the sound of impact echoing through the forest. He's sent hurtling backwards, the ground rushing up to meet him. As he flies through the air, three figures look up in stunned disbelief. "Wah! What?" One of them manages to stammer. He crashes through the undergrowth, landing hard. The man's face contorts in fury. "What the hell did you just do, you fucking lunatic?" He's sent flying backwards by an unseen force. With a smug grin, he gives a thumbs up, declaring, "Oh, she's a villain, so don't worry about her." His face contorts in rage as he shouts, "Villain? Bullshit." A surge of power erupts from his clenched fist. "You lunatic," he roars, unleashing a torrent of energy. The weapon discharges with a resounding blast. Even amidst the blast, he declares, "But it's true." The blast surrounds him, energy crackling intensely. The blast rocks him, and he grits his teeth, exclaiming, "Damn it." He fires his weapon, but a voice booms, "Kim Tae-hyun." Who would have thought he'd be spouting nonsense like a madman in this crisis? A voice echoes, filled with grief, "Miranda was a precious comrade. She has been hunting monsters and exploring the abyss with us for so long." The grief is palpable as he continues, "Miranda was a precious comrade. She has been hunting monsters and exploring the abyss with us for so long." His voice cracks with disbelief. "Yet she's a villain?" His teeth grind together, a low growl rumbling in his throat. The revelation hits him hard, "That's impossible." Desperation rising, he screams, "Miranda! Wake up!" A desperate thought surfaces, "We need to get away from that lunatic." A firm resolve hardens his heart. "I'll protect. You know Matt Dash," he vows, sweat beading on his brow as he grits his teeth. His face contorted in shock, he cries out, "What?" A sharp AAH pierces the air. The world spins as he falls, a blade flashing above. HHP flashes as blood splatters. "How dare you touch me," the voice booms, echoing with fury. Spitting blood, his wide eyes betray a flicker of disbelief. The figure's rage intensifies. "You filthy pig," she shouts. Two figures unleash a coordinated attack, their fists glowing with power. A sinister grin spreads across the face of the man in the foreground. "See? I told you she's a villain," a voice declares, as the figure stands with their hands in their pockets. He poses the question, driving home his accusation, "Isn't that right?" A sinister smirk stretches across his face as he awaits a response. A resounding impact echoes through the area. The force of the blow sends shockwaves rippling outwards. Debris flies as the two combatants remain locked in their struggle. The clash continues, the force of their blows creating a blinding light. His eyes widen as the impact registers. Sweat beads on his brow, a clear sign of the struggle. The ground shatters from the force of the blow. A surge of blue energy emanates from his hands. Striding through the forest, he muses, "Who would have thought there'd be three villains?" He pauses, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. His eyes dart to the side, a clear sign of unease. The hero wonders, should I? He wonders if he should have memorized who the nobodies are as well. He moves, the sound of his footsteps echoing through the clearing. A sharp impact echoes as he is struck. The force of the blow sends shockwaves rippling outwards. The force of the impact sends him reeling. The force of the blow sends him staggering back. After taking the blow, he smirks, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. How strange. Standing in the forest, she thinks, even among the comrades from Undivided who I'd been with for years, not a single one noticed. The two men stand ready to fight. Above them, a figure descends from the trees. Her eyes widen in disbelief as she demands, "So how the hell did you know?" Her disbelief is evident as she demands to know, "So how the hell did you know?" A sinister smile plays on his lips as he replies, Don't worry." He continues, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword, "The issue wasn't with your acting." He reveals, "It's just that I came from the future." A low chuckle escapes him. "Look at this fucking brat playing with me," he thinks. The voice continues, "I heard you and Yu Ah Hyung are in that kind of relationship." A clawed hand emerges, as a voice wonders, did the Nightwalkers catch a whiff of something? Or was there an insider? Well, who cares, the voice declares, as a clawed hand clenches, radiating menacing energy. "Just die," she screams, launching a barrage of energy toward her opponents. The energy claws descend, as the enemy advances, taunting with a sinister ha. The attack continues, a flurry of motion and energy. The onslaught continues, energy blades slicing through the air. The energy blades continue to slice through the air, a relentless assault. Kya ha! The cry echoes as the energy blades continue their relentless assault. The relentless energy blades strike, but the hero manages a desperate, strained smile. The energy blades continue their assault, shattering the very ground around him. His face contorts in pain as the relentless barrage continues. He is sent flying through the air, the relentless energy blades continuing their assault. Despite the onslaught, he struggles to maintain his stance, a desperate grip on his blade. The relentless assault continues, the energy blades carving through the shattered earth around him. The ground continues to disintegrate under the relentless barrage. The relentless energy blades continue their destructive descent. The glowing chains strike the ground with a resounding OH. Ah! He gasps, the glowing chains now wrapped tightly around his neck. Ack, he cries out, the chains tightening around his throat. Pulled violently in opposite directions, both men are now suspended by the glowing chains. Eyes burning with determination, he grips his sword, blood already staining the blade. A guttural roar tears through the air. Kuwav! The blade flashes with a surge of purple energy. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he prepares to strike. The strike lands, a powerful blow connecting with its target. The force of the impact sends tremors through the air. Her clawed hand connects with the sword, the force creating a blinding flash of light. The force of the impact sends the hero flying backwards. Staggering back, she asks herself, what just happened? Her eyes widen in disbelief. A surge of purple energy emanates from her hands. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he utters, Kim Tae-hyun. His grip tightens on the sword as he declares, I knew he would come. I knew he wasn't ordinary, but my skill is witch's nails. The villain reveals, describing how it spreads poison gradually upon contact, causing vomiting, paralysis, and hallucinations. The witch's nails descend, poised to strike. He lunges, the witch's nails poised to strike, as a declaration booms, even an S-class player is no exception to it. The witch's nails connect. A voice declares with certainty, I definitely scratched his face with the first attack. Yet how, a voice questions, as the witch's nails appear to have missed their mark. The witch's confusion is palpable as her attack seems to have phased right through her target. How, she exclaims, utter disbelief etched across her face. Sorry, but... A voice begins, the words hanging heavy with unspoken intent. Her eyes widen in terror as the attack connects. The attack tears through the air, a flash of violet energy. The violet energy slams into her, sending her crashing downward. The impact sends her spiraling downwards, towards a skull-shaped shield. She plummets towards the skull-shaped shield, violet energy crackling around her. Just before impact, a voice booms out, poison doesn't do shit to me. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he prepares to meet her attack head-on. The system alerts that the skill witch's claw has been detected, but a mysterious power allowed him to resist. The impact sends tremors through the ground. She charges forward, her clawed hands outstretched, a look of fierce determination etched on her face. Shit, someone mutters, the gravity of the situation now sinking in. Her eyes widen in alarm, a surge of red energy erupting around her. The ground trembles as she unleashes a torrent of power. The forest floor erupts as the unleashed power rips through the trees. The force of the blast sends debris flying in all directions. A skull-faced figure looms, bathed in a menacing pink glow. Poison doesn't do shit to me, it declares. The system alerts him, the skill witch's claw has been detected. But due to a mysterious power, the resistance succeeded. Despite the resistance, the witch's claw hurtles towards its target. Her eyes widen in alarm. She plummets through the air, the ground rushing up to meet her. As she plummets, a single, panicked word escapes her lips, shit. Her eyes widen in terror as the ground hurtles toward her. SFX, wham! The impact sends tremors through the forest. Debris explodes outwards, the force of the blow shattering the surrounding forest. The forest floor erupts as the unseen force continues its devastation. The unseen force continues its assault, tearing through the forest with a ferocious gust. The forest continues to be ripped apart by the unseen force. The unseen force continues its destruction, the forest canopy now completely torn apart. The man cautiously approaches the edge of a newly formed chasm. He stops short, his breath coming in ragged gasps. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple as he stares in disbelief. He stares out at a dense, verdant forest, the sunlight barely piercing the canopy above. Before him lies a dense forest, sunlight struggling to penetrate the thick canopy. Someone lies prone on the ground nearby. "Release me right now, you bastard," he shouts, bound and prone on the forest floor. His face contorted in rage, he continues to threaten, "Or I'll tear you to pieces." His threats are cut short as a fist slams into his face, silencing his rage. A sharp AACK escapes him as the blow lands. Looking down at his opponent, he states, "Sorry, but I don't have time to play with you anymore." A stunned erupts as the opponent collapses to the ground. A chilling proposition echoes, "Let's start the game of truth or truth." Her unsettling smile widens as she gazes down at her opponent, her glowing eyes piercing. That unsettling smile now confirms it, complete hypnosis has taken hold. Under her complete control, the captive is forced to answer. "How many people have infiltrated? Tell me your purpose for infiltrating." The captive's eyes widen in shock, uttering a stunned, "What?" His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he stammers, "What?" He continues to stammer, unable to complete his sentence, the dash. The shocking revelation continues, there are 20 infiltrators, including 5 S-Rank members. Our purpose is to sabotage the labyrinth raid. The scene shifts to a dark, swirling background, emphasizing the gravity of the infiltrators' revelation. A field of flowers, now tainted with blood, underscores the gravity of the infiltrators' mission. Her eyes widen in shock as she takes in the changed surroundings. The vibrant field vanishes, replaced by stark, geometric shadows. A bloodied blade fills the frame, the geometric patterns of the new surroundings reflecting ominously on its surface. The words echo, "And to kill the guild master of Undivided, Kwan Kang-hyuk." A powerful strike lands, sending feathers scattering into the air. His eyes widen with fury as he grabs his opponent by the collar. A resounding impact echoes. She lies on the ground, defeated. 2 figures approach her prone form. They approach her, their intentions unclear. She remains motionless on the ground, her fate hanging in the balance. 5 S-Rank villains, huh? He mutters, his expression unreadable. He considers the situation, realizing, "I'm pretty sure there were only 3 before I regressed." He realizes, there was the gate break incident too. The future is changing little by little. Behind him, a monstrous figure looms, its glowing eyes piercing the shadows. The hero wonders, a chilling thought dawning on him, is it because of me? Anyway, now that we know their objective, let's join Kwan Kang-hyuk, the man declares, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. He stammers, "Ah. Why yes, sir." Deeper into the jungle they venture, sunlight filtering through the dense canopy above. The group continues onward, deeper into the dense, green jungle. A wave of disbelief washes over him. I can't believe Miranda was really a villain. The question hangs heavy in the air. Did player Kim Tae-hyun know about it from the start? But if that's the case, then why? The thought trails off, interrupted by another voice. The way out of here is simpler than you think. The voice continues, its source unseen. The way out of here is simpler than you think. The disembodied voice continues, explaining, this place seems completely different from earlier, but it's still part of the labyrinth. The sound of rustling leaves fills the air as the unseen speaker adds, you just need to find the right path. So then, the voice continues, leaving the rest of the thought hanging in the air. A door appears in the middle of the forest, bathed in sunlight. There must be a passage that's connected to another space somewhere, one of them realizes, gazing ahead. Since it connects to various spaces, we might not be able to get there in one go, the character realizes, as the door opens to reveal a snowy landscape above a waterfall. Beyond the door lies another world, a lush green space contrasting sharply with the fiery landscape on the other side. But if we keep passing through doors, we'll eventually meet Kwon Kang-hyuk, the character states, before declaring with emphasis, one thing. He pauses, a look of concern etched on his face. I have one question, he exclaims, as another character responds with a questioning, His question is revealed, why didn't you tell others about this? His eyes widen, demanding an answer. Why didn't you tell others about this? From the jungle's edge, an apology echoes, I'm sorry for doubting you earlier, Kim Tae-hyun. The voice continues, explaining, but if you had told Guildmaster about the villains infiltrating from the start, this wouldn't have happened. The question hangs in the air, so why? So why? The question hangs, unanswered, as the man looks down, lost in thought amidst falling leaves. The man's eyes widen in shock. I already told him, he thinks, as a new question arises. What do you mean? The man exclaims, his eyes wide with disbelief. A voice responds, believe it or not, it's up to you. The man looks up, demanding, what do you mean? A voice from above responds, its tone leaving the decision to him, believe it or not, it's up to you. But Kwon Kang-hyuk already knew about it. Kwon Kang-hyuk's expression hardens, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. Blue energy crackles around his feet. The blade, slick with blood, cuts through the air. He swings the spiked mace with devastating force. The enemies advance, blades drawn and ready. He parries the attack with a swift motion. Two more enemies approach, one wielding a spiked mace. He advances, undeterred by the two foes closing in. A sinister chuckle escapes him as he asks, what are you guys doing? His hand, now stained with blood, clenches as he declares, this joke is going too far. He stares down his opponent, a bloodied blade glinting in the dim light. Isn't that right, Vice Guild Master? He asks, his words laced with menace. Hoo. A joke, you say? He repeats, his grip tightening on the bloodied blade. A sudden, shocked exclamation breaks the tension, Guild Master? A woman sprints towards the unfolding chaos, her face a mask of desperation. She demands, why are you all? A figure towers over her, sword raised high. The woman below stares up in terror. She sprints away, the sound of shattering glass echoing behind her. Cook, he gasps, blood dripping from his mouth. His eyes widen with fury. He lunges, grabbing her leg. She screams, fear etched on her face as she's pulled back. A surge of power erupts from him. But then, a sudden, stunned silence. Guild Master. The sudden cry shatters the silence. Blood drips from his fangs as he grits his teeth in pain. Damn it! That hurts like hell. Are you okay? He just slashed you, someone shouts. Three figures move in a blur, weapons ready. Someone grabs him, pulling him back from the fray. His face contorts in pain and rage. Two figures charge forward, weapons raised, ready to strike. He focuses, a surge of blue energy emanating from his hand. Stay back. Secretary Kim, he shouts, trying to protect her. An ack escapes him. Guo dash, he cries out, the sound of impact echoing. His fangs bared, the monster screams in pain. The monster reels back, a pained "oh," escaping its jaws as a blast of energy hits. The monster is struck by another blast, sending up a cloud of dust and debris. The monster is sent flying backwards, completely overwhelmed by the force of the attack. The monster is hit with a final blow, the sound echoing through the area. Her eyes widen, a gasp escaping her lips as the final blow lands. Dust fills the air as the monster falls. The monster collapses with a resounding crash. The hunter lands a final, devastating blow. Kwon Kang-hyuk. "You don't need to protect me," she shouts, her voice filled with urgency. "Be because I'm going to fight too," she declares, her determination echoing through the air. "Stay still," he commands, his voice strained. "You can't handle these people, Secretary Kim." A dire warning echoes, "But at this rate, we'll both die." A bead of sweat rolls down his face as he realizes, "So I have to." She's right. "Kwon Kang-hyuk, you don't have the luxury to look out for others in this situation," the voice booms, as the inferno rages around them. A sudden realization dawns on him, marked by a stark exclamation. "Ah," he cries out, the realization hitting him hard. The realization hits him, all this time. We've just been hiding our powers. With a metallic clang, the lantern swings. The lantern hurtles downwards, engulfed in flames. A resounding crash echoes as the lantern makes impact. The impact sends a shockwave outwards. The force of the impact erupts in a blinding burst of light. Amidst the fading light, a figure stands, a chain clutched in his fist. Clutching the chain, the figure declares, "Everyone here is at least a ranker, and there are 4 S-rankers." He continues, his words ringing with confidence, "So don't think you can win easily." The text declares, "We're the elite members of the Malignant Guild, and we're here." The text booms ominously, "To kill you." The Malignant Guild surrounds them, energy crackling as they close in for the kill. The Malignant Guild closes in, weapons drawn. He braces for the impending attack. The attack lands, a deafening impact shaking the very ground around him. Despite the devastating blow, he smirks, a chilling purple energy emanating from his hand. "You've made a lot of preparations, huh?" he taunts. The energy crackles around his hand as he reflects, "I thought I had a pretty good eye when it came to people." A sinister chuckle fills the air as he says, "Don't blame yourself too much, Kwon Kang-hyuk." The sinister figure stands amidst the flames, a cruel smile playing on his lips as he taunts Kwon Kang-hyuk. "Don't blame yourself too much." The villain continues his taunt, revealing, "The Malignant Guild has been working on this plan for years." He adds with a sneer, "There's no way a fool like you could have figured it out." The villain's words clearly hit a nerve, a frustrated "damn it" echoes in response. The villain's monstrous grin widens, blood dripping from his sharp teeth. "Kim Tae-hyun was right, huh?" the villain taunts, twisting the knife. A single eye glares up, filled with fury. The blade presses closer, the threat now inches from his face. "What?" he utters, the blade's proximity clearly taking him by surprise. The man declares, "Kim Tae-hyun told me." The man stands firm amidst the chaos, the source of the destruction still unknown. The man reveals Kim Tae-hyun's alleged warning, that each of you are villains and that you intend to assassinate me. "Damn, I thought it was all nonsense, but it turns out it's true," he mutters, his visible eye widening in disbelief. "Kim Tae-hyun?" The man's grip tightens on the chain in his hand as the shocking realization hits him. "He knew about our plan?" "Wait, more importantly," he exclaims, a new realization about to dawn on him. Tears stream down his face as the weight of this new understanding hits him. The realization hits him hard, fueling a desperate question, "Why didn't you do anything then?" Amidst the fiery aftermath, one figure asks, "Huh?" Another responds with a hesitant, "Well." His eyes narrowed, the man declares, "A real man doesn't doubt his comrades." The man's expression hardens, his teeth bared in a grimace. "As a guild master, I can't doubt my comrades," he declares, punctuating his statement with a chilling laugh. His hand clenched in a chain-wrapped fist, he stares ahead, bewildered. What the hell is that supposed to?" he questions. "I knew he was stupid, but he's this bad," one of the men exclaims. Another adds, How many years have we been working under that kind of idiot? Are you a moron? A voice booms. He can only respond with a bewildered, huh? The unseen voice continues its tirade. You're telling me you didn't even verify the information? The booming voice continues, blaming her, all this chaos just because of you. I can't take this anymore, a voice cries out. But then, a surprised "oh" follows. A surge of power erupts. Chains crackle with energy. The man's teeth sharpen into fangs as the girl behind him looks on in shock. The man is engulfed in a blinding light. Chains whip through the air. The light intensifies, revealing a skeletal face wreathed in flames. Okay, he booms. The force of the blast sends both men flying. He slams into something, the impact jarring him. A maniacal laugh erupts as Kwon Kang-hyuk is praised. Good job, Kwon Kang-hyuk. Thanks to your stupidity, our plan's a success, the taunting voice booms. The voice continues to mock, declaring, now you can rest assured and die. The taunt continues, the voice declaring, now you can rest assured and die. A blinding flash erupts, the force of the blow sending him reeling. Geez. He mutters, seemingly overwhelmed by the sheer force of the attack. First it's them, now him. The man states, blood trickling from his lip. The man states, I said I wouldn't doubt you, as a pink aura surrounds him. A massive, shadowy dragon looms through the fog. The dragon's massive form descends, eclipsing everything in shadow. The dragon's face fills the view, its teeth bared in a terrifying grin as chains break around it. Energy crackles as the dragon breaks free, the chains around it shattering. A blinding flash erupts as the dragon strikes, its power undeniable. I never said I'd just take it lying down. The dragon's defiant roar echoes. The dragon's attack lands, and he cries out in pain, blood splattering. Kugh. Another pained cry escapes him, ack. Suddenly, a voice booms out, laced with fury, got it, you idiot? Eyes blazing with fury, he clenches his fist, a surge of pink energy erupting around him. The words blessing of the beast form, ancient dragon appear, signaling a powerful transformation. An imposing structure looms in the darkness, marked with a glowing, red spiral symbol. Kwon Kang-hyuk. The name echoes within the ominous structure. He walks forward, his gaze fixed on a figure in the distance. He confronts the figure, rage contorting his features. Are you saying you'll just take it lying down even though you know about it? The figure responds with a simple, geez. He smirks, a challenge in his tone. You don't think you've seen all my power, do you? Despite his confident words, a bead of sweat trickles down his face. Suddenly, a blinding flash fills the area. Through the fading light, he declares, don't worry. He continues, I said I believe you. But he warns, but I never said I'd just take it lying down. He stands, battered but defiant, amidst the rubble. Lying on his back, bloodied and seemingly lifeless, he stares blankly upwards. A pained groan escapes him as he lies defeated. A bewildered wah-dash escapes his lips. What? The man behind him exclaims, eyes wide with disbelief. The protagonist, however, smirks, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Ha! The sheer impossibility of what just transpired hangs in the air, unbelievable. A surge of blue energy emanates from the protagonist's hand, enveloping the man in front of him. The blue energy intensifies, now forming a swirling vortex that engulfs the space. Below, the bandaged man and the woman look on, dwarfed by the spectacle. The vortex of blue energy explodes outward, sending the man flying backwards. The others are thrown back as well, scattered across the ground. The woman stares in disbelief, shouting, Kim Tae-hyun? A sinister ha echoes as a figure lands, seemingly unfazed by the previous blast. What's this? You're just getting here now? Two doors hang suspended in the air, glowing faintly amidst the darkness. You didn't see any of the others, he asks, looking up at someone standing nearby. The other replies, no, I did see a few while passing through the spaces. But given the situation, I just passed by, he says, running. Another shouts for help, but one of the others wonders, are you sure we shouldn't save them? The man is met with a harsh reply, "You're quite cold-hearted." A tear streaks down his face as he hears the accusation. The accusation hangs in the air, "You're quite cold-hearted, you know?" The man's expression hardens as he begins, "So then, what are you planning to do now?" he asks, his tone laced with a chilling challenge. He stares intently, his gaze unwavering. His lips curl into a menacing grin as he retorts, "What else can I do?" He concedes, "It's frustrating, but we'll have to retreat for now." The situation remains uncertain, as they realize there might still be more villains left. Despite reaching the labyrinth's end, the boss has yet to appear. His back heavily bandaged, the protagonist stands before his companions, who look on with concern. Despite the frustration, the protagonist declares that their only option is to escape before they suffer more damage. Clenching his fists, the protagonist prepares to move, despite his injuries. With a determined gaze, the protagonist apologizes, saying, "Sorry, Kim Tae-hyun." Regret washes over him. "If only I hadn't been so stubborn." A voice warns, "As long as you know that. Be careful next time." A sudden, enraged "What?" bursts out. Enraged, he shouts, "I went out of my way to apologize. And you?" A woman tries to restrain him, yelling, "Calm down." His anger seems to melt away, replaced by a sinister smile. The other man looks on, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. An internal monologue breaks through, "I wasted time and didn't gain any merit points. But that was the right choice for now," he thinks, a slight smirk playing on his lips. He reflects on sharing information about the villains for the Labyrinth raid, but then realizes, Kwon Kang-hyuk has considerable injuries since he faced more villains than before my regression. He urges everyone to quickly gather the guild members and leave the Labyrinth. He realizes he only has fragments of information about the Labyrinth raid. If the future changes anymore, who knows what variables might come up. So this time, giving up. He thinks, a contemplative expression on his face. "Ah, by the way." He begins, seemingly changing the subject. She points a finger, her expression shifting to one of concern as she speaks. "Were there any monsters or traps in the other spaces?" he asks, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. His question hangs heavy in the air. "What?" he utters, a look of disbelief washing over his face. A voice responds, "We passed through many spaces, but fortunately, we didn't see any. I think we can get out safely. Come to think of it," he begins to say. "Why haven't there been any traps or monsters?" he wonders aloud, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The group continues forward, their path strewn with white petals. A thought bubble appears. In typical spatial transfer traps, the space you're transferred to is filled with traps and monsters. The group finds themselves in a room filled with monsters and blades. A new thought surfaces, but the places we passed through were just different spaces, not particularly threatening to players. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as the question echoes in his mind, "But why?" The hero's thoughts race. If there were no monsters and traps, how did Kwon Kang-hyuk come across the master of the labyrinth before my regression? The hero's eyes widen further, his mind struggling to reconcile the impossible. Tears well in his eyes as the weight of the impossible situation crashes down on him. He can only manage a stunned, as the impossible reality unfolds before him. Her eyes widen in disbelief as she stares at the figure before her, clad in tactical gear. His eyes widen in shock, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Wounded and weary, he stands his ground. Bandages wrap his chest and arms, a testament to the battles he's endured. His gaze is fixed upward, a question escaping his lips, "What is that?" His eyes widen in disbelief, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. "What is that?" he exclaims, his voice laced with a mixture of shock and apprehension. Before him looms a colossal axe, its dark blade adorned with multiple glowing red eyes. The colossal axe descends, its ornate blade radiating an ominous light. The man looks up, a horrified expression etched on his face as the axe hurtles towards them. The axe slams into the ground, the force of the impact shaking the very earth beneath their feet. A blinding light erupts as the monstrous figure looms, its red eyes burning with intensity. The air crackles with energy as the monster's power intensifies. The monstrous figure is identified, the Grand Minotaur Queen, a boss of the Minotaur Labyrinth, with a grade of S+. No way. One of them gasps, disbelief etched on their faces. Is that the master of the labyrinth? The situation takes a turn. Why now of all times, someone exclaims, the urgency palpable. The master of the labyrinth grips his massive blade, ready to strike. The blade descends, a flash of light momentarily blinding. The master of the labyrinth roars as the blade connects. The force of the blow sends debris flying as the students cry out. The student is sent flying backwards, desperately trying to maintain his grip on the chain. A cry escapes her lips as she is hurled backwards through the air. The chain whips through the air, the force of the blow sending her hurtling backwards. Slamming into the ground, she cries out, "The door!" Her warning cry echoes, "Kim Tae-hyun!" His eyes blazing with fury, he throws a punch with devastating force. "I know," he yells, his face contorted in rage as he points forward. The force of the blow sends out a shockwave. His fist glows with a fierce, purple energy. The fist, now clenched, crackles with even more intense energy. The energy intensifies, now forming into a distinct shape. The energy coalesces into a towering, multi-limbed figure, dwarfing the combatants below. Chains snap as the woman cries out, struggling against an unseen force. A sharp crack echoes as she falls to the ground. The horned figure lunges, a mystical blade in hand. He moves to strike the other man, who braces himself for the blow. The blade hurtles down. The horned figure's blade descends, wreathed in mystical energy. Mystical energy crackles around the descending blade. The blade strikes, shattering the ground around him. The force of the blow sends him flying backwards through the shattered earth. The Demon King towers over him, his massive fist poised to strike again. The Demon King's fist crashes down, a devastating blow. The Demon King's attack is deflected by a shield. The Demon King retaliates, lashing out with a chain spear. The spear strikes with a resounding crash. Debris explodes outwards from the point of impact. His boot slams down, crushing the ground beneath. A shockwave erupts. He strikes with a chain-linked fist, the force of the blow radiating outwards. The hero is sent flying backwards from the force of the attack. The attack connects, energy surging from the point of impact. The shield glows intensely as it absorbs the full force of the blow. The shield holds, deflecting the immense power. The force of the impact sends the hero crashing down, leaving a trail of dust and debris. A blinding red light emanates from the enemy, filling the hero's vision. A monstrous roar erupts as the enemy unleashes its power. The hero is sent flying by the force of the blast. A scream echoes as the hero is sent hurtling backwards. The monstrous figure looms, its skull-like face a terrifying sight. Revived by the power of the Grand Minotaur Queen, Tao King, grade S, stands ready. "The Tao King," someone exclaims. The revived warrior wields a chain weapon with deadly precision. "Another S-grade monster at this point," someone shouts, disbelief echoing in their voice. "Kayak," a scream pierces the air. Before them, a pair of monstrous figures looms, forcing the group to scramble for safety. The man's face contorts in disbelief, a surge of pink energy erupting from his hand. "What's going on?" a voice cries out, the question hanging in the air as the situation escalates. The arrival of monstrous figures throws everything into chaos. "Why are monsters suddenly?" someone cries out, the question echoing the growing panic. The ground shatters beneath their feet as the monstrous presence looms ever closer. Above them, a disembodied voice booms, "Those who wander our labyrinth." The pair's faces contort in terror as they realize the gravity of their situation. "Ah!" The booming voice continues, "Those who disturb our slumber." Enraged, one of them grits his teeth, cursing, "Damn it! Secretary Kim." The booming voice suddenly shifts in tone, now deceptively gentle. "Please, don't worry, and come forward." The gentle tone continues, the disembodied voice now stating, "Your hostility, your malice." The voice continues, promising, "I shall resolve them all." A minotaur-like figure emerges, lightning crackling around him as he raises his weapon. The hero launches himself forward, diving between the two monstrous figures. The skeletal hands close in, their red aura intensifying as the woman watches in horror. The woman watches from above, her eyes wide with terror as the monstrous figure looms. Two figures find themselves surrounded by menacing, shadowy creatures. One raises a weapon, preparing to fight. The shadowy creature lunges, its attack triggering a panicked scream. A surge of energy emanates from his hand. His fist, wrapped in bandages, surges forward, radiating a potent, pink energy. The air crackles with energy as the blow lands. The pink energy explodes outward on impact, shattering the monstrous figure before him. A collective gasp rises as the monstrous figure is obliterated. G-Guild Master, someone exclaims in disbelief. The woman stares in wide-eyed shock, as someone else raises a weapon. A blinding flash erupts. The protagonist is now surrounded by three monstrous figures, held captive by chains. Golden chains bind him, held by monstrous figures looming over him. A monstrous roar erupts as the creatures tighten their hold. Straining against his restraints, he bellows, "Quan Kanghyuk." The chains binding him glow with an ominous light. With a mighty roar, he struggles against his bonds. The chains begin to crack under the strain. With a final, desperate surge, he snaps the remaining restraints. With a violent burst of energy, he shatters the final bonds. The sound of shattering echoes as the last of the restraints break apart. With a final whaa, the last of his power explodes outward. With a final roar, his power erupts in a blinding surge. The surge of power explodes outward, shaking the very air around him. Amidst the shattered ground, a triumphant laugh rings out. "How does that taste, huh? You cow-headed bastards." The horned demon bares his teeth, a savage grin plastered across his face. Standing firm, the protagonist watches him intently. The demon's expression shifts to shock. "Wah!" he exclaims, his triumph fading. A blinding light erupts, filling the space. From the light, three hulking, demonic figures emerge, their fiery eyes fixed on their opponents. The demonic figures stand poised, ready to strike. The demonic figure roars, its fiery eyes burning with rage as it prepares to attack. They charge forward, a palpable force shaking the very air. The demonic beast's rage intensifies, its red eyes burning with even more fury as it bears down on its target. The beast roars, its power threatening to overwhelm everything. A blinding light erupts as the demonic beast unleashes its power. "What the hell?" he exclaims, wide-eyed. The title card flashes, regressing with the king's power. Chapter 47 begins. The air crackles with energy. The battle erupts. Stone shatters as the two figures clash amidst a fiery explosion. The force of the blow sends shockwaves rippling outward. The air crackles with energy as the fighters unleash their power. He lunges forward, a fierce grin plastered across his face as he unleashes his power. His attack erupts in a blinding flash of power. He soars through the air, closing in on his target with incredible speed. His face contorts in rage, eyes burning with a crimson light. A devastating blow lands, the force of the impact shaking the very air around them. "Damn it, as if it wasn't enough that there's so many of them," he mutters, frustration evident in his tone. Wounded and enraged, he grits his teeth, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. "They even have regenerative abilities," he exclaims, the realization adding to his mounting frustration. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts as multiple bull-like figures emerge from the shadows, their red eyes glowing menacingly. "Do I really have to take down that guy to kill them?" he wonders, frustration mounting as he faces the seemingly endless horde. But a new threat emerges amidst the chaos. Towering above him, a colossal figure emerges, adorned with a necklace of golden spikes. The hero can only utter one word: "How?" Bloodied and enraged, the figure's menacing glare promises a brutal onslaught. He admits to himself, "I might be able to land a blow, but he's not an opponent I can fight while protecting Secretary Kim and Sungho at the same time." The monstrous figure looms, its red eyes burning with rage as the protagonist aims his weapon, determined to protect his companions. Despite his resolve, he realizes, "But me and Kim Taehyun have already reached our limits, so we can't just keep holding out forever." The protagonist grits his teeth, sweat dripping down his face. He's clearly reached his breaking point, blood staining his body. Desperation rising, he wonders, what should I do? His face contorted in pain, he wonders what choice he should make. A disembodied voice echoes, urging him to make a choice. A stack of papers hovers before him, the weight of the decision palpable. A name echoes, Kwon Kang-hyuk. Then, a warning, no matter how strong he is, forcing someone to join through a duel will force the association to take action. Kwon Kang-hyuk lies defeated on the table, while his superior calmly reviews documents. The superior continues, emphasizing the need to consider not just skills, but also the kind of person one accepts as a comrade. You need to consider not just their skills but also what kind of person they are before making a decision, don't you? Lying on the table, Kwon Kang-hyuk retorts, unlike a certain somebody, I'm not the type to live my life doubting every little thing. The superior responds, that suits you, but... His words hang in the air, hinting at an unspoken condition. Sometimes you need to doubt, the superior continues, his words laced with experience. I've seen a lot of things. During my time as a player, the superior begins, his face grim, bearing the marks of past battles. One small mistake can cost you everything. The superior's words continue, and sometimes. As the scene shifts to a desolate battlefield. Bodies litter the ground, while two figures stand in the distance beneath a pulsating purple orb. And sometimes you have to give up something precious to protect something more important, the superior's voice continues, as the scene fades to black. Then, a stark warning echoes, strength doesn't solve everything. The superior's face fills the frame as he emphasizes, recognizing your limits. And choosing what's more important to achieve your goals, those are also qualities of an excellent player. The superior's words resonate, emphasizing the need for strategic thinking. The superior sits back in his chair, contemplating. Below, the protagonist reviews notes, seemingly absorbing the advice. The superior leans back, a thoughtful hum escaping his lips. The superior remains seated, still lost in thought. That superior, still reclining, now questions, are you sure it's not just because you're weak? An unseen figure retorts, are you sure it's not just because you're weak, old man? The words hang heavy in the air, the challenge laid bare. The old man grits his teeth, blood staining his face. A furious energy emanates from him. The scene fades to white. He finds himself surrounded by monstrous figures. A precarious situation unfolds as he leaps, his whip lashing out. Surrounded by the monstrous figures, he curses his own misjudgment. Damn it! It's my fault for taking the old man's words seriously. The monstrous figure looms, its red eyes burning with malevolence. A chilling declaration echoes, if I kill the enemy, my comrades die. The chilling pronouncement hangs heavy in the air. And even if I don't kill the enemy, my comrades still die. And you're asking me to choose? The monstrous figure's rage intensifies. No matter what, he roars, energy crackling around him. My comrades are dying, he shouts, the words fueled by his mounting desperation. He clenches his fist, his desperation reaching a fever pitch. You think I'll just stand by and watch, he roars, his face contorted in rage, power surging around him. Power crackles around him, a tangible aura of raw energy emanating from his very being. The air crackles with raw power as he unleashes a devastating blast of energy. The energy blast hurtles toward his airborne opponent, but a sudden, shocked realization dawns on his face. His eyes widen in disbelief as he shouts, Kwon Kang-hyuk? The figure roars, Kim Tae-hyun, what about you? With a crazed look, Kwon Kang-hyuk declares, I'm damn greedy. Fueled by determination, he vows, I'll find a way to protect my comrades and crush those monsters to pieces. Refusing to be bound by limitations, he shouts, screw making a choice. Despite the blood trickling down his face, he declares, I don't know what you're talking about right now, but there is still a way to defeat the Minotaur Queen. A confused hati echoes in response to his words. A massive impact shakes the area. The impact throws the horde of bull-like creatures into disarray. The force of the blow is immense. Kim Tae-hyun. You're sure, right? He roars, his bloodied fist raised high. He responds to the question with a resounding, probably. The ominous voice booms, "Ho! Have you made your decision?" The ominous figure declares, "What a pity." The screen fades to black, the words, "no matter what," appearing ominously. The ominous words continue, "no matter what choice you make or what decision you reach." The darkness solidifies, the words now proclaiming, "the result will be the same in the end." He whips a chain dagger forward, striking with blinding speed. He lands amidst a horde of bull-like monsters, their red eyes glowing menacingly. He leaps, his chain dagger whipping around him. The bull-like monsters roar in unison, their rage palpable. The enraged monsters close in, their massive forms filling his vision. He grits his teeth, enduring the crushing blow. A purple, spectral energy seeps into his forehead. The ground shatters beneath the force of the impact. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the area. A monstrous figure looms before him, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. The ground continues to crumble, revealing the extent of the devastation. A blinding light erupts as a voice booms, "It's useless. No matter how many times you kill them, with my power," he declares, his voice resonating with immense power. "I can revive them endlessly," he finishes, his multiple eyes burning with power as a blade forms above him. His multiple eyes gleam with power. Flames erupt around him as he lets out a defiant yell. The flames intensify, engulfing the area around the Demon King. A massive, skull-adorned shield materializes before the Demon King, deflecting the brunt of the attack. Bracing himself, the Demon King prepares for the next onslaught. The Demon King stands firm, ready to meet whatever comes next. "Go! Kim!" The words echo as the Demon King grits his teeth, blood smeared across his face. "Tahyun," he shouts, his face contorted in rage and desperation. The scene explodes in a burst of light and energy. The light intensifies, revealing a monstrous form with multiple eyes glowing with menacing intent. The monstrous form raises a skull-adorned axe, ready to strike. The axe descends with terrifying speed, a shockwave of power ripping through the air. The axe connects with a resounding crash. The force of the impact shatters the air around the Minotaur. The force of the blow sends shards of energy scattering. The Minotaur is engulfed in a blinding explosion. The Minotaur is sent hurtling through the air amidst the dispersing energy. The hero's blade, adorned with glowing eyes, cuts through the air. An ominous skull-covered shield rises to meet the attack. A monstrous roar erupts. The battle intensifies as the warrior lunges forward, a chain-link spear flying towards him. Wounded and enraged, he grits his teeth, questioning, "Which way?" "I'm just guessing here, but just like how the spaces here are connected through doors," he muses, a glowing doorway materializing below. He continues, surmising that the gap where the Minotaur Queen is likely connected to another space. The protagonist continues his train of thought, revealing that the Tau Kings are being revived and regenerated by the Queen after she enters that space. Towering above them, the revived Tau Kings roar, their eyes glowing with malevolent energy. A shockwave erupts from the impact of their descent. Caught between the massive Tau Kings, he's sent flying. Still airborne, he hears a voice, "If the Queen is no longer in a space, then they will vanish." Ka-keek. He laughs, a sinister sound that chills the air. He clenches his fist, declaring, "If you're wrong, then everyone." Above, a chilling pronouncement echoes, "If you're wrong, then everyone dies." Below, the man looks up, a question forming in his mind, "The present situation is no different, is it?" The man is surrounded by dark energy. His face contorts in pain as he struggles against an unseen force. The two look up, their faces etched with shock and dawning horror at what unfolds before them. Darkness consumes him. A menacing red glow emanates from the swirling shadows. The darkness solidifies, revealing a monstrous form with glowing red eyes. A blinding light erupts as the two lie prone before the monstrous figure. A surge of power emanates from the monster. The title card appears, regressing with the king's power. The screen displays Chapter 48. The hero is sent flying backwards from the force of the attack. The force of the blow sends him hurtling backwards, accompanied by a pained grunt. The masked figure's attack lands, the word "you" emblazoned above the impact. The force of the impact radiates outward. "You insolent whelp," the words boom, filling the space. The Demon King's enraged roar echoes as he swings his massive, skull-emblazoned axe. "You insolent whelp!" The axe crashes down with devastating force. "What?" he exclaims, his eyes widening in disbelief as the axe hurtles towards him. The sound of impact reverberates, the force of the blow shaking the very air. The axe strikes true, a blinding flash erupting from the point of impact. The axe bites deep, energy crackling around the point of contact. The impact explodes in a blinding surge of power. The energy erupts, obliterating everything in its path. The blinding light fades to white. The light subsides, revealing the aftermath. The light dissipates, revealing a towering figure standing amidst a field of skulls. The light intensifies, obscuring the figure once more. The light explodes outward, a shockwave rippling through the field of skulls. The force of the blast sends a guttural cough echoing through the air as the protagonist is thrown back. The protagonist lands heavily amidst the field of skulls, seemingly defeated. Suddenly, a large speech bubble appears, simply stating, ! Despite the heavy landing, he gasps, a sudden realization hitting him. Everything fades to white, leaving the hero's fate uncertain. He finds himself amidst a field of skulls, the stark reality of his situation crashing down upon him. He struggles to rise, his body battered and bloodied. The ground looms up to meet him. He slams into the ground, a sickening thud echoing. "Quan Kang Hyuk." He mutters. His eyes widen, a mix of shock and fury etched on his bloodied face. A gasp escapes as someone notices the damage. "Your arm!" "Kim Tae-hyun." "Focus," the voice booms, demanding his attention. The monstrous maw looms closer, its rows of razor-sharp teeth a terrifying threat. His eyes widen in terror. "It's coming!" The exclamation mark punctuates the impending doom. Darkness descends, engulfing everything. They stand poised for battle amidst a field of skulls, the oppressive darkness heavy around them. The Minotaur roars, his eyes glowing red as he raises his massive weapon. The Minotaur brings his weapon down with tremendous force, the ground around the heroes exploding in a cloud of dust and debris. "Ugh," someone groans, the sound suggesting the attack landed. The force of the blow sends him reeling, blood splattering as he grits his teeth against the pain. A furious roar rips from his throat as he clutches his weapon, blood streaming down his face. Wielding his axe, the Minotaur prepares to strike. A shockwave erupts as the Minotaur's axe connects. The hero is sent flying, crashing to the ground amidst a cloud of dust. The impact resonates with a deafening crash. The force of the blow explodes outwards. Amidst the chaos, a voice booms, declaring, "You amazing children." Lying amidst a pile of skulls, he hears a voice remark, "Never did I think you'd do something like this using the space I created." Bloodied and battered, he remains prone amidst a field of skulls. However, the prone figure declares, "Now that I'm not using my power over the Tau Kings," he continues, bloodied but defiant, "I'll be able to fight you properly." The text declares, "It gives me just as much leeway." The Minotaur's axe crackles with energy as he declares, "It gives me just as much leeway with my own power, doesn't it?" The Minotaur's massive foot descends, crackling with power, poised to crush his opponent. The Minotaur brings his foot down with immense force, energy crackling around the impending impact. He cries out, blood trickling down his face as the Minotaur's attack lands. He screams in agony, his face contorted in pain as the attack continues. The Minotaur's axe crashes down, the force of the blow immense. The axe connects, sending debris flying in all directions. The force of the blow sends the protagonist reeling, blood splattering. "Damn it," he curses. Staggering back, he realizes the grim truth, "I can't believe the power gap between us is this large. If I don't..." He begins, his voice trailing off, the rest of the sentence lost in the overwhelming power of his foe. Knowing his life hangs in the balance, he grits his teeth, bloodied and desperate. "If I don't use predation, I'll die." But even if he uses predation, can he bring that monster down in one blow? The question hangs heavy as the monstrous foe looms. The monstrous foe towers above him, a golden collar glinting against its dark skin. The hero knows, if I don't bring him down in one blow, predation will definitely go berserk. He's sent flying backwards, a book slipping from his grasp. Below, a looming text bubble hints at a grim future, and then, who knows? His eyes widen in terror. And then, who knows what could happen? Bloodied and battered, he realizes, but this is the only choice I have left. Darkness descends. A voice echoes, stating, the way to do it is with application. He lies in a hospital bed, the voice's words about application still echoing in his mind. The hero, still in his hospital bed, questions, application? From his hospital bed, he hears, I don't know why you're suddenly asking about how to use skills, but the skill descriptions in the stat window are pretty lacking. The voice continues, explaining that the way you handle a skill in reality can change its form, in many ways, unlike what's written in the stat window. The voice continues, explaining that adjusting a skill's power can also change the amount of mana used. The voice continues, stating, I only use Amazon Spirit, but I can apply chi to strengthen my body. A green aura emanates from his fingertip as he confidently explains his fighting style. He continues, revealing, and even create powerful magic bullets. A swirling mass of green energy forms at his fingertip. He continues explaining his combat style. In actual combat, you sometimes mix skills, and usually. His opponent suddenly interrupts, a sinister grin spreading across his face. You only apply stealth to your ring, right? The opponent's hand is shown, 2 rings gleaming ominously. A speech bubble with 2 exclamation points hangs in the air, signaling a sudden realization or surprise. Lying in his hospital bed, he recalls a piece of advice. So, if there's a skill you're not good at controlling, try to slight coating your weapon or another skill with it. He rises from the bed, the advice echoing in his mind. A determined glint in his eyes, he seems to have made up his mind. The words of encouragement ring in his ears, I'm sure you can do a good job. With a surge of power, he unleashes a devastating attack. The devastating attack rips through the air, a shockwave of red energy radiating outwards. The attack slams into the Minotaur, red energy crackling around its ornate jewelry. The Minotaur, struck by the blast, can only utter a confused "huh." The Minotaur is obliterated by the blast, leaving only streaks of red energy in the air. His face contorted in a final scream, the Minotaur is consumed by the red energy. Amidst the fading red energy, the hero is sent flying backwards. The red energy dissipates, leaving only streaks of light. The hero's red eyes glow intensely as the energy fully dissipates. He lunges forward, a spear clutched in his hand. The spear pierces through the air, leaving a trail of red energy in its wake. The spear strikes, impacting a powerful, unseen force. You bastard, the unseen figure roars in fury. The towering Minotaur bellows in rage, the force of the spear clearly felt. With burning red eyes, he grips his sword, a surge of crimson energy crackling around him. Crimson energy explodes outwards. The crimson energy continues to erupt. The crimson energy intensifies. The crimson energy continues to build, crackling around the combatants. The crimson energy explodes outward, a deafening roar shaking the very ground. The armored figure lunges forward, crimson energy crackling around his blade. The blade, wreathed in crimson energy, hurtles toward its target. The crimson blade hurtles forward with incredible speed. The blade strikes with devastating force. The Minotaur falls, defeated. But then, a sudden, jarring question hangs in the air. Suddenly, a deafening clang echoes through the chamber. The massive figure looms, blood dripping from its mouth. The hero grits his teeth, a crimson energy surging around him as he prepares to face the looming skeletal figure. As I thought, a voice booms. Then, a realization dawns, Yua Hyun was right. A surge of crimson energy erupts. Crimson energy explodes outwards, engulfing the fallen warrior. The crimson energy intensifies, a blinding flash filling the space. Within the crimson light, a voice declares, I vaguely felt it before, that predation changes its form according to my will. The transformation continues, the predation ability now taking on a distinctly draconic form. The draconic transformation of predation completes. He realizes, which means, I can apply it just like other skills. The transformed beast roars, thinking, I don't know much about this mysterious power. The draconic beast surges forward, a dark aura emanating from its form. However, a surge of dark energy erupts around him. No matter what predation's true nature is. I'll show you what I'm made of. A brutal strike lands, the impact echoing with a resounding crack. His eyes blazing crimson, he descends, a trail of red energy following his scaled arm. The red energy intensifies, crackling with destructive power. A terrifying roar erupts from him as the red energy surges. A hulking figure emerges, wreathed in a crimson aura. Its eyes glow with malevolent intent. The crimson aura intensifies, surging outwards with immense power. The crimson aura explodes, obliterating everything in its path. Blinding light streaks across the void, leaving fractured remnants in its wake. Fractured energy splinters across the darkness. A beam of crimson energy pierces through the shattered space. The figure stands amidst a field of skulls, crimson energy radiating intensely from his chest. A blinding flash of light erupts. The light fades, revealing a towering minotaur-like creature standing amidst the shattered remains of the room. The strike lands, sending the team flying back in disarray. Looking up, he utters a surprised "oh" as he sees something above. Terror grips their faces as they stare upwards, the source of the attack now visible. A collective "what the?" What happened? Rises from the group as they look up in stunned disbelief. Their eyes widen in disbelief, the sky above now filled with shards of light. What could have caused such a phenomenon? The sky shatters further, the fragments of light multiplying. Supporting his injured companion, he struggles forward as the light fragments continue to rain down around them. They are surrounded by armed figures, their escape routes seemingly cut off. Despite their injuries and the overwhelming odds, he maintains a determined gaze. The voice declares, "It's all over." The girl's wide eyes reflect the gravity of the situation. A low growl rumbles. "Guildmaster," a voice booms, followed by another shout, "Kim Tae-hyun." An uproar erupts as the guildmaster is carried away, his face bearing a sinister grin. Amidst the chaos, a figure yells out. A collective gasp fills the air. The title card appears, regressing with the king's power. Chapter 49 begins. With the Grand Minotaur Queen defeated, the raid team uncovered countless hidden gold and silver treasures within the labyrinth. The team stands before a mountain of glittering treasure, chests overflowing with gold, silver, and jewels. But among all the treasure, the most valuable item was an elixir. Just by drinking it, one could significantly boost their stats. That elixir was no ordinary potion, it was a unique grade treasure known as the Fountain of Vitality. But there wasn't enough of the Fountain of Vitality for everyone. So, it was given only to Tae-hyun and Kwon Kang-hyuk, who contributed the most to the raid. However, for Kwon Kang-hyuk, the situation was grim. He'd lose more stats from the loss of his right arm than he'd gain from the elixir. Kwon Kang-hyuk's face contorts in rage, his teeth bared. The situation clearly hasn't improved his mood. Despite the drawbacks, Kwon Kang-hyuk roars, "Having something is better than nothing, damn it." The villains that infiltrated Undivided have been identified and arrested. Following the arrests, the players who participated in the raid focused on recuperating. A nurse holds an enormous syringe, as two players react in shock and fear. The players leave the hospital, supported by their friends and family. That's how. He smiles, a glint in his eye. That smile twists into a predatory grin, revealing rows of sharp teeth. A nurse beams, holding what appears to be an oversized syringe. The man beside her smiles faintly. The nurse advances, the oversized syringe held high. The chaotic raid of the Labyrinth Minotaur came to an end. And what comes next remains to be seen. The camera flashes, capturing something of interest. The surrounding crowd reacts with shock and awe, their expressions mirroring the intensity of the moment. The photographer continues snapping pictures, capturing the unfolding events. A tense question hangs in the air: is what you just said true? Player Kwon Kang-hyuk. Please say it again, the demand echoes. The demand echoes through the hall, player Kwon Kang-hyuk. Please say it again. The crowd awaits Kwon Kang-hyuk's response, their anticipation palpable. The question hangs heavy in the air, is it true that you're retiring as a player? Grasping the microphone tightly, Kwon Kang-hyuk declares, I'm not retiring. His voice booming with intensity, Kwon Kang-hyuk clarifies, I'm just taking a break. You idiots. Still gripping the mic, Kwon Kang-hyuk shouts, don't you understand what it means to rest? A subordinate warns him to be careful with his words. The crowd wonders aloud if his injury is the reason for his break. Concerns are raised about the upcoming Asian Exhibition Games and the potential gap without Korea's best tank. Still holding the microphone, Kwon Kang-hyuk declares, yes, it's because of my right arm injury, but don't worry about the Asian Exhibition Games. Kwon Kang-hyuk's declaration continues, revealing, because someone who can replace me has shown up. A collective erupts from the crowd, their shock palpable. A voice booms out, cutting through the stunned silence, all right. Speak for yourself now. His face contorted in rage, the man grips the handle of a massive axe. Another figure walks away in the background, seemingly unconcerned. A chilling voice calls out a name, Kim Tae-hyun. The sound echoes. The chilling voice questions, Kim Tae-hyun? The rookie player? The crowd behind him questions, is he qualified to compete in the games? Before they can continue, a voice booms out, wait. It's revealed that, with this labyrinth raid, Kim Tae-hyun ranks 5th in contribution. The voice continues, declaring, he's perfectly qualified to be on the team. The voice adds, plus, there's a rumor that with the fountain of vitality he got. The voice booms, revealing the reason for his inclusion, he has reached the rank of a national force. That announcement is met with disbelief. That's ridiculous. Do you even know what national force rank means? The woman looks on, sweat trickling down her face, clearly taken aback by the announcement. The explanation rings out, national force is a designation reserved for monsters from another dimension, even among S-rankers. The term exists because these beings defy classification alongside other S-ranks. 3 figures loom behind her, their eyes glowing ominously. A palpable sense of dread washes over the woman. No matter how talented player Kim Tae-hyun is, reaching that rank already, the woman exclaims, her voice laced with disbelief. A hand grips a metal baton, ready to strike. Kim Tae-hyun announces, my name is Kim Tae-hyun, who will be one of the representatives of New Korea in the Asian Exhibition Games. The announcement is met with stunned silence, punctuated only by a large exclamation mark. He continues, acknowledging the elephant in the room, many of you must be worried that I'll be replacing player Kwon Kang-hyuk as a representative. He continues, I understand. No matter how much I've accomplished, I'm still just a rookie compared to the other players, after all. He admits, I also can't say for sure that I'll perform as well as the previous national representatives. A voice mocks, haha. So this guy is the new S-ranker of New Korea. The voice continues, stating that there's also currently no way to prove the voice continues, mentioning the rumors surrounding that national force rank. Cuckoo. Isn't he humble? The voice finishes sarcastically. So, is he confident or not? The voice wonders aloud. The voice answers its own question, stating firmly, of course, he's not. You think just anyone can reach the national force rank? I knew from the start this would happen, the voice declares, a hint of resignation in its tone. However, I'm sure there's a good reason. His grip tightens on the hilt of his sword. A wave of confusion washes over the crowd. A single thought bubble hangs in the air, question mark. He declares, a determined glint in his eyes, I hope this Asian Exhibition Games will be the place where I can prove everything. The podium bears a striking emblem, a stylized axe. Of course. A voice echoes, laced with a hint of uncertainty. A sinister smile spreads across his face. He continues, adding, that includes the rumors about the oh-so-great national force rank as well. The implications hang heavy in the air. The scene plunges into darkness, the only visible details being the power lines overhead and the silhouette of a figure. The darkness shifts, revealing the silhouettes of 2 figures. One hangs upside down, seemingly captured. Please spare me, the captured figure pleads, hanging upside down before a towering wall of books. The captured figure's plea echoes again, please. Tears streaming down her face, she begs, please forgive me just this once. Shadow. I really did my best. Still kneeling, she cries out, I followed your orders diligently. It's a miracle that I even managed to escape. But she realizes none of them knew Kim Tae-hyun would be that strong. Tears stream down her face as she acknowledges their miscalculation. None of them anticipated the true extent of Kim Tae-hyun's strength. Oh ho! A voice echoes, followed by a sharp command, stand up, Milena. Towering over Milena, the masked figure issues a sharp order, stand up, Milena. An exclamation punctuates the air, hanging heavy as Milena remains prone on the wooden floor. The masked figure continues, his words a harsh assessment, you're right. If your opponent was stronger, there's nothing you could do. The masked figure extends a hand, offering a strange comfort, after all, it's not your fault you failed after you tried your best. SH Shadow, a voice calls out, the word hanging in the air. Tears stream down her face as she whispers, SH Shadow. Though, the voice continues, hinting at a further revelation. A hand gently touches her face, a soft tap echoing in the silence. The voice declares, I don't need weak subordinates. A blinding flash erupts. The figure recoils, a visible shock registering as the light intensifies. Power is the law, the figure declares, his words echoing with chilling authority. The figure moves with impossible speed, a blur of motion. To see trash like you begging for life is infuriating, the figure declares, his contempt palpable. His eyes glow with menacing power, the mask's red lines mirroring the intensity of his gaze. The masked figure commands, burn this place along with the corpse. The masked figure declares, the association will definitely look for traces of this trash. One of the men responds with a hurried, why yes, sir. The masked figure's command rings out, understood. But something feels strange to the masked figure. We invested far more manpower to avoid another incident like East Point. The masked figure continues, revealing more of their plan. Even if Kwon Kang-hyuk's assassination failed, the possibility of clearing the labyrinth was zero. The masked figure reveals the name of their target. Kim Tae-hyun. The masked figure lets out a sinister chuckle. Hoo. The target's location is engulfed in flames. Leading his hooded entourage, the masked figure strides forward, heading toward the fiery horizon. The Asian exhibition games are going to be interesting, he muses, a hint of anticipation in his voice. Suddenly, an ominous presence looms. Footsteps echo, growing louder. A sense of dread fills the air. The ominous presence is revealed, a suited man, standing before a large door. Player Kim Tae-hyun. This way, please, he calls out. Tae-hyun faces forward, his back to us, as he walks toward the man. The suited man's expression is strained, a bead of sweat rolling down his face. Everyone is waiting, he exclaims, urgency in his voice. The door is open to reveal the top players of New Korea. The door swings open, revealing a message, and those who will be joining you in the Asian exhibition games. He steps through the doorway, seemingly unfazed by the announcement. A faint smirk plays on his lips as he looks to the side. The announcement booms, these are the representative players of New Korea. The angle shifts, looking down at the New Korean representatives seated before a large screen. The camera pans up, revealing the large screen they're facing. One of the representatives stares intently at the screen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. I heard about it, but I didn't expect him to be this young. The screen displays, contribution rank 7, S-rank player, Jang Jin-soo. The representative, masked and bespectacled, leans back, voicing his concern, isn't this a violation of human rights? The screen shifts, now displaying contribution rank 8, S-rank player, Seo Hangil. A voice booms out, cutting through the tension, enough. Age doesn't matter when it comes to skill. The screen updates again, now displaying contribution rank 4, Guild Master of the Magicians, and S-rank player, Kwak Seong. A sinister chuckle fills the air. I knew you'd come here someday, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. The screen shifts again, now displaying contribution rank current 3, former 2, S-rank player, Park Sungjin. Park Sungjin stands before the large metal door, hands casually in his pockets. Two figures sit at a table in the foreground, watching him intently. The view shifts to behind Park Sungjin, the S-rank player. It's been quite chaotic, but the team is finally all here, a voice announces. An invitation appears, please, have a seat, Tae-hyun. A screen flickers to life. The screen displays the Asian Exhibition Games as several figures sit around a large, illuminated table, listening intently to a presentation. The presentation explains that the games originated from when the defenders of each Asian country banded together. The presentation shifts to a flashback, back when the abyss was discovered, and people awakened to skills. A monstrous landscape fills the screen, hinting at the world's transformation. The presentation continues, describing a time of great chaos when a great number of monsters appeared. The flashback continues, revealing that now, it is a period of 7 days in which the representative of each Asian country freely fights monsters. An SS-rank monster, the Kraken, is worth 1,500 points. The goal, convert monsters into points to compete. A missing lesser demonic human is next on the list. The screen displays SOP. As people fear monsters and demonic humans? The text begins, hinting at a deeper societal prejudice. They consider it an official time of festivity. The crowd cheers, raising their arms in celebration, but one man in the foreground looks on with a grim expression. He extends his hand, a faint blue glow emanating from his palm. But the man with the grim expression thinks, but in reality, it's more of a small war, as red energy crackles around his clenched fist. Red energy intensifies around the grim man's fist as he thinks, but in reality, it's more of a small war. It is a time to identify the power of each country's forces, and also a time to generate. A voice declares, as the assembled group stands ready. The voice continues, declaring this event a time to generate goodwill from broadcasting the monster hunt. Meanwhile, chained and seemingly captured, the blonde man yells as a smiling figure flashes a peace sign. The voice booms, explaining that the winning country will receive a massive prize pool, a unique item, and the right to complete uncleared dungeons. It is inevitable for the competition to be damn fierce. The man continues speaking into the microphone, the promise of gold, a unique item, and unclaimed dungeons hanging in the balance for the winning country. As I thought. It's good I decided to participate in the Asian Exhibition Games, he realizes, the promise of the prize pool solidifying his conviction. He smirks, his gaze fixed on the screen before him. As I thought. It's good I decided to participate in the Asian Exhibition Games. The name echoes in his mind, the succubus queen I met in the depths of the abyss, Rosaria. Rosaria, the succubus queen, leans in, her finger pointed accusingly. The succubus queen's words echo with a chilling revelation, she knows of the existence of the king. But her strength is... The succubus queen's words trail off, leaving the rest of the statement hanging in the air. Unknown, and I can't expect her to spill the information easily. The succubus queen's concerns are evident as she anticipates a difficult interrogation. The succubus queen realizes, I'll need to get stronger to demand. But then corrects herself, understanding the true scale of the challenge, no, I'll need to get much stronger if I ever want to continue a conversation with her. The succubus queen realizes her opportunity lies in the Asian Exhibition Games. A determined smirk plays on her lips as she thinks, to try fighting the strongest of other countries and even win a prize is so important. Although, she realizes, we do have an issue with our new South Korea team. He pauses, a realization dawning on him, marked by a stark exclamation point. The problem is that their top ranker is still missing. And other key players, such as Kwon Kang-hyuk, who recently became the second rank, are gone too. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he considers the implications of this information. The situation worsens, Yu Iong is also unable to participate due to personal matters. As a result, New South Korea's overall strength has been weakened. The stakes are raised. Which calls for a need to discuss. He states, a sinister plan brewing. His hand gestures, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. He confidently declares, "We've solved that issue." A world map and various charts are displayed before him, suggesting a global problem has been resolved. However, the man with the eye patch quickly corrects himself, stating, "There's a rumor, kiddo. I mean, Kim Tae-hyun has become a national-level asset." The news lands with the force of a physical blow. The man on the left, visibly sweating as a speech bubble, conveys utter disbelief. A single tear rolls down her cheek as she stares intensely at something out of frame. National level, the text shouts, the implications of the revelation hanging heavy in the air. The man in black's eyes widen, the realization of the national level news sinking in. Is that true? The text demands, the question hanging in the air, thick with disbelief. The man's disbelief intensifies. Impossible. At that age, he exclaims, a bead of sweat trickling down his cheek. It's just a rumor, he insists, though his tone lacks conviction. And you should know we cannot consider what is not proven while discussing our plans right now, one of them states. The group is clearly disappointed. It was almost great. A sense of disappointment hangs heavy in the air. At least, not yet, he thinks, a glimmer of hope flickering amidst the disappointment. So, what are we going to do? The question hangs in the air, directed at the assembled group around the table. The tension mounts as another voice chimes in, questioning, what can we do? Are we going to get someone else? The hands slam down on the table with a resounding thwack. Ha ha ha. That's not a bad idea. The man clarifies, we lack a national-level player, unlike China and Japan. But the Asian exhibition games aren't a fight to the death. The man leans forward, clarifying the rules, it's a battle for points by hunting monsters. If we play it calm, we have a chance, the man declares, his words offering a glimmer of hope amidst the strategic planning. Park Sungjin, Kwak Seon, and Seo Hangil, each possessing extensive abyss experience, are deemed capable of handling the monsters. With a confident smirk, the man in sunglasses declares, got it. The plan seems to be falling into place. With a focused gaze, the woman points to a spot on the table. The plan continues to unfold. Jang Jinsu, with his anti-personnel experience, can help Kim Tae-hyun hunt the discovered demonic humans. Got it. Kim Tae-hyun affirms. Jang Jinsu, equally resolved, shouts, understood. The plan is set. The man with the eye patch reveals, now then, the Asian exhibition games are next week. With his hands clasped, the man with the eye patch declares, I'll be expecting everyone's best. The stadium of the Asian branch of the World Player Association will host the opening ceremony for the Asian exhibition games. The stadium is packed, the audience eager for the opening ceremony of the Asian exhibition games. Philippines, Vietnam, Singapore, and the rest, each country's team has gathered, awaiting entry into the Asian exhibition games. Among all the teams, Japan and China appear to be the strongest, with national-level force players competing. Among the competitors is Japan's national-level player, Ghostblade Nakata Shinji. Specifically, China has sent out 3 national-level players to compete, and they are estimated to be the strongest contenders. China's national-level players are also entering the fray, Superspeed Kai Mingmin and Bloodblade Lu Feng. Another of China's national-level players is revealed, Godforce Shea Xian. However, for Korea, it's revealed that many high-ranked players, including Kwon Kang-hyuk, have decided not to compete. The news weighs heavily on Tae-hyun's parents. Seems like winning won't be possible, one says, while the other replies, I just hope our Tae-hyun will be safe. An abrupt what breaks the somber mood. What are you saying? Mom? Dad? Tae-hyun shouts, holding up a sign that reads Undefeatable Tae-hyun. His parents react with stunned disbelief. Losing hope when we should be shouting for Tae-hyun till our voices crack, one parent exclaims. Have you forgotten all he's done for us? An enraged supporter screams in defiance, standing before a poster of Tae-hyun. Flames lick at the edges of the sign. A hesitant voice cuts through the rage, we do. The scene shifts to a bright, modern living room. Like this house. We bought it with money Tae-hyun gave us. The argument escalates. And what about my allowance, one voice demands.
I get a bonus whenever he raids a dungeon.
Sir! Sir, a voice calls out, as a stack of bills is presented.
That means, the more Taehyun succeeds, the more I have to gain.
So let's cheer him on, the voice declares, revealing the speaker's self-serving motivation.
My son is such a wretched mess of greed. A voice laments. The parents in the background look on with concern. He's getting worse. Should we get an exorcist or something?
Despite his parents' doubts, someone shouts encouragement.
I still believe in bro, unlike mom and dad. Taehyun. Show those foreigners what you've got. The scene shifts to the city skyline, a bridge cutting across the view. Please, focus on your own life first.
Her heels click sharply against the floor. She stops, directly addressing someone. You're the youngest S-Rank player of New South Korea, Kim Taehyun, right?
An exclamation hangs in the air, thick with unspoken tension.
A sinister smirk spreads across his face as he replies, I owe you one from East Point.
He then adds, ha.
The crowd roars as the match begins.
Rose petals scatter as the two approach each other, ready to fight.
A voice echoes, stating, I was going to deal with it myself, but things had been resolved by the time I arrived at the scene. Her eyes narrow, a cold determination hardening her gaze. Yoshikawa Tsurara, Japan's national-level player known as the Holy Maiden, is introduced.
Yoshikawa Tsurara, a voice exclaims.
The Holy Maiden, it seems, was the one who originally solved the East Point incident. I see, no wonder such a large incident was covered up so quietly, he realizes.
I sent you an invitation because I wanted to thank you.
The voice trails off, the reason for the invitation left hanging in the air.
To thank you.
She continues, for saving my life, you. Her words are finally spoken, the reason for the invitation revealed.
For saving my life, you.
She finishes, the air thick with unspoken tension.
Then comes the sharp question, so why did you refuse?
Her gaze sharpens, a subtle smile playing on her lips as she awaits his answer.
Silence hangs heavy in the air as he considers her question.
The room is filled with an unnerving silence, the weight of the unspoken hanging in the air as everyone awaits his decision.
Breaking the tense silence, a voice offers, meeting's over, want a drink anyone?
As the others begin to file out, he declines the offer, stating, I'll pass. Just as he's about to leave, someone calls out, oh, hold on, Taehyun. Taehyun turns to face the source of the voice.
He's met with nothing but darkness and a question mark. But instead of an attacker, a disembodied voice asks, an invite?
He stares into the abyss. The voice continues, stating, yes, the Holy Maiden has picked you out. I can't be sure of her intentions, but she's one of the few the voice trails off, leaving a lingering sense of unease.
The man continues, regeneration ability users in the world.
He adds, she could help treat Kainan.
He then suggests, it might not be bad to meet her before the exhibition games. Before asking for their opinion. What do you think?
The other man stands before a large screen, awaiting their response.
His expression firm, he declares, I'll pass.
A stunned reaction fills the air.
His shocking declaration is met with disbelief.
Why is that, Taehyun, he is asked, the speaker's voice laced with incredulity.
Kwon Kang-hyuk was injured trying to protect you.
Manager Go Tae-wook interjects, demanding, calm down. The manager's demand hangs in the air as a speech bubble appears, urging, let's hear your reasoning.
Go Tae-wook leans forward, hands clasped, his gaze intense.
Why do you refuse, Taehyun, he asks.
Taehyun's response is immediate, though unhelpful. I can't explain right now. From his seat, Taehyun insists, but it's a simple answer.
Taehyun begins to explain, starting with a single, stark word, I dash. The explanation begins, but Taehyun hesitates, his answer cut short. The explanation continues, revealing a hidden truth, know of the despicable wretch hidden behind the facade of the one called the Holy Maiden. The revelation hits hard, and the Holy Maiden's companion looks back, a flicker of shock in her eyes.
The companion's reaction is subtle, but undeniable.
A seed of doubt has been planted. A sinister smirk spreads across his face, confirming the worst.
He declares, that's all.
The sinister smirk hints at a far more complex and dangerous reality. That sinister smirk remains, promising only further torment. He walks away, disappearing into the crowd. Her gaze follows him, a hint of something unreadable flickering in her eyes. "How's that?" she asks, her sinister smirk deepening.
Hoo.
She chuckles, adding, "As I expected, he didn't refuse my invitation for a simple reason." The realization dawns on her, he knows something about me. The man stares directly ahead, a distinct air of suspicion now surrounding him. A question hangs in the air, unspoken but palpable.
The man's thoughts race, then I'll.
His thoughts racing, the man prepares to act, but a voice interrupts him.
Hoo. Not like that. The voice continues, revealing their strategy, the fool's only focus on his growth.
The voice continues, drawing attention to a key detail, but the most fascinating thing about that man
is his shadow. Is what he knows.
The statement hangs in the air, heavy with implication. He stands with his back to us, the weight of those words seemingly settling upon his shoulders.
He's continuously performing feats not possible with just strength, the voice admits.
The speaker continues, confessing, "I especially have no clue where he might have gotten info on me." Beside him stands a woman with a knowing smirk, her gaze intense. "I can't wait for the day he begins to value me," the text declares, hinting at a complex relationship.
And now, let the long-awaited. A figure stands on a platform before a crowd. Asian exhibition games begin. The announcement booms over the crowd.
"The countdown is about to begin," the speaker declares, confetti raining down. The speaker, microphone in hand, prepares to begin the countdown.
The Asian exhibition games will be officially hosted by Singapore's A-rank player, Alex Go. 10. The countdown begins. The crowd roars 10 as the countdown continues. Then, another voice shouts 9. The countdown continues, 9. The countdown continues, the number 8, now displayed. The countdown continues, 7. A man smirks, observing, it's finally starting. The countdown continues, now at 6.
A sinister voice suggests, should we kill some at the start to soften things up?
Someone retorts, watch your mouth. We're in public. The countdown ticks down to 5. A commanding voice booms, you all remember your assigned roles, right? The countdown continues, 4.
Someone declares their intention, Kwak Siang, Seo Hangil, and I will get the monsters.
The countdown continues, now at 3. The countdown continues, reaching 3.
But then, a sudden, unexpected plea rings out, and Jang Jinsu, help Kim Tae-hyun.
Ha! The countdown continues relentlessly, 2. The countdown continues, hitting 2.
Panic rising, someone shouts, Kim Tae-hyun? Where did he go?
The countdown continues to tick down as panic visibly sets in on the woman's face. Ha! A voice wonders, as the countdown hits 1. As the countdown concludes, a voice booms, now. Let the games.
The man's wide grin stretches across his face, his teeth bared in anticipation.
The announcement booms, the fiery week-long festival, the Asian exhibition games. The games are about to be dash.
The man's face is contorted in a maniacal grin as a blade of light slices toward him. "Jin," he gasps, as a spray of blood erupts around him. The man falls backward, headless. Jin stands, sword in hand. He lands, the force of his descent cracking the ground beneath his feet. A sinister smirk spreads across his face. His opponent lies defeated, blood splattered around him.
The crowd watches in stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief.
He screams in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock at the unexpected defeat. But then, a sinister grin spreads across his face.
A blinding flash erupts.
A surge of energy explodes outward. The force of the blast sends a figure flying. The force sends other figures hurtling through the air as well. One slams against the side of the building, leaving a bloody trail. Recovering quickly, he draws his sword, a blue ring of energy swirling around him. His opponent unleashes a devastating punch, crackling with purple energy.
Blade crackling with energy, he prepares to meet the incoming blow.
The clash is imminent, energy surging. The hooded figure meets the attack head-on, energy crackling around his outstretched hand. His opponent grits his teeth, bracing for the impact. Her eyes widen in shock as the energy crackles violently around her. She grits her teeth, bracing for the full force of the blow. The energy surges, and he screams in pain, bracing himself against the overwhelming power.
The energy explodes outward, a blinding flash engulfing everything.
The world dissolves into pure, blinding light. The title, Regressing with the King's Power, appears amidst the fading light.
The chapter opens, 51.
What happened? A voice cries out in confusion.
Another voice follows, filled with disbelief. Did his head just fly off?
A wave of students stands frozen in shock, their eyes fixed on the scene unfolding before them. A cloud of dust billows around the stunned students, obscuring the battlefield. The dust continues to obscure the arena, leaving the outcome uncertain. The dust lingers, accompanied by the sound of something collapsing. As the dust begins to settle, several figures emerge, seemingly unharmed. A loud hyung echoes as the dust settles further. A bead of sweat trickles down her face. Her eyes, glowing with a strange light, narrow with determination.
Kim Tae-hyun.
Are you crazy? She shouts, her glowing eyes wide with disbelief. What are you? She exclaims, before a chilling laugh echoes.
Ka ha ha ha. An exclamation punctuates the air, leaving the audience in suspense. The man questions their motives, incredulous. Not only killing the host, but defending him too?
He then sneers, you guys are real fiery.
The figure cuts off any potential response. No need for excuses.
The figure's booming voice silences any further discussion.
His face contorted in rage, the figure declares, extermination.
Lightning crackles around him, promising devastation.
The figure's fist clenches, power radiating outwards.
The air crackles with energy as his power surges, forming a destructive shape. The surge of power sends ripples through the crowd. The power manifests as a sharp, destructive beam, aimed directly at his opponent.
Ghost Blade. He mutters, then declares, I don't care how many you kill.
He continues, his gaze fixed on the woman, I don't care how many you kill. He continues, his gaze fixed on the woman, just keep my property alive. A sinister smile spreads across her face, her eyes glowing with an eerie light.
Suddenly, a commanding voice booms out, everyone, stop.
The group stops, the sound of their sudden halt echoing through the room. The woman watches them, a subtle smirk playing on her lips.
The man, looking up at the woman, voices his confusion,
A voice booms out, declaring, we welcome your support, but the casualty was a Singaporean player.
We will handle the situation. The woman is escorted forward, a man with an eye patch shouting in the background.
The screen displays the words Singapore Player Association and the name Hailey Tan. It must be a misunderstanding, miss, a voice shouts, continuing, our representative players would never. He's grabbed roughly by the arm, the man's face contorted in anger.
The crowd erupts, we just witnessed it. His head flew off.
The man's head is shown, now detached from his body.
What evidence could be more solid than this? The question hangs in the air, unanswered.
Arrest that criminal immediately, a voice booms.
Another voice identifies the target, demonic human, Wan Kai.
Wan Kai's face fills the frame, his expression unreadable. The reason for Wan Kai's arrest becomes clear. A few years back, on a luxury cruise on the Pacific, that S-Rank demonic human tortured and murdered 30 passengers. A large speech bubble filled with question marks punctuates the scene, reflecting the group's shock at the revelation. The speaker continues, revealing that the associations and corporations many countries placed a bounty of $3 billion on his head. Despite this, he escaped after profiting from the information. The speaker finishes his thought, stating that the man profited from the information he forced out of his victims. The revelation hangs heavy in the air. The speaker clarifies, to be exact, he changed his appearance.
A voice from below questions the relevance, asking, "What does that have to do with this?" The speaker's face contorts in anger as he yells, the sound echoing. Sweat beads on his brow as a realization dawns. Could it be, he wonders, the question hanging in the air?
Wan Kai managed to shake off the search, a voice declares, confirming the worst. The reason Wan Kai evaded capture becomes clear, because he had a skill that allowed him to change his appearance.
The explanation continues, like this.
A sinister smirk plays on his lips as Wan Kai displays his transformed appearance. He lies defeated, Wan Kai's foot pressing down, his eyes wide with shock.
Stuttering in disbelief, he gasps, his face.
The transformation has clearly shocked him. Wan Kai's face is now visible, a sinister smirk plastered across his face. Beside him, a woman with piercing eyes watches with amusement.
Wan Kai speaks, a chilling revelation in his words, "Thank the Nightwalkers for this info." Wan Kai reveals his source, "Thank the Nightwalkers for this info." A confused voice cries out, "What's going on?"
The two men below look up in shock as a figure appears above them.
Did the Nightwalkers get this information?
The figure speaks, his voice echoing with power, "Kim Tae-hyun." The figure's eyes glow red as he smirks, a piercing in his lip glinting.
How interesting.
The Asian Player Exhibition Games results appear, showing South Korea in first place with 1,000 points. The Asian Player Exhibition Games conclude, with South Korea taking first place with a dominating 1,000 points.
China and Japan are left with 0. The death, initially believed to be a murder, is now classified as the death of a demonic human. The temporarily paused exhibition games immediately resume.
The exhibition games resume within the stark, towering arena.
Each country's players have now left the opening ceremony, ready to begin their hunt.
An operator shouts, her eyes wide with alarm as she stares at the display before her.
Kim Tae-hyun is the first to score in the event. He gives all credit to the Nightwalkers and continues his hunt.
The screen displays the reaction of Kim Tae-hyun's fans.
But a question lingers, was that all true? The man's anger flares as he confronts someone.
To think you would know the whereabouts of Wan Kai.
Of course not. Are you stupid? He shouts, his anger reaching a boiling point. The man's thoughts turn to another. Then why did Kim Tae-hyun lie? Her eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down her face as she shouts, "How would I know?"
A voice booms from the control center, "I'm grateful for the advertisement, but all the calls have overloaded our systems.
Paralyzed us." From the control center, a voice declares, "This isn't how the association head does things. This was independently done by our Tae-hyun." A character questions the use of our.
A sinister smile creeps across Tae-hyun's face as he wonders, could it be that our darling?
Tae-hyun's suspicions deepen as he repeats the word, darling.
Rain lashed down as the ominous sound echoed.
The city sprawls beneath a deluge, its lights reflecting in the dark water. The downpour intensifies, streaks of rain blurring the already indistinct cityscape.
The relentless rain lashes against the damaged buildings, pooling on the rooftops and streets. Suddenly, a blinding flash cuts through the darkness. The man is sent flying backwards, his eyes wide with shock as he crashes into the debris. The attacker advances, a burst of energy crackling around his hands. Coughing blood, he struggles to speak.
How did you find my identity?" The screen flashes, revealing the attacker's true identity, A-rank demonic human, Gak Dagwi. The attacker's chilling words cut through the air, "How?" "Because you're a demonic human." The demonic human, Gak Dagwi, holds a phone to his ear, a sinister calm in his voice. "Hello?" he says, his tone suggesting a calculated move. Suddenly, the phone blares with an overly affectionate darling. Dagwi winces, clearly annoyed by the interruption. "Ugh," he groans.
Before he can react, a stark message cuts through the air, "You're late."
"Late?"
"We were so busy here we almost died," the response shoots back, clearly defensive.
A new voice cuts in, laced with suspicion, "This call is through a secure line, right?"
A smirk plays on his lips as he speaks into the phone, "As I thought." Her smirk deepens as she retorts, "You wanted to make me call you."
He retorts into the phone, "I can't make secure calls on my phone." His expression hardens as he adds, "You wanted to talk to me that much?" The masked man states, "Anyways, I have two favors I need from you." A voice immediately demands, "What is it? What are they?" The masked man then reveals his requests, "I need you to look into something, and I also need more information on demonic humans." The response is immediate, echoing the weight of the requests. Investigation? More information? The response comes back, "We already gave you information through the association." A bead of sweat trickles down his face, the pressure mounting. The voice on the other end continues, asserting, "We both know catching those small fry won't allow us to win the exhibition games." The speaker's tone hardens. "If we want to aim for higher, we need bigger prey." A gasp escapes him, "Why you?" For example. The voice begins, leaving the listener in suspense. A sinister smile spreads across his face, hinting at the unsettling example to come. Like the malignant guild, he reveals, as a flash of energy cuts through the darkness. The hooded figure descends, a surge of raw power emanating from him as he plummets towards the city below. He plummets faster, the city's buildings rushing up to meet him. He slams into the side of a building, the impact jarring him. Rain streams down as a figure in a conical hat stands, hand gripping a sheathed blade. A voice declares, "My name is Kimura Ren." "What? Who?" a voice echoes, questioning Kimura Ren's sudden introduction. The man on the phone looks shocked, questioning, "What did you say, darling?" A voice booms, cutting through the air, "Hold on. Wait. I'm here to punish you." The booming voice continues, declaring, "For dirtying the name of the Holy Maiden." His face contorted in rage, the man's eyes glowed with an eerie purple light as he roared his condemnation. It's Japan's S-Rank player, Bold Blade Kimura Ren. The screen displays the title warrior Kimura Ren. The warrior, Kimura Ren, is engulfed by a spectral wolf, its glowing eyes piercing the darkness. Kimura Ren descends, surrounded by a swirling vortex of spectral energy. Kimura Ren is not just any warrior, he's Japan's Asian Exhibition Games participant and an S-Rank player. The S-Rank player's eyes glow with an unnerving intensity as she faces her opponent. A faint smile plays on her lips. He is also one of the passionate worshippers of the saintess. If the swordsmanship of Nakata Shinji, a national treasure, is used. Nakata Shinji's swordsmanship, a national treasure, is known for its grace and precision. Then Kimura Ren's swordsmanship, reckless and strong like a warrior's, rips its opponent apart. It focuses on destruction. But no matter how powerful a sword technique is, the narration begins, setting the stage for a crucial revelation. With a fierce HAA, Kimura Ren unleashes the full force of his swordsmanship. HAA, he roars, unleashing a torrent of energy. The torrent of energy explodes outward. If it doesn't strike its enemy. The text hangs ominously in the air. "What?" he cries, panic etched on his face. "We can't do it?" "Why not?" he demands, his voice laced with desperation as the violet energy pulses around him. "Damn it," he shouts, his frustration reaching a boiling point. "Damn it," he roars, lunging forward, his sword crackling with violet energy. Just why, he thinks, frustration mounting. Why aren't my attacks landing? How is someone like him dodging all of my attacks, he thinks, his frustration reaching a boiling point. His teeth grit in frustration, the glowing eyes betraying his mounting rage. "Of course, we can't do it," a voice exclaims. The speaker questions the audacity of the plan. "You want to target the malignant guild?" Two figures walk down a sterile corridor, the leader checking his phone. The disembodied voice retorts, "It's not like you don't know why the association chose to leave the demonic human cartel alone." The voice continues, explaining the demonic human cartel's elusiveness. These people would hide themselves immediately and cut off any traces the moment anyone gets close to them. Therefore, even if we do have information, we won't chase after them until we're very certain that we can get them. The woman's eyes widen in shock as she stares at her phone. A bead of sweat trickles down her face as she gapes in disbelief. The man stands before her, seemingly unfazed by her reaction. A warning rings out, "Don't poke the beehive unnecessarily or things will spiral out of control."
That's true, a voice acknowledges, as a flurry of energy lashes out.
But, a new challenge is clearly on the horizon.
He lunges forward, a sinister grin spreading across his face.
His eyes glow with an eerie light as he moves, a question hanging heavy in the air. The attack connects, leaving only a trail of destruction in its wake. The blade strikes home, a spray of blood marking the brutal impact.
The force of the blow sends him flying backward, a blinding light erupting from the point of impact. The force of the impact sends him hurtling away, the ground blurring beneath him. Blood splatters as he continues to fly backward, the bright light above him intensifying.
Despite the brutal impact, he declares, it's possible if I handle it.
Despite the impact, a slight smile plays on his lips. What? He mutters into the phone, as an explosion erupts nearby. Though he can't reveal the specifics, he declares, I can't tell you how I'll do it exactly, but I have a surefire way to get them. His voice pleads, please trust me. Despite his plea for trust, a sinister smile plays on his lips as he holds up a phone. I've proven myself with the results so far, haven't I? She questions, her expression hardening.
Seriously. Relenting, she agrees, fine.
But there isn't a lot of information about the Malignant Guild, so I'll also give you information about other places. Other places, a voice questions, the words hanging in the air, unanswered. The screen shifts, displaying the word information in bold letters.
On the three warlords, the information concludes. A single exclamation point punctuates the revelation.
The words "the three warlords" appear, looming over a figure standing before massive, scaled pillars bathed in a pink glow.
Two figures emerge, their eyes glowing with an eerie light.
The woman stands with her arms crossed, while the man sports a sinister smirk.
These figures are not just underworld kingpins, but they also control the political scene.
They are the three bosses of the demonic human cartel that rules from Asia. The cartel's power extends further than initially believed. As they announce, we managed to find out how the contact person of one of their executives, Miyazaki Kenji. Even if they capture him, the cartel acknowledges that he won't easily spill information. Furthermore, they recognize the risk. Things going wrong could create even more enemies during the exhibition matches.
The cartel now faces a difficult question: what do we do? A sinister grin spreads across his face as he asks, what do you want to do? The choice is made, the warlords. They're not as important as the Malignant Guild, but it's not a bad choice.
Into the phone, he states, all right, his expression unreadable.
The man states his decision, we'll start with them then.
Sweat trickles down her face as she says, phew.
Okay, and I'll look into your additional request.
The woman finishes her statement.
Thank you, one voice says. Another replies, if you're really thankful, how about buying me a meal?
The first responds, I'll do that after the exhibition matches are over. Rain falls as one figure walks away, leaving another standing alone in the alley.
The rain continues to fall, the alleyway now empty.
Bastard, he roars, drawing his sword, blood dripping from his face.
Despite his rage, he pauses, glancing down at his phone with a puzzled. His opponent's voice booms, you intend to keep looking down on me? The enraged opponent, bloodied and with glowing eyes, roars. Meanwhile, the protagonist's detached head questions, I never did that though?
If you don't fight me properly, I'll destroy this whole area along with you, he threatens, unleashing a wave of destructive energy. I already said I wasn't looking down on you, the detached head replies.
The disembodied head declares, I'll disrupt your senses first.
The head prepares to attack,
declaring his intent, I'll disrupt your senses first.
Orbs labeled with senses surround him.
He lists the senses he intends to target: sight, touch, hearing, taste, smell.
The head unleashes his attack, declaring, domination of 5 senses.
The attack surges forward, a wave of energy aimed directly at the protagonist. TSK.
I was trying to do you a favor by not fighting.
As the energy surges towards him, a voice booms out, don't you know that fighting between participants is forbidden? His expression hardens, the glow intensifying as he declares, it can't be helped then.
A wave of disbelief washes over the crowd. The speech bubble screams, amplifying the shock. The figure declares, "I'll get a little serious and play with you." A sinister grin spreads across his face as a monstrous skull looms behind him. He gestures, and crimson energy crackles around him. Crimson energy intensifies, and he raises his sword, uttering a single, ominous syllable, WH. But his expression twists in disbelief, eyes widening as he cries out, "What?" The perspective shifts to an aerial view, revealing the distance between the two figures. The announcement rings out, Kimura-rin was defeated. "I've already settled things with the media," one of them says, continuing, "and said a demonic human took him out to make sure no problems occur, but..." After his defeat by Kim Tae-hyun, he repeats one phrase, "I'll get serious and play with you." The man below looks up at his opponent, now towering over him. It seems he's under some kind of mind-related skill. It's revealed that, in his current state, it'll likely take him a month to recover. He definitely won't be able to participate in the exhibition matches. Peering through the doorway, she muses, "I guess he does have a skill that the media doesn't know about." The woman resolves, "Maybe I should step in now." A chilling kahaha echoes through the chamber, disrupting the tense atmosphere. "You and your jokes," the man exclaims, his voice laced with frustration. "We won't be able to get points at the exhibition match if even the Phantom Swordsman is absent." The woman silences him with a sharp slap. "All right," she declares, a confident smirk playing on her lips. "No need to be worried," she states confidently. "I already foresaw Kimura-rin losing to him." A sinister smile spreads across her face as she reveals, "I've already prepared a new bait anyways." A new bait, indeed. The scene shifts to what appears to be a prison cell, the cold light illuminating the aged and stained walls. Scattered wooden planks litter the ground, the perspective suggesting a view from below. Clank! The prison cell door swings open, a blinding light flooding the dark interior. A surge of power erupts. Stepping out of the cell, the two figures emerge into the light. Lying on the floor, the two figures appear to be unconscious. The scene shifts to a view from above, revealing the two figures lying motionless on the tiled floor. The perspective shifts to a lower angle, revealing one of the figures is now bound at the wrists. Groggily, he utters two names, Yoshikawa, Sarara. His vision blurred, he weakly calls out, "Yoshikawa, Sarara." A sinister smile spreads across her face as she speaks a name, Isaka Ryohei. Her expression hardens as she declares, "It's time for you to do some work for me." The scene shifts to an unknown place in the abyss. The abyss looms, a red sky dominated by a dark, ominous eclipse. The ground erupts with a series of sharp, crystalline spikes. The ground explodes in a burst of raw power. More energy explodes from the ground. More energy explodes from the ground. Two figures brace themselves against the unseen force. A voice cries out, "Cook! Why are you doing this?" Straining, sweat dripping down his face, he demands an answer, "Why are you doing this?" The attacker is identified, Rikaya, an S-rank player from the Philippines. His voice rings out, demanding an explanation. "Why are you trying to kill us?" Rikaya stands before them, and her reasoning begins to unfold. "With the strength of your group, you would be able to get first place even without doing something so cowardly." Rikaya exclaims, her voice filled with conviction. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he declares, "Shueishin." A sinister grin spreads across his face as he declares, "Shueishin." He calls out the name of China's national-level player, mystic deity Shueishin. A chilling laugh echoes as he declares, "I'm not playing with you cowards because I like it." He smirks, revealing the reason for his presence, "I'm just here on the Senile Association chairman's request." "What?" she exclaims, sweat dripping down her face. Both women appear shocked, weapons raised, bracing for an unseen attack. The revelation hits hard. The China Player Association chairman personally ordered for the assassination of other countries' participants? The gravity of the situation sinks in. "That's ridiculous," a voice cries out. "Are they trying to start a war?" "What?" But one of them shouts, before another yells, "Run for it!" The urgency escalates. "You need to run away and tell the rest about this." He grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow.
while I try to stop this monster. An urgent command echoes, "Go now!" The monster descends, a deafening roar shaking the very ground.
She braces for impact, her expression a mixture of fear and determination.
The ground cracks and shatters under the monster's immense weight. Curses!
She mutters, the monster's attack clearly having landed. Lying on the ground, bloodied and with a cracked lens in her glasses, she states, "The Singapore guys that Chai Mingmin is in charge of must be more interesting than this."
Next would be.
A voice trails off, leaving the audience to wonder what's coming next. She lies defeated, sprawled on the cracked earth. Which country is it? A voice asks, leaving her fate uncertain.
Oh right.
A voice suddenly realizes something.
Oh right.
He suddenly realizes, his expression shifting as a thought strikes him.
The realization hits him, New South Korea's.
Kim Tae-hyun, he finishes, finally understanding the connection. Kim Tae-hyun stands with his arms crossed, a dark aura swirling around him. The man lies defeated amongst the rubble, seemingly unconscious.
The Asia Exhibition Games will last for 1 week. New South Korea is ranked first with 1,550 points. The announcement blares, we're announcing the first day's aggregated point results.
New South Korea, having secured the first point, maintains an overwhelming lead. The announcement continues, revealing the current rankings. New South Korea still leads with 1,550 points, followed by China and Japan, who are chasing fiercely behind. The announcement continues, presenting 2 options. We're either live broadcasting each country's representatives tracking and hunting of demonic humans, or releasing the footage after some editing has been processed.
The crowd reacts to the news, one voice exclaiming, "New South Korea? That's crazy!" A new question arises, what's Japan and China, who have national-level players, doing?
Adding to the shock, news spreads that Kimura Rain from Japan has surrendered.
The cause? An injury inflicted by demonic humans. Horrifying news spreads, the Singapore players have been found dead.
Even worse, the Philippines team has gone missing after entering the abyss to subjugate monsters.
Amidst the growing chaos, a question hangs in the air, what's happening right now? It's clear that what's certain is that in this Asia Exhibition Games event, something has gone terribly wrong.
Above the city, a stark realization dawns, something's off. The camera focuses on a towering skyscraper, its many windows glowing in the night.
Silhouetted figures move along the rooftops. The city below remains unaware.
Unbeknownst to the figures on the rooftops, the Asia Exhibition Games Committee has formed an investigation squad. The Asia Exhibition Games Committee has formed an investigation squad to investigate the murder of the Singapore players and the incident of the Philippine players going missing. The committee's investigation squad has requested that each country cooperate with the investigation. Gripping his phone tightly, he thinks, before I regressed, this only happened around the 3rd day.
Has it already started? The thought bubble reads, if this is the same incident that. The sentence trails off, leaving the rest to his imagination.
Then the culprits behind these events would be the China national level players, he realizes, the potential implications hanging heavy in the air. He studies his phone, the screen's glow reflecting in his eyes as he pieces together the motive. The reason is for them to show off their individual strength and to get rid of other teams' players, a mix of various reasons. His eyes widen, a sudden realization striking him. The realization dawns on him, but the biggest reason would probably be because of the head of the China national level players, the personal ambition of that guy. His frustration mounts. Both the Saints and these assholes just won't let me rest in peace. I'm left with no choice then, he thinks, as a knock sounds on the door.
Since it's come down to this, I need to hurry things up. As he resolves to expedite his plans, a knock echoes through the room. The knock is followed by a thought bubble of confusion. It's already so late.
Who could it be, he wonders, clearly surprised by the interruption.
Now, he wonders aloud, who is it?
A voice calls out from behind the door, announcing, Kim Tae-hyun, it's me.
The mystery is answered as a voice responds, Kim Tae-hyun, it's me.
The voice continues, this time revealing the speaker, Jang Jin-soo. A sharp knock echoes against the door, the sound reverberating with an unknown urgency. The scene fades to white, punctuated only by two stark, dark blue lines.
Three dark blue shapes appear against the white void.
The scene shifts to a man in a suit, his expression serious. He states, "I found out from the association that you're staying here." A voice cuts through the air.
"It's me, Jang Jinsu." Jang Jinsu knocks on the door. Jang Jinsu continues, revealing how he found them. "I found out from the association that you're staying here."
Jang Jinsu's voice booms, the threat clear.
"Come out, let's have a talk." Jang Jinsu's gaze hardens, his expression unyielding. "Jang Jinsu."
A voice echoes, filled with surprise and disbelief. A gasp escapes, the sound of shock echoing through the room. A bird soars above the building where the two figures stand. The camera pans up, revealing the towering skyscraper against a twilight sky.
"What are you doing?" a voice booms.
The speaker continues, mentioning the actions taken at the opening ceremony, though they worked out in the end. The man gestures emphatically, his tone sharp as he confronts the figure before him. The man's voice rises, accusing, "While ignoring all our previous plans, you just did things all on your own."
The man's anger intensifies, his voice booming, "Do you even realize you're part of a team?" "Ha!"
His voice still echoing, the man advances, his gloved hand reaching out. The man pauses, a flicker of recognition in his eyes.
"I feel like I've heard this somewhere before."
A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he looks up, a clear sign of unease. Suddenly, a voice booms out, filled with disappointment, "Regardless of the reason, I'm disappointed in you." The man continues his tirade, voice laced with accusation, "You could have at least shared the intel with me, since I'm also in charge of handling the demonic humans, just now." His face contorts with anger as he delivers the final words of his reprimand. Suddenly, a voice breaks the silence, "I was attacked by Kimura-ren." The word "attacked" explodes onto the scene, the question hanging heavy in the air.
The implication hangs heavy, then Kimura-ren's forfeit was? The man's expression hardens, the realization dawning on him.
"Thankfully, I successfully restrained him," he admits, a sinister smile playing on his lips.
"But I question how he was able to find my location."
His gaze sharpens, a sinister thought forming.
"Chances are."
He begins, the implication hanging heavy in the air. "Chances are, there's a rat in the association," he concludes, suspicion clouding his features. Suddenly, a wave of shock washes over him. "What?" he exclaims, the realization hitting hard. His shock quickly turns to rage. "Damn you," he shouts, the betrayal cutting deep.
The accusation flies back, "If you're thinking of accusing me, if anything you're the most suspicious."
"It's not that simple of a story," he insists, a bead of sweat trickling down his face.
The statement rings out, "Anyone who has access to our intel is a suspect."
A sinister smile plays on his lips as he adds, "including me." He explains that he started acting cautiously upon discovering that Wan Kai was hiding within the Singapore Player Association. He points a finger towards himself, his sinister smile unwavering.
He continues, postulating that if the other foreign players weren't killed by demonic humans or monsters, then a national force-level player must have done so.
The man in the foreground looks up, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he stares at the glowing eyes of the figures looming behind him. The man reasons that if they might be attacked by multiple national-level players, going around together would only decrease the number of targets for them.
Cook.
He declares his intention to work alone for a while, questioning why they should change their methods when they're already in first place.
Hold up.
But someone calls out, but the man seems to ignore them, already walking away.
Without looking back, he declares, "I'll be on my way." He extends a hand, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he walks away. Kim Tae-hyun.
"Wait." "I wasn't done talking," a voice calls out, followed by a resounding ding.
"Kim Tae-hyun," someone shouts after him.
"Kim," the man shouts, followed by a distinct clack. A bead of sweat trickles down his face. His eyes widen in a mixture of shock and disbelief.
His teeth grit in anger, the man manages to choke out a single word, "You." The man's rage explodes, a furious shout ripping through the air, "Insolent fucker."
Power surges from his fists, the ground cracking beneath his feet. A newbie who just became a player, he roars, his voice dripping with disdain.
How dare you?
He takes a step, a surge of power emanating from his feet.
He vows, I'll make you regret that. Flames erupt around him as he prepares to face his opponent. From above, the figure declares, you'll regret this. The hero wonders, Zhang Jinsu, is he the spy?
A surge of purple energy emanates from the figure as he stands his ground. He reflects, I never learned in my previous life who the spy was.
But looking at how Kimura-rin found me, it's certain that there must be one.
He continues, realizing, I never learned in my previous life who the spy was.
But looking at how Kimura-rin found me, it's certain that there must be one. The realization hits him hard, I can't trust anyone right now.
He curses under his breath, the betrayal cutting deep.
He vows, then until his identity is discovered.
I will find him and rip him to shreds. A ping alerts him, drawing his attention to his phone. A sudden thought bubbles up, let's take care of this side first. His phone displays a guide titled Perfect Beauty U Ion's 3 Warlord. On his phone, a guide appears, titled Perfect Beauty U Ion's 3 Warlord, and a message bubble says Darling.
Absolute.
What? He wonders aloud, clearly confused by something he's seeing. He stands, still looking at his phone, clearly perplexed by what he's just read.
He finds himself standing in front of a building labeled MC Doria. Pedestrians walk in and out of the building, seemingly oblivious to the strangeness of its name. A voice announces, here's your double cheeseburger and drink. Receiving the food, he simply says, thank you.
He carries the tray of food, his expression unseen. He walks through the cafeteria, the sounds of chatter filling the air. Suddenly, 2 voices call out, I'll take some fries.
Let's get Coke. He walks past 2 students who are already enjoying their lunch.
His gaze hardens, a flicker of determination in his eyes.
He wonders, are they the underlings of Miyazaki Kenji that Yu Ion mentioned? A loud burp echoes, followed by a disgusted voice exclaiming, ew, gross.
To think they'd act like high schoolers, a voice remarks, clearly unimpressed. Suspicion mounts as a voice declares, that bag is probably full of illegal items. I just need to follow them back to Miyazaki Kenji, the protagonist thinks, tailing the suspects. Clenching his fist, he steels himself for the task ahead.
Ka-keek.
A real cautious fellow as always, a voice chuckles, observing the protagonist's movements. A question mark hangs in the air, the silence thick with uncertainty. The hooded figure breaks the silence, a chilling familiarity in his words, it's been a while, Kim Taehyun.
Taehyun's face contorts in disbelief, a bead of sweat trickling down his cheek. Huh, he utters, confusion etched on his face.
A golden rod snaps between his fingers as he holds it in his mouth.
A disembodied voice echoes, laced with menace, you remember my face, right?
His eyes narrow, a sinister smirk playing on his lips as he holds up the broken piece. The figure's jacket shifts as he moves, the broken piece still held aloft. Isaka Ryohei, the text shouts, a name now revealed.
I thought he was serving a life sentence for the East Point incident. The text exclaims. How? Kiki. Calm down.
I'm not here to fight, he says, attempting to defuse the situation. His attempt at defusing the situation fails. Cut the crap and fuck off, he retorts, his eyes narrowed. His attempt at peace is met with a chilling response.
Kiki.
Fuck off, he repeats, his tone laced with disbelief and a hint of rising anger. The man's face contorts into a sinister smile as he begins to retort.
Are you really in the place to say that when you're?
Trying to be stealthy, he finishes, the words dripping with sarcasm.
The man's sarcastic retort hangs heavy in the air.
His fist shatters the glass table, the force of the blow sending shards flying.
A stunned echoes through the room.
What? He shouts, his face contorted in disbelief.
Ha?
What's going on? He exclaims, his confusion mounting. The window behind them is shattered. Are they fighting? He wonders aloud, his shock evident. Isn't that Ryohei to the right? One of them exclaims, recognizing a familiar face amidst the chaos.
A pressing question hangs in the air, has he been released already? The surprise continues as one of them shouts, "Isn't that Kim Tae-hyun from New Korea?" Panic rises as one of them wonders aloud, "Is he here to get us?" Chaos erupts as the others scatter, shouting in terror. "Shit," he curses, realizing, "now I need to capture them all." A sinister cacique escapes him as he states, "I said I wasn't here to fight." Blinding light erupts from his eyes, a palpable surge of power unleashed. A surge of energy explodes outward, sending his opponents flying. The force of the blast sends a wave of confusion through his opponents. A pained groan escapes someone's lips. Kugh. Ko-hook. A final groan echoes as the scene reveals the aftermath, bodies strewn across the fast food restaurant floor. Silence descends as the hooded figure stands amidst the fallen. With just his aura. The hooded figure's eyelashes come into view. The hooded figure pauses, a question forming in his mind. Has he become stronger since East Point? The hooded figure continues, confirming their target. You're aiming for their boss, Miyazaki Kenji, and the three warlords, right? A sinister smile spreads across his face. Then just give me a little time. He promises, I promise it won't be wasted. The screen displays the number 53. The chain whips forward with incredible speed. The chain binds him tightly, his eyes widening in shock. A stunned silence. Phew. If you're so confident, then sure, the voice agrees, a hint of resignation in the tone. The room is a mess, bodies strewn across the floor amidst shattered glass. You have 1 minute, a voice declares, the countdown beginning. But if you're talking bullshit. The voice threatens, energy crackling around the speaker. A sinister smirk plays on his lips as he brandishes a glowing chain. The threat hangs heavy in the air, I'll make you pay for ruining my plan. A chilling laugh echoes as he speaks. You're bringing up bitter memories. His eyes glow with menacing intent, a cruel smile spreading across his face. But if you think I'm the same as back then? A surge of power emanates from him, the chains binding him glowing red. The chains now blaze with red energy as power surges from him. A wave of shock and urgency washes over the scene. His eyes widen in a mix of shock and pain as the chains burn brighter. What? This pressure, he exclaims, the glowing chains seemingly tightening around him. Kim Tae-hyun, a voice booms, followed by a chilling question, just how much? Stronger have you gotten, the voice finishes, the question hanging heavy in the air. 50 seconds, a new voice declares, the countdown seemingly beginning. He holds up his hand, a look of dawning realization on his face. His eyes widen in dawning terror, a gasp escaping his lips. Chains erupt, binding him tightly. A menacing red glow emanates from the restraints. All right. I'll get to the point, the voice booms, continuing, even you can't take on all three warlords by yourself. The hooded figure raises a hand in a gesture of finality. Even you can't take on all three warlords by yourself, he declares. Even if you chase them, you'll end up empty or in a trap, the hooded figure warns. A stark countdown follows, 30 seconds. The hooded figure holds up 4 fingers, his expression grim. But I'm different. I have connections, the man shouts, desperation etched on his face. That can get you to Miyazaki Kenji and even. His voice cracking with desperation, the man shouts, to the three warlords. Hoo. How's that, he taunts, then continues, not a bad deal, right? He holds up a single finger, emphasizing his point. Suddenly, a voice cries out, hold on. His face contorted in disbelief, he shouts, I thought you were after the three warlords? His rage boiling over, he demands, then what more do you want, you damned bastard? And what do you mean, a minute, he continues, his disbelief escalating. This was only 5 seconds. His fist clenches, trembling with barely contained fury. The air crackles with energy as a powerful force emanates outward. He cries out, the chains binding him glowing with ominous red energy. Ah, he gasps, the red energy intensifying. Kovuk, he chokes out, tears streaming down his face as the red energy intensifies its hold. Spare me, he begs, the red energy continuing to constrict him.
Your offer was tempting, a voice declares, the words hanging heavy in the air. The hooded figure remains unmoved, his face still obscured. Chains clatter as the hooded figure stands over his bound captive. Suspicion clouds the captive's face. But it's a little fishy, he says, questioning the sudden change of heart. A guy like you, who should be after my neck, suddenly wants to help me. His eyes widen in dawning realization. That's. Before he can complete his thought, a voice commands, so speak. The man in the hoodie smiles, his expression unsettling. What is your reason, he asks. The questions continue, pressing for answers. And who's behind you? Emerging from the swirling purple energy, a winged demon with glowing red eyes appears. Sunlight streams through the grimy windows of what appears to be an abandoned building. The abandoned building stands tall, sunlight glinting off its many windows. Cracks spider web across its exterior. A sudden, violent force throws the group forward with a shout. Help, one of them cries out, eyes wide with terror. The force intensifies, a blinding surge of power. The men are sent flying backwards by the unseen force. The men continue to be hurled through the air, helpless against the overwhelming force. The force continues to send the men hurtling backwards, leaving trails of light in their wake. They slam into a wall, the impact echoing through the structure. The men are left battered and bleeding, sprawled on the broken floor. Their attacker stands calmly, seemingly unfazed. Clapping echoes through the room. The sound of clapping breaks the silence. A woman stands in the doorway, observing the carnage with a composed expression. An exclamation hangs in the air. Fufu, all these demonic humans at once. A voice muses. Fufu, all these demonic humans at once. She muses, a sinister smile playing on her lips. As expected of the man called Ghostblade, she observes. The woman stands over the body, a question hanging in the air, are you really fine with this? Lying in a pool of blood, one of the fallen men utters a confused, huh? The man with the sword begins to speak, about Isaka Ryohei. The man with the sword continues, revealing, he's already lost to Kim Taehyun once. The man continues, explaining that, compared to Isaka Ryohei, Kim Taehyun is rumored to have reached a national-level force. Even with the Holy Order's skill, the man declares that Ryohei still won't be able to defeat Kim Taehyun. Her eyes closed, a woman clasps her hands together in prayer. Chains now bind Kim Taehyun to a large sheet of paper, a menacing spearhead hanging above him. The stakes rise as it's revealed he'll be at risk of being restricted by the Awaken's oath. The oath requires him to bring Kim Taehyun to you. Her words hang in the air, so I should take care of things on my. A chilling fufufu echoes before the man dismisses her concerns. Don't worry about such things. A sinister smile spreads across her face as she declares, it doesn't matter whether he wins or loses. A confused ha escapes, as if she's heard something unexpected. The voice reveals, according to my information network, Kim Taehyun is aiming for the three warlords. A bloodied hand lies outstretched on the ground as the voice continues, the three warlords. The voice ominously declares, I've leaked this to the three warlords as well. The voice reveals Isaka Ryohei has made contracts with demonic humans before. Furthermore, he has ties to Miyazaki Kenji, one of the key members of the three warlords. The man states that since Ryohei can't defeat Kim Taehyun on his own, he'll need help. The man reveals Ryohei's strategy, he'll be planning to lead Kim Taehyun on and get Miyazaki Kenji's help to defeat him. The man admits, of course, it won't be easy. He adds, as I've said, there's quite a bit of mystery regarding that child. The man's gaze hardens as he wonders aloud, so then, why? His hand tightens around the gun in his pocket. Why, he wonders, the question hanging heavy in the air. The disembodied voice declares, that's exactly why we need information. His gaze sharpens, the man's golden eyes reflecting a newfound resolve. The man continues, from how he fights, to his values, his capabilities. The woman's sinister smile widens as she adds, personality. The woman's words hang in the air as the man's gaze hardens. And the power he's hiding, she exclaims. Her sinister smile stretches wider, as a dark, ominous presence looms behind her. The woman continues, her words laced with malice, so whatever and Isaka Ryohei meets will be something he brought upon himself? Her hand gestures ominously, as if sealing Ryohei's fate. The woman's chilling words hang in the air. We just need to scrape the information from his corpse. The man she's addressing looks on, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. The man's hand rests on the hilt of his katana, his intentions now chillingly clear. A voice declares, that child has no other options left. A sinister smile plays on her lips. Chapter 54. The chapter begins. A ruined building stands against the night sky, a single window glowing with light. In a room lit by burning barrels, a man sits in a chair, surrounded by a silent group. The man in the chair speaks, his face grim. This is quite late. The words 3 Warlords Miyazaki Kenji appear. Suddenly, the name Isaka Ryohei appears, hanging in the air above a figure standing amidst rubble. Isaka Ryohei stands, his back to us, facing another figure in the distance. The scene is set amidst the ruins of what was once a building. So, where is that brat from New South Korea? The figure wonders aloud. The figure turns, facing forward, his expression grim. Didn't you say you would lead Kim Taehyun here? He demands. In this world. A voice begins, the words hanging heavy with unspoken meaning. In this world. He begins, his face marred with cuts and bandages, the words hanging in the air with unspoken weight. In this world, the strong prey on the weak. He states, followed by a sharp, questioning tone. His words are interrupted by a collective what? The group gathered around the fire seemingly shocked by an unseen arrival. His monologue continues, laying bare the harsh reality of their world, the strong trample, and the weak are trampled on. It's an unfair world. The unseen arrival speaks, addressing someone named Miyazaki Kenji. I have a suggestion for you. The voice urgently pleads, if you want to live, please, do as he tells you to. Despite his injuries, Miyazaki Kenji manages a weak, strained smile. The speech bubble screams, the raw panic palpable. A blinding light erupts as he exclaims in disbelief, no way. Did that bastard dash. A deafening crash reverberates as the man's face contorts in terror. The force of the impact sends one man flying backward in shock, while another screams in terror, pinned beneath debris. With a sinister grin, he unleashes a devastating blow with his gauntlet. The force of his attack sends a shockwave rippling outwards. The force of the blow sends bodies flying. The air fills with a pained cry, Koa? A sinister grin spreads across his face as he declares, yep, of course you need to listen to the strongest creature if you want to live, don't you? Now then. He begins, his next words hanging heavy with unspoken threat. The question echoes through the chamber, who here is Miyazaki Kenji? Debris rains down as the ceiling crumbles. With a sinister grin, Kenji seems unfazed by the collapsing chamber. Kenji's sinister grin widens as the room continues to fall apart around him. Damn brat, you think just because you sneaked up on us, you. Kenji's voice booms through the collapsing chamber. Amidst the chaos, a voice rings out, laced with a hint of surprise. Oh, him? The air crackles with rage as Kenji shouts, I'll kill you. Kenji, consumed by fury, lunges forward, a bloodthirsty glint in his eye. The force of the impact sends shockwaves through the area. The explosion throws Kenji back, sending him sprawling across the shattered ground. Staggering to his feet, Kenji braces himself against the continuing tremors. His face contorted with rage, Kenji grits his teeth, uttering, Kim Taehyun. Darkness descends, and a voice echoes, laced with a chilling calmness, quite. He calmly chews on a stick, his words echoing in the darkness, the interesting thing is. The interesting plan you had. Bound in heavy chains, the man lies defeated on the ground. The sound of something breaking echoes as he continues, an oath with the saintess. I see now why you appeared in front of me, he grits out, struggling against the heavy chains. He wonders just what they did to him. A thought races through his mind, is it a mind control skill? Then, aloud, he declares, all right, I'll play alone. Suddenly, the floor beneath him shatters.
What? He exclaims, utterly bewildered. From the floor, he demands, what are you plotting? Accusations fly. You were planning to take me out with Miyazaki Kenji's help, right? He demands. So it's true, you're taking me to Miyazaki Kenji. He smirks, dangling a French fry between his fingers. Of course, you're going to have to be on my side instead of theirs. F***OFF, the response explodes. Lying on the ground, bound by chains, he spits out, even if you did capture me, there's no way I'll help you. Still bound by the glowing chains, he insists, even if I did, the Saintess, Ghostblade, and the three warlords would all eliminate me. Despite his earlier defiance, the man's expression shifts as he shouts, right, and if you don't help me, I'll eliminate you now. Casually eating fries, he says, but don't worry. He continues, thinking back to East Point, I don't care if trash like you die, but I'll give you a chance. A chance, a voice exclaims, clearly taken aback. He continues, help me to your fullest during the exhibition games, and spend your life repenting to the victims afterwards. He clenches his fist, the red gem floating before him. He collapses, a heavy chain binding him. He smirks, offering a deal. Do that, and I'll save you from the Saintess and the three warlords. An exclamation of disbelief rings out, followed by a mocking laugh. Do you even know what you're saying? Bound tightly by heavy chains, he spits back at the offer. You're talking about a national-level force, and a demonic human cartel, he finishes, before the voice above him scoffs. You think you can defeat those monsters? Straining against his restraints, he shouts back, you think I can't? A sinister grin spreads across his face. His eye widens, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Of course, he says, his tone dripping with a chilling certainty. He's sent crashing through the floor, debris flying as he plummets. He plummets, reaching out desperately as he falls into the abyss below. The hero plummets further into the darkness below, marked by a sinister red glow. He lands hard, rubble surrounding him. A look of grim determination hardens his features. He lets out a strained ha. Sweat beads on his brow, a stark contrast to the determination he just displayed. He manages a strained laugh, a sound that hints at the immense effort he's exerting. Suddenly, a booming declaration echoes, monster. The man's face contorts in pain as the other's hand grips his face, a monstrous transformation beginning. The transformation intensifies, red energy crackling around the man's arm as it shifts into a monstrous form. Now. A voice booms, the transformation nearing completion. The transformation spreads, now visibly affecting his face. Sweat beads on his brow as the change continues. A pained groan escapes him as the transformation continues to take hold. A sinister smile spreads across his face as one eye glows red. Time for you to open a gate to the three warlords. His hand transforms, becoming jagged and stone-like with glowing red fissures. Before them looms a massive, ancient structure, dwarfed by towering rock formations shrouded in mist. Somewhere in the abyss, the text reveals, hides one of the three warlords, Tetsu. The imposing doors of the structure stand before them, hinting at the challenges that lie within. The man lies in a pool of his own blood, uttering a final so. As a figure looms over him. A voice echoes in the musty room, questioning, what made you bring me out to this musty place today? The man sits on his throne, the bodies of his betrayers littering the steps below. His betrayers kneel before him, heads bowed in supplication. The man warns, if it's insignificant, I'll crush your head like your underlings. He sits regally on his throne. Speak. He commands. A figure prostrates himself before the throne, shouting, Tetsu. The figure, still prostrated, insists, I merely wished to give you a legendary ranked item. His eyes narrow, a simmering rage barely contained as he remains prostrate before the throne. The identity of the figure is revealed, one of the three warlords, the S-rank demonic human, Tetsu. Seated on the throne, Tetsu's expression shifts to disbelief. What? He exclaims, clearly taken aback. The message continues, explaining, we're holding it abroad for security, but we intended to present you with a legendary ranked item that we've obtained recently. But before they can present the item, Tetsu is now kneeling. Kneeling, Tetsu urgently requests, please eliminate a fly that's after my neck. A grave warning surfaces, we've set a trap, but there's a high chance it'll fail. If so, it's only a matter of time until he finds this hideout. Seated on his ornate throne, the man muses, so there's a man even the three warlords fear. He admits that this man, the one feared by even the three warlords, piques my interest more than the item. His gaze sharpens, a predatory glint in his eye. A sinister grin spreads across his face, revealing his intent. The question rings out, who is it? The answer hangs in the air, his name is. Slam! The doors burst open, and a shadow looms over the kneeling figures. The kneeling figures look up in shock as a massive figure casts a shadow over them. The kneeling figures can only look up in stunned silence. The sound of something heavy hitting the ground echoes as the man in the suit looks up at the figure now seated on a throne. The man in the suit looks up at the towering structure before him. The man in the suit continues to gaze up at the towering structure. The towering structure begins to crumble. He descends, a foot clad in dark material surrounded by a glowing aura. His hand plunges downward, surrounded by a swirling, luminous energy. The attack continues its descent, a blur of motion against the city skyline. The glowing energy intensifies as the attack hurtles toward its target. Swords clash in a burst of light, the force of the impact rippling outwards. The swords meet, a surge of energy erupting outwards. Isaka Ryohei, he shouts, his eyes wide with disbelief. The clash of blades sends out a shockwave. Shit, he curses, desperation etched on his face. Now that things are like this, you need to win. Oh, he exclaims, a flicker of surprise momentarily crossing his face. The man's body is now engulfed in a bright purple aura. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he commands, just do what I told you. The warrior leaps forward, his blade slicing through the air with incredible speed. The warrior's attack sends shards flying as the two men in suits watch from below. The warrior's momentum carries him forward, his attack directed at the man in the green jacket. Now that exceeded my expectations, the warrior says, a slight smirk playing on his lips. The warrior reflects, to think a national-level hunter of China would be here, the warrior exclaims, his surprise evident. A chilling kikik echoes through the room as the Chinese hunter approaches, radiating an ominous aura. He taunts, so you were the one who scared off Tetsu? He continues, revealing, I have a request from the association head to take care of you as well. How lucky. Power crackles around him as the Chinese hunter declares, I'll take care of you here. The hunter's eyes glow with power as he declares his target, Kim Tae-hyun. The hunter's eyes widen in disbelief. Why is Shueishan dash, he begins to ask, but the question hangs unfinished. He's obviously cooperating with the three warlords, the hunter states, before adding, but more importantly. The question hangs heavy in the air, was it you? His face tightens, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes as he responds, The accusation hangs in the air, the one who assassinated the other participants. The gravity of the accusation lands with the force of a physical blow. A beat of silence, then, oh ho. Did you figure that out from me mentioning the association? The man smirks, acknowledging the quick deduction. You're quite quick. Quite quick-witted, he admits. As I thought, and now it's South Korea's turn, he declares, the stakes rising. A smirk plays on his lips as he grips the hilt of a dagger, ready to act. I guess I'm the lucky one then, he says, a sinister glint in his eye. A question hangs in the air, the man's expression unreadable. A chilling declaration hangs in the air, you'll die here. He grips his sword, red energy crackling around the blade. He declares that his players won't have to meet you ever again. He lunges forward, a manic grin plastered across his face. His eyes glow with menacing intent. Kiki. Damn brat, he spits out, his rage intensifying. The impact reverberates through the surroundings. The warrior is sent flying as debris rains down around them. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he's hurled through the air. Tetsu. You should evacuate now, a voice booms. He responds, yeah, I'll hurry.
Tetsu, visibly sweating, looks back at the man urging him to evacuate. "Yeah, I'll hurry," he replies, cutting himself off. Suddenly, a monstrous roar rips through the air. But then, a presence makes itself known. An armed figure approaches, each step echoing with a heavy thud. "Hoo-hoo," a voice chuckles, cutting through the tension. "Where's a man of your position running off to so quickly?" A chuckle breaks the silence. "Where's a man of your position running off to so quickly?" the voice questions. The man's voice calls out in question, "Isaka Ryohei?" The voice continues, taunting, "Are you worried Shueishin might lose?" The voice booms, declaring, "No matter. You guys will lose to me, Kim Taehyun's partner." The man shouts, "Isaka Ryohei." A surge of energy erupts, accompanied by shouts of shock and disbelief. "Don't you dare try to run," he roars, his power surging as the others scramble to escape. Another voice cries out in dismay, "Why me too?" His face contorted in rage, he bellows, "You think you can?" He pauses mid-sentence, a confused "huh" escaping his lips. "Spare the time to take your eyes off me," he demands, launching a swift attack. The force of the blow sends debris flying. A manic grin stretches across his face as he wields two blades. Shueishin, mystic deity, is revealed. His eyes glow menacingly, and his grin widens with malicious intent. He is declared the strongest in strength out of all the national-level hunters who participated in the Asian exhibition games. The force of the blow sends someone flying. It's a monster who has defeated hundreds. He defeated hundreds of monsters and players with his bare hands. But mystic deity does not only refer to his peculiar strength. A blinding flash erupts. With a sinister grin, he swings his blade down, a guttural shout echoing. His true strength, it turns out, lies not in brute force, but in a ghost-like skill with destructive power that far exceeds his physical capabilities. As in the text reads, as a swirling vortex of power explodes outward. He leaps forward, a swirling vortex of dark energy trailing behind him. He moves in a blur, his hand gripping the hilt of his weapon. His skill, Death Scythe. "I'm closer to," he declares, the words hanging in the air. The Grim Reaper, though. The power of his skill surges around him. The Grim Reaper's aura intensifies, swirling around him in a vortex of dark energy. The Grim Reaper's eyes glow with menacing light as he grips his weapon. A sinister smile spreads across his face. Death Scythe appears, the name of his weapon echoing ominously. The Death Scythe is a weapon manifestation skill, amplifying the user's stats significantly. Its durability even exceeds that of unique ranks. However, wielding Death Scythe comes at a cost, all other skill ranks are reduced by 1. The hero hesitates, questioning the cost. "A skill that's bad for me to take?" The air crackles with energy. A surge of power erupts from the pagoda, energy lancing outward. The pagoda crumbles under the force of its own unleashed power. He sprints through the debris. He leaps through the air, twin blades held ready amidst the collapsing pagoda. He hurtles toward the attacker, twin blades aimed to strike. He clashes against a massive scythe, its skull-adorned head glowing with ominous energy. The scythe's crimson energy flares as it meets his attack. Crimson energy explodes around him, crackling with destructive power. A deafening clang rings out. "Kuk-" he grunts, his sword raised to meet the attack. The force of the blow sends shockwaves rippling outward. The attack crashes down, a blinding crimson force aimed directly at the protagonist. The crimson energy explodes outward. The blade shatters. "My Azran." A maniacal laugh erupts as he taunts, "Kohaha. What's the matter?" He presses his advantage, sneering, "Didn't you say you were going to kill me?" The hero grits his teeth, red energy crackling around his hands as he prepares to strike. "No," he cries out, realizing, "my blade will shatter at this rate." His blade shatters against an unseen force, the fragments exploding outwards. "If that's the case," he declares, now wielding a menacing scythe wreathed in chains and ominous red energy. A blinding flash of energy erupts, leaving the outcome uncertain. The figure utters a simple, "Oh ho?" The outcome of the clash remains to be seen. A sinister grin spreads across his face as red energy crackles around golden chains. A surge of red energy erupts as he declares, "I'll make him unable to move." The red energy intensifies, surging forward with incredible speed. The red energy crashes forward with a resounding impact. He's sent flying backwards, the force of the blow immense. He hurtles through the air, crashing through what remains of the building's structure.
Ka-keek. A weakling is always a weakling, the voice taunts. He grits his teeth, bracing against the onslaught of red energy spikes. Suddenly, a massive exclamation mark appears. The energy spikes intensify as a booming voice echoes, "You think you can defeat me with such paltry tricks?" Gripping his blade, he prepares to strike. The Demon King's crushing retort echoes, "That's why you aren't a national level hunter." The Demon King swings down with brutal force, his eyes glowing with menacing intent. Eyes widening in disbelief, he cries out, "What?" His eyes widen in horror as he cries out, "What?" A devastating blow lands. The staff slams down with earth-shattering force. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he prepares his next move. The air crackles with energy as the building groans under the immense pressure. Dust and debris explode outwards as the building begins to crumble. Atop the collapsing structure, a figure stands silhouetted against the sky. The fight is finally over. Standing amidst the rubble, he declares, "The fight is finally over." A voice then muses, "Kim Tae-hyun. I heard he was promising. But there's no way he could take on Shueishin, a national-level hunter," the man scoffs. Amidst the rubble, a voice booms, "I've taken down Isaka Ryohei. But then, a moment of doubt, what should I do?" A voice cuts through the tension, "Let him live." The voice continues, revealing the rationale behind sparing their fallen foe, "We might be able to use him as a hostage against Japan or the Holy Maiden." Gasping for air, Isaka Ryohei curses his captors, "Damn you!" However, a new question arises, why did Isaka Ryohei betray them? The camera focuses on Isaka Ryohei's suit. "He should have known he'd face our wrath," a voice booms, continuing, "and that he'd need to face the fury of the Holy Maiden." Surveying the devastation, Isaka Ryohei stands amidst the rubble, while two men hurry away from the scene. A question hangs in the air, Kim Tae-hyun. Did he see something in him? "Humph, then he's sorely mistaken," comes the dismissive retort. A smug grin spreads across his face. He seems confident in his assessment. The declaration rings out, "Kim Tae-hyun has already lost." The voice continues, declaring that all that's left is to wait for Shueishin's. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he mutters, "Ha!" Red energy spikes erupt around him. He collapses to his knees, blood dripping from his face. A series of symbols appear. 6 red dots appear. "Shueishin," a voice calls out, filled with surprise. His face contorts in shock, sweat beading on his brow. "What?" he exclaims, his voice laced with disbelief. "Why, did I?" He looks down, bewildered. "Why am I on the ground?" he wonders aloud. "The moment I tried to cut him," he realizes, mana surged from his sword. "But that was all," he thinks, realizing, "until now, I've had the lead." In proof of that, he thinks, his blades were being chipped every time his blades clashed with mine. But then, a sudden shift. So why now, he wonders, his glowing eyes reflecting his confusion and rising frustration. His teeth clench, a visible sign of his mounting rage and frustration. His fury erupts. "You damn brat!" His eyes glow with fury as he roars, "You hid your power against me?" He grips his weapon tightly, energy crackling around it. A blinding flash erupts as he unleashes his power. The unleashed power slams into his opponent, the impact echoing with a resounding of. The force of the blow sends a shockwave rippling outwards. Turning, he smirks, the red energy crackling around his arm. He scoffs, revealing that my Azrin and Talisman were only rare rank equipment. He declares that his Azrin and Talisman were only rare rank equipment. He muses, maybe if it was momentarily like the Taurus Queen, if I put in Predation's power. He declares with resolve, they won't be able to take my mana. He lunges forward,
dark energy crackling around him as he prepares to face his opponent. He realizes, but that also means, if I put in Predation's power to the max. The clash of powers sends shockwaves through the area, blue and red energies colliding. The force of the impact shatters the surrounding area. The power unleashed rips through the air. I'll give you my weapon, however. The ominous offer hangs in the air, leaving the protagonist's true intentions veiled. His eyes widen, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face as he grips his weapon tighter. The offer turns into a chilling threat, I'll take your life. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he lunges, his weapon poised to strike. His weapon glows ominously as he closes in. Kim Tae. The shout echoes with intensity. His face contorts in fury as he screams. A blinding light erupts. The world is engulfed in a fiery explosion. His eyes glow with intense power as he prepares to unleash another attack amidst the fiery chaos. Red energy crackles as the attack hurtles forward. The red energy surges forward, obliterating everything in its path. His eyes widen in disbelief as he utters a single, stunned syllable, The force of the blast throws him back, a pained ah, escaping his lips. He falls backward, landing heavily amidst the shattered remains of the arena. He lies on the broken arena floor, bound tightly by thick ropes. The arena floor lies in ruins, bathed in an ominous red light. The arena floor is now a desolate wasteland, with strange orbs scattered across its surface. Standing amidst the ruined arena, he grips a blade, his gaze fixed on the figure above. The ground shatters beneath an unseen force. A malevolent grin spreads across his face, his red eye glowing amidst the swirling red energy. Crimson energy crackles around him, the intensity building. Suddenly, the screen displays information about the Asian Exhibition Games, a new South Korea player, Kim Tae-hyun. Suddenly, crimson symbols flash across the screen. The screen now displays his rank, national force level. A single, crimson symbol now dominates the screen. A torrential downpour lashes against the city skyline. The rain continues to fall, obscuring the modern cityscape. I see. A voice declares, followed by the realization, so Shu Wei-shin took action. The information comes to light. Tetsu apparently asked Shu Wei-shin for a favor, offering a legendary item in return. The question hangs heavy, so, what are you going to do? Lying in bed, he wonders aloud, Chai Mingmin? He's embraced by someone as he lies in bed, still lost in thought about Chai Mingmin. I see, he replies, now understanding. However, now that Shu Wei-shin is active, it's good to not have any expectations. His expression hardens, a new resolve forming in his eyes. The screen displays the name of China's national-level player, Superspeed Chai Mingmin. He's a national-level player, she muses, a slight smile playing on her lips. He won't lose to some brat from New South Korea. She seems thoughtful. The screen now identifies the next opponent, Pinghua, an S-rank demonic human and one of the three warlords. The ringing of a phone cuts through the quiet atmosphere of the room. Lying in bed with a woman, he is interrupted by the ringing. A speech bubble shows his shock? The ringing intensifies. The phone continues to ring insistently. Finally, someone answers. Yes, this is Chai Mingmin. The voice on the other end of the line responds, accusingly. Chai Mingmin, I knew you were with that three-warlord woman again. The voice continues, laced with accusation. Chai Mingmin, I knew you were with that three-warlord woman again. The man on the phone retorts, it's me, Zhang Lung. Correcting the accusation, he states, it's me, Zhang Lung. The screen displays his credentials, Zhang Lung, head of the Chinese Player Association, and a national-level player. The message blares, Shu Wei-shin is dead. Lung's eyes widen in disbelief as he holds the phone to his ear. A crimson energy surges around him as a dark blade pierces his chest. The system announces, predation has successfully completed. The system then announces, your strength has increased significantly. A sinister he escapes him as red energy crackles around his hand. His eyes glow with newfound power. The red energy intensifies, swirling violently around him. The red energy surges, and a voice booms, as I expected. He reaches out, seemingly attempting to grasp the swirling red energy.
The man's voice clarifies, I don't gain skills from using predation on dead things.
It only applies to living targets.
The world explodes in a blinding flash.
Of course, that doesn't seem to be the only condition to gaining their skills, a voice remarks.
And the concept of using predation on a human is a little weird. The man's sinister grin widens.
But I don't need to feel sympathy for criminals like these.
A new thought surfaces.
If anything, I'm curious about that voice I heard while predation went out of control. But another voice, seemingly from someone nearby, declares, I can't bear to watch any longer.
He extends his hands, a surge of red energy crackling between them.
He realizes, I guess I need to learn more as I use predation. A surge of power emanates from him, the air shimmering with intense energy. The text proclaims, when the greatest obstacle, Shueishin, died, everything went smoothly. A chorus of laughter erupts as the group celebrates their victory.
But amidst the celebration, a shocking confession rings out, I, Tetsu, was secretly on your side all along. But before anyone can react to Tetsu's sudden betrayal, a sinister laugh fills the air.
It turns out Tetsu and the other demonic humans had their memories of predation wiped. They were completely hypnotized and turned over to the association.
A disembodied voice declares, as Ryohei had nothing left to do, I sent him back to, before Ryohei cuts in, demanding, what do you mean, send me back? Ryohei's face contorts in disbelief.
You want me to get killed by the Saintess, he demands. Ryohei realizes the gravity of the situation. She can read memories, he exclaims, fearing what will happen if she finds out I betrayed her dash. A voice assures him, you'll be fine. A voice cuts through Ryohei's panic, declaring, the Saintess isn't interested in you. The chained man declares, the oath you made was to bring me to the Saintess. He continues, stating his condition, if I want to free you, I need to meet her. The chained man continues, declaring that even if the Saintess reads Ryohei's memories, she'll keep you alive in order to meet with me. The chained man continues, she probably didn't have high hopes for you in the first place.
Ryohei, visibly angered by the chained man's words, shouts what? But a new voice booms, revealing a larger problem. The problems now are the other two warlords.
The revelation about the other warlords clearly gives Ryohei pause, his expression shifting to one of deep contemplation. I found a few other possible hideouts from Tetsu using hypnosis. But, the voice continues, as they know I'm after them, it won't be easy.
Well.
The voice trails off, leaving the next step uncertain. The camera pans out, revealing a cityscape bathed in sunlight. Mountains loom in the distance, beyond the buildings.
Towering skyscrapers fill the frame, reflecting the bright daylight. I can think about it while I take a break, a voice declares.
As the Asian exhibition games enter their third day, news breaks, China's national force player, Shueishin, has gone missing in the abyss. The phone screen displays a man in a suit. Then, an urgent message appears, the Chinese government has requested assistance in the search.
But on another front, South Korea's Kim Tae-hyun has captured the three. Kim Tae-hyun lands heavily on the bed.
Above him, the news continues, captured the three warlord Tetsu to remain in first place. A voice muses that Zhang Lung must know Shueishin is dead.
He's likely hiding it to protect his own identity.
Lying back on the bed, Kim Tae-hyun muses, well, I'm glad it lets me pursue the three warlords freely.
Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound echoes, prompting Tae-hyun to wonder,
The rumbling intensifies, now a deafening vrrrr.
The source of the noise becomes clear, an incoming call.
The screen displays the name Jang Jinsu.
Jang Jinsu, the screen reads. The annoyance is palpable, again?
The screen displays the number 56. Holding his phone, Jang Jinsu says, I was worried you might not come.
Thanks for coming.
The camera focuses on the lower half of a man's body.
Kim Tae-hyun's name appears.
Kim Tae-hyun stands tall, a sinister smile playing on his lips.
Well, the information you had gave me no other choice.
Tae-hyun's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing. More importantly, are you sure, he demands. The words hang in the air, one of the three warlords.
The question hangs heavy in the air. Pinghua is here? Towering above the modern buildings, a figure descends.
Two men gaze upwards at the sky, where a grid-like pattern is visible.
Yeah, I can't reveal my sources, but the info is legit. The man's assurance hangs in the air.
Only the curve of the horizon is visible. The information continues. Pinghua and her cronies entered that building last night. They likely intend to stay in hiding there until the games are over.
Towering buildings rise into the sky, their glass reflecting the sunlight.
This is where Pinghua and her allies are hiding.
It does seem like one of Pinghua's hideouts from Tetsu's memories.
I see, he states, seemingly processing the information about Pinghua's hideouts.
A question hangs in the air. But why give me this information at all? I thought you hated me.
The man hesitates, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple, as if the question has caught him off guard.
The man scoffs, retorting with a sharp "humph." Dumbass.
His voice booming, the man shouts, "It's to show you I'm not a spy."
The man's outburst leaves the protagonist in stunned silence. Ha! The man continues, explaining, "What you said last time. I understand. Being attacked by another country's hunter would make you doubt everyone." The man's stern gaze conveys his sincerity.
His voice booms, cutting through the tension.
However, I don't want to just let others doubt me all the time like this.
He declares, "So I've prepared information that would get you to accept me as your ally." "So I've prepared information that would get you to accept me as your ally," he exclaims, looking down at the outstretched hand reaching up to him.
The demand echoes, "Do you understand, Kim Tae-hyun?"
His voice rising in desperation, he insists, "I'm not a spy, I'm your ally."
The name echoes from somewhere above, Jang Jin-soo.
Any hope of convincing them vanishes as a voice declares, "I already know you're a spy though." His eyes widen in shock as the truth hits him. Actually, before Kim Tae-hyun met Jang Jin-soo, he received a call from Yu Iong. The call from Yu Iong reveals a shocking truth. It's true.
There is a spy on your team. Walking among the crowd, Kim Tae-hyun answers the call.
The weight of Yu Iong's revelation settles upon him.
Kim Tae-hyun names the spy. "Yes, it's Jang Jin-soo, right?" Iong responds, surprised that he already knew. "What? You already figured out who?" Tae-hyun admits, "Well, I had my suspicions." Kim Tae-hyun wonders aloud who Jang Jin-soo is spying for, his suspicion falling on Kimura Ren from Japan.
The group continues down the hallway, the tension palpable as they head towards their next challenge.
Kim Tae-hyun's suspicions are immediately proven wrong.
Unfortunately, he's spying for China, someone states over the phone.
A sudden realization dawns on them. The intel comes in. "We've found intel that he frequented Chinese casinos starting a few years back."
It's theorized that he probably made a deal to shave off his gambling debt. "Hold on," a voice exclaims, cutting through the room.
"Then how did Kimura Ren?" "That's why I said unfortunately," comes the reply.
The man on the phone delivers the grim news, "There's likely another spy on your team working for Japan." The revelation hits hard. Two spies on the team, he thinks, the question hanging heavy in the air.
Just how little work does the association do?
The man on the other end of the line continues, a sinister smile playing on his lips, "But don't be too worried." His thoughts race. "If I report this to the association head, things should then..." A sudden, urgent interruption cuts through his thoughts. "Wait."
A voice booms, cutting through his thoughts, "Don't report it." The protagonist's eyes widen in disbelief. "What?"
The voice continues, stating firmly, "I have two reasons."
The voice explains the first reason. The first is that if Jang Jin-soo is arrested.
He continues, explaining the first reason was to prevent the Japanese spy from going into hiding. The second reason, he adds, is that now he knows the man is a spy. The man declares, "I can make use of him." "I can make use of him," the man states, his intentions still unclear.
Of course, the building is likely full of countless demonic humans and traps.
A voice warns, before adding, "But don't worry." He declares he's not only found her location, but also the perfect route to reach her. Tapping his armored fingers together, he seems confident in his plan.
His confidence is immediately undermined by a voice declaring, "Ha! A perfect route? Fucking retard. You end here." A sinister grin stretches across his face as he declares, "I've been ordered to lead you to that building." The man's glowing eyes pierce through the scene as he warns, "Pinghua isn't the only one in there." His sinister grin widens as he reveals, "Chai Mingmin, one of China's national-level hunters, is there as well to take care of you." The protagonist questions, as red energy crackles around him. He questions, red energy crackling around him as he prepares for the incoming threat. Bracing for impact, the protagonist is met with a blinding red energy. The red energy surges, engulfing the surrounding area as a shockwave rips through the room. The force of the impact shatters the surroundings. Debris flies amidst the blinding light and swirling energy. Amidst the chaos, a voice wonders, "I guess I'm more used to using predation? My overall power output seems higher than before," he observes, a smirk playing on his lips. A pained AAAAGH echoes as sweat beads on his brow. But that power comes at a cost. A scream tears from his throat as sweat pours down his face. "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" someone shouts, their voice laced with disbelief. "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" he shouts, his face contorted in disbelief and fear. He counters the outburst with a question of his own, "You said it was full of demonic humans and traps. Why would we sneak in?" His eyes narrowed, he declares, "We can just bring the whole thing down." A sinister smirk spreads across his face, hinting at the chaos to come. This crazy bastard, he exclaims. "Wait, Kim Tae-hyun," a voice calls out, stammering. This could be a human rights violation. Amidst the rubble, Tae-hyun spots someone. "Oh, that looks like Pinghua over there," he says. "Kim Tae-hyun," a voice booms out, the name echoing across the destroyed landscape. Before Tae-hyun can react, a furious voice erupts. "Jang Jinsu, you fucking gambling addict," it booms. Bloodied and crawling from the rubble, Jang Jinsu screams, "You dare betray us like this?" A furious voice promises, "I swear I'll kill you." Then, a different voice wonders, what could she be talking about, Betrayal? The man on the left screams incoherently, while the other smirks, hands in his pockets. The voice continues, singling out Kim Tae-hyun, "And you, Kim Tae-hyun, you may be laughing now." Kim Tae-hyun, bloodied and battered, struggles to rise amidst the rubble. A chilling voice echoes, promising, "But the one who will kill you will be Chai Mingmin," the disembodied voice declares, revealing the speaker. He stands with a sinister smile, an associate nervously beside him. Crushed beneath debris, Tae-hyun can only manage a stunned? Trapped under rubble, Tae-hyun, bloodied and disoriented, begins to ask, "Kim Tae-hyun, how do you know?" "What, that Chai Mingmin is here?" Tae-hyun asks, his eyes narrowing as he looks up at the man standing over him. His eyes narrow further, sweat beading on his brow as he finishes his question, "Or that you were a Chinese spy?" The response comes, laced with disbelief, You never trusted me." The man's fury explodes as he screams, "Kim Tae-hyun." With a snarl, he unleashes a furious attack. His eyes glow with rage, blood dripping from his face as he screams. The attack lands with a burst of energy. Amidst the shattered debris, he looks up, a question mark hanging over his head. He's been hit by an attack that dominates the five senses, but a mysterious power has granted him partial resistance. The system confirms the attack weakened all sensory abilities, including the five senses. Furthermore, his sight has been temporarily decreased. His vision blurs further as a cracking sound echoes. The system now reports, "Your hearing has temporarily decreased." The system's announcement continues the bad news, "Your sense of touch has temporarily decreased." The system continues its grim report, "Your sense of sight has temporarily decreased." The protagonist is now bleeding from his head, his expression a mix of shock and pain. This is Chai Mingmin's skill, domination of five senses? Struggling, he realizes, all my senses, including my vision, aren't working properly. Even with Predation's passive, the attack is proving too strong.
Chai Mingnan, surrounded by a purple aura, remarks, "I didn't expect you to bring the whole building down."
A stunned silence follows.
He continues, admitting, "I was wondering just what kind of person defeated Shueishan, but you're definitely unhinged." The man stands amidst swirling purple energy, his glowing eyes fixed forward.
He retorts, "Any worse than a demonic human lover? And I really don't care much about you."
The man stands tall over his defeated opponents, a crimson aura emanating from him. Crimson energy crackles around him as he declares, "All I care about is your skill." The crimson energy intensifies around him. The sky above shifts, swirling with clouds as if responding to his power. The scene shifts to a tranquil garden, where a man kneels before a woman beneath a gazebo. The view is obscured by dense foliage. The scene remains focused on the gazebo, the tranquil garden visible beyond its pillars.
Fufu, and interesting.
A voice muses, as a glowing orb floats between the woman and the kneeling man. The voice continues, musing about an interesting memory. The voice reveals more about the memory. Not only did that child become a national-level player, he also defeated that Shueishan. A knowing smile plays on her lips as she extends her hand, a soft glow emanating from her palm. "But why did he help you, Ryohei?" a voice questions.
The answer comes swiftly, "Because you agreed to betray me?"
Ryohei stutters, his eyes wide with shock.
That's.
Ryohei sputters, unable to fully articulate his shock at the accusation. The corner of his mouth quirks upward into a subtle, knowing smile.
"Not to worry.
There's no need to be afraid," a voice booms, seemingly trying to reassure those nearby. Her hand rests on his head, a sinister smile playing on her lips as she declares, "As that child said, I'm not interested. In fact, since you will bring Kim Taehyun here, you are serving your purpose well," she continues, revealing her true intention.
Although.
She pauses, a hint of displeasure in her voice. "I am a little displeased that things moved according to his plans." A wave of frustration washes over him as he utters a simple, "Ugh."
His brow furrows in disbelief, demanding, "You said he was aiming for the three warlords?" A gasp escapes, the question hanging in the air, "Are you?"
A sinister smile spreads across her face as she declares, "I'll go meet him myself." She advances, her expression obscured, but the determined set of her jaw suggests a resolute course of action. A voice declares, "We have 3 objectives." The speaker raises a hand, 3 fingers extended. "The first objective," the voice continues, "is to win the Asian Exhibition Games.
But the second is far more sinister, to eliminate key players and cripple rival organizations.
The third objective," he reveals, "is to prove that the Chinese Player Association is the best. Accomplishing those goals," the voice declares, "will prove they are the most superior player association in Asia. Then, they will use their superiority to create a monopoly on dungeons and the mana stone trade."
Holding up 3 fingers, he finishes his declaration. "The Chinese Player Association will dominate."
The voice promises to cover up anything. "Feel free to commit any crime, murder, torture, whatever it takes.
I will cover up everything for you." The 5 men stand before the 2 figures, awaiting their orders. A sinister chuckle echoes in the room. "Kiki.
I don't care as long as it means I get to fight strong people," one of the figures states, a sinister grin spreading across his face.
"Well, if it works out, it's not so bad," the man with the sinister grin says.
The man with the sinister grin stares forward, a cloud of realization passing over his face.
"They're all insane," he thinks. Though, a new thought surfaces.
"That's not my problem," he decides, a chilling indifference settling in his gaze. He continues, confessing, "I've also killed countless people to maintain my love with Pinghua." Standing amidst the fallen, he holds a bloodied blade, his glowing eyes betraying no remorse. "I can't call myself sane either," he admits, his words hanging in the air.
"And this time,
I'll make sure to go completely insane."
A message appears on his phone, "Bring Kim Taehyun's neck. Otherwise."
But then, another message appears, "A brat called Kim Taehyun seems to be after us.
If you could help us, Chai Ming-min."
A sinister smile spreads across her face as she leans in close to someone.
A blade emerges amidst a surge of dark energy. It means your turn has come.
Kim Taehyun lunges forward, his eyes glowing with menacing intent. A resounding impact echoes as Kim Taehyun's attack lands.
The force of his attack generates a shockwave.
A monstrous, fiery entity materializes around Kim Taehyun.
The fiery energy intensifies, crackling around Taehyun as he prepares to strike.
A deafening roar erupts as the fiery entity unleashes its power.
The entity's jaws open wide, revealing a blinding light within. Blinding light erupts from the entity's maw.
His eyes widen in disbelief. My domination of the five senses isn't working, he exclaims. He struggles to comprehend what's happening. Since he defeated Xu Weixin, I did expect him to be a national-level player, but what is this monstrous power?
The realization hits him hard. This is no ordinary national-level player. Sweat beads on his brow as the chilling realization dawns, this is past the realms of a human.
Before him, a monstrous form of crimson energy takes shape.
He mutters, domination of the five senses, ha!
He realizes the crimson energy is a force that disables all senses. He continues, admitting, if I wasn't able to use predation, I'd have been in trouble. A sinister grin spreads across his face.
Well, that's all fine.
The crimson energy crackles intensely around him. The crimson energy intensifies as he declares, I'll make good use of your skill. His crimson-infused fist hurtles forward, a sinister grin plastered across his face. Ugh, he groans, as the crimson energy erupts around him, forming a monstrous maw. Uwahhh, he screams as the crimson energy intensifies, consuming everything around him. His scream echoes as the crimson energy explodes outward. The crimson energy surges violently. The crimson energy explodes with even greater force, accompanied by a deafening OH.
The crimson energy rips through the environment, scattering debris in its wake.
The crimson energy subsides, revealing a message, domination of five senses has been recorded.
The title, Regressing with the King's Power, is revealed.
The screen displays the start of Chapter 57.
Chapter 57 begins with a blade plunged into the desolate earth. I was lacking a weapon.
The inner monologue begins, followed by a hint of sarcasm, how fortunate. With a firm grip, he prepares to raise the blade. He observes his opponent's weapon with a calculating gaze. I see a national-level player is using a national-priced weapon, he notes, adding with a hint of satisfaction, good for me. The blade whistles through the air as he brings it down.
Suddenly, a system message flashes, Redic. Rank, unique.
With that strike, the system announces, with this, China has lost 2 national-level players.
Only one's left now.
With a determined gaze, he continues forward across the rocky terrain. Even if he is powerful, he won't be able to catch up by himself, a voice declares, as the scoreboard shows South Korea in the lead with 3,350 points, followed by China, Japan, and Qatar.
The fallen warriors lie still. A voice echoes, declaring, if I take down the last warlord, Pinghua, the exhibition games will be as good as won.
I'm just worried about how quiet Japan has been. He thinks, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. The sky roars as a helicopter descends.
He braces himself against the powerful downdraft.
A thought bubble bursts forth, a helicopter?
The helicopter descends, kicking up dust and debris.
A woman clings to the side of the descending helicopter. Her grip tightens as the helicopter continues its descent. Below, a man braces himself, his eyes wide with alarm as she plummets towards him. Wah dash, he starts to say, cut off by the sheer speed of her descent. The impact sends tremors through the ground. The ground shatters beneath her feet as she lands. He is sent flying backwards, crashing through the already devastated terrain. Amidst the rubble, a figure stands, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Fufufu, we finally meet again, he says, his eyes gleaming with anticipation.
A voice calls out, the name echoing through the ruined landscape, Kim Taehyun.
Kim Taehyun's opponent stands firm, a confident smirk playing on her lips.
The name of Kim Taehyun's opponent is revealed, Yoshikawa Tsurara? So, Kim Taehyun is facing Yoshikawa Tsurara. Yoshikawa Tsurara has a skill that can even regenerate missing limbs, hyper-regeneration. She used this to cure many people. Yoshikawa Tsurara uses holy orders, a skill that not only calms mental distress but also enhances physical power. Yoshikawa Tsurara raises her hands, and a bright light envelopes the crowd before her. The light intensifies around Yoshikawa Tsurara, a voiceover stating she'll end up being called the Saintess. The light continues to emanate from Yoshikawa Tsurara, ascending to the heavens. But the true power of Holy Order lies in its ability to change memories and brainwash people. The light washes over the crowd, their faces contorted in what appears to be zealous devotion. Yoshikawa Tsurara has used her skill to turn even her enemies into zealots. A sinister smile spreads across his face. And now it's my turn. But I never told Ryohei my exact location. He thinks, confusion evident in his words. So how did you find me? He looks up, his confusion deepening as he sees a woman standing calmly amidst the rubble. A chilling chuckle echoes as she reveals her true intentions. You should have known I wasn't capturing the 3 warlords because I didn't know where they were. The woman's voice continues, a hint of amusement coloring her words. So you would do all that just to see me? A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he admits, I feel quite creeped out. A faint smile plays on her lips as she looks off into the distance. The question hangs in the air, how can you be so calm after seeing me? The man's expression shifts to one of utter confusion. Huh, he asks, clearly taken aback. Standing amidst the rubble, the Saintess declares, I know my duties as a Saintess. I am to give others the willpower to keep living in this cruel world. But then, a question hangs in the air, so how do I do that? The Saintess's face contorts, her expression now one of manic zeal. By making them worship me, she declares. The protagonist is left speechless, a cloud of question marks forming above his head. Her manic glee intensifies as she proclaims, meeting someone as elegant and lovely and beautiful and sexy and holy and perfect as me is a joy to all. Her arms spread wide, she declares with unsettling confidence, worshipping me becomes their motivation to continue living. Her voice booms, filled with disbelief, so why are you so calm after seeing me? His eyes widen, a clear sign of disbelief. Wow, this bitch is really bat's head crazy. Despite his internal assessment, he outwardly declares, but that's fine. A sinister smile stretches across her face as she declares, it's my duty to lead even people like you into salvation. A black sedan speeds forward, kicking up dust as it barrels through the wreckage. The man's eyes widen in surprise as he sees something unexpected. The sedan screeches to a halt as the driver sees a crowd. Why are so many civilians here, he wonders aloud. The driver's eyes narrow as he recognizes something. No, that must be from. The driver realizes the civilians are being controlled, brainwashing, through her holy orders. A group of brainwashed civilians approaches, their eyes glowing ominously. Standing amidst the rubble, she declares, even though I dug into your past and Ryohei's memories, there is just one thing I couldn't understand. Looking up, he hears her question continue, the source of your information, and the skills you are hiding. Her words hang in the air, followed by the ominous declaration, so I prepared. Her eyes glow with an eerie light as a sinister smile spreads across her face. Her ominous words continue, no matter how many secrets, or how powerful your skills are. Her threat hangs heavy in the air, I'll just make you unable to use them. Surrounded, he's caught in a web of hands and glowing energy. His eyes widen in alarm as he's pulled into the fray. He cries out, caught in the energy's painful grip. The voice booms, cutting through the chaos. Now, are you going to ruthlessly kill these civilians, who happen to be my fanatics? Her eyes gleam with a sinister light as she stares down at him, a cruel smile twisting her lips. The woman's voice echoes with a chilling proposition, or will you accept my salvation? The demand echoes, choose. Kim Tae-hyun. Tae-hyun is surrounded, hands reaching for him from all sides. Panic flashes in his eyes as the choice looms. Shit, using civilians as a shield, he exclaims, realizing the enemy's strategy. His eyes widen in shock, the sound of an explosion ringing in his ears. The air crackles with fury as a voice shouts, you subhuman. Two men scramble away, a desperate plea echoing, contact Guild Master. We've found it.
One of them manages to say, apparently having contacted Guild Master Uion.
The message relays the location, the hideout of the last of the three warlords, Shadow. A towering skyscraper looms, pulsating with a faint, ethereal glow. This is Shadow's hideout. Gazing up at the imposing structure, one of the men assesses their target with a grim expression. He takes the first step, moving forward towards the ominous building. He couldn't believe they would go to such lengths. To think they'd be doing something as crazy as hiding an entire area. No wonder we were unable to locate them, he mutters, gazing up at the building, its outline shimmering with an otherworldly light. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, demanding, "What are you doing?" The man in the suit turns, a stern expression on his face. "Didn't you hear me tell you to call?" He begins, his voice laced with irritation. The man's words are cut short as he stares in disbelief. A body lies motionless on the floor, blood pooling around the head. A chilling word hangs in the air, Nightwalker. The Nightwalker stands, his mask glowing with an eerie red light. Panic etched on his face, the man stumbles back, desperately trying to escape the Nightwalker's presence. The Nightwalker's eyes glow brighter as he declares, "It seems some pests have latched on." A menacing aura flares around the Nightwalker as the Korean character Young appears, emphasizing his dark presence. The Nightwalker's attention shifts to Shadow, the vice guildmaster of the Malignant Guild, and one of the three warlords. His power is suspected to be at the national force level. Shadow gasps, a gloved hand gripping his head. Panic is evident in his widened eyes. "Egg!" Shadow cries out, as blood splatters around him. Shadow screams, "AACKK," as blood splatters around him. He collapses onto the tiled floor, a pool of blood quickly forming around him. As Shadow lies in a pool of his own blood, a thought surfaces, a mere information guild digging after me. Did Tetsu leak information when he died? As he bleeds out on the floor, Shadow wonders, a mere information guild digging after me. Did Tetsu leak information when he died? A voice declares, "Kim Taehyun, he has been ruining everything." The voice continues, revealing, "The one we tried to remove using the other warlords in China, he killed Shueishin. The gate is ready." "Master Shadow," a voice booms, as a swirling blue portal crackles with energy. But a voice booms out, cutting through the moment, "But don't get ahead of yourself." The booming voice continues, declaring, "You are not the only genius in this world." The figure stands silhouetted against a backdrop of swirling blue energy. His face is obscured by a high-tech mask, a single red light glowing ominously. The masked figure's voice echoes, cutting off the previous statement, "I've already witnessed the pinnacle of all talent." 10 years ago, the masked figure finishes, his words hanging heavy in the air. The masked figure stands silhouetted against a backdrop of crackling energy, his gaze intense. A surge of power erupts around the man, hands reaching towards him from all sides. He's caught in a flurry of attacks, the ground around him erupting with each blow. A cacophony of laughter echoes as the group swarms him. Another figure rushes in to join the fray. Amidst the chaos, a voice declares, "Fufu." At East Point, Kim Taehyun saved many people's lives. A voice counters that, considering his past actions, Kim Taehyun would be hesitant. The woman questions if Kim Taehyun would be willing to use his skills against the brainwashed civilians. A plan forms as he thinks, "If I just wait until he tires himself out, and is rendered helpless." A sinister smile spreads across her face, her eyes glowing with a menacing light. Her sinister smile fades as she pauses, a flicker of doubt crossing her face. She mutters, perhaps reconsidering her strategy. A barrage of attacks rains down, striking with brutal force. One opponent is sent flying backward from the onslaught. The relentless assault continues, and the pink-haired woman's eyes widen in terror. The attack lands with a resounding crash. What are you doing?" "Those are innocent civilians," she cries out, horrified at the destruction. He retorts, "What do you mean?" "They were attacking me." The focus shifts, the text hinting at a hidden manipulator, and the one who controlled them. Chains bind her, and she gasps in pain. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he declares, "Was you
He lashes out, the glowing chain striking her with brutal force.
The impact sends shockwaves through the battlefield.
The title card flashes, regressing with the king's power.
Chapter 58 begins. Chapter 58 begins as a figure, bloodied and battered, screams in disbelief. Impossible. My analysis was wrong?
Fury contorts his face as he spits out, to think the hero of Eastpoint would be such a piece of shit.
And no, he cries.
He realizes he may have attacked them, but he only used weak skills.
A glance is all it took.
The hero of Eastpoint lies defeated, blood trickling from his mouth. He didn't kill them, he realizes.
That means
it's a herd, the hero wonders, his mind racing. It's a mere trick, he shouts, as flames erupt around him. An exclamation hangs in the air as a powerful strike lands. The force of the blow sends shockwaves rippling outwards. The force of the impact sends debris flying.
Shattered debris fills the air amidst the lingering shockwaves.
The force of the explosion sends people flying through the air.
SFX, whoosh. Chains bind the men as they are sent hurtling backwards. Their eyes widen in shock.
Still bound by the chains, the men are sent flying. One of them clutches the woman tightly as they are thrown backwards.
The men crash into the ground. What?
A tree, one of the men exclaims, the impact clearly unexpected. They are all bound by golden chains, seemingly trapped by the massive tree looming above them.
A chilling question hangs in the air, did she apply her regeneration skill to seeds?
The hero questions the villain's motives, but to be willing to harm the people she controlled. He reels from the impact, clutching his side.
Why you hit me too, he exclaims, clearly in pain.
Despite the hero's pained reaction, a sinister chuckle escapes the villain.
Foo. As I thought.
He stumbles, barely able to keep his balance.
A crowd watches on.
That act of violence earlier was only for show to make me believe that the hostages were worthless, she reveals, her eyes downcast. She continues, her words laced with a hint of disappointment, but if you were going to act, then you should have stuck with it. Her words hang heavy in the air as she states, of course, it's too late now. Her eyes glow with an eerie light as she seals her statement, of course, it's too late now.
A dark force surges forward.
She lunges, her hand clamping around his throat. His eyes widen in shock as he struggles against her sudden attack.
What? He gasps, caught completely off guard by the sudden attack. Doubt creeps in as he thinks, they shouldn't be able to move anymore.
Blood spills from her mouth as she chokes, a guttural sound escaping her lips. Her command rings out, from now on, no matter if they faint, or if their bones break and their flesh tears, they will not stop. The ruthless command echoes across the training ground.
If you don't want to kill them, there is only one way.
Suddenly, a voice booms out, demanding, accept my salvation. Her eyes glowing with unnerving intensity, she screams, Kim Tae-hyun. A massive, monstrous arm descends, and someone whispers a relieved, phew. As a monstrous arm descends, someone thinks aloud, to think someone called the Saintess would lack even an ounce of guilt. The monstrous figure declares, you really are irredeemable. A sinister grin spreads across his face as a surge of red energy erupts from his hand.
Her eyes widen in disbelief as she utters, huh.
The monstrous eyes and gaping maws surrounding her suggest a terrifying reality. Suddenly, a stark message appears, you have been affected by domination of 5 senses.
The domination takes hold. All sensory abilities, including sight and hearing, have been weakened.
The situation worsens as a new message appears, sensory abilities and stats have decreased. The situation spirals further out of control, mana flow has been disrupted. Her eyes widen with crazed glee, blood dripping from her fingertips. A crazed kuwa echoes. Blood streams down her face as she wonders, this is Chaemingman's skill. A bewildered how is this possible, echoes her disbelief.
The realization hits her hard, he has the same skill? A coincidence?
No, she cries out, grappling with the impossible.
If he had always had this, there's no way he wouldn't have used it till now.
This is, she exclaims, the realization dawning.
The man's eyes glow with a menacing red light as he declares, "You need a beating." The words "you need a beating" hang in the air, glowing with menacing red energy. A scream pierces the air as the attack lands. The force of the blow sends her reeling back, blood splattering as she cries out in pain. The force of the impact sends the chained figures flying. He plummets downwards, a strangled cry escaping his lips as he falls. He plummets through a barrage of crimson spikes. The sound of a bone-shattering impact echoes. The landscape lies in ruins after the devastating impact. The ravaged earth bears witness to the sheer force unleashed. Amidst the destruction, 3 figures are bound by glowing chains. A whooshing sound echoed across the landscape. He surveys the ravaged landscape, the setting sun casting long shadows across the battlefield. His boots hit the ground amidst the rubble. A figure lies prone, bound by glowing chains. As expected of the owner of Hunter, a voice booms. As expected of the owner of hyper-regeneration, the voice continues. He stares down at his hand, muttering, "Incredible recovery." Dust swirls around him as he stands firm, his jacket bearing the marks of the recent fight. She struggles to rise, panting heavily. To still be alive after such a beating, she thinks, pushing herself up from the ground. "Kim Tae-hyun," she exclaims, barely able to comprehend his power. "How do you have the domination of the 5 senses?" Her face contorted in rage and disbelief, she screams, "Just what are you?" A sinister smile spreads across his face as he responds, "I've been waiting for you to notice that." A massive fills the air, leaving the audience in suspense. Wounded and shaken, she can only manage to ask, "What do you?" Despite her injuries, she challenges, "You were trying to brainwash me, right? Go ahead and try." A smirk plays on his lips as he responds, "With your holy order." His gaze sharp, he reveals, "Yeah, I had always planned on meeting her at some point." He admits, "I wasn't expecting to do so now." The implications of holy order become clear. It's a skill that manipulates minds and memories. Which means, struggling to rise, he realizes the truth, "She can see into my mind." Her gaze intensifies. A vision floods his mind, that dream from East Point. The vision continues, revealing the reason for Rosaria's changed treatment, how Rosaria changed her treatment of me after seeing my memories. The vision sharpens, and he realizes, inside my mind, there must lie the clue to the secret behind predation. He resolves to delve deeper into his own mind. "If I can just dig my way through my mind to find that out." A soft chuckle echoes in the silence. "Foo-foo." His face contorted in pain, a scream tearing from his throat. "You think so little of my abilities?" he asks, his voice laced with a hint of desperation. "Fine. I've already lost." The challenger stands firm, facing his opponent, who appears to be faltering, his stance unsteady. The fallen opponent, lying prone on the ground, shouts, "If you want it so badly, have it." However, she screams, a blinding light emanating from her hands. The light intensifies as she declares, "You will worship me." Before him, a colossal, ethereal being materializes, its massive eye fixated on him. Blinding light erupts around him. The ethereal being booms, "I don't know what you were plotting, but no matter how powerful you are, it's futile once you're afflicted by holy order." Despite the holy order's power, a sinister grin spreads across her face. "Despite the affliction," she declares, "I'll make good use of your power." Her sinister grin widens, a chilling question hanging in the air. A surge of dark energy erupts around her. A figure sits atop a throne at the end of a long, skeletal staircase, wreathed in ominous red energy. She stands firm, facing a sea of ominous red energy. Far in the distance, a figure sits upon a throne constructed of bones. This sea of blood, the narration reveals, is within Kim Tae-hyun's mind. "Who is that?" a voice booms. The figure sits on a throne of skulls, bathed in ominous red light. Kim's name is uttered, a question hanging in the air. The question hangs in the air, "Tae-hyun." An ominous chuckle echoes, its source unknown. A sinister smile spreads across his face, the source of the chilling laughter now revealed. "You've used your head a little," he remarks, his words hanging heavy in the air. The woman's face is etched with fear and fresh wounds.
An exclamation punctuates the moment, hanging in the air as the woman reels back.
To think you'd send a spying fly like this to peek at me, the voice booms, laced with disdain.
The woman stands defiantly before a colossal, menacing tower.
From atop it, a dark figure looms. A surge of energy erupts from above, bathing the tower in a crimson glow.
No, that isn't Kim Tae-hyun, a voice cries out, followed by a chilling realization, that's not even a human. The voice continues, the realization hanging heavy in the air. Her eyes widen in terror, blood streaking her face as she recoils from the horrifying revelation.
However, the ominous word hangs in the darkness, promising a turn of events. The man's eyes glow with malevolent intent as he declares, "You are far from enough."
Red energy swirls around her, forming monstrous shapes with glowing eyes. Terror grips her face as she realizes the overwhelming power before her.
The red energy intensifies, monstrous shapes now fully formed. A question hangs in the air, born of her mounting dread: what?
Her eyes widen in terror as the red energy surges, accompanied by a deafening crack.
The monstrous form continues to grow, its jagged edges and glowing eyes piercing the darkness.
The red energy intensifies, engulfing everything in its path.
The crimson energy surges forward, consuming the landscape. The world is now completely consumed by the crimson energy.
Darkness descends, an oppressive void consuming everything. His eyes widen, a surge of power emanating from him.
He awakens in a hospital bed, a look of confusion on his face. He mutters. He finds himself in an unfamiliar place. A hospital room. What's going on? He asks, disoriented. His confusion quickly turns to concern. Where's Yoshikawa Tsurara? He demands to know. Suddenly, a voice booms, Kim Tae-hyun. Startled, Tae-hyun's eyes widen. A name echoes in Tae-hyun's mind, Yuayong?
A voice breaks the silence.
You're finally awake. The voice continues, laced with worry. Do you know how worried I was? Your family was waiting here till last night. Last night, he thinks, confusion evident as he lies in the hospital bed.
The voice continues, explaining that he showed no signs of waking up for a full day.
The woman gestures, clarifying that he didn't wake up for an entire day. He looks up, a bead of sweat trickling down his face, and whispers, "What?" Then, realization dawns, then Yoshikawa Tsurara is.
The disembodied voice continues, revealing, she was also found unconscious like you. The voice continues, same with Pingguan Zhang Jinsu. The voice reveals a disturbing detail, and Chai Mingmin is missing.
The voice then asks, just what happened there?
The man in the hospital gown looks up, a wave of disappointment washing over him.
So it failed. I wasn't expecting it to work, but still. He thinks, clearly disappointed. Another voice cuts in, demanding, are you listening to me? A disembodied voice declares, to think a national-level player is nowhere near enough to approach the secret of predation.
The figure points forward, a surge of red energy radiating from him.
To think a national-level player is nowhere near enough to approach the secret of predation, the voice booms.
Just what is in my mind, he wonders, frustration evident.
Shit, how much stronger do I need to get?
Anyways, focus on your recovery, darling. Even without you, our points. The voice trails off, the sound of gentle pats filling the air. Despite the gentle pats, he firmly requests, take your hands off, please.
Suddenly, a voice booms, Yuayong. He pauses, a confused escaping his lips as the booming voice calls out, Yuayong. Now, someone else is being called out.
Go Taiwook, he asks, confusion etched on his face. Suddenly, a booming voice calls out a different name, Kim Tae-hyun.
You're finally awake. I was so worried. Anyways. The voice continues, now urgently requesting, Yuayong. We need the support of the Nightwalkers. The man urgently pleads, we need to send a search party to the abyss. A question hangs in the air, a search party? It's...
The gravity of the situation intensifies as the announcement rings out, and the rest of New South Korea team has gone missing.
A voice cries out, demanding, what does that mean? Kim Tae-hyun. The camera pans to a large, modern building under a bright sky, its purpose yet unknown. The voice continues, laced with disbelief, "Why, you're going alone?" The scene shifts to what appears to be a hospital room, where the man in the striped pajamas is being questioned. He insists, stating firmly, "It's like I said, a larger search party will only result in more casualties." The camera focuses on the man's hospital pajamas, the word hospital repeating in the pattern. The gravity of the situation settles in as the text reveals, "They went missing in the depths of the abyss, and Park Sung-jin and the rest are veterans." Above, 3 figures stand together, their expressions unreadable. Below, 2 more glare with glowing eyes, radiating an ominous aura. The man's glowing eyes intensify, a sinister grin spreading across his face. The stakes are higher than they thought. If they went missing, it's not the attack of just some monster, a voice declares. Involvement of parties with at least national-level force must be involved. His gaze hardens, resolve etched on his face. "So I'll go alone." He's wearing a hospital gown, but his expression is firm. But a voice calls out, stopping him in his tracks. "If that's true, I can't let you go." But another voice objects, shouting, "You're a patient who just woke up." But another voice booms out, demanding, "Yeah. Where do you think you're trying to go?" Despite the objections, the patient pushes past the others, heading for the door. Another man, looking concerned, reaches out to stop him. The man trying to stop him asks, "If you aren't well, then why are you going?" He places a hand over his heart, declaring, "Because I have something I need to protect." An exasperated voice booms, demanding, "Do you know how worried we were about you? We thought you might never wake up," a voice exclaims, revealing the deep concern of those around him. "Aunt, Uncle, Jae-young," he murmurs, his voice weak but filled with recognition. "I called them," someone announces, their expression unreadable. "Yuion," he calls out, his voice still strained. A voice responds, "If you woke up, you need to see your family, right?" "Yeah, finish recovering before you go anywhere," one of his companions urges. Another voice adds, "Don't stress yourself, Kim Tae-hyun." They all. The words trail off, leaving a heavy silence. His words fade, the unspoken thought hanging heavy in the air. He continues, recalling, "Though, back when I wasn't awakened, they were set on beating me down." A sinister grin spreads across his face as he conjures a ball of fire in his hand. He remembers, "No matter what I did, all I'd get were glares of hatred." He finds himself surrounded, fingers pointing accusingly. His expression is one of bewildered desperation. But now, the crowd's expressions shift from animosity to shock. A collective gasp rises from the crowd. The camera focuses on the patterned fabric of a patient's gown. A sigh escapes him as he says, "Thank you for worrying." The speech bubble continues, addressing everyone. He then declares, "But I need to go." A stunned silence falls over the group, punctuated only by the exclamation mark in the speech bubble. "Ha!" someone blurts out, breaking the heavy silence. The voice continues, explaining, "It's temporary, but I have allies in trouble." The man's face is etched with worry as he listens to the explanation. The other man confidently states, "And I'm the only one who can save them." A determined glint in his eyes, he declares, "So I've gotta go." He's wearing a hospital gown. He continues, his words a challenge, "You didn't raise me to be the type of man who gives up on their allies, right?" He stands with his parents, all 3 wearing expressions of shock and concern. Tears welling in his eyes, a voice calls out, "Tae-hyun." His face contorts in anguish. A desperate reach echoes with a pained cry. "Babe." "So corny," the speech bubble declares. Her attack lands, a burst of energy erupting as she exclaims, "Babe. So corny." The attack connects, eliciting a pained, "ACKK." With the fight concluded, a voice declares, "It's decided then. Come back safely." A sinister smirk spreads across his face. The ominous words hang in the air, with everyone. His expression shifts, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he mutters, "Sheesh." The title card appears, regressing with the king's power. The title card reveals the chapter's name, Regressing with the King's Power. The chapter begins,
the sky a menacing red above a towering structure. A devastating explosion rips through the landscape, sending figures flying amidst the chaos. Struggling to his feet amidst the destruction, he raises a crackling, lightning-like weapon. He charges forward, a determined advance amidst the ravaged landscape. Coughing violently, he struggles to breathe amidst the dust and debris. Park Sungjin lies prone, blood trickling from his mouth. A concerned voice cries out, "Park Sungjin, are you okay?" A voice echoes, seemingly from above, acknowledging Sungjin's resilience, even going easy, to have lasted this long. Not bad, Park Sungjin of New South Korea. A woman reaches down to help Sungjin, but he remains unresponsive, his expression hidden. 3 figures stand in the background, watching. The disembodied voice continues, declaring, "But your long game of hide and seek is over." A sinister grin spreads across his face as he holds up a crimson blade. The screen identifies him as Blood Blade Lu Feng, a national force-level player from China. Lu Feng offers a chilling ultimatum, "But considering your effort, if you vow to become my servant, I'll let you live." "I'm more graceful than the rumors say," Lu Feng declares, blood dripping from his outstretched hand. A sinister chuckle echoes as the protagonist is asked, "Are you telling me to betray my friends?" The man, bloodied and enraged, shouts, "Are you telling me to betray my friends and country?" His face contorted with fury, he roars, "I refuse. Choosing your pride over your life, not bad." The man muses, a dark weapon dripping with ominous liquid held in his hand. He clutches at his chest, blood seeping through his fingers. An ominous figure stands silently behind the attacker. He raises a hand, blood trickling down his face, as he declares, "But your allies don't seem to agree." His companions behind him wear expressions of shock and disbelief. A collective gasp rises as someone cries out, "Seo Hangil? What are you doing?" The camera zooms in on Seo Hangil's face as he wonders, "Why now?" His outburst echoes, demanding, "Are you guys all stupid? Now is the time to go along." The declaration rings out, Lu Feng is clearly a monster. The declaration echoes as Lu Feng stands, a crimson aura surrounding him, a blade of the same color materializing in his hand. Panic rises in his opponent below. "This is our only way to survive." The text booms, revealing the character's desperate resolve. "And even if we're talking about now," the character declares, his resolve hardening. The character's face is shown as he struggles to speak, sweat dripping down his face. He gags, the words catching in his throat. Before him stands a woman, hands clasped behind her back, facing a twisted, vine-covered tree. "Fufu, so you're one of New South Korea's players, Seo Hangil," a voice declares. "I've come to bestow orders upon you as the saintess." The woman's words hang heavy in the air as she bestows the title. The woman continues, demanding, "Become my servant and report on the other players, including Kim Tae-hyun." Her eyes narrow, a veiled threat hanging in the air. "If you refuse, I have my methods." She continues, "But you seem to be aware that it's mutually beneficial." A tear rolls down his cheek as he begins to speak. A pained escapes him. He winces, clutching his head as a confession escapes him, "I betrayed everyone once before." The weight of his past actions crashes down on him. "Even if I do so one more time," a voice echoes, cutting through his turmoil, "It's all right, Seo Hangil." A hand rests on Seo Hangil's shoulder, steadying him. "You must have been scared," the voice continues, adding, "But don't worry. I'll get you out even if it costs me my life," the figure promises. The name, P. Park Sungjin, is then uttered, leaving a lingering question of who this person is. A foreboding red sky looms as a voice declares, "It's not too late to betray us after I die." The ominous red sky casts a pall over the scene as the figures advance. Blood streaks the face of the man in the foreground. The figures press forward, their advance relentless under the crimson sky. Despite the blood streaking her face, she smirks, energy crackling around her hand. Talking big for someone half dead. Acting tough is really all you know. "You all. I'm sorry," he says, his expression hidden behind a mask and tinted glasses. His voice, muffled by the mask, carries a note of regret.
You all. I'm sorry. Despite his apology, he declares, I'll fight too.
The three stand ready, energy crackling around them as they prepare to face the looming threat. He raises his hand, a dark energy swirling around it as he prepares to unleash his power against the looming threat above.
Well, he taunts, noticing their hesitation. Not grabbing your one rope.
You seem to not understand the situation because I'm going easy, he declares, a smug look on his face.
Isn't that right?
The taunting words seem to have struck a nerve.
What? No. I mean. The response is immediate and laced with threat. Then I'll need to teach you.
A sinister smile spreads across his face, his eyes glowing with menacing intent. The threat hangs heavy in the air as he declares, the difference in our power. Crimson energy crackles around his hand. The crimson energy intensifies, now engulfing his entire being. The crimson energy surges, taking on a distinct, weapon-like form. The crimson energy solidifies into a menacing array of sharp, sword-like projections.
He stands ready, the crimson blades poised to strike. His opponents brace themselves for the impending attack. The opponents react with shock as the crimson blades shimmer ominously.
What? He exclaims, his eyes wide with disbelief.
Blood streaks his face, a testament to the ferocity of the attack. The voice echoes ominously, so you know now.
The disembodied voice continues, the words chillingly clear, that you
are able to keep breathing thanks to my mercy? The chilling declaration hangs heavy in the air.
A sinister grin spreads across his face, his eyes glowing with malevolent intent. A crimson energy erupts. A blade of crimson energy materializes.
The man lunges forward, wielding the crimson blade.
His companions look on, fear etched on their faces.
Yua, the companions scream, witnessing the attack.
Blood trickles down his face as he grits his teeth, pushing forward with the attack. His red eyes gleam as he continues his assault.
The attack continues, a red haze filling the air around him.
Suddenly, a message flashes, you have been inflicted with domination of the five senses. His eyes widen in disbelief. The red haze solidifies into sharp, menacing spikes closing in.
The spikes close in, a terrifying domination of his senses.
The red spikes bear down, and he braces for the inevitable.
Domination of the five senses, he wonders, before shouting a name in desperation, Chai Mingmin?
Hope fades as a voice declares, no, Chai Mingmin is dead.
A realization dawns on him. Then this is. He stands, a sinister aura emanating from him.
A surge of power erupts around him, the air crackling with red and purple energy. A towering skeletal figure materializes behind him, wreathed in ominous red energy.
The figure leaps forward, surrounded by a torrent of red energy.
The figure looms, a title emblazoned beneath it, the one who killed Chai.
Mingnin's name echoes in a deafening roar. It's you!
Kim Taehyun, the figure shouts, a sinister grin spreading across his face. I've been waiting to meet, he shouts, but then the words take a sinister turn.
I didn't.
A disturbing grin spreads across his face, one eye glowing ominously. The figure moves with incredible speed, a red blur preceding his attack.
The attack lands with devastating force. The force erupts in a blinding explosion. The force detonates in a cataclysmic explosion. The world is consumed by white.
The smoke clears, revealing a lone figure standing amidst the devastation. Standing in the aftermath, he utters a single word, what? As a crimson energy bleeds from his hand. Rage flares as he declares, you threw one skill at me. She threw one skill at me and ran, he questions, disbelief lacing his tone. And I was getting all fired up, he mutters, his frustration palpable.
Hey, are you okay? The subordinate anxiously asks. Yeah. I'm fine, comes the reply.
We need to chase them, one subordinate urges, but the leader cuts him off.
No, leave them be.
Looking at the traces, the leader observes the place they were heading for. The landscape ahead is scarred with strange, glowing red fissures.
Is the Draconian Tower, the text reveals.
Rising from the crimson landscape, the draconian tower looms, its architecture strangely familiar yet alien under the blood-red sky. The tower, a warped reflection of a familiar world, leans precariously over the desolate landscape. They stand at the entrance to what is known as the unclearable dungeon in the depths of the abyss. The tower looms, its architecture a stark contrast to the crimson sky and desolate landscape. The tower's imposing facade stands before them, a silent sentinel against the crimson sky. Kim Tae dash, a voice cries out, the speaker's face marred with cuts and framed by light blue hair. The light-haired man's desperate cry echoes, his face contorted in anguish. Kim Tae dash. A sinister figure forces a dark liquid down Kim Tae's throat, declaring, "Drink this first." The two onlookers watch as the figure kneels, a strange green aura surrounding him. Kim Tae-hyun, I'm thankful, but... A voice trails off, hinting at a difficult choice or revelation to come. He asks, what do you plan on doing? His question hangs in the air, unanswered. The tower is known as a place where many players have suffered defeat. It's considered an unclearable dungeon. She states with a worried expression, we won't be able to leave until we find an escape gate either. Even if it was to run away from Lu Feng. He states, it can't be helped. I can't protect everyone while we fight. He continues, trying to reassure them, but don't worry, this is just a dungeon. A body lies in a pool of blood nearby. A chilling realization dawns, you can kill people with potions. The voice continues, a plan forming, we can get out if we clear it. He gives a thumbs up, a sinister grin spreading across his face. The ominous title card reads, The Draconian Tower. Below, a tower looms against a blood-red sky. Deep within the abyss stands the Draconian Tower, considered an unbeatable dungeon. It is said to have two special features. The first special feature of the Draconian Tower is revealed, the immense amount of traps on each floor. A man screams in terror as a monstrous beast looms below. The second special feature is then revealed, the Draconians. These monsters boast immense numbers, high intelligence, as well as durability. Despite the odds, she's still alive. The screen flashes with a series of symbols. The battle rages on, a whirlwind of blades and bodies. The fighters advance, energy crackling around their feet. Like this so easily. The words hang in the air, a stark reminder of the challenge ahead. How is that possible, she wonders, her face etched with disbelief as the enemy closes in. A chilling grin spreads across his face as a message appears, pre-regression repeated Draconian Tower Survivor Information Interview 2437 times. The text declares, the Draconian Tower is called an unclearable dungeon. The Draconian Tower is considered unclearable, but the text declares, but it's not impossible to return alive. The text reveals that there's an escape midway through the Draconian Tower, long before facing its boss. A massive dragon looms, dwarfing even the tower itself. The tower is engulfed in flames as a surge of blue energy erupts above. A voice booms, declaring, that allows you to return to reality. But a hushed aside follows, it hasn't been discovered yet. So if I have information of the traps, and the power to defeat the monsters, a voice declares, hope ringing in their tone. But looming ahead, a monstrous figure with glowing red eyes appears, along with a serpentine creature with a gaping maw. Returning itself won't be very difficult, a voice confidently proclaims. The monstrous figure is struck, a spray of dark liquid erupting from the wound. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he advances. He reaches out, a red energy swirling around his hand. They descend the long staircase, unaware of the looming darkness that awaits them. The group moves forward, descending deeper into the unknown. A resounding crash echoes through the chamber. Before them, a sphere of crackling energy materializes. They descend the stairs, the path ahead dimly lit. The sphere pulses with energy as a voice exclaims, it's a gate. The sphere intensifies, swirling with vibrant energy as a voice cries out, it's a gate. The discovery is met with relief. Thankfully, we don't need to go up any further. One of them says. We made it, one of the group exclaims, relief evident in his voice. A sudden accusation cuts through the relief. Kim Tae-hyun, did you know about this? An immediate denial clashes with a hidden truth.
Of course not.
We were just lucky, he says, followed by a second, internal thought, of course I knew.
The urgency escalates as a voice shouts, now, now. Let's head out before the monsters rush in.
A portal of swirling blue energy stands ready.
He pauses, then steels himself. All right.
With a determined gaze, he leads the way towards the swirling portal. He corrects himself, a flicker of surprise crossing his face.
Kiddo. I mean, Kim Tae-hyun.
The portal shimmers as he states, thanks for coming.
The portal pulses with energy as Kim Tae-hyun stands before it. He walks through. Kim Tae-hyun declares, I'll repay this favor.
Kim Tae-hyun responds with a knowing smile, no problem.
A blue glow emanates from Kim Tae-hyun.
As the blue light intensifies, Kim Tae-hyun thinks to himself, to think I'd get thanked by Park Sungjin.
Kim Tae-hyun wonders, I guess it's because thanks to my help everyone got out safely? The text proclaims, and since Seo Hangil outed himself as a Japanese spy, the spy problem is solved. Above, the spy begs, I'll take any punishment. I'm sorry.
But his pleas seem to fall on deaf ears. The focus shifts, the only thing left to do is stop Ghostblade, who will be enraged at the Saintess condition and Lu Feng's plots. All this must happen before the exhibition games end.
That's not too bad, a voice declares, seemingly assessing the situation.
A faint smile plays on his lips as a cracking sound echoes.
A surge of blue energy erupts.
He's caught in the blast, eyes wide with the impact of the blue energy. The force of the blast sends him flying backwards, a large, expressing his shock.
He lands hard on the floor, uttering a disoriented "ha?"
A stark warning flashes before him, you cannot use the warp gate.
Eyes wide with shock, he can only utter.
A chilling message then appears, the master of the tower, Kaislin, is observing you.
He mutters Kai. In disbelief, then questions, what? Master of the tower? Realization dawns on him as he looks up at the towering structure.
He falls backwards, a look of utter disbelief etched on his face.
A fiery glow erupts from below. The fiery glow intensifies, now erupting through the cracked floor.
The eruption intensifies, debris flying as the ground explodes.
The dragon bursts forth, its fiery breath engulfing everything.
A monstrous roar tears through the air as the dragon fully emerges.
I was wondering what brat was roaming my tower.
The dragon's voice booms, as the protagonist stares up in terror.
A dragon, he exclaims, disbelief etched on his face. To think it was an insignificant human, the dragon muses, its fiery breath intensifying the oppressive heat. The dragon's true identity is revealed, Kaislin, master of the Draconian Tower, a red dragon of SS rank. Dragons.
The text proclaims, the word hanging ominously in the air.
Dragons, the text continues, clarifying that Kaislin is one of the species considered to be the strongest.
The text clarifies that dragons found in the abyss are sorted into 4 levels. The text continues, now describing dragons close to S rank, and adult dragons, which are S+ rank.
The text continues, revealing that WIRMS are SS rank. And then, there are the mythical.
Not quite identifiable, the text reads, as a monstrous figure looms. Ancient dragons, the text booms, the words themselves a looming threat.
The dragon in front of me.
The text trails off, leaving a sense of impending doom. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he stares ahead, a visible sign of the immense pressure he's under. Is at least a WIRM, the thought completes itself, revealing the terrifying form of the dragon before him. The bone dragon, he realizes, was created from the corpse of an adult dragon.
Just how powerful is this one?
And why did it appear, he wonders, the question echoing his fear.
I never heard something like this in the intel I acquired. He thinks, clearly troubled by this new development. A sudden thought surfaces, let's try to talk things out. But his words are cut short as the dragon's massive jaws open wide, ready to strike. The dragon's response is swift and brutal, perish, insect. Realization dawns, I guess it won't work. A brutal strike lands.
The impact explodes in a burst of fire and flying debris.
The force of the blow sends shockwaves rippling outward. The world erupts in a blazing inferno. Amidst the inferno, a figure stands silhouetted against the flames. So then,
fighting is inevitable, he declares, swinging his chained weapon.
The chained weapon slams into its target with devastating force. A blinding pink explosion erupts as the weapon connects. Quo? The dragon roars in apparent pain or surprise as the attack lands. The attack lands, engulfing the dragon's torso in flames. The flames sear through the dragon's defenses. The flames continue to burn, searing the dragon.
With a determined gaze, he prepares to strike, a chain-linked dagger held firmly in his hand.
He lunges forward, a red energy emanating from his attack. With a surge of power, he declares, "All my skills connected." The attack lands, but he realizes it wouldn't be enough to kill it since it's an SS rank, but it should have taken. The dragon's eyes glow with fury as it prepares to retaliate.
He stumbles back, a look of shock on his face.
A blinding light erupts.
A clawed hand descends amidst a burst of energy.
Amidst the explosion, a scream echoes. "Ha! What is with that ridiculous durability?" he exclaims, disbelief etched on his face. "Even if it's an SS rank, how is that reasonable?" he questions, clearly frustrated by the opponent's resilience. Realizing the situation, he thinks, "Shit, I need to buy time."
Injured and struggling, he's surrounded by a purple aura, while his opponent watches with cold, yellow eyes. His eyes widen in shock, blood trickling down his face.
He thinks, reeling from the unseen attack. A devastating blow lands, sending him crashing through the environment. He is sent hurtling backwards, crashing into the rocks below.
Bloodied and battered, he struggles to comprehend what just happened.
"That's," he mutters, his face contorted in pain and confusion.
Polymorph is declared as a skill that turns your image into something else.
The skill takes effect, and a system message declares Kaislin's current form, human. The polymorph skill erupts in a burst of light, obscuring Kaislin. The light intensifies, completely blinding the view. The blinding light surges, accompanied by an echoing roar. The roar crescendos as the explosion rips apart the surroundings. The world burns, consumed by the aftermath of the blast. The building groans under the strain, cracks spiderwebbing across its ancient facade.
The horned figure reaches out, his hand landing on the other's shoulder.
Flames engulf the lower floors, the intense heat distorting the air around them.
The hero is grabbed, blood trickling down his face as he realizes, then he must be an SS rank.
"I can't even react." His golden eyes gleam as he muses, Let's see. The SS rank's intentions remain unclear. Verify.
A sudden, bloody attack leaves the victim reeling in shock. He is being overwhelmed by draconic power, but resists with an unknown force.
The system reports, resistance failed.
Some power still interferes.
All abilities have been decreased. The skills he can use have been limited.
Stone skin, invisibility, paralysis, and even Monarch's heart are now unusable. The system continues to strip away his power.
He can no longer use Night King's roar, chains of bondage, or even domination of 5 senses.
A muffled cry escapes him as the system continues its relentless assault.
Despite the system's assault, he states, "I don't sense anything wrong." He realizes, this power that swept through my tower, burning even brighter after touching my own power. He cries out in pain as he realizes, it's definitely not that of a mere human.
A pained groan escapes him. His eyes glow with an unnatural light as he demands, "This power.
Who did you get it from? Answer me."
Though wounded, he grits his teeth, a burning need fueling his resolve.
"I need to know their identity."
Frustration boils over as he curses, "Damn it, you all." His thoughts race, a desperate need for answers consuming him.
Identity of the power? I want to know myself. A surge of power emanates from his hand, now encased in a jagged, stone-like gauntlet. His face contorted in rage, he screams, "More than anyone, you bastard."
The gauntlet slams into his target, the force of the blow sending tremors through the air. Tentacles, he questions, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he utters, "Oh." The realization dawns on him as he simply utters, "Oh." The tentacles erupt from the ground, surrounding him. A scream rips through the air as a beam of red light descends upon him. The force of the impact sends him crashing downwards. He slams into the ground, the impact cratering the surface. "You knock me back," he roars, disbelief lacing his tone. "How could a mere human have?" Blood trickles from his lip as he struggles to comprehend the situation. "How could a mere human have?" he demands, his golden eyes narrowed in disbelief. "Fufu, a red lizard." The voice muses. "I needed a new dog to guard my home." The Demon King stands surrounded by tendrils, a menacing figure looming in the background. Before him, a smaller, horned figure looks up, seemingly in awe or fear. A sudden, stark, fills the space. The Demon King's offer hangs in the air, a chilling proposition: "I'll allow you to be my pet this time." The hero clenches his transformed hand, blood streaking his face. His gaze hardens, a silent defiance in his eyes. Suddenly, a system message blares: "Skill, the Queen's man has activated." "Anyways." The voice drawls, dripping with disdain. "Taking so long to talk to me, you're too careless, you know?" A sinister smile plays on her lips, her eyes glowing an ominous red. The question hangs heavy in the air: how could I trust a monster? The hero's anguished question echoes, laced with betrayal: how could I trust a monster? A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he demands, "What do you mean?" His face contorts in disbelief as he hears the shocking news: Kim Tae-hyun went missing? The question echoes, filled with disbelief: how did the rescuer go missing? The gravity of the situation settles over the room. Kim Tae-hyun went missing? The question hangs heavy in the air. "We aren't sure," comes the frantic reply. "We were crossing the gate together." Park Sungjin. The question hangs in the air: what about Park Sungjin? The woman, visibly panicked, reveals, he's currently causing a scene to return to the abyss trying to save Kim Tae-hyun. The man with the eye patch, visibly distressed, learns that that's why Yoo Ah-hyung is stopping him right now. "Yeah. Stop him," a voice shouts, continuing, "it's just going to worsen the situation again." A heavy sigh escapes someone's lips. "Ha!" A heavy sigh escapes, the man burying his face in his hands. A voice from below states, "We don't know what Liu Feng and Zhang Lung will do," the voice continues, "so let's hide the fact that you guys are still alive." While Park Sungjin and the others remained lost, the exhibition games entered their 6th day. The man clutches his head in despair as a message appears: the exhibition games will end soon. At this point, the rankings are whatever, a voice declares, seemingly dismissing the entire competition. Sweat glistens on his brow as he admits, "We wouldn't have been able to make it this far without Kim Tae-hyun anyway." The gravity of the situation settles in as a new voice declares, "If he's gone, the exhibition games mean nothing." The tension peaks as a desperate plea echoes, "Kim Tae-hyun, please be alive." A swirling vortex of purple energy envelopes the tower, its ominous presence casting a pall over the landscape. A deafening crack echoes as the ominous energy intensifies. Screams erupt as the purple energy intensifies, seemingly tearing through the very fabric of reality. The red-haired demon's eyes glow with power as the purple energy spirals around her. The red-haired demon's eyes burn brighter as she unleashes a torrent of fiery energy. The fiery energy explodes outward, engulfing everything in its path. The man is sent flying backwards by the force of the blast. The inferno rages, leaving devastation in its wake. The red energy streaks through the air, leaving a trail of destruction. Bloody and battered, he thinks, "I might really die?" Even as he's battered, the hero realizes, "I know they're both monsters." But he wonders, what is this ridiculous power from both of them? The force of their combined power erupts in a blinding explosion. The world is consumed by a flash of pure white. Amidst the chaos, he wonders, maybe it was the right choice to wait to call Rosaria till now? Rosaria appears, her red eyes gleaming with a sinister light. The skills he gained through the contract with Rosaria are about to be revealed. The skills gained from the contract with Rosaria are revealed: complete hypnosis and the Queen's man. He declares, I have a simple reason as to why I didn't use the Queen's Man, which summons Rosaria, till now. The reason he hasn't used the Queen's Man until now, he explains, is due to excessive mana consumption. Summoning skills, the explanation continues, require additional mana even after their initial casting. Of course, if I can continuously consume potions through battle. He muses, a wide grin spreading across his face. But then, a stark message appears, but the real problem is this. His hand reaches upward, as if grasping for something just out of reach. His eyes glow with an eerie light as he reaches higher, a smear of blood marring his cheek. The word meteor blazes across the scene. The scene erupts with the force of a meteor. The meteor explodes in a blinding flash of light and raw power. More flaming rocks plummet from above, intensifying the fiery onslaught. A winged demon descends amidst the fiery rain, looming over a figure desperately trying to escape the onslaught. Meteor, he shouts, fear etched on his bloodied face as the winged demon gazes down with a sinister smile. The winged demon unleashes a barrage of glowing, spear-like projectiles. The glowing projectiles streak downward, each wreathed in roaring flame. The projectiles hurtle towards their target, the winged demon watching with a predatory gleam in her eyes. The projectiles strike with devastating force. Rosaria is way too strong, the screen declares. The impact sends him reeling, a look of shock spreading across his face. The force of the blow sends him flying backwards through the air. A resounding okay booms as the figure towers over him. The impact is colossal. His face bloodied, he realizes the danger. Power too strong is dangerous. Even if she is bound to help me, I can't control her. The realization hits him, she might burn the city down. However, the implications of his realization hang heavy. A sinister smile spreads across her face as she asks, Fufu, what do you think? Bloodied and battered, he looks up as she taunts, of my power? A tentacle-like appendage constricts around his neck, drawing blood. It is quite trustworthy, the words boom across the panel. I see. A voice declares, recognizing the power. This power is of the succubus queen, Rosaria. An exclamation hangs in the air, the silence amplifying the tension between the succubus queen and her companion. That merely furthers my confusion, he admits, glancing down at his bloodied arm. The Archduke of the Abyss wonders aloud, why is he helping a mere human? His face contorted in fury, the Archduke's voice booms, do you not know shame? The Archduke's rage boils over. You wench, he roars, blood splattering his face. Her eyes narrowed, the winged demoness retorts, talkative for a lizard. The Archduke, visibly injured, seems taken aback. Archduke, he questions, his voice laced with uncertainty. The revelation hits hard, an Archduke serves the king, and Rosaria knew about him as well. The realization dawns, she must have some relation to him. The gears turn in his mind. So what does she know, he wonders, the question hanging heavy in the air. The hero's thoughts race, why did the king, my contractor, he mentally questions, the revelation hitting him hard. A voice booms, echoing through the grand hall. I am aware of what questions you might have, but as of now, you lack the right to know, nor could you do anything even if you knew. A stunned silence falls over the hero. The winged figure looms above, an imposing presence. A sinister smile plays on his lips as the winged figure continues, but you know this already, right? Regardless of whatever the answer is, I'll have to take it from you by force. The winged figure crosses their arms, an ominous threat hanging in the air. His eyes, bloodied and determined, lock onto his opponent. You must continue down your path, the figure declares. Rosaria, he exclaims, the name hanging heavy with unspoken meaning. The voice warns, the current situation is not as easy as it might seem. The man stunned what hangs in the air as Rosaria, now adorned with wings, stands before him, a sinister smile playing on her lips. Look at your hand, Rosaria commands. Blood trickles down the man's face as he stares, horrified, at his outstretched hand. Horrified, he sees violet energy crackling around his hand. This is mana backflow, he exclaims, the realization dawning on him. A voice booms, declaring that even as an archduke, he is still a being summoned by that human. A blinding light erupts before them, and a sense of impending doom hangs heavy in the air. A human cannot handle that power, the voice booms, as flames engulf the area.
Engulfed in flames, a monstrous figure takes shape. If you choose to continue resisting,
the voice threatens, the words hanging ominously in the air. The threat intensifies as the voice booms, then I shall incinerate you both. The threat becomes reality as flames erupt, engulfing everything in a blaze of destruction. The Demon King looms, his eyes burning with malevolent intent. His tail lashes out, ensnaring the protagonist and pulling him sharply toward the Demon King.
A sudden, sharp intake of breath.
Perish, he roars, a searing orb of energy forming in his maw. The searing energy discharges from his maw.
Rosaria, he bellows. He urgently cries out, Rosaria. A tower explodes in a burst of flame. SFX, boom. Debris rains down amidst the roaring flames.
The world is consumed by a fiery inferno and scattered rubble. The air crackles with energy. Amidst the destruction, a winged demon stands alongside the protagonist. The protagonist kneels, lightning crackling around his hand. A monstrous tentacle burns beside him.
Foo foo foo.
You seem quite aware, for a lizard.
A voice echoes from the darkness.
The voice continues, revealing the limit of the protagonist's power.
As he says, my power is limited by yours. This is my current limit.
Before them, the full extent of his power is revealed. A monstrous form hangs suspended high above, dwarfing even the winged demon below.
The monstrous form warns, if I were to use more power, or stay summoned, you would die from mana backflow. So, what will they do now?
A sinister smile creeps across her face as the summoned entity's words hang in the air.
The entity, injured and bleeding, begins to laugh.
I'll give you a gift before I disappear.
A gift, a voice questions.
The entity's final words echo ominously, don't die, contractor. A soft shoe sound echoes as the entity leans in close to the contractor. The entity embraces the contractor, a surge of energy flowing between them.
The contractor's stats increase.
A system message appears, you have received a kiss from the Queen. Following the Queen's kiss, a system message appears, declaring, the rank of complete hypnosis temporarily changes.
The system announces, complete hypnosis activates.
The Queen's power surges, pink energy crackling around her as the hypnosis takes hold. The Queen unleashes a surge of pink energy from her hand, the power crackling intensely. What are you? The dragon roars, the pink energy surrounding it intensifying. The pink energy intensifies, swirling around them.
The dragon thrashes wildly, engulfed in the swirling pink energy. The pink energy explodes outward, a blinding flash filling the space. As the light fades, a voice echoes, laced with amusement, you've done an interesting trick.
The air crackles with red energy, a symbol etched into the space. Before him rises a towering staircase, lined with bones and leading to a figure silhouetted on a throne. The red energy intensifies, the silhouette of a figure with a tail standing before him. Damn succubus, to think she'd leave the cleanup to me, he mutters, his red eyes blazing with annoyance.
The scene cuts to black, question marks punctuating the sudden void.
The title card appears, regressing with the king's power. Emerging from the darkness, a figure with horns appears.
What is this?
He mutters, his voice filled with confusion. The horned figure, bloodied and disoriented, wonders aloud, is this inside his mind? Then, what is that, he wonders, now seeing a figure seated on a throne of skulls, bathed in an ominous red glow. A flicker of recognition crosses his face.
That human from earlier, he wonders. Then, a realization dawns. No, it just looks the same. But its essence.
The scene fades to black, with only the words in the first blade.
Appearing.
A swirling vortex of red energy crackles with ominous power. The first blade sits upon a throne of bone, the air around him crackling with crimson energy.
A question hangs in the air, is it really a living being? But the first blade dismisses the notion. I have no business with you. The first blade's crimson eyes glow with power as he prepares to strike.
"Begone from my world," the first blade commands. A monstrous form, wreathed in crimson energy, looms before him. A wave of shock washes over the first blade as he stares at the monstrous entity. The text bubble conveys his utter disbelief. "What is this?" the first blade exclaims, his shock palpable. The monstrous form now has a distinctly humanoid face, complete with horns and glowing eyes. The monstrous entity's eye glows with malevolent intent. A chilling sound echoes as its power intensifies. The air cracks with immense power. SFX, whack! A monstrous roar rips through the air as blood splatters. The monster cries out in pain. Where did he go? It bellows, searching for its vanished prey. The monster, still searching, snarls in frustration. How dare he, the monster roars, finally locating its prey. What? The monster's surprised question hangs in the air, its tone a mix of shock and disbelief. Panting heavily, he clutches a vial in his hand, blood trickling from the wounds on his face. The rank may have changed, but... A piercing shriek rips through the air as the monster unleashes a furious roar. Above, the monster's razor-sharp teeth glint menacingly. A chilling thought surfaces: Kaislin is acting strange. Did Kaislin endure something in my mind as well, he wonders, a sword pressed against his throat. He steels his resolve. No, there's no point in worrying now. He's gotten weaker. If there's a chance to defeat him. He lunges, a desperate attack fueled by newfound resolve. A metallic clang echoes as their weapons meet. Now's the only chance, he thinks, blades flashing. He thinks, now's the only chance, as the dragon lunges, jaws wide and ready to strike. He leaps toward the dragon, red energy swirling around him. His blade flashes, slicing through the air with a resounding OH. The blade connects, a burst of light erupting from the point of impact. The force of the blow sends shockwaves rippling outwards as the dragon roars. The force of the impact shatters the surrounding area. The dragon unleashes a furious roar. He grits his teeth, a surge of power emanating from him. My attacks are finally working. The dragon's scales begin to crack under the force of the hero's attacks. A commanding voice booms out, "Don't die, contractor." Her eyes glowing with an eerie light, she retorts, "Who the hell is going to die?" The figure, bathed in ethereal light, vows, "I need to learn more about the king and his power, and revenge against Asmodeus who killed me. I never had a chance to live a proper life," he exclaims, his form shimmering with an otherworldly glow. As he cries out about his lost life, a group of people watch him with varying expressions. "Me dying here," he roars, his rage palpable. "Don't fuck with me." He begins to shout, his eyes wide with fury as red energy crackles around him. His fury reaching a boiling point, he vows, "I will defeat you in return." Predation. The word explodes across the scene as a monstrous, red-tinged form begins to coalesce. Engulfed by the monstrous entity, he is now trapped within its jaws. A fiery explosion erupts below. The monstrous entity looms, its claws extended amidst the fiery chaos. "How dare you!" The monstrous entity roars, its rage palpable. "How dare a human!" The monstrous entity's maw glows with intense heat, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. A desperate cry escapes as the attack is unleashed. The attack slams down, a red haze engulfing everything. The blade plunges through the red haze, striking its target. The blade tears through, the force of the impact creating a shockwave. The system announces, predation successfully completed. The system announces a change, the rank of predation has changed. Amidst the destruction, a voice whispers, "Crazy dragon." Standing amidst the flames and rubble, he admits, "I thought I'd really die this time." The battle seemingly over, he wonders aloud, is it time to head back now? It's the 7th day of the Asian Exhibition Games, and officials are tallying up the points on the stand. The crowd roars as the results are about to be announced. And now, Japan's points have just been calculated. The announcement hangs in the air, thick with anticipation. Japan's score is revealed, 4,600 points. The screen displays the disappointing news: they were unable to surpass China's top score, which is 4,800.
A frustrated cook echoes as the Japanese team's disappointment becomes palpable. A voice declares, filled with regret, "I wanted to avenge Ms. Tsurara."
Frustration etched on his face, he mutters, "but that damn Kim Tae-hyun is still missing."
Defeated, he concludes, "I guess we're second." "Shit," a voice exclaims, followed by the command, "Let's head back." An underling stammers, "But Mr. Shinji." The closing ceremony is still. Mr. Shinji descends the steps, fuming.
"I won't have any business in a circus like this," he declares. Shinji pauses, lost in thought as he descends further into the stadium. Above, the faces of 3 men are displayed on a massive screen. The screen declares, "Despite Kim Tae-hyun's effort, this exhibition game ends with us at third." The screen's announcement echoes through the stadium, "Despite Kim Tae-hyun's effort, this exhibition game ends with us at third." The announcement continues, revealing the grim reality: due to the disappearance of New Korea's players, their score, once in first place, has stagnated since day 5. By the 7th day, they were overtaken. The announcement concludes, driving home the bitter truth: New Korea, once in the lead, has been surpassed by other nations due to their players' mysterious disappearance. The stakes are laid bare, unless we bring in several dozens of mana stones, or defeat an SS-Rank monster. The crushing weight of reality descends, we can't catch up. The weight of their predicament bears down on them. Tears stream down his face as he apologizes, "I'm sorry." Kim Tae-hyun. He blames himself, confessing, "It's because of my lack of ability that dash." A sinister chuckle rises to counter his despair. "Coo coo coo. Ka ha ha ha." That sinister laughter comes from the man with the eye patch, a cruel smirk twisting his lips. Suddenly, a figure appears before them, prompting a startled reaction. The crowd roars as the screens flash, displaying Lu Feng and Zhang Lung. "How unfortunate, such a sad affair indeed," a voice booms out. "I was so excited New Korea had gained some new talent." The man laments, his expression a mix of disappointment and regret. "But to think he'd pass away in such a tragic incident," the voice laments. His gaze sharpens, a glint of something unsettling in his visible eye. His expression shifts to one of utter disbelief. A chilling thought surfaces, "Haha. Association head, he's just missing for now, right? Not quite there yet." The man's words cut through the air, a chilling revelation: well, he entered the Draconian Tower. It's the same deal. Ha ha ha. The implications of his words hang heavy in the air. Accident? A tragic accident. "You damn villains," he roars, his fist clenched tight with fury. The accusation rings out, "Everyone is aware all the missing people from this exhibition game are your doing." But before he can continue, a voice cuts him off. The voice responds, a chilling acknowledgement: "You seem to know now." The chilling voice continues, declaring, "The weak lack the right to the truth." The man with the eye patch remains in the foreground, head bowed in what appears to be defeat, as the other 2 figures loom behind him. The man with the eye patch remains with his head bowed. Suddenly, laughter erupts. Ha 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 ha. The laughter fades as he speaks, a chilling command cutting through the air: "Enjoy the rest of the closing ceremony." The taunt rings out, so powerless. The taunt cuts deep, to think being weak would feel so powerless. He erupts in mocking laughter, "Kohahaha." The hero's defiance rings out, "Fuck that." A surge of power erupts. Before him, a figure emerges from a swirling portal of energy. A collective erupts from the group. "A warp gate," someone exclaims, shock evident on their face as they stare at the newcomers. "Who is it?" a character demands. Another simply gasps, seemingly recognizing the newcomer emerging from the warp gate. "Damn, huh?" a voice mutters, seemingly taken aback by the newcomer's appearance. A sinister smile plays on his lips as he wonders aloud, "Why is our dear association leader holding back against thugs like them?" His sinister smile widens as he says, "Don't worry." "Ah, haha. You." His eyes widen in disbelief as he stutters, "Why you're." Stunned, he can only manage to stammer, "Why you're." The words "player Kim Tae-hyun" boom across the space, amplifying the shock. A blinding light erupts around Kim Tae-hyun, obscuring everything else. As the light fades, Kim Taehyun is revealed, now holding a crimson gem in his hand. The light subsides, revealing a dark abyss below. From the depths, a voice booms, "I'm back." A sinister smile spreads across his face, a red gem glowing ominously in his hand. The gem pulses with an ominous red light as he clutches it tightly. Chapter 62. Jae-young echoes through the city. "Come on out and explain the exhibition games to us," a voice demands. A figure stands at the doorway, while Jae-young lies motionless on the bed, and a distressed "no" escapes. Tears stream down Jae-young's face as he thinks, Taehyun's gone missing, why would the exhibition games matter now? The exhibition games without Taehyun is like BLTs without bacon, or PB&Js without jelly, he thinks, his distress evident. His face contorted in fury, Jae-young explodes, "And you want me to watch it now?" "That would be a traitorous move to the memory of Dash," Jae-young begins, his voice booming with indignation. A woman's voice cuts him off mid-sentence, "TV right now." Her face is etched with worry as she peeks through the doorway. Lying on the bed, Jae-young looks up, a confused "huh" escaping his lips. On the final day of the Asian Exhibition Games, something unbelievable has occurred. The TV screen shows a crowd reacting with shock and joy. Something unbelievable has indeed occurred. Two figures stand frozen, staring intently at something just out of view. The item Kim Taehyun submitted, which was previously missing, is the mana stone of the SS-Rank monster, Kaislin. Holding the glowing mana stone, it's revealed that this is the first official successful slaying of an SS-Rank monster. "What do you mean?" she exclaims into the phone, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Taehyun's on TV, not in the abyss?" According to regulations, the points awarded for an SS-Rank mana stone is 1,500. The man's eyes widen in disbelief as he stares at the tablet. "Is that real?" he exclaims. New Korea gains 1,500 points, bringing their total to 5,600. With that, New Korea takes over first place. New Korea has claimed victory of the Asian Exhibition Games. The crowd roars with excitement, their fists pumping in the air as New Korea's victory is broadcast on the massive screen above the arena. "Kim Taehyun." The crowd's chant reverberates through the arena. "Kim Taehyun." The chant intensifies, filling the arena with his name. The crowd's adulation seems to fuel Kim Taehyun, a smug grin spreading across his face. "Kim Taehyun." The echoing roar of the crowd continues. The crowd's deafening chant of "Kim Taehyun" continues to reverberate. Eyes wide with shock, the man utters a strangled sound. "Keuk." His shadow looms ominously behind him. The man's fury erupts. "Lu Feng! Damn you! I thought you finished the job?" The man reels, utterly bewildered. "How is he alive?" he demands, his voice laced with disbelief. His eyes widen in disbelief as he reads the impossible news. Not only did he survive the Draconian Tower, he slayed a SS-Rank monster? The man's disbelief intensifies. "A guy like that," he exclaims, struggling to comprehend the news. The man grits his teeth, finally uttering the name that has caused such disbelief, "Kim Taehyun." Silence hangs heavy in the air. What will be said next? Things could have been so bad, he reflects, a somber tone coloring his words. It might have been because Kaislin was so strong, he concludes. A massive, crimson gem materializes behind him, radiating an ominous energy. But thankfully, even after predation, his mana stone was still around, he states. If it weren't for that, something like this wouldn't be possible. He warns that Zhang Lung and Lu Feng will not back down. What happens next remains to be seen. Player Kim Taehyun. The announcement rings out. A deafening roar erupts. The man with the eye patch pulls Taehyun into a tight embrace. A wave of shock washes over them. Association head? Taehyun exclaims, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. I'm so glad you made it back. A tear streaks down the association head's face. I'm so relieved. The association head is overcome with emotion, unable to speak. The association head's expression shifts, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he says his title aloud. Perhaps the association head cried because he was relieved at the safe return of the new Korean players. Or maybe, it was because of his gratitude towards him. The association head embraces one of the returning players, his hands gripping the man's jacket tightly. And so, the 7 days of the Asian Exhibition Games came to an end. The Asian Exhibition Games concluded with a massive comeback, and the press and media swarmed him.
Kim Tae-hyun, South Korea's first national force-level player, is now also the first to defeat an SS-Rank monster.
Kim Tae-hyun, the main character of the victory, was at the center of the destruction of the Draconian Tower. The U.S. Player Association is also paying close attention to his accomplishments. The new Korea players celebrated victory in Kim Tae-hyun's return, and began telling their stories.
A maniacal laugh erupts, "Kohahaha."
The laughter continues, as someone taunts, "Old man, I heard you were sobbing at the closing ceremony."
"Ha, lame, loser."
The taunting continues, but suddenly, someone shouts, "Who called that idiot here?" And, the scene shifts to an establishing shot of the academy. The Grand Academy looms, its architecture imposing and its grounds meticulously designed. The Singapore Player Association. "Kim Tae-hyun, thank you for making your way here despite your busy schedule," the voice says. The reason they've invited Kim Tae-hyun here is? The reason for the invitation is to represent the Singapore Player Association. The Singapore Player Association head is Haley Tan. Haley Tan requests, "Would like to request an alliance with you." An exclamation mark appears, indicating his shock at the unexpected request. His eyes narrow, a chilling realization dawning.
As I thought. It's the same as before, I regressed.
He recalls, even in my previous life, Singapore, who lost their major players, tried to form alliances with renowned players of other countries. He continues, recalling, even in my previous life, Singapore, who lost their major players, tried to form alliances with renowned players of other countries. He recalls that Zhang Lung and Lu Feng prevented those alliances from forming in his previous life.
But, something was different this time.
A sinister smile plays on his lips as he declares, "Let's keep talking after we remove the intruders." His eyes widen slightly as he utters, "What?" Crimson energy explodes outwards. A piercing shriek erupts as the crimson energy explodes.
The world fades to white. Coo.
"So you were here." A voice echoes.
The speaker then names his targets, Association head Haley Tan, Kim Tae-hyun.
His eyes widen in disbelief, sputtering, "Why you're..." "I don't know how you made it out of the Draconian Tower," the figure states, his words laced with disbelief.
The figure's eyes narrow, declaring, "But I don't care anymore."
The figure strides forward, a group of armed men flanking him. Blood splatters the ground around him, and red energy crackles from his weapons. He sits down at a table, the aftermath of the battle visible in the blood spattered across the room.
The man's chilling declaration echoes, "You're dying here tonight."
Red energy crackles around the blades held aloft.
The blades, now pulsing with even more intense red energy, are poised to strike. The man's voice cuts through the tension, "Association head Haley, I said so earlier, right?"
A sinister smile spreads across his face as he repeats, "Association head Haley, I said so earlier, right?" The man's words hang heavy in the air. "They're here." The uninvited guests. His red eyes widen slightly as he asks, "What?" The sound of shattering glass fills the air. The force of the impact sends shards of glass flying. His eyes widen in disbelief as the glass explodes around him. Stunned, echoes his shock. "I was crossing my fingers." He thinks, as the men around him raise their makeshift glass shields. "But to think you'd actually be correct." The thought hangs in the air as the glass shards settle around their feet. His red eye glows menacingly as he grits his teeth, "Why you lot are." The disbelieving thought bubbles, an attack in broad daylight. He's left speechless, staring ahead with a look of disbelief. The protagonist's shock turns to anger. "Are you guys out of your mind?" he demands. The masked figure calls out, "Kim Tae-hyun." He declares, "I'll repay my debt to you today." He shouts, "Don't worry, Singapore Association head." A blinding light emanates from his hands.
"I, Hero on Hyunsu will," he declares. Someone nearby exclaims, "Mad sword on Hyunsu? He's fucking crazy." Another voice cries out, questioning, "Are you sure we can bring him somewhere like this?" Despite the other's reservations, a voice insists, "It may be hard to believe, but he is quite the trustworthy ally." On Hyunsu smirks, his eyes shadowed. "What did you say earlier? You don't care anymore?" he asks, a hint of menace in his tone. On Hyunsu's power flares around him. "Same goes for me," he declares, his voice laced with dark intent. On Hyunsu's face contorts in rage, his eyes glowing red. "Kim Tae-hyun, you motherfucker," he snarls. The threat hangs in the air, "You're dying here today." On Hyunsu moves with blinding speed, closing the distance between them. Red energy crackles around him as he declares, "Same goes for me." His face contorted in rage, he spits out, "Kim Tae-hyun, you motherfucker." The declaration hangs heavy in the air, "You're dying here today." The challenge echoes, sealing Tae-hyun's fate, "You're dying here today." They rush forward, a coordinated assault aimed directly at Tae-hyun. They descend upon him, a united front, energy crackling between them. The group watches with concern. Lu Feng is doing what to the Singapore Association head? A man's voice booms, questioning the unfolding events. "What are you saying?" he demands, incredulous. "Assassination, with the exhibition games already over." "There's no way." A voice murmurs from the shadows, disbelief hanging heavy in the air. "There's no way Zhang Lun will back off here," a voice declares. His true goal, it's revealed, is to eliminate the other player associations and monopolize dungeons in mana stones. Not only us, but all the associations. He continues, his ambition now laid bare. "I don't doubt your words," comes the grim reply. The man with the eye patch looks on, concern etched on his face. "What are you planning?" The question hangs in the air, directed at the ambitious man. A sinister smile creeps across his face as he answers, "Well, isn't it obvious? Evil guys like them need to be taught a lesson," he finishes, a chilling promise hanging in the air. A surge of blue energy crackles around the woman as she prepares to strike. With glowing eyes fixed on her target, she grips the staff tightly, ready to unleash its power. A sinister grin spreads across her face as she prepares to strike. The staff glows with intense energy, poised to unleash its power. A blinding flash erupts from the staff. "Yua!" The surrounding crowd cries out, recoiling from the sudden burst of power. The blast obliterates a section of the arena. The arena crumbles under the force of the attack. Amidst the chaos, a desperate cry rings out, "We're evacuating Association head Haley Tan." The man roars, "Push out," as he fights to clear a path. "It's as my darling said," she declares, a strange light emanating from her. Behind her, another woman cries out, "Darling?" Association head Haley Tan. "Don't worry." On Hyunsu cries out, tears streaming down his face. "I, On Hyunsu, the hero, will protect you." A high-pitched scream pierces the air. "Is that person really okay?" someone shouts, their concern palpable. A flurry of attacks erupts, sending the would-be hero flying. "Lu Feng," someone shouts, as the focus shifts to the man in the foreground, his expression a mix of shock and concern. "They're evacuating someone shouts, the urgency clear in their voice. Eyes glowing red, he snarls, "You imbeciles. Getting in my way." A surge of crimson energy emanates from his hand. Crimson droplets stain his hand, which is now bound by glowing golden chains. "SFX, KWAAH. A piercing shriek echoes as he's yanked back by the chains. The chains glow as he's pulled violently, a sharp exclamation punctuating the sudden force. Lu Feng has been pushed out. "It's the doing of Kim Tae-hyun," a voice booms out, the accusation hanging heavily in the air. An ominous voice suddenly cuts through the air, demanding, "Where do you think you're going?" A sinister laugh escapes Kim Tae-hyun as he leaps forward, golden chains wrapped tightly around his arm. A sinister grin spreads across Kim Tae-hyun's face as he taunts, "Don't you need to play with me?" The golden chains on Kim Tae-hyun's arm glint ominously. Kim Tae-hyun's menacing gaze intensifies as he challenges, "You were running in the abyss. Now you want to face me?
His red eyes gleaming with malice, Kim Taehyun's sinister smile promises pain. A monstrous roar erupts as Kim Taehyun bellows, "Don't get confused."
Kim Taehyun swings a golden chain, surrounded by floating red daggers. "Kim Taehyun," a voice booms.
"You seem to be cocky because you defeated Shea Shin and Chai Mingmin." The unseen challenger declares, "But I already saw your abilities in the abyss." The challenger continues, his face contorted in a sneer, "But I already saw your abilities in the abyss."
The challenger's words are cut short by a commanding voice. "Stop." Yapping, booms a voice, silencing the challenger. A flurry of red energy erupts.
A blinding assault of red energy and chains fills the space. His eyes burning with rage, he unleashes a torrent of power.
But what is he questioning?
His red eyes blazing, he's surrounded by a dark, swirling energy. The power surges around him, but a flicker of confusion crosses his face.
What?
His power intensifies, the dark energy coalescing into sharp, menacing spikes. A guttural roar tears through the air as the dark energy explodes outward. The dark energy continues to surge, filling the void.
That's...
He begins, blood trickling from his mouth. His eyes widen in disbelief.
Impossible? The world seems to warp around him as he realizes, my arm got cut off by someone like that?
The hero's thoughts race as he struggles to comprehend the situation.
This can't be. A surge of power emanates from the enemy, and he thinks his power wasn't like this back in the abyss.
The hero grits his teeth, a look of desperation on his face.
But in just a few days, he shouts a name in desperation, Kim Taehyun.
Blasts of red energy surround him.
His eyes glow with an eerie light as he's engulfed in crackling red energy. The question hangs heavy in the air, what have you done? A dark cloud spreads, tainted with ominous red droplets.
He walks away from the destruction, a red-tinged blade in his hand. The building behind him is now marred by a gaping hole. His opponent lies defeated amidst the rubble.
Phew. He breathes, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Red energy crackles around him.
He smirks, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he recalls his strategy. After I increased the rank after using predation on Kaislin, I knew I would win. The red energy intensifies, coalescing into the form of a massive dragon. The dragon's power erupts, consuming the battlefield in a blinding flash. The dust settles, revealing Lu Feng defeated on the cracked ground.
But to think Lu Feng, the strongest participant of the Asia Exhibition Games? He stands over the fallen Lu Feng, a sinister laugh escaping him. This power would work in the remaining uncleared dungeons. He turns his head, a question hanging in the air. What is he thinking? Lying defeated, Lu Feng realizes, I see now why Shui Shin and Chai Mingmin lost. He curses his opponent, damn monster.
His eyes narrow, and he declares, to think I'd have to use the Archduke's ability on someone like you.
But then, a look of disbelief washes over Lu Feng's face.
What? He utters, his expression a mix of shock and confusion.
The name echoes, Kim Taehyun.
Kim Taehyun stands, bloodied but grinning.
Kim Taehyun's eyes widen as he hears the taunt, you're thinking you're the strongest now, eh?
The monstrous mouth opens wide, declaring, from now on, I'll show you true power. The monstrous figure's words promise a terrifying display.
The hero stands his ground, dwarfed by the monstrous figure looming behind him. An ominous sound echoes.
Lu Feng activates the skill blood rampage. The hero lies defeated on the shattered ground, an axe embedded near his head. The hero is down, his body sprawled amidst the debris.
An axe lies ominously close.
She advances, a long staff held firmly in her grip, leaving the fallen hero behind.
Phew.
This here is all done, she declares, her words echoing with finality.
A man suddenly shouts, you are young.
The woman pauses, tilting her head slightly, a puzzled escaping her lips. A frantic voice calls out, come quickly.
The place Taehyun was fighting.
The man's face is contorted in terror as he screams about the location where Taehyun was fighting. A deafening qua echoes, hinting at the devastation at Taehyun's location. A swirling vortex of crimson energy erupts.
Amidst the shattered remains, two figures stand, their purpose unknown. Her eyes widen in disbelief. What?
She whispers, the word barely audible amidst the chaos. Her shock intensifies as she sees whatever lies before them.
What is that?
She exclaims, her voice laced with disbelief.
Before them, a swirling red mass solidifies.
A barrier. The red mass takes the shape of a fist, seemingly solidifying the barrier. The barrier slams into place with a resounding thud. The figure is thrown back by the force of the barrier.
The force sends him hurtling backwards. Laughter erupts. Ha ha ha.
The laughter echoes as the monstrous figure proclaims, "This is true power.
Strength." But a voice cuts through the triumphant declaration, demanding, "What are you talking about?"
Eyes wide with disbelief, he shouts back, his sword crackling with red energy.
The hero's rage intensifies as he shouts, "You
big sack of blood," he roars, his fury reaching a fever pitch. The hero's blade flashes crimson, meeting his opponent's massive fist head-on. The hero's blade cuts through the air, a streak of crimson against the overwhelming power.
A gurgling sound echoes as the crimson blade cuts into the opponent.
The hero cries out in pain as the opponent's tendrils descend upon him.
Regeneration, a voice echoes in disbelief as the crimson tendrils begin to reform.
The crimson mass solidifies, tendrils reforming into a grotesque, powerful form. A deafening roar erupts as the figure lunges downward.
What is this destructive power? A voice exclaims. Another wonders, this is the same Lu Feng from earlier?
And what is this area? A voice echoes, the landscape now a desolate, red expanse.
The desolate landscape transformed completely.
The whole place changed to be like the abyss when he used his ability. He declares that he calls this the Archduke's ability. To think I'd have to use the Archduke's ability on someone like you. A stunned what, is the response.
The realization hits hard, Kaislin referred to Rosaria the same way.
The horrifying implication dawns on him.
That means besides Rosaria, there are other beings known as archdukes? The realization solidifies, Rosaria definitely had ties to the king as the archduke. The realization hits him hard. Then is Lu Feng also.
His eyes widen, a sudden realization hitting him with full force. A surge of power erupts from his hand. He leaps forward, a red energy crackling around him as he lunges toward his massive opponent.
SFX, whoosh. Darkness descends, and a sinister chuckle echoes, "Cuckoo cuckoo. Are you
shocked at my power?" The transformed figure booms, towering over his opponent. The transformed figure sneers, his massive hand looming into view.
"You're moving slow."
The transformed figure opens his massive maw, declaring, "I guess it's inevitable."
The transformed figure continues, "You might think you've surpassed me, but I was chosen by the Archduke." A voice cuts him off, simply saying, "Hey." Cutting him off mid-sentence, a voice declares, "Let me ask you one thing before you die." The transformed figure is caught completely off guard, a speech bubble showing his shock. Before the transformed figure can recover, a booming voice demands, "What do you know about the king?" The transformed figure is sent hurtling backwards through the air. Stunned, the transformed figure can only stammer, "What? The king?" He lands heavily, but remains standing, his back to us.
"Oh. The Archduke's?" he questions, a hint of surprise in his voice.
A sinister cuckoo echoes in the air, the sound of a cruel laugh. The monstrous being's jaws open wide, revealing rows upon rows of teeth. "They are beings with power you could never approach," it booms, followed by a sinister declaration, "As I thought, you don't know."
"I was wondering, but obviously you wouldn't," it declares, its words dripping with disdain.
The monstrous being looms behind him, its presence overwhelming.
Red energy crackles around the man, his gaze unwavering despite the immense power before him. A sudden, sharp noise erupts, accompanied by a speech bubble filled with urgent questioning. "What?" a voice cries out, followed by a stunned realization.
"What? That power." But then, a voice calmly interjects, "But it's fine."
The voice continues, now revealing a shift in perspective.
I now know I need to think a little more about the Archdukes.
A sinister grin spreads across his face, his red eye gleaming with newfound intent.
Roaring Kim Taehyun's name, he accuses, you've been hiding your power till.
Then, with finality, he declares, our business is done. His declaration hangs in the air, our business is done. A sinister grin spreads across his face, red energy crackling around him.
Red energy intensifies as he commands, disappear. The hero is sent flying backwards amidst a surge of red energy. The hero is completely engulfed by the swirling red energy.
A monstrous roar erupts from the swirling crimson energy. The red energy intensifies, filling the space. The crimson energy fades, revealing a desolate landscape littered with strange, fleshy masses. With this, predation is done. Despite his knowledge of the Archdukes, he remains ignorant of the king's very existence. He pauses, bringing a vial to his lips.
Could Rosaria be the only one who knows, he wonders, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Though judging from Lu Feng, there are other Archdukes besides Rosaria.
The realization hits him, if the Archdukes are all on the same level as Rosaria, they're all inexplicably powerful monsters.
I don't know if the other Archdukes know about the king, he thinks, his face marred by cuts. But there's no way they'll all be amicable towards me. A blood-red aura explodes outwards. The blood-red aura erupts, tendrils of dark energy reaching out towards him.
A stunned silence follows, broken only by a speech bubble containing two emphatic question marks. What? He exclaims, recoiling from the sudden surge of dark energy. A voice taunts him, questioning his strength.
Kukuku, talking so much about being the strongest, but is this all?
A sharp thud echoes, the sound of something heavy hitting the ground.
The scene shifts to a close-up of a body, blood splattered around it. A voice declares ominously, it's inevitable.
A clawed hand descends, as a voice declares, humans are ultimately feeble beings.
Now.
The word hangs in the air as tears stream down a bloodied face.
The question echoes with chilling intensity, are you the one who killed my contractor? The man's crimson eyes glow with an eerie light as he considers the accusation.
Wounded and enraged, he grips his weapon tightly, his gaze fixed on something unseen. Suddenly, he senses a powerful presence.
This aura. Magic.
His eyes widen, blood trickling from his mouth.
He's clearly shaken by the magical aura he senses. No way, he exclaims, reeling from the magical power. An Archduke of the Abyss?
The Archduke of the Abyss raises a finger, a dark aura swirling around him. His crimson eyes gleam with power.
Well then, let's see.
The Archduke muses, as a viscous, crimson liquid begins to pool around him.
The crimson liquid expands, engulfing everything as a chilling challenge echoes, shall we test your skill first?
The darkness intensifies as the words blood form appear, signaling a terrifying transformation. The transformation complete, multiple crimson swords materialize, dripping with dark energy.
A deafening clang echoes as the crimson swords clash against an unseen force.
The swords are deflected, leaving him bloodied but unbroken.
A wave of disbelief washes over him. His eyes widen in utter shock.
A red blur streaks towards him with terrifying speed.
A flurry of crimson blades descends, each radiating an ominous energy.
The crimson blades strike, erupting in a blinding flash of red energy.
Damn it, he shouts, bloodied and struggling against the onslaught of crimson blades. Staggering back, blood trickling down his face, he exclaims, what the hell, this size? Grasping the crimson blade, he wonders, is this the blood sword that Lu Ping used?
The crimson blade pulses with ominous power. He leaps forward, the crimson blade radiating an intense, ominous red glow.
A voice echoes, stating, the size and power are totally different.
A furious roar erupts as the crimson energy intensifies around him.
The crimson light explodes outward, consuming everything. No doubt, a voice booms.
The speaker declares, this power is definitely from an Archduke of the Abyss, like Rosaria. The crimson light swirls around the figure.
A voice admits, a being I can't even approach in my current state. The speaker wonders, why did he suddenly appear? But then, realizing the immediate threat, they exclaim, "No, that's not what's important right now."
Crimson energy intensifies around him.
His face contorted in determination, he thinks, to survive. "I need."
He thinks, the words hanging heavy with unspoken desperation. The intensity rises as he resolves to use everything I've got. Crimson energy explodes around him as he unleashes his full power. The unleashed power surges, a crimson wave of pure energy. The crimson energy swirls around him as he pauses, a flicker of surprise crossing his face.
"Oh."
The screen displays a stark warning: every summoned being is inevitably affected by the contractor's power. The summoned being grins, a sinister expression spreading across his face.
His red eyes gleam with an unsettling light. Another warning flashes: if the contractor is stronger than the summoned beast. The warning continues, revealing a dangerous possibility: the beast can gain even greater power through the contractor. The warning continues, now revealing a dire consequence: conversely, if the summoned beast's power greatly exceeds the contractor's body may not withstand it and could collapse from magic backlash.
The contractor's eyes glow red as power surges around him. The warning concludes with a chilling revelation: if my guess is correct, that beast's contractor, Lu Ping, is already dead.
Right now, it's only being forcibly summoned through a corpse. The monstrous beast towers, wreathed in ominous red energy. Its skull-like face and the skulls adorning its crown exude an aura of death.
So, there should be a time limit to how long it can remain summoned, a voice declares, offering a glimmer of hope against the monstrous entity. The red energy intensifies around the monstrous entity.
Enduring the monstrous entity's assault, he grits his teeth, thinking, if I can just hold out until then.
Through the onslaught, the entity declares, "You're certainly nothing compared to my alive contractor."
Suddenly, an exclamation punctuates the air. However,
a dark, armored fist collides with a swirling, red mass.
"Trying to survive against me is quite ambitious."
The words echo with a chilling confidence. A sinister smile spreads across his face, his red eyes gleaming with cruel amusement. A surge of red energy erupts from his hand. The protagonist cries out, "What?" as the red energy engulfs him. The red energy intensifies, and he screams in agony as it continues to engulf him. The red energy intensifies, consuming everything in a blinding flash.
The red energy explodes outwards, accompanied by a deafening roar. The intense red energy continues to surge outwards.
The force of the blast sends him flying backwards, a scream tearing from his throat.
"Oof."
No matter how powerful one is, it's hard to fix not knowing one's place, a voice declares amidst the red energy.
The figure looms over the fallen form, wreathed in red energy. He extends a hand, declaring, "I'll kill you by bursting you apart like this." But a question lingers, hanging heavy in the air.
The red energy intensifies, swirling into a vortex of destruction. The vortex of red energy towers above him, a swirling inferno of raw power. A blinding flash erupts as the energy surges.
The blinding light gives way to a towering tree, its branches laden with blossoms. But a question hangs in the air: what is this place? Flower petals?
He murmurs, observing the falling blossoms with narrowed eyes. A sinister smile creeps across his face as he realizes, "I see, so this is..."
Ha ha.
He begins to laugh, now standing before a massive tree of roses, its branches twisting into sinister tentacles. A woman with horns and wings appears, her eyes closed, a slight smile playing on her lips as she muses, "My contractor, as always, calls me into amusing situations." The man is wrapped tightly by the rose tree's vines, a dagger clutched in his hand.
It was quite the situation. He muses. It was quite the situation.
He finishes, his words hanging in the air. The rose tree explodes in a burst of red energy.
Amidst the swirling red energy, he declares, "I can understand why you're here now."
The red energy intensifies around him as he states, "I didn't think my contractor could lose to an ordinary human, but to think he's your contractor, Iron Horse Rosaria." The red energy surges, enveloping him further. The red energy subsides as he issues a chilling demand, "Good.
Hand over that human and leave."
A sinister grin spreads across his face as he threatens, "Otherwise, I'll drag you into this place too."
Oof. Getting all worked up over your contractor's death, huh?
She scoffs, her crimson eyes gleaming with disdain. Her tail sways as she declares, even after 7 years, your petty personality hasn't changed. A sinister smirk plays on her lips as she taunts, you know well how bold I can be, don't you?
No way, a voice declares, disbelief hanging in the air. He shouts Rosaria's name, demanding, who is that guy?
The figure is identified as Vampire Lord Misoon, also known as the Scarlet Lady, who holds the position of Archduke.
And currently, the focus shifts.
A close-up reveals a man's bloodied face, his eyes wide with what appears to be a mix of shock and fury. Above him, a looming presence declares, he is your enemy. The looming figure descends, a vortex of crimson energy swirling around him. The crimson vortex intensifies as he plunges downward, his descent marked by the appearance of massive, blood-red blades. The vortex of crimson energy intensifies, filling the entire space. His eyes burning with rage, he screams, I'll kill you just like that.
The figure, engulfed in crimson energy, roars the name Rosaria.
A chilling voice retorts, ha, look who's talking. His crimson eyes glow with menacing intent. Crimson energy radiates from her, a menacing aura surrounding the woman. The crimson energy intensifies, crackling with raw power. The crimson energy explodes outward, forming sharp, spear-like projectiles. He coughs, blood dripping from his mouth as the crimson energy pierces him. The crimson energy continues to engulf him. Damn it, he grits out as another surge of crimson energy slams into him.
Another magic backlash.
He wonders if he's already reached his limit after the battles with Lu Ping and Igman. Crimson energy swirls around him as his opponent unleashes a torrent of power. Crimson energy continues to engulf him, but he realizes, far from being able to help Rosaria, just maintaining the summoning feels like my body will shatter. The crimson energy intensifies, and he realizes, at this rate. The crimson energy threatens to overwhelm him, but a surge of resolve hardens his gaze.
Don't fall just yet.
A sudden, sharp, cuts through the air as the crimson energy swirls around him, now revealing massive, dark wings sprouting from his back. The transformation continues, now revealing a long, serpentine tail and clawed feet as the crimson energy solidifies.
The transformation is not yet complete.
A voice declares that the power I can release depends on my contractor. The voice continues, acknowledging that while the contractor has grown stronger, the opponent is an archduke. Her red eyes glow with power as the transformation progresses. She declares that even she must give her all, or she won't be able to hold him back. A voice echoes, so, bear with it just this once.
Rosaria's name escapes his lips, his face etched with pain.
The voice continues, revealing the reason for his desperate struggle. The reason you've lived so desperately until now, wasn't to die here, was it? Blood trickles down his face, his gaze intense. A stunned silence follows, broken only by a hesitant.
And watch carefully.
The voice booms, as a dark void fills the space.
This is the true power of an Archduke Anne. The power you'll have to surpass someday.
The Archduke's words hang heavy in the air, a daunting challenge laid bare. A surge of pink energy crackles outwards. The Archduke's power is unleashed. The Archduke's power engulfs everything. He and his companion ascend within a vortex of pink energy, dwarfing the figure below. The pink energy intensifies around them.
Oof. It seems the time allotted to me ends here, he says, a hint of resignation in his voice.
The pink energy swirls intensely around him.
Fine, Rosaria, the text declares.
A sinister grin spreads across his face.
Let's end today's
entertainment here, he finishes, the words hanging heavy in the air.
If you survive, let's meet again.
Crimson energy swirls as he grips his weapon tightly, preparing for the final strike.
The crimson blade descends, poised to strike.
The crimson energy explodes outward in a blinding flash.
The blade strikes, unleashing a wave of crimson energy.
The crimson energy intensifies, engulfing everything in its path. The crimson energy surges, accompanied by a shout. The crimson energy explodes outward. The blast of crimson energy consumes everything.
The hero stands firm against the overwhelming crimson energy.
The hero grunts, clearly feeling the impact of the crimson energy.
Ugh!
The hero grits his teeth, struggling against the crimson energy coursing around him. Damn, he exclaims, as his consciousness begins to fade.
Darkness consumes him. Complete darkness.
The darkness recedes, revealing a message: magic has reached zero.
The darkness shifts again, now displaying a stark warning: fatigue has reached 100.
The situation worsens, health has dropped below 10%.
The world fades to white. Fading in and out of consciousness, a question echoes: how many times has this happened? The words S-class, national power level, drift through his mind.
Falling through an ethereal space, the word Archduke
echoes. Falling further, he thinks, every time I think I've gotten stronger, a new powerhouse appears.
As he falls, he wonders, how many times must I go through this before I... A dark, ominous voice interrupts his thoughts, branding him a pathetic fool.
A voice echoes in the darkness.
What are you doing with the power of a king? It demands. The hero stares ahead, a massive question mark punctuating the moment.
National power level? Archduke?
The words appear in the darkness, adding to the hero's confusion.
Ridiculous, a voice declares.
The hero is upside down, bloodied, and surrounded by a red glow.
If you're not going to do it properly, that body. The words ominously declare.
The ominous voice declares, I'll take it for myself. Red eyes blazing, the figure is now surrounded by monstrous, shadowy forms. A pained god echoes as something unseen strikes.
His face contorts in pain as the unseen attack lands.
He lies in bed, clutching at the sheets as the pain intensifies. He sits up in bed, staring at his hands.
Another dream, he wonders aloud.
But what's going on, he wonders, the question hanging in the air. That voice, it was definitely the same one from his previous dream. The dream replays in his mind, more vivid than before. And this time, he even looked like me.
He realizes, a chilling revelation.
The question from the dream echoes in his mind: what's the connection with the king?
He stares ahead, muttering a confused, huh? He's interrupted by a voice calling out, Kim.
The protagonist's eyes widen in surprise as he turns toward the sound.
Kim Tae-hyun.
The shout echoes, followed by the sound of something hitting the ground.
Aya?
Everyone, stop hugging me, he yells, his voice strained with what sounds like panic. According to Yuyeong, the barrier vanished with a sudden flash. The barrier vanishes in a burst of red energy, sending them scrambling away from the sudden void.
The scene inside reveals signs of a fierce battle.
And he is lying there, unconscious. Fortunately, Lu Ping's assassination attempt on President Haley Tan failed, thanks to the efforts of Korean players, including the lightsword in Hyunsu. And Hyunsu, injured but resolute, carries President Tan.
And this hero, and Hyunsu, definitely will, he shouts.
A monstrous roar erupts. Zhang Long, the association president suspected of giving Lu Ping the orders, won't be able to avoid an investigation by the World Player Association.
His face contorted with fury, he bellows, Kim Tae-hyun. How dare someone like you? And, the scene cuts away.
The scene shifts to a modern, sterile building.
Phew. The treatment is finally complete, he sighs, relief evident in his voice.
The scene shifts back, revealing a sinister gathering. Anyway, with the Archduke, and now an unknown doppelganger. Ascending the stairs, he reflects, the closer I get to learning about the king and devouring, the more unknown things keep piling up. Despite the mounting mysteries, he finds solace in one thing: the only relief is that my rank is gradually increasing. A strange, red energy crackles around his hand. He wonders, a bead of sweat forming at his temple. What's this now? He asks, clearly puzzled by the sudden interruption. Suddenly, a status screen appears.
Kim Tae-hyun, age 19, rank A. His skill, Blood Frenzy, is currently unavailable. The world is blindingly white. The blinding white fades, revealing an underwater restaurant. A waiter approaches, concern etched on his face. You feeling alright? He asks. He replies to the waiter, yeah, somewhat. He admits, you really scared me back there. Before changing the subject. Anyways. Wiping his mouth, he asks, anyway, now that we've eaten, what's next? Suddenly, a voice breaks the silence, filled with anticipation. Well now.
I have to start working on the unexplored dungeons in Japan and China, the voice declares, revealing the speaker to be a shadowy figure with glowing eyes and antler-like protrusions. The shadowy figure, now revealed to be a handsome man in a suit, dabs his mouth with a napkin.
That's not how you treat a guest. His face contorted in rage, the man shouts, not what I asked. His outburst unanswered, the man's expression shifts to confusion. Huh? Then what? You said it yourself, one voice exclaims, followed by another. You said let's go on a date after the exhibition matches. A third voice interjects, then take me out for dinner if you're so thankful. As the others clamor for his attention, a figure in the background declares, this all ends. Sweat trickles down his face as he replies, I said. I'd buy you a meal. This was your idea too. Anyways. He begins, then continues, even if you have the rights to the dungeon, I doubt you'll be able to start on it right away. He continues, suggesting, even if you have the rights to the dungeon, I doubt you'll be able to start on it right away. Dungeons, he explains, are massive sources of wealth, allowing the mining of mana stones. He continues, warning, even if you have the right to enter, they won't let you enter and defeat it easily. He warns that both player associations will make excuses to delay entry, attempting to stall until their right to enter expires. Despite the warnings, he assures, I have something in mind for that, so that's alright. He continues, besides, if they do drag it out for a while. He muses, I can still get some other stuff done. But a voice immediately demands, like what? Suddenly, a thought bubble appears, I've realized my shortcomings. But another bubble, filled with only a question mark, hangs in the air. The scene shifts back to the man sitting on the couch. The skill he stole from Lu Feng, Blood Rampage. The stolen skill, Blood Rampage, remains unusable. The system message reveals the unlock requirement, consume powerful blood. He tried using the skill multiple times just in case, but no messages or changes occurred. Consuming powerful blood. The system message repeats. He realizes, however, that using the skill without the blessing of Ignan would require a special condition. He stares intently at the cup in his hand. I become a strategic asset. He thinks, blood still dripping down his face. But I couldn't even properly fight back against the Archduke. His thoughts race to fight against the Archduke and to uncover truths about the king and predation. His eyes narrow with resolve. I need to become stronger. Rain lashes down upon a nondescript building nestled against a dark mountain. Standing in the downpour, he wonders, is it here? The rain continues to fall as he stands there, hands slightly outstretched. The heavy rain continues to pour down on the Bang Chai-Su brewery. He stands motionless in the downpour, facing the brewery. The rain continues to fall, obscuring the view of the brewery. The brewery doors are marked with a stark closed sign, the rain blurring the edges of the message. The brewery doors creak open, revealing a figure standing in the rain. His eyes narrowed, the man inside the brewery questions, can youngsters nowadays not even read? An exclamation point appears above the figure as a speech bubble declares, it says we're closed. An exclamation point punctuates the air as the man bluntly states, it says we're closed. The figure's tone turns hostile, demanding get out. He stands firm, his back to the viewer, radiating an ominous aura. He clarifies, I didn't come for business with the brewery. His words hang in the air, I came to ask you about combining skills. His question hangs heavy in the air. He stands, waiting for a response. The instructor stammers, shock evident in his voice. How do you dash? A booming voice shatters the silence, who are you? The figure answers the question with a bold declaration, I'm a national-level player, Kim Tae-hyun. And the man who was about to save you. Kim Tae-hyun smiles, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he stands ready. Only his legs are visible, standing firmly amidst a swirling mist. Darkness descends, swallowing everything.
The title card appears, regressing with the king's power. Then, the title card flashes, regressing with the king's power. /code an owner of a brewery on the outskirts of Seoul, and a man who is counting his days.
Code. Also, the one who has the one-of-a-kind S-rank skill.
/code the brewery owner stands, a radiant light emanating from his chest.
Code. Fragments of the world.
However, Bang Chae-soo wanted to work on his brewery, not on using his skill. Another man confronts him, fists clenched. How long are you going to live like this, he demands.
His anger rising, the man continues, with such a powerful skill?
We should strive for better. Perhaps it was because he'd lived his life as an E-rank awakened, but Bang Chae-soo thought differently. Bang Chae-soo couldn't ignore his only child, and had tried to merge the skills and the villains that his son had brought. Bang Chae-soo attempts to merge the villain's skills, a surge of blue energy enveloping his son. However, a pained scream erupts. Both men look on in horror as the energy surges around the sun.
Keuk.
Gwa, he cries out, writhing as the energy surges violently around him. The energy intensifies, consuming everything around him in a blinding light.
Even as the energy engulfed him, they couldn't figure out why.
A grim truth emerges: the people they brought in kept dying or crippled due to reversed mana flow. The story continues, revealing that his son ran away, fearing retaliation. So you vowed to never use your skill again out of regret. Stunned by the revelation, he stammers, how do you know all that?
The man's shock is palpable. You know all of that? He utters, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow.
His eyes widen, mouth agape.
The man's shock is now complete.
Yet still want me to do it to you, the challenger asks, pressing his advantage.
You're insane.
Get out of here already, he yells, his face contorted in rage. His rage boiling over, he declares, whether you're an S-rank or a strategic asset, none of that matters. His voice booming, he admits, I've already destroyed enough lives with my hands. He continues, his voice strained with emotion, I won't have anyone else suffer because of me. Don't worry. His eyes blaze with fierce determination, the air around him crackling with energy. Energy crackles around him as he declares, there's no way that I'd ever break because of your skill.
The hero's resolve hardens, red energy intensifying around him.
The number 211 appears, seemingly signifying something important.
3 red dots appear. Is what you said true? The question hangs heavy in the air. The darkness confirms the unspoken fear, yes, it is.
The shirtless hero sits in meditation as the man prepares some sort of ritual.
Complex, glowing blue circles materialize around them.
A voice breaks the silence, offering reassurance, the reversed mana flow wasn't your fault. The reversed mana flow wasn't your fault, he assures the meditating hero. Then, he stammers, a look of dawning horror spreading across his face as he looks at the meditating hero. The voice continues, explaining, the reversed flow is all because your skill was too strong for those villains. The voice explains that the skill they gained from their combination was simply too highly ranked for their feeble bodies. The old man declares, my stats won't be a problem for this. Even if they were, it won't cripple me. A surge of power emanates from him, but a voice cries out in disbelief, how is this possible? Within a burst of energy, the old man mutters, my awakening, my skill, my hands. His hands glow with power, but he reflects, I've thought of them as a curse for ruining so many lives. But then, he realizes, but it's all been solved in an instant by this young man. The realization hits him hard, just who is he? The man's thoughts race. It's almost like he's from the future. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he adds, also. He continues, stating, I didn't tell anyone I was coming here. So even if I did die, nobody would know it was you. Don't say stuff like that, he shouts, clearly unnerved by the other man's confidence. Before he regressed, it took 10 years of investigation to realize that Bang Chae-soo wasn't at fault. Magical circles materialize, glowing with an intense blue light. But it was too late. In his guilt and losing his son, he died after years of alcohol abuse. If I didn't come here to clear his conscience, the protagonist declares, he would have died again thinking he was at fault. The protagonist sits, head bowed, as the spirit of the deceased man hovers behind him. A faint blue glow emanates from the spirit, enveloping the protagonist. "Thank God I'm not late," a voice declares. The spirit's relief washes over the protagonist as he sits, head bowed. A system message appears: would you like to combine stone skin, A, and stealth, A? Two more system prompts appear: would you like to combine Night King's spirit, A, and paralysis, A, and would you like to combine Monarch's heart, A, and soundless world, A? The system prompts multiply. 3 skill combinations, he exclaims, his eyes wide with disbelief. The sheer number of possible skill combinations overwhelms him. So many skills in a single person. Are you really okay? He wonders aloud. Eyes closed, he appears to be focusing, a powerful aura emanating from him. His eyes still closed, he mutters, "as I thought." Eyes now wide open, he shouts his discovery: he can't detect skills that have an unclear origin, like predation. Despite the recent revelation, he insists, "I'm fine. Please continue." With a determined look, he declares, "All right. Here goes." Sweat beads on his brow as a faint blue glow emanates from below. Skill combination in progress. The skill combination intensifies. The combined skill unleashes a torrent of energy. The energy surges, filling the space with raw power. The energy blasts skyward, reaching the city's towering skyscrapers. The camera pans across the cityscape, the energy's ascent dwarfing even the tallest structures. The energy surge originated at the Players Association headquarters in the USA. Inside the Players Association headquarters, the staff gathers around a table, a massive surge of energy projected above them. The staff remains gathered around the table, their expressions unreadable. A voice breaks the silence: "It's been a while since we all met in one room." The man in the suit stands confidently, his hand casually placed on his hip. The man is identified as Kevin Lee, the U.S. Players Association head and an S-rank player. Kevin Lee speaks, his tone laced with a hint of weariness. "What is it this time? A war?" The information reveals the identity of Gregor Gale, the 10th-ranked player in the U.S. national rankings. The man yells, "Gregor, be more respectful." A fist slams down on the table, the sound echoing in the room. The information displayed reveals the identity of Dylan Gray, the 3rd-ranked player in the U.S. national rankings. "Why do we always have to fight?" a voice questions. Then, more urgently, "Say something, Cody." The screen now reveals Ricky Hollis, the 2nd-ranked player in the U.S. national rankings. Ricky, arms crossed, is confronted with a harsh truth: "You're supposed to be our leader." Ricky retorts, "We're not children, this ranking is only a formality anyways." Ricky responds, "I don't want to force anything on anyone." The screen displays Cody Wood, the 1st-ranked player in the U.S. national rank. Clearing his throat, Cody Wood announces, "Ahem, let's get into it." Standing before the assembled group, Cody Wood prepares to address them, a large world map displayed behind him. Cody Wood begins, "You know about the national ranked players of China from the exhibition matches recently, right?" Cody Wood continues, confirming the names: Shueishan, Chai Mingmin, and Lu Feng, those 3, right? The information appears: Montel Roman, 5th-ranked player in the U.S. national rankings. He reveals grim news: "I heard 2 of them died while fighting the 3 warlords, and another while they attempted to assassinate the Singapore Association head." The information continues to surface: Nick Rowan, the 6th-ranked player in the U.S. national rankings. An indifferent voice cuts through the air, dismissing the grim news: "And so what? They're all dead, right?" Suddenly, a name is shouted: "Gregor." The man at the head of the table retorts, "Yeah, that's what the Chinese have told us. But according to new information, those 3 were actually killed by a single person." The revelation hangs in the air, punctuated by a stark question mark. Among those present, Lu Feng had an Archduke of the Abyss. He had formed a contract with the vampire Lord Igman. Lu Feng stands, a look of concern etched on his face. Behind him, a figure materializes, seemingly the vampire Lord Igman. "Archduke," a voice exclaims, incredulous. "With that monster?"
Another demands, Cody, did you know? Archduke. With that monster, someone cries out in disbelief. Another voice demands, Cody, did you know? The questions continue, but a new one arises, so, who took them down? A stoic profile emerges, the question hanging heavy in the air, who did take them down?
The man's gaze sharpens, his expression unreadable as the question hangs in the air.
The answer appears, Kim Tae-hyun of New South Korea. Rain lashes down as a crimson dome of energy envelopes a building.
The crimson dome intensifies, the rain doing little to quell the ominous energy. Inside the building, an elder states, he did take down Lu Feng, but he's probably not as strong as you all. But we do desperately need information on him, the elder continues, his words hanging heavy in the air. Emerging from the darkness, the man stands shirtless, surrounded by swirling red energy. The red energy intensifies, swirling around the shirtless man as he descends.
He continues his descent, the red energy now enveloping his torso. The red energy continues to surge as he says, not S, but AA.
The red energy intensifies around him as he smirks.
The red energy swirls even more intensely, practically engulfing him. The red energy solidifies, revealing the words Kim Tae-hyun, national rank player, rank, AA.
So? A voice trails off, the sky above swirling with clouds.
Airport, New South Korea, the text confirms. The scene fades to black.
I had to come all the way to this place, one of the men grumbles.
Because of that Kim Tae-hyun?
Well, you can say that, another man replies, as the group continues walking.
The man's anger flares. Damn it!
I should just teach that bastard a dash dot.
Cutting him off, a voice states, relax. We're not here to fight him.
The elevator ascends to the 24th floor, accompanied by a distinct ding. The doors slide open, revealing a man walking out, a crimson stain blooming across his chest.
The skill combinations went well. A voice echoes, seemingly satisfied with the outcome. Now, I just want to test them as fast as I can.
The voice continues, as the system displays the skill Shadowskin, AA, which hides the body and enhances physical abilities. The system then displays World of the Monarch, AA, which creates a special field made of mana, and Aura of the Monarch, AA, which expels a powerful aura empowered by mana. He contemplates, it'd cause a lot of trouble if I used.
He wonders aloud if he should go to the abyss.
A vision of his new skills manifests before him.
A voice booms, you're finally here, Kim Tae-hyun.
A confused escapes him.
The spacious room comes into view, revealing two figures. One, in a crisp white shirt and tie, speaks on the phone.
The other watches with arms crossed.
He looks up, his gaze drawn to the bright light streaming in through the high windows. Adjusting his glasses, he states, I've waited a long while. Marcus Gore, ranked 8th in the USA as a valuable player, is introduced. Gore's face contorts in disbelief. This kid defeated Lu Feng?
You sure the info wasn't wrong? He demands. The screen reveals another contender, Gregor Gale, ranked 10th in America as a national force-level player. The screen shifts to reveal another formidable contender, Gregor Gale, ranked 10th in America as a national force-level player.
Gregor Gale smirks, a bead of sweat trickling down his face.
You can't say things like that, Gregor, a voice warns him.
Gregor shouts back dismissively, who cares? A sinister 66 looms ominously.
The protagonist turns to face the two men seated at the table. He looks down at his clenched fist, then up at the men. So, what brought you here? He asks, his tone laced with suspicion.
One of the men responds, his words laced with condescension, impatient, aren't you?
The man leans back, his fingers steepled.
We're just here to talk.
But before that, the man begins, as green energy crackles ominously on the table before him. Interrupting himself, the man says, excuse me for a moment.
The green energy intensifies.
His finger glows with green energy as he touches the intricate, glowing table.
His eyes narrow as he realizes, this is. The table illuminates, revealing the word ziggurat. He wonders aloud, ziggurat? The name Kim Tae-hyun also appears, glowing brightly.
The table displays his stats: strength 200, health 200, speed 180, and mana 280.
His rank is also revealed, AA.
The display reveals that Marcus Gore's skill measures not only stats and skills but also the target's current mood and mental status. Marcus Gore's eyes glow with the power of his skill. The skill reveals surprising information.
Never seen an AA rank before. It states. And his stats are kinda weak to have defeated Lu Feng.
The skill user thinks, I should investigate his skills. But the skill fails.
System messages flash, unable to identify the target's skills. The attempt to analyze his skills fails. The system blares, unable to identify the target's skills. His eyes widen in shock. What?
Red energy flares around him as a voice declares, let's end the spying there. A smirk plays on his lips as he declares, you should have enough info to judge my abilities already.
He leans forward, a confident smirk on his face.
You should have enough info to judge my abilities already.
A stun thought bubble appears, he deflected my ziggurat? This has never happened before. Ah, sorry, he stammers, clearly taken aback. It's just a habit of mine. He finishes, leaving the statement hanging in the air. Kim Tae-hyun.
The voiceover says, followed by the revelation that he is the first national force level player in New South Korea.
I see why Kevin Lee was paying so much attention to him, a voice declares. Kim Tae-hyun leans forward, his expression serious.
So, why are you guys really here, he asks, cutting to the chase. The response comes, we wanted to request the sharing of the right to attempt the Chinese uncleared dungeon you received from the exhibition games. The words hang in the air, the right to attempt. The man continues, stating, we can't give too much information, but our association head has been wanting to explore that region recently. He gestures with his hand, his expression serious as he speaks of the association head's interest in exploring that region.
He continues, stating that, and since you've defeated Lu Feng, it's quite obvious Zhan Lun will do anything he can to disrupt your attempt. He responds, questioning, isn't it a mutual situation?
He proposes, so if you share the right with us. He continues, promising, not only will we prevent Zhan Lung's tricks, but we will also help you clear the dungeon.
He concludes his offer, suggesting, let's try to form a connection with Kim Tae-hyun here. He elaborates, neither of us loses anything.
Furthermore, he assures them, if he accepts, the American Player Association will gain a new force we can rely on. He adds, and even if he refuses, he will understand we do not oppose him. A slight smirk plays on his lips. The man declares, I'm going to refuse. He continues, I appreciate the offer, but I don't need help.
Ha, that's unfortunate, he says, a sinister smile spreading across his face. This is enough.
His eyes narrowed, the man's menacing glare intensifies as he warns, don't fuck with us. His tie now in a tight grip, the man's eyes widen in shock and confusion.
The man explodes in anger, demanding, we came all the way here from the United States to hear that stupid answer? Gregor? The man shouts, demanding, what the hell are you doing? Let go.
We don't need words to convince a brat like this, a voice declares.
We can just force him.
Towering over him, the man's face is filled with malice as he declares, we don't need words to convince a brat like this.
We can just force him. A single tear streaks down the protagonist's cheek. The hell is this guy, he wonders, his thoughts betraying his fear.
He wonders why Marcus Gore, who seemed to want to stay on good terms, is now acting this way.
Marcus Gore's face contorts in rage as he confronts the protagonist. The other man in the room looks on in shock.
Marcus Gore's eyes narrow, a cold realization dawning on him.
Oh, I see, Gregor's look. His realization deepens.
I've seen that stare countless times when I wasn't a player. The man is not picking a fight without a good reason.
Gregor's hand grips the other man's collar, his gaze intense. Red eyes glow ominously in the background.
A voice booms out, explaining the other man's anger, he just doesn't want to accept that we are the same level. Tightening his grip, Gregor thinks to himself, it's been a while since I felt this.
Although, the situation is quite different now, Gregor realizes a new challenge presenting itself. Gregor steels himself, muttering, "All right."
The man recoils, his eyes wide with disbelief.
"What?" he demands, clearly caught off guard. "If you really want me to take the offer so badly."
Gregor begins, his words hanging in the air.
"Let's talk things out with force," Gregor declares, his voice resonating with newfound resolve. Gregor's expression hardens, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he clenches his fist.
This is a chance for me to test my skills, he thinks, a cruel glint in his eyes.
Whoa! The sound of a powerful impact echoes.
The arena rumbles, the sound of the impact echoing through the stands.
The crowd erupts, raising their fists in the air as the arena floor shows the aftermath of the blow.
The battle unfolds at Undivided Guild Stadium.
An incredulous voice booms, questioning, "What?" The speaker demands, "You want to do the match in our stadium?" Her eyes widen in disbelief.
A bead of sweat trickles down her face as she points at the tablet.
"Exactly," he booms, pushing the idea. "It's good press for our guild, so it's all good, right?"
Her outrage boils over.
"I can't believe this."
"Do you intend to destroy our whole building?" she shouts.
The man's face contorts in confusion.
"Huh," he exclaims, clearly taken aback by her outburst. She continues her tirade, questioning how the stadium could possibly withstand a fight between national force-level players.
"A stadium," she says, the realization seemingly dawning on her.
He smirks, a surge of power emanating from him.
He remarks, "You came up with a fun idea."
His eyes narrowed, he declares, "I like it."
He then adds, "I hope you get the result you want, too."
A sinister grin stretches across his face as he states, "Don't worry."
His unsettling words hang in the air, "I'm a real fan of slaughter shows."
The man is now face to face with a monstrous wolf, wreathed in blue flames.
The wolf strikes with incredible speed, its claws crackling with blue energy.
"Slaughter.
That's a bit,"
he manages to say as the wolf's claws descend. The wolf's attack connects, a brutal strike aimed directly at him.
SFX, wham!
The force of the blow shatters the arena floor. Panic erupts in the stands as one spectator shouts, "TH the stadium!
A werewolf?"
The hell is that?" someone exclaims, confusion echoing through the shattered arena.
Amidst the chaos, a voice declares, "It's the heart of the wolf." The crowd remains seated, their attention fixed on the unfolding events in the arena.
"Marcus Gore," the man exclaims, his surprise evident.
The man explains that when trained to its limits, the skill transforms the user into a werewolf and significantly raises their physical capabilities. "It's unfortunate we weren't able to build a good relationship with a strong player,"
he thinks, his expression unreadable behind his glasses.
Despite his disappointment, he concludes, "But this is fine." The monstrous wolf prepares to strike.
"Let's see the skills that took down Lu Feng," he declares.
The monstrous wolf roars with laughter, his power immense. The monstrous wolf's glowing eye pierces through the darkness.
"You idiot," he sneers.
"I heard from Marcus.
He wasn't able to check your skills," the wolf reveals.
The wolf continues his taunt, revealing Kim Tae-hyun's stats.
"But your stats don't compare to mine besides in mana." The screen shows his rank is AA, with strength and health at 200, speed at 180, and mana at 280. The screen shifts to reveal Gregor Gale's stats, dwarfing Kim Tae-hyun's. His rank is SS, with strength at 232, health at 245, speed at 228, and mana at 220. The wolf reveals his trump card, and I also activated Heart of the Wolf, which boosts my stats. With a surge of power, he moves in a blur. The wolf's confidence surges as he declares, "You're no match for me." The wolf prepares to strike, his eyes glowing with menacing power. Blue energy crackles around his massive form. The hero is sent crashing through the floor, debris flying as he falls.
"This is the..." the wolf begins to say, his glowing eyes fixed on something below.
"This is the end, brat," the wolf declares, his claw descending towards the fallen hero.
The wolf's claw descends, poised to strike.
But before the wolf's attack can land, a voice interrupts, laced with arrogance, as expected of rank 10 from the United States.
Now I know. The voice continues, declaring, "You won't die from my tests."
But then, a monstrous face looms, teeth bared, a single glowing eye piercing the darkness.
A question hangs in the air. The monstrous figure lunges forward, claws extended, ready to strike. Claws slash through the air. The attack continues, the monstrous claws tearing through the air.
The claws descend.
The claws strike.
"What is this?" he cries out, eyes wide with terror as the claws bear down. The claws tear through the air. The crowd watches in horror. "A black barrier," someone exclaims, the crowd's horror now tinged with confusion. Kim Tae-hyun has obtained 3 new skills by combining his existing abilities. A small, inky blotch appears on the otherwise blank canvas. Among the new skills, the first is about to be revealed. The blotch expands, revealing piercing, glowing eyes. The energy explodes outwards, accompanied by a deafening crack. From the chaos, a figure emerges, hands clasped in prayer. Wings unfurl behind him, dwarfing the scene. The monarch stands tall, and a domain unfolds, world of the monarch, domination of the 5 senses plus monarch's heart. The combination of domination of the 5 senses and monarch's heart has a potent effect. It decreases the stats of his enemies while simultaneously raising his own.
Panic sets in.
"WH, what is this place?" one shouts, followed by another, "WH, where is he?" A blinding light erupts from his eye, searing the space around him. The searing light intensifies, consuming everything in its path. The light rips through the air, tearing at his opponent.
Blood splatters as the attack lands.
The attack connects, sending blood flying.
Second skill. His second skill activates, Shadow Skin, a combination of stone skin and stealth.
The shadow skin envelopes him, a vibrant purple aura shielding him from harm.
The shadow skin solidifies, tendrils of dark energy wrapping around his fists, ready to strike.
His gaze intensifies, the purple aura of the shadow skin flaring around him. Not only does it offer stone skin's enhancing capabilities, but it also allows the use of stealth and then to reappear at will.
A guttural roar erupts from him. The roar echoes.
The echoing roar forms the word, "Why you?" "Dirty bastard," he manages to choke out.
"Get the hell out here right now," he commands, his voice booming. The beast roars, its power shaking the very ground beneath it. The roar echoes, shaking everything around it. The beast's heavy breathing echoes, its glowing eyes fixed on its prey. Its glowing eye burns with intense focus. And the final skill is
Phoenix Plume, he declares, his skeletal visage framed by a crown of dark metal. A massive, glowing symbol appears above him. The protagonist leaps back, desperately trying to escape the wave of energy emanating from the Demon King's new skill. He barely manages to evade the worst of the blast, the force of the Phoenix Plume skill still sending him staggering back across the crimson landscape. The Demon King's power intensifies, aura of the monarch now combines Night King's spirit with paralysis.
The skull-faced monarch's power surges, a menacing aura crackling around him.
He grips the hilt of his blade, the crackling aura intensifying around his gauntlet. So since the skills combined, the effects combine and are enhanced, he questions, his power continuing to surge.
A monstrous form erupts, jaws agape, as the hero stammers, "What? What?"
So the final one is quite obvious, he states, his hand outstretched, ready to unleash the final skill. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he prepares to unleash his final skill. A massive glyph of power materializes before him, crackling with ominous energy.
The glyph pulses with power as a single word echoes through the air, "Kneel." A monstrous roar erupts, shaking the very air. A deafening shriek rips through the air. The city looms, a stark contrast to the chaos that just unfolded. A surge of energy erupts. The city is engulfed by a blinding, violet light. The violet light intensifies, consuming everything. The violet light leaves only debris in its wake. Panic etched on their faces, those who survived the violet light look around in disbelief. Sweat beads on his brow, a survivor gasping, "I am possible." Catching his breath, he exhales, the violet light still lingering around him. "Good match, Gregor Gale," a voice declares.
Lying defeated on the cracked earth, Gregor Gale grimaces in pain. Blood trickles from his head. Defeated, Gregor Gale lies prone as an ominous voice echoes, "See you again next time." The victor smirks, looking down at Gregor Gale. The victor raises his fist, poised to strike. Kim Tae-hyun's stats appear, rank AA, full mana, and skills like Predation and Shadowskin, though Blood Rampage remains unusable. Confusion erupts as a voice cries out, "What just happened?" Another shouts, "I can't see because of that weird barrier." The crowd wonders, did Kim Tae-hyun? Who won? A voice echoes through the crowd. The audience strains to see through the barrier. The crowd erupts in confusion, wondering what just happened. A black barrier suddenly appeared, ending the fight instantly. "Whoa," someone exclaims, gripping the railing in disbelief. The crowd's confusion is mirrored by one observer, who wonders aloud, "So what happened in there?" A bead of sweat trickles down the instructor's face as he stares, aghast. An enraged voice booms out, questioning, "Who the hell do you think you are, saying the fight is over?" Eyes narrowed, he declares, "It's not over, not yet." His face contorted in fury, bloodied but unbowed, he roars, "I haven't gone down yet." Blue energy crackles around his outstretched hand as he vows, "I'll kill you, Kim Tae-hyun." A blinding flash erupts as the energy surges. The energy explodes outward, a clash of blue and pink power filling the space. The force of the blast sends her opponent flying backwards. The wolf-like opponent is sent crashing down, his jaws agape in shock. He hits the ground hard, the impact sending up a cloud of dust. Eyes narrowed, she scoffs, talking about killing and whatnot. This bet wasn't supposed to be so violent, was it? A sinister grin spreads across his face, his glowing eye fixed on his opponent. "Just accept the outcome," he commands, a surge of pink energy crackling in his hand. "Any more fighting goes past just a friendly wager," he declares, energy crackling around him. "Back off, Gregor Gale," a voice commands. The man looks up, surprised. "Park Sungjin. And you are Hyun too. Since when were they?" he begins to ask, clearly confused by their sudden appearance. Before he can finish his question, a voice booms out, "We've been watching since the start." The man's eyes widen as he realizes who is approaching. Association Chairman. The association chairman speaks, his voice resonating with authority. "I was planning to stay put, but things seem to be getting out of hand." The association chairman adjusts his tie, his presence already commanding attention. A chilling ha escapes his lips, his eyes narrowed with a predatory intensity. "Anyways," he says, a bead of sweat trickling down his face, hinting at the pressure he's under. "Leave the rest of it to us," the words echo with newfound resolve. Before them, a massive, wolf-like figure towers, its eyes glowing with an eerie blue light. A surge of blue energy emanates from him, crackling around his hands. The wolf-like figure roars, his voice booming, "You pests are trying to stop me? Insolent insects!" His rage intensifies. "All right. I'll just kill all of you here." He was cut off mid-sentence. "Shut up, Gregor," the voice booms. The monstrous wolf, bloodied and enraged, looms behind him. The man, unfazed, adjusts his glasses, a calculating glint in his eyes. He stands behind bars, his expression unreadable. The warning echoes, "If you escalate this any further, Cody will sanction you." Ignoring the warning, he adjusts his glasses, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. Behind him, the shadowed figure watches, its glowing eyes unwavering. The monstrous wolf snarls, blood dripping from its face. "Even for someone like you, you must know what Cody is like when he moves for real." A disbelieving whisper escapes, "See Cody." The wolf reels back, a pained kook escaping its jaws. A frustrated fuck bursts from someone in the group. Bloodied and enraged, he grits his teeth, blue flames erupting around him. The stadium is in ruins. The group stands amidst the destruction, surveying the aftermath. An apology echoes, "We're very sorry, Kim Tae-hyun. Please, excuse our mistake." He begins, "And I know it may be laughable for me to suggest when this has happened, but..." He continues, suggesting that they consider this a learning experience. Suddenly,
a new question arises. Do you have any interest in becoming a player for the United States Player Association? He gestures expansively, continuing to speak. His face contorted with rage, he shouts, Marcus? What nonsense is this? Blood streaks his face, highlighting his fury. His voice booming, the chairman demands, you would suggest that in front of me, the chairman. The woman behind him looks on, startled. Cutting him off, a voice declares, we will match whatever conditions you need. He continues, stating confidently, the Chinese dungeon can also be easily cleared with a team assembled from our members. He agrees, stating, I'll take the offer as a compliment of my abilities. He then clarifies, you mentioned the Chinese dungeon, but my next destination is actually Japan. Japan, comes the surprised reply. Tapping on his phone, he confirms, yeah, it seems the Saintess of Japan, Yoshikawa Tsurara, has woken up. The message hangs heavy in the air. He holds up his phone, a slight smirk playing on his lips. The title card flashes, regressing with the King's Power 67. The chapter begins, the air crackling with red energy as he prepares to strike. The strike lands, and below, a figure gasps for air, eyes wide with shock. She struggles to breathe, tears streaming down her face as the red energy flares once more. The red tendrils tighten, constricting her as she cries out in pain. The red energy intensifies, violently thrashing around her. Ugh, she gasps, blood streaming down her face as the tendrils tighten further. Stop. She pleads, but the tendrils only constrict further. Stop it. Please, stop, she cries out, her voice strained with pain. Her pleas unanswered, droplets of blood now fall into the darkness. The darkness is broken by a chilling question, didn't you start this? An enormous, monstrous maw opens, framed by jagged teeth and pulsing red energy. The figure stands defiantly before the monstrous maw, a red path stretching towards the abyss. He plunges forward, tentacles rising from the darkness below. Yet you have the audacity to ask me to stop, the voice booms. How revolting. His crimson eyes glow with fury as he gestures dismissively. She struggles in a crimson pool, uttering a pained ah. As massive, dark spikes loom menacingly close. Her eyes widen in terror, a desperate ahhh escaping her lips. The sound of shattering echoes. Her scream intensifies as shadowy tendrils descend. The shadowy tendrils pierce her body. She cries out as she falls back onto the bed, defeated. Saintess, a voice calls out. Another voice urgently asks, are you all right? This nightmare, she thinks, realizing, the same nightmare again. It was the nightmare that began after she entered a coma from peering into Kim Taehyun's mind. She realizes that, whenever I break through the numerous tentacles, I'm always greeted by a mysterious figure taking the shape of Kim Taehyun. And after that, I wake up from my death, she says, questioning, how long do I need to endure this pain? Her hand, slick with sweat, trembles as the question echoes, until I die? Saintess. You need to rest, a voice booms. The urgency continues, if you get up now. Her voice, weak but laced with urgency, cuts through the air. Where is the ghost blade? Why is he not by my side? WL. She manages to utter, her voice strained. WL. She begins, her voice cracking with emotion. A single tear traces a path down her cheek as she hesitates. She takes a step forward. Suddenly, she cries out, Ghostblade. Her hand reaches for the door. Her eyes widen in terror. A bead of sweat trickles down her face as she stares ahead. The hallway fills with the menacing presence of the Ghostblade. She stands frozen, fear gripping her. The Ghostblade lunges forward, his eyes glowing with menacing intent. The Ghostblade's attack crashes down. Despite his aggressive advance, the Ghostblade declares, I said I'm not here to fight. His attack falters as he begins, I'm just here to only to be interrupted. I know you're here for Miss Tsurara. Roaring, you filth. I will repay the shame she had to undergo. He lunges forward, eyes blazing with fury. Sword raised high, he comes down on his opponent with a furious strike. Soulbringer, he declares, the name resonating with power. The strike unleashes a surge of spectral energy.
The spectral energy engulfs him, radiating outward. The spectral energy intensifies, focusing around his sword. Soulbringer, the text declares, possibly a new ability or weapon. The blade infused. The text declares, hinting at the sword's enhanced power. The blade infused with that white mana can cut even souls, a voice narrates, then pauses.
However, the speaker's disdain is palpable as he continues, all these idiots who don't listen.
Just don't seem to understand without a beating, the voice concludes, dripping with contempt.
His purple eyes gleaming with manic glee, he prepares to unleash a devastating blow. Blades clash in a blinding flash of light.
What? He exclaims, eyes wide with shock. His grip tightens on the sword, purple energy swirling around him. The purple energy intensifies as he brings his sword down with devastating force. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the area. The ground shatters as the attack lands.
The woman is sent flying backwards from the blast. Her face contorts in pain as she braces for the impact.
Struggling to breathe, she gasps, Ghostblade.
A figure lies amidst the rubble, his mouth agape, seemingly in shock. Yoshikawa Tsurara, I came here for 2 reasons.
The sword clatters to the ground as a figure approaches, a menacing purple aura emanating from his hand.
Yoshikawa Tsurara, I came here for 2 reasons.
He continues, his first reason for coming being to ask what she saw inside his mind.
Tsurara's expression shows her fear. Keikim Taehyun, she exclaims, before the man's thoughts cut her off, the other. The man's thoughts continue, revealing his second reason for being there, is to prevent the largest dungeon break in history that will happen soon.
The woman's shock is palpable.
She thinks, reeling from the revelation.
The scene shifts to a vast ocean, its waves illuminated by a distant, ethereal light. Lightning crackles and swirls, forming a vortex of raw power.
2 figures stand at the railing, dwarfed by the immense, swirling ocean before them. One of them wonders if this storm is the entrance to the uncleared dungeon. The other replies, just looks like a storm to me.
He reveals that, from what he's heard, there's a gate directed to the dungeon inside of that thing. It's revealed that the storm was probably caused by the mana flowing out of the gate.
The man assures them, but don't worry, we haven't identified any signs of a dungeon break. We're here just as insurance. That's a relief, but... The man begins, a hint of unease in his voice. The text reveals the group's affiliation, Japanese Player Association, Uncleared Dungeon Watch Team. Peering through binoculars, the man murmurs, Something has caught his attention. I feel like I see something inside the storm. He thinks, questioning himself. Am I seeing things? A booming voice echoes, Lord Kent the Zenith. The preparations are complete.
A monstrous moth filled with razor-sharp teeth appears.
As you commanded, we have gathered our troops for decades. And finally, today. Kent the Zenith declares, flanked by hulking figures.
The monstrous figure stands before them, its hooves planted firmly on the ground.
We have crushed the gate that blocked us, and arrived here. Lord Kent the Zenith.
Give us your next orders, his forces cry out, awaiting his command.
Lord Kent the Zenith.
Give us your next orders, they cry, awaiting his command.
Enough. Kent the Zenith silences his forces with a single, commanding utterance.
A monstrous maw closes around Kent the Zenith, his scream echoing as he's devoured.
The maw speaks, its voice booming with a chilling revelation, we become stronger the more we eat. The centaur leader declares, then there is only one thing to do.
He and his brethren stand ready, spears in hand. The maw's decree echoes, for my son, for Archduke Orgel, we will leave this place, and devour the humans. The command rings out, commence the festival of blood. A sinister grin spreads across his face as the order is given. His red eyes gleam with anticipation. A monstrous roar tears through the air, signaling the start of the carnage.
Yoshikawa Tsurara, I came here for 2 reasons. The words hang heavy in the air. The sound of a blade echoes as Yoshikawa Tsurara is seen defeated on the ground.
He continues, revealing the first reason for his visit. The first is to check what you saw in my mind.
Sarara, visibly shaken, utters, Kim Tae-hyun.
The man continues, hinting at another reason for his visit. The other
is to stop the upcoming largest dungeon break in history.
The man's words hang heavy in the air, the purple energy crackling around him a visual testament to the gravity of his warning.
The man's declaration hangs in the air, punctuated by a stark, resounding.
The weight of his words lingers, the chapter break emphasizing the gravity of the situation.
The man's voice echoes, a chilling revelation hanging in the air, what I saw in your mind.
The woman's expression twists in horror as the man finishes his sentence, was something that looked like you. The man remains seated, the weight of his words hanging heavy between them. The man continues, describing the entity, although it wasn't a monster or a human, it was an unidentifiable being. The man realizes, as I thought, it's that guy from the dream.
Though still lacking information, he now knows it wasn't just a simple dream. Moreover, nightmares.
The man trails off, the implications hanging heavy in the air. The man stands over the scene, a woman kneeling in distress beside a fallen figure.
Even though I didn't use predation, the man states, a troubling realization dawning, I sensed the magic of predation in Sarara's body. Sweat beads on his face as he wonders aloud, was this the cause? He declares, I removed the remaining mana. You won't have any more nightmares.
Still seated on the ground, she looks up at him, sweat trickling down her face. Why are you helping me? She asks, confusion evident in her voice. A thought bubble appears, I attacked you. He looks down at her, a slight smirk playing on his lips.
I'm not helping you. It's to stop the dungeon break.
A blade flashes, aimed directly at the viewer.
A sudden exclamation breaks the silence.
The woman clutches her arm, kneeling beside a fallen figure.
An ominous figure looms over them both.
An earthquake, the woman questions, fear etched on her face.
A deep voice declares ominously, it's begun.
Sarara, he shouts, his eyes wide with alarm.
It's a dungeon break. A voice booms, urgent and commanding, wake up Nakata Shinji first.
An ominous voice booms, cutting through the chaos. Where do you think you're going after attacking our player? His eyes widen in disbelief. A speech bubble reveals his shock.
He mutters, recognizing the name. Kim Tae-hyun. New South Korea's national force level player. A low hum emanates from the man in the suit.
The screen displays Japanese Player Association Chairman, former national force level player, Matsuda Kuro.
The screen now identifies him as Matsuda Kuro. The screen details his past. In his prime, Matsuda Kuro defeated monsters as a national force level player. After retiring, he recruited the talents known as the Holy Maiden and the Ghost Blade. The screen declares that Matsuda Kuro is known as one of the greatest Japanese Player Association chairmen of all time. The screen continues, solidifying Matsuda Kuro's legacy, he is one of the greatest Japanese Player Association chairmen of all time. But in reality, a stark contrast to the legend is about to be revealed. The truth surfaces, he's a man who doesn't care what casualties occur in order to get what he needs. He states the obvious, are you aware that a dungeon break just occurred?
Then, with a hint of something hidden, he adds, I'm here to help. He scoffs, I'm already aware of that. I've been busy with those calls since earlier. His gaze sharpens as he questions the man's motives.
But what does that matter to you? The man explains that the right to attempt uncleared dungeons is only active while the dungeon stays active.
Once a break occurs, it has no power. The man continues, stating, moreover, you guys caused us quite the trouble at the exhibition games.
He then wonders aloud, if you handled the dungeon break, how bad would that make me look?
He gestures with open hands, seemingly unconcerned by the implications of his words.
He then orders, so, I need you to stay put for a while.
His sinister smile widens as he declares, for the crime of attacking our players.
An objection is raised, but Chairman.
To minimize the damage caused by the dungeon break, he barks, you stay out of this.
Yoshikawa Sarara is addressed directly, don't forget that I overlooked you controlling people using your skill. Her expression is one of fear and regret.
His face contorted with rage, he threatens, if you take the side of that brat now, I'll end you and that ghost blade forever.
He shouts, "Detain Kim Tae-hyun." The man barks out an order, "Detain Kim Tae-hyun."
But a voice, laced with disbelief, wonders, "You'd really go so far?" Despite the order to detain him, Tae-hyun thinks, "But if I resist with force without even an attempt to comply, it'd just put our chairman in a bad spot." His hands are shown bound by heavy shackles. "I guess it's inevitable," a voice declares. Then, an order rings out, "Sarara, bring Nakata Shinji and try to stop it." But Kim Tae-hyun," someone calls out, their voice filled with urgency.
A sinister laugh echoes.
"You made the right choice," he declares, a cruel smile twisting his lips.
"Don't worry. If we find you innocent, we will release you immediately."
A voice promises, but then a retort cuts through the air, "Don't be so cocky, Chairman Matsuda." Matsuda's face is shown in a close-up, a sinister sneer plastered across his face.
"Whom?"
The chairman questions, his sinister sneer suggesting he's far from convinced. The chairman's voice echoes, laced with a thinly veiled threat, "You are the one who refused my help.
If this leads to problems?"
The chairman takes a step forward, his polished shoes clicking ominously against the floor.
The chairman's final words hang heavy in the air, "It'll be your responsibility."
A sinister smirk plays across his face as he stands, hands cuffed. His gaze hardens, a flicker of something dangerous in his eyes. "Ha, nonsense," he scoffs, his expression a mask of arrogant disdain.
A massive explosion erupts, engulfing everything in a blinding flash. The force of the impact sends debris flying as a deafening slam echoes through the ruined city. The force of the impact reverberates as a powerful slam echoes through the devastated cityscape.
The force of the blow sends a shockwave rippling outwards, accompanied by a furious roar. Amidst the chaos, he deflects an incoming blow with his sword, narrowly avoiding the centaur-like creature's attack. The air cracks with the force of their clash. "Stop them at all costs," he shouts, his face contorted in desperation.
"If they break through, everyone dies."
Despite the dire warning, he shouts, "But even if you say that, how do you want us to stop this?" he cries out, his voice laced with desperation.
"They just keep pouring out."
The situation grows even more desperate as he realizes, and all of the monsters are either A or S rank.
It's a hopeless situation. We're done for. A wave of monstrous figures looms before them, their menacing presence undeniable.
With a surge of adrenaline, he shouts, "We need to stop them.
If we don't, who will?" SFX-O.
A collective gasp rises from the crowd. A monstrous roar rips through the air as the figure bellows, "Kakimura RN." The monstrous figure towers over the crowd, bellowing that Kimura Ran has been captured.
Holding a captive, the monstrous figure declares, "How pesky. I will devour you first."
The captive screams in terror.
"I'm done for.
I'm going to die," the captive screams, blood spurting from his face.
The monstrous figure's intent becomes clear, "Me. And everyone else too." "It's over," the monstrous figure declares.
The world erupts in flames, debris flying amidst the chaos.
Amidst the fiery destruction, the protagonist is sent flying. The monstrous figure looms, ready to deliver a final blow.
He braces for impact, sword drawn, as the monstrous figure's attack descends. The monstrous attack crashes down, a blinding light filling the space. The attack connects, but instead of devastation, the protagonist looks up, utterly bewildered.
"Huh," he utters.
The crowd behind him shares his shock. The attack lands, but to his utter disbelief, nothing happens.
"Huh," he questions, the confusion evident in his voice.
"Ghostblade," the attacker shouts, as the energy swirls around the protagonist.
Staring intently, the attacker's eyes glow with a fierce determination.
The name Ghostblade Nakata Shinji appears, along with the title National Force Level Player. The surrounding crowd looks up in stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief.
"My body," a voice exclaims, followed by another, "I'm healing." "What's happening?"
A voice booms out, filled with relief, "I'm thankful that you guys are still alive." The team is healing, and a woman with fiery hair strides towards them, staff in hand.
Their expressions reflect shock at her arrival. Holy Maiden, a voice exclaims.
The woman's intense gaze pierces through the scene. The Holy Maiden advances, her grip tightening on her staff.
Yoshikawa Tsurara, the Holy Maiden, is a national force level player.
A figure dashes toward the Holy Maiden, sword in hand.
Holy Maiden. Is your body alright? He shouts.
Yes, you don't need to worry about me, the Holy Maiden replies. The Holy Maiden, surrounded by a golden aura, declares, I no longer sense that strange mana within me. Though she may not be able to use her full power, the Holy Maiden declares, but I can fully support Shinji. So Kim Tae-hyun, a voice booms out, followed by, to think there would be food of. The booming voice continues, to think there would be food of this caliber. A monstrous figure towers over them, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. A beat of silence hangs heavy in the air, punctuated only by a stark exclamation point.
The monstrous figure declares his intentions. I've decided. I will turn you into a meal for my son. The monstrous figure looms closer, a gaping maw lined with teeth now visible on his torso.
He continues his advance, the cavernous mouth on his chest looming ever closer. Ghostblade, she shouts, as a surge of energy erupts around the hero. The hero's blade flashes with blinding speed. The hero unleashes a devastating strike, the force of Ghostblade sending shockwaves through the area. The force of the hero's attack sends his opponent reeling back, a look of shock etched on his face. He grunts, the force of the blow clearly taking its toll.
We will take on Kentha Zenith, a voice declares. Please handle the rest of the monsters. With a determined shout, she commands, follow Lord Kentha Zenith. Kentha Zenith, he roars, leading the charge.
A surge of power emanates from him, his eyes glowing with menacing intent. His attack connects, the force of the blow sending his opponent reeling.
He presses his advantage, a blue energy blade crackling as he moves in for the kill.
As expected of the SS-Rank monster, Kentha Zenith, master of the uncleared dungeon, he thinks, realizing the gravity of the situation. If I make a single mistake, I'll lose my limbs. Even as he attacks, the warrior realizes, and considering his regenerative abilities, the wounds that I leave on him are feeble. That is why past attempts at clearing went unfinished, a voice declares, as the monster's hand glows with ominous power. The monster unleashes a devastating blow, the force of which shatters the surrounding area. The devastating force rips through the area, leaving nothing but destruction in its wake. Amidst the swirling dust, the monster's red eyes glow with menacing intent. However, a sinister glint flashes in the monster's eyes. A shockwave rips through the chamber. The monster stands defiant, arms outstretched as the chamber around him crumbles. Amidst the destruction, the protagonist stands firm, a swirling aura of power emanating from him. The protagonist's power intensifies, his confidence surging.
I can cut him right now. Power surges through him as he prepares to strike.
A blade of pure energy forms before him, ready to cut through anything. 5 years have passed since our last attempt at clearing the dungeon, he declares.
I've trained with every second that I had so I could cut you down.
But he is affected by the hyper-regeneration skill. His damaged body is recovering. And now, with the Holy Maiden's power by my side, he proclaims, as he is affected by the Holy Order's skill. All of his physical abilities rise. Shinji, she cries out, her face contorted in desperation.
I can't last long.
We need to do it now, he shouts, his words ringing with urgency.
Then, emptiness. There is nothing, the words echo, leaving the audience in suspense. His eyes glow with an intense, focused light. That I cannot.
The words hang in the air, unfinished.
Cut through. The command echoes as the figure is engulfed in a blinding light. Blades clash in a burst of light and force. The force of the blow sends a shockwave rippling outwards. The Horn Warrior roars in fury, the words "you insect," bursting from his throat. His eyes burning with rage, the warrior prepares to strike. The warrior's blade descends in a blinding flash. The blade finds its mark, piercing through his opponent. Blood splatters as the attack lands. The opponent cries out in pain as the attack lands. The crowd erupts, chanting Nakata Shinji.
The scene shifts to the Player Association headquarters. Within the Player Association headquarters, a man's triumphant laughter rings out.
"What did I tell you?" he booms. The man's words are now revealed, the text stating, "The Ghost Blade and Holy Maiden could stop an SS-Rank dungeon break." The man's triumphant laughter is followed by a sharp declaration.
"I never needed your help from the beginning, Kim Tae-hyun," he shouts. "I'm glad they were able to defeat Kentha Zenith," he states, his words carrying a weight of relief. However, a new development casts a shadow over their victory.
A chilling question hangs in the air: why do you think that things are over? The response is a simple, stunned, "What?"
The reason for their concern becomes clear. A few months ago, the dungeon break in New South Korea was upgraded from C rank to A rank.
Adding to the growing dread, the dungeon break in France and Russia was upgraded last month from S rank to S plus rank.
The situation grows more dire as the voice declares, "Our former methods of calculating dungeon break ranks are no longer accurate."
The voice continues, leaving the audience hanging with the question, "So why? Are you so sure this dungeon break is only SS rank?" The voice finishes, leaving the woman with the staff visibly shocked. His golden eyes narrow, a fierce determination burning within them despite the blood trickling down his face.
Despite the blood streaming down his face, a flicker of defiance dances in his narrowed eyes.
His defiant gaze suddenly shifts, a question forming on his lips. "What is that?"
The sound of something striking echoes as he falls to the ground.
He lies prone amidst the rubble, the impact of the blow still reverberating.
The force of the impact sends him hurtling further into the ruined cityscape. Through the haze, he utters a single, broken word, "Father."
A figure lunges forward, spear in hand, amidst the destruction.
The spear pierces through the air, accompanied by a deafening roar. Tears stream down his face as he whispers, "There." Suddenly, a system message appears: "Master of the Japanese uncleared dungeon Kenthamian.
Rank, SS+.
He looks up, blood trickling down his face, and questions, "What is that?" A chilling revelation unfolds: it emerged from Kantha Zenith's corpse, and then began to devour it.
What is it planning to do? The two figures stand ready, weapons drawn, as the ominous entity continues its gruesome feast. A voice echoes, cutting through the tension, "No. It doesn't matter what it is. No. It doesn't matter what it is," he declares, steeling himself for the fight.
"A monster is a monster," he roars, his sword radiating an ominous light. Above, Shinji is warned to wait.
"Eliminate."
The word reverberates with deadly intent. An intense light erupts as he unleashes his power. The spectral forms of wolves materialize around him, ready to strike.
The unleashed power clashes against an unseen force, the impact radiating outwards.
Gripping his sword tightly, he prepares to strike. His eyes widen in shock, blood trickling down his face.
An enormous exclamation mark fills the air.
An exclamation mark hangs in the air as a woman stands, gripping a rod with intense focus.
"Why, oh you?" The figure growls, lunging forward with a blade bared.
The figure's attack connects, the blade impacting with force. "Killed my father," the question hangs heavy in the air. The creature's malevolent red eyes burn into the viewer. A horrifying, toothy grin stretches across its face.
The creature's grotesque teeth are bared, a predatory gleam in its eyes.
"That appearance," he exclaims, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. A devastating blow sends him crashing through the city, buildings crumbling around him. The impact sends a shockwave through the ruined city, the force of the blow palpable. "Shinji," a desperate cry echoes through the ravaged landscape. As Shinji is sent flying, a desperate scream pierces the air, "Shinji!" Her eyes glow with fury as she stares in the direction Shinji was thrown.
A devastating impact echoes through the area.
He slams down on top of Shinji, the force of the blow creating a shockwave. Shinji is crushed beneath the force, but a voice booms out, "Do not worry." The creature's menacing face fills the view, its red eyes burning with malice as it declares, "I shall devour you all."
The monstrous creature looms, its grotesque teeth bared in a predatory grin.
"What's going on?" a voice cries out, followed by another's desperate question, "Where did that monster come from?"
Panic rises as one of the crowd exclaims, "I thought things were over since Kenthazenneth died." Amidst the rising chaos, a desperate voice cuts through the noise. "What about the Ghost Blade? Did the Saintess survive? Its mana readings are at rank SS+. We've never had such a rank before," one of the observers exclaims, their shock palpable. A voice declares, "So it finally appeared."
The speaker stands with two men behind him, their expressions mirroring his intensity.
The announcement booms, "The master of the Japanese uncleared dungeon, Kenthamion." Kenthamion, the true master of the Japanese uncleared dungeon, is revealed. Kenthamion is an SS+ rank monster from the Japanese uncleared dungeon.
Its initial form is far from meeting the SS+ rank, but it grows stronger by consuming monsters and humans. Its danger is on a different level from the monsters up till now, he thinks grimly. He laments that if only Chairman Matsuda recognized the severity of the situation and requested help from him, the damage could be contained.
Be minimized.
The thought trails off. His grim thoughts solidify into a stark realization, but that won't likely happen. Above the oblivious crowd, a monstrous form looms, unseen. Panic erupts as someone shouts, "Chairman, your orders."
Another voice cries out, "We'll all die at this rate." "Chairman," someone urgently calls out. The man's face is etched with terror, sweat beading on his brow. A choked gasp escapes the chairman. "Shit! We finally slayed the SS rank monster, but now an SS+ rank. What is this?" he questions, as a colossal figure with glowing red eyes looms over them. The situation grows dire as he wonders, "Do I need to request assistance from another hunter associations?" He realizes calling for backup is futile. No.
If the Saintess and Ghostblade don't stand a chance, calling them now wouldn't help. He realizes the dire truth, that Bastard will destroy everything before reinforcements arrive. A chilling declaration echoes, the players, the city. The monster's words foreshadow an imminent, devastating attack. His face contorted in anguish, he cries out, "And my political standing?" Chairman Dash, he continues to lament, his priorities clearly misplaced amidst the impending doom.
"We have to run," he shouts, but one of his companions responds with a bewildered. But another voice cuts through the panic, demanding, "What about our players fighting for their lives?"
A grim voice cuts through the rising debate. "It's too late for them," the figure exclaims, continuing with the bleak assessment, "If our national force-level hunters can't do anything, then how would we rescue them?" A stark warning rings out, "If we want to keep our heads, we need to run now." His face contorted with terror, the man screams a warning.
A deafening crack echoes, signaling impending doom. He retaliates with a swift, powerful strike, a red aura crackling around his weapon.
"KUA," he shouts, his face contorted in pain as the blow lands. He reflects, "I tried my best to not get violent for the sake of the Korean Association chairman, but he's just the same as in my previous life."
Below, someone cries out in disbelief, "CH Chairman Matsuda?" The cliffs, someone shouts, questioning what is happening. "What are you doing?" A woman declares, "I'm here to stop the dungeon break."
An exclamation point punctuates the gravity of the situation.
The woman's declaration hangs in the air. Now, the question looms, what will you guys do? A faint creak sounds as he clenches his fists, his gaze lowered. Will you run like he said? Or will you try to arrest me? The man challenges, "Do as you will." Either way.
The man begins, his expression unreadable.
A single tear traces a path down his cheek. "I'm going to go save them,"
the man declares, a surge of resolve washing over him as he envisions the group he intends to rescue.
With newfound resolve, he prepares to move.
Shards of glass scatter as he takes his first step towards his goal. The world shifts around him, a swirling vortex of energy enveloping his form. He emerges in a new location, finding himself surrounded by suited figures.
A fallen man lies prone before them, an ominous presence looming in the background.
The surrounding figures were expressions of shock and concern.
What has just happened?
A dark intent is revealed. Good, now if I kill Kenthamion before the others lose and manage to stop the dungeon break, he continues, his dark plan now laid bare.
Kim Taehyun. The name echoes with an unknown urgency.
Kim Taehyun pauses, a question forming in his mind as he notices someone approaching. He stops in his tracks, a bewildered "huh" escaping his lips.
The question hangs in the air, why are you here?
The scene shifts to a ruined cityscape, embers floating in the air.
The city lies in ruins, flames licking at the skeletal remains of buildings.
The ruined city is littered with bodies.
At its center, a centaur stands amidst a swirling vortex.
Bloody and battered, he whispers, Shinji and Kimura-rin are all. Lying defeated, he admits, no matter how much I regenerate my body and enhance it, it'll still be futile. His bloody face stares up, as an ominous voice booms, declaring, nobody can defeat that. The ominous figure looms, holding what appears to be a severed hand. His red eyes gleam with malice.
Flames engulf the scene, obscuring the aftermath of the attack. Through the dissipating flames, the figure's voice booms, laced with cruel amusement, are you done struggling? The figure's threat hangs heavy in the air. I shall devour you now.
The world swims back into focus, and he hears his name called, Kim Taehyun. The voice echoes, only you. But then, a defiant statement emerges, I'm not helping you.
I'm trying to stop the dungeon. Yeah. A voice muses, revealing that Kim Taehyun was willing to help me, an enemy, in order
to stop the dungeon break. Kim Taehyun stands tall, his hand outstretched towards the figure kneeling before him.
When I first became a player, I wanted to help others with my powers. The memory flashes.
The memory shifts to a group of smiling faces, a stark contrast to the present. Her expression hardens, the memories fading as a new question arises. When did I begin walking down this? Standing before a blinding light, she finds herself surrounded by a grim scene.
Two bodies lie still, blood staining the floor. The stark reality hits, is it too late to go back now? The monster's jaws snap shut with a sickening crunch.
Her lifeless body lies still, blood trickling from her face. A beam of violet energy erupts, piercing through the darkness.
The monster is sent flying backwards through the air.
Violet energy surrounds them as they are caught in the blast. The force of the blast sends them hurtling backwards. His eyes widen, a look of disbelief crossing his face.
He exclaims. Struggling to comprehend what just happened, she utters, "Huh? Much." The words trail off, leaving the audience in suspense. But you stood your ground well. The disembodied voice continues, leaving the listener in suspense.
His glowing eyes narrow, a sinister smile spreading across his face.
Purple flames flicker around him. The name echoes in the air, Kim Taehyun.
Wounded and weary, he asks, how are you?
A shout rings out, Saintus. A group approaches, their arrival marked by a palpable sense of urgency. A group arrives, declaring, we've come to help. They apologize to Kim Taehyun for their earlier actions. The group rushes forward, carrying the injured Saintus. Their faces are set with determination.
However, a voice clarifies, we are unable to assist you in combat. So we'll focus on rescuing the injured players, he declares, his resolve firm.
That's more than enough.
But a voice whispers, everyone.
The one I'll be taking care of. The voice declares, a hint of determination in its tone.
A smirk plays on his lips as he stands amidst the fiery chaos.
Will be that one, the declaration hangs in the air, heavy with intent.
The demon lunges forward, his red eyes burning with malicious intent. The demon's attack sends his target flying. A look of pure fear crosses the woman's face. Tears streaming down her face, she cries out, Kim Taehyun.
Wait. Even you can't do it alone. His eyes narrowed, Kim Taehyun shouts a name in response, Lim Ah-hyung.
His shout echoes, a surge of bright energy emanating from him.
A monstrous figure charges forward, its eyes glowing menacingly. A blinding flash erupts. The impact sends shockwaves outward, the air crackling with energy. The demonic presence looms, its red eyes burning with malevolent energy. The demonic presence looms, a silent exclamation hanging in the air.
What is that? Someone exclaims, the group stopping in their tracks. Before them, a massive wall of ice rises, blocking their path. Perched atop the icy barrier, a figure on horseback surveys the group below. From atop the ice wall, the figure calls out, "Kim Tae-hyun. Are you sure about this?" Below, a figure responds with a simple, "Oh." Kim Tae-hyun's voice booms, declaring, "This isn't why I came here." Her eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down her face as she shouts, "This isn't why I came here." The new South Korea Player Association reveals Lim Ah-hyun, rank S. The words hang in the air. What association chairman Ji Jinhui requested was. The announcement drops like a bomb. I've got news that Kim Tae-hyun has been arrested by the Japanese Player Association. They're likely trying to stop his interference in the dungeon break, but he's a key member of New South Korea. The order comes down, firm and resolute, we cannot allow him to stay in such a place. Bring him back at all costs. The man with the eye patch listens intently, his expression unreadable as he rests his hands, clasped, upon the table before him. A voice questions him, You weren't here to help out with the dungeon break? The figure responds, of course not. The speaker reveals that the Japanese Player Association refused our assistance, before questioning the man with the eye patch, then why don't you help while you're here? He continues, stating the chairman wanted him out at all costs, before adding, what a good man. A sinister smirk spreads across his face as the woman yells out. The monstrous figure stands tall, his glowing red eyes piercing through the gloom as he declares, I don't understand. The man stands before the towering figure, a speech bubble showing an exclamation point above him. The towering figure continues, questioning, why do you trap yourself in here and refuse to run? Were you not aware that you'd be nothing more than prey to me? The man responds with defiance, you're the one who's unaware. The towering figure, visibly taken aback, can only utter one word, what? The man's defiant words echo, you're the one who's unaware. The man declares, you're the one that's going to be devoured now, Kenthamian. An urgent question rings out, have you finished the rescues over there? Amidst the rubble, a desperate cry rings out, get out of here already. Another voice urgently calls, Saintus. It's dangerous there. Come over here. Saintus, someone shouts. Blood trickles down her face as she struggles to catch her breath. Saintus, someone cries out. She struggles for breath, blood now trickling down her face. Kim Tae-hyun. A massive, dark sphere descends, shattering the ice barrier below. The group below braces for impact. The sphere continues its descent, promising devastation. The screen fades to white, indicating the start of Chapter 70. Chapter 70 begins with a sharp intake of breath. With a determined glare, he lunges forward. The spear hurtles forward with incredible speed. The beast stomps down, a wave of crimson energy erupting from the impact. The beast's eyes glow with menacing intensity as steam emanates from its form. Shit! It recovers from most wounds so fast, he realizes, struggling against the beast's relentless assault. Plus, the hero's thoughts are cut short. I don't know if he's sensing my stealth, he thinks, but the longer we fight, the more precise Kenthamian's attacks are becoming. If so, the hero's thought is interrupted as Kenthamian unleashes a wave of red energy. The wave of energy explodes outward. Kenthamian charges forward, spear aimed directly at the hero as the energy intensifies. Kenthamian's face contorts in a menacing snarl, his glowing red eyes fixed on his target. The massive figure of Kenthamian looms, dwarfing the hero before him. Kenthamian commands, kneel. His massive form towers over the hero, radiating an oppressive power. Kenthamian's sinister smile widens as he extends a hand, a surge of purple energy emanating from his palm. A surge of power erupts around Kenthamian. The purple energy intensifies, now engulfing his entire form. I must admit, not bad for prey. Kenthamian declares, his red eyes gleaming with amusement. The purple energy crackles around him, but he declares, but this isn't enough to. But before he can finish, a voice booms, the real one is over here. A monstrous maw appears, teeth bared and ready to strike. The hero finds himself face to face with a monstrous maw, its teeth bared in a terrifying display. The hero braces himself, facing the monstrous maw head-on.
He's engulfed in a blinding red aura.
The hero, eyes burning with red energy, challenges, "Why don't you try stopping this?"
A stunned what hangs in the air. The monstrous figure looms, its eyes glowing menacingly red.
Jagged teeth line not only its mouth, but also its torso. A red energy surges around him, the force of it almost palpable. The red energy explodes outward in a blinding flash.
A deafening roar erupts as the red energy intensifies.
The monstrous form of the transformed demon emerges amidst the swirling red energy. The red energy crackles, a sign of the demon's overwhelming power. The longer we go, the more disadvantaged I am, he thinks, his eyes wide with a dawning realization.
He resolves to end the fight quickly, even if it means exhausting all of his mana. So even if it means using all my mana on predation, I need to finish it off here. His eyes blaze with intensity, one glowing red as he declares, "I have to end this now."
A voice echoes in the darkness, a stark warning, "I've told you many times this isn't your own power." A surge of crimson energy erupts. Before him, a towering staircase spirals upwards, lined with bone.
At its peak, a figure sits enthroned amidst the crimson energy.
A sword is drawn, reflecting the crimson light. The screen fades to white, with red markings appearing.
4 red dots appear on the white screen.
The hero is now standing in a red landscape, a look of confusion on his face.
He wonders aloud. He wonders, this is inside my mind?
Before him sits a figure on a throne of skulls.
What's going on? Is this another dream, he wonders, panic rising. No, this should be reality. So what's happening?
Before him, a long staircase stretches upwards toward a distant figure. A figure approaches, moving with incredible speed.
Who are you?
The figure pauses, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "What do you want, and why do you show yourself to me?" the protagonist demands.
A chilling chuckle echoes. What do I want?
For you to reach him, the figure states. Confusion clouds the protagonist's face.
Him.
The figure continues, stating that to reach him, the protagonist needs to not be trash drunk on his power, but someone who can overcome challenges independently.
The figure's words hang in the air as a stark message appears: this is a test.
A sinister smile spreads across his face as the air crackles with red energy.
The figure shouts, "Fuck off. Who the hell are you to dash?" as red energy crackles around him.
Red energy surges from his outstretched hand. His eyes widen in terror as the red energy intensifies, crackling ominously around him.
An inexplicable power activates, and a system message declares predation has been cancelled and is now unusable. His face contorts in disbelief, a single word escaping his lips: "What?"
Another system message appears, this time declaring, "Monarch's spirit has been cancelled and is now unusable."
More system messages cascade down, each one a devastating blow. Monarch's realm has been cancelled and is now unusable. Shadowskin has been cancelled and is now unusable. Chains of Binding has been cancelled and is now unusable. Queen's Man has been cancelled and is now unusable.
The list goes on. The final, devastating message appears: you currently have no available skills. Stripped of his abilities, he faces a terrifying staircase leading into a swirling vortex of crimson energy. A monstrous figure descends upon him, its jaws lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth.
The monster roars, its red eyes burning with malice.
Eyes wide with fear, he grips his blade, red energy crackling around him. The monster lunges, its fangs bared in a savage snarl. The monster's attack shatters the ground around him as he is thrown back.
SFX, whoosh.
The figure stands firm against the force of the blast.
Her eyes widen, glowing with an eerie light as she shouts, "Kim Taehyun?" He moves with incredible speed, a red aura surrounding him. What just happened?
A stunned voice echoes in the aftermath. The demon strikes, his weapon shattering the ice formation. "What was that just now?" he cries out, lying prone and covered in blood. "He appeared out of nowhere and ate all my skills."
Above the fallen hero, a figure sits upon a throne of bone. What?
"Not my own power," he exclaims, a sinister smile playing on his lips. The figure on the bone throne declares, his voice echoing with cosmic power, known that from the very beginning.
The hero kneels before the glowing figure, utterly defeated.
I wasn't even awakened, he realizes, the truth dawning on him. His eyes widen in disbelief as he realizes, I was merely chosen. The glowing figure raises a hand to his face, a gesture of disbelief.
But to take it all back in a single day.
The monstrous figure's fist connects, sending the chosen one flying back with a spray of blood. The force of the blow sends him crashing through the ground.
The monstrous figure follows through, smashing into the ground with devastating force. Is too cruel.
The words echo with a sense of finality. A furious thought echoes, mere prey dares to hurt me. His red eyes blazing with fury, he roars, I'll kill you. Crushed beneath a pile of rubble, he bitterly wonders, why did I even try if this was going to happen?
He's sent flying backwards by a colossal blow.
For what have I? He wonders, as the fist descends. The force of the blow sends him hurtling backwards, debris flying around him. The force sends him spiraling further, now amidst a shower of shattered crystals.
The impact reverberates as he's sent crashing even further. His eyes widen in disbelief, a speech bubble conveying his shock. Looking up, he shouts in disbelief, Lim Ah Hyun?
Despite the blood staining his arm, he shouts, I'll buy time.
Get to the Saintess and recover.
Despite his brave words, the hero's face is etched with disbelief as he mutters, What?
A voice booms, dismissing his efforts, What are you saying?
There's no way you'll stand a chance.
You need to run.
Staggering back, the hero struggles to regain his footing.
With a defiant roar, he declares, That's why I'm doing this. A speech bubble appears, filled with a large question mark and an exclamation point.
The hero lies prone, injured, as a voice booms from above, the only one who can defeat that monster is you. Despite her injuries, she rises, gripping her weapon with fierce determination etched on her face. A surge of power emanates from her, bathing the area in a blinding light. The light fades as she shouts, Aren't you here to stop the dungeon break? Her eyes blaze with fury.
She presses the attack, shouting, Don't you realize that if you die here, everything is over?
A beat of silence follows her words, broken only by his heavy breathing.
His teeth grit, blood trickling down his face. Right. He mutters, seemingly steeling himself.
He steels himself, realizing, it's not time to worry about what his goal is, or why he took my skills away. He clenches his fist, a resolve hardening within him. No matter how cheated I feel, the situation won't change. The stakes become clear.
If I can't defeat Canthamian, everyone around here will die.
He stares down Canthamian, the weight of the world pressing on him.
I need to find a way. A blinding flash erupts. But how? The question echoes in his mind. He lies defeated, bloodied, and broken.
With my body like this, and no skills, I can't take on Canthamian. He despairs.
His eyes widen in shock. An exclamation mark punctuates the sudden realization.
No, he shouts, a surge of hope flooding him. He realizes he still has one skill left to use. He remembers Blood Rampage, a skill he could never use from the start. It's currently unavailable, requiring the consumption of powerful blood to unlock. He mutters, Powerful blood. His face, already bruised and bloodied, shows a flicker of realization. Below, a pool of blood spreads across the ground.
He plummets downwards, surrounded by floating debris.
He continues to fall. He slams into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He lands hard, bracing himself against the impact. He is flat on his back, the world a blur of red above him. The impact leaves him disoriented, the world above him a hazy, crimson swirl. The world spins as she hits the ground, a spray of blood erupting from her forehead.
Poof. Trash like you getting in my way.
The figure looms over her fallen form, disdain dripping from its words. The fallen warrior lies prone, blood staining the ground around her. Above her, the monstrous figure stands triumphant.
But no matter. The monstrous figure begins to speak again, its glowing eyes fixed on its downed opponent.
Its eyes still fixed on the down warrior, the monster continues, "It might not be bad to eat you first to recover." The monster continues, its threat now explicit, "It might not be bad to eat you first to recover." The monster repeats its chilling words, the threat now unmistakable, "It might not be bad to eat you first to recover." The monster's threat hangs heavy in the air as it prepares to strike. Its red eyes glow menacingly as a question mark punctuates the air. The monster lunges forward, a blur of motion and menacing intent. The monster's attack tears through the environment, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Consumption of powerful blood, confirmed, a system message declares. An immense power has awakened. His damaged body parts regenerate, and all of his stats are increased to 250. Impossible. He gasps, the red glow of his eyes intensifying. He recognizes the power now surging through him. This mana is that of the Archduke. Just what are you? The question hangs in the air, amidst the red-tinged landscape. The Archduke's power surges, twisting his arm into a monstrous claw. The Archduke unleashes a flurry of strikes with his transformed claw, each blow carrying immense force. The onslaught leaves the victim battered and bleeding. Above the battered victim, a message appears, "All conditions have been met." Despite the brutal beating, a sinister grin spreads across his bloodied face, one eye now glowing with an ominous red light. A figure stands atop a throne constructed of bone, the red sky and blood-like sea painting a grim portrait of his domain. "I had considered whether I should let you use one or two skills." He muses, a sinister smile playing on his lips. His sinister smile widens as he declares, "But it seems I had worried needlessly." The hero is suspended in a swirling vortex of red energy. Below, a monstrous, spine structure rises from a crimson sea. The text reveals the cost, for you to awaken Igman's powers, going as far to consume a monster. His face, streaked with blood, betrays a grim determination. One eye glows with an ominous red light. A voice echoes, seemingly confirming the grim path, "Yeah, that's how you're supposed to grow, desperately, miserably." Perched upon a throne of spikes, the figure declares, "It's time for you to realize the idle nature of your ways, and grasp the different nature of this power compared to how you've been using it till now." The figure's face is revealed as he continues, "That's how. You'll be able to use my power," he finishes, his words hanging heavy in the air. His face contorted with effort, the power visibly surging around him. One eye glows with a menacing red light. The transformation intensifies, his teeth now jagged and menacing. The surge of power intensifies, a voice echoing, "You'll be able to reach that person." He bursts forward, bathed in a blinding light. The impact reverberates with a thunderous boom. The ground shatters under the force of the blow. He plummets to the ground, a trail of dark liquid following his descent. Bodies litter the landscape around him. Staggering, he clutches his arm, dark liquid seeping from the wound. "What just happened?" he questions, his red eyes wide with disbelief. Despite his recent injuries, he stands tall amidst the carnage. "Wasn't he barely standing just moments ago?" a voice questions, followed by another, "How is it that a human is using an Archduke's powers?" Red energy crackles around him as he advances. "No, that's fine," he declares, his monstrous hand clenching. He still has to die either way. Though he doesn't know how his opponent obtained such power, the Archduke declares, "This is Archduke Orgel's realm. If this current body is not enough," he vows, "then I'll consume more bodies in mana." The Archduke's form shifts into a monstrous silhouette, his eyes glowing with malicious intent. "So that I can completely shred you to pieces." The monstrous form lunges forward, its razor-sharp teeth dripping with malice. He crashes down onto the broken ground, blood staining his white shirt. Blood trickles down his face, one eye glowing ominously red. Lying on the ground, he hears his name called, Lim Ah-hyung. She's still breathing, thankfully. A voice echoes, bringing a glimmer of hope amidst the carnage. The camera pans up, revealing a cloudy sky tinged with pink. The protagonist, bloodied and battered, realizes the source of the overwhelming power. So this is Archduke Igman's power. Blood rampage. The Archduke's power manifests, his hand transforming into a monstrous claw. The Archduke's power surges, a monstrous, pulsating heart materializing before him. My blood is boiling, while my heart feels like it's about to burst.
My body is screaming in pain from taking this monster-like form.
The Archduke grits out. He knows he can't be in this state for long. A wave of confusion washes over the Archduke as he wonders, but why is it? The Archduke, now a monstrous centaur wielding twin axes, towers over the battlefield. A figure stands amidst the dust, an ominous red glow emanating from them.
That my body feels so light?
The figure wonders, the question hanging in the air.
The figure declares, this is the end.
The monster lunges forward, his fangs bared in a final, desperate attack.
The monster's axe descends, poised to strike a devastating blow.
He reaches out, his hand outstretched with menacing intent. Blood streaks his face, and a red glint shines in his eye.
A blinding red flash erupts.
A guttural cry tears through the air as the attack lands. The red energy rips through him.
You, he roars, his red eyes blazing with fury. He swings his axe, a surge of power emanating from the blow.
The force of the blow sends him flying backwards. The axe's power sends him crashing downwards, blood splattering from his face.
He's sent sliding backwards, blood streaming down his face.
The armored figure roars, "What is this?
Why are my attacks not landing?"
The armored figure is sent flying back, questioning, "Why am I being pushed back?"
Staggering back, the armored figure exclaims, "My power isn't any different from before."
He then declares, "No, I become even more powerful after consuming those bodies."
But then, a desperate question echoes, "So then why?"
His eyes glow red, blood dripping down his face. He swings his axe, a purple energy crackling around the blade. The axe connects, sending his opponent flying.
The monster roars, "Keu! Heuk!" Power and increased stats weren't the only things he gained from using Blood Rampage.
He was surrounded by the power of Blood Rampage. The thing that mattered the most were his crimson eyes now reflected the power he wielded. They turned red just like when I used predation, but there's something was different.
Now, he could see the flow of mana, unlike before.
Where he's concentrating his powers, or what move he'll do next, remains to be seen. I could even see his mana stone, the heart of all monsters.
Raising his hand, he prepares to unleash a devastating attack.
Cracks form in the air around him, pulsing with dark energy. The air crackles as the monstrous figure looms closer, its form radiating an ominous energy.
"Just what are you?"
The air shatters as a voice booms, laced with an unearthly power.
"What am I?"
"You'll find that out in hell," the monstrous figure booms, energy crackling around him. "Kua," he roars, the force of his power shaking the very air. His roar intensifies, the air crackling with raw, untamed energy. The force of his roar manifests, the sound itself taking on a physical form. The force of the sonic attack shatters the very air around him. Staggering backward from the force, he struggles to maintain his balance amidst the shattered debris.
"Of course," he begins to say. "Of course, I, as well."
He thinks, his red eyes burning with determination.
Still need to figure that out.
His face bloodied, he grits his teeth, steeling himself for what's to come. With Kim Taehyun's victory over the Canthamian, the dungeon break situation in Japan was finally resolved. The aftermath reveals a city in ruins, a testament to the battle's destructive power. The Japanese Player Association did its best to help the survivors and to clean up the mess.
Amidst the devastation, rescue workers carry the injured away on stretchers.
While the cleanup continued, Matsuda Kuro, who refused outside help for his own gain, was arrested. Lim Ah-hyung escaped with only minor injuries. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that punishment was still to come.
Ah-hyung stands alone, the cold, hard lines of the building emphasizing her isolation. "Punished? I'm glad you're okay." The man's words cut through the tension, a surprising reassurance. The man stands tall, his suit impeccable, a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere.
Her eyes widen with determination as she declares, "I'll try my best." As for the Saintess and the Phantom Swordsman, the Saintess and the Phantom Swordsman bow their heads low, offering a somber apology.
"We apologize.
They both admitted to their crimes, including the misuse of their abilities, having forgotten their duties as players. One of them admits, "I used my skill, holy orders, to brainwash and control people for my own gain." He then submits himself to the judgment of the people, stating, "I'll take whatever punishment the people deem sufficient." He vows that once he serves his time, "I'll restart again from the bottom as a proper player." With eyes closed and head bowed, she awaits her punishment, ready to accept whatever comes next. The camera pans up, revealing the imposing skyscraper that will likely be his new prison. The skyscraper looms, identified as the American Player Association. "Amazing," a voice declares, the skyscraper clearly leaving an impression. A sinister smile spreads across his face. Kim Tae-hyun. "I knew he was a talented player." The voice muses, clearly impressed. "But to kill an SS+-rank monster alone." The screen displays Kim Tae-hyun in action, his figure a blur against the massive monster. "I thought Cody was the only one who was capable of it." One of the men admits, clearly surprised by Tae-hyun's performance. "He's more powerful than before," one of them notes, observing Tae-hyun's progress. Including the friendly match or when he fought Gregor. The red aura surrounding Tae-hyun is unmistakable. Besides, that red aura is sure to be the Archduke's powers. "It's such a shame that we can't bring someone as talented as him over to the United States," a voice laments, seemingly frustrated by the situation. "But it can't be helped," the voice concludes, resignation evident in the tone. The man stands resolute, a powerful aura emanating around him. "People like that can't be swayed by power or money," a voice declares, emphasizing his unwavering nature. "What moves them is ideals and their beliefs," the man states, his words emphasizing the unyielding nature of those he speaks of. "All we can hope for is that our beliefs won't ever clash." The man concludes, a somber tone coloring his final words. "And, did the association make its decision?" he asks, the question hanging heavily in the air. The man confirms the association's decision. "Yes, we'll need to start making our own moves," that kid aside. "Either way, all that we do." The man continues, his words hanging ominously. The man takes a step forward, his polished shoe clicking against the floor. "Is for the progress of mankind," he concludes, as a bright light flares. The light intensifies, revealing a figure with wings. He stands on the balcony, looking out over the city. Bathed in light, the winged figure remains a blinding silhouette. Suddenly, a status screen appears, its data obscured. Only the word rank is visible, followed by question marks. He gulps down a potion. With a sigh, he finishes the potion. The potion's effects surge through him. He reaches out, moving with incredible speed. But two messages flash before him: "You are unable to use predation." He's stunned. So it doesn't work, he wonders. His monster-like body returned to normal after Blood Rampage ended, but the skills that were sealed away remained. He realizes what options remain available to him: Blood Rampage, the Archduke's powers, and the new skill he acquired. Among those options is the new skill he received from Blood Rampage, Monster's Eyes. It activates Crimson Eyes, and costs 10 mana. He reflects, "I tried to use Seo Sangek's help in creating potions." Only to be met with a harsh, disembodied voice: "You failed again." A look of utter disbelief washes over Seo Sangek, as he exclaims, "I thought you'd surely succeed." The screen displays, Head Alchemist Seo Sangek, S-Rank player. The screen highlights his identity, Head Alchemist Seo Sangek, an S-Rank player. Seo Sangek's primary skill is potion creation. He can create potions using different mana stones and additives, achieving results beyond regular alchemy. The effects of Seo Sangek's potions range from simple stat buffs to monster lures, debuff cleansers, and even cures to previously incurable diseases. "I'm sorry," the voice says, followed by a hesitant, "You asked for my help, but..." "It's fine," he replies, then admits, "I think the curse I'm afflicted with is just on another level." A grim thought surfaces: there's only one way, if Seo Sangek's potions don't work. The protagonist's expression hardens as a chilling thought crosses his mind. That doppelganger, he really won't lift this curse then? The older man looks up, his expression concerned. "What will you do now?" he asks. If you can't handle it, then I suppose I have to find answers abroad, he declares, leaving the older man to wonder, abroad. The older man's face tightens with worry. If you mean the Americans, he begins, his voice laced with concern. He confirms, yes, the second-ranked player in the US, and the world's greatest curse lifter. He pauses, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he awaits the man's reaction. The figure declares, I need to meet with Ricky Hollis. The man looks up to see a woman surrounded by a pink aura, floating above a crowd of unconscious men. The woman floats above the unconscious crowd, radiating a pink aura. The woman smiles, addressing someone by name. It's been a while, Association Chairman Zhang Lung. Her hand extends, a small orb of light gathering in her palm. Zhang Lung stands firm, flanked by two men in suits. I've told you many times already, but I'm not here as a representative of the American Player Association, but as an investigator of the World Players Association, and to question you on. Zhang Lung pauses mid-sentence, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. Oh. Ricky Hollis. He continues, listing the various assassination charges, as well as the unauthorized experiments occurring here in China, near the unconquered dungeons. The scene shifts to a serene landscape dotted with Buddha statues, and a modern, circular building nestled amongst the trees. A solemn Buddha statue stands in prayer. Would you please comply with the investigation, she asks, her expression unreadable. His gaze unwavering, the old man challenges her. And what if I refuse? I've told you many times already, but I'm not here as a representative of the American Player Association, the man states, clarifying his position. But as an investigator of the World Players Association, and to question you on. To question you on, he pauses, then utters, oh. Ricky Hollis. And the various assassination charges, as well as the unauthorized. The investigator's accusation hangs heavy in the air. The investigator continues, revealing the location of the unauthorized experiments, China, near the unconquered dungeons. The camera pans over a serene landscape, revealing a temple complex nestled amongst the trees. The investigator's voice cuts through the tranquility. Would you please comply with the investigation? The investigator's request hangs in the air as the woman smiles knowingly. Meanwhile, the older man watches with a wary eye. The woman's defiance hangs heavy in the air as she poses the question, and what if I refuse? Refuse, you say? She echoes, a hint of amusement playing on her lips. The woman's expression remains unreadable, but the air crackles with barely contained power. He holds up two fingers, revealing, there are two unexplored dungeons. One of those dungeons, he reveals, was in Japan, cleared by Kim Tae-hyun. It's known as Kenthazina's Storm. Kenthazina's storm rages, a swirling vortex of water and lightning. But the other dungeon, one that has destroyed countless parties, is the unconquered dungeon in China. It's called the Grey Pit, and it will be their focus, the unexplored dungeon in China. The Grey Pit is proving to be more than just an unexplored dungeon. We've detected unidentified laboratories and mana in. The speaker reveals. Of course, it's probably organized by Zhang Lung, one of them concludes, the name hanging heavy in the air. The purpose of the labs becomes clear, to conduct some kind of experimentation. But, they can't stand by. We can't just watch and let this happen. We need to figure out what's going on. Turning to the woman standing behind him, he pleads, please, Ricky Hollis. Ricky Hollis regards him, a flicker of concern in her eyes. A surge of energy erupts around Ricky Hollis, knocking back the surrounding figures. The sudden burst of power leaves everyone reeling, the question hanging heavy in the air. Ricky Hollis' eyes glow with power as she declares, then I'll have to use force. Energy crackles around Ricky, a vibrant display of power. Her name echoes with power. Ricky Hollis. I expected as much from the second-ranking player in the US. The man states, a hint of satisfaction in his tone. Ricky Hollis' eyes glow with an intense light as she wonders, but such mana to overpower even me. A blinding light erupts, obscuring everything. The figure declares, interesting. Then, with a sinister undertone, this is perfect for our plans. A booming laugh echoes, followed by the words, it was just a joke. But then, a sudden exclamation breaks the moment.
The man's tone shifts abruptly, a note of defeat creeping in. I can't possibly stand against the World Player Association. He continues, I'll cooperate with the investigation. The man's capitulation is complete. Then, with a change of heart, he questions, isn't it better to decide after seeing it for yourself? I invite you to the lab, he states, but his invitation is met with confusion. So? He pauses, holding his hand to his beard, a thoughtful expression on his face. He then proposes a change of plans. Why don't we talk after you see our experiments first? The scene shifts to the Player Hotel China looming against the night sky. The Player Hotel China stands tall, piercing the night sky. Inside one of the hotel's rooms, a woman sits, a wineglass in her hand. An invitation, she wonders aloud. Her suspicions deepen. What's she planning? There's no way he'd be this cooperative. Her eyes narrow, a thoughtful expression settling on her face. Zhang Lung, since I don't know his true motives, I need to be careful. Well, that's that. A voice concludes, the situation seemingly resolved for now. Taking a sip of wine, she seems to be contemplating her next move. A voice echoes, cutting through the relative calm, how rude of you, Kim Tae-hyun. At the sound of his name, Kim Tae-hyun looks up, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. The question hangs in the air, entering a lady's room unannounced? The text reveals more about him. Kim Tae-hyun, a rising star from New South Korea, is also being watched by the U.S. Player Association. Her piercing gaze intensifies, a silent warning hanging heavy in the air. The clink of glass echoes as she thinks, I thought I'd see him soon, but I didn't expect this. Her thoughts race, a single question echoing in her mind, what is he thinking? The man sits calmly, a chilling declaration hanging in the air, you're going to die there. Her eyes widen, a clear sign of shock at his chilling words. The man's name echoes, Ricky Hollis. Ricky Hollis is revealed to be the second most powerful player in the US and a nationally ranked player. She already has worldwide fame, but the most famous of her abilities. Her most famous ability is the skill known as Canceller, which allows her to nullify even the awakened Soth. Her usual abilities are unavailable to her. Currently, I cannot use any abilities besides the monster's eyes and blood rampage. Ricky Holly's skill is needed, if nothing else, for the unexplored dungeons. But she's famous for not negotiating. He states that she's famous for not negotiating with anyone who's not working for her. Before his regression, Ricky Hollis died in a dungeon in Guangzhou. The photos on the wall confirm the grim reality, Hollis's death. And Ricky Hall, YS, is DAD. It was such a famous incident that the whole world wanted to know more. But she's still human, and she wants to live. He resolves, I'll get her attention with this too. The other party responds with a terse, so? His eyes widen, a question hanging in the air? A voice declares, players are always exposed to danger. Her eyes glowing with an eerie light, she continues, and can die at any time. A sinister smile plays on her lips. She asserts, before I begin to even think about believing you, having these powers carries with it certain responsibilities. Don't you want to save yourself? She asks, her words hanging heavy in the air. Any person would, he cuts her off, questioning, person? He retorts, does someone who can do this really seem like a person to you? A sinister smile plays on her lips as she extends her hand, glowing with power, towards him. Power crackles around her outstretched hand as she declares, with the flick of a hand, I can kill everyone. Her power surges, a blinding display of energy threatening to erupt. Her threat escalates as she declares, in this entire area, no, this entire building. Lightning crackles around the building as she ominously states, we are quite similar to monsters in that way. She continues, ominously implying what players need something for. She ominously finishes her thought, stating that they need to tie them down to this world. Chains bind clenched fists as the ominous words appear, whether it be ideals, wishes, dreams, or money. More chains wrap around the figure, crisscrossing at the waist. The question echoes, aimed squarely at him, what is it that holds you down, Kim Tae-hyun? Her gaze is intense, her eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. Now, she presses him further, demanding, what kind of person are you?
Her hand remains firmly on his shoulder as she continues, "Are you a person who can control yourself, or?"
She continues to press him, her voice unwavering, "Are you a monster consumed by desire?" His gaze remains fixed downward, a red glow emanating from his eye. The red glow in his eye intensifies, a clear sign of the monster within threatening to surface. After a pause, he admits, "Well, honestly, you surprised me." He elaborates, stating, "Players aren't akin to monsters as much in that regard, but we do tend to lose our humanity from countless battles." His gaze sharp, he declares, "You're pretty inflexible." Casually lounging, he smirks, a glint in his eye. He retorts, "But I'm quite hard-headed, too." She pauses, her expression unreadable. Her eyes close, and a strange energy emanates from her. Her eyes still closed, she speaks, her voice echoing, "You must want something, having come all the way here." The man states his purpose, "I need your canceller skill." But she replies, "Unfortunately, all my skills are locked away right now." She scoffs at his request, pointing out, "For having just met a stranger, you're asking for a lot." Then she pointedly asks, "What do I get by helping you?" She answers, stating that his greatest interest is helping victims who might not even exist in Guangzhou. Those words strike a chord, and he wonders, would my assistance in helping them be enough? He sits, hands clasped, the question weighing heavily on his mind. A voice cuts through his thoughts, laced with skepticism, "You think you'll be of help to me?" Her eyes narrow, a distinct look of doubt etched on her face. A slight smirk plays on her lips, her doubt seemingly unwavering. His smirk widens as he states, "We'll find out." He continues, "It's never wrong to have insurance though, right?" Before them, a swirling vortex of blue energy marks the entrance to Zhang Lung's secret laboratory. Suddenly, a voice booms out, "Welcome, Miss Ricky. We've been waiting." The two scientists look down at their clipboards, one of them asking, "And you are?" Ricky, with a slight smirk, simply responds, "Oh." The man adjusts his glasses, a confident smirk playing on his lips. "He's my bodyguard." A surge of blue energy erupts around the bodyguard. The group stands on a platform, seemingly preparing to descend into the depths of the facility. Ricky Hollis was the only one invited to Zhang Lung's secret lab. The man in sunglasses states, "There's no way they'd allow another high-ranking player to enter with her." He continues, boasting, "Besides, I'm pretty famous now for having cleared the Japanese dungeon." He reveals, "That's why I disguised myself as a bodyguard." But a voice wonders aloud, "That's odd. Someone as powerful as you has a bodyguard?" The voice continues, "That's why." The sentence hangs unfinished. He continues, "Really odd." The panel identifies him as Zhang Lung, Chinese Player Association head. Zhang Lung's voice cuts in, stating, "One can never be too careful." "You'll allow this much, yes?" The voice continues, revealing the shocking truth, the man who paid for the assassinations in the Asian Games. And the man at the center of all tragedies in the future. The revelation hangs heavy in the air. Before they can proceed, a man gestures, declaring, You need to take the Awaken's oath before you enter." A question hangs in the air, the oath? The oath. The question echoes, a clear indication of their uncertainty about what lies ahead. Despite the uncertainty surrounding the oath, a voice declares, "I don't think that'll do anything to me though." A deafening impact reverberates through the area. The man's thoughts are interrupted as he mutters, "This woman. She just talked about how she's a human or whatever," he thinks, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. His thoughts continue, "But the aura she's." His thoughts continue, letting off is unbelievable. The old man concedes, "She's right. It's not like we can stop the Ricky Hollis with it anyway," one of them says, continuing, "Forgive us for that." The old man steps forward, declaring, "Now, let me officially start." And with that declaration, the tour begins. The tour begins, revealing the project's ultimate goal, to create S-Rank awakened beings. Rows upon rows of glowing capsules fill the facility, hinting at the scale of the project. The tour continues as they walk through the facility, the scale of the operation becoming increasingly clear. Suddenly, a realization dawns on the woman, her eyes widening as a thought bubble appears above her head. People in tubes,
she thinks, the implications of what she's seeing beginning to sink in. I expected something bad, she thinks, as a man in a suit ascends the stairs in the background. She continues forward, but her thoughts betray her growing unease. But this is beyond my expectation. The scene reveals a man suspended in a tank. We're creating S-Rank awakened artificially through experiments. The process is explained by injecting the mana of monsters into them. The tank continues to bubble as a voice proclaims, "Isn't this power to go against the flow of the world amazing?" "What is this?" she exclaims, her face contorted in anger. The man beside her warns, "Don't use your skills in here. Those people might get hurt too." Ugh! Comes the sound of discomfort. The old man's eyes widen slightly as he utters, "Oh." He reaches out, hand outstretched towards something unseen. A voice declares, "Another awakened is about to be born." The process is always quite a spectacle. The voice continues, declaring to the two figures, "You two are lucky." The voice continues, "Experiment shock start, 50 seconds. The experiment is about to begin, but the monitors reveal that B102's heart rate is already increasing rapidly. Even more surprising, health parameters are increasing quickly. Mana levels are also increasing at an alarming rate. A question hangs in the air, does this really work? The experiment intensifies, B102's eye glowing with an eerie blue light. The experiment surges with power, crackling energy surrounding the containment unit. The man and woman stand before the containment unit, the experiment within now a swirling vortex of pink and blue. Leaning over the containment unit, the man utters a single word, "Oh." The woman stares intently, her expression grim as she declares, "It's a failure." The woman's declaration hangs heavy in the air, leaving the man in stunned silence. Sparks fly as the man recoils, visibly sweating under the weight of her pronouncement. "Wait, calm do dash," the man stammers, but the woman cuts him off mid-sentence. "You've..." She begins, a faint electrical aura crackling around her. The screen fades to black as the words cross the line appear in glowing letters. The woman stands, now shrouded in shadow, her eyes glowing with an eerie light. Lightning crackles around her legs as she prepares to strike. I knew she had other abilities besides Canceller. Sweat beads on his face as he extends his hand, energy crackling around him. But I can't believe she's powerful enough to shake the entire lab. The realization dawns on him. The lab shatters around him, glass flying as her power explodes outwards. Her glowing eyes fix on something beyond the shattered glass as she reaches out, a surge of power emanating from her hand. "You must be..." Her power surges, a voice echoing, "You must be ready to pay the price, Zhang Lung." "Humans aren't fair," he declares, his face shadowed with what seems to be disdain. He continues, asserting that, "Everybody knows that with the player system. It's all about money and connections." A burst of energy erupts. He declares that, once your player rank is decided, so is your place in the social ladder. He continues, declaring that, but nobody wants to remain on the lower rungs. He smirks, lightning crackling around him as he declares, "I just helped them fulfill their wishes." A voice responds with a challenging tone, simply asking, "Yeah?" Gathering energy in his palm, the air crackles with power. Eyes glowing with power, she unleashes the gathered energy. "Well, that ends here," she declares, unleashing the full force of her attack. The blast erupts, filling the space with blinding light. "Energy, condense," she commands as the attack intensifies, the room filling with crackling power. The energy intensifies, crackling and bright. The room pulsates with raw power as the energy intensifies even further. The energy surges, taking on a distinct, sharp form. The energy explodes outward, a blinding flash momentarily obscuring everything. The light fades, revealing a hand clutching a small, rectangular object. Her eyes widen in disbelief. "That's..." she exclaims. The woman's shock is mirrored by the man in sunglasses, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. The skill is identified, black hole. A swirling vortex of energy crackles above him as the old man raises his hand, completing the black hole skill. The black hole skill activates, its power radiating outwards.
A warning echoes, black holes nullify all nearby skills. Blasts of energy erupt, striking the ground around the gathered group. Not a lot of players have that in the first place, someone observes. The man in the suit seems to be the focus of attention as someone wonders, and it's extremely difficult to cast it. How did he acquire it? Her eyes narrowed, she questions, were you getting cocky, since you had more mana than me? She states matter-of-factly, people should know to utilize skills. Then, she reveals, this is a scroll with the spell, Black Hole. The man extends his arm, declaring, I have another present for you. A blue flash fills the room. The blue light intensifies as he adds, I hope you like it. The blue light explodes, filling the entire space. The woman's eyes widen with alarm as the blue light intensifies around them. The man's face contorts in disbelief as he exclaims, no way. The woman stares in abject horror as the blue light completely envelopes her. A foot slams down with tremendous force. I was wondering why this lab was underground. The man muses, his words hanging in the air. The man's brow furrows, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as strange symbols swirl around him. The realization dawns, the dungeon, Grey Pit, was right beside it. A swirling blue portal opens above the group, dark tendrils reaching out from its depths. The portal pulses with an ominous blue light. A voice explains that the lab is underground, probably to utilize the mana emanating from this dungeon. The man speculates that most of this mana is probably already his. A large, shadowy figure looms behind him. Shame, he says, looking down at Ricky. I thought that you'd understand my motives, Ricky Hollis. His gaze hardens. And Kim Tae-hyun, there's still a score to settle with you. His eyes widen slightly as he realized who I was? A bead of sweat rolls down his temple. You're done for. The voice booms, you're done for, Kim Tae-hyun. The elder commands, seal the gate. The man beside him visibly pales. The man beside the elder hesitates, questioning, but there are still researchers and subjects down there. What about them? A wave of energy erupts. The elder's cold gaze hardens as he declares, we have enough of both. If we can take them out with this, the man states, his eyes narrowed behind his glasses. The man's statement hangs heavy in the air, that'd be a worthwhile exchange. A strange symbol appears above the group, as if something is about to descend upon them. The man realizes their predicament. We fell into a trap. A voice replies, resigned to their fate, I guess we did. She realizes the situation is worse than they thought. He blocked my skills too. The situation worsens. This is bad. I've never had this happen before, she admits, realizing the gravity of the situation. Kua. The scientists are thrown back by an unseen force. The floor shatters under immense power. A single foot comes down with devastating force. The impact sends tremors through the building. Two figures in the background look on, stunned by the sheer force. The force of the blow is palpable, the air itself seeming to buckle under the pressure. The two onlookers below are visibly shaken, their eyes wide with disbelief. The figures brace themselves, a realization dawning on their faces. That's an orc. The monstrous figure looms, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent. A surge of power emanates from the orc, bathing the area in an eerie green glow. Panic rises among the scientists. Did it come from the gate? One of them stammers, fear etched on his face. An orc. One of the scientists mutters. Another responds with false bravado, we can take down a regular orc. The orc's eyes glow with an ominous red light, surrounded by a strange green aura. His eyes widen in disbelief. What? He stammers, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. It's a parasite-infected orc, a voice shouts. A blinding green light erupts as the parasite-infected orc attacks. Ugh! He groans, the bright light seemingly overwhelming him. The green light continues to assault him, his face contorted in pain. The scientists watch in horror as the green light intensifies. His eyes now glow with a menacing red. He clutches at his chest, a chilling message appearing, once the parasite enters you.
His face contorts in agony, a chilling message solidifying the transformation. That person is left solely with the intent to attack. The chilling message continues, as it infects others around it, and continues to spread the parasite to new hosts. A strangled gasp escapes, a sound of the body fighting against the parasitic infection. "Careful," he shouts, his eyes wide with alarm as the parasitic infection spreads.
If that aura touches you, the warning cuts off abruptly. The parasitic aura intensifies around the hulking figure, its red eyes glowing ominously. The warning rings out, "You'll be infected too." He brings his massive hands together, ready to strike.
The woman below stares up in horror. His eyes widen in dawning horror.
Oh! The world is consumed by white.
A violent explosion rips through the area, sending debris flying.
The explosion tears through the room, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake.
Debris rains down as the smoke fills the room.
The lab is in ruins. He is struck by a dark, powerful force. The force sends him hurtling backwards.
Her eyes widen in shock as she's sent reeling. He manages to catch her, his expression grim.
The enemy strikes with a resounding blow. His red eye gleaming, he demands, "How did you use your skill?"
A strange energy crackles around the enemy as he stands. The enemy is surrounded by a strange, crackling energy as he rises to his feet. His red eye glows menacingly as he declares, "I can't let any more people get infected."
The infected man declares, "I need to stop the parasite from leaving this lab, at all costs."
Tears well in his eyes as he grits his teeth, declaring, "To prevent that thing from spreading any further."
The text booms, declaring, "The thing that's controlling all other parasites."
A beam of red energy shoots directly towards the central parasite, while the others are thrown back by the force. "I need to get rid of him," he declares, the red beam intensifying.
"I see it," he exclaims, spotting his target. The title card appears, "The Parasite." The parasite latches onto its host, its red eyes gleaming ominously. The parasite is now living in the host orc's brain. The orc, now fully controlled, slams into his opponent with terrifying force.
The perspective shifts, focusing on a character with dark hair and glasses, observing the fight. It dodged, he wonders, his brow furrowed in disbelief. The creature's arm, glowing with green energy, reaches out. Two figures in lab coats flee down the corridor. He leaps back, narrowly avoiding the creature's glowing attack. A desperate cry echoes through the lab. "Save me," someone shouts. The creature advances, its red eyes glowing menacingly. "Shit," he exclaims. The man scrambles backward, desperately trying to escape the creature's reach. "I can't let it infect any others," he declares, a surge of determination washing over him. A massive explosion erupts, shaking the very foundations of the facility. The force of the blast sends him hurtling through the air, impacting against the facility's inner structure. Recovering mid-air, he braces for another attack. The monster's foot crashes down. "That should've," the monster begins to say. The man dodges the attack, realizing that should have done some damage. A chilling sound cuts through the air as the monster prepares to strike again. The monster's attack is imminent. A mechanical whir emanates from the figure. His red eye glows menacingly. A blinding flash erupts. The figure looms over him, surrounded by an eerie green aura. The figure stands tall, a malevolent green energy radiating from him. The green energy descends, poised to strike. Fear is etched on the protagonist's face as he looks up. "Ah! It was trying to get me," he realizes, finally understanding the danger. The green energy crashes down, creating a blinding explosion. The force of the explosion sends shockwaves rippling outwards. Despite the shockwaves, the woman stands firm, shielding her face from the blast. Her eyes widen, a name escaping her lips, Kim Tae-hyun. An exclamation punctuates the silence. Kim Tae-hyun is sent hurtling through the air, engulfed in a cloud of dust. A chilling question echoes, did he become infected too? Her eyes widen in horror as she realizes the implications. If someone as strong as him is infected, there's nothing in this lab. A desperate thought surfaces, a chilling realization of the stakes. No, this world, that could stop him. The chilling thought solidifies. No, this world, that could stop him. A sinister grin spreads across his face as the chilling realization dawns.
The giant figure looms over him, a triumphant gotcha echoing in the air.
You thought, the figure proclaims, his hand glowing with ominous energy.
The figure's glowing hand descends, poised to strike.
The figure strikes with blinding speed, the force of his blow creating a visible shockwave.
You'd get away, he roars, his attack landing with devastating force. The creature's jaws open wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Her eyes widen in alarm.
The air cracks with the force of the blow. He adjusts his glasses, unfazed by the attack. Crimson energy whips around him, but he remains untouched.
A guttural sound echoes. Her gaze intensifies, a chilling question hanging in the air. Are you ready?
The air crackles with energy as he prepares to unleash his power. Crimson energy crackles around him as he stands ready.
A futuristic, green-lit corridor stretches ahead. A large door, outlined in green light, dominates the end of the corridor.
Above, figures stand observing. Mr. Chairman, someone calls out. A surge of energy emanates from the chairman.
The chairman wonders aloud, what if they survive?
A low sigh escapes the chairman as he strokes his beard, his expression hardening. A bead of sweat trickles down the man's face as he stands flanked by two stoic figures, the silence thick with unspoken tension.
The man stands rigidly, the weight of the situation pressing down on him.
Breaking the silence, the man states calmly, "You worry too much." He then reveals a crucial detail: this laboratory is made of a special material. The man's words hang heavy in the air, as a voiceover reveals the lab is an amalgamation of high-tech materials, meant to contain monsters that may escape.
The voiceover continues, stating the lab is strong enough to withstand most attacks.
The voiceover continues, now clarifying, and at the end of this elevator is a thick door, of the same material.
The voice continues, the speaker now saying, if we shut it as we leave, then nobody. The speaker concludes, leaving the rest of the sentence hanging in the air. Then nobody can get out.
A sinister smile spreads across his face as he finishes the thought. The ominous words hang in the air. Ricky Hollis and Kim Tae-hyun will both die in here while fighting hordes of dungeon monsters.
SFX, rumble.
A rumble echoes through the dungeon as the three men look up, their faces etched with worry.
The dungeon floor shakes violently beneath their feet, the source of the tremors still unknown. The tremors intensify, and a question hangs in the air: what's happening?
The tremors cut off abruptly, leaving a character to wonder, what was dash? A blinding light erupts, obliterating everything in its path.
The light intensifies, shattering the surrounding structure. Debris rains down as the structure collapses.
One man stares in disbelief at the devastation. The man with the long beard stands his ground as dark energy swirls around him. Another man behind him looks on, shocked. How did you get through the wall? A voice stammers, disbelief evident. A sinister grin spreads across his face as dark energy emanates from him. We still have a score to settle, Zhang Lung.
His words echo ominously in the destroyed corridor. His gaze intensifies, one eye now glowing a menacing red.
His hand reaches out, a faint red glow emanating from his fingertips.
Chapter 74 begins.
His face contorted in rage, he bellows, Kim Tae-hyun. You continue to get in my way till the very end. His red eye gleaming, he adjusts his jacket, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Zhang Lung has never been seen in action, a voice narrates, as he moves in a blur, a red glow emanating from him. His hand descends, a red energy crackling around him as he strikes with incredible speed. The strike connects, a burst of red energy erupting on impact. There's a good chance he can't do anything on his own, a voice declares.
The voice challenges, you think that's enough? A blinding flash erupts.
He unleashes a powerful energy blast. The energy blast obliterates everything in its path.
The blast throws him back, amidst a storm of debris.
A look of utter disbelief crosses his face.
He blocked my blood rampage with a single hand? He retaliates, a surge of blue energy emanating from his blade. The ground shatters as their powers collide. He plummets downwards. He lands hard, a grimace etched on his face as he braces himself. Cook, he groans, the impact clearly taking its toll. He wonders, even as he struggles to rise, I wondered where that monstrous strength came from. The world shifts into focus as he declares, now I can see it with my monster eyes. The hero now understands, Zhanlong, he inserted monster powers into his own body. A surge of power crackles around Zhanlong, visible even through his clothing. The transformation intensifies. A voice observes, that bastard is almost a half monster already. Zhanlong smirks, his eyes glowing with power as the monstrous form behind him solidifies further. Zhanlong raises his hands, a look of anticipation on his face. I expected there might be something, he says, ready for whatever is about to happen. Zhanlong's eyes narrow, a chilling realization dawning on him. But to think he's crazy enough to experiment on himself. A voice echoes, filled with regret, I didn't want to do this myself. His regret quickly turns to rage. But you insects really bother me to no end. He sends the man flying with a powerful blow. He unleashes a torrent of insults. Go suck on your mom's teat, child. A surge of power emanates from his hand. A beam of energy erupts from his forehead, striking his opponent with incredible force. The opponent is sent crashing to the ground, a pained grunt escaping him. A thought surfaces, she should. A sinister smirk spreads across his face as he anticipates, she should be here any moment now. Energy crackles around his outstretched hand. The air distorts as a cymbal crackles with power above his target. Lightning crackles intensely around his fist, ready to strike. His eyes burn with focused fury. His target is frozen, uttering in disbelief, I can't move my body? The lightning strikes, paralyzing his foe. He struggles, unable to move. I can't move my body, he gasps. He realizes the lightning wrapped around him is draining his power. These things wrapped around me is sapping my power. A sinister smile spreads across his face. There you are, he says, his red eye gleaming. His target located, he calls out, Ricky. Electricity crackles around Ricky as she prepares to fight. Ricky appears, a faint smile playing on her lips. Sorry. I'm late, huh? I can't jump like you. Reaching out to a glowing structure, Ricky explains, I had to take care of things on the way up here. A groan escapes one of the figures lying on the ground. Anyways, you're quite impressive, a voice declares. The woman praises him, stating, being able to use your abilities in the black hole, and being powerful enough to break that wall. Her gaze sharp, the woman observes, seeing how you're asking me to use Canceller on you, you must have other skills too. I'm curious how you'll surprise me later, she muses, clearly intrigued by his hidden potential. A sinister smile plays on his lips as he declares, this is nothing. The red glint in his eye hints at the power he still holds in reserve. The focus shifts as a disembodied voice calls out, you. The voice continues, filled with rage, you dare. To do this to me, the voice booms as the man appears, bound by glowing restraints. He roars, defiant even in captivity, do you think I'll go down like this? Defiant, he bellows, do you think I'll go down like this? Energy crackles around him, a surge of power building. He still has strength left, a voice observes, as the man glows with renewed power. The energy intensifies, and he simply states, yeah. He's quite survivable, like a cockroach, a voice remarks, observing the man's resilience. Energy crackles around one, while dark tendrils swirl around the other. A surge of energy erupts. Looking down with a fierce gaze, the man descends upon them. He lands heavily on the cracked earth. Don't just run at me like an idiot, she scoffs, unleashing a barrage of energy. You uncultured bastard. The energy barrage slams into him. The force of the blast sends him reeling backwards. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the chaos, excuse me. Stumbling forward, he regains his footing. His red eye glinting, he reaches out, seizing his opponent by the throat. The woman stands frozen as he looms over her, his hand dripping with crimson.
Energy crackles around them as the woman is blasted backward. The force of the blast sends her hurtling away. His eyes widen, a mixture of shock and fury contorting his face as he stares in the direction she was blasted. His hand reaches out, grasping at the fading energy. Red energy crackles around him as he rises, his eyes burning with rage. His gaze hardens, a chilling statement forming, Zhanglong is one thing. But that man isn't a regular player either. He finishes, his red eyes narrowed with suspicion. An exclamation escapes him as he stares up at his opponent, red cracks now visible on his face. A surge of energy erupts from the old man, blasting forward with devastating force. The hero is sent flying backwards from the force of the blast. The force of the impact registers with a resounding "K-Y-A-K." Gasping, the hero struggles to regain his footing after the brutal attack. Ugh! He is sent hurtling backwards, crashing violently into the stone ground. With a shout, he calls out Ricky. His red eye glows intensely. A surge of energy emanates from him. An intense blue light erupts as he unleashes his power. He lunges forward, a blue energy blade materializing in his hand. He grunts in pain as the attack lands. Cook! His body recoils from the impact, a sharp kiak escaping his lips. Blood trickles down his face, a single bead of sweat following the same path. His red eye glares with an intensity that belies the pain. Despite the injuries, a system message appears, body regeneration. His arm glows with a blue aura, purple veins pulsing beneath the surface. The blue aura intensifies around his arm as he declares, "Your attacks are meaningless." He confidently states, "My body can just endlessly regenerate." He throws his head back, laughing maniacally. "My body can just endlessly regenerate." His laughter echoes, a chilling da-ha-ha-ha, filling the air. Despite his earlier confidence, a muttered "damn" escapes him. He realizes, "I took that attack head on, my entire arm is." Seated, he clutches his arm, visibly shaking. The question hangs heavy in the air, can I counter? He steels his resolve. Blocking this. He thinks, bracing himself for the next onslaught. An ominous voice declares, "I like your powers." A sinister grin spreads across his face as he declares, "It'd be a waste to kill you." The offer hangs in the air, what do you think? Come work for me. A bead of sweat rolls down his face as his mismatched eyes widen in shock. The man's voice continues, reminding him, "You're contracted with an archduke, after all." The revelation hits him hard. He knows about the archduke, he thinks, his expression hardening with a simmering rage. How does this bastard? He pauses, a new thought striking him. Nationally ranked player, he wonders, looking at the figure before him. The figure responds, dismissing his opponent's rank. That's meaningless. The figure continues, clarifying his statement. To contractors of the archdukes like us. He finishes his thought with a chilling declaration, other humans are worthless insects. As he gestures, glowing symbols materialize around his hands. So, he begins his next move, energy crackling around him. He extends his hand, pleading, "Take my hand." The air crackles with tension as they face each other, a silent challenge hanging between them. The tense silence shatters as a voice cuts through the air, "Cut the bullshit." He begins to speak, but his words are cut short as a surge of energy emanates from his outstretched hand. "Don't trust bastards like you," he declares, energy crackling around his outstretched hand. Yet, he admits, "I'm trusting you here." A thought echoes, "Who betray others?" The words "Spirit of the Monarch Unlocked" materialize above him. A surge of power emanates from the figure, now clad in imposing armor and wielding a skull-emblazoned sword. The transformation subsides, revealing him in a sleek suit, eyes now glowing with the same ominous light as the dissipating energy. The ground shatters as he unleashes a devastating blow. A powerful shockwave erupts from the point of impact. What? What's this immense power? A voice cries out, overwhelmed by the sudden surge. He struggles to contain the overwhelming force, his face contorted in a grimace of effort. He raises his hand, the red energy intensifying around him. "You want me to team up with you?" he asks, the red energy still swirling intensely around him.
The question hangs in the air, followed by a stunned, "You?"
Suddenly, the words "predation unlocked" flash before them, signaling a new power has been unleashed.
A monstrous roar erupts, shaking the very foundations of the arena as the newly unlocked power manifests.
The force of the roar sends his opponent flying backwards. Red energy crackles around him as he stares intently forward.
The system announces, "Predation unlocked."
The monster roars, its massive form dwarfing the figure caught within its reach.
The monster's attack lands, the impact throwing the figure backwards.
"I'm going to be devoured," he realizes, fear etched on his face as the monster closes in.
Amidst the red glow of the attack, a thought surfaces: how can this be?
The attack engulfs him.
How am I losing to this brat? He wonders, disbelief etched in his expression as he falls.
The words echo, "I've succeeded in evolving humans through the power of monsters." The figure stands amidst the chaos, a web of dark energy swirling around him. "But it was all pointless," he declares, the words heavy with resignation.
The swirling energy intensifies.
From within the darkness, he declares, "I need a stronger power."
The darkness deepens as he continues, "A stronger." The demand echoes, "A stronger power."
Then, from the depths, he commands, "Then give me."
"Then give me your body."
The chilling demand hangs in the air.
The hero's eyes glow an ominous red, cracks forming around them.
Behind him, the shadowy figure looms, its glowing eyes fixed on its target. A sudden, silent question hangs in the air as the hero's transformation intensifies.
One eye remains his own, the other now glows with crimson light.
The shadowy figure swoops down, talons extended towards the hero. A surge of emerald energy erupts before him, a desperate defense against the approaching threat. The emerald energy explodes outward with a resounding crash. The force of the emerald energy was immense, the floor melted.
He sprints forward, dodging the lingering emerald energy.
A thought bubble appears, a powerful acid. Did he just?
A wave of disbelief washes over him as he witnesses the impossible.
A blinding light erupts as the acid attack connects, engulfing the three figures. The light subsides, revealing a figure with massive wings spread wide. The winged figure descends, his clawed feet now visible. A blade of light pierces the void. The winged creature flies overhead as debris rains down around the men.
A flurry of blows rains down. A blinding flash erupts.
The force of the attack sends him reeling back, clutching his head in agony.
"Cook!" he gasps, struggling against the binding energy.
The binding energy intensifies, pressing down with crushing force.
Tears well in his eyes as he thinks, "I've seen countless monsters till now. But that monster was on a completely different level."
Above him, the winged monster floats, radiating an ominous presence.
It was on another level.
The force of the blow sends her flying backwards.
Impact! She cries out as she's sent hurtling through the air.
He manages to grab her mid-air, but they both tumble onto a rocky ledge.
I had considered it before, but it's definitely clear now. The owner of the unexplored Chinese dungeon, the Grey Pit, is revealed. Must be this Grey Venom.
Grey Venom descends, surrounded by a swirling green aura. Grey Venom's glowing eyes pierce through the swirling aura, a concentrated intensity radiating from his gaze.
A low hum emanates from him, growing in intensity. The dungeon expansion of the unexplored Chinese dungeon was breaking news for the entire world.
The figure extends a hand, power radiating from its glowing eyes.
The Grey Venom used the expansion to possess countless humans as its pawns.
Zhang Lung, it turns out, didn't just stop at monster experimentation. Zhang Lung is seen forcibly removing the jacket of another person, as a woman looks on.
He gave his body over to the Grey Venom. The man, his eye now glowing ominously red, warns, "Ricky, you best head out now."
He grips Ricky's shoulders, pressing her down as he questions, "You don't have much mana after using Canceller on me, right?" He declares, "I'll buy you time while you escape. So go and call other players here," he urges, his expression grim. Ricky, tears welling in her eyes, retorts, "But then you'd be here alone."
His gaze unwavering, he assures her, "I'll be fine." His resolve firm, he admits, "I just can't fight it while also protecting you." Silence hangs in the air as she stares intently, a single tear tracing a path down her cheek. He declares, "I'll leave you to it." A hand gently rests on his shoulder, a silent plea for him to reconsider. "Interesting," a voice muses, the simple word hanging heavy with unspoken meaning. The figure states the unexpected truth, a contractor of an archduke, protecting other humans. The voice continues, stating what seems to be a fundamental rule: a contractor is supposed to follow the wishes of the archduke. The figure questions the contractor's actions, demanding, "Why are you using his powers for lowly humans?" The contractor moves with incredible speed, a blur of motion and power. The contractor's hand descends, a green glow surrounding it. "It makes me curious. Just like how I possessed this body and saw its memories." The contractor thinks, his red eyes gleaming. The contractor's face is grim, his expression unreadable as he continues to ponder. The contractor's resolve hardens. "I'll find out once I possess you too," he vows, an ominous red glow surrounding him. The contractor is engulfed in a surge of red energy, exclaiming, "This!" The red energy intensifies, swirling violently around the contractor as the transformation continues. The contractor's transformation reaches its zenith, wings sprouting as a monstrous, red entity looms behind him. The monstrous entity speaks, its voice dripping with disdain. "What's this little bug yapping about?" "Then, let's take his annoying speed down a notch first," the contractor proposes, a sinister glint in his eye. As the contractor moves, a system message appears: synergetic effects of the skill's monster eyes and predation are taking effect. The contractor's monster eye skill has been upgraded to a high monster's eyes. The contractor moves forward, his footsteps echoing in the confined space. He continues deeper into the unknown. She pauses, a moment of hesitation hanging in the air. A disembodied voice commands, "Get going." Despite the command, he remains resolute, declaring, "I'll figure something out here." The scene fades to an obscured view of the protagonist. He contemplates, blood trickling down his face. "I wouldn't have been much help if I stayed, but taking it on alone?" His thoughts turn to his comrade. "All I can do is hope he survives till help arrives." A monstrous roar erupts as a massive, crimson dragon materializes. The crimson dragon lunges, its massive form blurring as it closes in. A blinding green energy beam cuts through the dragon's attack. The green beam rips through the dragon's form, shattering debris flying in all directions. He lunges forward, green energy crackling around his claws. The green energy claws strike, impacting his face directly. His expression shifts to shock. The system announces, the unique skill, predation, has been enhanced. His enhanced vision takes hold. "I can see everything," he declares, his gaze intensified. The enhanced skill allows him to perceive the incoming attack, but he is sent flying backwards by the sheer force of it. The monstrous form looms, its jagged teeth and glowing red eyes filling his vision. The attack connects, a blinding red flash engulfing the scene. The monstrous maw opens wider, unleashing a torrent of crimson energy. The crimson energy intensifies, engulfing everything in its path. The crimson energy roars from the monster's gaping maw, a destructive force unleashed. The monster lunges, its massive maw snapping shut. "As long as High Monster's eyes is in effect," a voice declares. With a focused gaze, he observes, the gray venom seems like it's in slow motion. Suddenly, a voice booms, now with predation on top of that. Red energy crackles around him as he lunges forward. "My eyes, capable of seeing all movements, combined with the power of predation," he declares, a surge of power emanating from him. "I can take him down," he declares with unwavering resolve. A monstrous roar erupts, shaking the very air around him. A blinding green energy surges forward, an unstoppable wave of power. The monstrous figure launches forward, engulfed in the blinding green energy. His teeth grit in frustration as he thinks, "This again." He steels himself, declaring, "I won't fall for the same thing twice." The air crackles with crimson energy. He lunges forward, fist clenched, ready to strike. Crimson energy swirls around him, a visual testament to his resolve.
The attack connects, a blinding flash of green energy erupting on impact. The force of the impact sends his opponent flying backwards.
The force sends rocks flying amidst a burst of energy.
The force of the blow creates a shockwave. The shockwave intensifies, the air shimmering with raw power. The force explodes outward. He unleashes a torrent of power, his eyes burning with intensity. Take another, he roars. He vows, I'll end him for sure with this. He unleashes a torrent of red energy, his eyes burning with intense resolve. The torrent of red energy spirals into a menacing dragon-shaped attack. The dragon-shaped energy slams into a massive, modern structure, red lightning crackling across its surface.
The impact sends shockwaves rippling outwards, the force of the dragon's strike devastating everything in its path.
The landscape erupts in a cataclysmic explosion, the force of impact sending debris flying in all directions.
SFX, Kwang.
Debris continues to rain down amidst the fading light of the explosion.
The aftermath leaves only a blinding white void. The dust settles, revealing a landscape utterly devastated.
The hero grits his teeth, bracing himself against the force of the unseen attack. He struggles to maintain his footing amidst the onslaught of energy.
Phew!
With a strange hue, he finds himself on the ground, hand outstretched against the continuing assault. Still on the ground, he realizes, my mana's almost out.
I couldn't stop all of the Grey Venom's attacks.
Still grounded, he realizes his mana is nearly depleted.
My mana's almost out. I couldn't stop all of the Grey Venom's attacks.
Red energy crackles around him as he struggles to rise.
He struggles to his feet amidst the rubble, a desperate question echoing in his mind, where did it go? A question hangs in the air amidst the destruction, did that finish it?
A chilling voice breaks the silence, how entertaining. The chilling voice belongs to a towering figure. The protagonist stares up, bloodied and wide-eyed, at his seemingly unscathed foe. The sound of impact reverberates.
The protagonist grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow. As expected of an archduke's contractor, the foe's voice booms.
A surge of crimson energy emanates from the foe's hand.
It's still alive after all that, he exclaims in disbelief.
The foe's voice echoes with disdain.
But that's all you amount to.
He lunges forward, a blur of motion and green energy.
The impact explodes in a blinding flash.
He coughs, blood trickling from his mouth.
It's even.
The voice trails off.
Stronger and faster than before, he's seized by the leg.
His eyes widen in alarm.
A voice declares, it's absorbing the mana in the air.
A swirl of green energy surrounds the captured leg.
The voice continues, identifying the mana that's unique to dungeons. The voice trails off, that means.
The voice reveals the shocking truth, this area has already been turned into a dungeon. The winged figure lunges, its glowing green eyes fixed on its target.
It descends, leaving a trail of glowing green energy in its wake.
As it hurtles toward its target, a voice booms, you cannot defeat here. The green energy slams into its target. The energy connects, revealing a monstrous, toothy grin and glowing eyes.
The monstrous grin widens as it declares, I shall now possess you as well. Silence hangs heavy in the air.
Frozen in place, he realizes, my body stopped moving.
He wonders, is this fear? He stands frozen, a neon outline against the encroaching darkness.
Below him, a looming presence declares, the fear of
death, the looming figure questions.
But from below, a defiant voice answers, no, I'm already used to that, comes the defiant reply.
The massive beast looms, its jaws lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth.
Ha ha ha. Look how you struggle, the beast taunts, its red dragon head lunging forward. A spiked, red appendage slams down, inches from its target.
The beast's face looms closer, its glowing green eyes piercing the gloom. You're even smaller than before.
You must have used all your mana, it sneers, adding, that's just expected of a human.
The beast continues, confident in its victory, you cannot catch up to the regeneration of
this body, with that amount of power, the beast declares, confident in its overwhelming strength. I thought I was gonna die, a voice suddenly admits. A hand grips his throat. The hero is lifted off the ground, struggling for air. The hero struggles against the suffocating grip, energy crackling around his captor's arm. Gasping, the hero manages to utter a single word, "What?" His grip tightening, the captor admits, "I didn't think it'd come to this." The captor's grip tightens further as he reveals, "But I didn't know about this either." The monstrous form of the creature looms into view. That was the thing that just bit me. The monstrous creature looms, and he realizes with horror, is he using that to channel my mana to him? The monstrous creature's jaws are aglow with stolen mana. A sinister glint shines in his eyes as he utters, "Thanks for that." The creature continues, "Your mana, that is." As the creature's finger glows with stolen mana, a system message appears, "You have consumed a large amount of mana. Speed increased by 1.